In a post-apocalyptic survival game, Qing awakens to the extraordinary talent of infinite synthesis. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Recently, multiple incidents of unexplained violent attacks have occurred globally, resulting in thousands of injuries and fatalities. Law enforcement agencies in various countries have initiated investigations. Moreover, numerous unexplained fissures have emerged across the world, with experts suggesting these cracks may be related to anomalous geological activities. The sweet voice of a female news anchor intermittently crackled through the car radio as Qing absent-mindedly listened, whistling while driving. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the broadcast, the radio abruptly fell silent. Qing muttered a curse under his breath and slapped the dashboard, causing a cloud of thick dust to erupt from the cracks. The radio resumed its normal function. This old, second-hand van had been his companion for 3 years. Despite its severely worn exterior and occasional odd noises except for the horn, which sometimes refused to sound the engine, remained steadfast. At least during his deliveries, it had never malfunctioned, leaving him stranded on the roadside. Today, like any other day, he set off from the city center to deliver goods to a supermarket in a suburban town. Although the job was monotonous and tedious, it provided a sense of stability. It ensured he did not have to worry about making ends meet. Besides his own leisure, this income even allowed him to afford a mortgage. As Qing navigated a turn and merged onto the main road leading into the city, he was well acquainted with this route, which he traveled daily between the suburbs and the city. However, he soon noticed a peculiar situation. Typically, this road would be sparsely populated with vehicles at this hour. Yet today, an unusually high number of cars were exiting the city, and the inbound lane was beginning to congest. Before long, Qing found himself ensnared in traffic. The flow of vehicles ahead decelerated gradually until it came to a complete standstill. Just when he was nearing home, he was trapped outside the city. Qing felt a twinge of irritation. What's going on? Is there a traffic jam at this hour? Peering forward, he caught a glimpse of the long line of vehicles ahead, where it appeared that someone was running and screaming. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle for a closer look, the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Instinctively, he looked up to witness colossal black beams of light tearing through the earth, surging skyward. These ebony pillars shot forth from the ground's fissures, piercing the heavens and spreading across the sky, forming a dense black curtain that enveloped the entire firmament. Sunlight vanished in an instant, and the eerie black beams exuded an overwhelmingly oppressive aura, suffocating those in their presence. What on earth is this? Qing's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively withdrew his hand, which had been poised to open the door, deciding instead to remain inside the vehicle. This unprecedented and bizarre scene left him questioning his own consciousness, wondering if he was caught in a dream. An attack incident? Ground fissures. Qing suddenly recalled the news he had heard on the car radio moments ago. It seemed to mirror the scene unfolding before him. Could the international news being broadcast have transpired right beside me? What a bewildering experience this is. Yet, before he could ponder further, his delivery truck jolted violently. The dashboard lights flickered manically, and the engine emitted a deafening roar. What is happening? Qing attempted to regain control of the vehicle, but the steering wheel felt as though it were being tugged by an invisible force, utterly unyielding. He slammed the brake and turned off the ignition. It proved futile. Fortunately, despite the engine's furious growl, the truck remained stationary. Qing gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that other vehicles were experiencing the same chaotic symptoms. Engines shrieked in a frenzy. The dashboard erupted with violent sparks. Many panicked drivers had already fled their cars. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams and cries, plunging the entire roadway into disarray. What on earth is happening? Forcing himself to regain composure, Qing hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle and assess the situation. However, as his hand brushed the door, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. The game apocalypse has descended. Welcome to the vehicle survival world. Detected host contact with vehicle, dilapidated delivery truck. Would you like to bind the vehicle? Qing stood frozen, a series of unfamiliar messages flooding his mind. Instinctively, he glanced at the dashboard, only to discover an illuminated diamond-shaped energy core had mysteriously appeared there. Is this a vehicle survival game? Qing murmured, a memory of a post-apocalyptic game he once played flashing through his mind. The opening scene of that game bore an uncanny resemblance to the chaos outside. Dark pillars obscured the sky, and sinister mist surged from the earth's crevices. Humanity was besieged by otherworldly, mist energy, transforming into bloodthirsty zombies. Could it be that the game world had truly crossed into reality? A violent crash jolted him from his reverie. The frenzied crowd outside had surged around the delivery truck. Those desperate to escape crashed into the truck, causing it to shake violently. At that moment, Qing finally understood the source of the traffic chaos. Trailing behind the crowd were zombies, creatures he had only seen in games. A grotesque zombie sank its teeth into the neck of a man at the back of the throng, toppling him before the truck. Warm blood gushed from the torn wound, splattering onto the truck, staining the windshield crimson. This gruesome scene eradicated any lingering doubts in Qing's mind. He promptly chose to bind himself to the old delivery truck. Vehicle binding successful. Congratulations, survivor. You have bound the vehicle. Dilapidated delivery truck. Vehicle tier, gray inferior grade. Upon witnessing the tier information of the vehicle before him, Qing could not help but exclaim in frustration. The gray, inferior grade vehicle was the epitome of the most abysmal trash within the game. Just leaving it on the street would render it unworthy of even a glance. This dilapidated van, which had accompanied him for 3 long years, was indeed predictably categorized as refuse. In the early days of the apocalypse, being bound to such a substandard vehicle was akin to commencing a journey with hellish difficulty. However, given the current chaotic circumstances outside, Qing had no option but to remain indoors, unable to venture out and seek a more suitable vehicle. He found himself devoid of choices. Beep. Detecting a prestigious player of the Apocalypse vehicle game who has achieved VIP completion status, granting the player the ability to awaken talents. Player Qing will receive VIP completion rewards, specifically the Survival Talent Awakening. Survivor Talent Extraction in progress. Upon hearing the information echo in his mind, Qing paused momentarily, regaining his composure. He had not anticipated such benefits from merely playing a game. The Apocalypse vehicle game was something he had stumbled upon during a bout of boredom not long ago. His enthusiasm had led him to invest some money into the game, and he had diligently persevered until achieving completion. This entailed surviving for 300 days within the game. At the conclusion of the game, the screen had displayed a surprise reward, which Qing had overlooked at the time. Little did he realize that this reward would prove to be so extraordinary. Chapter 2, Awakening of Talent. Infinite synthesis before Qing. A vibrant, multicolored spinning wheel soon materialized. The crimson pointer danced ceaselessly across the surface of the wheel. At last, the wheel began to decelerate. Qing anxiously fixed his gaze upon the talent wheel, his palms slick with sweat, until the pointer gradually settled upon the largest gray sector. Disappointment flooded Qing's eyes upon witnessing this outcome. After all, in the game, gray signified the lowest tier. Items of this caliber were essentially worthless debris. Suddenly, just as the pointer was about to come to a halt, a bolt of black electricity struck the wheel with ferocity, causing it to flicker erratically. In the sky beyond, the curtain formed by the black light transformed into countless bolts of dark lightning. The electric currents intertwined in the air, roaring as serpents of electricity danced, enveloping the heavens until they vanished. After a moment, the dim talent wheel reappeared with clarity before him. The crimson pointer had now come to rest within the gray area. Yet it pointed toward a narrow, almost imperceptible colored segment. Survivor Talent Awakening successful. Congratulations, player Qing. You have awakened the colorful mythic talent. Infinite synthesis. Infinite synthesis. Unique synthesizing items of the same tier will invariably elevate their tier without any level cap. Required materials for synthesis can also repair damage. With the talent awakening complete, the colorful wheel dissipated. Qing found himself awakening to the sight of a holographic screen, replacing the previously radiant diamond core of the vehicle on the dashboard. The screen displayed various data pertaining to the vehicle. Worn cargo van, vehicle tier, gray inferior, vehicle attributes, none. Level 1, weapon modules, none. Vehicle durability, 7100. Maximum load, 800 kilograms. Maximum speed, 100 kilometers h. Module configuration, old air conditioning module, gray. Inferior signal reception module, gray. Vehicle condition, aged shell, gray. The van's exterior is made from substandard materials. Cracked and corroded, riddled with scratches and fissures, defense 30. Inferior engine, gray. The vehicle's engine design is outdated, poorly maintained, and prone to wear, presenting a constant risk of malfunction. Power 10, fuel consumption 15, failure rate 30. Rusted frame, gray. The vehicle's frame has aged and rusted, with partial welds torn and a risk of fracture. Load capacity 10, Disintegration risk 20. Worn tires. Gray. The vehicle's tires are severely worn, prone to slipping, and at risk of blowouts, causing a loss in load capacity. Load capacity 10, speed 10. Description: this is an antiquated basic vehicle, significantly corroded and poorly maintained. Yet its primary components remain intact, possessing infinite potential for modification. Upon reviewing the attributes of this second-hand cargo van, Qing finally realized this dilapidated vehicle has miraculously not left him stranded on the road, truly a stroke of luck. Despite possessing an array of negative attributes, it has remarkably endured for 3 years without encountering major malfunctions, a feat indeed. This second-hand cargo van is, without a doubt, devoid of any functioning components. It is but a step away from being deemed scrap, with only the lack of funds holding it back. Had Qing been financially stable, this vehicle would have long since been consigned to the junkyard. Upon examining the vehicle's information, Qing discovered an intriguing fact. After binding himself to the cargo van, he found himself completely intertwined with it through the core of the vehicle that had merged with his being. Placing his hands upon the steering wheel, he was struck by an unusual familiarity. After years of driving, he finally grasped the true essence of the unity between man and machine. Qing could precisely perceive the state of the entire vehicle and its driving capabilities. With his current understanding and control of this van, he could effortlessly execute extreme drifts, pushing its performance to the limit. Moreover, Qing sensed that if this cargo van were to be shattered, leading to a complete depletion of its durability, he, as its binder, would inevitably perish alongside it. A loud crash against the glass abruptly disrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find the man who had been bitten moments ago had now transformed into a zombie. Through the blood-stained glass, it locked eyes with Qing. Those orbs filled with dark veins, fixated on their prey within the vehicle, relentlessly battering the driver's side window. The fragile single-layer glass of the cargo van cracked under the assault, and its durability plummeted to 65-100. Damn this wretched vehicle, Qing muttered under his breath, aghast at the dire scene before him. He had not anticipated the van's defenses to be so feeble, unable to withstand even a low-tier zombie that had just transformed. The remaining durability of the vehicle would not hold out for long. Qing surveyed his surroundings and noticed a car abandoned not far ahead. He attempted to utilize his synthesis ability on it, discovered an unclaimed white vehicle core. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Confirm synthesis, seeing the information before him. Qing quickly made his choice. The utmost priority was to repair the soon-to-shatter driver's side window. If the zombie managed to break through, the danger would be imminent. Qing retrieved a wrench from beneath the passenger seat, gripping it tightly. He anxiously observed the zombie relentlessly striking the glass, preparing himself for a potential confrontation. Fortunately, after opting to synthesize the vehicle core, the unclaimed car before him disintegrated into a fine metallic powder. This dust swirled and danced in the air before ultimately merging with the cargo van. As the metallic powder fused and fortified the vehicle, Qing held on to hope amidst the chaos. The once dilapidated cargo van, marred by scratches and rust, gradually transformed into a robust and resilient vehicle. Even the glass shattered by zombies was restored, gleaming as if brand new. From the front of the vehicle, a white vehicle core floated out, piercing through the windshield and fusing with Qing's being. One white vehicle core consumed, vehicle synthesis successful, acquired white ordinary vehicle, sturdy cargo van, durability increased to 500. Load capacity enhanced to 1,000 kilograms. Maximum speed raised to 120 km/h. The core of the vehicle has activated its special abilities. Mechanical control. All negative statuses of the vehicle have been completely cleared. Acquired vehicle characteristic. Sturdy body. Mechanical control. White ordinary can control an unowned mechanical creation of a grade not exceeding that of the core. With a control range of 50 meters, sturdy body. White ordinary crafted from ordinary metal materials. The reinforced shell possesses a degree of defensive capability, vehicle durability 500, upon elevating the vehicle core to white quality. Qing successfully activated the distinctive traits of his cargo van. Following the fusion with the core of the vehicle ahead, he also acquired the characteristics of another vehicle. Thus, Qing's vehicle core simultaneously boasted 2 traits, mechanical control and sturdy body. Upon witnessing this synthesis outcome, a surge of excitement coursed through Qing. He recalled that in the game, fusing vehicle cores merely absorbed energy to enhance the vehicle's grade. It did not allow for the acquisition of vehicle traits. However, through his unique synthesis talent, he could completely retain the traits of other vehicles while augmenting his own. This revelation was nothing short of a tremendous surprise. It meant that Qing could effectively seize the powerful characteristics of other vehicles through core fusion, infinitely enhancing his own strength. Chapter 3. Racing down the highway. Desperately fleeing upon acquiring the robust characteristics of its body, The cargo truck's defensive capabilities were augmented tenfold. Its durability soared from a mere 100 points to an impressive 1,000 points, fully restored to its maximum value. The zombie sprawled across the front of the vehicle no longer posed any threat, although the truck's durability still diminished with each strike from the undead. The decline was now so gradual as to be nearly imperceptible, truly a matter of no concern. With the immediate peril alleviated, Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could thoroughly inspect the upgraded state of his vehicle, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the distance. Qing abruptly raised his gaze, peering through the blood-stained glass of the windshield. To his horror, he beheld a colossal beast emerging from the fissures of the distant fields. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, yet its size was several times that of an ordinary wolf, its body cloaked in black scales, and its eyes glimmering with a sanguine glow. As the monstrous wolf crawled forth from the crevice and spotted the throng of people on the highway, a frenzied, bloodthirsty excitement ignited within its gaze. With powerful hind legs, it leaped onto the road in mere strides, its claws effortlessly tearing apart the roof of a nearby vehicle, exposing the terrified passengers within. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Qing's expression hardened. He swiftly activated the vehicle, engaging reverse gear, and slammed into the rear of an SUV, sending it careening backward by more than half a meter. Creating a space, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. The freshly upgraded cargo truck, unencumbered by any negative status, responded instantaneously to Qing's commands. The rear wheels spun wildly, propelling the vehicle forward and leaving two trails of black smoke in its wake. It collided with the zombie that had been lying in front, crushing it beneath the truck. The sound of bones shattering echoed beneath. You have killed a low-level zombie and obtained a subpar longsword. Survival points 1. A notification flashed before him, but Qing had no time to dwell on it. He veered off the highway, driving the cargo truck into the grassy verge, fleeing for his life. He had recognized the horrifying creature not far away, the scaled demon wolf. Within the game, it was a formidable Tier 3 monster, an utterly terrifying entity for any survivor at this stage. His newly upgraded truck body would stand no chance against a single swipe from that beast. It would be shredded into pieces in an instant. You have killed a low-level zombie and obtained survival points 1. You have killed a normal zombie and obtained 5 liters of fuel. Survival points 1. Another 2 notifications appeared as the cargo truck smashed the skulls of 2 zombies feasting in the grass. The truck's reckless maneuvers had attracted the attention of nearby monsters, who began to converge upon the scene. Even the earlier violent crash had drawn the attention of the terrifying demon wolf, which lifted its head to investigate. A half-eaten thigh dangled from its jaws, crimson blood dripping incessantly to the ground. Qing dared not glance back, pressing the accelerator to its limits in a frantic bid to flee the scene. The exhaust pipe of the small van belched out thick black smoke, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power as it crushed through the grass. With a resounding thud, Qing collided with the approaching zombies, leaping over a ravine and surging onto the rural road below. Successfully evading the relentless pursuit of the undead, he sped away. Shaolin, hurry. Keep up with the vehicle ahead. In the off-road vehicle trailing Qing, Suing shouted urgently at the short-haired woman behind the wheel as she witnessed the small van divert the zombies down the highway. Oh, right. That guy crashed into our car and still thinks he can escape? Tang Lin, recovering from the shock of the collision, quickly responded, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She slammed the accelerator. The imposing all-terrain vehicle suddenly erupted with an unparalleled force of power. Following closely behind Qing, she sped down the highway, seizing the opportunity presented by the distracted horde. The off-road vehicle surged along the path cleared by the van, racing up the rural road in hot pursuit. Behind them, a sedan, having witnessed the successful escape of the 2 vehicles, hastily followed suit. However, as soon as the car revved to life, it crashed into a massive shadow, producing a deafening sound. The driver looked up to behold a fearsome, blood-dripping, scaled beast, a monstrous wolf. As a claw tore through the roof, sunlight streamed into the car, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness entirely. Observing Qing steering his vehicle into the fields, evading the treacherous main road, the other drivers quickly reacted, mimicking his actions and hastily directing their vehicles off the road, fearing to linger on the highway. In an instant, a chaotic scene unfolded, with fleeing crowds, bloodthirsty zombies, and wrecked cars strewn across the roadway. The pandemonium was overwhelming. Qing drove far from the chaos until the surroundings fell silent, allowing him to catch his breath as he nervously glanced in the rearview mirror. He saw the terrifying wolf blocking his escape route, relishing its gruesome feast. While the other scattered vehicles drew its attention, the wolf did not look in his direction, and Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. He discerned the direction and continued to accelerate, eager to distance himself from the horrifying creature. Sister Su, Where are we headed now? Tang Lin, now calm in her off-road vehicle, inquired. Momentarily stunned by the sudden collision with the van, she had thought the driver was attempting to flee the scene. Now, having escaped the main road and with the van no longer obstructing their path, she surveyed the highway's grim reality. The scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare, filled with ravenous monsters. In such dire circumstances, there was no time to dwell on trivial matters like the accident. Survival took precedence. She now yearned for a place where they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. Especially just now, an intriguing thought crossed her mind, suggesting a connection with the off-road vehicle. It was utterly bewildering. However, the bloodthirsty zombies and the monstrous wolves emerging from the depths made her acutely aware that this world had indeed transformed. Furthermore, just moments ago, a metallic storm had been swirling continuously around that very cargo truck. Once the tempest subsided, the previously dilapidated vehicle appeared as good as new. Witnessing this spectacle, combined with the vehicle information panel that had materialized before her, left Tang Lin's mind in a state of disarray. You witnessed the perilous situation earlier. The city is exceedingly dangerous now, and returning home is undoubtedly impossible. Let us first follow the cargo truck ahead and ascertain its destination. Suing suggested calmly after a moment of contemplation. Yes, let us trail behind it for now. Judging by the appearance of the truck, it seems to be headed for the countryside to deliver goods. The driver is surely familiar with the surrounding area. We shall follow him and find a safe place to regroup. Upon hearing Su Ying's words, Tang Lin nodded in immediate agreement. She pressed the accelerator, increasing her speed to closely trail the cargo truck ahead. She's a town, convenience supermarket. Su Qing navigated through winding country roads, bypassing several villages, until he finally arrived at his destination, the town supermarket where he was delivering goods that afternoon. He dared not venture onto the main road and could only meander along these less-traveled paths. Fortunately, the city where Su Qing resided was a remote small town, sparsely populated. The journey had been relatively smooth. Su Qing cautiously parked his vehicle in front of the supermarket at the edge of the town. Xiao Su, what brings you back? Missing your sister? The store owner, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, brightened at the sight of Su Qing's truck. She immediately stood up, glanced around, and smiled. Unfortunately, it's not the best timing. Your brother-in-law will be back shortly. But if you're in a hurry, you can park the truck outside the town, and I'll drive over to pick you up. The store owner had long admired the tall and handsome young man, having harbored a secret fondness for him. Despite dropping numerous hints, he remained oblivious. What prompted this sudden realization today? Just as the store owner was about to approach, she suddenly saw the cargo truck ahead accelerate sharply, hurtling directly toward her. She froze in place, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Chapter 4, Supermarket Crisis. Seizing supplies with a resounding crash, the delivery truck sped past the proprietress, colliding with a zombie that had just burst forth from the supermarket. The newly reinforced vehicle crushed the creature's skull with a sickening thud. You have killed a common zombie, earning 1 air conditioning filter and 1 survival point. What? The scene unfolding before her left the proprietress pale and trembling, her voice rising to a shriek. The foul, putrid blood of the undead splattered onto her pant leg. Never had she witnessed such a horror. Her spirit nearly fled in terror. This. Oh dear, Xiao Su, you've hit someone. I saw nothing. Just hurry and flee. The supermarket owner, still in shock, gazed at the motionless zombie on the ground. Once she regained her composure, she hastily urged, Lingjia. What are you saying? This is no mere human. He has transformed into a zombie, a monster. Did you not see it charge out from the supermarket? Intent on biting you? I just saved your life. Su Qing, holding the long knife that had fallen from the slain zombie, opened the car door. Just then, another figure bolted from the supermarket. It was a middle-aged man clad in work attire and a hard hat. He clutched a large bag in one hand while the other pressed against his bleeding neck. Upon spotting the fallen zombie, his eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth to speak but quickly fell silent at the sight of Su Qing brandishing the long knife. He hastily retreated, diving into a nearby van and speeding away. What the hell? That rascal hasn't he even paid. You little brat, I know where your construction site is. There's nowhere for you to hide. I'll be visiting your site shortly, just you wait. As she watched the van disappear into the distance, the proprietress finally reacted, unleashing a torrent of curses. Her unexpected outburst startled Su Qing, who cautiously surveyed the area, relieved to find no zombies in sight. If there were any nearby, they would have already emerged. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. Once he confirmed the area was safe, Su Qing stowed the long knife back into his backpack. Forget it. Lingjia, don't dwell on it. That man won't last long. Lingjia. I was halfway through my delivery when it suddenly struck me that today's order seems to have been mixed up. This batch was not intended for your store. And fearing complications, I hurried back. I'll take these supplies back with me and deliver them to you next time. Su Qing casually offered this explanation, disregarding whether the proprietress agreed or not. He opened the rear door and began transferring the goods from the truck. The items he was meant to deliver remained at the entrance of the supermarket, as the owner had not yet returned to organize them. This circumstance conveniently allowed him to reclaim the supplies. Mixed up? The proprietress cast a skeptical glance at Su Qing. In the afternoon, she had personally verified the goods with Su Qing, precisely as per her order. Su Qing had been delivering goods to her for several years without any incident. Moreover, the recently deceased person lay sprawled in front of the vehicle, yet Su Qing seemed utterly indifferent. In such a scenario, even a fool could discern that something was amiss. Xiao Su, speak to me honestly, is there something happening outside? I just witnessed the sky darken ominously, like the bottom of a pot, followed by fierce lightning and thunder. The scene nearly took my breath away. Additionally, an inexplicable voice in my mind spoke of survival, which I could not comprehend. And you claim that this person, who had just entered to make a purchase, is a zombie and that his death is of no concern. Be truthful with me. What on earth is transpiring? Do not attempt to deceive me, or I will refuse to allow you to move these goods. Su Qing, having moved just 2 items, noticed the anxious expression on the boss lady's face and did not conceal the truth. Sister Ling, the apocalypse has arrived. Those sounds you heard were indeed real. To be frank, my intention in moving these items is not due to a delivery error. Rather, I aim to stockpile food for myself. The city is inaccessible now, teeming with flesh-eating monsters. You should quickly secure the door and hide. If you doubt me, find a vehicle and place your hand upon it. You will ascertain the situation. Without waiting for Sister Ling's belief, Su Qing continued to load the items onto the vehicle. Ling Jia, though somewhat skeptical of Su Qing's words, had known him for several years and understood his character well enough to trust him. He was not one to indulge in fanciful tales or jokes. The ominous black pillar of light she had seen earlier was undeniably strange and terrifying. After a moment's contemplation, she approached the delivery van and placed her hand upon it. Detection of survivor contact with the vehicle. Would you like to bind? The sudden information in her mind startled Ling Jia, leading her to finally trust Su Qing's words. After gritting her teeth and choosing to bind, she stood frozen in place for a while, then disregarded Su Qing, who was still busy loading goods, and dashed into the supermarket to begin packing food and drinks from the counter. Just then, as Su Qing and Ling Jia frantically gathered supplies in the supermarket, Su Ying and her companion arrived in an off-road vehicle. They observed Su Qing's actions from a distance and quickly realized the urgency of the situation. With monsters rampant outside and threats looming, the difficulty of procuring food in the future would increase exponentially. Taking advantage of the current moment before the monsters arrived, they needed to stockpile supplies quickly. Moreover, having just disembarked from their flight, they had yet to eat dinner after their midday work meal and were beginning to feel hungry. Su Ying drove the car to the supermarket entrance, and together they rushed inside. Hey, what are you doing? Today, the supermarket remains closed. You should hurry and leave. Sister Ling, busy packing items inside the store, looked up to see Su Ying and her companion entering. Sister, the streets outside are teeming with monsters, and we have nowhere to go. Besides, there is no food in our vehicle. Please, sell us something. We'll pay double, Su Ying urgently pleaded. Hearing Su Ying's words, Sister Ling hesitated momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. Sigh, make haste. I'll be closing soon. With the proprietor's consent, the two quickly began selecting items. Inside and outside the supermarket, the 4 of them were occupied with their tasks. Before long, every morsel of food and drink from the shelves had been transferred into the waiting vehicles outside, filling them to the brim. After Su Ying completed the payment, Sister Ling cast a glance at the now desolate supermarket and pulled down the rolling shutter. Following the recent scavenging, the group had become somewhat familiar with one another. Where do you plan to go? Sister Ling inquired, securing the shutter and turning to the others. Su Ying and her companion exchanged bewildered looks upon hearing Sister Ling's question. They had just returned from the airport and encountered this chaos on their way home, initially intending to check on their residence. The situation in the city now seemed akin to courting disaster. Yet, outside of returning home, they were utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings and had no idea where to go. Well, I think I'll head to the gas station. The car is nearly out of fuel. Are you coming, Sister Ling? Su Qing pondered briefly before asking. I want to be joining. My van was filled with gas just yesterday. I prefer to stay home and wait for your brother-in-law. He went to the village to deliver goods today, and I'm unsure if he'll return, Sister Ling replied, her expression reflecting the grim realities unfolding in the city. All right then, let us exchange contact information. If anything arises, remember to reach out to me. Su Qing did not press further. Utilizing the vehicle's information panel, she sent a friend request to Sister Ling aware of the dire circumstances outside, yet still allowing him to load goods. Sister Ling had indeed rendered him a significant favor, leaving Su Qing feeling grateful. After adding Sister Ling as a contact, Su Qing opened the door to her vehicle, driving away in the fully loaded truck. "Ladies, I wish you good fortune," Sister Ling said, watching the departing vehicle before bidding farewell to Su Ying and her friend. She then maneuvered her van into the supermarket's rear yard and securely locked the door. Chapter 5. Arrival at the gas station. Watching the two departing figures, Su Ying and Tang Lin were somewhat bewildered. How could they just leave? Given the current perilous circumstances outside, wouldn't it be wiser to remain united for safety? Tang Lin felt a sense of frustration. The man driving the van clearly viewed them as encumbrances and had no intention of offering them a ride. After all, two stunning women in flight attendant uniforms standing together would surely prompt any reasonable man to inquire about their situation. Moreover, I had yet to address the incident of him colliding with my vehicle, resulting in a loss of 5 durability points. Yet, this man acted as though nothing had transpired, departing without uttering a single word of apology. What shall we do now, Ingjia? Though Tang Lin felt a twinge of annoyance, she understood that now was not the time for a tantrum. They had attempted to contact their families earlier, but could not get through, despite the urgency gnawing at them. They were powerless in this moment. "Shaolin, how much fuel do you have left in your car?" Su Ying pondered before asking. Probably just over half a tank," Tang Lin replied, hastily turning to check in her vehicle. Although the van driver was unwilling to engage with them, his assessment was not entirely incorrect. Their only reliance at this juncture was on the off-road vehicle. If it ran out of fuel, they would be in dire straits. Thus, it was imperative to refuel the car whenever possible. "Let us head to the gas station," Su Ying decided after a moment's contemplation, before nightfall. Eventually, Su Qing maneuvered his vehicle to a gas station located along the highway in the southwestern direction of the town. He chose this particular station due to its remoteness from nearby villages and its considerable distance from the city, which rendered it relatively sparsely populated. As he traveled, he noted the absence of any rifts to other realms on the ground, suggesting that this location should remain safe for the time being, with little chance of monsters appearing here. Without turning on his headlights, he parked the vehicle beside the gas station's exit just before darkness enveloped the area. The expanse of the location afforded him a direct route onto the adjacent main road, allowing for a swift escape should danger arise. Once the vehicle was secured, Su Qing switched off the engine, sat back in his seat, and retrieved a bottle of water and some bread from the passenger seat. As he tore open the packaging, he munched on his snack while observing the surroundings through the window. The gas station was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of disturbance. However, at this hour, the light should have been illuminated, yet darkness prevailed. Su Qing noted that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had scarcely seen any vehicles on the road. It appeared that most people had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Many remained trapped within buildings, deprived of the opportunity to venture outside, leaving them unable to access vehicles. Even those who had managed to bind their vehicles were likely hesitant to drive aimlessly without understanding the circumstances. Inaction seemed the wiser course. The moving target is more likely to capture the attention of monsters. After having dinner in the car, Su Qing finally found the time to examine his attribute panel. Su Qing, talent, infinite synthesis, unique to the creator myth. Level, 1 health, 1000, skills, none survival points. 4. Bound vehicle, sturdy van, white. Beneath the personal attribute panel, options such as skills, trade, backpack, crafting, friends, and chat are displayed. The overall interface bears an almost identical resemblance to the Doomsday vehicle survival game that Su Qing had played. He opened the backpack, which contained a long knife and an air conditioning filter. The 5 liters of fuel obtained from the defeated zombies appeared to have been directly added to the vehicle's fuel tank, as they were not found in the item inventory. Inferior long knife, grade, gray, item attribute, attack 10, description. This is a long knife lacking maintenance and made from coarse materials. Excessive use poses a risk of breakage. Upon inspecting the long knife's attributes, Su Qing found it to be predictably subpar. After all, the zombies he had run over were merely the lowest tier ordinary monsters. Their attacks were insufficient to even dent the white-grade vehicle's shell. For such creatures to yield items was merely a stroke of luck. One could hardly expect quality. Su Qing then examined the air conditioning filter in his backpack. Coarse air conditioning filter, grade, white, item type, purification module auxiliary material, description. This filter can purify dust and smog when installed in a purification module. It can enhance the air quality within the vehicle. Su Qing accessed the vehicle panel and installed the filter in the van's air conditioning module. Whether it was psychological or not, he immediately felt the air inside the vehicle had become significantly fresher, devoid of that acrid dustiness. After reviewing the backpack space, Su Qing opened the chat channel. He wanted to ascertain how many people had bound their vehicles, as only vehicle owners could access this chat interface. 5,336 10,000. The night had fallen. Where had you all hidden? I've parked my car under the bridge, and there is nothing around, perfectly safe and quite pleasant. I'm still trapped in an underground garage. What is the situation outside? Can I drive out? Where are you planning to rush off to at night? The outside is swarming with zombies and monsters. It's better to wait until dawn. Brothers, I'm being besieged by zombies. The vehicle's durability is steadily declining, and the glass seems like it might not hold up much longer. Any good suggestions? Perhaps you could apply some cumin on yourself to change the zombies' taste. I'm so hungry. I woke up ready to drive out in search of food, but now I'm stuck in traffic, trapped in the car. Having not eaten all day, I am driving to the supermarket for shopping, and I am about to return home to prepare a meal. Thankfully, there are some provisions in the car that should suffice for 2 days. However, the vegetables and meat cannot be processed and must be consumed raw, which is somewhat unpalatable. In my encounters with the undead, I discovered that they drop food items. Today, I collided with a zombie and obtained a packet of instant noodles. If hunger becomes unbearable, I would suggest driving out and crashing into more zombies. What core features do your vehicles possess? The vehicle I have bonded with possesses a stealth ability, allowing it to enter an invisible state for a limited duration, which I find quite advantageous. My vehicle's characteristic is high-speed propulsion, enabling a 200 increase in travel speed, albeit with a time constraint. It also features reinforced armor, enhancing defense by 200, though at the cost of a 30 reduction in speed. Where did you discover these details? Why do I not have them? Chapter 6, Vehicle Upgrades and New Abilities. Observing the chat channel. The number of participants had surpassed 5,000. This indicated that at least half of the individuals in his vicinity had bound vehicles. After all, binding a vehicle eliminated the need for a key. Any unclaimed vehicle could be bound simply by physical contact. Along the roadside, in underground garages and parking lots, numerous unattended vehicles awaited. Except for remote areas, most city dwellers, if they dared to venture outside, would likely encounter a vehicle. Furthermore, from the discussions in the chat, it was evident that the community exhibited commendable adaptability, having shifted their mindset to proactively seek solutions. Regarding core attributes, only vehicles with a core of white quality or higher possessed them, while those with gray cores lacked any distinguishing characteristics. After observing the chat for a while, Su Qing closed the panel and glanced at several vehicles parked at the gas station. He resolved to take advantage of the current absence of people at the gas station to approach those vehicles and see if he could further enhance the quality of his vehicle's core. Today, he had witnessed the emergence of third-tier monsters near the city, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. Su Qing felt it imperative to elevate his vehicle's core to a blue excellence level to ensure a semblance of defense. After all, the sight of the monstrous wolf effortlessly tearing through the vehicle's exterior during the day left him feeling profoundly insecure. Spending the night within this white-quality van offered little peace of mind. Cautiously, Su Qing drove the van toward a large truck situated not far from the exit. Inside the vehicle, he activated his synthesis ability and focused on the adjacent truck. Medium cargo truck, vehicle core, white ordinary level, core attributes, powerful engine, vehicle level, level 1, weapon modules, none, vehicle durability, 589-600, max load, 3,000 kilograms. Max speed, 120 kilometers h, powerful engine, white to enhance the truck's power. This vehicle is equipped with a more advanced high-power engine, power 50. Fuel consumption 10. Description: this is a medium-sized basic vehicle, boasting substantial load capacity, capable of accommodating small to medium weapon modules. Seeing the information regarding this truck brightened Su Qing's spirits considerably. He had not anticipated that the first vehicle he encountered would possess a white quality. Moreover, the vehicle's attributes were indeed impressive. Synthesis of vehicle core. Through the glass, Su Qing observed the floating white vehicle core atop the truck's driver's seat and promptly selected the option to synthesize. Detecting an unclaimed white vehicle core, commencing synthesis. Upon completing his selection, the truck parked beside him rapidly disassembled in the darkness, transforming into swirling metallic powder that danced in the air. The powder encircled his van, seamlessly integrating into it. The vehicle core, just as it had moments before on the highway, floated out from the truck's cabin and, passing through the glass, merged directly with Su Qing's being, until the adjacent truck completely vanished, leaving only a scatter of goods behind. The fusion of the two vehicles was finally accomplished. The vehicle core had successfully evolved, advancing to a medium cargo truck of a verdant hue. The durability of the vehicle was elevated to 3,000, with a loading capacity enhanced to 8,000 kilograms and a maximum speed of 150 kilometers h. The newly transformed and significantly enlarged cab filled Su Qing with elation. Following the amalgamation of the two vehicles, the entire cargo truck had undergone a profound transformation. The broad tires outside were now enveloped by the extended, enclosed body, which had nearly consumed them entirely. The truck's dimensions had at least doubled, and its exterior shell had been entirely replaced with metallic materials. Even the glass of the cab was shielded by a layer of metallic mesh for protection. Most notably, the rear compartment had seamlessly fused with the cab, eliminating any separation and creating an integrated space. In the future, retrieving items from the rear compartment would no longer necessitate exiting the vehicle. One could simply traverse directly from the cab. Moreover, Qing could now repose in the spacious rear compartment, free from the confines of the cramped cab. He rapped his knuckles against the exterior shell, relishing the robust metallic texture. Indeed, it had become considerably more substantial. Under the enhancement of the green vehicle core, the truck's defensive capabilities had more than doubled. Furthermore, upon upgrading the vehicle core to green quality, Qing's vehicle attributes had also been enhanced. Mechanical control. Greenness grants the ability to command up to 3 unclaimed mechanical creations with a tier not exceeding that of the primary vehicle core, within an effective range of 300 meters. Not only that, but after integrating the core of the large truck, a new vehicle attribute had been added to Qing's vehicle core. He now possessed 3 attributes: mechanical control, green; sturdy body, white; and efficient engine, white. Gazing at his newly minted vehicle, reminiscent of an armored truck, Qing finally felt a semblance of safety, at least during the night. He need not fret about the vehicle being suddenly torn apart by monsters. By this time, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the twinkling stars illuminating the night. The gas station lay shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of any light. After upgrading the vehicle core to green quality, Qing could finally sleep soundly in the vehicle. At the very least, if that terrifying demonic wolf were to launch a midnight assault here, the vehicle's current defensive attributes would afford him a fighting chance, providing him with time to escape. As for the slow, feeble zombies, they would scarcely breach the defenses of this vehicle, unless they amassed in overwhelming numbers, trapping him within. Otherwise, there was little to fear. Observing the inky blackness outside, Qing relinquished any thoughts of further enhancing the vehicle core. He reclined in the cab, soon succumbing to a state of half-sleep. Ingjia, this should be the place. Outside the gas station, Tang Lin slowly maneuvered the vehicle inside, despite the encroaching darkness. Yet they dared not turn on the lights, relying solely on the faint glimmer of starlight to park the vehicle within the station. Suing scrutinized her surroundings and nodded. Shaolin, let us park the car over there and rest for the night. The obscurity outside rendered visibility nearly impossible, making it exceedingly perilous to venture out recklessly. Suing gestured towards the structure adjacent to the gas station, indicating that Tang Lin should maneuver the car close to the wall. This way, they could minimize their exposure while resting. Furthermore, even if they needed to disembark for a moment, the wall would provide some measure of safety. After all, the outside world was rife with man-eating creatures. In the dead of night, should a zombie unexpectedly emerge and launch an attack, it could prove fatal. Thus, caution was paramount. Chapter 7. The Blue Grade. Simplified Repair Module. Su Ying and Tang Lin had absorbed a considerable amount of information from the broadcasts during their journey, gaining some insight into the dangers that lurked outside. All right, Ingjia. Tang Lin obediently steered the vehicle to the edge of the wall and turned off the engine. The back seat was piled high with food and beverages, leaving the two of them to rest in their seats. Ingjia, do you think we might have taken a wrong turn? I don't see that young man's vehicle anywhere around here. Moreover, the gas station hasn't even turned on its lights. Could it have been abandoned long ago? Tang Lin surveyed the surroundings. In the darkness, several vehicles could be discerned parked at the gas station, yet none resembled the small cargo van they were familiar with. Perhaps he has already left, Suing mused. I checked the navigation, and this is indeed the only gas station in the direction of Shiza town. It cannot be mistaken. Let us forget about him for now. We should focus on our own situation. Let us rest well and reassess tomorrow, Suing said, glancing out the window. The gas station was enveloped in an unsettling silence, which stirred a sense of unease within her. However, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings and had no better options, so they had to remain there for the time being. They would have to wait until dawn to continue their journey. Tang Lin had no objections. With a newfound curiosity, she opened her attribute panel to explore the new abilities acquired after binding their vehicle. The night passed without conversation. As dawn broke, Qing was already awake. In the middle of the night, he had reorganized the contents of the cargo van, layering the boxes of drinks neatly beneath and creating a makeshift bed. Lying flat on it provided him with considerable comfort, allowing for a restful sleep. As he had anticipated, the gas station was indeed situated in a sufficiently remote location. Coupled with the rampant presence of zombies, few dared to venture out in their vehicles at night, resulting in a peaceful night devoid of disturbances. He retrieved a bag of bread and milk from the back, casually consuming them as breakfast. Qing cautiously observed the outside world through the glass. He was preparing to utilize his synthesis ability to elevate the core grade of their vehicle. In the game, the vehicle core was akin to the vehicle's qualifications. The lowest grade was gray, while the highest was gold. The hierarchy, from lowest to highest, was gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, comprising a total of 7 grades. At present, Qing's vehicle core had only just reached the green quality, categorizing it as relatively ordinary with no significant advantages. 5 vehicles remained parked within the gas station. Soon, Qing spotted an off-road vehicle hiding in the corner by the wall. He felt no surprise at the arrival of the 2 women. After all, the situation outside remained uncertain. In the direction away from the city, the nearest refuge offering safety and fuel replenishment was indeed this gas station. If they intended to refuel their vehicle, this was their only option. Otherwise, one could either continue heading southwest or risk approaching the city teeming with zombies, searching for a gas station on its outskirts. The sky outside had brightened considerably. Qing, utilizing his synthesis talent, cast his gaze upon a nearby utility pickup truck. Roadside assistance pickup. Vehicle core, green quality. Vehicle trait, mechanical repair. Level 1, weapon module. None, loading module. Basic repair module, green quality. Durability, 1,800 2,000. Maximum load, 3,000 kilograms. Maximum speed, 120 kilometers h. Description, a vehicle with repair capabilities, capable of restoring durability and addressing minor malfunctions. Beholding the yellow pickup, equipped with a small hoist and an air compressor in its bed, Qing was filled with excitement. A vehicle endowed with repair capabilities was akin to a healing class in a game, an exceedingly rare ability. With this capability, the vehicle's endurance in combat would be significantly enhanced. Synthesis vehicle core. Eagerly, Qing employed his synthesis talent on the pickup truck. Detected an unclaimed green quality vehicle core, commencing synthesis. Vehicle core synthesis successful. Upgraded to blue exceptional quality, large cargo truck. Vehicle durability increased to 6,000, load capacity enhanced to 15,000 kilograms, maximum speed raised to 180 kilometers h. Acquired new vehicle trait, mechanical repair, green. Acquired vehicle module, basic repair module, green. Upon successfully merging the pickup truck's vehicle core, Qing's large truck now appeared even more formidable. Furthermore, a basic hoisting frame and an air compressor had been added beneath the rear of the truck. Qing reviewed the vehicle's attributes, recognizing that this was the recently obtained basic repair module, now integrated into his large truck. Basic repair module, green. A platform equipped with basic repair tools, capable of addressing common mechanical failures and restoring vehicle durability. Including this basic repair module, Qing's vehicle now boasted 3 modules, alongside 2 others: old air conditioning module, white, and inferior signal reception module, gray. Moreover, after synthesizing the vehicle core to the blue tier, the truck's durability was elevated to 6,000 points, coupled with the vehicle trait, sturdy frame, white, which provided an additional 500 points. The total durability now reached an impressive 6,500 points. With such high durability, even if surrounded by low-tier zombies, they would be incapable of breaching the truck's defenses. Observing the splendid new vehicle statistics, Qing felt a profound sense of security. Furthermore, following the vehicle's upgrade, the interior of the truck had been expanded once more. The cargo compartment, previously full, now appeared spacious again. Taking his seat in the driver's position, Qing started the engine, preparing to fill the truck's fuel tank to capacity. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of his arrival here. A day had now passed. Those who had taken refuge within the confines of the buildings should have come to understand the unfolding events outside. It was likely that everyone would attempt to escape the structures today, seeking and securing their vehicles. Relying on the capabilities of these vehicles, they would endeavor to flee the increasingly perilous city. This small gas station would soon be inundated with a multitude of individuals. Thus, time was of the essence for Qing. He needed to hastily fill the fuel tank of his truck and depart from this location, lest he become ensnared in the congested traffic. Qing adjusted the vehicle's direction, preparing to approach the fuel pump. Through the glass of the cab, he caught a glimpse of a flicker of blue light within the service area. Was that a supply crate? Qing scrutinized the light, finally discerning its true nature. After a day of wandering, this was his first sighting of a crate in the open, and moreover, it was a blue-quality supply crate. Fortune seemed to favor him this morning. However, he was reluctant to enter the service area directly. He had sensed an eerie atmosphere there the previous night. The attendant, who should have been on duty at the gas station, had not emerged all night. The entire station was unnaturally silent, with even the lights extinguished. This indicated that the staff had either succumbed to zombification or had fallen victim to a monstrous assault. Regardless of the scenario, it suggested one undeniable truth. There was certainly danger lurking within the service area. Should he venture in alone? He risked not only missing the crate, but also potentially losing his own life. Chapter 8. The Zombie Chief. A combined assault. Su Qing surveyed his surroundings and, noticing the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass doors of the reception area, devised a plan. He maneuvered the truck to face the glass entrance. With a resounding crash, the sturdy rear of the truck forcefully breached the entrance, propelled by an immense kinetic energy that surged into the room. Shattered glass and debris littered the ground. The thunderous noise attracted two hidden zombies inside, who lunged forward in a frenzy. The truck's powerful engine roared as Su Qing swiftly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle rapidly away from the reception area, leaving behind the gaping doorway. The zombies followed closely behind. However, the truck, having just departed, suddenly halted outside and began to reverse. The broad, robust tires left dark marks on the ground as thick black smoke billowed. With a fierce momentum, the truck charged back. The two zombies, having just trampled over the scattered shards, were caught off guard as they were crushed beneath the returning vehicle, ensnared beneath its wheels. Kill. Level 1 Ordinary Zombie. Rewarded with 5 liters of fuel, gained 1 survival point. Kill. Level 1 Low-Tier Zombie. Rewarded with a piece of hard bread. Gained 1 survival point. Upon receiving the notifications of his kills, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from the roof of the truck, followed by the shrill sound of a blade scraping against metal. Su Qing instantly recognized the precarious situation he was in. He hastily attempted to drive away from the reception area, only to find an enormous, grotesquely deformed zombie agilely climbing onto the front of the vehicle. It hung upside down from the top of the cab, peering through the glass at Su Qing. The ghastly visage of the creature startled him. The zombie bared its sharp teeth and let out a chilling roar. With a resounding thud, its spiked claws slammed against the glass, creating cracks upon impact. The durability of the truck plummeted by over 500 points. What in the world is this? Su Qing gasped at the damage inflicted by the creature. He quickly pressed the accelerator, attempting to escape the zombie's onslaught. Yet, the large vehicle, confined within the narrow space of the gas station, lacked the agility to outmaneuver a zombie, especially one that had already evolved into a higher-tier variant. Strong Zombie Chief. Talent Grade. Blue. Level 3. Health Points. 1500. Attack. 450. Skill. Leap Assault. Description. This is a zombie chief that has crawled forth from an underground realm. Vastly different in combat prowess from the low-tier zombies mutated by the miasma in the area. The truck, which had surged forward, suddenly came to a screeching halt, causing the zombie chief to be flung to the ground. Su Qing finally got a clear glimpse of the creature's appearance and its attribute information. Its hind legs were exceedingly robust, while its forelimbs bore razor-sharp claws. The creature's head was adorned with decaying flesh, featuring a pair of bulging eyes on the verge of bursting. From a distance, its grotesque form resembled that of a toad. A mere glance at this abominable zombie nearly caused Su Qing to expel the meager meal he had consumed that morning. Although he relished playing survival games set in apocalyptic worlds and had encountered various monstrosities within those realms, witnessing such repugnant entities up close in reality was an overwhelming visual shock that he could hardly endure. After integrating with the core of the vehicle, Su Qing's exceptional driving prowess enabled him to maneuver the vehicle within the confined space, realigning it to face the zombie leader that had crawled to the front of the showroom. Shifting into reverse, he pressed the accelerator with fervor. The vehicle's core, characterized by a powerful engine, bestowed remarkable acceleration upon the massive truck. With unprecedented force, it struck the zombie leader with great intensity. However, the zombie leader had previously observed Su Qing employ this tactic to eliminate 2 of its minions, and its bulging eyes revealed a sense of disdain. As the sturdy rear of the truck approached, the zombie leader crouched, gathering strength before agilely leaping aside. Just as it seemed poised to evade the oncoming truck, a car that had suddenly activated and sped forward collided with it, sending the creature crashing back into its original position. In that instant, the zombie found itself beneath the colossal truck, crushed beneath its weight. Witnessing the success of his ambush brought a sigh of relief from Su Qing. The car that had launched the surprise attack was operated through the unique properties of his primary vehicle, mechanical control. Without this ability, the agility of the zombie leader would have rendered the massive truck incapable of striking it. Auxiliary vehicles were essential for such a maneuver. Fortunately, the zombie remained oblivious to Su Qing's capabilities, allowing him to achieve his objective through an unexpected assault. This was the drawback of not equipping weapon modules. He could only rely on the vehicle's power to inflict damage. Had Su Qing installed a weapon module system on his truck, dealing with the zombie leader would have been considerably simpler. he would merely activate the weapon system and directly bombard it. After a brief pause, the anticipated notification of the monster's demise did not arrive. Su Qing sensed something was amiss. He hastily shifted gears, attempting to maneuver the truck back and forth, repeatedly crushing the ensnared zombie beneath it. A resounding explosion erupted, violently shaking the cabin. Su Qing turned to observe just as his controlled vehicle was shattered by the zombie leader, which had lost one of its forklaws. The explosion propelled the zombie leader into the air, where it landed before an all-terrain vehicle concealed around the corner. Through the windshield, two exceptionally beautiful women gazed in terror at the approaching monstrosity, their expressions reflecting their sudden awareness of new prey. The undead leader, having been knocked to the ground, swiftly shifted its predatory focus. Its body launched itself like a cannonball, hurtling towards the off-road vehicle cowering against the wall. Su Qing, catching sight of the unfolding chaos in the rearview mirror, hurriedly reversed the truck, aiming to collide with the fallen zombie. Yet, he found himself powerless. The sheer size of his vehicle rendered it incapable of accelerating quickly enough over such a short distance to catch the agile zombie. The airborne zombie leader, spotting its quarry through the glass, exhibited a bloodthirsty ferocity in its gaze. It envisioned itself tearing through the metal canister with its razor-sharp claws, savoring the delectable contents within. However, it was unprepared for the off-road vehicle, which was supposed to remain docile, to suddenly roar to life with a thunderous engine growl. The vehicle surged forward with astonishing speed, exhibiting a maneuverability that surpassed that of Su Qing's truck, and collided forcefully with the advancing zombie leader. The airborne creature was sent sprawling to the ground, only to be crushed beneath the massive rear wheels of Su Qing's reversing truck. This time, the zombie leader was caught off guard, meeting its demise under the weight of the truck's formidable tires. A chilling cacophony of bones shattering filled the air. Zombie leader level 3 defeated, awarded 1 piece of superalloy armor, gained 3 survival points. Upon receiving the news of the kill, Su Qing hastily released the accelerator and pressed the brake, attempting to halt the vehicle. Nevertheless, the truck's immense momentum propelled it backward several meters. A resounding crash echoed as the off-road vehicle, unable to evade in time, collided once more with the truck's rear. Inside the off-road vehicle, Tang Lin and Su Ying gazed in despair at the enormous truck barreling toward them. Chapter 9. Weapon Module. Crossbow Arrow Launching Platform. Fortunately, this off-road vehicle is remarkably robust and sturdy. Despite the violent impact, the vehicle exhibited no signs of deformation whatsoever. It was merely pushed back to its original position by the imposing truck, becoming wedged beneath the wall once more. It was not until the vehicle came to a complete halt that the two occupants finally relaxed. Upon witnessing the monster's advance, the impulsive Tang Lin had acted without hesitation, driving straight into the fray. Having just escaped a life-threatening situation, her heart was now awash with fear and trepidation. The two young women remained silent, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause to collect himself and ascertain that no further monsters were imminent, Su Qing opened the car door and exited the driver's seat. He glanced at the rear of the off-road vehicle, noting that it had sustained minimal damage before he ventured into the business hall. The room was modest in size, and the front doors and windows had been reduced to an open-air structure due to the truck's collision, rendering the interior exceptionally bright and visible. Su Qing, wielding a long knife, surveyed the area to ensure no creatures lurked within. He cautiously approached the cashier's desk and pried open the blue treasure chest before him. Opening blue material treasure chest, acquired weapon module, crossbow arrow launching platform, blue weapon module, capable of consuming energy to launch crossbow arrows, attacking nearby enemies. Firing frequency, 1 shot second. In this apocalyptic vehicle survival game, the most crucial component is the onboard weapon system. Su Qing had previously relied solely on ramming zombies with his vehicle due to the absence of such weaponry. Now, equipped with this weapon module, he could utilize it to hunt monsters and elevate his own level. With excitement, Su Qing examined the crossbow arrow launching platform nestled within his backpack and promptly loaded it onto the truck at the entrance. Loading weapon module. After assessing the truck's exterior, Su Qing decided to install the crossbow arrow launching platform at the very center of the roof, ensuring coverage of all surrounding areas with minimal blind spots. The sight of the futuristic launching platform atop the vehicle, glimmering with the cold light of the arrow tips, filled him with a profound sense of security. With the protection of the onboard weaponry, he could exit the vehicle without undue concern for his safety as long as he remained within the weapon's attack range. He could remotely control it to engage any approaching monsters. Once the treasure chest was fully opened, Su Qing accessed his backpack space, discovering a metallic plate dropped by a zombie chief. Alloy armor, blue vehicle modification component, exceptionally hard alloy armor, increases vehicle durability by 300, power by 10. Upon reviewing the properties of the armor plate, Su Qing opted to install it at the front of the driver's cabin. After the installation was complete, a massive metallic shield was affixed to the front of the vehicle. The thick, protruding angled design imbued the heavy truck with an imposing presence. The vehicle's durability surged to an impressive 18,500 points, transforming it into a veritable iron fortress, rivaling even the most formidable armored vehicles. With the vehicle upgraded to blue quality, the interior of the truck's cargo area appeared much more spacious. Inside the service hall, snacks and beverages were also being sold. With a considerable stockpile of supplies, it was the perfect opportunity to scavenge once more. With the protection of crossbow arrows, Su Qing confidently sheathed his long knife and began to transport the goods from the shelves. He even packed toilet paper to take along. Regardless of its utility, everything was loaded into the vehicle. After the upgrade, the interior space of the truck was more than sufficient. As Su Qing surveyed the now empty room, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the storeroom of the convenience store swung open, and a figure tumbled out. The dull thud of the fall startled Su Qing. Huh? Oh dear. Sugu? A girl lay prostrate on the ground, her hand pressed against her forehead where it had struck the floor. She widened her eyes and, upon seeing Su Qing, exclaimed in delight. Su Qing immediately recognized the person sprawled on the floor. It was Xiaowan, the cashier of this gas station, a sweet-looking girl with a curvaceous figure. To save a little money, Su Qing often came here for gas, as it was a private station in a secluded area with lower prices. Having visited frequently, he had naturally become familiar with the cashier and Xiaowan. Upon recognizing the person on the ground, Su Qing sheathed his knife. Sugu? It really is you. Whoa. Seeing a familiar face, especially amidst the sight of the two zombies that had been crushed to pulp outside, and Xiaowan was overwhelmed with relief and began to cry pitifully. If not for the crumbs of cookie scattered about her mouth, her appearance might have seemed even more pitiable. Just yesterday, while alone in the service hall, the lights had suddenly gone out. Then, a colleague who was fueling outside was pounced upon and bitten to death by a monstrous truck driver. Witnessing this horrifying scene, and Xiaowan had screamed in terror and thought only of escaping. However, her cries had attracted the attention of the creature outside. Seeing the monster approach the service hall, she had no choice but to hide in the storeroom, locking herself inside. Just before closing the door, she had seen an even larger monster leap down from the roof. In the cramped, dark storeroom, she had spent the night in fear, having forgotten her phone and too frightened to venture out. Upon hearing the sound of a vehicle and feeling the building shake, she sensed someone had arrived, prompting her to risk a peek at the door. Unfortunately, she accidentally pushed the loose, damaged door open and tumbled out. Listening to Xiaowan's explanation and recalling the information about the zombie leader he had seen earlier, Su Qing realized that there must be a rift to another world nearby. Sensing the impending danger, he was eager to depart. What do you mean by this? Just as Su Qing was about to turn and enter the vehicle, he noticed two girls in flight attendant uniforms squeezing in from the side of the truck. One of the short-haired girls spotted Su Qing and exclaimed loudly, "You've blocked our vehicle at the back. Can't you move it a little? How can we get out if you don't leave? Moreover, you crashed into our car and didn't even bother to apologize? What kind of person are you?" The short-haired girl's words were abruptly cut off as the mature-looking girl beside her pulled her back. Confused, she turned to look. Following the direction of the other girl's gaze, she spotted the crossbow platform on top of the truck, aimed directly at them, with glimmering, sharp crossbow bolts. Tang Lin, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly closed her mouth. After a night of revelations, they had come to realize that the outside world had descended into chaos. Resembling an apocalyptic scenario, it was utter pandemonium. In such an environment, the death of one or two individuals would hardly warrant investigation, as death lurked everywhere, with monsters ravaging the human realm. Noticing their silence, Su Qing glanced at them before entering the driver's cabin. "Are you coming or not?" she inquired, spotting Xiaowan still frozen in place. Oh. At the sound of Su Qing's question, Xiaowan quickly stood up, clutching the half-finished bag of cookies, and climbed into the towering driver's seat. So, the outside has truly become a wasteland? There are monsters like the one we encountered earlier roaming everywhere, and even more terrifying creatures than zombies? Inside the cabin, as Su Qing refueled the truck, and Xiaowan munched on bread, her eyes widening in fear at Su Qing's account. Yet, the events of the previous day compelled her to accept Su Qing's words, as the flesh-eating zombies were beyond explanation otherwise. "What are your plans?" Su Qing asked, observing that Xiaowan had finished her meal. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only recently begun, and the gas station still had power. The fuel pumps were operational. Otherwise, refueling the truck would have posed a significant challenge. I want to go home and check on things. I tried calling, but no one answered. I need to see what has happened to my family." And Xiaowan replied after a moment of contemplation. "That sounds reasonable. Find a vehicle outside and gather some supplies from the truck, Qing advised. Good luck. With the tank full, she jumped down from the driver's seat, stowed the fuel nozzle, and closed the gas cap, preparing to look for another vehicle to continue crafting the core for their transport. As time passed, the fissures in the ground widened and multiplied, and the monsters lurking outside would only increase. Furthermore, according to the game's lore, there were secret realms and monster lords in the wilderness. Although this truck had reached a blue excellence level, it still felt insufficient for the challenges ahead. Chapter 10. Advanced Purple Vehicles, Symbiotic Traits. Su Gu. Aren't you coming with me? And Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback by Qing's words. She had assumed that Qing was inquiring about her plans in order to escort her home. Instead, he was suggesting that she find her own means of transportation. How could she dare to do that? The zombie from yesterday had terrified her immensely. If she ventured out alone and encountered those undead creatures, she doubted she would even be able to flee. And Xiaowan had a clear understanding of her own capabilities. I shall not go. My vehicle is of too low a rank. It can only operate on the outskirts of the city and cannot approach the urban area at all. Furthermore, I escaped from the city yesterday, where a third-tier magic wolf lurked. Its claws could effortlessly tear through the vehicle's body, a truly terrifying prospect. Going back now would be tantamount to seeking death. If you wish to return, I shall not accompany you. As Qing spoke, he maneuvered his vehicle beside a large bus at the gas station. In this station, there were abandoned vehicles, including this bus, a fuel tanker, and a pickup truck designated for road rescue. Large passenger bus, vehicle core, blue excellence level, core ability, symbiotic traits, vehicle level, level 1, weapon module, none, defense durability, 2000, maximum load, 12 tons, maximum speed, 180 kilometers h, symbiotic traits, blue by accommodating passengers. One can gain control of their vehicles and absorb their traits for each passenger taken in. The vehicle's attributes increase by 10, with a cap of 100. Description: this is a tourist bus, equipped with sleeping berths instead of seats, making it ideal for transporting passengers. Upon observing the information regarding the bus, Qing felt that this gas station was indeed a fortuitous place for him. Within this modest parking lot, he had encountered two high-grade vehicles, a green-quality pickup truck and this blue-quality bus. Composite vehicle core, Qing promptly employed his synthesis talent on the bus. He realized that the symbiotic traits, vehicle ability complemented his own core ability, mechanical control, splendidly. The synergy of these two abilities would enable him to assemble a combat squad entirely under his command in the apocalypse. In perilous battles, he could deploy the unmanned mechanical constructs under his control first. Conversely, in environments requiring agile human operation, his passenger crew could take charge. Through these passengers, he could muster at least a 10-member combat team. Moreover, in critical moments, he could seize control of all vehicles independently, orchestrating the combat operations single-handedly. Just as Qing was merging with the vehicle, Tang Lin arrived at the gas pump to refuel her car. Suing alighted and wandered toward the vicinity of the parking lot. After a moment of hesitation, she chose the pickup truck among the remaining two vehicles, placing her hand upon it to bind the vehicle to herself. Subsequently, Su Ying and her companion filled the vehicle with fuel and departed from the gas station. Qing, seated in the driver's seat, observed their actions but chose not to intervene. His primary focus was to enhance his combat capabilities. Women would only hinder his progress. Vehicle core evolution successful. Upgraded to a large battle-based vehicle, purple. Vehicle durability increased to 18,000. Load capacity raised to 50 tons. Maximum speed 200 kilometers h. Acquired new vehicle ability. Symbiotic traits, blue. Upon viewing the information displayed on the attribute interface, Qing was filled with elation. His vehicle core had finally attained the rare purple level. This tier surpassed the majority of survivors, placing him among the elite. It provided him with a significant advantage in the struggle for dominance in the apocalypse. Moreover, following the core upgrade, the inherent traits of his vehicle also reached the purple level. Mechanical control, purple can control up to 9 unowned mechanical creations with a tier not exceeding that of the vehicle core. Effective control range of 10 kilometers. The enhancement of the vehicle's traits to purple resulted in a remarkable transformation of its attributes, exhibiting exponential increases. Qing's vehicle core now possessed multiple traits, including sturdy chassis, white, powerful engine, white, mechanical repair, green, symbiotic traits, blue, and mechanical control, purple. Additionally, he had just acquired a mounted weapon module, a crossbow launch platform, alongside the super alloy armor modification obtained after defeating a zombie overlord. The vehicle's defensive durability had surged to an impressive 54,500 points, rendering it an absolute armored behemoth. Now, this imposing large battle-based vehicle, with its sci-fi aesthetic, was vastly superior to the dilapidated small truck from the previous day, boasting combat power that had multiplied manifold. And Xiao Wan gazed in astonishment at the world outside. The once intact bus had, in an instant, transformed into a swirling mass of metallic dust. As this dust enveloped the truck, it expanded at a visible pace. The already spacious driver's cabin grew even more towering, surpassing the interior space of a heavy-duty cargo truck. Such a colossal machine instilled an overwhelming sense of security amidst the apocalypse. By the way, Xiao Wan, where did you say you wanted to go? Su Qing's question snapped in Xiao Wan from her stupor. She looked up to see Su Qing's eyes glimmering with excitement, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. I don't wish to go anywhere, Suga. May I accompany you? She asked timidly in a soft voice. Of course, your presence is most welcome. To Xiao Wan's surprise, the previously insistent Su Qing, who had urged her to quickly bind a vehicle and leave, had now undergone a complete transformation, displaying an unexpectedly warm demeanor that was almost intimidating. Upon hearing her inquiry, he readily agreed. Su Qing invites you to board his vehicle and become his passenger. Do you agree? Note: upon becoming a passenger, you must relinquish control of the vehicle as payment. Should you wish to disembark, the owner's consent is required. After boarding, a symbiotic relationship will be established with the owner. The sudden message that echoed in her mind startled Xiao Wan. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze to meet the expectant face of Su Qing, realizing that this was his doing. And Xiao Wan agrees to join. Vehicle Passenger 1. All attributes of the vehicle increased by 10. Passenger has not bound to the vehicle core. Has not acquired vehicle skills. Upon receiving the information panel's message, Su Qing joyfully extended his hand toward Xiao Wan. Comrade Xiao Wan, welcome to my fleet. The two shook hands. Su Qing then turned to indicate the remaining fuel truck in the parking lot. Xiao Wan, please approach and place your hand on the truck to bind it as your own. Su Qing had long set his sights on this fuel truck. Initially, he planned to use his mechanical control abilities to take it himself, but now, since Xiao Wan had yet to bind a vehicle, he decided to let her do so. Su Qing had already observed that this fuel truck was also of blue quality. This meant that within this gas station, there were a total of 6 vehicles, including 2 of blue quality, 1 of green quality, and 1 white and 1 gray. The gray vehicle had been crushed by the zombie leader's claw. As for the pickup truck driven away by Su Ying, its quality remained unknown. Such a small parking lot yielded such a bountiful harvest. Even Su Qing couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this place was a treasure trove. Chapter 11. The Large Tanker Truck. Expansion of spatial characteristics. And Xiao Wan cautiously approached the tanker truck, treading softly as she reached its front. This location lay well within the range of the crossbow launch platform. Ensuring safety was not a concern. Su Qing followed closely behind her, arriving at the truck's front. He checked the fuel level and was astonished to discover that the tanker was still full. Passenger and Xiao Wan. Vehicle bound. Large tanker truck, blue. Control of the large tanker truck acquired. Acquired vehicle feature. Spatial expansion. Spatial expansion. Blue increases the internal space of the vehicle without affecting its external dimensions. Internal space 100. As Xiao Wan placed her hand upon the tanker, Su Qing observed the fuel level plummet by half. This was not due to a reduction in fuel quantity, but rather the storage capacity of the tanker had doubled. Activated by the core feature of the vehicle, this expansion was the reason for the apparent decrease in fuel levels. Upon acquiring this vehicle feature, Su Qing found that the internal space of his base vehicle had similarly expanded, now ample enough for him to run or stroll within its confines. It felt remarkably spacious. Taking control of the tanker, Su Qing started the engine and drove it to the fuel storage tank at the gas station. He deployed the tanker's built-in pump, inserting the hose into the underground reservoir. As the pump activated, the fuel from the station was drawn into the tanker. He instructed Xiao Wan to return to the vehicle and rest while he stood watch beside it. In just one day, Su Qing had not only acquired a purple large combat-based vehicle, but had also gained control of a blue large tanker truck. Moreover, he had equipped his base vehicle with a blue quality onboard weapon. His survival supplies, fuel reserves, and vehicle armaments were all in abundance. The beginning of survival in this apocalyptic world was truly flawless. 3 hours remaining until the end of the first day of the apocalypse. Survivors are urged to bind vehicles and relocate to safe areas. Time expiration. Unbound vehicles will be cleared. Survivors without bound vehicles may choose to become passengers or apply for vehicle extraction. Countdown begins. 2:59. As Su Qing squatted beside the tanker, contemplating his next course of action, sudden information flooded his mind. Once he grasped the content of this message, he stood upright, glancing at the fuel level at the gas station. There was ample time. Before the countdown concluded, he could undoubtedly extract all the fuel from the station. Vehicle clearance? Could it be that we are finally able to leave? He rushed to clear the obstructing vehicles. He had been trapped in his car on the street for an entire night, with the monsters outside multiplying. Would he finally have a vehicle? It seemed extraction was now possible. In this desolate place, devoid of life, where could he find a car? The opportunity to accommodate passengers granted him solace. He would no longer have to part from his family. Together, they would face whatever fate awaited them. I discovered a treasure chest, and upon opening it, I obtained a vehicular weapon, making the monster-slaying experience exhilarating. Who knew that survival with vehicles could be this thrilling? Brothers, I have uncovered that defeating monsters yields fuel and food. As long as one possesses firepower, these survival essentials are never lacking. I also found a treasure chest. But to my surprise, it contained a bathroom integration module. My small vehicle now boasts a toilet. How have you all progressed so rapidly? Wait for me. I still lack a vehicle. Qing opened the chat channel and noticed an influx of participants. Observing the conversation, it appeared that those without bound vehicles had also entered the channel early. This indicated that, within Qing's vicinity, over 600 individuals had perished overnight. The current occupants of the chat channel were the remaining survivors. Moreover, it seemed that many survivors were trapped within the city, unable to venture out. No wonder the gas station was so quiet last night. The survivors in the city had not emerged at all, ensnared by the abandoned vehicles littering the roads. Meanwhile, those who were already outside the city had discovered abundant resource chests. Some had even found weapons and commenced slaying monsters to level up. Standing beside the fuel tanker, Qing scrolled through the chat interface for a while. He noted that the fuel storage at the gas station had been completely depleted, and the pump could no longer extract any fuel. Qing switched off the pump, coiled the hose, and stowed it in the tanker. During the fuel extraction process, he had already formulated his next plan, to relocate to the village. Each household in the village had substantial reserves of rice and flour, and the gardens were brimming with vegetables. Additionally, the sparse population in the village would not attract too many monsters. Most importantly, there were relatively few vehicles in the village. The majority of people had not bound their vehicles. Even if one were to obtain a vehicle, those lacking installed modules would be as defenseless as an unarmed individual. Possessing minimal combat capability, his purple base vehicle would have ample room to maneuver without the threat of being besieged by hordes of monsters, thus avoiding a passive predicament. Qing's vehicle tier had already reached the rare purple level, and its qualifications were now entirely sufficient. It was time to venture forth and hunt monsters to elevate his level. In the interim, while Qing refueled the tanker, and Xiaowan rummaged once more through the business hall, retrieving a considerable number of items. This included various household goods that Qing had overlooked, such as teacups and cloths. She even transported bedding for overnight stays to the vehicle. Mimicking Qing's actions, and Xiaowan neatly arranged the beverage boxes together to form a makeshift bed. Then spread the bedding she had salvaged from the business hall over her newly constructed sleeping area, establishing a resting zone not far from Qing's sleeping space. Even the mop and broom from the restroom of the service hall were taken by Xiaowan to the vehicle, thoroughly cleaning its interior. The items that Qing had brought from the supermarket were meticulously reorganized and neatly arranged. Beverages, bread, instant noodles, biscuits, and various snacks were all distinctly categorized. By the time Qing entered the vehicle, the interior space had transformed into a pristine and orderly environment. Qing praised Xiaowan for her diligent efforts. This young girl was so considerate, well-behaved, and charming. It seemed that their future interactions would be quite pleasant. Upon returning to the vehicle, Qing, utilizing his unique symbiotic ability, assumed control of the large fuel tanker. Consequently, Xiaowan would not need to drive the tanker herself, as Qing could seamlessly manage its operations from a distance. Chapter 12, Survival Scenario, The Walking Dead, Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, time's up. The apocalypse has been upon us for 24 hours. The novice adaptation period has concluded. All unbound vehicles and technological weapons of this world have been eradicated. Survivors with unbound vehicles may draw lots to acquire their own means of transport. The survival game of the apocalypse officially commences. Current survival world scenario, zombie siege, a world shrouded in malevolent fog, where those infected will mutate into zombies, and creatures emerging from the fissures in the ground will attack any encountered vehicles. Note, zombies carry a mutated virus. Being bitten will result in infection. Antidotes can be found within supply chests. Discover them on your own. The city of the undead has descended, with a golden chest awaiting discovery in the heart of the city. The leaderboard is now active. Qing took his place in the driver's seat, poised to depart the gas station. A message resonated in his mind, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Soon, he found himself in the desolate wilderness, where a thin veil of black mist began to ascend from the ground, growing ever denser. His visibility was reduced to a mere 20 meters. Suddenly, a chilling roar erupted from behind him. Recalling his earlier suspicions, he surmised that there must be an undiscovered fissure behind the gas station. Su Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. The monstrous cry undoubtedly emanated from that very crevice. He needed to leave this place swiftly. He hurriedly ignited the engine and, braving the dark fog, drove away from the gas station. The unmanned tanker truck followed closely behind, guided by Su Qing's control. As they merged onto the highway together, this dense black mist arrived swiftly, but it also dissipated just as quickly. After Su Qing had traveled several miles southwest along the road, the haze gradually lifted, restoring clarity to his surroundings. Yet, he soon discerned something amiss. The road had widened significantly, now capable of accommodating at least 10 lanes side by side. Moreover, what had once been a single thoroughfare now branched into several diverging paths ahead, while the surrounding environment had transformed into an unfamiliar landscape, no longer resembling the world Su Qing once knew. In awe, Su Qing gazed at this miraculous transformation, questioning if he had somehow crossed into another realm. The game had not indicated such an experience was possible. Nevertheless, throughout his journey, the information in his mind had proven accurate. All unbound vehicles had indeed been reclaimed. Su Qing encountered not a single car along the way. He had hoped to utilize his mechanical control abilities to commandeer a few vehicles for a convoy, yet found none. The expansive highway was devoid of any vehicles, rendering the silence akin to stepping into a different world. Now, surveying the altered environment, it felt as though he had truly entered the realm of the game. Gazing at the surrounding environment, Su Qing felt that his plan to develop in the countryside was likely to fall through. He had stood beside the fuel tanker for quite some time, pondering deeply, only to find that the world had changed. Sugu, look over there. There's a treasure chest. Just as Su Qing had parked the vehicle, and Xiaowan, who had been silent beside him, suddenly stood up and pointed towards a grove not far away. Following her gesture, Su Qing indeed spotted a white treasure chest quietly resting on the ground at the edge of the forest. With his target in sight, he swiftly turned the steering wheel and drove over. After upgrading the vehicle to a purple level, the off-road capability of this combat-based vehicle had received a comprehensive enhancement, achieving full terrain adaptability. The powerful engine effortlessly propelled such a massive combat-based vehicle without any strain. Su Qing crashed through the small trees obstructing the path and rolled over the mounds of earth, bringing the vehicle to a halt beside the treasure chest. Go ahead, Xiaowan. Unlock your first treasure chest. Su Qing retrieved a long knife from his backpack and handed it to Xiaowan. Can I? And Xiaowan hesitated, bewildered as she accepted the long knife. Of course you can. Don't worry, I'll activate the crossbow launcher to protect you. Su Qing assured her with a steady gaze. Understanding that as a teammate, she needed to demonstrate her worth, and Xiaowan steeled herself, clenched her small fist for encouragement, and turned to leap from the vehicle with the knife in hand. Discovered a white treasure chest, acquired 1 spirit crystal, 1 water collection module, and 1 case of mineral water collection module, white a vehicle life module that consumes energy to gather water sources and store them within the module. Collection rate of 1 ton day. Just as Xiaowan opened the supply chest, several zombies burst forth from the nearby woods, charging towards her. Startled, her face drained of color, she trembled as she raised the knife defensively. The sound of mechanisms whirring echoed from the crossbow launcher atop the vehicle, unleashing a flurry of bolts. The low-level zombies had not even approached the combat-based vehicle before being shot through the head, falling lifelessly in the wilderness. Killed a level 1 low-level zombie, gained 1 spirit crystal and 1 survival point. Killed a level 2 ordinary zombie, acquired a long knife, and 2 survival points. Killed. A sequence of notifications flooded in as the hidden zombies in the woods were all dispatched. Acquired 9 survival points. Would you like to consume survival points to upgrade the vehicle's level? Upgrade level. Upon seeing the prompt, Su Qing chose to upgrade without hesitation. Consumed 10 survival points. The large combat-based vehicle has been upgraded to level 2, vehicle durability, 300, load capacity, 2,000 kilograms, engine power, 300, energy reserve limit, 100, after enhancing the vehicle's level. Su Qing distinctly felt an increase in his own strength as well. It appears that the level of the survivor is intrinsically linked to the level of the vehicle. The higher the vehicle's level, the greater the survivor's capabilities. Upon discovering that all the zombies outside had been eradicated, and Xiaowan returned to the vehicle and retrieved a white water collection module. With this module, the quality of life for the two of them would significantly improve. A daily supply of 1 ton of water would be more than sufficient for their needs, even accommodating bathing without any issues. Su Qing felt quite pleased with this acquisition. He installed the water collection module, resembling a gas water heater, in the middle of the vehicle. In addition to the water module, there was another crucial find within this treasure chest, the spirit crystal. This item emerged only after the onset of the apocalyptic game. Yesterday, while Su Qing hunted zombies, no spirit crystals had dropped, yet he was aware of its significance. It serves as the energy source for the vehicle. the energy consumed for the vehicle's daily operations. Apart from the fuel required for the engine, includes the spirit crystal. Not only does the spirit crystal power the vehicle, but it also energizes all onboard modules. Ultimately, in later stages, as engines are upgraded, fuel may be abandoned as a power source, yet the spirit crystal will always remain essential, perpetually in demand. Consequently, in the game, these spirit crystals are utilized as currency. Qing took the obtained spirit crystal and infused it into the water collection module, initiating its water accumulation process. He then opened his backpack to inspect the spoils of this recent hunt. Aside from the common fuel and food, the most notable find was a longsword. Qing drew the longsword from his inventory. Ordinary longsword, white, a standard combat blade with commendable slashing ability. Attack power 20, he then accepted the longsword that Xiaoan handed him. Detected 2 identical items. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Chapter 13, Sharp Blade and Detoxifying Bread. As Qing employed his synthesis ability to scan the 2 longswords, a prompt materialized before him. Please select a synthesis direction. 1. Sharpness, white, enhances the slashing performance of the longsword, 10 attack power. 2. Lightness, white, increases the speed of wielding the longsword, 10 attack speed. 3. Poisonous, white, augments poison damage capacity, 30 additional damage. Such a prompt had never appeared during his previous synthesis of vehicle course. Qing swiftly comprehended the 3 options and made his choice. He opted for the first option and proceeded with the synthesis. Upon his selection, the inferior longsword in his hand instantly disintegrated into powder, merging seamlessly with the other longsword. The blade transformed at a visible pace, becoming brand new, its edge gleaming ominously. Merely gazing at it sent chills down one's spine. Consumed 1 inferior longsword, gray. Synthesized 1 sharp longsword, white. Attack power 10 points. Sharp longsword, white, though crafted from ordinary materials, its workmanship is exquisite. Attack power 30. Qing examined the attributes of the longsword he now possessed. Given that the materials consumed were of low-grade quality, the enhancement was not substantial. Nonetheless, even so, this longsword was considered exceptional among white-quality weapons. Qing felt a sense of satisfaction with the synthesis outcome. However, just as he was about to return the longsword to Xiaoan, another prompt appeared. The sharp longsword is a soul-bound item. Authorization required for use. Yes, no? Yes, confirm authorization. Qing paused momentarily upon reading the prompt, finally grasping the implication. This meant that the synthesized item had become his exclusive possession. Without his authorization, others could hold it, yet it would bestow no attributes and could only be used as an ordinary item. After confirming the authorization, he handed the longsword back to Xiaoan. After all, when they encountered treasure chests, she would be the one to open them. It would be prudent for her to have the longsword for self-defense. Having completed the synthesis of the longsword, Qing recalled another matter and rose to the rear compartment. He picked up 2 pieces of bread. Soft bread, white, ordinary bread, provides a certain level of satiety. 5 stamina. Detected 2 identical items. Proceed with synthesis. Please select a synthesis direction. 1. Satiety, green, enhances the satiety of the bread, 10 stamina. 2. Recovery, green, possesses healing effects, 20 health points. 3. Detoxification, green, possesses the ability to eliminate viruses. Choosing the third option, Qing quickly made his selection after reviewing the 3 choices. A white light illuminated the scene. 1 piece of bread disintegrated into powder, merging into the selected piece of bread amidst the radiant glow. Consuming a piece of soft white bread, he synthesized a detoxifying bread of a verdant hue, enhancing its virus-eliminating properties. The detoxifying bread, a high-quality loaf imbued with purifying effects, could eradicate zombie viruses and replenish 5 stamina points. Upon completion of the synthesis, Qing gazed at the attributes of the bread in his hands, his heart brimming with delight. This synthesis talent was truly remarkable. In a world plagued by a zombie crisis and rampant viruses, this detoxifying bread could exchange for numerous valuable items. Qing handed the freshly synthesized detoxifying bread to Xiaoan. The confirmation of authorization did not materialize, indicating that consumable items lacked soul binding. This reasoning seemed quite logical. Items that could be borrowed and returned required binding, while those that could not be returned rendered binding futile. After contemplating his synthesis ability and resolving his internal queries, Qing resumed his position at the wheel, steering the vehicle onto the highway, continuing onward with the oil tanker. After the apocalypse officially commenced, Qing discovered a brand new map navigation system displayed on the dashboard. The destination indicated a city that had never appeared before. As a native, he was exceedingly familiar with the surrounding environment. The location marked on the map, which should have been a vast expanse of forest and fields, now revealed a massive city. Observing this revelation, Qing resolved to drive over and investigate. This place was likely the fabled city of zombies mentioned in the apocalyptic information. Within that city, the golden treasure chest was presumably located. Not long after setting off, Su Qing spotted a vehicle approaching from the opposite lane, a large trailer truck barreling toward him. This encounter marked his first sighting of survivors on the road since the onset of the apocalypse. Eager to greet them, Su Qing honked the horn, only to witness the truck suddenly accelerate upon noticing him, hurtling directly toward his base vehicle with tremendous force. Is this for real? Su Qing thought, startled by the other vehicle's reckless behavior. Were the survivors adapting this quickly? Just a day into the apocalypse, and someone dared to block the road for robbery? Moreover, how could this ordinary truck perceive his armored battle vehicle, adorned with weaponry on the roof, as a viable target for theft? Was his vehicle not imposing enough? Was the super gold alloy armor not resilient enough? Or was the crossbow launcher atop his vehicle insufficiently conspicuous? The audacity of this unarmed truck attempting robbery without assessing its own strength was almost laughable to Su Qing. As the colossal truck approached for impact, Su Qing deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, opting for a head-on collision. With a thunderous crash, the two massive vehicles collided fiercely on the expansive highway. Ignoring the message indicating that the vehicle had sustained a damage reduction of 1,300 points, Su Qing directly activated the crossbow launcher, aiming at the cab of the large truck. Through the window, he beheld a scene that left him utterly astonished and challenged his worldview. From within the toppled truck's cab emerged a creature entirely cloaked in black. Its body covered in scales, with horns adorning its head. This revelation implied that the monstrous being had indeed been operating the truck moments earlier. Such an occurrence was inconceivable within the confines of the game. Su Qing realized that his gaming expertise might soon become increasingly irrelevant. This survival game, upon manifesting in the real world, had transformed in myriad ways. Aside from the familiar vehicle interface, everything else deviated significantly from his previous experiences. Even the monsters had taken to driving. What else could possibly transpire? Despite his astonishment, Su Qing showed no hesitation in initiating the weapon system. The battle-based vehicle, reliant on its substantial weight and fortified with robust super alloy armor, sustained minimal damage upon colliding head-on with the truck. In contrast, the truck was sent tumbling over. Swiftly, sharp crossbow bolts were unleashed in succession, inflicting damage values of 580 and 430, respectively, as they struck the creature's head. The black monstrosity, upon being hit by the bolts, leapt and crushed the truck's cab beneath its weight, narrowly evading the subsequent barrage of crossbow attacks. Chapter 14. Road Pursuit. A solo encounter, Underground Black Demon, Talent Rank, Green, Level, 5, Health, 1800, Attack, 430, Skill, Ambush Strike. Description: this creature hails from an underground realm, expertly concealing itself in the shadows to ambush its prey. As it leapt, Su Qing discerned the attributes of this monstrous entity. A creature of the green rank. It was merely an elite-level foe. In terms of talent rank, it was inferior to the zombie chief he had encountered at the gas station. Yet, inexplicably, this being could drive, perhaps a new feature of the game, Su Qing mused. He retrieved several spirit crystals from his backpack, replenishing the energy reserves of his crossbow's firing module. With ample energy, the crossbow unleashed bolts at a rapid pace, striking the creature that was darting across the ground. Sensing that the demon intended to take refuge beneath the vehicle, Su Qing pressed the accelerator, causing the base vehicle to surge forward, startling the black demon into retreat. Should it become ensnared beneath the vehicle, its considerable weight would crush even a blue-rank chief monster. The black demon, sensing imminent danger, swiftly scrambled back to the overturned truck, using it as a shield against the barrage of bolts. Observing its maneuver, Su Qing accelerated once more, crashing directly into the toppled cargo truck. A thunderous crash reverberated across the desolate wasteland. The rear compartment of the heavy truck was mangled and torn as Su Qing's base vehicle collided with it, sending debris sprawling across the ground. The black demon, caught off guard, was pinned beneath the rolling cargo, and several bolts struck true. You have slain the level 5 underground black demon, earning 3 spirit crystals, a power supply module, and 5 survival points. As the notification of his victory echoed in his ears, Su Qing prepared to disembark and investigate the fallen truck for any valuable treasures. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced through the deformed rear compartment, tearing it apart as if it were a mere toy. Realizing the perilous situation, Su Qing swiftly maneuvered the fuel tanker parked at a distance, accelerating past his base vehicle to flee the combat zone. From the truck's cargo, several grotesque, decaying zombie dogs emerged, viciously charging towards his base vehicle. Once the fuel tanker had distanced itself, Su Qing positioned his base vehicle across the highway, blocking the advance of the ravenous zombie dogs. Should these agile creatures catch up to the fuel tanker, their speed would render it incapable of evading their relentless assault, leading to its eventual destruction. A bolt struck the skull of one zombie dog, producing a damage report, 503. observing their companion's plight. The remaining zombie dogs turned their attention towards the crossbow platform atop Su Qing's vehicle. The zombie dogs that erupted from the cargo vehicle scattered in all directions. They encircled the base vehicle, attempting to ascend and dismantle the crossbow turret atop it. Initially, when Su Qing acquired the mounted weaponry, he naively believed that the survival mode had transitioned into a simpler phase. Yet reality swiftly delivered a harsh lesson. With so many agile zombie dogs and only a single crossbow launcher at his disposal, he found it impossible to fend them off. Moreover, the base vehicle's speed, in such an open expanse, could not shake off these relentless canine foes. Su Qing could only steer the vehicle in the direction the fuel tanker had departed, hastily seeking escape. If he could accelerate the base vehicle to its maximum speed of 180 km/h, he should be able to elude the pursuit of these zombie dogs. As Su Qing began to pick up speed, a few zombie dogs had already managed to scramble onto the roof. Although they were quickly dispatched by the crossbow launcher, several others clung tenaciously to the base vehicle. Su Qing yanked the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to sway violently across the wide road. Yet he still could not rid himself of the clinging zombie dogs. Crossbow launcher under attack. Durability decreased by 350 points. Crossbow launcher under attack. Durability decreased. A barrage of notifications sent a wave of anxiety through Su Qing. The crossbow launcher was his sole mounted weapon, no matter how resilient the vehicle. It could not safeguard the weapon module from damage. Should these persistent zombie dogs dismantle it, his losses would be catastrophic. In a fit of determination, Su Qing slammed the steering wheel, seized a sharp, long knife, and, as the crossbow launcher blasted a zombie dog off the passenger side, he opened the side window and climbed onto the roof. Having upgraded the vehicle core to a purple quality and leveled it up, Su Qing found his physical attributes significantly enhanced. He now resembled something of a superhero compared to his former self. Otherwise, such a feat would have been beyond his previous physical capabilities. Utilizing the vehicle core, he urged the base vehicle to accelerate further while he crawled up to the position of the crossbow launcher. Gripping the launcher with one hand and the long knife with the other, his task was to protect one side of the crossbow launcher from the cunning zombie dogs attempting to launch surprise attacks. Fueled with ample energy, the crossbow launcher unleashed its full potential, firing energy bolts incessantly at the pursuing zombie dogs. Su Qing, wielding his long knife, stood atop the vehicle, vigilant against any monsters attempting to scale the front. One clawed paw clawed its way over the edge, but as the long knife sliced through the air, the newly synthesized blade inflicted a deep gash upon the dog's paw. In pain, the zombie dog relinquished its grip and tumbled to the ground. Su Qing continued to guard around the crossbow, observing diligently, and managed to dispatch 3 more zombie dogs clinging to the vehicle. Gradually, the base vehicle accelerated, leaving the fallen zombie dogs far behind, unable to keep pace. Su Qing maintained a controlled speed, keeping a safe distance from the pursuing zombie dogs. The crossbow unleashed a relentless barrage of bolts, each striking down one zombie dog after another. Standing atop the vehicle, Su Qing gazed back at the fallen creatures, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Suddenly, a series of urgent honks pierced the air. Turning around, Su Qing was met with the alarming sight of a zombie dog, stealthily lurking beside the vehicle, having scaled to the roof. The proximity of the creature sent a chill down his spine. He had let his guard down. Just moments ago, he had surveyed the surroundings and found no signs of any zombie dogs. This one must have emerged from some hidden corner. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Bracing himself against the crossbow's launching platform, he swung his long knife fiercely at the menacing creature. The blade, imbued with tremendous force, left the zombie dog no chance to evade. A decayed ear was severed from its head, eliciting a pained howl from the beast. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it lunged forward. In that instant, a bolt of energy whizzed through the air, striking the zombie dog squarely in the face. The force of the impact sent it tumbling off the towering base vehicle, averting the crisis. Only then did Su Qing take stock of the situation on the road. The 2 vehicles that had departed from the gas station were now racing toward him, trailed by a large pack of zombie dogs. The earlier honking had been from those vehicles. Chapter 15. Reunion and Team Invitation. 2 opposing convoys swiftly crossed paths on the expansive highway. In hot pursuit were the ravenous zombie dogs, some of whom, lacking awareness, were sent sprawling to the roadside by Su Qing's base vehicle, bloodied and motionless. A number of the zombie dogs halted abruptly, abandoning the 2 small vehicles ahead to turn their attention towards Su Qing instead. As Su Qing navigated the base vehicle in a desperate escape, he unleashed the full firepower of the crossbow launcher, relentlessly attacking from behind. One by one, zombie dogs fell to the ground, pierced by the powerful bolts, littering the roadway. Soon, the 2 small vehicles noticed a significant reduction in the number of monsters trailing them. The off-road vehicle decisively braked, executing a drift on the wide highway before turning back. It plowed through the obstructing horde of zombie dogs, creating a passageway as it charged towards Su Qing's base vehicle. The pickup truck followed closely behind. The two small vehicles maneuvered adeptly on the highway, accelerating rapidly, leaving the zombie dogs unable to keep pace. However, the off-road vehicle intentionally reduced its speed, only to suddenly accelerate and veer, crashing fiercely into the nearby monsters, demonstrating exceptional driving prowess. Meanwhile, the pickup truck trailed at a distance, allowing the off-road vehicle to wreak havoc among the horde. Su Qing watched in admiration as the off-road vehicle showcased its combat capabilities. Despite the absence of mounted weaponry, its remarkable driving skills and the vehicle's agile performance resulted in a death toll of zombie dogs that rivaled that of the crossbow bolts. Before long, the two vehicles caught up to the base vehicle, colliding forcefully with the fleeing zombie dogs. Occasionally, a beam of light would emanate from the pickup truck, illuminating the rampaging off-road vehicle. After the beam passed, the already battered off-road vehicle miraculously restored itself to pristine condition, its body gleaming as if new. Standing atop his vehicle, Su Qing was astonished by the display of skill from the two drivers. Were these flight attendants truly this formidable? In just a day, they had mastered the capabilities of their vehicles, fearlessly charging into the throng of monsters. Their psychological fortitude was indeed impressive. He pondered the unique attributes of their vehicles. The off-road vehicle seemed to excel in acceleration, while the pickup truck clearly possessed restorative capabilities. After traversing several dozen kilometers, all the zombie dogs on the highway had been vanquished, and Su Qing's vehicle level had risen to level 3. The large base vehicle gradually slowed and came to a halt on the highway. Su Qing reveled in the enhanced physical attributes that accompanied his level increase. Wielding his long knife atop the vehicle felt significantly easier. He had a premonition that with his newfound strength, a strike from his blade could now sever a zombie dog's leg rather than merely inflicting a wound on its paw. Fortunately, the razor-sharp long knife, forged through synthesis, proved invaluable. Otherwise, Su Qing would indeed find it challenging to fend off those zombie dogs. Once the base vehicle came to a halt on the road, Su Qing effortlessly leaped down from the roof. Tang Lin and Su Ying gradually slowed their vehicle, parking beside the base vehicle. Su Qing retrieved 2 bottles of water from the car and handed them to the 2 women as they disembarked. "Thank you immensely for your assistance, ladies. Please, have a sip of water." Had it not been for their timely honking moments ago, Su Qing might have faced an ambush from a zombie dog that had stealthily approached from behind. Furthermore, during the confrontation with the pack of zombie dogs, the mobility of their 2 vehicles had indeed proven quite beneficial. "No need for thanks. Just refrain from pointing a gun at me in the future," Tang Lin replied. Accepting the water from Su Qing, she twisted open the bottle and took several hearty gulps before responding coolly, "What gun? Don't listen to Shaolin's nonsense. We owe you our gratitude as well. If you hadn't cleared a path with your truck yesterday, both of us might well have been trapped on the highway. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Ying, a flight attendant. This is my colleague, Tang Lin." Su Qing, still processing the words of the short-haired girl, was approached by a mature-looking woman who extended her hand. "Hello, I am Su Qing." They shook hands, and Su Qing recalled how he had menaced the short-haired flight attendant with a crossbow at the gas station. At that moment, he had been preoccupied with upgrading his vehicle and had paid little attention to them. Seeing the short-haired girl's expression, he realized she might be harboring a grudge. Upon understanding this, he chuckled, dismissing any concern. It seemed that the short-haired girl named Tang Lin was somewhat cold on the surface yet warm-hearted underneath. She had been the first to honk, warning Su Qing to be cautious of the threat behind him, yet now she stood silently with a stern expression. Such a disposition was rather endearing. "Mr. Su, your vehicle's weaponry is indeed formidable. Are you and that young lady a team? I wonder if you could take us along." Su Ying approached the front of the vehicle, gazing in awe at the large base vehicle enveloped in super alloy armor. She had witnessed Su Qing transform the old cargo truck step by step into this colossal machine. The method by which he could assimilate other vehicles as materials was nothing short of miraculous. As soon as Su Ying finished speaking, a prompt appeared on her survivor panel. "Su Qing invites you to board his vehicle as a passenger. Do you accept? Note, by becoming a passenger, you must relinquish control of the vehicle as fare. Should you wish to disembark, the owner's consent is required. Upon boarding, a symbiotic relationship will be established with the owner." Both Su Ying and Tang Lin received the same notification, and upon reading its contents, their expressions soured. The conditions for joining Su Qing's team required them to forfeit control over their vehicle. If their vehicle became someone else's, what freedom would remain? After reading the message, Tang Lin immediately chose to decline without a second thought. Mr. Su, is it? We will not be joining your convoy just yet. We merely wish to travel together temporarily. Would that be acceptable?" Su Ying cautiously suggested after some contemplation. Of course, that is perfectly fine. I wholeheartedly welcome the both of you to join us whenever you wish, Su Qing responded with a smile, nodding before turning back to his vehicle. Through the recent skirmish, a semblance of cooperation had formed among the group. Su Qing's perception of the two young women had notably improved. They exhibited courage in the face of monstrous assaults, unafraid to engage in battle. Moreover, they demonstrated the ability to set aside past grievances, alerting him, a man who had once posed a threat to them, by honking the horn. Their character appeared commendable. Now, the notion of forming a team with them for survival in this post-apocalyptic world seemed plausible. Su Qing had previously disregarded them for two reasons. He was preoccupied with gathering supplies and upgrading his vehicle, leaving him little time. And he was reluctant to waste time testing the integrity of others. In this world devoid of constraints, a reliable companion was exceedingly rare. This was why he preferred to team up with acquaintances, as he had some understanding of their character traits, making them more trustworthy and less likely to betray him in critical moments. Regrettably, his first choice for a teammate, the supermarket owner, Sisterling, had turned down his request. Chapter 16. Power Supply Module. Bathroom Module. After Su Qing boarded the vehicle, he opened his backpack and began to tally the spoils from this recent skirmish. The zombie dogs he encountered were predominantly of the ordinary white variety, with only a few elite green specimens present. Most of the adversaries were roughly at level 3. Su Qing counted that he had shot down a total of 22 zombie dogs, earning over 50 survival points. After upgrading the vehicle to level 3, he still had a considerable surplus. Survival points not only serve to enhance the vehicle's level, but can also be expended in critical moments to repair any damage sustained. However, the cost of utilizing survival points for repairs is several times higher than that of employing mechanical repair capabilities, rendering it a resource best reserved for emergencies rather than a regular method of maintenance. In addition to the survival points accrued, Su Qing also acquired a power supply module and a bathroom module. The power supply module, a blue-tier item, was dropped by the boss-level monster, Black Demon, while the bathroom module came from a green-tier elite zombie dog. Power supply module, blue, an energy storage module that centrally manages the energy consumption of onboard equipment and modules, reducing energy loss by 30. Bathroom module, green, a multifunctional sanitary space integrating a toilet, wash basin, and shower, capable of generating hot water. Su Qing retrieved both modules. The power supply module, about the size of a hard drive, was installed on the dashboard, taking over the energy supply lines for all other modules in the vehicle, which included the initial old air conditioning module, white, the inferior signal reception module, gray, and the subsequently acquired simple repair module, green, crossbow launching platform, blue, and water collection module, white. In the future, Su Qing would simply need to deposit spirit crystals into the power supply module to store energy, thus supplying power to all modules while also benefiting from a 30% reduction in energy consumption. This significantly lowered the energy requirements. The bathroom module was placed near the center of the base vehicle. At the rear of the vehicle were the repair module and the item manufacturing station. Compared to the dashboard integrated power supply module, the bathroom module was considerably larger. Once installed, it seamlessly transformed into a fully integrated restroom, complete with a toilet, shower, and wash basin, all harmoniously merging with the vehicle's metallic exterior. Su Qing connected both the power supply module and the water collection module to the bathroom module, enabling the generation of hot water for regular use within the restroom. With the addition of these two modules, the base vehicle finally resembled a camper van, equipped with facilities for bathing and relieving oneself, significantly enhancing the quality of life. Upon discovering the newly installed restroom within the vehicle, and Xiaowan, who had endured a night in the cluttered storage room, was overwhelmed by the unpleasant odor that clung to her. Excitedly, she seized the towels and bathing supplies collected from the convenience store and dashed inside. To her astonishment, there was hot water. What a delightful surprise! From the bathroom, the jubilant exclamations of Xiaowan echoed. Once Su Qing completed the installation of the module, he opened his backpack to examine the other items dropped by the slain zombie dogs. He extracted food items such as bread and water from his backpack, tossing them onto the pile of supplies behind him. The harvested spirit crystals were all deposited into the power module to store energy. While Su Qing sat in the vehicle, organizing the supplies, Tang Lin and Su Ying stood outside the base vehicle. Sister Su, this Su Qing is truly unreasonable. It's merely a team formation. Yet he has imposed such excessive terms. We should leave. As long as we find a weapon module, we can return to vanquish those monsters and seize the treasure chest. These zombie dogs are so audacious simply because we lack vehicle-mounted weapons. Otherwise, I would have long since driven over and eliminated those creatures, Tang Lin fumed. Perched atop the hood of the off-road vehicle, her face a mask of indignation. Moreover, following this individual, even if we were to locate the treasure chest, it would be unlikely to belong to us. It would be better to set off early and operate independently. I refuse to believe that misfortune will persist. Surely we can encounter a monster lair out here. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, biting down fiercely on the bread in her hand. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. The two of them had emerged from the gas station, initially intending to visit the airport where Tang Lin had previously worked. However, halfway there, a black mist enveloped the ground. Once the fog dissipated, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. The airport was nowhere to be found. Instead, a swirling black vortex materialized beside their vehicle, accompanied by a purple supply chest appearing next to it. Yet, before they could drive over to assess the situation, dozens of zombie dogs burst forth from the vortex, sending them fleeing in terror. At that moment, thoughts of treasure chests were far from their minds. They were merely trying to save their lives. It was infuriating to reflect upon. What is that sound of water? Just as Tang Lin took 2 bites of her bread, she noticed what seemed to be flowing water around the vehicle. She leapt down to investigate, ultimately discovering that the sound emanated from beneath the base vehicle. Peering underneath, she was astounded to realize that their vehicle had the capability for bathing. Witnessing the steaming water, adorned with white foamy bubbles, left her utterly astonished, soon followed by a wave of envy. Suing and Tang Lin had returned home from work yesterday, only to be caught in traffic, leading to a hasty escape. Upon arriving at the gas station, they had spent the night in the vehicle. Until now, they hadn't changed clothes, and their meals consisted solely of bread and biscuits purchased from the supermarket. They hadn't even had a sip of warm water. The realization that this individual's vehicle not only provided hot water but also the luxury of bathing was enough to stir Tang Lin's heart, leaving her feeling conflicted. For those who cherish cleanliness, the allure of a refreshing bath is undeniably strong. Yet, she soon solidified her resolve. In comparison to bathing, the value of freedom loomed larger. After all, it was merely a bath. There was no need to relinquish her means of transportation, nor to entrust her very life into another's hands. While Tang Lin grappled with her thoughts, and Xiaowan, freshly bathed and clad in clean attire, appeared in the cockpit, towel in hand. Through the car window, Tang Lin caught sight of Xiaowan, who looked invigoratingly fresh. This only intensified the itchiness of their scalps and the discomfort of their sticky skin. Yet, amidst the pervasive presence of zombies and monsters, finding a place to wash was no simple feat. It bordered on the impossible, especially now, as the environment had transformed into desolate wilderness. With just their 2 small vehicles, it was likely that they would soon succumb to the stench within. Mr. Su, is it possible to bathe in your vehicle? As Tang Lin remained in a state of indecision, Su Ying had already exited the car and sought out Su Qing. Upon receiving a positive confirmation from him, Su Ying, with unwavering determination in her eyes, inquired, Mr. Su, may I join your convoy? Of course, Su Qing replied readily. Having just activated the repair module to restore the durability of the crossbow's launch platform. Initially puzzled by the sudden appearance of this flight attendant, Su Qing was quick to acquiesce to Su Ying's request. Chapter 17. The Purple Vehicle and the Strong Repair Stream. Su Ying has agreed to join. Vehicle passengers. 1. Already possessing 2 passengers, all attributes of the large combat-based vehicle are enhanced by 20 passengers have been bound to the vehicle. Roadside assistance pickup truck, purple. Vehicle trait. Strong repair stream. Control over the roadside assistance pickup truck has been acquired. Vehicle core has absorbed the trait. Strong repair stream. Strong repair stream. Purple emits a powerful stream of material capable of rapidly repairing vehicles from a distance, restoring durability. Upon perceiving the notifications emanating from the vehicle panel, Su Qing could scarcely believe his eyes. This pickup truck, parked at the gas station, was indeed a vehicle of purple quality. He had witnessed Su Ying bind this very truck and depart with it. To his astonishment, she had chosen the finest vehicle in the gas station. Such remarkable luck. Yet, regardless of her fortune, it now belonged to me. Su Qing's heart brimmed with delight. The convoy now possessed an additional purple quality vehicle, one equipped with remote healing capabilities. With this pickup truck, the team's combat endurance and survival capacity would be significantly enhanced. Such formidable repair support. No wonder Tang Lin could drive through hordes of zombie dogs with reckless abandon, unperturbed by the prospect of her off-road vehicle being damaged by those monsters. It was the repair capabilities of the pickup truck that provided her with such confidence. After Su Ying opted to join the convoy, she had unlocked the boarding privileges for the base vehicle. Radiating joy, she returned to the pickup truck, lifted her suitcase, and began transferring her belongings to the base vehicle. With the assistance of Xiaowan, Su Ying retrieved a change of clothes from the suitcase, preparing to take a shower. Su Qing approached the pickup truck, scrutinizing the purple quality vehicle closely. It bore an almost identical resemblance to the pickup truck he had previously fused away at the gas station. This pickup truck, too, was painted in a yellow hue designated for roadside assistance. Various mechanical repair tools were installed in the rear compartment. However, this pickup truck appeared somewhat newer in its outward appearance compared to the one Qing had integrated. Beyond that, there were no discernible differences. After observing for a while, Qing could not fathom why two trucks with identical configurations differed in quality, one being green while this one was of purple quality. Through the vehicle core, he seized control of the pickup truck. A brilliant light emanated from the truck's toolbox, illuminating the crossbow launcher atop the base vehicle. Under the radiance of the material light, the previously scratched and deformed crossbow launcher began to visibly restore to its original state. Soon, the durability of the crossbow launcher was entirely replenished. Witnessing the pickup truck's remarkable repair capabilities, Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After testing the repair effects of the pickup truck, he activated the repair feature of the base vehicle. Under the dual characteristics of mechanical maintenance and repairing strong currents, the durability of the base vehicle quickly restored itself. Noticing that Su-Ying had not yet finished her shower, Qing decided to take a moment to rest, first indulging in some food to satiate his hunger. Upon hearing Qing's words, Xiaowan rose to the compartment, retrieving 4 portions of self-heating rice. Today, there was ample time to improve their meals, especially after 2 consecutive servings of biscuits and bread, which had indeed become somewhat unbearable. Tang Lin stood in astonishment as she watched Su-Ying find Qing and decisively choose to join the team, heading off to take a shower. She had never anticipated that this usually mature and composed chief attendant, who had guided her into this world, would so swiftly betray her. During their stop at the gas station, had they not agreed to survive together in this apocalyptic realm? How could it be that in less than half a day, her sister had turned her back and joined another group? Was she just to be abandoned? What was she to do now? Without Su-Ying's maintenance and recovery abilities, her off-road vehicle alone would be utterly insufficient for survival in this harsh world. As Tang Lin stood outside the vehicle, enveloped in confusion and disbelief, Xiaowan had nearly finished preparing the self-heating rice. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and upon catching a whiff, Tang Lin swallowed hard. She took a fierce bite of the dry, hard bread, turning in frustration to board the vehicle. To give up her freedom for a shower, entrusting her life as safety to others, was a decision she deemed foolish. Tang Lin resolved that she would rather perish within the confines of the vehicle than relinquish her liberty. She closed the window, blocking the enticing scent from the outside, and bore the discomfort within, lost in thought. When Su-Ying emerged from her shower, she felt as though she had been reborn. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had lived in constant fear, even daring not to truly close her eyes at night, terrified that some monstrous creature might suddenly emerge from the darkness, tearing through the roof of the vehicle to drag them out and shred them to pieces. The weariness of her body and spirit from the previous day felt as if it had spanned a century. The rampant zombies and monstrous entities, alongside the vast changes in the world, filled her with a profound sense of despair for the future. Yet, she found herself in an unexpected situation, enjoying a hot shower in a safe, clean restroom, giving her the illusion that perhaps the apocalypse had come to an end. However, the imposing metallic structure of the large vehicle outside pulled her back to reality. Yet, within this immense base vehicle, she felt considerably safer than in her modest pickup truck, and the quality of life was incomparably better. After finishing her shower, the familiar aroma of the now heated rice greeted her, stirring deep sentiments within her. Finally, she could set aside her worries about personal safety and enjoy a proper meal. "Sujia, this is for you," Xiaowan said, seeing Su-Ying emerge, as she offered her a portion of fragrant spicy beef rice. "There is also this portion, meant for that young lady." And Xiaowan pointed to another serving of self-heating rice. "Very well, thank you." Su-Ying expressed her gratitude. She glanced at Qing, seated beside her, and noticed his lack of response. Only then did she lift the rice and disembark, approaching Tang Lin's SUV. She placed the rice atop the engine hood. Su-Ying waved at Tang Lin, who was sulking inside the vehicle. "Sister Su, what are you doing?" Tang Lin reluctantly opened the door and stepped out. "Come, let us share a meal. We have not had a proper feast since yesterday." Both servings consisted of spicy beef rice, precisely to her liking. Su-Ying handed a fork to Tang Lin. "Sister Su, why did you decide to join that fellow's convoy? Having relinquished control of your vehicle, it will be arduous for you to disengage in the future." Tang Lin accepted the fork, her expression one of grievance, especially upon noticing Su-Ying's fresh and clean hair after her bath. This only intensified her discomfort. Tang Lin even felt an exacerbation of itchiness on her skin. Chapter 18. A Meal and Respite. Vehicle Rankings. Why leave the team when everything is going well? Xiaolin, have you seen the rankings? Qing is among the top 10 experts. Given the quality of his vehicle and the scale of his weaponry, he is likely to grow even stronger in the future. If we encounter him now and do not join, it will be challenging to do so later. Su Ying, unfazed by Tang Lin's complaints, chuckled lightly. I have no intention of joining. I would rather endure hardships than relinquish my freedom. Tang Lin muttered in response, shoveling a generous spoonful of rice into her mouth. The tantalizing flavor of spicy beef ignited her appetite, prompting her to eat faster. After 2 meals consisting solely of biscuits and bread, she finally recognized the true value of rice. This single box of self-heating spicy beef rice nearly brought her to tears. When they were at the supermarket, the proprietor had confiscated all the self-heating rice and instant noodles from the shelves. Upon entering, they could only procure a small amount of bread and biscuits, with hardly any processed meats available. In no time, the box of rice was completely devoured, yet Tang Lin felt unsatisfied, as there was no rice left. She licked her lips in yearning and reluctantly set down her fork. After tidying up her meal, Su Ying returned to the base vehicle. Mr. Su, it's somewhat dangerous for Xiaolin to be alone outside. May I suggest she drive along with us? What do you think? Rest assured, I have already spoken with her about not claiming any treasure chests or resources we may encounter along the way. Su Qing, still reveling in the joy of acquiring a purple-quality vehicle, saw no reason to decline this modest request. Sister Ying, there's no need to address me as Mr. Su. Since we are all teaming up for survival, we are friends now. You may simply call me Xiao Su. During their meal and conversation, they had exchanged basic information. Su Qing learned that Su Ying was 3 years his senior and worked as a flight attendant. Tang Lin, driving an off-road vehicle, was of the same age as Su Qing. Neither of them had boyfriends and were not locals. They had rented a house together for convenience due to their jobs. When the apocalypse struck, Tang Lin and Su Ying had just finished their shifts and were driving home from the airport. For the past day and night, they had been fleeing for their lives with little rest. Calling you Xiao Su seems inappropriate. After all, you are the team leader. How about this? You can call me Sister Ying, given my age, and I shall refer to you as Captain Su. Does that sound agreeable? Su Ying pondered briefly before gently inquiring. Since yesterday, they had encountered few people on the road, allowing Su Ying to observe Su Qing closely. Based on her profession and life experience, she noted that Su Qing was organized in his actions, remained calm in the face of significant challenges, and exhibited bravery in confrontations. He did not shy away from danger, even when facing perilous zombie dogs, and would never abandon his teammates to flee alone. Most importantly, Su Qing is a person who values deep emotional connections and treats those around him with kindness. He has expressed his willingness to assist the supermarket owner and in Shawan from the gas station, although he appears somewhat indifferent to outsiders. Even going so far as to ignore them, this trait proves advantageous in the apocalypse. It is precisely this instinct that led Su Ying to trust Su Qing without hesitation and join his convoy. Thus far, her decision seems to have been wise. Having joined, Su Qing no longer maintains a cold demeanor towards her. Instead, he speaks with respect and does not act arrogantly despite having gained control of her vehicle. He appears approachable, which brings Su Ying some relief, alleviating her concerns about what seemed to be a rash choice. After preparing everything and resting for a while, Su Qing turned the vehicle around, driving along the road in the direction they had come. Upon learning of Su Qing's ability to control vehicles remotely, Su Ying chose to remain in the base vehicle. Throughout the day and night, she hardly slept, feeling utterly exhausted and yearning for a good rest. Su Qing, seated in the driver's seat, took control of both the pickup truck and the fuel truck, positioning them in a line behind the base vehicle as they set off. Tang Lin cast a complex glance at the departing convoy before finally pressing the accelerator to catch up from the side. Su Qing decided to return to the location where a large truck had overturned on the road. Following the onset of the apocalypse, all unbound vehicles had vanished, leaving the once congested road empty. Such abandoned vehicles are now scarce resources that must be reclaimed. Furthermore, with Su Qing's synthesis abilities, there may be valuable vehicle traits to discover on that truck. Even if there aren't, salvaging tires and other materials would still be beneficial. While Su Qing drove, Su Ying and Shawan reorganized the disarrayed supplies in the back, which had been jumbled by the collision with the truck. They even constructed a new sleeping area for Su Ying using beverage boxes. The rear compartment of the base vehicle now felt quite spacious, devoid of anything but the supplies and a makeshift bathroom, with the interior walls entirely metallic and bare. Among the three of them, only Shawan had a proper bedding, while Su Qing and Su Ying had merely simple cardboard boxes to rest upon. Despite this, Su Ying felt immensely satisfied. At least she could lie down flat, a significant improvement over the previous night's discomfort in the vehicle. And Shawan laid her blanket on Su Ying's makeshift bed for comfort, and the two quickly drifted off to sleep, having been worn out by constant fear since the apocalypse began. The road remained devoid of vehicles, enveloped in silence. As Su Qing encountered zombies felled by crossbow bolts without even attempting to evade them, Driving the base vehicle, he carelessly rolled over the corpses beneath. During the brief moments of navigation, Qing opened the chat interface, eager to discover the circumstances of the survivor's post-adaptation period. Finally, someone exclaimed, "I broke free. Brothers." After being cooped up in the city all night, surrounded by zombies, I nearly burst from the pressure. Another chimed in, "There are always more solutions than difficulties. Come on. Can't you find a plastic bag? When you toss it out of the vehicle, you could even amuse the zombies." Who was the one responsible for this? Robbery? The gas station is utterly drained, not a single cent left, cleaner than my own pockets. Where are your morals? Where's the fuel? Why even bother going to a gas station? Just ram into the zombies. One low-tier zombie can drop 5 liters of fuel if you have a fuel-efficient vehicle. You could drive for over 100 kilometers. Plus, there are survival points to earn. What a deal. My goodness, what a lack of principles. Even as zombies, some still cling to their former selves. Damn it, I've been bitten. Who has an antidote? I'm willing to pay a fortune. Urgent, urgent. After opening 2 white treasure chests without encountering any antidotes, he lamented, "It seems the drop rate is quite low. Farewell to you, my bitten friend." Have you seen the leaderboard? Vehicles have tiers too? No wonder you all speak of special abilities while I remain oblivious. It turns out my gray tier vehicle is utterly devoid of such attributes. Having just perused the vehicle rankings, he noted with astonishment that 3 of the top 10 vehicles were golden, 6 were orange, and only in 10th place was there a purple tier vehicle. What kind of vehicles are they bound to? What incredible luck. I envy you all. Look at the level leaderboard. The top player has already reached level 5. Seriously, folks. Even in the apocalypse, you're still competing fiercely? Chapter 19. Flamethrower, Smokeless Stove Module. Qing retrieved the detox bread from the side. He had already observed inquiries regarding the purchase of antidotes in the chat channel. Now, the detox bread, synthesized using his innate abilities, was finally poised to be of use. As time progressed, it was inevitable that an increasing number of survivors would fall prey to zombie bites. Consequently, the value of detox bread would only continue to rise, ensuring an unceasing demand. Qing located the chat message seeking antidotes and promptly sent a friend request. Almost instantly, it was accepted, followed by a message. "Hey, my friend. You have antidotes, right? What price can you offer?" "Yes, I do, but can we discuss compensation at such a critical time? Lives are at stake here. Do you have no conscience? Farewell." "Wait, hold on. I was just joking, my friend. Why are you so hasty? Let us not beat around the bush. Look at this weapon module. It's the highest price I can offer. I just opened a treasure chest today and found this gem. If you have the antidote, it's yours." In a black all-terrain vehicle parked by the roadside, a young man anxiously monitored the messages he had sent. Not far from the car lay an open green treasure chest and several zombies, their heads blasted apart, lying lifeless on the ground. A blood-stained iron rod rested on the passenger seat. Dressed in a tank top that showcased his muscular physique, he had just exited the vehicle to open the treasure chest. Using the car to ram and block, he had successfully dispatched the zombies guarding the chest. However, in a moment of carelessness, he had been bitten on the calf by a zombie that had fallen beneath the vehicle. The bite on his calf had already scabbed over, darkening with blood. Feeling his consciousness dimming, the man gritted his teeth. Finally resolute, he placed a green weapon module onto the chat interface. Flamethrower, green consumes energy fuel to emit a searing beam of flame, with a range of 20 meters. Qing examined the item information sent by the other party, confirming it to be a vehicle-mounted weapon of green quality. To his astonishment, what had begun as a casual inquiry had led to an encounter with something truly valuable. The apocalypse had only just commenced, rendering various resources exceedingly scarce, especially vehicle-mounted weapons capable of actively hunting monsters and gathering supplies. Much like vehicles themselves, they were quintessential to the survival of the living. The other party's willingness to offer a weapon module indicated genuine urgency. Qing took the detox bread and sliced it into 6 portions with a long knife. After finishing the task, he held a small piece of bread in his hand, only to discover that its attributes had changed. Small piece of detox bread, green, a high-quality bread with detoxifying effects, capable of eliminating some zombie virus, providing 1 stamina point. This fragment of detox bread, once possessing a property of 5 stamina points, had now diminished to just 1. Moreover, the attribute that once allowed for the complete eradication of the zombie virus has now been altered to only partially cleanse the infection. Nevertheless, this remains sufficient. If one has just been bitten and the virus has yet to disseminate throughout the body, this small piece of detoxifying bread can indeed prove effective. Qing transmitted the attribute information of the sliced bread to his counterpart. "Wait, my friend, the effect of your bread only mitigates a portion of the virus. What if it fails to cleanse entirely? Wouldn't I still be doomed?" grumbled the robust man in the black vehicle upon perceiving the attributes of the detoxifying bread. I can offer you a maximum of 2 pieces. Whether they can eliminate the viral state is a gamble you must take. This is the condition of the trade. Take it or leave it. After sending the message, Su Qing chose to disregard him. The other party's demeanor irked Su Qing, initially. The fellow even attempted to obtain the item for free. He had no intention of indulging such behavior. Su Qing opened the chat interface and posted the attribute details of the detoxifying bread, accompanied by a brief note. Small piece of detoxifying bread, green, limited quantity. First come first served. Offer a price or receive no response. Barely had the message been dispatched when a flurry of friend requests inundated him. Many unbitten survivors even sent requests, eager for this precious item. In a world plagued by zombies, this bread serves as a lifeline. Who can guarantee their safety from bites in such a perilous environment? The opportunity to procure an item capable of purging the virus beforehand would significantly bolster one's courage when venturing out for supplies, alleviating fears of becoming a zombie after a bite. Upon viewing the overflowing list of friend requests, Su Qing filtered out those without offers, retaining only those that included a price. He also blocked requests from survivors attempting to solicit free items such as original flavor lingerie, stockings, or photos. After this meticulous culling, his list of friend requests was considerably streamlined. Su Qing scrutinized the remaining offers and soon noticed an item that piqued his interest. Smokeless stove module, green and integrated stove with built-in smoke extraction, additionally featuring steaming and baking functions. Currently, his vehicle was rather sparse, equipped only with a restroom and lacking other essential living facilities. Acquiring a stove would enable him to prepare meals once he found rice, flour, and vegetables, even if he lacked sufficient ingredients for a full meal. Boiling some water for a warm cup of tea would elevate his quality of life significantly. He added the seller of the quoted item as a friend and promptly initiated a trade request, offering the detoxifying bread in exchange. The response from the other party was swift, and the transaction proceeded seamlessly. Su Qing positioned the newly acquired smokeless stove module in the center of the vehicle and connected the power supply module to it. This integrated stove, complete with a steaming and baking compartment, had a smoke outlet leading directly outside the vehicle. The stove featured 3 burners and was crafted entirely from metal, harmonizing beautifully with the vehicle's interior. The trade was successfully completed. As Su Qing drove, he continued to search. Not far from the small town, a compact car was parked by the roadside. Inside sat a family of 3, a middle-aged couple accompanied by their daughter. The man, whose arm had been bitten by a zombie, sat in the car with a pallid complexion. "Dear, I have found the antidote. Please take it quickly," the woman exclaimed, excitedly producing a piece of detoxifying bread she had just procured and offered it to the man in the vehicle. After consuming the bread, the dark blood oozing from the man's wound visibly transformed into a crimson hue. "Thank you, my love. The virus within me has vanished. I have survived. I will no longer become a zombie." Chapter 20. Hardened coating and promotion. Inside a black off-road vehicle, a muscular man glared at Su Qing's reply, his frustration boiling over as he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. "Damn it. This bastard dares to take advantage of my predicament and even threatens me? Having seized my vehicle's weaponry, he better not cross my path." Filled with intense resentment, the man initiated a transaction, placing a flamethrower on the table. The deal was struck. The weapon module in his hand transformed into 2 pieces of distinctly sliced detox bread. How could this bread be sliced? The muscular man seethed as he beheld the bread in his grasp. He was furious. When had Xie Chong ever endured such humiliation? Not only had he been injured and coerced into relinquishing his newly acquired vehicle weapon, but the outcome was also a defective item. Although the terms of the transaction were proposed by him, witnessing his weapon being taken away left his heart aching as if it were bleeding. Fortunately, the properties of the detox bread remained intact, identical to what was sent by the other party. Anxiously, Xie Chong consumed a piece of the bread. To his delight, he discovered that his previously afflicted poison state had vanished. He was astonished by the remarkable efficacy of the detox bread. With just 1 piece consumed, he had eradicated the poison from his system. Consequently, the remaining piece of bread became his life-saving artifact. The next time he encountered a treasure chest or faced a zombie attack, he would no longer be burdened by trepidation. Given his skills, dispatching these sluggish zombies would be a mere trifle. If fortune favored him, he could even trade this piece of bread for a new vehicle weapon. With this thought, Xie Chang felt a sense of relief. He carefully stored the remaining piece of bread away and started the vehicle, hastily distancing himself from the area. The crowd was growing, and if anyone noticed him opening a green treasure chest, they might be tempted by greed and seize his resources while he was vulnerable. In a moment of reflection, he recognized he would likely do the same. With his injuries still unhealed, it was prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. In the center of the road, a large truck lay overturned. The truck's rear compartment was crumpled and twisted, torn open with a massive gash. The enormous vehicle sprawled across the wide highway, an unmistakable sight. Su Qing spotted the fallen truck from a distance. He closed the chat interface and parked his base vehicle beside it. His combat base vehicle was significantly larger than the toppled truck, casting an imposing presence under the afternoon sun. A pickup truck and a fuel tank truck were positioned in front and behind the base vehicle, respectively. Su Qing retrieved the flamethrower he had just acquired and affixed it to the fuel tank truck. A black flame-throwing turret emerged atop the fuel truck. The ominous nozzle sent shivers down one's spine, radiating an aura of intimidation. With the flamethrower now mounted, the large fuel tank truck had acquired a means of self-defense against any impending monster attacks. There is no longer a necessity for passive defense and retreat. One can also take the initiative to strike. Moreover, the fuel tanker possesses the most energy resources, making it ideally suited for the deployment of a flamethrower as a weapon. After completing the installation of the weapon module, Su Qing utilized his synthetic talent and gazed upon the fallen truck. Large freight truck. Vehicle core, green, excellent grade. Special ability, hardened coating. Vehicle level, level 2. Weapon module, none durability, 550-2200. Maximum load, 20 tons. Maximum speed, 160 km/h. Hardened coating, green. The exterior of the truck is coated with a robust anti-explosion spray, enhancing the vehicle's defense by 10 durability. Description: this is a large truck with a special paint job, modified by its owner solely to ensure the comfort of their beloved dog. A vehicle of green quality. Luck was indeed on Su Qing's side. Upon reviewing the truck's attributes, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. Discovered an unowned green vehicle core. Would you like to synthesize? Confirm synthesis. Upon selecting confirm, the toppled freight truck shattered into metallic dust, which soared towards the base vehicle for fusion. During the fusion process, Su Qing endeavored to utilize the amalgamated metals to create partitions within the cargo area. Under Su Qing's guidance, the metallic walls on either side of the compartment continuously extended inward, forming solid barriers. The interior space of the truck was divided into 3 sections. The front was designated as a driving and leisure area for daily activities. The middle served as a resting and storage area, containing a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and pantry, while the rear was allocated for maintenance and manufacturing, equipped with various tools. The maintenance module was installed here, and in the future, should he acquire a manufacturing station, he would be able to create items within this space. Synthesis successful. Consumed 1 green vehicle core, acquired vehicle characteristic hardened coating, green. Until the external metallic dust dissipated, the internal walls of the cargo area had been completed and partitioned. On the exterior of the base vehicle, a layer of black coating had been applied, radiating a formidable sheen under the sunlight. Discovered a similar vehicle characteristic. Would you like to synthesize? A message appeared. Su Qing scrutinized it and discerned that the 2 similar characteristics were reinforced body, white, and the recently acquired hardened coating, green. Both characteristics serve to enhance the vehicle's durability. He confirmed the synthesis. Characteristic fusion successful. Acquired green quality vehicle characteristic, reinforced armor. Reinforced armor, green. The thickened body material, combined with the sturdy anti-explosion coating, bestows the vehicle with additional defensive capabilities, enhancing durability by 20. After synthesizing the 2 vehicle characteristics, although the new characteristics grade did not elevate and remained green quality, its efficacy was doubled. The previous enhancement of durability by 10 had now escalated to an impressive 20. Su Qing's base vehicle durability had now surpassed the formidable threshold of 20,000, achieving a remarkable durability of 21,600 points. The vehicle, now enhanced with the ultra gold alloy armor, blue, boasts an astonishing increase of 300 in durability. Consequently, the durability of this base vehicle has ascended to an impressive 64,800 points. This level of endurance surpasses that of genuine armored vehicles, transforming it into a true behemoth of steel and armor. At present, the defensive capabilities of this combat-based vehicle undeniably position it at the pinnacle of the survivor vehicle leaderboard, with no rivals in sight. Moreover, upon reviewing the vehicle rankings, Su Qing discovered to his astonishment that his name had risen to 8th place among the top 10 vehicles. He stands out as the sole representative of a purple rare-grade vehicle, triumphantly overshadowing 2 orange epic-grade vehicles. In terms of overall performance, he has thoroughly surpassed those 2 high-quality counterparts, elevating his rank by 2 places, from a precarious 10th to a commendable 8th. The vehicles that precede him are uniformly orange epic grade, with 3 even attaining the illustrious golden legendary grade. This solitary hue of purple is strikingly conspicuous among the top 10. Nevertheless, Su Qing remains unfazed. With the extraordinary synthetic talent, a creation-level ability of unparalleled prowess, surpassing these vehicles to claim the top position is merely a matter of time. Chapter 21. The Blade of the Flowing Wind. Zombie Onslaught. Tang Lin parked her vehicle by the roadside. From her vantage point inside the car, she once again witnessed the extraordinary ability of Su Qing, who could assimilate other vehicles as materials. After merging with the overturned truck, Su Qing's base vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation. The once gleaming metallic surface of the vehicle was now completely enveloped in a coat of black paint, resembling the fallen truck that lay nearby. Moreover, this base vehicle visibly shrank in size, becoming less cumbersome and enhancing its agility. After absorbing the large truck, Tang Lin noticed that Su Qing's vehicle ranking had astonishingly improved by 2 positions. It is noteworthy that this ranking was within the top 10 of vehicle classifications, where advancing even a single rank is an arduous task. This evident enhancement not only showcased Su Qing's ability to merge materials, but also suggested an augmentation of the vehicle's capabilities. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how his vehicle ranking could suddenly ascend by 2 places following the absorption of the truck. In addition to the alterations in the base vehicle, Tang Lin immediately spotted the flamethrower mounted on the fuel truck. This indicated that Su Qing had, in a mere day, acquired 2 vehicular weapons, an utterly unbelievable feat yet. She had yet to catch a glimpse of the weapon modules. With wide eyes filled with envy, Tang Lin gazed at the sci-fi design of the flamethrower. However, Tang Lin herself had not returned empty-handed. During the earlier battle, she had managed to crush nearly half of the zombie dogs, earning a vehicle modification piece, the Blade of the Flowing Wind. Blade of the Flowing Wind, a sharp blade installed around the vehicle, capable of slicing through the air to enhance speed and cleave through obstructing enemies. Vehicle speed 10, attack power 20. After attaching the blade to her off-road vehicle, a series of remarkably sharp and broad blades extended from the front to the rear, forming a complete circle. The blades tapered to a sharp point at the front, streamlined towards the vehicle's tail. Overall, it resembled a flat, pointed dagger encircling the black off-road vehicle. With the blade's protection, she could now collide with zombies without damaging the vehicle's core. The monstrous undead and obstacles would be effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the razor-sharp edge. Regrettably, it was not a weapon. Although she was quite satisfied with the Blade of the Flowing Wind, Tang Lin yearned for a vehicular weapon akin to the crossbow launcher. Such an armament would allow her to maneuver the vehicle outside the throngs of monsters, eliminating enemies from a distance rather than recklessly charging through the horde. Nevertheless, she found a certain thrill in the chaos of collisions. In order to extend the walls within the vehicle compartment and enhance maneuverability, Su Qing slightly reduced the external dimensions of the base vehicle. Now, its size was comparable to that of the fallen truck. The vehicle synthesis was complete. Su Qing maneuvered the base vehicle, executing a turn on the expansive highway, preparing to proceed towards the city infested with zombies. Suddenly, a cacophony of sharp, urgent honks erupted from behind. Wait! A voice called out from a vehicle in the rear, the window lowered. Through the rearview mirror, Su Qing discerned several cars hastening towards this location along the highway leading from the city. It appeared that the vehicles previously obstructing the road had been cleared, allowing survivors trapped within the city to escape the perilous urban zone. Hey, young man, you must have already exited the city, right? I wonder if you have any food on your vehicle. We just fled from the city, and our car is completely empty. We haven't eaten for a day. If you have any provisions, please share some with us. An elderly gentleman, driving a sedan, halted his vehicle beside the base vehicle and addressed Su Qing. No. Su Qing replied curtly. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you speak to your elders? I could be your grandfather. Haven't your family taught you any manners? The old man's face twisted with anger. If you don't share some food today, neither of us will leave. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the elderly man seethed with indignation, maneuvering his car directly in front of the base vehicle, blocking the road. Young man, if you have food, please hand some out to help everyone. We are all in dire straits. Having barely escaped the city, we must unite and assist one another. His large truck was so substantial that it seemed implausible it contained no supplies. This kid clearly doesn't want to help us. As more vehicles approached, many occupants, upon hearing the elder's words, began to echo his sentiments. Some even attempted to climb aboard an adjacent fuel tanker, hoping to inspect its contents for fuel. However, upon noticing the flamethrower atop the vehicle, they retreated in dismay. Today, I will lie here. Unless you produce some food, none of us shall depart. An elderly woman with a fierce countenance and agile stature exited the passenger side of the sedan and lay down in the middle of the road. With a thunderous roar, the engine of the base vehicle erupted into life. Su Qing pressed the accelerator, the formidable vehicle surging forward like a titan of steel. Ah, murder! The old woman shrieked as she felt the ground tremble violently beneath her. Turning her head, she was stricken with terror, nearly losing her wits. Just as she attempted to rise and flee, the massive base vehicle bore down upon her. With a resounding crash, the sedan that had obstructed the road was struck aside as if it were a mere toy, spinning in the air before coming to rest at the roadside. The entire front of the sedan was mangled beyond recognition, its engine rendered utterly inoperative. Without so much as a moment's pause after colliding with the car, Qing propelled the base vehicle onward at full speed. The elderly woman, displaying an agility incongruent with her years, sprang to her feet. Seizing the fleeting moment when the vehicle collided, she rolled to the side and evaded capture. The base vehicle whizzed by, narrowly missing her, leaving her face coated in dust. As she rose, she was about to unleash a torrent of invective. "Everyone, flee. The monsters from the city have pursued us." Suddenly, the crowd behind erupted into chaos. People rushed back to their cars, driving away in a frenzied exodus. At the end of the road leading towards the city, a staggering horde of zombies became faintly visible. "Wait, don't leave us. Our vehicle is broken. We need your assistance. Lend us some survival points so I can repair it." The old man's face twisted in desperation as he became trapped in the wrecked car, observing the fleeing throng, panic causing beads of sweat to dot his forehead. Chapter 22. Murder and Robbery, a proactive assault. At this moment, the elderly lady also caught sight of the horde of zombies pursuing from behind. Witnessing the frantic retreat of everyone in their vehicles, she could no longer afford the luxury of cursing. Hurriedly, she rose and ran to the small car, desperately yanking at the mangled door that had become stuck due to the collision. The door refused to budge. She opened the rear door, only to find the old man trapped in the driver's seat, utterly immobile. As the zombies drew ever closer, the elderly lady hesitated not a second. She retrieved a bag brimming with food from the car and fled with it slung over her shoulder. The old man, ensnared in his seat, stared blankly at her retreating figure. With a bitter smile, he relinquished his struggle. The abandoned car remained silently by the roadside, awaiting its inevitable engulfment by the approaching zombie horde. "Help me. I have food and water," the elderly lady shouted as she sprinted along the highway, calling out to the distant vehicles ahead. To her astonishment, a black SUV actually turned around and began driving towards her. Elated at the prospect of rescue, the elderly lady's face lit up with joy. She envisioned bargaining with the approaching vehicle, thinking that once aboard, she would offer merely a bottle of water. No, half a bottle would suffice. After all, she needed to conserve her supplies. However, to her dismay, the returning black SUV showed no signs of slowing down as it approached. Instead, it accelerated. With a jarring impact, the bag on her back burst open, scattering its contents across the ground. Before she lost consciousness, the elderly lady glimpsed a muscular man stepping out of the SUV, his leg injured, clad in a tank top, and wielding an iron bar. In the wake of the world's transformation, what was once a solitary road had morphed into a sprawling network of thoroughfares, each remarkably wide. After traveling several miles, Qing turned onto an uninhabited road. Many who had witnessed his audacious act of demolishing the small car and driving away were left in awe. None dared to follow him, fearful of provoking the armored vehicle and meeting a similar fate on the roadside. Thus, on this fork in the road, only Qing's convoy remained. As the small car was struck, and Xiaowan and Suing had awakened from their slumber, having slept for over an hour, they felt significantly refreshed. Upon waking, they were astonished by the dramatic changes within the vehicle. The interior had been partitioned into 3 segments by newly manifested metallic walls, significantly enhancing its functionality. After inspecting the transformations, the 2 women returned to the passenger seat. Qing then announced the initial combat strategy for the squad. He intended to halt the convoy on this highway to confront the horde of zombies advancing from behind. The squad was equipped with 2 purple vehicles and 1 blue-quality vehicle, along with 2 mounted weapons, having also secured a substantial fuel reserve from a gas station. The squad's fuel supply was ample, endowing them with the capability for extensive and sustained combat. As long as they maintained their speed and avoided being encircled by the horde of zombies, there remained a tangible possibility of triumph. Upon hearing Qing's plan, and Xiaowan and Suing nodded in agreement. After making the necessary preparations, they each returned to their respective vehicles. This marked in Xiaowan's inaugural experience in the driver's seat of the large fuel tanker since it had been bound to her. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, for she had never operated such a colossal vehicle before. However, as her fingers gripped the steering wheel, all her concerns evaporated instantly. A profound sensation surged from within her, one that allowed her to command all vehicle information through the core of the tanker. That familiar feeling washed over her, as though she had been driving this large fuel tanker for decades. There was no need for learning. She instinctively understood how to maneuver it. Tang Lin also received the combat notification. Rather than opposing it, She expressed genuine admiration for Su Qing's decisiveness for the first time. Since childhood, she had been competitive, relishing challenges and detesting retreat. In her view, only cowards would choose to flee from the pursuing army of zombies, even in the face of uncertainty. One must charge forward to discover the outcome. The four vehicles formed a formation on the highway. In Xiaowan's large fuel tanker and Su Ying's pickup truck positioned themselves at the front, while Su Qing's combat-based vehicle and Tang Lin's off-road vehicle followed behind, quietly awaiting the arrival of the zombies. Soon enough, a multitude of zombies emerged at the intersection ahead. However, due to the diversion caused by several side roads, the number of zombies that reached Su Qing's highway was significantly reduced. Just as the zombie horde was about to make contact with the black base vehicle at the rear, the engine, which had long been revved up, surged forward, gaining speed. The four vehicles advanced together, leaving the zombies in their wake. Su Qing's large base vehicle, fortified with robust defensive armor, shielded the convoy from the onslaught of the zombies. The crossbow arrow launcher atop the vehicle unleashed its full firepower, striking the pursuing zombies with pinpoint accuracy. Each shot from the powerful crossbow arrow could repel a nearby zombie. Tang Lin maneuvered her off-road vehicle, equipped with the wind blade. In a circling motion around the base vehicle, the sharp blades mounted on her vehicle effortlessly cleaved through the zombies that approached the base vehicle. The four vehicles continued to engage and retreat until their speed escalated, rendering the zombies unable to keep pace. Only then did Xiaowan position the large fuel tanker alongside the combat-based vehicle, driving side by side. The flamethrower atop the tanker unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards the horde of zombies behind them. The 20-meter-high column of intense heat engulfed the densely packed zombies, spreading rapidly. A roaring inferno quickly ignited behind the convoy, incinerating countless zombies. The pressure on the convoy diminished significantly, as Xiaowan's flamethrower became the primary weapon of the group. The flames blazed upon the highway, and the thick black smoke rising from the wilderness was strikingly conspicuous. Su Qing's base vehicle could only perform repairs from the sidelines, relying on crossbows to eliminate the solitary zombies. Meanwhile, Tang Lin shifted her focus from the base vehicle to the fuel truck, assisting in Xiaowan by crashing into the zombies that lunged at the truck from the side. Su Ying, driving the pickup, led the way at the front. Occasionally, beams of light shot from her vehicle, restoring the durability of the three combat vehicles trailing behind. On Su Qing's base vehicle, the repair module was activated promptly, continuously replenishing the dwindling durability of the vehicles. Despite this being their first collaboration, the coordination among the group was remarkably adept. Each individual was acutely aware of their designated roles, requiring minimal communication. With Tang Lin's assistance this time, no monsters were able to ascend Su Qing's or in Xiaowan's vehicles to attack the weapon modules mounted atop. Furthermore, they maintained vigilant watch over each other, promptly alerting one another of any emerging threats. In comparison to previous encounters, the battle had become significantly more manageable. Chapter 23. Tang Lin joins. Organizing supplies. The entire battle lasted less than 2 hours. The horde of zombies that had surged from the intersection was completely annihilated by the convoy. Charred remains of the undead littered the highway, creating a grim tableau. With the conclusion of the skirmish, Su Qing's combat-based vehicle advanced to level 4, while Tang Lin's off-road vehicle and Xiaowan's tanker truck ascended to level 3. Su Ying's pickup truck, meanwhile, reached level 2. Observing the scorched corpses strewn across the ground, Tang Lin was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the moment she had awaited most eagerly. In the heat of battle, the pent-up frustrations within her finally found release. No longer did she have to scurry about like a frightened mouse. She could engage these monstrous zombies head-on. As the thrilling confrontation came to an end, Tang Lin, flushed with excitement, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the pungent odor of her own sweat. Once she regained her composure, she became acutely aware that her clothing was drenched, her undergarments clinging uncomfortably to her skin, and an unpleasant scent emanating from her hair. When Su Qing emerged from the vehicle to assess their spoils of war, he caught sight of Tang Lin by the car, tearing at her clothing in a most ungraceful manner, her face a portrait of frustration. "What is the matter with her?" he inquired, glancing at Su Ying, who had also disembarked. "Oh, it's nothing. That's just her nature. She loves to dance when she is happy," Su Ying remarked, casting a glance at Tang Lin, who was writhing about like a maggot, before turning to join Xiaowan in the base vehicle to prepare dinner. "Dance?" Su Qing pondered, bemused. Given the surrounding carnage and the foul stench permeating the air, how could she possibly find the energy to dance? It seemed to be a manifestation of true passion. Yet, despite her enthusiasm, Tang Lin's dancing skills were woefully lacking. She was both inexperienced and overly playful. Seeing her thrash about like a zombie, Su Qing felt a surge of motivation and began to sway his hips, joining her in a spirited dance-off. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to dance with passion, he declared, channeling his inner rhythm. From the vehicle, and Xiaowan watched in astonishment as the two danced wildly outside. Just yesterday, they had appeared to be enemies. How could they now be dancing together? Had the world gone mad since the apocalypse? Was it possible they were experiencing some sort of mental breakdown? A flicker of concern crossed in Xiaowan's mind. Don't worry about them. They are perfectly fine. Xiaowan, could you fetch some water for me? Let us brew some milk tea. Suing's voice broke through her thoughts. Casting one last worried glance outside, and Xiaowan shook off her concerns. Oh, all right. Wow, are we really having milk tea? That's fantastic. The aroma of the milk tea invigorated her, and she cheered with delight. As Su Qing danced with fervor, Tang Lin's hair swung perilously close to his face, nearly colliding with him. A foul odor surged into his nostrils, instantly shattering his enthusiasm. Su Qing recoiled, covering his nose. This gesture provoked Tang Lin, who was desperately tearing at the garments clinging to her. What do you mean by this? Did you come specifically to mock me? To dance and ridicule me? Is it merely to persuade me to join your team? Must you humiliate me so? Is this amusing to you? Very well, I shall join. Will that satisfy you? Su Qing stared blankly at Tang Lin, whose face was flushed with shame and anger. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her visage, illuminating its beauty. Stray strands of hair clung to her face, marked by the trail of perspiration. Her disheveled clothing clung tightly to her slender form. This breathtaking scene left Su Qing momentarily spellbound. He attempted to extend an invitation to Tang Lin. Tang Lin has agreed to join, Vehicle Passenger 1. Currently possessing 3 passengers, all attributes of the large combat-based vehicle have been enhanced by 30 passengers have been bound to the vehicle. All-terrain off-road vehicle purple. Vehicle trait. Boost charge. Control of the all-terrain off-road vehicle has been acquired. Vehicle core has absorbed trait. Boost charge. Boost charge. Purple. The engine can unleash a powerful surge of energy instantaneously, propelling the vehicle forward at extraordinary speed, significantly enhancing vehicle structure, durability at 200, vehicle speed at 100. Instant speed at 500. Upon receiving the information from the vehicle panel, Su Qing was filled with exhilaration. He embraced Tang Lin, spinning her around in delight. Haha. A warm welcome. This is truly wonderful. Su Qing had never anticipated that Tang Lin's off-road vehicle would also possess a purple quality. Furthermore, it had the ability to enhance the vehicle's durability and engine power. After absorbing the boost charge trait, the durability of Su Qing's combat-based vehicle soared to 129. 600 points, doubling in value and surpassing the 12,000 mark. Moreover, the vehicle's combat power ranking ascended to 6th place, surpassing 2 orange epic-grade vehicles. What are you doing? Tang Lin was taken aback by Su Qing's actions. I warn you. Do not presume that having obtained control of my vehicle gives you the right to coerce me into actions I detest. I would rather perish than compromise or live a life of disgrace. Blushing with indignation, Tang Lin pushed Su Qing away and shot him a glare. She turned and hurried back to the vehicle, retrieving her suitcase and quickly making her way to the base vehicle. She yearned for nothing more than to take a shower. Without a moment's delay, upon gaining control of the vehicle, all items dropped from monsters slain by Xiaowan and Su Ying would be transferred to Su Qing's vehicle core. Entering his backpack space, Su Qing opened his backpack to inspect its contents. The first thing he noticed was several liters of fuel. This fuel, a spoils from vanquished zombies, was merely the excess, as the fuel tank was already full. Everything has been collected into the backpack. This means that during this battle, Su Qing's convoy not only consumed no fuel but, in fact, amassed an abundance of fuel from the monster's drops. Not only was the fuel tank completely full, but it even overflowed considerably. It seems that as long as one dares to venture out and hunt monsters, there is no shortage of supplies. Su Qing replenished the fuel in the tanker from the backpack. He then returned to the vehicle and emptied all the food and drinks dropped by the monsters into the driving leisure area. After clearing out these items, the backpack felt much more spacious. Besides food, the slain zombies also yielded a variety of maintenance tools and daily necessities, including crowbars, wrenches, cookware, teacups, and toilet paper. Among others, all types were present, filling the vehicle to the brim. And Xiaowan and Su Ying, like children unboxing surprise packages, joyfully rummaged through the mountain of supplies. Well, Sister Su, look. There's instant coffee and cream cake. How wonderful. And even face masks? Perfect for tonight. This water cup is so cute. And Xiaowan's face flushed with excitement. She adored the thrill of scavenging. Meanwhile, Su Ying quietly placed a large pack of sanitary napkins behind her. Seeing in Xiaowan's adorable, innocent, and vibrant demeanor lifted her spirits significantly. Chapter 24. Energy concentrating air cannon and thermal insulation coating. After vanquishing the horde of pursuing zombies, the bounty was exceedingly plentiful. In addition to an array of mundane items, Su Qing discovered several high-quality treasures nestled within his backpack. Energy concentrating air cannon. Green, a vehicular weapon module capable of compressing air to unleash a high-pressure shockwave forward. With an attack frequency of 1 shot every 10 seconds and a range of 5 meters. Purification air conditioning module. Green, an exemplary air conditioning system designed to filter and purify the air, featuring both heating and cooling modes to maintain the interior temperature of the vehicle. Thermal insulation coating. Green, a modification for vehicles. This coating provides excellent thermal insulation, significantly reducing temperature loss within the cabin. Vehicle communication link. Green, a real-time communication system comprising 1 main unit and 10 extensions, with a communication range of 10 kilometers. Upon examining these items, Qing noted that the zombies faced in this wave were of relatively low strength, peaking at the green elite level. Consequently, most of the dropped items were of ordinary gray or white quality, with only these 4 green quality items emerging from the fray. Qing proceeded to load the 3 modules, excluding the air cannon, onto the base vehicle, consuming an old air conditioning module, white, synthesized to obtain a purification air conditioning module, green, with a purification efficiency of 30. The newly synthesized purification air conditioning module resembled a compact fresh air fan. Its small size and lack of external attachments allowed it to function simply by being mounted on a wall, while the air conditioning vents in the cockpit remained operational, providing great convenience. Qing installed the air conditioning module in the rear of the leisure area, connected it to the power module, and set the desired temperature. The air conditioning module activated successfully, exhibiting remarkable performance. Soon, the purified fresh air flowed into the vehicle, eradicating the acrid odor that had lingered. The stifling heat of the vehicle transformed into a refreshing breeze as the cool air circulated, a feat unattainable by the outdated air conditioning system previously installed. Following the installation of the air conditioning module, Qing turned his attention to the thermal insulation coating. Upon selecting the installation, a layer of black paint enveloped the existing metallic anti-explosion coating on the base vehicle. With this thermal insulation coating in place, the interior of the base vehicle would remain a sanctuary, irrespective of the external heat. This coating would enhance the vehicle's ability to endure harsher environmental conditions, thereby augmenting its survivability. With both the thermal insulation coating and the purification air conditioning module installed, the temperature within the base vehicle became significantly more pleasant. Sitting inside, Qing relished the cool breeze, which soothed his previously agitated spirit. Consuming a subpar signal reception module, gray, synthesized to obtain a vehicle signal station, green, enhancing communication range by 10. Qing combined the original vehicle's radio with the newly acquired vehicle station. He positioned the station's main unit within the base vehicle, replacing the inferior radio. The auxiliary units were intended as gifts for Tang Lin and her companions, ensuring they each received one. Thus, during combat, they need not rely on chat channels for communication. In urgent situations, distraction is not an option, as notifications may go unnoticed. Instead, engaging in real-time dialogue via walkie-talkie significantly enhances collaborative efficiency. Just as Qing was installing the vehicle module, Tang Lin emerged from the bathroom, finally finished with her shower. Nearly 2 days had elapsed since she had disembarked from the plane, and she had not even washed her face. It was the height of summer, and the car was stiflingly hot. Sweat poured incessantly, saturating her with an unpleasant odor. Especially given the current environment, replete with decaying zombies, the stench was overwhelming. This discomfort made Tang Lin feel utterly despondent. She scrubbed herself thoroughly in the bathroom 3 times until she felt impeccably clean, experiencing a profound sense of relief as if shedding a heavy burden. In that moment, she began to understand why Qing had chosen to join the convoy so early on. Having tidied up the bathroom, Tang Lin donned a fresh outfit and made her way to the leisure area, sitting somewhat awkwardly beside Qing. Just yesterday, she had urged Qing not to join Qing's convoy, yet within a single day, she found herself unable to resist the allure of companionship. Nevertheless, even if it were only for 1 day, she had tasted freedom. At least she had not capitulated immediately. While assisting Qing in sorting through supplies, Tang Lin quietly reassured herself. Observing the scattered provisions, she opened her backpack and piled all the items she had acquired from slain zombies onto the heap. Soon, they collaborated to categorize and organize everything, storing it in the storage room. Qing and Shaowan continued to prepare dinner. Qing, noticing Tang Lin's lingering awkwardness, beckoned her over. "What is it?" she asked reluctantly as she approached. However, upon seeing Qing retrieve an air cannon weapon module from his backpack, her face lit up with astonishment. She had long desired to equip her vehicle with a mounted weapon but had been unable to realize that ambition, as the drop rate for weapon modules was dismally low. Despite having dispatched countless zombies, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of a vehicle-mounted weapon module. "Is this for me?" Tang Lin asked, incredulous. "Well, it makes sense. My vehicle is now yours, so it matters not where the weapon is mounted, Su Qing replied. I shall install it right away. Tang Lin suppressed her excitement, maintaining a stoic expression as she took the weapon module and turned to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the base vehicle, followed by Tang Lin's delighted exclamation. This is absolutely magnificent. Su Qing glanced out the window to behold a scene of chaos, zombie fragments scattered across the sky, debris raining down all around. Within 5 meters of Tang Lin's vehicle, not a single intact zombie remained. All that lay before her was a disarray of flesh strewn across the ground, black ichor pooling on the road, attracting swarms of flies. Tang Lin maneuvered her vehicle along the highway, repositioning it as the colossal cannon atop began to recharge its energy. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed as the powerful shockwave erupted from the air cannon on the roof of the off-road vehicle. The charred remains of the zombies littering the ground ahead were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments that danced through the air. A macabre rain of flesh and blood filled the space before the vehicle, creating a substantial clearing in an instant. Witnessing the formidable power of the air cannon, Tang Lin felt a surge of satisfaction as she reversed the vehicle back towards the base, leaving behind the gruesome remnants of the explosion. Eagerly, she exited the car and returned to the command vehicle. Su Qi, you did splendidly, she exclaimed, enthusiastically exchanging a high-five with Su Qing before darting off to the restroom for a shower. The stench of the exploded, decaying zombie remnants lingered in the air, and she could sense that the foul odor had clung to her as well, necessitating a thorough wash. However, her refreshing moment was soon interrupted as the water supply in the restroom was cut off. The water collection module could only gather a mere ton of water each day, hardly sufficient for such demanding use. Shortly thereafter, Tang Lin emerged, her hair towel-dried, wearing an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, everyone, but we've run out of water, she said, bowing in contrition. Taking advantage of the lull, Su Qing opened the chat channel, hoping to continue trading the detoxifying bread for various items. Unfazed by Tang Lin's announcement, he waved dismissively. It's all right, we'll have more soon. Su Qing then perused his list of friend requests, noting an influx of new inquiries within just a single afternoon. These were potential buyers eager to procure his detoxifying bread, each presenting an array of intriguing items for trade, truly an eye-opener for Su Qing. Chapter 25. Surrounding surveillance and the inferno of zombie birds. Su Qing briefly glanced through the friend requests. He promptly filtered out the white-quality items, leaving only the offers for green-tier goods. Special tires, green crafted with exceptional quality. These tires are designed for specialized purposes, enhancing vehicle speed by 10 and possessing a durability of 100. Surrounding surveillance, green, a miniature monitoring device concealed within the vehicle, capable of providing comprehensive, all-angle surveillance of the surrounding environment. Fragment grenade, green, a small explosive containing metal fragments, boasting formidable lethality with an effective blast radius of 5 meters. As Su Qing perused the information, he rose and entered the storage room. He retrieved some bread and commenced the synthesis process to create detoxifying bread. Consume 2 ordinary dehydrated loaves, white, to synthesize 1 detoxifying loaf, green. Effective in eliminating zombie viruses. Consume. Su Qing diligently used his synthesis ability over a dozen times until fatigue began to cloud his mind. Only then did he cease his efforts. Drawing a sharp long knife from his backpack, he meticulously sliced the detoxifying loaves into small pieces. Transaction successful. Exchanged small pieces of detoxifying bread, green, for special tires, green. Transaction successful. Acquired surrounding surveillance, green. Transaction successful. Obtained fragment grenade, green. Transaction successful. Received a superbly crafted frying pan, green. Acquired thermal underwear, green. While Su Qing remained hidden in the storage room, engaged in incessant transactions with the detoxifying bread. A sudden terrified scream from An Shaowan pierced the air. Su Qing hastened outside to investigate. To his dismay, he found the glass of the driver's cabin besieged by a swarm of black crows. The crows' eyes glowed a menacing red, laced with dark purple veins, fixated on the occupants within the vehicle. Occasionally, other birds descended from the sky, alighting around the base vehicle, their cries echoing with a chilling terror. Su Qing swiftly equipped the recently acquired surrounding surveillance, green, modification onto the base vehicle. Dozens of miniature cameras, cleverly concealed within the armor, projected outward. This surveillance system left no blind spots, with several cameras even monitoring beneath the vehicle. Through the captured imagery, Su Qing discerned that, unbeknownst to him, various types of zombie birds had amassed outside the base vehicle. Enticed by the scattered remains of zombies, they congregated on the roadway, feasting on the gruesome remnants. Thud, thud, thud. The zombie birds had detected the occupants within the vehicle, erupting into a frenzy. They relentlessly flung themselves against the glass of the driver's cabin. The base vehicle is under attack, Durability decreased by 10 points. The base vehicle is under attack. Durability decreased by 5 points. A barrage of notifications flooded in as the durability of the base vehicle plummeted. Although the singular attack power of each zombie bird was minimal, the vehicle was now surrounded by a multitude of avian assailants. The sheer number of creatures posed a significant threat even to the defenses of the base vehicle. Outside, the sunlight was completely obscured by the flocks of ravens, plunging the interior into darkness. Qing hastily activated the maintenance module, tirelessly restoring the vehicle's durability in a bid to escape the encirclement. The three young women, having never encountered such a terrifying scene, were paralyzed with fear, terrified of provoking the ravenous undead that clung to the glass. The crows were so densely packed that it felt as though they could invade at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. "What shall we do, Sugu?" And Xiaowan's voice trembled with a hint of a sob. "I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die." In the shadowy confines of the driver's cabin, her question went unanswered, the only sound being the incessant thuds of the undead birds battering against the glass, accompanied by the sight of countless crimson, yearning eyes gazing hungrily from outside, craving the fresh flesh within. Suddenly, a vivid burst of crimson flames erupted behind the flock of undead crows, rapidly expanding in the air and engulfing the ravenous creatures outside, including the large base vehicle under siege. The inferno enveloped the vehicle, and through the windows, all that could be seen was the raging fire. "Are you insane? We'll be roasted alive," Tang Lin shouted in a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, the base vehicle unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, launching forward instantaneously. The vehicle's core ability, Boost Surge, was activated, propelling the massive machine at a speed that belied its size, bursting forth from the flames. The three young women aboard barely had time to react, collapsing to the floor, one warm, soft body falling into Qing's embrace. He steadied himself, instinctively wrapping his arms around her, oblivious to everything else. Above them, the fuel truck's flamethrower spewed forth flames reaching over 20 meters into the air, sweeping across the surroundings and transforming the area into a sea of fire. Thick, black smoke blotted out the sun, while the crimson sky mingled with the hues of the setting sun. The fallen undead birds plummeted to the ground like raindrops, producing crackling sounds, while those that evaded the flames, terrified, fled in all directions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness began to settle, and the flames gradually subsided. Outside the vehicle, silence enveloped the scene. "How long are you going to hold on?" came a soft, melodic voice. Regaining control of the vehicle, Qing suddenly realized he was still holding someone. After taking in the warmth and fragrance of the figure in his arms, he reluctantly released her. Tang Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as she feigned nonchalance, walking over to assist Su Ying and Xiaowan, who were seated on the ground. Noticing the darkness outside, Qing took the driver's seat and activated the maintenance module to restore the vehicle's durability. He aligned the four vehicles into a convoy, all of them starting up and gradually distancing themselves from the area. After driving several dozen kilometers and checking the navigation system, they arrived at the outskirts of the zombie city. Qing then reduced speed, preparing to come to a halt. The night had long since descended into darkness. Qing refrained from turning on the lights, instead relying on the night vision capability of the cameras as she slowly parked the vehicle by the roadside. This location remained in the wilderness, devoid of monstrous congregations and distanced from the gruesome remnants of the undead. It was unlikely to attract any creatures. Qing activated all the surveillance cameras before vacating the driver's seat to prepare dinner. After the journey, the three girls in the vehicle had regained their composure, only to finally notice something peculiar. The base vehicle had been engulfed in flames for quite some time, yet within, there was no discernible rise in temperature. It remained refreshingly cool. This anomaly could either be attributed to an exceptionally powerful air conditioning system capable of regulating the interior climate, shielding it from the inferno, or it could be that this base vehicle possessed the ability to insulate against heat, effectively blocking the flame's warmth. Regardless of the reason, it was sufficient evidence of the vehicle's formidable capabilities. Truly, it was among the top 10 combat vehicles, proving itself to be extraordinary. Just how many remarkable features did this vehicle harbor? The three girls exchanged astonished glances, utterly taken aback. Chapter 26, The Battle for the Treasure Chest. The grappling hook launcher. Look over there. A green treasure chest. Qing was roused from his slumber atop the makeshift bed formed by the driver's seat. Following in Xiaowan's pointed finger, he beheld a treasure chest emanating a faint green luminescence beside the ruins of a building. "I'll go open it." Tang Lin, freshly groomed, swiftly donned her jacket and revved the engine of the off-road vehicle. The roar of the engine shattered the morning tranquility as she sped down the road, traversing the dew-laden grass towards the derelict structures. Upon reaching the chest, Tang Lin parked the vehicle beside it and alighted. This was her inaugural encounter with the treasure chest, and she curiously surveyed the verdant box before her. The chest was approximately the size of a suitcase, its color indicative of the quality of the resources contained within. However, the volume of the items inside was not determined by the chest's dimensions. Rather, it possessed an infinite capacity akin to that of a survivor's backpack. This seemingly modest chest might very well yield a colossal automobile. As Tang Lin approached the chest, her hand poised to open it, a voice interrupted her. "Wait, beautiful. Leave the chest." From behind the ruins, 3 vehicles emerged, encircling her. "What?" Tang Lin inquired, her hand hovering above the chest, puzzled. 3 individuals disembarked from their vehicles, casting her sinister glances upon seeing the chest had been opened. "Well, it seems we have a situation," one of them remarked. "This treasure chest appeared on our territory. You came here and opened it. So shouldn't you return the contents to us? We were staying here last night, and now our treasure has been taken. This seems rather unreasonable, don't you think? Hand over the items, or you won't be leaving." "Leave? Why would I? It's not every day I encounter such a lovely lady. How about we have some fun together?" Another suggested, grinning. "Join us, and I assure you a life of comfort," he added, as the trio brandished knives and iron rods, drawing closer. One of them, unable to restrain himself, reached out towards Tang Lin. Suddenly, a deafening blast erupted from the off-road vehicle. The energy cannon mounted atop the vehicle unleashed a devastating strike upon a nearby van. The violent shockwave effortlessly tore through metal, splitting the van in 2. Fragments of the vehicle were sent soaring into the air, scattering across the ground. The individuals standing by the vehicle were jolted by the thunderous explosion, and the ensuing shockwave knocked them to the ground. The one who had attempted to touch Tang Lin let out a painful scream, clutching his chest as he collapsed. A fissure appeared in the core embedded within his chest, and soon after, it shattered, leaving him lifeless on the ground. "Get in the car." Su Qing's voice resonated from within the off-road vehicle. Tang Lin, regaining her composure, sprang into action. She swiftly turned and entered the vehicle, securing the doors with a decisive click. The engine roared to life, unleashing a formidable surge of power that rammed through the obstructing cars, propelling her back towards the base vehicle with great urgency. Only 2 individuals remained, wide-eyed and speechless. "Brother, what shall we do? Should we pursue?" "Pursue what? Did you not see the weapon mounted atop that woman's vehicle? It's utterly ruthless." A single shot obliterated the 3rd vehicle into fragments. "What good would it do for us to chase after her? Furthermore, she has accomplices, numerous adversaries. If you wish to perish, do not drag me along. Quick, inspect what remains on the 3rd vehicle. Let us gather anything useful and depart swiftly." A blast from the air cannon jolted the 2 into clarity. They rummaged through the wreckage but found nothing of value. The air cannon's impact had a broad radius, reducing the contents of the vehicle to mere splinters. Upon seeing the scattered fragments on the ground, they were startled and hastily drove away, taking refuge in the ruins. This morning had brought sustenance. Tang Lin returned to the base vehicle and, upon entering, produced 3 steaming soup dumplings, still warm and exuding vapor. "Did you obtain these from the treasure chest?" And Shawan exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the freshly steamed buns. She had not anticipated finding such a delightful treat within the treasure chest, especially considering their appearance suggested they had just been prepared. However, she soon cheered, dismissing further thoughts, and eagerly accepted the dumplings, placing them aside. "These are for you." Tang Lin approached Su Qing, extracting a hook-shaped weapon module from her backpack. Su Qing took it and examined it. Hook and rope launcher, green fire sharp hooks with steel wire, capable of ensnaring targets and restricting their movement. With a tensile strength of 15 tons. To Su Qing's surprise, Tang Lin's fortune had proven bountiful. Her first treasure chest yielded a weapon module. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qing affixed the module to the base vehicle. The hook and rope launcher was evidently designed to ensnare monsters, making it ideally suited for the base vehicle, which boasted robust defensive armor capable of withstanding monstrous assaults. Other vehicles, even if they successfully ensnared a creature, would likely be dragged about or simply smashed to pieces, rendering such a weapon ineffective. Now, the base vehicle was equipped with 2 weapon modules, one mounted at the front and the other at the rear. The front housed a crossbow launcher, while the hook and rope launcher occupied the rear. Awakening to the acquisition of a weapon module had significantly bolstered Su Qing's spirits. After enjoying breakfast, he retrieved a special tire modification he had traded for the previous day, which he had yet to install. He chose to affix it to the base vehicle. With the installation of the special tires, the durability of the base vehicle was further enhanced. These solid tires eliminated the risk of punctures, rendering them impervious to sharp objects and flames, thereby addressing the vehicle's defensive vulnerabilities. Henceforth, there would be no concern over the base vehicle being compromised due to a blown tire, resulting in a loss of mobility. After completing the installation of the special tires, Su Qing glanced at the navigation map. They had now reached the outskirts of the zombie city. Just 10 kilometers ahead lay the urban area, as indicated by the map. The zombie city was divided into 3 distinct regions: the wilderness suburb, the outer district, and the inner city core. The deeper one ventured into the city. The higher the quality of the treasure chests and the more formidable the monsters became, naturally increasing the peril. Run! The horde of zombies is coming. While Su Qing was studying the navigation map, he was suddenly startled by the terrified cries from outside. He turned to look out the window and saw dozens of vehicles of various types frantically fleeing toward the base. In the wake of the fleeing cars, the staggering army of zombies was clearly visible. Don't run. There aren't many zombies. Prepare for defense, and let us eliminate them together. Upon hearing the call, the fleeing vehicles surprisingly came to a halt. Su Qing was astonished. As he munched on a steamed bun, he peered out the window to observe the unfolding scene. Chapter 27. Automotive Defense. Armored behemoths. The vehicles trailing behind the flow of traffic gradually decelerated, forming an unyielding line upon the highway without the slightest gap. This automotive barricade effectively obstructed the relentless advance of the pursuing undead. Meanwhile, the drivers of the cars, having parked their vehicles, emerged armed, taking refuge behind the protective wall of automobiles or standing atop their roofs. They unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks on the zombies that had been hindered by the vehicles. Several cars equipped with mounted weaponry positioned themselves behind the defensive line, unleashing a torrent of firepower in concert with the crowd, sending the undead tumbling backwards into their monstrous throng. At this moment, 3 young women were captivated by the unfolding scene outside, rushing to the window to witness the spectacle. Could it be that these individuals had been engaging in such a struggle throughout the night? Observing the seamless coordination of the combatants, and Xiaowen felt a twinge of confusion and whispered her thoughts aloud. After all, without a significant period of collaboration, it seemed improbable that they could work together with such fluidity. Was this truly how one dispatched zombies? Tang Lin, gazing at the armed individuals standing behind their vehicles, murmured to herself. She had never envisioned that confronting zombies would necessitate disembarking and wielding weapons. Was this a world of vehicular survival? Did it require one to exit the vehicle to combat the monsters? What, then, could be said of the time she had rammed her car into the undead? Did that imply her vehicle was merely robust? The chaotic scene of battle before them broadened the horizons of the group, particularly the unconventional tactics employed by these survivors, which fundamentally altered their perceptions. So this was how ordinary survivors engaged with the undead? Seated by the window, enjoying the steamed buns and the milk tea that Su Ying had prepared in the morning, they sipped leisurely while observing the external skirmish. The threat posed by the zombies elicited no worry among them. They had previously collaborated to vanquish a considerable wave of pursuing undead, bolstering their confidence. They had developed a clearer understanding of the combat prowess of their convoy's vehicles, rendering the meager horde before them utterly innocuous, failing to stir any emotional upheaval. They were far less daunting than the flock of zombie birds that had once instilled fear. The only aspect that startled them was the recent incident where Su Qing utilized a concentrated air cannon to obliterate another's vehicle, resulting in the demise of its occupant due to the destruction of the vehicle's core. Although it was their first encounter with such lethal violence, the individual had brought this fate upon themselves, deserving of their grim end. They had dared to attempt a robbery and must accept the possibility of retribution. Moreover, Su Qing's actions were in defense of the besieged Tang Lin. The consequences of her abduction were too dire to contemplate. Consequently, the group swiftly reconciled with this reality, remaining largely unaffected, wholly engrossed in their leisurely enjoyment of milk tea while observing the unfolding drama outside. Su Qing, after a moment of scrutiny, noted the remarkable organization of the group that had fled from the city. Standing behind the vehicle, most of the individuals wielded long branches or pole weapons, exerting considerable effort to shove the zombies that had climbed onto the car's defenses back down. Meanwhile, those perched atop the vehicle tirelessly swung their weapons, utilizing their elevated position to cleave the heads of the undead. Whenever one person grew weary, another would promptly take their place, ensuring a continuous rotation. Remarkably, after enduring such an arduous battle against the zombies, not a single member of this group had sustained any injuries. Truly impressive. 3 young women gazed out of the window in silence, suddenly contemplating that had they not joined Su Qing's convoy, they might now find themselves among the throngs outside, engaged in close combat with the zombies. It was even possible they would not have survived to this moment. In this apocalyptic world, there existed not only the monstrous zombies but also the treachery of human hearts. Had Su Qing not seized control of the off-road vehicle and driven the attackers away, the fate that awaited Tang Lin would have been dire. Where would there have been an opportunity for a warm bath, sipping milk tea, and resting peacefully through the night? Reflecting on this, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Even Tang Lin, who had initially been reluctant to join the convoy, now fully embraced her current state of life. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor resonated ahead, startling the group and nearly causing them to spill their milk tea. A colossal creature, resembling a monstrous bull adorned in scales with fiery red eyes, charged in from the roadside. As it ran, it unleashed an immense force. Its twin horns collided violently with the rear of the vehicle's defenses, tearing a breach in their sturdy line. Run! Move! The monstrous entity was unstoppable. People scattered in terror. Yet as they fled, they soon realized that the fearsome scaled bull had ceased its assault on the surrounding vehicles. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a sharp-hooked sickle deeply embedded in its hindquarters, ensnaring its rear leg. The taut steel wire secured it firmly to the ground. Despite its strenuous efforts, the creature could not break free from the binding. Whoever controls that war machine is truly formidable. The sight of such a massive beast being held in place was astonishing. Indeed, we should have sought a larger cargo truck for our transport. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they distanced themselves from the perilous creature. With envious glances, they observed the black base vehicle that held the bull captive, its steel wire firmly restraining the monster. On the vehicle, they even spotted 3 beautiful figures leisurely sipping milk tea, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Is this real? Are we still in the apocalypse? They marveled at the sight of these women, who seemed to have the luxury of refreshments and entertainment amidst chaos. Just look at the armor on that vehicle. Even if swarmed by zombies, it would scarcely suffer a scratch. Jealousy has transformed me into a shadow of my former self. I harbor a dark desire to eliminate that young driver and seize control of that formidable vehicle. Huh. With your dilapidated little car, what do you think you can achieve? They need not even attack. A mere collision would reduce your decrepit vehicle to a mere pancake. How is he so fortunate? Possessing not only an armored vehicle, but also 2 weapons mounted atop. As onlookers grasped the taut steel cables tethering the formidable beast, they finally beheld the colossal base vehicle. All were astounded by the luxurious features of this mobile fortress, engaging in animated discussions. At the front of the base vehicle lay a heavy layer of superalloy armor, while the top boasted 2 weapon launchers, one positioned at the front and the other at the rear. One of these launchers discharged a steel cable that firmly ensnared the armored beast ahead. The entire vehicle was enveloped in a cloak of black paint. Even the weapon launchers were shrouded in darkness. It stood imposingly on the highway, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Merely gazing upon it was enough to evoke a sensation of suffocation. Chapter 28. Reconnaissance drones. P-1911 handguns. The number of zombies on the highway had significantly dwindled. Although a breach had been torn in the defensive line, the group, armed with long-handled weapons, steadfastly resisted the onslaught of the undead, remaining largely unscathed. However, during the skirmish, caution was required to evade the formidable minotaur that occupied the center of the road. This armored beast thrashed violently, bellowing in pain, yet it remained ensnared. After demolishing all surrounding obstacles, it finally pivoted. With a heart full of vengeance, the minotaur lowered its massive head, brandishing its dual horns, and charged towards the armored base vehicle that had unleashed its grappling hooks. The creature, comparable in size to a small truck, thundered down the highway, its approach resonating ominously. Those along the route were compelled to flee to the sides, paralyzed by fear, with no inclination to linger. Once the colossal minotaur commenced its charge, the sheer force it wielded promised either death or grave injury. There was no room for doubt. Yet, as the monstrous beast barreled forth, Qing remained unfazed. The front of the base vehicle was fortified with thick, blue-grade superalloy armor, robust and impenetrable. The beast's might was utterly insufficient to breach such formidable defenses. A deafening crash echoed. One of the minotaur's horns shattered, soaring into the sky. Blood splattered across its head as it collapsed before the base vehicle, which merely swayed slightly before regaining its composure. The onlookers, having hastily vacated the area, gazed in astonishment at the unscathed vehicle. Given the minotaur's massive stature, none of their own vehicles would have withstood such a collision. They would have been reduced to scrap metal. The wreckage of cars that had been demolished by the minotaur served as testament to this. Initially, many presumed that the black armored vehicle could withstand the minotaur's assault. Yet they expected at least some damage, crushed armor, or a dented chassis. But to their disbelief, the invincible beast had been brought to its knees before the vehicle. Its horn broken. And the base vehicle? It remained pristine, unaffected. What manner of divine contraption was this? With such a fortress-like war machine at their disposal, navigating this apocalyptic scenario would be a mere game. No longer would they, like the others, be chased relentlessly by hordes of zombies throughout the night, deprived of sleep. It was no wonder that the occupants of the vehicle sat comfortably, sipping their drinks while observing the spectacle. They had likely eliminated the pursuing zombies long ago and were only now awakening, unhurried in their departure. As the weary survivors outside, exhausted and armed, gazed upon the formidable black armored vehicle, envy tinged their vision red. Scaly bull, bloodline grade. Blue boss level. 5. Health, 890, 1500, attack power, 569, skills, mighty charge. Scaly defense. Description: this is a savage bull from another realm, bearing the bloodline of a dragon, and its entire scaly hide is the finest testament to that. Note: the meat is exquisite and edible, possessing the benefits of enhancing physical strength, beautifying, and delaying aging. Su Qing gazed at the monstrous bull kneeling before the vehicle, uncovering its attribute details. At this moment, Su Ying and her companions had evidently also laid eyes on the bull's information, their expressions shimmering with excitement as they turned to Su Qing. He immediately grasped their intent, 2 simple words. They desired to feast. The steel wire of the grappling launcher rapidly retracted, securing the bull firmly to the front of the vehicle. After a brief pause, the creature rose, thrashing wildly, attempting to create distance for another charge. The bull's hooves gouged deep lines into the ground. Yet it was utterly incapable of dislodging the massive base vehicle. In the midst of its frantic struggle, a large fuel tanker rolled up alongside. The flamethrower atop the vehicle pivoted, aiming at the bull. A torrent of scalding flames, infused with fuel, erupted from the nozzle, instantly transforming the bull into a colossal fireball. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, masking some of the foul stench emanating from the approaching zombies, merging into a peculiar blend of delightful and repugnant scents. Many had barely slept through the night, relentlessly pursued by zombies to this very spot, famished and weary. As the tantalizing scent filled the air, they found themselves swallowing hard, yearning for sustenance. Had it not been for the terror instilled by the flamethrower and the intimidating presence of the black base vehicle, it is likely that someone would have surged forward to seize the food. Kill level 5 scaly bull monster, blue boss level, rewarded with a small reconnaissance drone, blue. A P1911 handgun, green, 5 survival points, and 10 spirit crystals. Before the red flames at the front of the vehicle had completely extinguished, the notification of the monster's demise had already arrived. Su Qing continued to operate the grappling launcher, reeling in the wire to hoist the charred, yet tender bull onto the roof of the vehicle. The 3 girls erupted in cheers, swiftly rising to prepare for butchering the meat. Su Qing, meanwhile, retrieved the small reconnaissance drone that had just dropped from the bull. Small reconnaissance drone, item grade, blue excellent level, item type, mechanical creation, function, equipped with a multi-angle high-definition camera, capable of hovering at altitude to scout the terrain, locate targets, and deliver items. Flight speed, 280 kilometers h, flight range, 300 kilometers, carrying capacity, 5 kilograms. Description: a small, fast reconnaissance drone that can automatically track and return home. Designed to scout ahead on your journey. Su Qing positioned the drone's launching base above the maintenance and manufacturing compartment at the rear of the vehicle and connected it to the power module. The drone's remote control was tossed back into the backpack, deemed unnecessary. Possessing an innate ability to control machinery, Su Qing could directly command the actions of the drone, far surpassing the efficacy of a mere remote control. He was capable of receiving the drone's signals, enabling him to observe its captured imagery before his very eyes. Under Su Qing's deft guidance, the drone launched from the rooftop platform, soaring into the azure sky. Through the aerial footage, he finally discerned his location. Several kilometers ahead lay a desolate city, steeped in an aura of decay. Within its confines, the streets teemed with concealed undead monstrosities, lurking in shadows or huddling in dim recesses. When lacking prey, these zombies lay still as if in a dormant state, yet at the slightest sound, they would instantly regain consciousness, springing to life and lunging towards any living creature within their sight, ravenously devouring flesh and blood. In this forsaken city, Su Qing also encountered myriad creatures he had never before witnessed. They flitted between the buildings, occasionally revealing themselves, captured by the vigilant drone overhead. However, the most prevalent sight in the city was the abundance of resource chests, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. These treasures sparkled atop skyscrapers, around street corners, and within the confines of abandoned shops. The density of these chests far exceeded that found in the surrounding wilderness, and as one ventured closer to the heart of the city, the quality and quantity of the treasures only increased in richness and abundance. Chapter 29. Aerial reconnaissance and armored vehicles. Soon, Su Qing observed survivors from various directions of the zombie city. Among them was an imposing vehicle, a rugged armored RV that had advanced to the outskirts of the zombie-infested outer city. Mounted atop the vehicle was a machine gun, relentlessly firing at the encroaching hordes of undead. The weapon unleashed a ferocious barrage of bullets, raining down like a torrential storm, preventing the zombies from approaching. They were obliterated from a distance, collapsing onto the road, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh scattered across the pavement. However, within the city, the number of zombies was overwhelming. The armored RV found its path obstructed by the incessantly surging waves of crazed undead. The machine gun barrel began to glow red from the intense heat, nearing a critical point of overheating and imminent cessation of fire. The vehicle was unable to advance, its situation increasingly dire. In another location, Qing was taken aback by a stunning sight: a tank. Remarkably, the tank's turret still appeared operational, capable of blasting apart the attacking zombies with a single shot. Its robust, solid armor and all-metal tracks rendered it invincible amidst the throng of undead. Behind the tank, there were genuine armored vehicles, featuring fully enclosed cabins, reinforced metal windows, and sturdy bumpers. These vehicles possessed defensive capabilities far beyond those of flimsy cars. It seemed that these tanks and armored vehicles had formed a cohesive unit, collaborating to assault the outskirts of the city from another direction. Qing piloted his drone, making a circuit around the city's periphery. He spotted more survivors, navigating various types of motorized vehicles, herded towards the zombie city by the relentless advance of the undead behind them. The number of survivors gathered outside the city was steadily increasing. As for the central area of the zombie city, Qing refrained from venturing too close. He had already noticed a dense congregation of zombie birds atop the skyscrapers in the heart of the city. The sheer quantity of the avian horde was staggering, darkening the sky above. Fearing an assault from the flock, he maneuvered the drone away from that area. The drone circled the outskirts of the zombie city, surveying the route of the base vehicle and marking the locations of any discovered treasure chests on the navigation map. Once these operations were completed, Qing withdrew his gaze and commanded the drone to return. With the drone at his disposal, his understanding of the surrounding environment had become markedly clearer. While Qing was engaged in aerial reconnaissance of the zombie city, Su Ying and her companions had already climbed atop the vehicle, commencing the disassembly of the charred Minotaur. There was no need to worry about their safety. Qing had initially surveyed the area surrounding the base vehicle as the drone took flight. Aside from the remnants of the near-eradicated zombie horde behind the vehicle's defenses, no other creatures were present in the vicinity. Su Ying wielded a sharp long knife, slicing beef atop the vehicle, while Xiaowan and Tang Lin assisted by transferring the meat inside. Following the upgrade of their transport, the physical attributes of the group had significantly improved, rendering the task effortless. After Qing completed her reconnaissance of the surroundings, their disassembly work was finished. The charred outer skin and beef bones were discarded outside the base vehicle, while the sliced beef was stored away. Boss, do you think we could recruit that fellow into our team? With this large vehicle, slaying zombies would become infinitely easier. Moreover, the spacious interior would surely provide a more comfortable living environment. On the vehicle's defense line, a robust man swung his machete, dispatching a zombie that had climbed onto the car. The decapitated creature fell motionless into the gap between the vehicles. He then turned to a middle-aged man beside him, who was wielding an iron rod. It's highly unlikely. They probably won't agree, the middle-aged man responded, crushing a zombie's skull with a single blow. You saw it yourself. That brute could easily breach our defenses. We are utterly incapable of withstanding such forces. Yet, that massive creature was dispatched with ease. With such combat prowess, what can't they achieve? Why would they consider bringing us along? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the muscular man with the machete displayed a look of reluctance. He cast a glance at the imposing black base vehicle and fell silent, focusing intently on the zombies before him. Eventually, the horde pursuing them was entirely vanquished, and the survivors on the defense line erupted in cheers. After being chased by the undead throughout the night, they could finally catch their breath. Once safety was restored, their attention shifted to the black armored vehicle on the highway. The two large trucks parked side by side were already conspicuous due to their size, especially after they had just cooperatively slain a formidable and fierce beast. The charred remains of the creature lay discarded beside the vehicle, and many began to ponder the potential of this formidable post-apocalyptic machine. Hey there, brother, after being pursued by zombies all night, we are exhausted. Could we possibly borrow your vehicle for a brief respite? Our own seats are uncomfortable and unsafe for resting. An elderly man, with a protruding belly and thinning hair, approached the base vehicle. As he spoke, he grasped the handrail of the vehicle, preparing to climb aboard. Get lost, Qing replied, her expression icy. What's with your attitude, young man? Is it so wrong to ask for a little space to rest in your large vehicle? I must inform you that I oversee matters concerning these large trucks. Should you deny me access today, your prospects as a truck driver will be irrevocably altered. This is your final opportunity. Hasten to open the door. Do not say I did not warn you. Otherwise, when the apocalypse concludes, you shall reap the consequences. The elderly man climbed onto the base vehicle, gripping the door handle with fervor, relentlessly pounding on the glass, producing a cacophony of sound. Indeed, my friend, we find ourselves in dire circumstances. If we can assist one another during these trying times, it will be beneficial for all. We are weary and famished, Kindly procure that beef and distribute it among us. Our fuel reserves are dwindling as well, given the size of your tanker. It is reasonable to expect you to share some fuel with us. This is only fair. Observing Su Qing's silence, many hastily echoed in agreement, murmuring amongst themselves. The window slowly descended, creating a narrow opening. Ah, this is the proper course. Mutual assistance is essential for survival. As I stated earlier, I must board the vehicle first. And I, too, wish to partake in the beef. Seeing Su Qing open the window, the survivors assumed he had relented. Their faces lighting up with hope as they surged forward. Suing and her two companions, though reluctant, prepared to fetch the beef upon realizing Su Qing's intent to assist. The elderly man, peering through the gap in the window, beheld the vehicle's inviting interior and the three uniquely styled beauties within. A fierce desire ignited in his eyes, compelling him to board the vehicle. He extended his hand to grasp the edge of the window. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, reverberating across the desolate highway. Chapter 30. Gunfire Deterrence. Monster Nest Instance. The elderly man clinging to the exterior of the vehicle, his eyes filled with shock and resentment, released his grip. He stared in disbelief at the pistol protruding from the window, lamenting the life he yearned for but could never attain. A bullet struck his forehead, causing flesh and blood to splatter. His corpulent body collapsed onto the ground, emitting a heavy thud. The gunshot startled the surrounding survivors, who were horrified to witness the firearm emerging from the base vehicle's window. Upon seeing the old man fall, they hastily distanced themselves from the massive vehicle. The sound of the gunfire sent those eager to scavenge for bargains retreating in fear. For the survivors, the deterrent power of firearms far surpassed that of the weapon launchers displayed atop the vehicle. After all, the true capabilities of the launchers remained a mystery to them. However, everyone understood the lethal potential of a gun. He actually dared to take a life. In the wake of the apocalypse, which had only unfolded 2 days prior, many had yet to acclimate to their new environment. Witnessing Su Qing's actions finally prompted a sense of alertness among several individuals. They realized that in this desolate world, robbery and murder were commonplace. Every day, people fell victim to zombie attacks. The loss of a few more souls went unnoticed. The survivors, intimidated by the gunfire, remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. As for the old man, lying lifeless on the road, he was of no concern to them. They were strangers, and no one was willing to risk their life to come to his aid. After firing a shot, Su Qing rolled up the window and returned the handgun to his backpack. He proceeded to start the engines of the 4 vehicles simultaneously. Once the drones returned, Su Qing steered the base vehicle toward the direction of the zombie city. Wait, where are they going? The survivors on the road felt a twinge of disappointment as they watched the 2 large vehicles depart. They had hoped to inquire whether they could join the convoy, seeking protection from the 2 heavily armed trucks. Yet, without a word of communication, the convoy simply left. However, deterred by the power of the handgun, no one attempted to block their path this time. Instead, several survivors, witnessing the base vehicle's departure, hurriedly started their own cars, wishing to follow for protection. Yet, after trailing for some distance, they sensed something amiss. Why was the base vehicle heading towards the zombie city? As they observed the 2 large trucks growing increasingly distant, monsters began to attack on the highway, only to be swiftly eliminated by the crossbow launchers atop the vehicles. Yet, the survivors following behind dared not venture further. The proximity to the city clearly increased the number of monsters. Continuing onward would only lead to greater peril. Lacking weapons in their vehicles, they were ill-equipped to fend off an assault. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 vehicles disappeared into the distance, heading towards the city, leaving the vehicles behind. Su Qing parked the base vehicle beside a white treasure chest. The crossbow launcher atop the vehicle eliminated all the zombies guarding the chest. Tang Lin stepped out with a long knife and opened the treasure chest. Upon opening the white treasure chest, received 10 sets of lingerie, 1 energy-efficient lamp, and 5 spirit crystals. Her face flushed, she returned to the vehicle and handed the energy-efficient lamp to Su Qing. Energy-efficient lamp, white, a lighting module with energy-saving effects. Suitable for an area of 20 square meters, energy consumption at 20. Su Qing glanced at the items acquired from the chest. They were quite satisfactory, particularly the life module that was absent from their vehicle. With this lighting module, they would no longer have to navigate in darkness at night. Currently, aside from the reading light above the driver's seat, there were no other interior lights in the base vehicle. Consequently, once night fell, the interior became pitch black, which was quite disconcerting for Su Qing and her companions, who had long developed a habit of staying up late. Especially yesterday, after a brief rest during the day, they found it impossible to sleep as soon as darkness descended and could only chat amongst themselves. Now, with the light, they could engage in numerous activities. Moreover, since the interior was partitioned, they could illuminate the resting area without it being visible from outside the vehicle, alleviating any concerns about attracting lurking monsters with the light. Qing decided to install the lighting module on the ceiling of the resting area. According to the markings she made on the map, she prepared to drive to the next treasure chest location. Just as she was about to set off, Tang Lin approached her. She tapped the navigation screen, scrutinizing the map before marking a position. This is a purple treasure chest that Sister Sue and I discovered, located near a zombie dog den. I think we should check it out. Zombie dogs? Are those the creatures that chased you on the highway yesterday? Did you provoke them at this spot? Qing inquired. No wonder we haven't encountered any of those monsters along the way. They must have escaped from this den. Qing examined the marked location, noting it was not far from their current position, merely a matter of several dozen kilometers. She promptly turned the vehicle around and headed towards the den. Suing brewed a pot of coffee and poured a cup for each of the four of them. They leisurely sat in the vehicle, gazing at the desolate landscape outside the window. Occasionally, zombie monsters attempted to attack, but they were swiftly dispatched by the crossbow from a distance. Who would have thought that amidst the apocalypse, I could still engage in my old profession, serving hot rice and pouring coffee for everyone, Suing remarked, taking a sip of her coffee and reflecting with a sense of nostalgia. Hearing her words, and Shawan chuckled in agreement, I feel the same. I used to be a gas station attendant, and now I'm driving a fuel tanker, still surrounded by that unpleasant fuel smell. It seems I haven't changed much either. I used to be a truck driver responsible solely for transporting goods, and now I'm mixing passengers with cargo, Qing quipped from the driver's seat, enjoying the light-hearted banter. Due to the marked location indicated by Tang Lin, situated on the periphery of the zombie city, there were not many zombies in the vicinity. Qing had traversed nearly half the distance when he finally beheld the horde of zombies pursuing him from behind. These were the undead masses that had surged forth from the former urban towns, driving the survivors toward the newly emerged zombie city. At this moment, Qing found it unnecessary to call upon Suing and the others to assist him in dealing with this lower-tiered swarm of zombies. He adeptly commanded the convoy of vehicles on his own, effortlessly annihilating the threat. The crossbow launchers, flamethrowers, and energy air cannons unleashed a barrage along the highway, akin to mowing grass. Soon, the entire horde blocking the road was vanquished. As the battle concluded, a radiant light illuminated the scene. The massive fuel tanker, capable of emitting bursts of flame and possessing extensive attack capabilities, ascended to level 4. Chapter 31, The Purple Treasure Chest, Monster Nest Instance on a broad, straight highway. 4 vehicles traveled in unison. The black base vehicle, equipped with solid specialty tires, crushed the flames that had yet to extinguish and barreled through the flesh of the obstructing zombies. Amidst the charred remains of monsters, a path was forged. Following closely was an all-terrain vehicle, adorned with sharp blades and mounted with a concentrated air cannon atop its roof. Next came a rescue pickup truck, capable of emitting a powerful restorative stream. Bringing up the rear was a large fuel tanker that had recently reached level 4. Between the 2 heavy vehicles, 2 smaller ones were shielded, forming a straight line as they continued their journey along the highway. Having just broken through a significant horde of zombies, the number of undead trailing behind had markedly diminished. Any scattered zombies encountered along the way were swiftly dispatched by crossbow bolts, unable to approach, thus posing no threat to the convoy's progress. As they neared their destination, no further waves of zombie attacks emerged, and the journey proceeded seamlessly. Qing parked the base vehicle by the roadside, approximately 2 kilometers from the location marked by Tang Lin. Utilizing his mechanical control abilities, he commanded a reconnaissance drone to investigate the situation. From the roof of the base vehicle, a small reconnaissance drone was launched from its base, soaring swiftly into the air under Qing's guidance, heading towards the location indicated by Tang Lin. Gazing down from above, Qing discerned that a steady stream of zombies continued to pour out from the city. They seemed drawn by some unseen force, moving in a remarkably uniform direction towards the city of the undead, which had materialized following the advent of the apocalypse. Akin to pilgrims on a sacred journey, their resolve unwavering. Surrounding the base vehicle, numerous survivors still sought refuge, driving their cars while being herded by the zombies emerging from the city, fleeing towards the city of the undead. However, within that city, even greater numbers of monsters lay concealed. The path was riddled with countless fissures, from which monsters would occasionally emerge, rendering the area fraught with peril. If these survivors did not learn to resist and seize the opportunity to vanquish the undead, enhancing their strength, they would find themselves overwhelmed as the gathering horde around the outskirts of the city swelled ever larger. At that point, their choices would be stark. Either fight desperately to break through the encirclement of zombies or succumb to their fate amidst the throngs of the undead. Upon observing the situation on the ground through the drone, Qing experienced a flicker of realization. In this survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world, mere evasion proved futile. It merely postponed the inevitable demise. Without the will to resist and the strength to combat, one would ultimately become fodder for the monsters. To survive, one must hasten to arm oneself and grow stronger to confront any crisis that may arise. Qing suddenly recalled the armored off-road vehicles, tanks, and explosion-proof vehicles that had surged to the outskirts of the zombie city. Their firepower and combat capabilities were undoubtedly superior to his own fleet. It was reasonable to assume that these survivors were among the top 10 in terms of vehicle combat strength. Observing their performance in battle instilled a sense of urgency within Qing. The golden treasure chest located at the center of the zombie city was an absolute necessity for him. Items of golden quality, regardless of type, are the pinnacle within the game, promising a monumental enhancement to the survivor's strength. Since he possessed the capability to contend for it, he would never allow such a divine artifact to fall into the hands of others. Controlling his reconnaissance drone, Qing quickly located the purple treasure chest that Tang Lin had mentioned. Surrounding the chest, which emanated a purple glow, lay a dozen destroyed vehicles. A large pack of zombie dogs encircled the chest, either lying or sitting, voraciously tearing into the flesh procured from the wrecked cars. These mangled vehicles were once the means of survival for those drawn to the purple chest, who ultimately lost their lives. It appeared that this treasure chest had yet to be opened. Seeing the purple chest, unscathed and completely blocked by the wrecked cars, filled Qing with secret delight. She's a dog breeding ground. Dungeon difficulty, blue excellence level. Dungeon level, level 16. Description: this is a breeding ground for training and selling pet dogs. After the apocalypse, a large number of pet dogs became infected and mutated, forming a monster nest. Qing maneuvered the reconnaissance drone slowly towards the black vortex beside the purple treasure chest. To his astonishment, he actually discerned the information regarding this black spatial vortex. Just as Tang Lin had stated, it indeed was a monster nest dungeon. The secret realms within the survival game exist as independent spaces. Although fraught with peril, the rewards contained within are extraordinarily abundant, with unique completion bonuses. The number of secret dungeons in the game is inherently limited and challenging to locate. Therefore, upon discovering this monster nest dungeon, Qing was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. He circled the drone around the spatial vortex, meticulously examining the surroundings. From within the black vortex, various sizes of zombie dogs occasionally emerged, joining the fray to feast upon the flesh. Soon, they noticed the drone hovering above and began barking furiously, charging toward its direction. Qing elevated the reconnaissance drone, distancing it from the ominous vortex. Having surveyed the area, he found no particularly dangerous creatures. This pack of ordinary zombie dogs posed no threat to his convoy. Ascending higher into the sky, Qing guided the drone back to the base vehicle. The zombie dogs, realizing they could not pursue, eventually ceased their chase. Qing then provided a brief overview of the situation surrounding the dungeon to Tang Lin and the others. Everyone took their positions and returned to their respective vehicles, preparing for the task at hand. Qing's formidable mobile base vehicle continued to lead the way, advancing towards the direction of the purple treasure chest. The three young women activated their vehicles, closely following behind. The 2-kilometer journey would be completed in just a few minutes. However, before they could draw near, the zombie dogs had already detected the approaching convoy. They rose with excitement, growling as they sprinted towards the vehicles. Having tasted flesh, these zombie dogs were aware that the metallic boxes contained delectable sustenance. Now, witnessing the arrival of potential prey, their eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. As the zombie dogs were about to pounce, the formation of the convoy shifted. This time, the first to launch an attack was not the crossbow launcher of the base vehicle, but rather a fuel tanker that surged from the side. The flamethrower atop its roof unleashed a torrent of high-temperature flames infused with fuel, sweeping across the ground ahead. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted on the surface, engulfing the rushing zombie dogs completely. The flamethrower of the fuel tanker was most suitable for dealing with these relatively weak yet numerous minor foes. The massive armored base vehicle stood guard before the flames, preventing the zombie dogs from breaching the fire and attacking the vehicles behind. The heat-resistant coating of the black base vehicle rendered it impervious to the searing flames ahead. Yet, these creatures, lacking in intelligence and driven solely by the instinct to hunt flesh, found themselves thwarted by the imposing vehicle and, unable to devise an alternative route, quickly succumbed to the flames. Chapter 32. High Explosive Cannon. Stealth Insulation Coating eliminated 3-level ordinary zombie dogs, received 3 boxes of self-heating curry chicken rice, 2 spirit crystals, and 3 survival points. Eliminated 4-level low-tier zombie dogs, received 1 extended leather sofa, 3 spirit crystals, and 4 survival points. Eliminated. A continuous stream of monster elimination notifications flooded in, and a plethora of items fell. Qing's backpack was rapidly filled with various resources at a visibly astonishing rate. Dozens of charred zombie dogs formed a small mountain before the base vehicle. A bright light flashed. Su Ying's rescue pickup truck leveled up to level 3. The group, operating in team mode, shared the survival points gained from monster kills. After reaching level 2, Su Ying's vehicle required only a few more survival points to ascend to level 3. Following this battle, her vehicle level surged, finally keeping pace with the team's progress. Seated in the truck, Su Ying reveled in the newfound strength bestowed by her level increase, her heart brimming with joy and confidence in surviving the apocalypse. Once all the zombie dogs were vanquished, Su Qing inspected his backpack but found no items to enhance the vehicle's combat capability. The drops from this wave of zombie dogs consisted solely of energy fuel and everyday supplies. After checking his inventory, Su Qing activated the vehicle, extinguished the flames, and cleared a path through the mountain of dog corpses. The massive armored base vehicle crashed through the obstructing wrecks, positioning itself beside the purple treasure chest. At this moment, the area around the chest had been entirely cleared, devoid of any monsters. Tang Lin stepped out of the vehicle, brandishing a long knife. Her excitement palpable as she opened the chest. A flash of purple light illuminated her hands, revealing a weapon module resembling a turret. The group returned to the base vehicle to examine the item extracted from the purple chest. High explosive cannon, item grade, purple rare, item type, weapon module, weapon performance. Capable of firing powerful high explosive shells, attack power increased by 300, range of 28 kilometers. Explosion radius of 25 meters, firing rate of 20 seconds per shot. Description: a heavy vehicle weapon. While its power is formidable, its energy consumption is equally astonishing. Without a sufficient fuel reserve, it must be used judiciously. Ah, this! And Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. The weapon attributes of the cannon brought joy to the group. With such a formidable weapon turret at their disposal, their convoy had solidified its standing in the apocalypse. No longer vulnerable to threats. Otherwise, facing armored vehicles and tanks, their current vehicle-mounted weaponry would have offered them little hope. As for the energy consumption issue of the high explosive cannon, the group paid it no mind, given their ability to clear low-level monsters. Acquiring fuel from the hordes would be a trivial task. Even firing a single shell would easily siphon fuel from the tank, presenting no challenge at all. Su Qing gazed at the high explosive cannon module in his hands and ultimately decided to install it on Xiaowan's large fuel tanker. Upon making his choice, the weapon module vanished from his grasp, yet a colossal, sci-fi-inspired turret emerged on the rear top of the tanker. The turret boasted an impressively thick caliber. With a barrel exceeding 2 meters in length, its base resembling a fortress-like diamond spire. This fully enclosed turret melded seamlessly with the armored fuel tank below, leaving no crevice in sight. With the installation of the high explosive cannon, and Xiaowan's large fuel tanker transformed into a formidable mobile artillery platform. Su Qing envisioned this vehicle as a grand long-range firepower platform, designated specifically for providing artillery support from a distance. On the rooftop, a flamethrower and the high explosive cannon, positioned in tandem, endowed the tanker with an intimidating presence. The formidable barrel instilled a sense of dread. In addition to this violent weapon module, Tang Lin had also unearthed an insulating coating modification from the box. The stealth insulating coating, blue, was crafted from reinforced thermal materials, designed as an explosion-resistant vehicle coating. It not only possessed formidable heat insulation capabilities but also featured stealth properties, rendering it immune to radar lock-on, with a durability increase of 50. Su Qing opted not to synthesize this blue-quality coating with the tanker's original thermal insulation, but instead chose to apply it directly onto Xiaowan's large fuel tanker. Given the presence of the flamethrower turret and the substantial amount of fuel contained within, enhancing the vehicle's fire and explosion resistance was of utmost importance. Otherwise, the risk of igniting and causing an explosion during the flame projection would result in catastrophic losses. Preventative measures were imperative. Moreover, this insulating coating not only shielded against external heat and bolstered the vehicle's defensive durability, but also possessed the ability to obscure radar scanning and locking, effectively safeguarding the tanker from surprise long-range bombardments. This significantly enhanced the safety of the large fuel tanker, ensuring the security of the convoy's long-range firepower. Thus, applying the stealth insulating coating to the tanker emerged as the most cost-effective choice. Following Su Qing's decision, the previously rusted and scarred tanker, replete with signs of wear, was enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow explosion-resistant coating. This included the 2 mounted weapon turrets atop, which were also covered in the same hue. The fresh coating rejuvenated the entire tanker, rendering it unrecognizable from its former state, infused with an air of sci-fi allure. After the high explosive cannon and stealth insulating coating were installed, the combat capability of the large fuel tanker surged exponentially, positioning it as the strongest asset within the squad. The overall combat effectiveness of the squad's vehicles experienced a meteoric rise due to the transformation of the tanker. This exemplified the potency of long-range heavy weaponry. Su Qing and his companions were thoroughly satisfied with the items procured from the purple treasure chest. He discovered that these three girls were like fortunate koi. And after teaming up with them, the combat capability of their convoy soared rapidly. While other survivors were fortunate to acquire a single weapon module, their convoy now boasted 5. Moreover, these were all highly practical vehicular weapons. The offensive effects of these weapons complemented each other, leaving little room for weaknesses and enabling them to effectively handle the vast majority of combat scenarios. Once they had finished distributing and installing all the weapon modules obtained from the purple treasure chest, Su Qing and the others decided to take a moment to rest. After having lunch, they planned to enter the Monster Den dungeon together for a challenge. Su Qing took out the genuine leather sofa, self-eating rice, and various living supplies dropped by the slain monsters from his backpack, piling them in the leisure area of the base vehicle's cockpit. The three girls eagerly resumed their joyous blind box unboxing, sorting through and selecting their preferred items. Meanwhile, Su Qing stepped out of the vehicle and approached the cars that had been ravaged by zombie dogs, meticulously inspecting the wreckage. A white vehicle core has been discovered. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Chapter 33, Advancement of the Orange Vehicle, Amphibious Armored Base Vehicle. Su Qing arrived before a car with its door torn asunder, and a message prompt appeared before him, filling him with delight. It seemed that although the survivors had perished due to the bites of zombie dogs, and the vehicle's body lay in tatters, the core of the vehicle had not been lost. This implied that unless the main body of the vehicle was utterly shattered, the core would not easily vanish. This discovery brought great joy to Su Qing. He gazed at the multitude of abandoned cars strewn about and promptly chose to synthesize. Consume 2 white vehicle cores to synthesize 1 green vehicle core. Vehicle characteristics successfully merged, acquiring the trait, sturdy main body, green. Successfully synthesized green vehicle core, acquiring the trait, fully enclosed armor shell, green. Consume 2 green cores to synthesize 1 blue vehicle core, acquiring the trait, super alloy body, blue. Consume. After a series of over 10 syntheses, Su Qing finally gathered all the vehicle cores from the surrounding scrap cars. Most of these vehicles contained white ordinary grade cores, with only a handful of green quality cores and none of a higher tier. Additionally, some vehicles had been so severely damaged that their cores had shattered and disappeared. Nevertheless, after synthesizing all these vehicle cores, Su Qing managed to obtain 3 blue quality vehicle cores, a remarkable bounty. Holding the 3 blue cores in his hands, Su Qing hesitated for a moment before opting for another synthesis, merging 2 blue cores together. Consume 2 blue cores to synthesize 1 purple core. Acquiring vehicle trait, Amphibious Armor, purple. Amphibious Armor, purple possesses a fully enclosed armored body with no defensive blind spots, capable of navigating freely in water. Immune to weakness attack effects. Durability increased by 300, waterborne speed of 30 km/h. Upon witnessing the synthesis outcome of this purple vehicle core, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction. Moreover, the newly acquired core trait not only enhanced defensive durability, but also provided comprehensive protection, rendering it immune to any weakness attacks. With this characteristic, the armored base vehicle would no longer have to fear enemies identifying weak points in its armor and launching targeted assaults, which could rapidly degrade its durability and lead to catastrophic destruction. Seeing the potential of this trait, Su Qing hesitated not for a moment and decisively chose to fuse this vehicle core with the core of the combat base vehicle. By consuming a purple vehicle core, one acquires an orange epic vehicle core, which grants the distinctive capability of amphibious armor, purple. The large combat base vehicle, purple, evolves into an amphibious armored base vehicle, orange. The foundational attack power of the vehicle is elevated to 3,000, its defensive durability augmented to 50,000, and its maximum speed enhanced to 230 km/h. The intrinsic ability of the vehicle transforms from mechanical control, purple, to master of mechanics, orange. After merging the purple vehicle core, Su Qing's base vehicle underwent a remarkable transformation. The once sturdy chassis became even more robust and solid, acquiring an exterior armor reminiscent of a ship's hull. The entire structure adopted a diamond shape. Additionally, the underside was enveloped in thick armor, seamlessly integrated with the body, leaving no gaps. Even the superalloy armor attachment at the front fused with the vehicle, resembling a ship's prow. The cockpit glass of the armored base vehicle was notably reduced in size, yet the number of windows increased exponentially. A multitude of observation ports lined the vehicle's perimeter, offering views of all angles surrounding the base vehicle. Even the top-mounted crossbow launcher, grappling hook launcher, and reconnaissance drone cockpit were entirely encased in armor. The base of the turret transformed into a retractable mode, allowing it to conceal itself within the armor when not in use. The solid special tires underwent a significant redesign, their hubs resembling spiral ship propellers. The enhanced tire structure granted the base vehicle the capability to propel itself through water. In terms of attributes, upgrading the vehicle core to the orange epic level brought substantial enhancements to the armored base vehicle's foundational attack power and durability. Under the influence of the augmented attack properties of the armored base vehicle, the crossbow launcher's power could now effortlessly vanquish zombie dogs with a single bolt, showcasing a remarkable increase in penetration capability. Additionally, with the enhancements from the abilities Fortified Armor, green, Boosted Thrust, purple, and the modification Superalloy Armor, blue, the defensive durability of the amphibious armored base vehicle soared to an astounding figure of 360,000. Now, this armored base vehicle could remain stationary amidst a horde of zombies, impervious to their assaults. The sharp fangs and claws of these zombies could not even scratch the formidable defenses of the armored base vehicle, which boasted a seamless armor configuration, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Beyond the enhancements in defense and attack, the vehicle's speed escalated to 230 km/h, coupled with the amplification from the Boosted Thrust purple ability. Its maximum speed reached an astonishing 460 km/h. Even in a state of explosive charge, the armored base vehicle can enhance its speed by an astounding 500. Its burst speed reaches an extraordinary 1,150 km/h, comparable to that of a terrestrial fighter. Naturally, this explosive speed can only be utilized for a brief duration and is not indicative of its standard capabilities. Long-term maintenance of such velocity is unfeasible. In addition to upgrades in vehicle attributes, a significant enhancement has been made to the core ability of the vehicle itself, mechanical control. Master of Machinery, orange. This ability allows for perfect command over mechanical creations, with a certain probability of deciphering and capturing enemy mechanical constructs. This newly acquired characteristic is no longer constrained by the number of mechanical entities or the distance of control. It even introduces an effect that grants a chance to seize enemy mechanical creations. Thus, if Su Qing's controlled mechanical constructs possess sufficiently formidable capabilities, he could potentially navigate the entirety of the world with them. Furthermore, during combat, Su Qing has a chance to turn the tide by subverting and commandeering the enemy's mechanical firepower, converting it into his own forces. Should this skill succeed, it could significantly alter the outcome of the battle. Gazing upon this newly acquired armored base vehicle, Su Qing realized that his combat power ranking has ascended to 4th place. The 3 vehicles ranked above him are all of the golden legendary tier. Meanwhile, Su Qing's armored base vehicle has entirely surpassed all vehicles of the same rank, claiming the top position among orange epic tier vehicles. Chapter 34, Survivor Camp, Super Alloy Armor in a camp situated on the outskirts of Zombie City. 2 men operating excavators gazed at the rankings on their vehicle interface, their expressions filled with perplexity. This survivor camp was established by their small group, surrounded by trenches and earthen walls constructed using excavators. A trench over 2 meters deep and nearly 3 meters wide, combined with an earthen wall rising more than 2 meters high, created a formidable barrier against zombie attacks. At the entrance of the camp, several weapon-laden vehicles stood guard atop the wall, surveying the surroundings from their elevated position. Originally a construction site, these men were workers who, upon the advent of the apocalypse, capitalized on the terrain's advantages and, utilizing their excavator vehicles, developed this camp. Notably, the older brother's excavator ranked among the top 10 orange quality vehicles, greatly enhancing their work speed. Within a single day, they had excavated all the trenches surrounding the survivor camp. Good heavens, how many lives must have been claimed, and how many vehicle cores seized? For that vehicle to reach orange tier? It's utterly brutal, one exclaimed. This fellow is even more terrifying than the monsters outside. Brother, let us deepen the trench a bit further. Indeed, the camp still lacks sufficient security. We must excavate more, the other agreed, their eyes wide with dread at the sudden rise of the orange armored base vehicle in the rankings. They quickly closed the vehicle interface, starting their excavators anew to continue fortifying the trench defenses. The 2 machines belched black smoke as they surged up the earthen wall, their shovels flying with fervor. Captain, we can't hold out any longer. We should retreat. On the outskirts of Zombie City, several armored vehicles provided cover for a tank as they became ensnared in a tide of zombies. From the surrounding buildings, a relentless stream of undead continued to surge toward them. Witnessing the increasing horde, a man inside the tank cursed vehemently. All units, retreat. He commanded helplessly over the intercom. Boom. A plume of black smoke erupted as a shell exploded into the mass of corpses ahead, carving a path through the encircling monsters. The tank's treads crushed the remnants of the undead, slowly pushing toward the city's perimeter amid the onslaught. The armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of fire from their mounted weapons, wildly shooting at the advancing zombies. They provided mutual cover, their firepower intersecting in a relentless defense as they fought and retreated simultaneously, finally departing from the outskirts of the city and escaping the relentless onslaught of the zombie horde. Goodness, this city of grotesque undead is exceedingly difficult to conquer. The tank's fuel reserves are nearly depleted, and the number of zombies shows no signs of diminishing. In fact, they seem to multiply. Never mind, let's return to the camp and assess today's spoils from the hunt. With the number of monsters slain today, the bounty should certainly suffice to feed the brethren. The captain driving the tank reassured his team over the intercom. Captain, take a look at the leaderboard. That purple vehicle in the top 10 has ascended to orange and now ranks fourth. Fourth place? That only places it one rank below the captain's own golden tier tank. Indeed, this individual is quite formidable, leaving a trail of destruction. How many vehicle cores must they have seized? Upon hearing the discussion over the intercom, the captain accessed the vehicle leaderboard. He confirmed that the sole purple vehicle in the top 10 had indeed been upgraded to an orange epic tier, now positioned directly beneath his tank and combat power. They had long since discovered the pathway to elevating vehicle core tiers, absorbing the energy from other vehicle cores until reaching a critical threshold, thus breaking the tier limitations to enhance the vehicle core's level. Hence, the rapid ascension of the purple vehicle to orange epic status could only have been achieved through the relentless hunting of survivors and plundering their vehicle cores to elevate its tier. With this realization, the captain slammed his hand against the dashboard, cursing aloud. Damn it, if I ever cross paths with such a blood-soaked scoundrel taking advantage of the apocalypse, I shall send him skyward with a single shot. After Qing opted to synthesize a purple core, elevating the armored base vehicle to orange epic status, he still possessed a blue vehicle core, characterized by super alloy armor, blue. Super alloy armor, blue, a vehicle shell armor forged from super alloy materials, boasting exceptionally high defensive capabilities with a durability of 350. After careful consideration, Qing ultimately decided to synthesize this vehicle core into Xiaowan's large tanker truck, consuming one blue core, synthesizing to obtain a purple vehicle core. Acquiring the trait, super alloy body, blue, large tanker truck, blue, evolves into super alloy armor transport vehicle, purple, vehicle core trait, space expansion, blue, advances to purple rare level, space expansion. Purple expands the internal space of the vehicle, possessing independent spatial coordinates, with energy consumption to increase spatial dimensions, current expansion rate at 500. Upon Qing's decision to synthesize, the appearance of the tanker underwent a remarkable transformation. It could be said to have entirely morphed into a new vehicle. An additional layer of super alloy armor extended from the outer surface of the storage tank, enveloping the entire body. This layer of armor, while not excessively thick, proved extraordinarily resilient, offering formidable defense. Beneath the protective armor, the tanker's shape was completely altered. The driver's cabin and the rear compartment have seamlessly merged into a singular entity, devoid of any visible seams. From an external perspective, it is nearly impossible to discern that this was once a large oil tanker. It resembles more of a heavily armored vehicle. The earthy yellow hue of the chassis, coupled with two imposing turrets atop, exudes an aura of intimidation. Crucially, this vehicle is not merely formidable in appearance. Its internal configuration boasts an exceptional combat capability. The dual weapon turrets on the roof ensure formidable long-range offensive power. The core attribute of the vehicle, spatial expansion, purple, amplifies the fuel storage capacity to 5 times its original size, endowing this machine with an extraordinary energy reserve, thereby guaranteeing sustained firepower support. Moreover, the newly acquired vehicle traits, super alloy armor, blue, and stealth insulation coating, blue, have augmented its defensive capabilities exponentially, transforming the large oil tanker into a true mobile artillery platform. Consequently, the vehicle's combat power ranking has quietly ascended to the 10th position. Chapter 35, a brand new ranking, and entering the instant space, Qing chose to synthesize and upgraded the large oil tanker. And Xiaowan, seated in the vehicle and sifting through items, suddenly sensed a transformation within her body. An unusual surge of energy emanated from the vehicle's core, enveloping her and continuously reshaping her physique. And Xiaowan felt her mind sharpen and her body brimming with strength. Moreover, her connection with the vehicle's core deepened, significantly enhancing her mastery over the large oil tanker. She hastily opened the vehicle panel to check the attributes of the large oil tanker. My heavens, is this still my oil tanker? And Xiaowan gazed at the purple quality and the combat power ranking in 10th place, her adorable eyes widening in shock. Upon hearing her exclamation, Tang Lin and Suing paused their tasks and curiously peered out the window. Only then did they realize that the two large vehicles in the convoy had completely transformed. Looking around, they noticed that they had been so engrossed in sorting items that they had overlooked how the internal space of their base vehicle had expanded several times without their awareness. The interior of the base vehicle now resembled a luxurious, expansive flat. Furthermore, dozens of small glass windows were embedded in the surrounding armor of the vehicle. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire interior and making it feel remarkably spacious and bright. Wow, is this even a vehicle? Tang Lin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing around in bewilderment. The openness of the living space momentarily evoked a nostalgic feeling, reminiscent of a safer, more comfortable time devoid of monster attacks and rampant zombies. Enveloped in tranquility, Suing joyfully caressed the pristine, transparent windows, marveling at the dramatically altered oil tanker outside. The three of them exited the vehicle, standing together to admire the amphibious armored base vehicle, radiating a sci-fi aura, alongside the large oil tanker adorned with earth-toned armor and equipped with two turrets. Xiaowan, your vehicle is just too cool. It's essentially a heavy weapon platform, fully loaded with firepower. Tang Lin exclaimed as she stepped out and immediately noticed the transformation of the large oil tanker, previously marked with numerous scratches and stains. Years of wear had rendered it quite dilapidated. While it had a flamethrower mounted on the roof, it had failed to attract much attention. However, now the entire oil tanker was enveloped in armor, presenting a unified and formidable appearance. The earthy yellow paint gave it a rejuvenated look, exuding combat readiness, while the two turrets atop the vehicle added considerable intimidation. My vehicle's core has now transformed into a purple quality, and Xiaowan noted, her excitement palpable. The vehicle's base attack power stood at 1500, with a defensive durability of 30,000 and a maximum speed of 180 km/h. Additionally, it acquired a special ability known as Super Alloy Body, which enhanced the vehicle's durability by 350. After the enhancement of features, the durability of the vehicle has reached an impressive 105,000 points. And Xiaowan, observing the altered appearance of the fuel tanker, accessed the vehicle panel to provide an overview of its attributes. Upon hearing in Xiaowan's remarks, Tang Lin opened the vehicle combat power leaderboard. To her astonishment, Xiaowan's large fuel tanker had climbed to the 10th position in the rankings. Moreover, Su Qing's armored base vehicle had ascended to the orange epic tier, securing a remarkable 4th place in combat power. The top 3 vehicles were all of the golden legendary grade. As she perused the list, she discovered that her air cannon off-road vehicle also made an appearance, positioned at 37th place. Su Ying's rescue pickup truck ranked 96th. This indicated that their small team was comprised entirely of powerful vehicles within the top 100 in combat rankings, with 2 of them having surged into the top 10. Xiaowan's large fuel tanker, akin to Su Qing's armored base vehicle, had outshone the 2 orange vehicles, clinching the 10th spot and relegating the orange epics to 11th and 12th places. Tang Lin gazed at the vehicle rankings on the panel, her heart brimming with excitement. The 3 girls circled around the transformed vehicles, admiring their robust armored exteriors with delight. After having lunch and a brief respite, everyone returned to their respective vehicles. Ready for action, Su Qing maneuvered the base vehicle, gradually approaching the black vortex of the instance. Are you about to enter the West Zay Dog Breeding Grounds instance? Yes, Su Qing confirmed his choice. Following this decision, the previously modestly sized black vortex morphed into a colossal spatial gateway. The width of the gateway was comparable to that of the highway, while its height soared to several dozen meters. The large base vehicle appeared diminutive in comparison to this massive portal. Su Qing ignited the engine, and all 4 vehicles proceeded into the black spatial gateway together. As they traversed the vortex, the scenery shifted dramatically. Before them lay a vast expanse of grassland, with lush woods in the distance. The entire instant space appeared immensely spacious, with no visible boundaries. Not far ahead stood a large factory enclosed by towering steel fences. Within the confines of the iron barriers, countless zombie dogs rested, wandered, frolicked, and tore at one another. Numerous zombie dogs squeezed through the rusty gaps in the fence, racing outside the factory to chase and play upon the grass. Some even slipped through the spatial gateway, escaping into the area beyond the instance. The pack of zombie dogs near the purple treasure chest had originated from this very spot. Su Qing surveyed the world within the instance, were it not for the grotesque sight of the exposed and bloodied zombie dogs in the distance. It could easily be mistaken for a picturesque vacation destination. Once all 4 vehicles had successfully navigated through the spatial vortex and entered the instance, Su Qing had gained a clear understanding of the circumstances within. He issued commands to the team through the vehicle's radio. Xiaowan, activate the high-explosive cannon and target the row of factory buildings behind the fence. Fire as soon as you're ready. Understood. Tang Lin. Position yourself in front of Xiaowan to protect against any zombie dogs that may charge from the grass. Got it. Yingjie, take cover behind Xiaowan. Evade monster attacks, and be prepared to assist everyone in restoring their stamina. No problem. Alright, let the battle commence. At Su Qing's command, the high-explosive cannon mounted atop the massive oil tanker rotated, elevating its barrel to aim ahead. With a thunderous roar, a shell was launched. Striking the distant factory with pinpoint accuracy, the explosion violently tearing off its roof. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing into the air. The monsters inside the factory were obliterated in a gruesome display. Killed a level 3 ordinary zombie dog, rewarded with a sturdy machete, 1 spirit crystal, and 3 survival points. Killed a level 4 elite zombie dog, rewarded with a vehicle-mounted refrigerator, 3 spirit crystals, and 4 survival points. Killed. A cascade of monster kill notifications ensued, invigorating the group. Witnessing the formidable power of the high-explosive cannon, Su Qing felt a newfound sense of confidence. With such a heavy weapon in their arsenal, they now possessed the means to contend with other survivors. Chapter 36. Fierce Battle in the Instance. The re-emergence of the Black Demon in the aftermath of the artillery bombardment. The zombie dogs within the instance became aware of the intruding convoy that had encroached upon their territory. They growled and barked in fury, charging wildly towards the source of disturbance. However, most of the zombie dogs were thwarted by the sturdy steel fence, confined to frantically darting and leaping within the compound. Only a few managed to squeeze through the rusted opening, advancing closer. A resounding boom reverberated through the air as Tang Lin deftly maneuvered the all-terrain vehicle to the front of the base vehicle. The energy cannon atop the vehicle erupting with force. The powerful shockwave obliterated the advancing horde of zombie dogs, scattering their remains. Some of the creatures were further injured and brought down by the residual impact of the air cannon, while others were methodically dispatched by the crossbow launcher mounted on the base vehicle. With a series of explosions from the air cannon, the zombie dogs that had managed to slip through the gaps in the fence were all annihilated. Su Qing's base vehicle and Tang Lin's off-road vehicle worked in unison, effectively blocking the onslaught of monsters and safeguarding the rear from distant fire. 15 seconds later, another shell struck the distant factory, sending shards flying into the air. Disturbed by the sound of the bombardment, the zombie dogs huddled within the fence grew increasingly agitated, howling in madness. A thunderous crash echoed from within the enclosure as 3 distinctly styled vehicles burst forth from the factory, which had been blasted open by the explosion. These vehicles included an off-road vehicle, a van, and a medium-sized delivery truck, the latter bearing the faint inscription of a stray dog rescue center on its rear. Upon emerging from the factory, the pack of zombie dogs outside immediately recoiled in fear and scattered in all directions. The off-road vehicle accelerated relentlessly, crashing through the iron fence and heading straight for Su Qing's base vehicle. A rapid succession of bullets struck the armor, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, a machine gun platform ascended atop the off-road vehicle, targeting the armored base vehicle at the forefront, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Witnessing the machine gun, Tang Lin, who had been poised to launch her charged air cannon, executed a swift drift, pivoting the vehicle at high speed in an attempt to evade the gunfire. However, just as she adjusted the vehicle's heading, a sharp grappling hook was ejected from the medium-sized delivery truck, piercing the tire of the off-road vehicle with precision. Attached to the hook was a robust steel wire, effectively anchoring Tang Lin's vehicle in place. Seeing that the off-road vehicle had turned its machine gun towards her, Tang Lin hastily activated the boost charge ability, unleashing a surge of power from the vehicle's engine. With formidable momentum, she tore through the wire that had ensnared her tire, shaking off the grappling hook's grip. Nonetheless, the damaged tire now rolled and scraped against the ground, causing the off-road vehicle to lose significant speed despite having freed itself from the hook's constraints. Tang Lin turned her head and beheld the machine gun, already aimed and poised to fire, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Her vehicle was not akin to Su Qing's base vehicle, lacking its formidable defensive capabilities. Faced with the barrage of gunfire, she questioned whether her car could withstand the onslaught. The rhythmic sound of gunfire erupted. Tang Lin barely managed to steer her vehicle, positioning the exterior to shield against the machine gun's direction, bracing herself for the impending hail of bullets. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged forth like a flash, generating a powerful gust of wind as it emerged from the side. Tang Lin looked up to witness that the bullets, which should have struck her vehicle, were entirely intercepted by the accelerating armored base vehicle. Was that the boost charge? Recognizing the familiar scene of engine power surging, Tang Lin immediately identified the unique ability employed by the base vehicle. Under the enhancement of the boost charge, the base vehicle's instantaneous speed could surge to an astounding 1,150 km/h. Even with a relatively short starting distance, the vehicle's velocity had not reached its limit. Yet, The formidable armor and substantial weight of the base vehicle were insurmountable for a mere off-road vehicle. Confronted by the oncoming heavy armored base vehicle, the off-road car, armed with a machine gun, displayed no capacity for resistance. It was directly struck, crumpling and skidding away like a toy, ultimately rolling and becoming utterly destroyed. A stream of repair energy emanated from Su Ying's yellow pickup truck, casting a beam toward Tang Lin's off-road vehicle. Under the influence of the repair ray, the torn and damaged tires visibly restored to their original state. After helping Tang Lin withstand the machine gun fire, the harpoon launcher mounted on the armored base vehicle ejected forcefully. The robust harpoon pierced through the rear compartment of the medium-sized cargo truck, securing it firmly in place. The steel wire drawing taut. Su Qing's base vehicle gradually pulled the cargo truck closer to its own position, effectively blocking the attack angle of the cargo truck and preventing it from employing its grappling gun against the rear vehicles. Boom! Another shell was launched, hurtling directly toward the van that had burst through the fence. However, the van unexpectedly came to an abrupt halt, evading the trajectory of the shell. The shell detonated behind the van, sending several zombie dogs, which had escaped through the hole in the fence, flying. Do not use shells. Seeing the explosion's shockwave ahead, Su Qing urgently called for a halt over the radio. Given the destructive power of the high-explosive cannon, a direct hit on the van could shatter its core, significantly diminishing its value. Even if victory was achieved, the spoils would be scant. Abandoned vehicles could enhance combat capabilities and were invaluable resources that must not be squandered. With the off-road vehicle fully restored, Tang Lin maneuvered around the armored base vehicle from the opposite side and swiftly charged toward the cargo truck ensnared by the base vehicle. Boom! A powerful energy cannon struck the engine side of the cargo truck, shattering numerous fragments from its body. The once frantically rotating wheels abruptly ceased their motion, leaving the entire vehicle immobilized and silent. The door of the cabin of the SLA cargo truck was violently torn open by a razor-sharp claw, and out emerged a monstrous creature adorned with black scales. It was none other than the subterranean black fiend that Su Qing had encountered on the highway. It charged forward, propelled by the assault of the armored base vehicle's crossbow, leaping into the air with ferocity, aiming directly for the massive fuel tanker behind it. Intent on reducing the greatest threat, its artillery, to mere fragments. However, as the black fiend soared upwards, the flamethrower atop the tan-painted tanker whirled into action, its barrel lifting as a torrent of searing flames erupted skyward, striking the airborne creature directly. The inferno engulfed the black fiend, saturating it with a copious amount of fuel, instantly transforming it into a blazing fireball. The force of the flame's impact counteracted the fiend's upward momentum, causing it to lose power midair and plummet to the ground. After a few moments of struggling on the earth, it lay still at last. Chapter 37. Universal Upgrade. Energy Shield Module. The news of the monster kill arrived. A brilliant light flashed on the large oil tanker, which quickly ascended to level 5. The van that had dodged artillery fire burst forth from the factory, launching a steel grappling hook gun from its roof, attempting to ensnare Tang Lin's off-road vehicle. Among all these vehicles, only this all-terrain off-roader was within the reach of the van's grappling hook. The armored transport and the large oil tanker, if they dared to approach, would only ensnare themselves. Meanwhile, the rescue pickup truck remained hidden behind the oil tanker, unable to launch an attack. However, Tang Lin was well prepared this time. The air cannon charged and unleashed a powerful shockwave that obliterated the grappling hook shot from above. The flying grappling hook crashed back, shattering the van's windshield and embedding itself deep within, rendering it utterly useless. Another subterranean black demon with prominent horns tore through the van's roof, emerging with a dark gray rocket launcher perched on its shoulder. Upon seeing the weapon, Tang Lin instinctively turned and took cover behind the armored vehicle. The rocket soared with a long trail of smoke and exploded against the armored vehicle, the fierce flames shaking its structure, leaving a charred mark. The armored vehicle has been attacked. Durability, 2683. Su Qing observed the combat report on the interface of the armored transport vehicle with a tranquil mind. Such minor damage was insignificant against the vehicle's substantial durability of over 300,000. What astonished Su Qing was that these monsters not only operated vehicles, but also wielded heavy weaponry. Truly remarkable. Seemingly intimidated by the formidable vehicles, the black demon refrained from charging forward. Instead, it let out a furious roar, smashing the rocket launcher against the van before retreating without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing this creature's actions, Su Qing quickly aimed the crossbow launcher and unleashed a barrage of fire, yet he could not impede its escape. Regret filled Su Qing's heart as he gazed at the shattered remnants of the rocket launcher. Had it remained intact? Perhaps he could have salvaged it to discover if this discarded weapon could still be of use. Just as the black demon that had emerged from the van turned to flee, another one, disoriented from the recent collision, clambered out from the overturned off-roader. Its horn had been broken off and lost in the violent impact. feeling the pain and blood trickling from its head. This subterranean black demon let out a furious growl and prepared to charge toward the armored vehicle. Suddenly, it became apparent that its companions were fleeing back at an unprecedented speed. Witnessing this unusual behavior, the black demon was instantly awakened to the imminent danger. The thought barely formed in its mind when it spotted another companion, charred and barely recognizable, next to the fuel truck. This horrifying scene sent shivers down the black demon's spine, and the pain from its broken horn seemed to fade into insignificance. It hurriedly followed suit, turning to escape without a moment's hesitation, fearful of being left behind and consumed by the flames. Behind the van, a horde of zombie dogs had already broken through the mangled iron fence, racing madly towards several vehicles outside. The two retreating black demons were soon knocked to the ground by the frenzied, mindless horde, their sharp claws trampling over them, shattering the dignity of these high-level magical beings. Yet, the two demons paid no heed to their plight. They struggled to rise, covered in wounds and dirt, and dashed into the shadows of the factory behind the fence. Faced with such a massive onslaught of insane zombie dogs, any other survivors might have been utterly overwhelmed. Their razor-sharp claws could easily tear through the outer shell of a vehicle, extracting the survivors within. Their formidable biting power could shred metal and snap bones. Particularly daunting was the sheer number of zombie dogs, surging forth in a dense wave, rendering any trapped vehicle immobile. Even a team of survivors would likely have fled in terror upon witnessing such a horrific scene. However, the zombie dogs were now up against an amphibious armored-based vehicle, ranked fourth in combat prowess and first in defensive strength. The claws and fangs of these creatures were utterly ineffective against the vehicle's armor. In the face of the assault from the zombie dogs, Xiaowan directed the flamethrower towards the ground around the armored base vehicle. A roaring inferno ignited beside it, engulfing the zombie dogs entirely. These mindless creatures, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, did not even attempt to flee. They simply attacked the first vehicle they laid eyes upon, the armored base vehicle with the strongest defenses among the team. The zombie dogs paid no mind to the flames engulfing them. They relentlessly clawed and bit at the vehicle's solid, smooth armor. Tang Lin and Suing parked their vehicle on either side of the fuel truck, tasked with monitoring the scattered zombie dogs and preventing them from flanking and attacking from behind. Should any zombie dog dare to bypass the flames and approach, Tang Lin would obliterate it with an air cannon. The armored base vehicle at the forefront exhibited remarkable heat insulation. Although fire raged outside, the interior remained largely unaffected. Even with the air conditioning module in operation, the temperature inside experienced no significant rise in the short term. Through the vehicle's windows, one could discern the blazing crimson flames soaring into the sky. The inferno engulfed the grassland. Soon, the horde of zombie dogs was entirely consumed by the fierce blaze, reduced to a scattering of blackened char. Amphibious armored base vehicle upgraded to level 5. All-terrain off-road vehicle upgraded to level 4. Roadside rescue pickup upgraded to level 4. Several beams of light ascended within the convoy. Aside from Xiaowan's fuel tanker, the other 3 vehicles experienced a level increase. Upon inspecting the leaderboard, Qing noted that all of them had ascended into the top 50 ranks. Remarkably, the current leader had only just reached level 7. The gap in levels between them and the most formidable survivors was swiftly closing. Chapter 38. Synthesis Module. Carpet bombing in the midst of the instance. Flames soared skyward. It was not until the horde of zombie dogs, which had surged forth from behind the barriers, was entirely vanquished by the inferno that Qing drove the amphibious armored vehicle out of the burning zone. The instance now lay in a profound silence, devoid of the cacophonous and jarring barks of the dogs, creating a serene atmosphere. From his backpack, Qing retrieved the spoils of this battle. Among the horde of zombie dogs, several were elite-level creatures. After being eradicated by the flamethrower, a total of 6 superior-grade items had dropped, including the water collection module, green, electric drive module, green, monitoring module, green, lighting module, green, as well as the semi-automatic shotgun, green, and the fully automatic coffee machine, green. Among these, the water collection module, monitoring module, and lighting module were complemented by the power supply module, blue, obtained from slaying the first Black Phantom demon. Qing opted to synthesize all these items with the same type of modules already loaded onto the armored vehicle, aiming to enhance their grades. Consuming 1 power supply module, blue, synthesis successful, acquiring 1 energy-saving power supply module, purple. The energy-saving power supply module, purple, could concentrate energy storage and manage the energy supply for onboard weaponry and living modules, reducing energy consumption by 50. Upon elevating the grade of the power supply module to purple, not only was the energy storage capacity within the module significantly increased, but the energy consumption required to power other modules was also halved. This meant that the same level of support for the armored vehicle's weapon systems now only required half the energy reserves, drastically diminishing the vehicle's energy demands. Consequently, the operational endurance was effectively doubled, allowing the armored vehicle to travel farther and sustain combat for extended periods. This enhancement also correspondingly elevated the vehicle's combat capabilities. Su Qing gazed at the attributes of the newly synthesized energy-saving power supply module, Purple, housed in the cockpit, feeling immense satisfaction. After completing the synthesis of the power supply module, Su Qing continued with further synthesis. Consuming one water collection module, Green, successfully synthesizing one high-power water collector, Blue. Improving water collection speed to 10 tons per day. Upon reviewing the attributes of this blue water collection module, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the acquisition of this high-capacity blue water collector, the anxiety surrounding water supply on the armored vehicle was finally alleviated. Henceforth, there would be no sudden shortages during showers. With a daily water collection capacity of 10 tons, the few occupants of the vehicle would scarcely deplete this resource, even with daily car washes. There would be no issues, ample supply guaranteed. In addition to the water purification module, Su Qing also proceeded to synthesize the monitoring module and the lighting module. The surround monitoring module, seamlessly integrated within the armor, provides comprehensive surveillance around the vehicle, ensuring no blind spots exist in monitoring the surrounding environment. Complete with an anomaly alert function, the intelligent lighting module, equipped throughout the vehicle, features smart control capabilities that automatically adjust the brightness of the lights based on the conditions and requirements of the interior space. Upon merging these two modules, 6 monitoring screens materialized above the driver's seat of the base vehicle. These screens, nearly enveloping the ceiling of the cabin, vividly displayed every aspect of the surroundings, including beneath and atop the vehicle, with no area left unmonitored. The newly added alert function of the monitoring module serves to notify Su Qing of any unusual activities outside the vehicle, thereby preventing the base vehicle from being ambushed by lurking creatures during the night without his awareness, thus avoiding missed opportunities for combat. With the alert function in place, he can rest assured within the vehicle, free from concerns about external circumstances. The module possesses the ability to distinguish between friend and foe and boasts an extensive detection range, allowing it to issue warnings in advance and provide valuable reaction time. As for the intelligent lighting module, its upgraded status has enabled the lighting strips to be exquisitely embedded within the vehicle's armor, rather than being limited to the overhead area of the resting storage compartment. Now, lighting is distributed throughout the entirety of the vehicle's interior. Once integrated into the walls, the lighting not only enhances aesthetics but also eradicates any dark corners within the internal space. Moreover, this new lighting module can intelligently adjust the brightness of each area as needed, optimizing energy efficiency. After successfully merging these modules, Su Qing retrieved 2 excellent-grade items dropped by the zombie dog pack from his backpack, a semi-automatic shotgun and a fully automatic coffee machine. This shotgun, like the vehicle's armaments, operates on spirit crystal energy rather than conventional ammunition, firing energy rounds. As long as there is sufficient spirit crystal energy, it can be used indefinitely. The only considerations are the weapon's durability and the risk of overheating the barrel. Familiarizing himself with the shotgun's operation, Su Qing subsequently returned it along with the coffee machine to his backpack. Having dealt with the pack of zombie dogs, only 2 fleeing shadow demons remained within the instance. Utilizing their innate abilities, they lurked in the shadows of the factory, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, much like their usual hunting tactics concealed in darkness, ambushing unsuspecting prey. Driving the massive armored base vehicle, Su Qing crashed through the dog kennel's fence, directly entering the yard. The 2 fleeing shadow demons, hidden within the factory, fixated their cold, penetrating gazes on their distant quarry as Su Qing brought the vehicle to a steady halt in the yard, ceasing further advance. The colossal oil tanker stationed at the entrance of the instance resumed its operation, the high-explosive cannon turret whirring back to life. A resounding boom echoed as a shell struck precisely within the factory, which had already been marred by 2 significant breaches. Debris soared through the air, and another gaping hole manifested in the factory's roof. The cannon continued its relentless bombardment, shaking the already precarious structure to its core until it was utterly obliterated. Collapsing in a thunderous crash, yet the 2 shadowy creatures remained elusive. Under Su Qing's command, the cannon turret unleashed a merciless carpet bombardment on the ruined factory, transforming the entire dog breeding facility into a desolate wasteland. This onslaught resulted in the extermination of numerous zombie dogs, their remains yielding an abundance of fuel resources that filled the tanks of several vehicles to capacity, with ample reserves even tucked away in backpacks, resources far beyond their needs. Now was the opportune moment to harness this fuel to test the formidable power of the high-explosive cannon while simultaneously depleting some of their fuel reserves. Indeed, the high-explosive cannon demanded an exorbitant amount of energy, rendering it unaffordable for the average survivor. After all, locating a combat environment teeming with monsters was a rare find. Often, the resources acquired from slain creatures barely equaled the fuel expended on a single shell. In the midst of sustained combat, without adequate supplies, even energy shells could become unattainable. Thus, such a heavy weapon typically necessitated a team of survivors to ensure a steady supply of fuel energy for its operation. Otherwise, it would merely lie dormant. A mere heap of scrap metal. However, for Su Qing's convoy, these energy expenditures were effortlessly managed. With the presence of flamethrowers as instruments of widespread destruction, they encountered no difficulties in obliterating zombies for fuel drops. Occasionally, they even deliberately consumed some fuel reserves to prevent their tanks from overflowing. Amidst the unrelenting barrage, the two shadowy creatures, entombed beneath the rubble, could no longer contain their agitation. They raised their formidable claws, dislodging the debris that obscured them and revealing their forms. Chapter 39. The end of the instance. Hunter's badge of the abyssal beast. From the ruins of the factory emerged two abyssal beasts, their forms grotesque and battered. One of the creatures had its forelimb severed, the wound charred and mangled, while their bodies were marred with numerous scratches, the dark scales riddled with ghastly injuries. Fragments of shattered structures were embedded in their flesh, painting a grim tableau of blood and suffering. The two abyssal beasts glared with vengeful eyes at the distant, relentless barrage of high-explosive cannons. They had anticipated an exhilarating confrontation, a fierce battle of life and death, but to their dismay, they were met with an unending onslaught of artillery fire. The continuous explosions rained down upon them, preventing them from even lifting their heads until the factory collapsed, leaving them grievously wounded. It was then that the creatures realized they would not have the opportunity for a close-quarters duel. They must take the initiative. Perhaps they could forge a sliver of hope, for otherwise, they would be left to perish within the ruins. The two abyssal beasts crawled through the debris, swiftly maneuvering towards a large fuel tanker. Their deepest hatred was directed at the distant cannon that had nearly obliterated them, longing to rend it to pieces. Before long, the two beasts leapt from the ruins onto the open grass, dodging and weaving as they hastened towards the cannon. However, one of the abyssal beasts suddenly halted after advancing a mere 10 meters, a sharp steel wire hook embedded deeply in its leg. The hook pierced its flesh, the resilient wire taut and binding it firmly to the ground. Meanwhile, the other beast vaulted over a steel barricade, only to be met head-on by a concussive air cannon. The powerful blast shattered its scales, sending it hurtling backwards beneath an armored base vehicle. The crossbow launcher atop the vehicle pivoted and fired, striking the fallen beast's head with deadly accuracy. The creature lay motionless, defeated. Eliminated a level 5 boss. Abyssal Beast, awarded a vehicle-mounted pulse radar module, 1 spiked thorn armor, 9 spirit crystals, and 5 survival points. Seeing the other beast ensnared by the steel hook, unable to move, Tang Lin seized the opportunity. She drove her off-road vehicle forward, the air cannon on the roof whirring into action. A concentrated blast erupted, striking the abyssal beast directly. Its sharp claws were blown into the air, and a shower of blood and scale fragments rained down upon the ruins. Eliminated a level 5 elite, Abyssal Beast. Awarded 1 spiked ram armor, 1 explosion-proof armor coating, 8 spirit crystals, and 5 survival points. With yet another notification of a monster's demise echoing through the instance. The creatures had finally been vanquished. The completion of the West Zay Dog Breeding Factory dungeon has been finalized, and the battle rewards are commencing settlement. All dungeon monsters have been eradicated, with the destruction level of the dungeon structures at 90. Survivor vehicle damage level, none. Battle rating, SSS grade. Dungeon rewards acquired. 1 armed mechanical wolf, 1 vehicle-mounted rocket launcher, 100 spirit crystals, 200 survival points. Congratulations. The team has achieved the world's first dungeon challenge accomplishment, receiving an additional reward, Monster Hunter Badge. Monster Hunter, purple, a high-tier achievement badge that enhances all vehicle attributes by 10 and increases damage against monsters by 50. This achievement badge is collectively owned by the team, providing attribute bonuses to all vehicles within the convoy. Su Qing examined the badge information that appeared on the vehicle interface, feeling quite satisfied with this unexpected surprise reward. This achievement badge serves as a collective attribute enhancement skill, significantly boosting the team's combat prowess compared to any singular core feature or vehicle modification, particularly as the number of vehicles in the convoy increases. The enhancement effect of this badge will grow stronger. Upon receiving the dungeon settlement rewards, 2 beams of light illuminated the area. Su Ying's rescue pickup truck and Tang Lin's all-terrain vehicle both upgraded to level 5. Meanwhile, Su Qing's armored base vehicle and Xiaowan's large fuel tanker were on the verge of advancing to level 6. The convoy's current level far surpasses that of other survivors, with all members now ranked within the top 20. As the battle concluded, Su Qing drove the armored base vehicle, traversing the ruins of the dog breeding factory to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire dungeon space. Apart from discovering a dark chasm resembling an abyss at the back of the ruins, no other valuable items were detected within the dungeon. Not a single shadow of a supply chest could be found. Su Qing circled around the ruins twice, meticulously searching to ensure nothing was overlooked. Only then did he approach the 3 destroyed vehicles to collect the vehicle cores and weapon modules mounted on them. Acquired 1 blue quality vehicle core and 2 green vehicle cores. Obtained 1 heavy machine gun weapon module, blue. Collected 2 cable hook gun launchers, green. After gathering all items, Su Qing issued the command to exit the dungeon. The convoy passed through the towering black spatial vortex, returning to the outside of the dungeon. The black vortex began to rapidly collapse and shrink until it vanished, right after the last vehicle departed. Outside remained tranquil, save for a few zombies drawn by the noise. The crossbow launcher atop the armored base vehicle eliminated the approaching zombies, clearing the surrounding area of threats. The 4 vehicles traveled along the road for a distance, finding a secluded spot to gather and park by the roadside. The 3 girls stabilized their vehicles and returned to the armored base vehicle. Ah, it's so much more comfortable inside here, free from the peculiar odors of the outside air, and the temperature is pleasantly cool, not stifling at all. As Xiaowan entered the vehicle, she let out a heartfelt sigh. Su Ying responded with a gentle smile. She quietly made her way to the storage room to prepare food for everyone. Tang Lin reclined on the leather sofa, a satisfied moan escaping her lips as she basked in comfort. They were utterly unconcerned with the monster's drops within the instance, instead laughing and discussing what they should dine on that evening as they headed to the storage room together. After several battles fought in cooperation, they had completely let down their guard around Su Qing, their trust in him unwavering. His enhancement plan was genuinely aimed at bolstering the team's overall combat effectiveness. Rather than pooling resources to elevate his own vehicle's level, he allocated weapon modules based on each vehicle's combat characteristics. Furthermore, during battles with the fiends, Su Qing led the charge, bravely taking the front lines, utilizing his formidable armor to absorb the monster's attacks and allowing the others to provide fire support from the rear. With such a captain at the helm of their convoy, Su Ying and her companions felt entirely at ease, shifting their focus from weaponry to contemplating how they might thrive in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 40, Armored Vehicle. Secret space within. Upon sharing the vehicle characteristics, spatial expansion, purple, within Xiaowan, the interior space of the armored base vehicle significantly expanded. Not only did the number of rooms increase, but the living amenities were also nearly fully equipped. Sofas, tables, chairs, and kitchen utensils were all present. The spoils from the recent monster hunts had allowed them to gather a variety of essential living items. Remarkably, each individual had acquired several sets of clothing. This explains why. After each battle, Su Qing felt exhilarated when she piled the dropped items in the leisure area of the driver's cabin. The 3 girls were equally thrilled. It was akin to the delightful anticipation of unboxing a package or opening a mystery box, and the best part was, it was all free. This experience was far more pleasurable than shopping in the streets. It was utterly irresistible. After confirming that the surroundings of the base vehicle were safe and devoid of any monsters, Su Qing opened her backpack and removed all the living supplies she had collected, stacking them in the driver's leisure cabin. Wow, Lingjia, come quickly. There are items to distribute. Coming. Oh, this piece of clothing looks nice. I'll try it on first. Upon witnessing the heaps of supplies that had appeared in the open space, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin, who had been discussing dinner ingredients in the storage room, immediately lit up with excitement and rushed out. Even Su Ying, with her gentle demeanor and mature aura, quickly joined the throng, eager to partake in the selection of supplies. No girl could resist the joy of unboxing and stockpiling. After clearing out the ordinary supplies from her backpack, what remained were the primary gains from this dungeon expedition. Su Qing then retrieved the 3 vehicle cores she had obtained from the 3 vehicles within the instance, consumed 1 green vehicle core, successfully synthesized 1 blue vehicle core. Acquired the trait, Firepower Overload, blue, consumed 1 blue core, successfully synthesized 1 purple vehicle core. Acquired the trait, Firepower Amplification, purple. After synthesizing all 3 vehicle cores in her possession, Su Qing ultimately obtained a purple quality core. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose to merge this vehicle core into Xiaowan's large fuel tanker. After consuming a purple core, the Super Alloy Armor Transport Vehicle, purple, successfully advanced to the Super Alloy Armed Transport Vehicle, orange, acquiring the vehicle attribute, Firepower Amplification, purple. Firepower Amplification, purple significantly enhances the power of onboard weapons, increases attack speed, reduces overheating temperature, attack power 100, attack speed 100, weapon cooldown time reduced by 50. The vehicle's core attribute, spatial expansion, purple, has been upgraded to the orange epic tier, aerial realm, orange. Aerial realm, orange greatly expands the internal space of the vehicle, providing an independent secret realm that can consume energy to further develop the vehicle and the realm's scale. The current vehicle space expansion is 3,000, with the secret world covering an area of 3 square kilometers, having successfully elevated the large fuel tanker to the orange epic tier. This vehicle has now been renamed the Super Alloy Armed Transport Vehicle. A radiant glow signifying the vehicle's tier advancement illuminated the large fuel tanker. As the brilliance faded, this newly transformed orange tier vehicle underwent remarkable changes. The entire exterior was enveloped in earthy yellow armor, and the windows were fortified with metallic mesh. Even the 2 weapon turrets atop the driver's cabin were shielded by the armor. The large fuel tanker bore no resemblance to its former self, having completely transformed into a heavily armored long-range transport vehicle equipped with 2 heavy weapon turrets. Notably, after integrating the firepower amplification, purple, vehicle attribute, the turret openings on top of the armed transport vehicle appeared considerably larger. The output firepower of the long-range weapon turrets increased by at least 2-fold. Furthermore, following the advancement of its core attribute, spatial expansion, purple, to orange, the fuel storage capacity of this armed transport vehicle expanded 30-fold. Qing placed all the fuel obtained from slain monsters into the storage, yet it filled less than 1/5 of the available space. With this vehicle attribute, there will be no concern about the lack of storage for fuel dropped by monsters during battles, even if the fuel exceeds the storage capacity. This attribute can consume energy to continuously expand the space, thereby increasing fuel storage. Thus, even if all the fuel in the world were to be deposited within, this armed transport vehicle could accommodate it. It could even utilize this fuel energy to maximize the storage space, in addition to the increased fuel storage. The most significant change following the upgrade of the vehicle attributes was the emergence of an independent secret realm within the vehicle. Upon sharing the characteristics of the armed transport vehicle, Qing discovered a spatial portal on his base vehicle. Through this dark portal, Qing's consciousness perceived the overall appearance and condition of this independent secret realm. Detected similar types of secret realms. Would you like to merge? Confirm merge. Just as Qing immersed his consciousness in the secret realm to explore its environment, a prompt message echoed. The secret realm has successfully merged. Its spatial attributes upgraded, now integrated with the local world environment, suitable for biological survival and habitation. This occurred immediately after Qing opted for synthesis. In his consciousness, the appearance of the secret realm underwent a profound transformation. What was once a chaotic, stagnant void suddenly expanded more than twice its original size. Within this realm, vast expanses of land unfurled. Sunlight bathed the area, and a gentle breeze wafted through. In the distance, verdant mountains and trees, a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds, all became vividly discernible. Observing the straight road and the zombies wandering alongside it, Qing felt a sense of familiarity with this environment. He retracted his awareness and raised his gaze towards the exterior of the base vehicle, discovering that the scene witnessed within the secret realm indeed mirrored the surroundings of the base vehicle. This implied that this independent spatial secret realm shared the same sun and blue sky as the outside world, encompassing both day and night, sunrise and sunset. Even the gentle breeze from outside seemed capable of permeating the secret realm. The sole distinction lay in the fact that this secret spatial world was a unique, independent dimension belonging solely to Qing. The entrance to the secret realm resided solely within the base vehicle, and it could only be accessed with Qing's permission. Outsiders were entirely oblivious to its existence. Even after the spatial merger, and Shaoan, lacking Qing's consent, could not enter this realm. After thoroughly examining the properties of this secret world, Qing, satisfied, retracted his awareness and waved his hand to disperse the black spatial door within the base vehicle. This portal was under his complete control. Whenever he wished, he could open it at any moment. Upon witnessing the secret realm, Qing's immediate thought was the prospect of cultivating crops here. The attributes of this small world were remarkably conducive to agriculture. Moreover, he could entirely regulate the environment within the realm to achieve optimal growing conditions. It appeared that the next step in his plan should involve acquiring vegetable and fruit seeds. Ideally, he could directly transplant some fruit trees into this space. Qing mused to himself. He accessed the vehicle combat power rankings and discovered that Shaoan's armed transport had surged to the 5th position. Remarkably, his amphibious armored base vehicle had ascended to 3rd place, displacing the previously 3rd-ranked golden tank to 4th. Now, within the top 5 rankings, 2 vehicles belonged to Qing's convoy. The elevation in the core tier of the vehicles was immediately felt by Shaoan, who sensed the changes within her. However, the 3 girls had grown somewhat accustomed to this. They merely glanced at the alterations inside the base vehicle before immersing themselves once more in the joy of unpacking. Chapter 41. Helicopter Vehicles. Top of the power rankings, the ground dust was stirred up by a powerful gust of wind, swirling into a dusty whirlwind. A helicopter, equipped with 2 heavy weapons, slowly descended onto the earth. Once the aircraft came to a halt, a young woman clad in a blue tracksuit with her hair tied in a ponytail disembarked. "Lanjia, you're back." Several slender, attractive young women hurried towards her. "Yes. Today's harvest was quite good. We shall feast tonight," Jiang Lan replied with a smile, her pace brisk. "By the way, there haven't been any issues at the base today, have there?" she inquired as she stepped inside. This was a flight training club situated within a mountainous scenic area. In addition to training aspiring pilots, it also catered to tourists, offering helicopter tours of the beautiful surroundings. The building perched atop a hill, and outside, several helicopters were lined up, blocking the sole access road up the mountain. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lan had served as a flight instructor here. The young women were all employees of the club or the scenic area. When the apocalypse struck, Jiang Lan was conducting flight training. While airborne, she had directly bound herself to this helicopter as her vehicle. Following the onset of the apocalypse, zombies besieged the area, while most fled by car. Jiang Lan led these young women to discover a supply cache on the rooftop. Armed with vehicle-mounted weapons found within the cache and aided by this golden-quality helicopter, she successfully eradicated the monstrous undead that charged up the mountain. Utilizing the club's aircraft, she blocked off the area and established a survival base. Regrettably, although the other girls had also bound to their respective helicopters, the ones stranded outside were theirs. They lacked vehicle-mounted weaponry, and the base's fuel reserves were insufficient to support the simultaneous operation of multiple helicopters. Without weapons, the airborne helicopters had no means of attack. They became liabilities, moving targets in the sky. Without the capacity to combat the monsters, they could not replenish their fuel. Once their reserves were depleted, the only fate awaiting them would be a fatal descent. Thus, despite having secured an exceedingly rare flying vehicle, they remained trapped here, relying solely on Jiang Lan's daily excursions to hunt monsters for sustenance and fuel, maintaining a precarious existence. "Lanjia, everything is quite uneventful at the base. It's just a bit dull. After we eliminate all the surrounding zombies, no monsters have appeared since. Moreover, few know of this place, and the mountain paths are rather treacherous, so no one comes here. However, today we stumbled upon something peculiar. 2 purple vehicles have ascended to orange in the power rankings. Just moments ago, I personally witnessed one of them advance from the 10th position to the 5th. Moreover, the previously purple vehicle has not only ascended to an orange tier but has even secured a commendable 3rd place, displacing the once prominent golden tier tank. These 2 individuals are truly formidable, are they not? How I long for the day when we, too, can venture forth and witness the wonders of the outside world." However, they remain overshadowed by Sisterland's prowess, as her helicopter continues to reign supreme at the pinnacle of vehicle combat rankings. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's inquiry, several girls gathered around her, chattering excitedly. Jiang Lan unloaded all the supplies from her backpack, laying them out in the center of the room, creating a generous pile on the floor. "Wow, this is fantastic. There's orange juice and chocolate cake. This dress is stunning. Come try it on." The girls, upon seeing the bounty within the room, erupted in joyous cheers and rushed to the supplies. "What? A vehicle tier promotion?" Jiang Lan was taken aback by their words, momentarily diverting her attention from the jubilant sisters who were eagerly rummaging through the supplies. She hastily opened the vehicle combat power leaderboard for a closer inspection. To her astonishment, she confirmed that 2 unfamiliar vehicles had indeed surged into the top 10. A grave expression crossed her face, and concern welled up within her. "Our base must remain vigilant. If outsiders approach, you must exercise utmost caution. Until I return, do not allow anyone to enter here. Among these supplies, there are several weapons. Take them for self-defense. Familiarize yourselves with them, and should danger arise, do not hesitate to fire." The world outside has transformed dramatically. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Lan had piloted her helicopter, gaining a clearer understanding of the chaos that now pervades. Additionally, she had scavenged vehicle cores from the vicinity of supply crates, absorbing the energy contained within. She knew well how these vehicles attained their upgrades. It was solely through the plunder of others' vehicle cores and the absorption of their energies that such advancements could be achieved. However, the process of absorbing core energy to elevate vehicle tiers is inefficient and demands an immense amount of energy. Relying solely on salvaging the cores of survivors slain by monsters would never allow for such rapid progression. Hence, it was evident that these 2 individuals were ruthless marauders. Only through active pillaging could they amass such a substantial collection of vehicle cores in a short span. Jiang Lan committed the names of these 2 vehicles to memory. Currently, All survivors are converging towards the direction of the zombie city. When that time comes, she would surely spot these vehicles from above. It was imperative to prepare in advance to avoid ambushes, as she bore the responsibility of safeguarding the lives of several individuals, should she encounter peril outside. The 5 girls remaining at the base would equally face dire straits. Thus, the only course of action is to hunt more monsters and gather additional supply crates, amassing weapons and fuel, so that her sisters may also take to the skies, slaying foes and leveling up. Understood, Sister Lawn. Upon hearing her instructions, several girls obediently selected weapons from the supplies, examining them thoughtfully. Su Qing upgraded in Xiaowan's armored transport vehicle to an orange quality level. He then focused his consciousness on the newly acquired trait, the secret realm space, thoroughly exploring its depths before withdrawing his awareness. From his backpack, he retrieved the items dropped after vanquishing the 3 Black Furies. The first item was a vehicle modification component, Thorned Armor, Blue. Discovering a similar type of item. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize, this modification component bore a striking resemblance to the Super Gold Alloy Armor, Blue, mounted at the front of the armored base vehicle, both in attributes and functionality. Item synthesis successful. Obtained, Thorned Armor, Purple, Thorned Armor, Purple Counterattack Armor. Capable of enveloping the exterior of the vehicle with a layer of metallic spikes, enhancing the vehicle's durability while possessing a reflective damage effect, 500 durability, and 30 defensive rebound damage. With this thorned armor affixed, the exterior of the armored vehicle was adorned with sharp alloy spikes, resembling a tangle of thorns, emanating an intimidating chill that deterred any approach. Moreover, this layer of spikes was not merely for show. When the vehicle was assaulted, this armor could reflect energy attacks. Whether faced with ranged or melee strikes, the thorned armor would inflict retaliatory damage upon assailants. With this modification, the defensive capabilities of the armored base vehicle were truly enhanced. Not only did the vehicle's durability soar to an astonishing 600,000, but it could also rebound 30% of the damage inflicted by enemies during combat. It had metamorphosed into an impregnable fortress of steel. Chapter 42, Heavy Machine Gun, Vehicle-Mounted Pulse Radar. After successfully installing the Thorn Armor, Su Qing retrieved a radar module from the spatial backpack. Vehicle-Mounted Pulse Radar, Blue, capable of emitting pulse signals to scan and identify nearby anomalies, swiftly determining target distances, marking enemy positions, and assisting remote weaponry in enhancing accuracy, with an effective detection range of 80 kilometers. The primary function of this pulse radar module is to assist in the precision calibration of long-range weaponry. Unlike surround monitoring systems that can detect and distinguish enemy targets within the environment, this module necessitates the owner to process the data independently. However, once mounted on the vehicle, the pulse radar can autonomously identify surrounding anomalies and mark them. Upon detecting an unknown target, it will immediately alert the user, displaying details regarding the location and size, allowing the owner to discern the situation. With the addition of this radar module, combined with the vehicle's surround monitoring system, the two complement each other, enhancing the overall detection capabilities of the entire convoy significantly. Furthermore, with the radar's detection and marking assistance, the precision and range of the high-explosive cannon can be maximized. Su Qing decided to install this pulse radar module on Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle. Upon completion, a rotating radar emerged above the driver's cabin, continuously recording environmental information. After installing these two modules, Su Qing produced 3 additional items obtained from vanquishing the Black Shadow Demon: Spiked Ram Armor, green, Explosive Armor Coating, green, and Energy Shield, blue. The first 2 items were intended for installation on Tang Lin's off-road vehicle, while the Energy Shield was designated for Su Ying's pickup truck. Consequently, the defensive attributes of all 4 vehicles were enhanced, eliminating any vulnerabilities. Upon installation, Su Ying's pickup truck exhibited minimal changes. A semicircular defense module appeared in the rear compartment. This module could activate a transparent energy shield on the vehicle's surface to repel external attacks, safeguarding it from damage. The damage threshold of the shield was directly linked to the vehicle's fuel energy reserves. As long as energy levels remained sufficient, the shield would remain intact, ensuring the safety of the vehicle itself. In contrast to Su Ying's pickup, Tang Lin's off-road vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation following the installation of the vehicle modifications. A sharp metallic ram extended forward from the front of the vehicle, flanked by slicing wind blades on either side. This alteration gave the vehicle the appearance of a formidable dagger, poised to pierce deep into enemy territory. Additionally, the off-road vehicle was now adorned with a green camouflage coating, enhancing its stealth capabilities. Able to seamlessly conceal itself within the wilderness, it lies in wait, poised to strike. Suddenly, it erupts forth, wielding sharp blades against its adversaries. Akin to a cold-blooded assassin traversing the battlefield, reaping with abandon. This formidable presence instills a profound sense of dread. Su Qing has meticulously allocated these 3 modules. Finally, there are the 4 vehicle-mounted weapon modules acquired within the dungeon. 1. Heavy machine gun, blue. 1. Vehicle rocket launcher, purple. And 2. Grappling hook launchers, green. 1. Grappling hook launcher, green. Consumed. Item synthesis successful. Acquired 1. Assault grappling hook launcher, blue. Assault grappling hook launcher, blue, capable of launching sharp wire-attached hooks with armor-piercing capabilities, able to breach protective casings and ensnare enemy units within. Attack power, 100. Wire endurance, 50 tons. Su Qing glanced at this newly synthesized grappling weapon before affixing it to the armored base vehicle. Alongside it, the heavy machine gun, blue, was also installed. Heavy machine gun, blue, a large-caliber turret capable of engaging low-flying and lightly armored targets, firing at a rate of 600 rounds per minute. With an effective range of 2 kilometers and an attack power of 200. With the installation of these 2 formidable weapons, the base vehicle now boasted 2 grappling hook weapons, a crossbow launcher, and a heavy machine gun. The vehicle's control capabilities and firepower saw a significant enhancement. The 2 grappling weapons were positioned on the roof, one at the front and the other at the rear, with 2 offensive weapons situated in between. The control radius of the base vehicle extends to a minimum of 100 meters around the chassis, while its strike range stretches nearly 2 kilometers, thus possessing a certain degree of long-range offensive capability. Furthermore, it is equipped to effectively defend against low-altitude threats, thereby achieving a measure of air defense. As for the remaining weapon from the dungeon reward, the vehicle rocket launcher, purple, Su Qing opted to install it on Tang Lin's off-road vehicle. Vehicle rocket launcher, purple, capable of firing high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, effective against heavily armored units, with an attack power of 500, firing rate of 5 rounds per minute, and a range of 500 meters. This weapon's effective range surpasses that of the energy air cannon mounted on the off-road vehicle, and its high attack power, albeit lower firing speed, aligns well with Tang Lin's combat style. She can adeptly utilize the off-road vehicle's agility to fire a shot and swiftly relocate, maximizing damage while ensuring the safety of her vehicle and evading enemy counterattacks. Upon completing the installation of the rocket launcher, a robust, rotatable rocket barrel emerged atop Tang Lin's vehicle, nearly occupying the entirety of the roof space alongside the forward air cannon. Coupled with the surrounding sharp blades and the pointed ramming horns at the front, this off-road vehicle exuded a palpable aura of martial aggression. With all weapon platforms successfully allocated, Su Qing's base vehicle now boasted a total of 4 weapon modules. The array of armaments comprises the crossbow launcher, blue, grappling hook launcher, green, heavy machine gun, blue, and assault grappling hook launcher, blue. On Tang Lin's off-road vehicle, there are 2 weapon turrets along with 2 vehicle attack modifications. The energy air cannon, blue, vehicle-mounted rocket launcher, purple, ramming armor, blue, and windblade, green. In contrast, Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle exhibits no alterations in its weaponry, maintaining the high-explosive cannon, purple, and flamethrower, blue. However, it has been enhanced with a radar module capable of scanning surrounding targets to assist remote weaponry for precise strikes. Lastly, Su Ying's rescue pickup truck, designed for therapeutic and repair functions, has not been outfitted with weapons by Su Qing. Instead, he has equipped it with a defensive energy shield, blue, ensuring the vehicle's combat survivability and allowing her to provide maintenance support with peace of mind. Chapter 43. A breakthrough once more, ranking second in combat power as night fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the crossbow launchers atop the base vehicles occasionally sprang to life, triggered by wandering zombies nearby. The machinery whirred softly, delivering lethal arrows with a whisper. This silent method of attack was perfectly suited for nighttime ambushes, avoiding the attention of other monstrous entities. The convoy, laden with various weapons, concealed itself in the darkness, resembling a colossal beast of cold steel. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the interior of the base vehicles radiated an atmosphere of joy. "Sistering, it smells so good. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable," exclaimed Xiaowan, her face alight with delight. "Of course, Sister Ying's dishes are my favorite. I even requested to be in the same crew as her just to savor more of her cooking." She and Tang Lin gathered around the table, enraptured by the feast before them. Su Ying presented a platter of braised beef, the main ingredient sourced from the slain armored bull monster, its meat succulent and delicious. Dinner consisted of the braised beef, accompanied by instant rice and refreshing fruit juices, creating a rather sumptuous spread. The 3 girls busied themselves arranging the dishes, seeking the perfect angle for a photograph. Meanwhile, Su Qing sat in the driver's seat, meticulously processing all the spoils from today's battle. This excursion into the dungeon had yielded a plethora of weaponry and equipment, effectively doubling the combat power of the entire convoy. Once he had allocated all the weapons and gear, Qing opened the combat power leaderboard for vehicles. To his astonishment, his armored base vehicle had surged past the golden tier vehicles to claim the second position on the ranking, boasting an orange epic tier. This advancement had relegated the two golden quality vehicles to third and fourth place, while Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle retained its fifth position. The remarkable outcome stemmed from the fusion of multiple characteristic abilities within their vehicle cores, supplemented by several modifications and weapon modules installed on the vehicles. These enhancements significantly amplified their combat capabilities, allowing them to transcend the disparities in vehicle tiers and ascend to the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Upon glancing downward, Qing noticed that Tang Lin's off-road vehicle had impressively risen to the 13th position on the combat power leaderboard. The addition of 2 weapon modules and 2 vehicle modifications had markedly enhanced its combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Su Ying's pickup truck had reached the 52nd rank, indicating that the combat power ranking was not solely determined by firepower but also by the overall performance of the vehicles. Currently, Su Ying's pickup truck possessed an impenetrable shield, provided that fuel resources were ample. Such extraordinary defensive capabilities meant that few vehicles could breach it in a short span of time. Coupled with the truck's purple-tier attributes and formidable repair capabilities, this strength indeed warranted a place among the top 100 in the vehicle combat power rankings. This adequately illustrates the strength assessment of the combat power rankings, which is remarkably authentic. At the moment Qing was perusing the leaderboard, Su Ying and her companions had already finished taking photographs and were preparing to dine. Everyone sat together within the expansive confines of the base vehicle, which had been magnified several times, enjoying dinner. After elevating in Xiaowan's armed transport to the orange tier, they shared the Sky's secret realm, orange, vehicle trait. Qing's base vehicle had now expanded its interior space to a staggering 30 times its original size. Moreover, with the infusion of energy, this spatial expanse could continue to grow. It could easily accommodate hundreds of individuals without any sense of crowding. The dinner was delectable, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin were not mistaken. Su Ying's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. The only drawback was the absence of vegetables and fruits on the dining table. After battling numerous monsters and opening several treasure chests over the past 2 days, they had yet to encounter any items such as vegetables or fruits. It was uncertain whether these items simply did not drop or if it was merely a stroke of bad luck. The braised beef was incredibly tender. After the meal, Qing felt a significant restoration of energy, as the fatigue from a busy day dissipated remarkably. The remaining scales of the armored bull meat had been meticulously cut and categorized by Su Ying and stored in the vehicle's refrigerator for preservation. After dinner, the 3 girls began to curiously explore the newly installed surveillance screens and the intelligent lighting that adorned the vehicle. Meanwhile, Qing delved into the storage compartment to continue trading items. Consumed 1 strawberry cream bread, white, synthesis successful, obtained 1 detox bread, green, consumed. With the integrated cooking station now available in the base vehicle, the ordinary bread dropped by the monsters had gone uneaten, all piled in a corner of the storage compartment. After synthesizing dozens of pieces of bread, Qing finally felt a slight dizziness. He paused his efforts and took out a machete to divide all the bread into smaller pieces of detox bread. Completing this task, Qing opened the chat interface. The Dongjiao Bridge camp welcomes all survivors. There is 24-hour surveillance duty, patrolling armed squads, and ample firepower and energy available in the camp, ensuring a secure environment. Each person only needs 1 spirit crystal per day to reside in the camp and enjoy safety services, allowing for peace of mind while sleeping. The Heishan Tunnel Camp is recruiting security personnel, requiring only a vehicle-mounted weapon for entry, with energy subsidies provided. Fuel consumed during combat will be fully reimbursed, and all combat earnings belong to the individual. The camp boasts golden combat vehicles for safety assurance. The Rose team is recruiting combat personnel, specifically women with certain combat capabilities, prioritizing those with vehicle-mounted weapons. This team possesses robust combat strength and ample survival resources, with an independent secure camp available for interested individuals to private message. The Iron Blood team is also recruiting. It offers attractive personnel, resources, and safe accommodation. If you dare to fight and strive, you will be a mainstay and enjoy the best treatment. Brothers, come find me. What is the meaning of this? Qing gazed at the chat interface, somewhat bewildered. How is it that within a mere day, the tenor of our conversations has transformed so drastically? This chat channel resembles a grand job fair. Is everyone truly so adept at adapting to this apocalyptic reality? In just 2 days, survivor camps have already been established. My comrades, I have scouted ahead for you. The East Suburb Bridge Camp is indeed secure. Surrounding the camp are expansive trenches and towering walls, impenetrable to those monstrous zombies, and armed squads guard the entrance. So there is no need for concern. Tonight, I shall finally enjoy a restful slumber. The Black Mountain Tunnel is also commendable. The camp is nestled within the mountains. Spacious and strictly managed, with no incidents of theft or robbery to speak of. Everyone engages in fair trade for their necessities, creating a splendid atmosphere. Moreover, there is a legendary golden tank vehicle within the camp, boasting a combat ranking of, wait, how did it drop to 4th? I possess an abundance of survival supplies. Food and water are ample, fuel is sufficient, and I can ensure safety. Ladies, feel free to share your photos for a chat. Gentlemen, kindly refrain from inappropriate advances. I am in search of weapons. Both blades and firearms are welcome, and I am willing to trade food or fuel for them. Those interested may message me privately. As for the 2 individuals who ascended into the top 10 rankings today, I sincerely hope our paths do not cross. For I shall ensure you experience the consequences of your actions. If you dare to brazenly murder and seize vehicle cores, be prepared for the repercussions. As Su Qing perused the chat interface, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a message directed at him. Top 10 rankings? An ascension today? Is it not referring to me? Chapter 44. Continuing transactions. The base vehicle transforms into a spacious flat. Su Qing meticulously examined the information displayed on the chat interface. Soon, he grasped the reason behind the targeted hostility directed towards him. The individual brazenly boasting in the chat channel exhibited a blatant disregard for his vehicle's combat power ranking, boldly challenging him. This suggested that the challenger likely ranked within the top 5 in terms of vehicle strength, possibly having just been ousted from their position by either him or in Shaowan, hence the palpable indignation. Moreover, there was another underlying reason. For these survivors, enhancing the quality of their vehicles necessitated the absorption of a substantial amount of core energy. Lacking Su Qing's synthesis capabilities, they were devoid of means to elevate their vehicle's grade swiftly. Consequently, upon witnessing the rapid advancement of Su Qing's vehicle grade, it was only natural for them to assume he had plundered a considerable quantity of vehicle cores to achieve such a pace. However, Su Qing had no intention of clarifying this misconception. With his vehicle's combat power ranking at 2nd place, he found little concern for the opinions of ordinary individuals, mere insignificant insects. Easily dispatched, he posted another message in the chat channel, selling small pieces of detox bread, effective against the zombie virus. Inquire with a price. Those without will not receive a reply. Su Qing then opened his friend request interface. Throughout the day, his list had once again reached its capacity. Bro, do you still have bread? How about this gun? If it's good, send me a piece urgently. Brother, could I trade a piece of original flavor underwear for a piece of original detox bread? I'll even throw in an autograph and a photo. I used to be quite famous. My online name is Choo Choo Baby. Have you heard of me? Mate, are you in need of clean water and fuel? I can supply them in abundance. As long as your detox bread is sufficient, I can take it all. Kind soul, I've been bitten by a zombie and am now losing my senses. For the sake of our shared hometown, please grant me a few pieces of bread to save my life. Su Qing glanced over his friend requests. He promptly filtered out those seeking pity, begging, scamming, or merely offering mundane item exchanges, leaving only those who proposed items of green quality or above. Transaction successful. Acquired a multi-functional RV cabinet system, green. Transaction successful. Acquired a high-end laptop, green. Accompanied by a fully loaded external hard drive. Transaction successful. Acquired a ceramic microwave oven, green. Transaction successful. Acquired a luxurious cotton bedding set, green. As the transactions progressed, Su Qing's backpack brimmed with an ever-increasing array of supplies. The diversity of items acquired was impressively comprehensive. By the time he had exhausted his small stock of detox bread, he had nearly amassed all essential living supplies. Countless items of various types, encompassing nearly every necessity of daily life, including kitchenware, a bed, tables and chairs, bedding, and clothing, had been gathered. Concluding his transactions, Su Qing stepped out of the storage room. He meticulously arranged all the items, transforming the interior of the base vehicle into an expansive flat resembling a grand residence. The amenities within were indistinguishable from those of a conventional home, with an abundance of furniture and essentials at hand. Moreover, with the expansion of the vehicle's space, Su Qing finally enjoyed his own private area, no longer forced to endure the confines of the driver's seat. Following this transaction, the room was not only equipped with a bed but also furnished with complete bedding, elevating his quality of life to a level surpassing that of the pre-apocalypse era. After all, in the world before the collapse, he could scarcely afford such a vast flat. However, Su Qing discerned a palpable shift in the urgency of those seeking detoxification bread. It appeared that most individuals opted to trade for it merely as a precaution, rather than as a means of survival. Consequently, the items available for exchange were primarily non-combatant supplies. Despite an exhaustive search, he found no vehicle-mounted weapons akin to a flamethrower. This peculiar trend prompted Su Qing to recall the messages in the chat interface. Within just 2 days, some survivors had begun establishing camps, indicating that many had adapted to the post-apocalyptic environment, learning to engage zombies using their vehicles, either by ramming them or shooting while retreating to maintain distance, rather than aimlessly running outside and falling prey to ambushes. As everyone sought to form teams and consolidate resources within camps, it was likely that a significant number of detoxification medicines would be made available for those in dire need. With no immediate demand for detoxification, the value of the detoxification bread naturally diminished, making it increasingly rare to encounter someone willing to exchange vehicle-mounted weapons for it. Nevertheless, Su Qing found himself at an advantage. He had not invested much, merely trading some unappetizing bread for a wealth of furnishings and appliances, significantly enhancing his quality of life. Once Su Qing completed the arrangement of items within the base vehicle, the 3 girls, Su Ying and her companions, marveled at the transformation inside. Their faces lit up with joy as they reminisced over the familiar cabinets and various appliances, feeling as though these items had belonged to a distant past. Returning to such a semblance of normalcy was indeed moving, particularly when Su Qing announced that the clean water on board would be freely available for use. Alleviating their previous concerns about sudden shortages, the 3 girls erupted in cheers, filled with excitement. Prompted by Su Qing's reminder, they dashed to the bathroom, eager to indulge in a long-awaited hot shower. In the previous days, they had been frugal with water, fearful of running low, but now, liberated from such worries, they intended to luxuriate in their bathing experience. Su Qing lingered at the back, relishing a hot shower before reclining on the bed, now adorned with freshly arranged bedding. Letting out a contented sigh, casting a cautious glance at the securely closed door, he finally retrieved his computer from his backpack and connected the hard drive. Prepare for a thorough critique of the acting prowess displayed by these actresses. Alas, there has been no response from anyone in the chat interface. I reached out to that individual privately, yet he remains unresponsive. Within the confines of the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp, several robust men are gathered, encircled around a stove, indulging in drink and conversation. Adjacent to them, the headlights of numerous vehicles illuminate the entire tunnel space. Both exits of the tunnel have been obstructed, leaving only a single lane open. Various types of vehicles are parked within the tunnel, with survivors congregating beside their cars, engaging in dialogue and trade. Never mind him. As long as he desires to level up, that individual will inevitably arrive at the zombie city. The monstrous threats outside have dwindled, all converging here. Today's battle pressure has markedly intensified. We must recruit more brothers. By the side of a massive tank, Liu waved his hand dismissively. How outrageous it is that that scoundrel, through robbery and murder, has managed to ascend to second place, displacing the captain from his rank. When we encounter that fellow, there will be no mercy. Ideally, we can seize his vehicle. With such formidable combat capabilities, it must be armed. Acquiring it would undoubtedly bolster our brother's strength. Furthermore, regarding the individual in 5th place, I witnessed his ascent today. The weaponry mounted on his vehicle is likely substantial. Given the opportunity, we shall procure them. With so many brothers at our side, can we truly fear these 2 individuals? A few younger associates wore expressions of displeasure. Chapter 45, Change of Plans. Targeting the vegetable greenhouse complex, the night passed in silence. During this night, Su Qing slept soundly, almost drifting into dawn without interruption. With a formidable armor boasting an impressive durability of 600,000 and an encompassing early warning surveillance system, he felt no apprehension regarding potential monster attacks on the base vehicle. Rising, Su Qing gazed through the armored glass at the world outside. The sun had already ascended. Occasionally, zombies wandered near the convoy, silently dispatched by crossbow bolts from a distance, without a trace of noise. They were unable to approach at all. Thus, the surroundings of the base vehicle remained remarkably tranquil throughout the night, undisturbed by the roaming creatures. After changing into fresh attire, Su Qing made his way to the driving compartment. At that moment, Su Ying had prepared breakfast and was seated by the window, sipping coffee and quietly observing the outside world. Meanwhile, Xiaowan and Tang Lin were still asleep, having not yet risen. Su Qing approached and took a portion of breakfast, joining her at the window. "Captain Su, thank you," Su Ying remarked, her gaze fixed on the chaotic scene outside, a desolate wasteland fraught with danger. Seeing the zombies rampaging out there sends chills down my spine. Had we not taken refuge here, I shudder to think where Tang Lin and I might be right now. Perhaps we would have perished already. With a serious expression, Su Ying looked at Su Qing. He took a bite of a bun and gently reassured her, "Sister Ying, we are now comrades in arms, bound by fate. There is no need for such thoughts." We must look forward. The apocalypse has arrived, and we must strive to adapt to our new reality. Our current capabilities are quite formidable. Both our vehicles' combat strength and our level have surged into the top 100 rankings. Moreover, our supplies of necessities and fuel are abundantly stocked, leaving little cause for concern. Today, I plan to venture towards the outskirts of Zombie City to eliminate more monsters. Our vehicles' class and weaponry are sufficient for the time being. It is time to seek a location teeming with creatures to level up. As Su Qing munched on a pork bun, a frown creased his brow. The food available over the past few days had either been ready-made meals or tough beef. There was a distinct lack of fresh vegetables and fruits. The absence of greens made the monotony of their diet tiresome. Furthermore, the kitchenware that had been prepared was rendered largely decorative due to the scarcity of vegetables and grains, only occasionally utilized for brewing milk tea or preparing beef. Consequently, as he journeyed towards the outskirts of Zombie City, Su Qing harbored another objective: to seek out vegetables and fruits to enhance their meals. Additionally, having recently acquired a secret realm with ample land, he aimed to find seeds for crops to cultivate therein. The sooner they were planted, the sooner they could relish fresh produce. After finishing breakfast, Su Qing took his place in the driver's seat, accessing the navigation interface to survey the vicinity around Zombie City, hoping to discover any existing greenhouses or cold storage facilities. With only 2 days having passed since the onset of the apocalypse, he thought that if he could locate such places, it might be possible to gather some fresh greens. Su Qing diligently searched and discovered a vegetable greenhouse based not far from a flying club named Zhanhong. This location lay in a direction opposite to the Zombie City, necessitating a circumnavigation of the city to reach it. Fortunately, the journey was not excessively long, amounting to approximately 100 kilometers. Moreover, after a day and night, the horde of zombies in this area had mostly congregated. As long as they maintained a safe distance from the outskirts of the Zombie City, they should not encounter too many monsters. After some contemplation, Su Qing resolved to investigate the greenhouse. While he was mapping out the route, the drowsy and Xiaowan and Tang Lin rose and made their way to the leisure area. "Good morning, everyone," and Xiaowan yawned, plopping down onto the sofa. A wrinkled garment slipped off, revealing a large portion of her smooth, delicate shoulder and even a hint of her ample, fair skin. "Linjie, you are truly impressive. A veritable gaming expert. You didn't even let me win a single game last night," and Xiaowan complained, reclining on the sofa. Tang Lin, clad in short hot pants and a tank top, approached and embraced Xiaowan. "Keep at it, little one. You have quite a distance to go if you wish to defeat me. Kiki, breakfast is buns, how delightful." "Thank you, Ingjie." Upon hearing their conversation, Su Qing recalled that he had tossed a gaming console into the supply pile in the driving area yesterday. No wonder these two had risen so late. They had stayed up playing video games. "Cough. Let me outline today as planned for discussion," Su Qing announced, sharing his intention to circumvent the Zombie City and visit the vegetable greenhouse. His proposal was met with unanimous approval. "Wonderful. Finally, we can enjoy some fruit." "Fool. Where would fruit come from in a vegetable greenhouse? But if there are tomatoes and cucumbers, that wouldn't be bad either." "Oh, true. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to salivate at the thought." With the plan unanimously agreed upon, Su Qing restructured the route. He aimed to gather all the supply crates that had appeared around the periphery, which he had monitored from the sky using a drone the previous day. Having set the course, Su Qing took the driver's seat and activated the 4 vehicles through the core system. The engines of these transformed vehicles roared to life as they began to move forward. They traveled along the broad highway toward the Zombie City. As they proceeded, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin, having eaten breakfast and refreshed themselves, changed into athletic wear. They settled onto the sofa in the driver's cabin, resting and chatting, ever ready to respond to any external circumstances. The monitoring screen atop the driver's cabin displayed the environmental conditions surrounding the convoy. While the armed transport vehicle's pulse radar was capable of detecting unusual movements from dozens of kilometers away, the largest wave of zombies from yesterday had already surged toward the Zombie City. Consequently, outside the base vehicle, there are only a scattering of wandering zombies. After the installation of heavy machine gun weaponry, the firepower of the base vehicle has more than doubled. Furthermore, its range has significantly increased, reaching a distance of 2 kilometers. With a simultaneous barrage of crossbow bolts and machine gun fire, the surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, were swiftly eliminated from afar. Soon, Su Qing drove the vehicle to a location marked on the map, near a supply crate. The green chest had materialized beneath a cluster of trees. Concealed by the foliage and the canopy, the chest radiated a green glow, making it nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Su Qing left the other 3 vehicles on the road and maneuvered the armored base vehicle off the road, traversing the grass to approach the crate. Several zombies, lying dormant beneath the trees, quickly rose upon hearing the noise and lunged towards the base vehicle. The machine gun on the roof unleashed a relentless barrage, turning the horde into a sieve, their heads exploding and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After clearing the area of these creatures to ensure there was no remaining danger, Tang Lin and Xiaowan rose together, preparing to disembark and open the crate. Chapter 46. The repeating shotgun and the assault of the giant spider. Su Qing retrieved the shotgun he had obtained the previous day from his backpack and handed it to Tang Lin. Repeating shotgun, green, capable of firing energy pellets, featuring a rapid-fire function, with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. He noticed that Tang Lin had a particular affinity for these weaponry machines and exhibited remarkable talent. During battles, she consistently led the charge in an all-terrain vehicle, demonstrating keen combat instincts and decisive judgment. With proper training, she would undoubtedly become a competent warrior. Thus, Su Qing decided to entrust the shotgun to Tang Lin, allowing her to familiarize herself with its use. Moreover, given the shared abilities of this vehicle, if Su Qing were to perish, they would all suffer a core fracture together. Therefore, there was no concern regarding any treachery from Tang Lin after acquiring the weapon. As for Xiaowan, it was best to refrain from such considerations. With her erratic thinking and propensity for distraction, it was likely that if she were to wield a firearm, she might inadvertently harm her teammates. Tang Lin joyfully accepted the shotgun, carefully inspecting it in her hands, while Xiaowan retained her sharp long knife. The two opened the door and disembarked. Tang Lin held her weapon, standing guard, while Xiaowan approached to open a treasure chest. Opened the green treasure chest, obtained a box of super absorbent sanitary pads, a box of chilled cola, and 5 spirit crystals. The two then returned to the vehicle. Xiaowan produced a chilled cola and shared a bottle with Su Qing. As he drank, they continued to head toward the next treasure location. Run! Monsters are emerging from the ground. Everyone retreat quickly. In the wilderness surrounding Zombie City, beside a crumbling building, Xiaowan and Tang Lin climbed atop the collapsed structure, uncovering a white treasure chest resting on the rooftop. Opened the white treasure chest. Obtained a box of pickled vegetable instant noodles, a climbing backpack, and 2 spirit crystals. Just as they prepared to leap down from the rooftop, a distant scream pierced the air. Looking up, they beheld a survivor team that had been previously encircling and eliminating scattered zombies with their vehicles, now desperately fleeing in their cars. Behind them, from a dark, profound crevice in the ground, a colossal spider emerged. As it beheld the fleeing vehicles, the giant spider unleashed a barrage of white, viscous slime from its maw, accurately ensnaring one of the escaping cars. The slime was exceptionally resilient, immobilizing the car's wheels upon contact, rendering it utterly stuck. The survivors inside struggled to escape, unable even to open the doors, completely entrapped by the viscous substance. Bang! Another glob of slime was launched, striking another fleeing vehicle. Suddenly, a surge of intense flames erupted atop one of the cars, where a flamethrower discharged high-temperature fire, incinerating the slime instantly. The vehicle regained its power, boosting the survivors' confidence. The car equipped with the flamethrower advanced boldly, its long stream of fire rescuing nearby companions, and then charged toward the giant spider lying in wait. The vehicle sped forward, spewing forth jets of flames directed at the colossal spider. Caught off guard, the creature was engulfed by the sudden onslaught of fire. Yet, the caliber of this automobile was rather modest, and the potency of the flamethrower was far inferior to that of Xiaowan's armed transport. The intense heat merely singed the hairs on the front legs of the giant spider, inflicting minimal damage. As the flames subsided, the survivors driving the vehicle beheld the spider, seemingly unscathed amidst the inferno. Realizing they stood no chance against it, they swiftly turned and accelerated, fleeing into the distance. Suddenly, a series of white, gooey projectiles struck the retreating vehicle. The viscous substance enveloped the flamethrower mounted atop the car, rendering it immobile as if ensnared by a powerful adhesive. Inside, the survivors frantically pressed the accelerator, attempting to incinerate the spider's slime that clung to the vehicle. However, through the gaps in the glass obscured by the white goo, they were horrified to witness dozens of spiders of varying sizes emerging from a fissure in the ground, rushing towards them with alarming speed. Soon, the immobilized automobile was surrounded by a swarm of spiders, a dark mass that sent shivers down their spines. For these survivors, dealing with scattered zombies posed little threat. Their greatest fear lay in the prospect of a large-scale zombie onslaught or encountering these otherworldly creatures emerging from the depths. In either scenario, escape seemed futile. They could only hope to outrun their companions. If their vehicle's speed surpassed that of their teammates, perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. Run quickly. Initially, the survivors had believed that the flamethrower could incinerate the slime and provide them a chance at victory. But upon seeing the swarm of spiders surging from the ground fissures and their companion, already torn apart and devoured, panic set in. Trembling, They started the vehicle and fled in desperation. "Hey, look, isn't that the woman who stole our treasure chest yesterday?" exclaimed a man in the passenger seat of a van, pointing excitedly at Tang Lin, who curiously peered from the collapsed roof nearby. "Indeed, it is that wretched woman. Since fate has brought us together, it is her misfortune. We might just have a chance at salvation," declared the driver, flooring the accelerator and veering towards Tang Lin. Behind the van, a horde of black, gigantic spiders, having shredded the vehicle equipped with the flamethrower, rapidly pursued them. As the distance closed, the two men inside the van wore expressions of exhilaration. Not only could they take vengeance for their fallen comrade, but they also saw a chance to escape amidst the spider assault, achieving two objectives in one move. The armored vehicle parked beside the woman, bristling with weaponry, would surely withstand the spider's attack. They fought for a moment of escape. The exhilaration of narrowly avoiding death left both men in a state of fervent excitement. Suddenly, the windshield became shrouded in a mass of white, viscous substance. The world outside transformed into an indistinct blur, rendering the road invisible. "Damn it!" the driver exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. He rolled down the window, leaning his head out to glimpse the way ahead. "Be careful, slow down. I'm feeling a bit frightened," cautioned the man in the passenger seat. Peering through the narrow gap in the glass, his eyes catching sight of the impending wreckage they were about to collide with, he urgently called out a warning, but received no response. Puzzled, he lifted his gaze, only to find beside him a headless corpse. The driver's head, which had protruded from the window moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 47. Encounter with the swarm of spiders, heavy artillery suppression with a thunderous roar. The speeding van collided head-on with a section of a collapsed wall, erupting into a towering inferno, transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Startled by the explosion, the pursuing spiders hesitated momentarily. However, they soon caught sight of Tang Lin and Xiaowan in the distance, and immediately redirected their charge towards them. Faced with a mass of black spiders, each the size of a small car, the two girls felt their legs weaken in terror, supporting each other as they stood atop the roof. The heavy machine gun on the roof of the command vehicle swung its barrel, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the advancing spiders. The formidable barrage sent the front line of spiders tumbling backward, their momentum abruptly halted, their speed significantly reduced. Seeing the retreating swarm, the girls exhaled in relief and hastened to descend from the collapsed rooftop back into the command vehicle. Su Qing revved the engine and drove onto the road, while everyone returned to their respective vehicles, and Xiaowan climbed aboard an armed transport vehicle, a wave of security washing over her. Utilizing the radar, she locked onto the largest spider in the distance, expertly adjusting the high-explosive cannon to aim, and fired a round. The explosion reverberated, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, along with the dismembered remains of several spiders. The colossal spider that had first emerged from the ground fissure suffered catastrophic damage. Its front legs, stripped of their fur, were blown off entirely, leaving it unrecognizable. Around it, other spiders were also caught in the blast, some reduced to mere halves, thrashing on the ground in their death throes. "This is simply too intense," one survivor exclaimed in disbelief. "Finally, we have a chance." But just as Su Qing's convoy launched its fierce counterattack, two more survivors' vehicles were overtaken by the swarm. Their bodies were torn apart, and the unfortunate souls were dragged out and consumed. Witnessing the fate of their companions filled everyone with despair. But the thunderous explosions from behind jolted them back to reality. Turning around, they saw two massive armored vehicles on the distant highway, unleashing a relentless barrage against the terrifying spiders. The sheer power of the artillery was capable of severing the enormous creatures in half. Enraged by the assault, the giant spider let out a furious roar, causing the swarm to pivot, abandoning the fleeing survivors to charge towards Su Qing's convoy instead. Just as the spiders were about to close in, they abruptly veered off, leaving the terrified survivors with a profound sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Exhausted and overwhelmed, they sat motionless in their vehicles, unable to muster any strength. Through the vehicle windows, they gazed at the armored vehicles in the distance, marveling at their formidable prowess. Are we even playing the same game here? Is this what they call survival in the apocalypse? This is true survival. While they seem to be reveling in life, if I had such firepower, survival would be effortless. With our puny cars and handguns against their armored vehicles and cannons, how could we ever compete? Given our limited strength, the enemy's artillery is overwhelming, leaving no room for counterattacks. The apocalypse has only just begun, and there is no reason for fear. Having survived this encounter, we still have hope. Do not underestimate the impoverished. The swarm of spiders surged toward the base vehicle, finally reaching the roadside amidst heavy machine gun fire. As the dark mass of arachnids drew near, Tang Lin activated the rocket launcher, sending a fiery projectile into the fray. The explosion was deafening, scattering the advancing spiders in a chaotic display of limbs and carcasses, creating a momentary clearing. Similarly, Enshawan employed a flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of searing flames onto the ground beside the road. The inferno engulfed the spider swarm, causing those at the forefront to halt in fear. Yet, the sheer number of those behind them was insurmountable. The spiders attempting to retreat were forcefully pushed into the blazing fire by their relentless companions. The scent of charred flesh quickly filled the air as the spiders writhed and screeched in agony. Upon witnessing the conflagration, the remaining spiders finally adjusted their tactics, veering away from the flames and charging onto the road from the sides. However, the continuous bombardment from cannons and machine guns had significantly diminished the number of spiders that could reach the highway. Tang Lin maneuvered the off-road vehicle directly in front of a massive spider. The sound of an energy cannon roared to life, sending a powerful shockwave that shattered the creature into pieces, leaving it lifeless on the ground. After the shot, she swiftly distanced herself, skillfully evading the creature's lateral assaults. The rockets mounted on the vehicle's roof were fired again, detonating within the writhing horde, limbs flying in all directions. With her singular efforts, she had successfully repelled the spider attack on one side of the road. To her astonishment, they possessed such a formidable vehicle. Look at their off-road prowess compared to ours. How could we possibly claim not to be underestimated? Everything is conceivable. Their armed vehicle allows them to stand firm against the spiders on the road, while they merely engage in simple kite tactics, fighting while moving. Eventually, their recklessness will lead to their downfall. I tread cautiously, seeking merely to survive. With time, I shall surpass these individuals naturally. Let us be honest, had it not been for their reckless confrontation with the spiders, you would be nothing more than spider fodder by now. In this apocalyptic world, without strength, survival is a fleeting dream. Observing Su Qing's formidable convoy, the survivors momentarily forgot the perils of this treacherous wasteland, halting their vehicles to gawk at the distant battle, captivated by the spectacle. Enshawan encircled the convoy with a blazing ring of fire, the flames roaring fiercely. The spiders, fearful of the inferno's might, dared not advance. Meanwhile, the crossbows and machine guns atop the base vehicle continued their relentless fire, while Tang Lin remained hidden behind the flames, persistently launching rockets into the fray. The high-explosive cannon of Enshawan continued to bombard the wounded spider monsters that lay sprawled in the distance. At last, the battle came to an end. The cacophony of gunfire gradually subsided. Surrounding the base vehicle, only a carpet of spider remains was left behind. In the distance, a colossal spider lay utterly obliterated by the relentless fire of Enshawan's cannon. With the complete annihilation of this horde of arachnids, two beams of light illuminated the scene. Su Qing's armored base vehicle and Enshawan's armed transport vehicle both ascended to level 6, propelling them into the top 5 of the leaderboard, occupying the 3rd and 4th positions respectively. Even Tang Lin and Su Ying's vehicles experienced a significant surge in survival points, leading to an impressive rise in their rankings, though their levels remained unchanged as they soared into the top 30. Chapter 48, Competing for the Core. The Fire God multi-barrel rotating can in the flames gradually subsided as Tang Lin drove through the fiery barricade, crashing into the carcass of a spider outside. She maneuvered her vehicle off the road, heading straight for the cars that had been torn asunder by the spiders and abandoned in the desolate wilderness. Wait, that's my friend's car. A middle-aged man shouted in protest upon witnessing Tang Lin's actions. He revved his engine and sped toward a car that had a massive gash on its roof, stained with blood. Tang Lin inspected several vehicles, but to her dismay, found nothing of value. The spiders had ravaged these cars so thoroughly that even the vehicle cores lay shattered. They held no worth. Even the flamethrower had been reduced to mere fragments, utterly inoperable. The man accelerated, nearing the damaged vehicle, when suddenly an ear-piercing crash resonated outside. Almost immediately, his car jolted violently, spinning around before coming to a halt in a ravine. Tang Lin, in her off-road vehicle, approached the mangled car, finally retrieving a green vehicle core. She exited her car, collected the core, and departed without casting a glance at the dazed middle-aged man who had been flung aside. Dizzy from the impact, the man felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he observed the formidable off-road vehicle, adorned with sharp blades and equipped with massive cannons, disappear into the distance. With a sigh of relief, he exited his car to inspect the damage. To his horror, he discovered a deep gash running from front to back on the side of his vehicle, with both tires on that side completely shredded. The engine bore deep cuts from the blades, rendering it utterly ruined. Staring at his nearly totaled vehicle, the middle-aged man felt a surge of despair. Resolutely, he decided to expend his survival points to repair the car. In an instant, the hard-earned points vanished, yet miraculously, his vehicle began to restore itself visibly before his eyes. Old Wang, you are incredibly brave. How could you dare to snatch something in front of the big shots? What were you thinking? Old Wang, are you alright? That was truly impressive. Your courage is commendable. Thumbs up to you. After Tang Lin departed, the companions who had battled alongside her gathered around the middle-aged man, buzzing with chatter. I saw something on old Lu's car and acted impulsively, not thinking it through, he stammered, his face pale. Fortunately, those big shots ignored you. Otherwise, one cannon fire could have meant your end. Cannon fire. Oh no, we must flee. If the big shots unleash their artillery, we'll be in grave danger too. Right, old Wang? Don't move. Draw their fire while we retreat. In an instant, the group scattered like startled birds. As they gazed at their companion driving away, the middle-aged man's complexion turned even paler. He struck his own face several times, closing his eyes in anticipation of impending doom. The thought of escape was futile. His modest vehicle could not outrun even the woman's off-road car. How could he flee? A single rocket could spell his demise. It would be wiser to feign compliance. Perhaps the formidable leader might spare him. After a prolonged silence, he heard his companion's teasing voice. Come on, Lao Wang. Steady your trembling legs. Don't embarrass yourself. They've already departed. Fortunately, the leader did not appear excessively brutal, choosing not to retaliate for your earlier affront. Slowly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, as his companions had remarked, the armored convoy stationed on the highway had vanished into the distance. A sense of relief washed over him as he slumped against the vehicle. Do you think that convoy was composed of those two who ascended to the top 5 in combat prowess through robbery, as the captain mentioned? One survivor speculated. Their combat capability seems comparable to the captain's squad. It's quite plausible they rank within the top 10. Is that so? If they were indeed those two, they'd be ruthless killers. Why wouldn't they have attacked us? Another chimed in. Moreover, Lao Wang just offended them. There's even less reason for them to let us go. True enough. Look, are they not heading towards our camp? Goodness, could they be planning to raid our base? I must inform the captain at once. The surviving members, startled by Su Qing's departure, promptly accessed their contact list to relay the alarming news. Meanwhile, Su Qing continued driving along the predetermined route. The highway was exceptionally broad. And feeling somewhat bored, he opened his backpack to examine the spoils acquired after vanquishing the giant spider creature. Multi-barrel rotary heavy machine gun blew, a formidable weapon featuring multiple barrels, significantly enhancing attack frequency and power with an attack power of 200, firing rate of 3,000 rounds min, and a range of 1,200 meters. Su Qing retrieved a miniature model of the multi-barrel machine gun from his backpack, and shortly thereafter received a notification. Identical weapon type detected. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Upon making his selection, the model of the heavy machine gun vanished from his hands. The heavy machine gun, mounted atop the base vehicle, began to transform. The originally singular barrel expanded substantially, ultimately morphing into a rotary multi-barrel configuration. Beneath the heavy machine gun, a protruding base emerged, concealing a broad ammunition chamber that connected to the interior of the armored vehicle. The overall size of the heavy weapon had increased significantly, resembling a diminutive heavy artillery platform from a distance. Having consumed a multi-barrel rotary heavy machine gun, blue, the synthesis was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a Vulcan multi-barrel rotary cannon, purple. Vulcan multi-barrel rotary cannon, purple, an exceptionally powerful heavy machine gun capable of unleashing attacks akin to a metallic storm, boasting an attack power of 500. A firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, an anti-air range of 1,200 meters, and a maximum range of 6 kilometers. Upon upgrading the machine gun weapon atop the base vehicle to purple quality, not only was its attack power significantly enhanced, but its firing rate also escalated from the original 600 rounds per minute to a staggering 6,000 rounds per minute, a tenfold increase. Such an alarming rate of fire and formidable attack capability have amplified the offensive potential of the armored base vehicle by several magnitudes. In light of the colossal spiders previously encountered, had we employed the current firepower of the base vehicle to confront them, those monstrous arachnids would have been unable to approach the convoy at all. The assistance of Xiaowan's flamethrower would have been entirely unnecessary, as the deluge of metal storm unleashed by the Vulcan machine gun would have obliterated them into mere fragments, resulting in instant detonation. Chapter 49. Interception. At the outskirts of the zombie city, a colossal armored tank unleashed its firepower, instantly obliterating the buildings that obstructed its path. The ruins of the demolished structures effectively impeded the advancing horde of zombies, rendering them momentarily unable to surmount the debris. The explosive fragments annihilated a significant number of the undead congregating nearby, showcasing an astonishing display of might. The captain had already spotted the convoy inside the tank's cockpit. The voice of a team member crackled through the intercom. Good. All units, retreat. Today, we shall meet that convoy and ascertain the situation. If they can be recruited, we shall integrate them. If not, we shall devise a reason to eliminate them and seize their weaponry to bolster our strength. Li Hu grasped the intercom and issued the command with resolute authority. Captain is formidable. The team members cheered in unison. The convoy executed a collective about-turn, maneuvering through the debris-strewn outskirts of the zombie city towards the wilderness road. Su Qing had driven nearly halfway to the designated target. Along the way, they had taken several detours, opening over 10 treasure chests but acquiring only various supplies. Weapons remained elusive, and, as anticipated, no vegetables or fruits had materialized. It appeared that defeating monsters or opening chests did not yield fresh ingredients, only processed foods. This realization further solidified Su Qing's intention to head towards the vegetable greenhouse zone. The convoy raced along the straight and wide road. Soon, at a fork ahead, a fully armed survivor team emerged. Several weapon-mounted armored vehicles and a massive tank obstructed the path. Upon witnessing this development, Su Qing furrowed his brow and gradually halted the convoy on the road, maintaining a distance of no more than 500 meters from the opposing force. "Brother, can you hear me?" A stranger's voice crackled over the public radio channel. "I can hear you. What is the meaning of your blockade?" Su Qing inquired. "Oh, nothing much. We merely wish to invite you to join our Black Mountain Tunnel camp. With your weaponry, should you come, you will receive the finest treatment, fuel, weapons, food, and women, all at your disposal. Our camp has already amassed a considerable number of survivors, boasting formidable strength and ample resources. Think it over." Li Hu's eyes narrowed as he peered through the tank's observation port, intently assessing the combat capabilities of the armored base vehicles in the distance. "I'm not interested. Please move aside. I have places to be." Su Qing's indifferent voice resonated through the intercom, immediately inciting Li Hu's ire. He retorted with a sneer, "Not interested? You don't get to decide that. You must be that second-ranked individual on the leaderboard, right? Relying on plundering others' cores to elevate your vehicle's status, how could that possibly compare to my golden tier tank? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess," declared Li Hu with conviction. The barrel of the armored tank was swiftly aimed at the armored base vehicle stationed ahead. With a resounding boom, a shell was unleashed, erupting in a massive blaze before the base vehicle. A damage value of 10,086 materialized upon Su Qing's armored base vehicle, while a corresponding value of 3,026 appeared on Li Hu's tank. "What is happening?" Li Hu, bewildered by the inexplicable damage inflicted upon his tank, found himself in a state of confusion. He had clearly not observed any attack from the opposing side. How could he sustain harm? "Captain, it's that peculiar spiked armor of his," exclaimed a keen-eyed team member over the intercom. How bizarre, thought Li Hu, that such a vehicle-S equipment could rebound damage from a distance. A rocket, trailing a fiery tail, was launched from the rear of the base vehicle, crashing into Li Hu's tank. A mere 1208 damage? Pathetic. My tank possesses the unique trait of damage deflection, capable of reducing damage by 80s, with defenses that are off the charts. Is that all the strength you can muster? He scoffed at the flames erupting from his tank. Su Qing also noted the damage caused by Tang Lin's rocket attack, surprised to discover the remarkable defense capabilities of their adversary's S vehicle. The rockets, known for wreaking havoc among the spider monsters, barely inflicted any significant damage upon that tank. "Xiao Wan, target the group of explosive-resistant armored vehicles at the rear," Su Qing commanded after a brief contemplation. "Understood," replied Xiao Wan promptly. The armed transport vehicle, stationed at the rear of the convoy, elevated its high-explosive cannon. With precision marked by the pulse radar, a high-explosive shell struck the armored vehicle cluster behind the tank. The violent explosion shook the armored vehicles incessantly, and a multitude of damage values appeared across the group. "Goodness, Captain, these enemies are ferocious. Their heavy artillery inflicts considerable damage. We cannot withstand it," exclaimed several team members, taken aback by the destruction of the armored vehicles. "What are you afraid of? Retreat to the side, spread out, and utilize your mobility to evade for now. That heavy artillery is singular. Can it truly obliterate you all? I will engage them myself. One shot from me inflicts over 10,000 damage. Let us see how many shots he can endure," Li Hu replied confidently. Once more, his tank fired, striking the armored base vehicle. Two damage values simultaneously appeared on the vehicles at either end of the roadway. So, this fellow's spiked armor genuinely reflects damage? Nevertheless, with my hundreds of thousands of durability, I can easily withstand it. You, an orange vehicle, how much durability can you possibly possess? Li Hu thought fiercely. As Su Qing observed the convoy of armored vehicles across the way, he began to retreat hastily, maneuvering his base vehicle forward. The Vulcan cannon atop the base vehicle commenced its frenzied rotation, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets directed at the tank on the opposite side of the highway. Damage values of 1423, 1721, and 1235 materialized atop the tank. What? This? Unbelievable. Li Hu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the rotating cannon mounted on that base vehicle, although his tank's characteristics allowed it to mitigate 80 of incoming damage, significantly diminishing the impact of the cannon's projectiles. The individual damage values, while modest, were rendered inconsequential by the rapid fire rate and sheer volume of the onslaught. The defensive durability of his tank stood little chance against such relentless assault. It wouldn't withstand even a minute of this barrage. Ultimately, the outcome would either be dictated by the enemy's fuel depletion, rendering their weapons inoperative, or his tank would be annihilated under the relentless hail of bullets. Continuing the standoff would be a perilous gamble, one Liu dared not take. This golden legendary tier tank represented his capital for dominance in the post-apocalyptic world. If it were to be destroyed here, the hard-won semblance of a prosperous life would be irrevocably shattered. With these thoughts in mind, Liu hesitated not for a moment. He fired a shot at the tire of the opposing base vehicle, aiming to impede its mobility, and then swiftly redirected his tank, fleeing at full speed. Chapter 50. Arrival at the Greenhouse Park, the secret realm of the apocalypse. Peach orchard on the wide, straight highway. A cacophony of gunfire erupted. Two colossal vehicles engaged in a fierce duel amidst the wilderness, chasing and retaliating. The tank at the forefront, while firing, executed a rapid retreat, its speed almost astonishing. The thundering tracks stirred up clouds of dust as it veered into a side road, hastening its escape. Meanwhile, the armored vehicles, sensing the tide of battle turning against them, scattered in all directions, seizing the opportunity while the tank absorbed the brunt of the assault. And Xiaowan's high-explosive cannon roared incessantly, the explosions resonating across the desolate expanse. However, the distance was too great, and the agility of the armored vehicles allowed them to evade the oncoming projectiles with ease. In a matter of minutes, the once formidable convoy that had obstructed their path vanished without a trace. What a disappointment. With such meager strength, they dare to rob us? And Xiaowan expressed her frustration, having expended considerable effort without achieving any significant impact. It's not that they are weak, it is merely that we are too powerful. Moreover, Captain Su's rotating artillery effectively counters their armored tanks, which is why we were able to drive them off. Otherwise, relying on our other onboard weapons, we would not have stood a chance against that tank, a formidable vehicle ranked 4th in combat capability, a golden legend. Tang Lin calmly analyzed the situation. Indeed, this is also why we refrained from pursuing them. My armored base vehicle is resilient, but your vehicles may not withstand the tank's artillery, especially Xiaowan's armed transport, which carries a substantial amount of fuel. Should the armor be breached by a shell, it could instantly erupt into a fireball. They may have escaped this time, but next time they will not be so fortunate. Let us first enhance our strength, fortify the defenses of your vehicles, and then return to settle the score. Su Qing also offered words of consolation to the team's morale, relieved that the convoy had not sustained any losses. They resumed their journey towards their destination. Boom. The iron gate of the greenhouse plantation was obliterated by a blast from the air cannon. Tang Lin, driving the off-road vehicle, was the first to enter the premises. It was an expansive vegetable cultivation base, and with the summer in full swing, the tarpaulins of the greenhouses were all raised, exposing a lush carpet of verdant crops. Well, there are indeed vegetables here. How wonderful. Tang Lin and Xiaowan eagerly disembarked and raced towards the fields. However, having endured the trials of the apocalypse, both had learned to exercise caution. Though their hearts brimmed with joy, they remained vigilant, weapons at the ready. As anticipated, from behind one of the greenhouses, a few zombies suddenly emerged, charging at them with wild abandon. Bang! Spotting the undead, Tang Lin raised her weapon and fired. The powerful shotgun sent the attacking zombies sprawling backward, their flesh exploding upon impact. With a series of precise shots, Tang Lin repelled all the surrounding zombies, leaving those who fell to the ground still clinging to life. And Xiaowan brandished a sharp long knife, effortlessly shattering the skull. For the two individuals who had ascended several levels and significantly enhanced their physical attributes, these zombies posed little threat. Without the need for vehicles, they could be easily eradicated. Su Qing deployed a drone to scout the skies, confirming that no dangers lurked nearby. Subsequently, he and Suing disembarked, joining the others in gathering the harvest. Beside them, a towering mechanical wolf, equipped with a rifle on its back, patrolled the vicinity. This armed mechanical wolf was a reward from the West Zay Dog Breeding Grounds instance, akin to the reconnaissance drone. Through the core control capabilities of the vehicle, Su Qing had commandeered all its permissions. Armed mechanical wolf, purple equipped with module interfaces, capable of installing various equipment, executing diverse combat missions, adaptable to multiple terrains, with a maximum speed of 80 km/h and capable of bearing a weight of 300 kilograms. This mechanical wolf could undertake reconnaissance, rescue, and combat tasks in perilous and complex environments, serving as an exceptionally reliable combat assistant, particularly in scenarios like the current one, Where personnel needed to disembark from vehicles, the mechanical wolf was especially suitable for ensuring safety. The mechanical wolf itself possessed various detection modules, allowing for comprehensive surveillance of the surroundings to guarantee that personnel would not fall victim to ambushes. The four individuals busied themselves in the vegetable patch for an entire afternoon, gathering a substantial amount of assorted vegetables. Yet, given the vastness of the garden, their efforts barely made a dent. "Oh, how exhausting. Sugu, let us take a break," and Chawan exclaimed, plopping down beside the ground, her small hands relentlessly massaging her lower back. Her face glistened with sweat, and as she wiped her mud-streaked hands, she instantly transformed into a comical sight. "Well, we've harvested enough for now. Let us return to the vehicle and rest. Today's endeavor concludes here. I have something remarkable to show you." With a thought, Qing activated the secret realm within the base vehicle. A black spatial door materialized in the cockpit. He led the way, stepping into the realm first. "Wow, what is this? A miniature world?" And Chawan was astounded as she entered the secret realm, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon the surrounding scenery. "When did we acquire this? Is the game world truly this magnificent? Does it even possess spatial dimensions? Does that mean we can cultivate crops here? This space is immense." Tang Lin and Suing were equally mesmerized by the vastness of the secret realm. However, Suing soon wore a delighted expression as she surveyed the land. Her dream had always been to possess a personal garden where she could cultivate vegetables and nurture flowers. Yet, after becoming a flight attendant, her hectic schedule left her no time to pursue this aspiration. Little did she expect that her initial dream would materialize amidst the apocalypse. However, this expanse of land was simply too vast to fully cultivate. She alone, even if exhausted, could never manage such an expansive garden. This secret realm is accessible only to us. The entrance lies within the base vehicle. Observe the surroundings. It is precisely where the base vehicle is situated. While we can see the outside world from within, those outside remain utterly oblivious to this space. Therefore, within this realm, we are unequivocally safe. In the future, should anyone desire to venture outside, they may come to this hidden sanctuary to frolic at their leisure. However, the current state of the secret realm leaves much to be desired, merely a stretch of land as it stands. Once we cultivate fruit trees and vegetables, and transplant some flowers and plants, the environment will surely improve. Qing provided an introduction to the characteristics of this secret space. Upon hearing about its attributes, a few girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing their yearning expressions. Outside, the desolation of ruins and the ferocity of lurking monsters prevail. With the air thick with the stench of decay, there is indeed no place to play in peace. Daily confinement to the vehicle has been their only reality. Now, with this haven, they can gaze at the stars, camp, barbecue, and relish the beautiful scenery without the burden of safety concerns. It is nothing short of a paradise amidst the apocalypse. Chapter 51. A lavish dinner. The assault on Zombie City Sister. Those people are stealing vegetables from our field. How despicable. And they have smashed the gate to our yard. They are nothing short of bandits. In a storage room, a slender and charming girl struggled to peer out of a ventilation opening on the roof, her expression one of displeasure as she observed Qing and the others from a distance. Her cute little face puffed up in annoyance. "Well, it doesn't matter. The apocalypse has arrived, and those vegetables have nowhere to be sold. They will rot in the greenhouse sooner or later. If they wish to take them, let them. Once they have picked enough, they will leave. There's no need to worry about it." In the center of the storage room, a mature and agile girl was inspecting the agricultural tools. Upon hearing her sister's dissatisfaction, she smiled and replied, "Stop worrying about that. It's time to prepare dinner. Come help me." "Oh." With her sister by Wei's assistance, Bai Ling slowly descended from the roof, stepping onto the tractor's hood, and gracefully jumped down. "Let us go, sister. What is for dinner today? What else could it be?" "Vegetables. Our refrigerator is completely empty. We only have what is in the garden outside." "Ah? No meat?" Sigh. What kind of days are these? It's truly difficult to endure. After having had their fill of fun in the secret realm, Qing and his companions returned to the base vehicle, meticulously sorting through the vegetables they had harvested that day and placing them in the refrigerator. As night fell, Suing prepared a sumptuous dinner: beef stew with tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried leeks with meat, minced meat with eggplant, and some leftover sauced beef. The table was filled to the brim. As was customary, everyone eagerly gathered around the table to eat after taking a few photos. "Delicious, Ingjie. You were simply amazing." Finally, they could enjoy a satisfying meal. "I'm so touched," and Chawan exclaimed, devouring her food while giving Suing a thumbs up, her hands flustered. Although they were eating instant rice, paired with these stir-fried dishes, it was still incredibly delightful. Qing felt immensely grateful for the decision he had made that day. It was fortunate that they had circumvented Zombie City and arrived at this location. He noticed that this area was backed by a mountain, with few zombies lurking behind them. The surroundings were mostly forested, tranquil, and safe, an ideal campsite. Most importantly, this place boasted an abundance of vegetables, making it a veritable paradise in the apocalypse. As for the safety of the camp, there was no need for concern. Residing in an armored base vehicle with a defense durability of 600,000, there was little to worry about regarding safety. Even if surrounded by monsters, those zombies would never breach the vehicle's armor. After dinner, everyone joyfully decided to establish this place as their headquarters, making it their permanent base for the logistics supply. Brother, you finally returned. I was so worried. I was worried too. Captain, are you all right? Lihu maneuvered the tank into the depths of the Black Mountain tunnel along the highway. As soon as he halted the vehicle, a throng of comrades surrounded him, inquiring about his well-being. What could I possibly have to discuss? If it weren't for their formidable firepower, which left you quite overwhelmed, I would have decisively dealt with those ruffians myself and seized their weaponry. Next time I encounter them, I shall first obliterate that heavy artillery, avenging my brothers. Lihu emerged from the vehicle, his demeanor exceedingly assertive. Seated in a chair, he wore an expression of fervent indignation, his voice resonating powerfully. Captain, it's our weakness that has hindered you. Boss, you are truly magnificent, they lamented. Captain, you must be famished. This roasted chicken is still warm, please, indulge first. Grateful for Tiger Brother's selflessness in supporting his comrades, a junior expressed his respect. Amidst the warm accolades from several team members, a smile finally graced Lihu's face. He accepted the roasted chicken and took a bite. Brothers, tomorrow we shall resume our assault on the zombie city. Prepare yourselves vigorously. Once our strength has augmented, we will annihilate the convoy. By heavens, I, Lihu, shall not swallow this grievance. They dare to steal my rank and harm my brethren. This vendetta shall be avenged. As the night passed in silence, dawn broke, and the colossal armored base vehicle exited the greenhouse area. Following closely were 3 vehicles of varying styles and sizes. The quartet formed a line on the highway, heading towards the zombie city. 10 kilometers from their destination, the convoy halted by the roadside, and Xiaowan elevated the high-powered cannon, launching a shell that thundered towards the distant ruins of the city. The powerful explosion scattered debris in all directions. Qing utilized an aerial drone to survey the aftermath of the bombardment. The horde of zombies, hiding amidst the wreckage, was reduced to mere gory fragments under the assault of that singular shell. The cacophony of the explosion startled the monstrous throng, which surged forth in a frenzied search for targets, yet found nothing. Qing continued to maneuver the drone, seeking a densely populated area of monsters. Sending coordinates to Xiaowan, another shell was launched, detonating amidst the swarm, leaving dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. In a synchronized effort, Qing and Xiaowan bombarded the area from a safe distance, relentlessly targeting the densely populated monster zones. The already crumbling structures were further shattered under the onslaught. Lacking any semblance of intelligence, these mindless zombies could not ascertain the source of the attacks and could only rage helplessly in the streets. After dozens of high-explosive shells were fired, there were scarcely any zombies remaining in that sector of the city. The area was thoroughly decimated, littered with remnants of flesh. The convoy advanced with remarkable speed. Qing, surveying from above, tracked the movements of the creatures while marking the locations of treasure chests, preparing to collect them once the area was cleared of monstrosities. Suddenly, in the distant sky, a vast flock of birds resembling dark clouds soared swiftly towards the horizon. They spotted the drone hovering above and immediately altered their course, hurtling towards Qing's reconnaissance drone. Realizing the impending danger, Qing promptly commanded the drone to return at full speed to evade the oncoming avian assault. However, even after the drone vanished from sight, the flock remained undeterred. Circling ominously above the city of the undead, their cacophonous cries echoing through the air. Some even descended to the ruins, pecking at the remnants of the fallen. It became evident that long-range tactics were futile. With the presence of these zombie birds, aerial reconnaissance was rendered utterly impossible. Without the drone providing precise coordinates from above, relying solely on pulse radar would not suffice to locate the clusters of monsters within the city. Continuing to bombard the urban ruins indiscriminately with high-explosive cannons yielded no results. Few creatures would be struck, resulting only in a waste of precious fuel and resources. Faced with this predicament, Qing had no choice but to instruct the convoy to advance along the expansive highway, preparing to enter the crumbling edifices of the zombie-infested city for close combat with the monstrous undead. Fortunately, the creatures along the route had already been eradicated by the high-explosive artillery, allowing the convoy to smoothly penetrate the residential areas of the city. They arrived at a site recently devastated by the bombardment, littered with the remnants of the slain, as they entered the outer districts. Chapter 52. The monster tide and the electromagnetic Gatling gun with the roar of engines resonating. The zombie creatures concealed within the urban structures surged forth from the ruins to launch their attack. The Vulcan rotary cannon atop the armored base vehicle spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of fire. A storm of bullets rained down upon the horde, shredding the zombies into fragments and enveloping them in a mist of blood. Tang Lin maneuvered the off-road vehicle, launching a barrage of rockets that detonated amidst the debris, clearing obstacles that impeded their advance. The weaponry of the convoy was fully operational, swiftly eliminating the monsters lurking within the buildings. Upon entering the outer city, the density of the zombie horde increased significantly. Despite the overwhelming firepower of Su Qing's convoy, they found themselves stymied by the relentless tide of monsters, unable to advance even a step. In less than half an hour, a mountain of corpses had already accumulated around the armored base vehicle. Su Qing felt the weight of pressure and commanded a retreat. And Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle unleashed a torrent of flame from its rooftop flamethrower, igniting the surrounding zombie carcasses. A fierce blaze erupted in the city, shrouding the convoy in thick, billowing smoke that concealed their movements. The group navigated their vehicles out of the city confines, returning to the expansive wilderness road. From the recent skirmish, Su Qing discerned a critical issue. The Vulcan rotary cannon mounted on the base vehicle was excessively energy-consuming, while its firepower was undeniably formidable. The staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute proved unsustainable. Within a mere half-hour of combat, the fuel tank of Su Qing's base vehicle had already been reduced by half, even accounting for the fuel recovered from slain monsters. Without such replenishment, the cannon would have drained the tank in mere minutes, likely creating a vortex in the fuel as it fired. Fortunately, despite the sheer number of monsters, their strength was relatively weak. For other survivors, these zombies posed a terrifying threat. Yet, they were unable to breach the defenses of the armored base vehicle. Consequently, aside from the excessive fuel consumption, the combat process of the convoy encountered no significant issues, allowing them to continue their advance into the city. Seated in the driver's cabin, the group sipped on cola, resting while awaiting the conflagration to subside. The dense smoke from the fire effectively thwarted any pursuit by the monsters from the city, leaving Su Qing and his companions in a state of relative leisure. Are there survivors over there as well? Jiang Lan piloted the helicopter, flying at a low altitude while the mounted machine guns unleashed a frenzy of fire upon the ground monsters. Simultaneously, another rocket launcher fired relentlessly, targeting the zombies within the buildings. The two weapon platforms rapidly decimated the monsters in the city. In a brief lull in the battle, Jiang Lan looked up and was taken aback to see that the previously tranquil city had begun to billow with thick smoke. In her current position, there were scarcely any survivors. Consequently, during battles, encountering convoys that could reach the outskirts of the city was a rarity. Most survivors roamed the desolate wilderness, engaging sporadically with the scattered zombies. Now, the area where the black smoke billowed was situated deep within the outer zone of the zombie-infested city. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Lan elevated the helicopter, intending to investigate further. Suddenly, from the direction of the smoke, a vast swarm of zombie birds, dense as a dark cloud, surged towards her. Damn it, not these creatures again, Jiang Lan muttered in frustration as she noticed the ominous figures in the sky. Yet, her hands moved swiftly, deftly maneuvering the helicopter away from danger. For a flying vehicle like hers, these airborne monstrosities posed the gravest threat, capable of striking the aircraft. Unlike the ground-bound zombies that could only jump in futile rage. As the flames began to subside, several high-explosive cannon shells blasted through the barricade of corpses. Su Qing, piloting the armored base vehicle, pressed onward into the outer city. The convoy advanced approximately a kilometer towards the city center, only to encounter another wave of monstrous assaults. This time, the flamethrower ignited the ground surrounding the convoy in an inferno, slowing the monsters' advance. The crossbow launchers and the rotating cannon of the armored vehicle unleashed a torrent of firepower, while Tang Lin's melee energy cannon was compelled to engage, blasting away the encroaching zombies. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Only by penetrating into the heart of the zombie city could one truly grasp the nature of survival challenges. Out in the wilderness, it was merely child's play, devoid of genuine difficulty. Yet within the city, facing the relentless tide of monsters, few survivors could withstand such an intensity of combat. An hour later, the besieging monsters were finally eradicated, granting the convoy a moment to breathe. The armored vehicle was splattered with dark purple blood, marred with scratches, and the outer metallic spikes were adorned with remnants of limbs and flesh. The barrel of the rotating cannon had overheated and ceased its rotation. On Su Ying's pickup truck, a blue energy shield shimmered as she tirelessly emitted repair beams to restore the durability of several vehicles. Throughout this brief skirmish, Su Qing had even resorted to the fuel reserves procured from the gas station. With the energy-hungry rotating cannon in play, even Su Qing's fuel supplies were beginning to dwindle. Fortunately, they had managed to hold their ground, not being repelled by the monsters. The fire continued to blaze, clearing the area of zombie carcasses as Su Qing's convoy retreated while scavenging for supply crates along the way, moving beyond the reach of the flames. The electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun, Purple, is a weapon developed using electromagnetic force, capable of silent firing. With an attack power increased by 500 and an adjustable shooting frequency ranging from 1,000 to 6,000 rounds per minute, boasting an effective range of 5 kilometers. Su Qing retrieved this weapon module from a purple treasure chest in the outer city and installed it atop the base vehicle. A futuristic machine gun turret, adorned with lightning-like blue streamlines, emerged on the vehicle's roof. The primary advantage of this electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun over the Vulcan rotary cannon lies in its adjustable firing rate. Not only does it possess an extensive attack range, but it also operates with absolute silence when firing, rendering it exceptionally suited for stealth assaults and nighttime defenses. After reviewing the attributes of the electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun, Su Qing finally exhaled in relief. He no longer had to worry about fuel reserves. While the Vulcan rotary cannon is formidable with its immense explosive power, its drawbacks are equally apparent, primarily its exorbitant energy consumption and short operational duration. After mere minutes of use, it necessitates a halt to cool down the overheated, glowing barrels. Now, equipped with 2 machine guns on the vehicle, they can be alternately employed to maintain attack intensity without the risk of monsters leaping onto the vehicle during firing pauses. Suddenly, a distant zombies had erupted, collapsing motionless to the ground. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the power of the electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun. It indeed fired with utter silence, leaving the monsters oblivious to the source of the lethal bullets until their demise. The repair beam from Su Ying's pickup gradually ceased, and the heated weapon turrets cooled down, standing by for action. The various vehicles regained their prime condition. Su Qing maneuvered the vehicle around the smoldering corpses, preparing to advance further into the city. Chapter 53, Level Advancement, Grenade Launcher. With a resounding boom, a rocket propelled by a fiery tail erupted, detonating upon impact with the armored base vehicle and igniting a brilliant conflagration. Su Qing had just maneuvered his vehicle around a block when he was suddenly ambushed. He glanced around, only to discover a rocket launcher mounted atop a distant 3-story building. Beside the launcher, several heavy machine guns were poised, ready to strike. Was this truly a defensive stronghold? Staring at the steel-clad artillery platform, Su Qing found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never anticipated encountering such combat installations in this desolate city overrun by zombies. Yet, he had been so preoccupied with pouring resources into the game to acquire survival supplies that he had never dared to set foot in any city ruins infested with monstrous creatures, remaining oblivious to their nature. Beneath the artillery fortress, a few enormous zombie behemoths, towering over 3 meters in height, crouched quietly. Their attention was drawn to the base vehicle, and they turned their gaze in its direction. Apart from these colossal undead, the surrounding ruins were eerily silent, devoid of any other monsters. As Su Qing observed the unfolding scene, another rocket soared through the air, exploding upon impact with the base vehicle and sending flames skyward. The thunderous explosion roused the behemoths from their slumber, propelling them towards him. And Xiaowan's high-explosive cannon immediately activated, unleashing a barrage towards the steel bastion atop the building. A tremendous explosion echoed from the rooftop, and as the smoke cleared, the iron artillery remained steadfast. The high-explosive shells, renowned for their destructive prowess, failed to inflict significant damage upon the formidable fortress. The fire god's rotary cannon whirled into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the advancing zombie behemoths. The creatures, despite being battered by a deluge of gunfire, merely raised their robust forelimbs to shield their heads and continued their relentless charge. Although the storm of bullets forced them to stagger back, they sustained minimal injury, roaring defiantly as they pressed forward. How resilient! Su Qing gasped, taken aback by the ineffectiveness of the team's assault. The difficulty of this outer district exceeded his expectations, presenting not only a remarkably sturdy artillery fortress, but also formidable adversaries within. As the fire god's rotary cannon overheated, the electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun took over, relentlessly bombarding the oncoming behemoths. At last, one of the foremost giants succumbed to the onslaught. Its tough, dark skin was pierced by bullets, and its flesh erupted in a gruesome display as it collapsed to the ground. You have slain a level 10 boss, viral experiment behemoth. You have obtained a grenade launcher, 15 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. As the notification of the kill arrived, Su Qing finally comprehended the reason behind the formidable nature of these creatures. This outer district was, in fact, a level 10 combat zone. In other words, the monsters here are at least first-tier magical undead. Yet, their current level is merely 6. It is prudent to retreat and search for treasure chests along the way. Today, we shall halt our advance here. Su Qing decisively issued the command. The assault from the rocket artillery fortress posed little threat to his armored base vehicle. However, the others, including in Shaowan, were utterly incapable of withstanding it. Coupled with the presence of these exceptionally durable zombie behemoths, even a victory in this battle would likely be a Pyrrhic one, wholly unworthy of the effort. It would be wiser to withdraw to the outskirts of the city, elevate their levels, and then attempt an offensive. The group retreated while engaging in combat. In Shaowan, unwilling to yield, unleashed several explosive shells upon the fortress, only to find the steel armor of the building charred but largely intact. As they fell back to the perimeter, a zombie behemoth suddenly leaped high, aiming to vault over Su Qing's armored vehicle and attack the rear convoy. Bang! As it soared through the air, it was violently yanked back to the ground. A sharp armor-piercing hook gun pierced the creature's abdomen, the taut cable securing it firmly to the front of the base vehicle. The turret-mounted Vulcan cannon turned to face the zombie behemoth's head and began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Eliminated a level 10 boss monster, Virus Experiment Behemoth. Acquired 1 anti-air laser cannon, obtained 13 spirit crystals, gained 10 survival points. After vanquishing another zombie behemoth, the convoy finally exited the outer city. The remaining monsters did not pursue them, marking the end of the skirmish. Several beams of light illuminated the scene, and all members of the convoy ascended to level 7. Su Qing and his companions instantaneously surged into the top 5 of the level rankings. Except for the first-place survivor, who had already reached level 7. The rest remained at level 6. Among the top 5, Su Qing's team occupied 4 positions, as they reveled in the surge of power following their level up. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped them. Big brother, look at the level rankings. We've all been pushed down. Li Hu, maneuvering his tank amidst the onslaught of monsters, remained unperturbed. The vehicle's characteristics allowed for an 80 damage reduction, rendering it exceptionally resilient against the monstrous assault. His tank held the line firmly against the horde, showing no signs of retreat. The cannon atop the tank continuously fired, while the mounted machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage. Although the killing efficiency of the tank's artillery and machine guns was not rapid, its armored defense remained unassailable. Li Hu's subordinates operated several armored vehicles equipped with various weapons, taking cover behind the tank as they fired upon the advancing monsters. After firing a shot, Li Hu heard his subordinates' astonished exclamations over the intercom. He accessed the vehicle interface and glanced at the level rankings, only to discover that he had slipped from 2nd to 6th place, overtaken by the 4 who had surged ahead. It was precisely yesterday on the highway when he clashed vehemently with those individuals. How outrageous it is that they have usurped my combat ranking, and now have taken my level ranking as well. This affront shall not go unaddressed. Li Hu was consumed with fury. His obsession with rankings stemmed from the fact that the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp was a creation of his own making. He desperately needed to elevate his position on the leaderboard to bolster his prestige, otherwise, it would be challenging to command respect. If the leader of this camp failed to secure a place even in the top 10 of the level and combat rankings, his influence would suffer immensely. Not only would no one seek his allegiance, but it would also lead others to perceive the camp as weak, inviting covetous eyes to seize the opportunity for plunder. However, having witnessed the strength of his adversaries yesterday, Li Hu felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was evident that he was no match for them. That god of fire rotating cannon unleashed a barrage of thousands of rounds per minute with ferocity unparalleled. Even if his vehicle could mitigate damage by 80, it would still falter under such relentless assault. Moreover, despite his most powerful artillery fire, the armored vehicle seemed utterly unfazed. Rather than retreating from the bombardment, that entity charged forward, defiantly pursuing him amidst the gunfire. What a peculiar situation. How could a vehicle of orange gray possess such formidable defensive durability? Just how much armor had been affixed to that machine? Li Hu quickly recalled the heavily spiked armor that adorned that armored base vehicle. Surely, that was the source of its resilience. If only he could acquire some armor modifications for his tank, he would undoubtedly be able to withstand the onslaught of that god of fire rotating cannon. Chapter 54, The Zombie Destroyer Badge and the Orange Weapon. High explosive cannon shells. The player Su Qing's convoy has successfully entered the outer district and hunted down monsters inhabiting that area. This region shall unlock the second phase of the zombie siege survival world. The zombie evolution pathway is now accessible. Note: zombies can rapidly advance by consuming flesh and blood, leading to viral gene mutations that enhance their combat capabilities. Additionally, under threat from their kind, zombies will flee en masse back into the wilderness. Su Qing's convoy has achieved the milestone of being the first to breach the outer district, earning the Zombie Destroyer Badge. A global notification appeared on the interface of all survivors' vehicles. Su Qing had just exited the zombie city and returned to the greenhouse planting camp when he received this announcement. Zombie Destroyer Badge. Purple, a high-tier achievement badge that enhances all vehicle attributes by 10 and increases attack power against zombies by 50. Upon opening and examining the newly acquired achievement badge, Qing noted the badge's unlock conditions. It is awarded to the first player to invade the outer district and successfully slay its monsters, possessing a uniqueness that sets it apart. Realizing the criteria for obtaining the badge, Qing understood that it was awarded for his defeat of the 2 first-tier viral experimental behemoths. This badge, akin to the Monster Hunter badge, serves as a collective enhancement type, significantly boosting the overall strength of the convoy. Moreover, the more vehicles the convoy possesses, the more pronounced the effect will be. After reviewing the badge attributes, Qing's attention was further drawn to the impending changes in the vehicle survival world. According to the global notification, once the zombie evolution pathway is unlocked, the monsters congregated within the zombie city will inevitably turn on one another to devour and gain evolutionary opportunities. Consequently, while the number of zombies may diminish, their individual strength is poised to increase, with zombies escaping into the wilderness. Those survivors who have remained sheltered within the camp outside the zombie city will no longer be able to rest easy. The fleeing zombies will compel survivors to actively eliminate surrounding zombie threats to ensure their safety, lest these hordes attract even more formidable monsters and result in collateral damage. Jianglan hovered the helicopter high above, observing the battle undertaken by Qing's convoy. She was left utterly astonished by the prowess of their weaponry. In just 3 days, a convoy equipped with such advanced vehicles had emerged. This was merely one team within their survival zone. In this apocalyptic world, countless such survival zones existed, each housing a zombie city at its core, information gleaned from her sisters residing in other cities. If each zone harbored such formidable combat teams, her survival camp would be untenable. However, the good news was the recent notification from the apocalyptic world. Before her stood a convoy, the first of its kind to penetrate the outskirts of the zombie-infested city. This revelation brought a measure of comfort to Jianglan. It appeared that her own progress was not sluggish. Rather, the opposing force was exceptionally formidable. However, the impact of the day's events had been overwhelming, and as night approached, further combat was unwise. She adjusted her course in the sky and flew back to the camp, ceasing her pursuit of monsters. In her aerial observations, she noted that the combat team seemed to be stationed not far from her, within a greenhouse plantation. This discovery instilled a sense of unease in Jianglan. The crux of the matter was her uncertainty regarding whether they were friend or foe, given their substantial firepower. If they were a band of ruthless marauders, her sisters would be in grave danger. Suddenly, she recalled the 2 individuals who had ascended the vehicle tier on the power rankings yesterday. She wondered if they were members of this squad. If so, preparations were imperative. She needed to stock up on fuel and hastily evacuate her sisters to a more distant camp. Her helicopter's only advantage against such an armed group lay in its agility, allowing for rapid repositioning. On a brighter note, she had also discovered a vehicle-mounted weapon in a purple treasure chest that day. Tomorrow, she could return with one of her sisters to hunt monsters and level up. Possessing a ranged weapon would enable her to leverage her helicopter's strengths. With a mix of trepidation and joy, Jianglan returned to the camp. Upon arriving back at the greenhouse plantation, she parked the vehicle and the 3 girls returned to the base. Qing took the driver's seat and opened the backpack compartment, retrieving a cannon-like weapon module. This was a drop from the first experimental giant zombie they had slain. Grenade launcher, purple, capable of firing guided munitions with projectile capabilities, boasting a range of 500 attack power and an effective range of 50 kilometers. Do you wish to synthesize with a similar type of weapon? Upon seeing the notification, Qing examined it closely and discovered that she could synthesize the grenade launcher with Shaowan's high-explosive cannon. After a moment of hesitation, she confirmed her choice. Consumed 1 grenade launcher, purple, synthesis successful, obtained a high-explosive cannon grenade launcher, orange. High-explosive cannon grenade launcher, orange features 2 attack modes, capable of precise horizontal strikes and launching guided munitions for long-range assaults, with an attack power of 1,000 and an effective range of 60 kilometers. Qing was exceedingly pleased with the newly synthesized orange weapon. Its attack range would allow her to bombard the very heart of the zombie city. However, she dared not undertake such an action. After bombarding the outskirts of the zombie city earlier that day, she had unwittingly attracted a horde of zombie birds. This indicated that the city was equipped with some form of long-range defensive mechanism, designed to deter survivors from bombarding the city from a distance. Should she persist in firing upon the inner city? Let us not dwell on the possibility of vanquishing the monsters within. Given his current prowess, should he provoke the denizens of the inner city, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Perhaps a cruise missile could be launched directly from the inner city, obliterating this place in an instant. Today, he witnessed the formidable artillery fortifications in the outer city, leading Su Qing to surmise that the inner city must possess even more formidable defenses. Thus, even with the possession of long-range weaponry, the notion of bombarding with artillery shells and wreaking havoc should be avoided, lest he invite calamity upon himself. However, the range of this high-explosive howitzer is perfectly suited for dealing with other survivors. The reconnaissance drone aboard the base vehicle ascended, tracing the path taken yesterday. Scanning from the skies, it was not long before Su Qing spotted tanks engaged in combat on the periphery of the zombie-infested city. The high-explosive howitzer atop the armed transport swiftly switched to precision-guided munitions. With the assistance of the pulse radar, it zeroed in on the coordinates marked by the reconnaissance drone. With a thunderous boom, the cannon's mouth flared with light. This orange, epic-grade artillery, having ascended to an epic tier, unleashed its inaugural shot. Chapter 55, A Rain of Shells. Laser defense artillery, a shell descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon the tank amidst a horde of grotesque creatures, erupting into a conflagration that lit the sky. The ferocious explosion propelled the surrounding zombies backwards, scattering charred remains across the ground. Even the armored convoy at the rear felt the tremors of the shockwave, swaying precariously, with debris from the blast striking the vehicles with an incessant thud. A damage value of 22,598 materialized above the armored tank, its top rendered a charred ruin. Who did this? Li Hu sat bewildered within the tank, his head ringing from the force of the explosion, as if a swarm of hornets buzzed around him. Dazed and disoriented, he could scarcely comprehend the situation. A colossal shell just plummeted from the sky without warning. We didn't even see where it originated. Damn it. My vehicle's durability has plummeted by half. This is devastating. We've been targeted, boss. Should we retreat? Several team members were equally perplexed, utterly at a loss. Look, there's a drone in the sky. One junior member exclaimed, pointing upward with excitement. Damn it. I knew it. It must be that Brad S. doing. Who else would dare provoke us in this area? And to think he resorts to such underhanded tactics instead of facing us directly. How shameless. The sun is setting. Let's withdraw for now and discuss our next steps later. Li Hu gritted his teeth, gripping the radio tightly. Wise decision, Captain. We are indeed being targeted. And continuing the fight is unwise. Exactly. My vehicle's durability is running low too. I need to return for repairs. Speaking of which, I'm quite famished after a day of battling monsters. I must admit, I'm feeling quite exhausted. The junior members quickly chimed in, eager to support their leader's bravado, fearing any hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, the high explosive shell that had fallen upon the tank had cleared the area of all surrounding zombies. With no monsters to impede their retreat, Li Hu and his team managed to escape unscathed. They tacitly chose to ignore the shell that had struck their vehicle, treating it as if nothing had transpired. Just the previous day, they had engaged in direct combat with Su Qing's convoy, suffering a humiliating defeat and fleeing in disarray. Even their leader had been ruthlessly beaten, retreating with his head down. How could they possibly seek trouble with someone they could not overpower? With mere words? Su Qing observed the damage inflicted by the newly synthesized orange epic weapon through the drone's surveillance, nodding in satisfaction. This high-explosive cannon, having ascended to orange quality, had more than doubled its attack power and significantly expanded its strike range. Moreover, it could employ guided munitions, ensuring precise hits even at extreme distances. This weapon now counted among the ranks of deterrent-level heavy artillery, its might truly astonishing. As Li Hu and his companions hastily retreated in their vehicles, Su Qing, feeling disinclined to engage with them further, commanded the reconnaissance drone to return. After all, the high-explosive howitzer was not a true missile, and its efficacy against such mobile targets would inevitably be diminished. Now that the adversary was on guard, the artillery shells would yield little in terms of impactful strikes. Thus, he decided to cease the endeavor. As night descended, the convoy quietly settled within the confines of a greenhouse compound. Su Qing was thoroughly pleased with the environment of this makeshift camp. The surrounding terrain was open, ideal for evasive maneuvers and combat, while the mountains loomed protectively at their back, preventing any surprise assaults. Most importantly, the greenhouse was teeming with an abundance of fresh vegetables. For Su Qing, who felt that a meal devoid of greens and rice was hardly a proper feast, these provisions were indispensable. He continued to stack the loot from today's skirmishes in the driving lounge, where 3 young women clamored and cheered over the spoils. Meanwhile, he retrieved yet another artillery module, laser anti-aircraft turret, purple capable of emitting lasers to obliterate aerial targets, featuring exceptional tracking capabilities and an attack power of 500. With an effective range of 10 kilometers, Su Qing decided to mount this weapon on Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle, further enhancing its long-range firepower. Upon completion of the installation, a uniquely designed, sci-fi-inspired laser turret emerged atop the armored vehicle, its ochre armor enveloping and safeguarding the module. This laser turret required radar support to enable automatic tracking and engagement, which made it imperative to place it on Xiaowan's vehicle to fully utilize its capabilities. With the weapon module installed, dinner was ready. Su Qing vacated the driver's seat, washed his hands, and prepared to dine. Sister, that group has returned. How annoying. They have intruded upon our greenhouse and refused to leave. Bai Ling exclaimed, perched atop the roof as she spotted the distant convoy, her face flushed with indignation. Never mind them, Bai Wei replied soothingly while preparing dinner, deftly chopping vegetables with remarkable skill. Is it truly just the two of us? Bai Ling shot a resentful glare at the distant vehicles before descending from the roof. Sister, don't you check the chat channel? It's overflowing with people, making an unbearable racket, and they're all rather nefarious. Bai Ling murmured, washing an eggplant while expressing her confusion over her sister's sentiments. It's merely a feeling. I know there are many out there, but what makes those people so wicked? Bai Wei found the situation somewhat amusing and inquired further. They keep sending me private messages, teasing me, and even inquiring about our whereabouts. Certainly, there were no good intentions behind it. Can I indulge them? Last night, I scolded each of them in turn. I hardly slept, venting my frustrations for most of the night. How about that? Am I formidable? Bai Ling wore a proud expression, eagerly anticipating Bai Wei's praise. Indeed. Quite impressive. Upon hearing her sister's commendation, Bai Ling lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips. Brother, I have discovered an armed drone, specifically brought to present to you. At the Heishan Tunnel encampment, Li Hu sat beside his tank, nursing a drink and brooding in silence. Today he had been struck on the head by a massive shell. Yet he could not retaliate against the enemy. The thought alone was infuriating. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over, brandishing a drone model. What? Bring it here. Let me see. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Li Hu immediately set down his cup, excitement surging within him. Damn it, since that fellow dared to bombard us, we can retaliate in kind. This is a splendid idea. You, my lad, show great promise. Li Hu accepted the drone model and promptly affixed it to the tank. Boss. Although this drone is of blue quality, it is an exceptionally rare flying equipment. I spent quite a fortune acquiring it, you see. The subordinate fidgeted, standing to the side, his expression anxious. What's the hurry? Do you think I, Li Hu, would take advantage of my brothers? Holding out a purple rare-grade vehicle-mounted weapon from his backpack, Li Hu handed it over with a pained expression. Damn it, now I have a drone too. Even if it doesn't destroy you, I can still annoy you today. He watched as his subordinate joyfully departed with the hard-won purple weapon turret, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 56. Destroying the Drone, the shifting world of survival in the depths of the mountains, under the shroud of night. An armed drone emerged from a tunnel, soaring into the sky until it vanished into the darkness. Li Hu sat alone, adorned with holographic glasses upon his gleaming head, manipulating a remote control with palpable excitement as he guided the drone's movements. Utilizing the night vision capabilities of the surveillance system, he surveyed the terrain below. Despite having never operated such a device prior to the apocalypse, the integration of this technology into vehicles granted survivors immediate control over weaponry. This was one of the many advantages bestowed upon survivors after merging with the core of their vehicles. Thus, Li Hu quickly mastered the drone's operation. In the nocturnal sky, the drone zipped swiftly along the route taken by Su Qing the previous day, searching diligently. Before long, Li Hu, through the ground recognition feature, located Su Qing's convoy parked within a greenhouse planting area. So, you're hiding here, you clever rascal, he mused, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This greenhouse is quite a find, with those splendid vegetables. Let us treat you to a couple of grenades, scare the wits out of you, and hopefully draw in a horde of zombies to wreak havoc on those decrepit vehicles. You dared to bombard my tank. Now, you'll face the consequences. Let's start with a few noisy surprises. As Li Hu observed the convoy from above, a malicious smile crept across his visage. He maneuvered the armed drone to hover ominously over the vehicles, the grenades primed for release. Suddenly, an alarming sound pierced the air from the pulse radar. Su Qing, who had been dining, instantly sensed the danger and seized control of the armed transport. Through the radar signals, he identified an unidentified object hurtling towards them. At that moment, silence enveloped everything. Even the zombie-infested city was eerily still, with the creatures scarcely moving. The sudden appearance of the aerial object, heading directly for the convoy, was unmistakably malevolent. Under Su Qing's command, the newly installed anti-aircraft laser turret sprang to life, swiftly adjusting its aim. With the assistance of the pulse radar's markers, it locked onto the airborne target. A brilliant beam of laser shot forth, striking the unidentified flying object. In an instant, a dazzling explosion illuminated the night. Resembling a resplendent firework display, brightening the dark sky. No, my drone, my violet weapon. In the spacious tunnel, Li Hu gazed aghast at the suddenly darkened surveillance screen. His mind went blank, but clarity soon struck as he comprehended the situation, unleashing a mournful wail. His desperate cries echoed through the empty tunnel, silencing the previously raucous crowd, who turned to stare at Li Hu, puzzled by the sudden transformation of their once vibrant leader into a figure of despair. Yet it was evident to all that Li Hu was in a most foul mood. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves, none wishing to provoke misfortune at such a time. A wide expanse of space quickly formed around Li Hu. Nearby, a junior member who had just affixed a purple weapon to the armored vehicle wore a beaming expression until he heard Li Hu's furious roar. Terrified, he trembled and hastily opened the door to hide within the vehicle. What has happened to the captain? Could it be that the drone you brought is defective? You really have some nerve to deceive the captain. Just look at how furious he is. You're in for it now. Several team members gathered around the armored vehicle, all inquiring. Nonsense. That drone was swapped for another at the camp. I meticulously checked its attributes. There is absolutely no issue. You are slandering me. How could I possibly dare to deceive the captain? Moreover, if the drone's attribute information were false, the captain would certainly notice. He is not a fool. The frightened junior, pale-faced and cornered, hastened to defend himself. Indeed, one cannot fabricate equipment attributes, and you lack the audacity for such deceit. So what could be the cause? Do you think it's possible that the boss's handling was so poor that the drone crashed into a tree? Good heavens, is that truly a possibility? No wonder the boss is in such a state. Well, I'm tired. I'll take my leave for now. I need to use the restroom. See you later. Upon noticing Li Hu's grim expression as he rose, the team members scattered in haste. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Qing was awakened by the clamor outside. Rising from his bed, he peered through the armored glass to observe the situation beyond. Outside the greenhouse plantation, the number of wandering zombies had noticeably increased, producing a cacophony of sounds, the noises emanating from these creatures as they collided with objects in their path. The crossbow launchers and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine guns atop the base vehicle continuously eliminated the encroaching zombies. Around the perimeter of the greenhouse plantation, an immense pile of monster corpses had accumulated, yet countless zombies continued to surge forth from the direction of Zombie City. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Qing immediately recalled the global announcement made the previous day. He had not anticipated that the transformation of these monstrous zombies would occur so swiftly. In merely one night, those monsters that had previously gathered in Zombie City had reemerged. The wilderness, which had been tranquil for less than 2 days, had once again transformed into a realm rife with monsters. Danger abounded, and the notion of an absolute safe zone had vanished. Reflecting on the catalyst for this chaos, Qing could only close his mouth, stifling his urge to complain, and lay back down on his bed. Who on earth is the fool rushing to meet their end? Why charge recklessly into the urban area? We could have remained within the wilderness camp, gradually leveling up by defeating monsters. Now, the conditions for survival in this apocalypse have escalated. The zombies have evolved, and the monsters are spilling forth from the city. Before dawn, I found myself pursued by a horde of zombies, fleeing like a dog. Woe betide the one responsible for this. There shall be no mercy for you. For heaven's sake, accelerate. Zombies are charging from the right. Good grief, what kind of mutant is this? It can smash a car with a single punch. What hope do we have for survival? I am racing down the highway at 120 miles per hour, yet one relentless zombie remains hot on my heels, refusing to be shaken off. What manner of creature is this, sprinting with such speed? Astonishingly, it even aims to overtake me. My friends, I have tested it for you. The drop rate for evolved zombies has increased. At last, I have a vehicle-mounted weapon. Anyone daring to pursue me shall meet their demise. As dawn has yet to break, the chat interface has erupted with activity. Messages flood in like a relentless tide, refreshing frantically. Survivors are understandably alarmed by the changes unfolding in the outside world. Fortunately, although these zombies have ventured beyond the city, their numbers have significantly diminished. The earlier large-scale zombie hordes are no longer present. It seems the zombies are now wary of one another, granting the survivors in their vehicles a modicum of breathing room. They are no longer besieged by mutated zombies and can evade danger through sheer speed. Chapter 57. The Energy Cannon and the Unmanned Drone Sister. Be careful. Bai Wei was abruptly awakened from her slumber by her sister Bai Ling's terrified cry. A chill ran through her as she sprang up. To her horror, she beheld a grotesque creature, its flesh rotting and tentacles sprouting from its body, clinging to the window outside. The abomination drooled, its eyes fixed hungrily upon her. Run! Bai Wei exclaimed, hurling her quilt against the window in a desperate attempt to obstruct the creature's gaze. She swiftly leapt out of bed. The monster, perceiving the commotion within, radiated an insatiable thirst for blood and hunger. With a resounding crash, its slimy tentacles shattered the glass, thrusting into the room. Reaching for the fleeing Byway, as she neared the door, she turned to see the advancing tentacles, despair flooding her eyes. Unarmed and facing such a ferocious monstrosity, she felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy beam surged forth, striking the creature outside with tremendous force, obliterating its flesh. The impact sent the monster tumbling away from the window, crashing over 10 meters before rolling onto the ground, wreaking havoc on the trees and flora it encountered, leaving deep gouges in its wake. The tentacle that had nearly ensnared Byway was severed by the searing energy beam, falling to the floor within the room. Writhing in agony, observing the chaos outside, Byway hesitated not a moment longer. She turned and bolted out the door. Outside, Bai Ling sat in the driver's seat of a blue transport truck, where a colossal energy cannon, glowing with a cerulean hue, was secured in the cargo bed. Energy crackled and flickered around the cannon, exuding an intimidating aura. The very energy that had propelled the tentacled creature away had emanated from this formidable weapon. Soon, the sound of a mechanical engine resonated, as Byway appeared behind the truck, piloting a multifunctional tractor. Seeing her sister safely escape into the vehicle brought a sigh of relief from Bai Ling. Yet, just as she allowed herself a moment's distraction, a violent tremor shook the front of the truck. Bai Ling quickly turned to investigate, only to find the tentacled monster had leapt from the ground. Now clinging to the front of the truck, several thick, suction cup-laden tentacles were firmly affixed to the cab, cleverly evading the cannon's line of fire, rendering the poised weapon incapable of attack. The creature's tentacles tightened with powerful grip, threatening to crush the truck's cabin as its durability began to plummet. Realizing the imminent peril, Bai Ling slammed the accelerator, attempting to ram the creature against the wall ahead. However, the enormous beast anchored several of its tentacles to the ground, thwarting the truck's momentum. The tires spun furiously, but the vehicle remained stubbornly immobile. Byway, witnessing the cabin's distortion, was drenched in sweat, her heart racing. With no weaponry on her tractor to confront the creature, she could only maneuver around the truck to position herself at its side. With a tremendous force, the powerful tractor collided with the creature that lay before the truck, propelling both the beast and the vehicle against the wall of the house. The tentacled monster once again extended several appendages, pressing violently against the tractor's cabin. Yet, its body remained wedged at the base of the wall, immobile. A stalemate ensued between one creature and two vehicles at the wall. However, the durability of Bai Ling's truck continued to dwindle. The brute strength of the creature's tentacles had begun to warp and distort the cabin, even causing cracks to appear in the glass. As she watched the vehicle's durability plummet and the roof of the cabin perilously close to crushing her, Bai Ling's face turned ashen with fear. The tentacles had ensnared the cabin completely, leaving little room for escape. The energy cannon mounted at the rear of the truck was unable to target this angle for an attack, except at the cost of obliterating the cabin itself. Bai Ling attempted to reverse in a bid to distance herself from the creature, but the tentacles held the vehicle firmly in place, rendering it immovable. Helpless, she could only wait for the inevitable demise. She had even steeled herself. Once the durability reached zero, she would activate the energy cannon to obliterate both the cabin and the monster, buying her sister precious time to escape. Byway, witnessing her sister's cabin being crushed, was filled with tears and despair. With determination, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The massive tires of the tractor spun wildly, carving deep ruts into the ground as it surged forward with all its might. The immense force caused cracks to spread across the wall. While the tentacled creature was pushed back by the impact, its body denting in agony as it shrieked in pain. Yet, the tentacles continued to grip the two vehicles with unyielding tenacity. Bai Ling, staring at the cabin's roof that loomed above her, filled with despair, glanced at her sister, who was still fervently pressing the accelerator. She closed her eyes, preparing to activate the energy cannon. But after a prolonged wait, the cabin's roof, which had been pressing down upon her, suddenly ceased all movement. The creaking sound of metal fracturing faded away as well. Bai Ling opened her eyes, perplexed, and looked up. To her astonishment, the cabin roof, which had been inwardly collapsing, was visibly restoring itself at an incredible speed. In mere seconds, the deformed cabin returned to its pristine condition. Checking the vehicle's durability, Bai Ling was stunned to find that what had been nearly depleted was now completely restored to full capacity. What is this? Witnessing this miraculous scene filled her with bewilderment. Could it be that, like the protagonists in films, she had awakened a superpower in the face of despair, relying on this newfound ability to dominate in this apocalyptic world, impervious to harm? Yet, there was no notification of such an awakening in the vehicle interface, and she felt no surge of power within herself. How strange. As Bai Ling's mind buzzed with curiosity, she began to explore her surroundings. A series of gunfire erupted in the distance, a cacophony of machine guns reverberating through the air. A torrential barrage of bullets coursed through the narrow space between two vehicles, striking the tentacled monstrosity with tremendous force. In an instant, the creature, which had nearly crushed the cab of the truck, was obliterated, exploding into a gory spectacle of blood and shattered flesh. The glass of the truck's cabin became smeared with a gruesome spray, obscuring any view of the outside world. The announcement of a successful kill echoed in the air. A level 6 elite creature, the mutated predator, has been slain. Reward: 1 heavy lift drone, 5 spirit crystals, and 6 survival points. The rotating cannon atop the armored base vehicle gradually ceased its whirring, leaving only the searing heat of the aftermath to dissipate in the cool breeze. In a moment of unexpected salvation, Bai Wei turned in astonishment. She clearly observed a repair beam emanating from within the distant armored vehicle, projecting onto her sister's truck. Remarkably, under the influence of this restoration ray, the previously dented cabin began to regain its original form, defiantly resisting the pressure of the creature's tentacles. Seeing her sister spared and the monster vanquished, Bai Wei felt her body weaken, collapsing into her seat. She had steeled herself for the possibility of dying alongside her sister. Without her, the will to survive in this apocalyptic world would have faded. The thought of avenging her sister before succumbing to despair seemed more appealing than enduring a life devoid of purpose. Now, witnessing her sister's rescue, Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief, unable to fathom the depths of despair she would have felt had she witnessed her sister's gruesome demise. As the colossal armored base vehicle approached, both sisters snapped back to reality. They exited the vehicle, hand in hand, embracing each other in a moment of exhilaration. After a time, their curiosity drew them to the imposing steel fortress before them. A heavy cabin door swung open, and a small head emerged, belonging to Xiaowan. "Hello. How are you?" She greeted warmly, gripping the handrail as her short legs struggled to navigate the steps down from the base vehicle. Following her was Tang Lin, tall and sporting a short haircut, exuding an aura of confidence in her athletic attire. With a shotgun in hand, she approached them. Bai Wei and Bai Ling could scarcely believe that the two strikingly beautiful young women emerging from the massive armored vehicle were their saviors. Chapter 58. The Bai Wei sisters join. Concealment of vehicle characteristics. So, this vegetable greenhouse plantation belongs to your family? After introductions were exchanged, and Xiaowan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the Bai Wei sisters. Upon receiving a confirming reply, an overwhelming sense of shame, akin to being caught in the act of thievery, surged within her, leaving her restless and uneasy. Just yesterday, they had brazenly harvested a plethora of vegetables from this very greenhouse. The entire episode of their pilfering was likely witnessed by the owners, which only heightened her embarrassment. "Are these armored vehicles all yours?" "Yesterday, we only noticed 2 larger armored vehicles and were taken aback to discover there were 2 smaller ones as well. Furthermore, we were surprised to learn that the drivers of these armored vehicles were young women. The distance was too great yesterday, and the greenhouse obstructed our view, so we couldn't see clearly. Oh, by the way, where did you come from? Did you escape from the urban area of Shiza City?" Bai Ling meticulously observed the various weapon-mounted armored vehicles. Her curiosity piqued. "Hello." Just as Xiaowan was about to respond, Su Qing, who had been controlling the vehicle, greeted them from within. The external environment was indeed unfavorable and unsafe. It would be best to converse inside the vehicle. Upon hearing Su Qing's voice, the Bai Wei sisters noticed a young man aboard the vehicle. Although they were curious about the relationship among these individuals, they refrained from asking, given that he had just rescued them. Instead, they agreed to Su Qing's invitation with enthusiasm. "Wow, the space inside your vehicle is astonishingly vast. The interior space starkly contrasts with the exterior size of the vehicle. It truly is remarkable. Staying inside this vehicle feels like being at home, with everything one could possibly need. Moreover, there is no foul odor in the air, and the temperature is pleasantly cool. How delightful." As Bai Ling stepped into the vehicle, she was profoundly impressed by the luxurious space within, exclaiming in awe, "Welcome. I am Suing. Please come and have some drinks." Suing emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 glasses of orange juice. "Thank you, sister." The Bai Ling sisters accepted the orange juice, their curiosity unabated as they examined their surroundings. The vehicle boasted an enormous genuine leather sofa, a refrigerator, a microwave, multifunctional cabinets, and an array of kitchenware, all in abundance. Furthermore, the driving and leisure area was exceptionally spacious and bright, far exceeding the size of a typical living room. Above the driving area, 6 massive monitoring screens kept a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The entire driving area seamlessly blended warmth and a futuristic aesthetic, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. The Bai Wei sisters could hardly fathom that this imposing armored fortress, which appeared so formidable from the outside, concealed such a layout within. The stark contrast left them momentarily bewildered, especially when Xiaowan and Tang Lin guided the 2 sisters through the central resting area and the expansive maintenance manufacturing zone at the rear of the base vehicle. The sisters were profoundly astonished. The rear space of this base vehicle was astonishingly several times larger than the front driver's area. It was spacious enough for running exercises and playing sports. The entire base vehicle resembled an extravagant luxury residence. After touring the interior of the base vehicle, the Byway sisters settled onto the sofa in the driver's area, sipping chilled fruit juice, still in a state of disbelief. They felt as though they were in a dream, utterly unable to fathom the existence of such a lavish and comfortable base vehicle. Following a sumptuous lunch, Ling, who relished the delicious braised beef, was especially moved. As a food enthusiast, the absence of meat was a torment for her. The beef was extraordinarily delectable, making it impossible for her to stop eating. Thus, when Su Qing extended an invitation, the Byway sisters, already familiar with everyone and with full bellies, chose to join without the slightest hesitation. Byway and Ling have agreed to join. Vehicle passengers, 2, now totaling 5. All attributes of the large combat base vehicle have increased by 50. Passengers have bound to vehicles: multifunctional tractor, blue; medium transport truck, purple. Vehicle control rights obtained. Vehicle core has absorbed characteristics: surge power, blue; cloaking field, purple. Surge power, blue, equipped with a powerful engine capable of towing large multifunctional machinery. Vehicle power at 300, towing capacity at 100. Cloaking field, purple. The vehicle can consume energy to activate an energy shield, which possesses formidable stealth capabilities, rendering objects within the field nearly undetectable. Upon receiving the notification from the vehicle interface, Su Qing was immensely excited. With the addition of the Byway sisters, the combat strength of the convoy had significantly increased, especially with Ling's truck, which turned out to be a rare purple quality vehicle with stealth capabilities. Su Qing examined the attribute information of the armored base vehicle and discovered that 2 new characteristic abilities had indeed been added to the vehicle core. He opted to activate the cloaking field, ability to observe its effects. A transparent energy shield materialized around the base vehicle. Underneath the shield, the surrounding light distorted and scents were nullified, rendering the vehicle completely undetectable from the outside. Even Su Qing, using the armed transport vehicle's pulse radar for exploration, could not locate the base vehicle that was right before him. Increasing the energy supply, the transparent energy shield of the cloaking field began to expand, enveloping all surrounding vehicles until they vanished entirely. This miraculous cloaking effect invigorated Su Qing's mind, instantly inspiring numerous ambush strategies. He checked the energy consumption required to maintain the shield, finding it quite manageable. With the energy reserves of the base vehicle, it could sustain a cloaked state for an extended duration. After studying the characteristics of the concealed domain, Su Qing deactivated the energy shield to examine another capability. Discovering a similar vehicle trait, proceed with synthesis. Proceed with synthesis. As the fusion of his sister Byway's vehicle trait commenced, a message arrived. Su Qing glanced at the information provided and chose to confirm. Synthesis successful. Vehicle traits, powerful engine, white; surging power, blue, have merged to create a new trait, surging engine, blue. Enhancing vehicle power to 350 and towing capacity to 150. The synthesis of the vehicle traits was successful. The initial white traits Su Qing had acquired faded away, augmenting the effects of the surging engine, blue. After Byway and her sister joined the convoy, they fused their new trait abilities within Su Qing's core. The combat capability of this armored base vehicle was significantly multiplied. Primarily, the stealth ability of the concealed domain, purple, trait greatly enhanced the safety of the entire convoy. After reviewing the attributes of the base vehicle, Su Qing accessed the combat power leaderboard. As anticipated, the armored base vehicle had finally claimed the top position, ranking first. It effortlessly crushed all golden vehicles behind it. After a brief respite, Su Qing took control of 2 newly acquired vehicles, a multifunctional tractor and a medium-sized cargo truck. He started the engine and slowly reversed away from the walls smeared with the remnants of monsters, following closely behind the base vehicle. The entire convoy proceeded to the entrance of the plantation for a rest. The rear hatch of the base vehicle opened, and an armed mechanical wolf, equipped with a water hose, slowly emerged. A powerful stream of water erupted forth. The water cannon mounted on the mechanical wolf targeted the 2 vehicles stained with monster blood. As the mechanical wolf moved across the ground, it quickly washed the multifunctional tractor and medium-sized cargo truck, leaving them spotless and rejuvenated. Once the task was completed, the water hose reel wound back for retrieval, and the armed mechanical wolf, with its water spray nozzle, returned to the rear compartment of the base vehicle. Chapter 59. Pulse Energy Cannon. Dual helicopter squad. During the procession of the convoy, Su Qing discerned an issue. Byway's multifunctional tractor was rather sluggish, impeding the overall speed of the convoy. He endeavored to open the portal to the secret realm ahead of the tractor. To his astonishment, a dark vortex of space materialized outside the base vehicle, hovering before the tractor. Observing the portal on the ground, Su Qing maneuvered the multifunctional tractor directly into the miniature world of the secret realm. Hey, where's my vehicle? Bai Wei, seated on the sofa of the base vehicle, enjoying ice cream with everyone, suddenly felt disconnected from her transport and exclaimed in surprise. Sister Wei, your tractor was lagging behind, so I brought it into the secret realm. Su Qing explained, noticing Bai Wei's anxiety. He then relocated the portal to the driver's resting area of the base vehicle. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the black vortex in the center of the driving area, both sisters were left wide-eyed in astonishment. This is the secret realm? An independent miniature world? This post-apocalyptic scenario is utterly bizarre. How could it conjure a dimensional space? Wasn't it said that vehicles would be the key to survival? The scene before them threatened to shatter the sisters' understanding of reality. Upon entering the secret realm, Bai Wei indeed spotted her multifunctional tractor parked on the ground, re-establishing the connection with the vehicle's core. A sigh of relief washed over her. Under Su Ying's guidance, the sisters meticulously explored the wonders of this extraordinary spatial environment, their exclamations of awe echoing throughout. Seated in the driver's seat, Su Qing retrieved a drone model from his backpack. Heavy lift drone, Blue, a compact cargo drone with multifarious functional applications, boasting a maximum payload of 300 kilograms and a top speed of 120 km/h. This heavy lift drone, akin to the reconnaissance drone aboard the base vehicle, featured wings and required catapult launch. However, its performance paled in comparison to that of the reconnaissance drone, making it challenging to evade the onslaught of zombie birds and incapable of undertaking long-range missions independently. Its singular advantage lay in its robust lift capabilities, allowing it to transport substantial loads through the skies, thus finding numerous applications in combat scenarios. After careful consideration, Su Qing ultimately resolved to install this drone onto Bai Wei's multifunctional tractor, enabling it to carry grenades and function as a miniature combat bomber, thereby compensating for the tractor's lack of offensive weaponry. Upon completion of the installation, a drone with dual wings emerged from the rear of the multifunctional tractor situated within the secret realm. This heavy-lift drone was elevated by a massive base, with a trailer featuring independent wheels positioned beneath it. The trailer was affixed to the tractor's hitch, allowing for easy detachment whenever necessary. The drone's nose tilted upward as it surged toward the heavens, exuding an impressive aura. With the drone successfully installed, the preparations continued. Su Qing glanced once more at the attribute information of the energy cannon mounted on Bai Ling's transport truck. Pulse energy cannon, purple, capable of condensing energy and firing powerful high-frequency energy beams, adjustable energy output, attack power 500, effective range of 10 kilometers, capable of striking aerial targets. This formidable energy weapon was acquired by the two sisters from a supply chest in the greenhouse plantation. It was precisely due to this powerful vehicle-mounted armament that they could eliminate the surrounding zombies, having resided in the plantation for such an extended period. The primary advantage of this weapon lay in its silent operation during attacks, coupled with its adjustable power. It could unleash a high-power energy cannon blast to obliterate large enemy targets or fire low-power energy rays to eliminate individual zombies, allowing for flexible responses to various combat scenarios. This complemented Bai Ling's vehicle characteristic, concealed domain, making it exceptionally adept at ambush tactics. However, the transport truck was only at level 2, resulting in a noticeable disparity in attributes compared to the other vehicles in their convoy. Additionally, the truck lacked armor attachments to enhance its defensive durability. Thus, Su Qing decided to position the transport truck in the middle of the convoy, with 2 large armored vehicles assigned to ensure its safety. Once everything was prepared, several young women emerged from the secret realm. Su Qing took command of the convoy, starting the engine and setting off towards the zombie city. It was afternoon, and they had half a day to hunt monsters and upgrade the sisters' vehicles. Along the journey, Su Qing utilized the pulse energy cannon on the medium-sized transport truck to eliminate any encountered monsters, striving to quickly adapt to the weapon's performance. Suddenly, Bai Wei spoke up as she observed the surrounding environment. She rose from her seat at the driver's cabin, extending her finger to indicate a direction outside the window. There appears to be an orchard over there. We should take a look. She had mentioned that Sister Ing expressed a desire to transplant some fruit trees into the secret realm, and that location might be suitable. Upon hearing Bai Wei's suggestion, Su Qing checked the navigation map and, following her guidance, located the small orchard. This private orchard would not have been visible on the navigation map without Bai Wei's local knowledge, indicating its modest size. However, given the drastic changes in the outside world, Bai Wei was uncertain whether the orchard still existed. Su Qing, however, was indifferent. Their objective for the day was to hunt monsters and level up, and the destination was inconsequential. The outer perimeter of the zombie city merely promised a greater quantity of monsters, yet lacked any other resources. Conversely, exploring the orchard could yield significant rewards if any fruit trees had survived. Following the navigation prompts, Qing guided the convoy onto a side road leading toward the orchard. Longia. So this is the current state of the outside world. The changes are astounding. The number of monsters in this urban area is overwhelming. Is it truly possible for such an extensive expanse of urban ruin to manifest overnight? How astonishing. Above in the sky, 2 helicopters hovered at low altitude. Their weaponry unleashed in a relentless barrage against the undead monstrosities below. Xiaoling deftly operated the mounted machine gun, targeting the creatures on the ground while casting curious glances towards the distant, colossal city of zombies, a haunting tableau of apocalypse. The zombies below, drawn by the sound of the helicopters, howled incessantly, their frenzied leaps failing to reach the airborne vehicles, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught. With an additional ally, Jianglan's efficiency in dispatching foes had significantly increased today. Soon, all the creatures on the ground lay slain, their remains scattered across the terrain. One helicopter gradually descended, generating a powerful gust that swept up clouds of dust from the earth. Xiaoling leaped from the aircraft, sprinting towards a supply chest nestled amidst the ruins of a collapsed wall. Meanwhile, Jianglan maintained vigilance, maneuvering the helicopter to oversee their surroundings and ensure Xiaoling's safety. Xiaoling nimbly navigated through the debris of the crumbled structure, and upon opening the chest, her face lit up with joy as she signaled to Jianglan before dashing back to the helicopter. Suddenly, a massive zombie goat, alerted by the noise, charged from the thicket, rushing towards them. Its sharp horns were caked with dried blood, and its decaying flesh was encrusted with dark mud, presenting a ghastly sight. The zombie goat moved swiftly, agilely targeting Xiaoling in the distance. Upon spotting the approaching beast, Jianglan swiftly adjusted the helicopter's trajectory, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Bullets rained down, momentarily stalling the zombie goat's advance and causing it to stagger backward. In a fit of rage, the creature shrieked, darting erratically on the ground, attempting to evade the aerial assault while fixating on the tantalizing scent of fresh flesh. Fortunately, Jianglan's combat instinct proved exceptional. The relentless barrage of bullets consistently obstructed the zombie goat's path, keeping it at bay. Finally, seizing the opportunity Jianglan had created, Xiaoling made it back to the helicopter just as it ascended once more. The 2 machine guns continued their relentless fire, ultimately shattering the monstrous goat's form, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Good heavens, that was perilous. As Xiaoling gazed at the formidable carcass of the zombie goat below, a wave of dread washed over her. She could scarcely fathom the horror of being targeted by such a creature on the ground. Sister Lan, is this how you fought in the outside world before? It's truly remarkable. After venturing out today, I've come to realize just how terrifying the current apocalyptic world is. It seems we must strive diligently to secure more weapons, enabling our sisters to join in the fight. Chapter 60. Arrival at the Orchard. The ancient tree of the Abyss in the orchard of Ligia village, several wandering zombies in the woods were struck down by a sudden volley of crossbow bolts, piercing their skulls and causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Qing skillfully maneuvered the convoy to the destination indicated by the navigation system, where a signpost read Ligia village. This location had ventured deep into the mountains. A straight and wide road stretched through the lush greenery, leading far into the distance. On either side of the road, towering trees formed a dense and thriving forest, creating a picturesque landscape. However, the occasional grotesque and decaying zombie emerging from the underbrush marred the beauty of this serene scene, serving as a grim reminder to the survivors that they remained in a post-apocalyptic world, fraught with peril. In this vibrant woodland, bloodthirsty monsters lurked, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. This must be the place. Just a turn ahead leads to the orchard. Bai Wei scrutinized her surroundings, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. The last time she had visited, this road had been narrow and treacherous, not the broad and straight path it was now. The arrival of the apocalypse had transformed both the road and the landscape flanking it. If it weren't for the guiding sign, she would have hesitated to confirm her location, as she had only visited a few times long ago and was not very familiar. Wow, this place is stunning. If only those detestable zombies weren't around, we could enjoy ourselves outside, she mused. The base vehicle turned off the main road, traversing a rural path through the trees. Suddenly, a tranquil village came into view, nestled against the hillside behind the woods, and Xiaowen gazed in awe at the picturesque settlement. However, as the base vehicle continued to approach, the signs of the apocalypse became starkly evident within the village. Crumbling walls, demolished houses, dried bloodstains, and the lifeless corpses of slain creatures were all too clear. From a distance, the village appeared beautiful, but up close, it had lost its charm, permeated instead by foul odors and the stench of blood. Upon witnessing the grim scene outside, several young women instinctively held their breath. However, they quickly realized that they were safely seated within the base vehicle, equipped with air filtration systems that effectively kept the noxious odors at bay. The air inside remained fresh and untainted. Qing navigated the convoy around the desolate village, arriving at the edge of a nearby grove. From their vantage point in the vehicle, they could see an abundance of fruits hanging from the branches: apples, pears, peaches, and even 2 grape trellises laden with verdant vines and clusters of grapes. Regrettably, it was not yet the harvest season, and most of the fruits had yet to ripen. Yet, some had begun to change color, making them suitable for picking. "This is definitely the place," Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the orchard. The convoy halted outside the grove, and as the hatch opened, she cheered and prepared to leap out of the vehicle. Suddenly, a robust vine-like tree root surged forth from the ground, swift as lightning, reaching towards the base vehicle where Bai Ling stood. The deafening blast of a shotgun echoed at the car door. The shattering pellets of the shotgun severed the approaching vine, sending it flying in disarray. The crisis was averted. Tang Lin stood at the entrance of the base vehicle, her shotgun poised, immobile. "Wow, Sister Lin, you are truly formidable. Your reflexes are astonishing," exclaimed in Shaowan. While Bai Ling expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lin. That was reckless of me. I almost lost my life. Sister Lin, your marksmanship is exceptional. You must practice regularly." They both marveled. Hearing their praises, Tang Lin finally suppressed her rising smile and lowered her shotgun. "Haha, it's nothing extraordinary. Indeed, I do practice my shooting. We cannot solely rely on our vehicles. We must also hone our combat skills to survive in this apocalypse. I merely place greater emphasis on this aspect of training." "It's nothing to boast about," Tang Lin said, waving her hands dismissively. "By the way, what exactly attacked Bai Ling just now? It startled me," she added. "Fortunately, nothing happened. If you dare to act so recklessly again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson," Bai Wei reprimanded, her face pale from the earlier scare. "I understand, sister. However, I clearly saw that what emerged seemed to be a tree root," Bai Ling quickly responded, her heart still racing at the sight of vine-like tendrils. The fright lingered in her mind. Thanks to her alert, the others in the vehicle began to notice the eerie silence enveloping the orchard. It was devoid of any chirping insects or wildlife. Upon witnessing Bai Ling's assault, Su Qing decided to probe the orchard's inner workings. The rear door of the base vehicle opened slowly, revealing an armed mechanical wolf equipped with a rifle strapped to its back, stepping out under Su Qing's command. The mechanical wolf advanced rapidly into the orchard. Suddenly, a root buried beneath the ground lashed out, striking the mechanical wolf with tremendous force, sending it flying several meters. However, this time, Su Qing, through the mechanical wolf's monitoring device, finally discerned the creature's information. Ancient Tree of the Abyss, Avatar, Power Grade, King Level, Level 10, First Stage, Health 100, 000 100. 000, Attack Power 3, 765, Special Abilities, Abyssal Tree Domain, Roots of the Earth. Description: this is an ancient tree monster from another realm. Wherever its roots extend, that area becomes its domain. As long as it is rooted in the earth, it possesses the attribute of immortality. A powerful restoration beam shot from the base vehicle, illuminating the mechanical wolf, whose outer shell had been shattered by the tree root strike. Under the beam's light, the damaged components of the mechanical wolf began to swiftly mend. Within seconds, the mechanical wolf stood restored, facing the mud-caked roots of the ancient tree that had risen from the ground. The mechanical wolf's rifle discharged with a series of sharp reports, striking the robust roots on the ground with remarkable precision, shattering them into fragments. It appeared that the position of the mechanical wolf had transcended the realm of the malevolent tree. Despite the destruction of its branches, the root showed no signs of continued aggression, swiftly retracting into the earth to conceal itself. The fruit tree loomed tantalizingly close. Yet the sinister roots beneath thwarted any attempt to approach, leaving several young women disheartened. In that moment, a drone launched from the base vehicle, ascending into the sky. Su Qing retracted the mechanical wolf and maneuvered the reconnaissance drone to survey the surrounding landscape, intent on uncovering the true essence of the malevolent tree. Soon, the aerial reconnaissance revealed, behind the village, a long, profound fissure in the earth. Beside it stood a towering tree, stout and majestic, its crown dense and uniquely shaped. At the base of this colossal tree, several roots extended into the soil, spreading outward. The roots sprawled across the surface, intertwining like a multitude of giant serpents. Upon laying eyes on this magnificent tree, Su Qing instantly recognized it as the first-tier malevolent creature. The reconnaissance drone marked the coordinates in the sky, prompting the orange epic-grade high-explosive howitzer to pivot towards the tree's location. With the pulse radar locked in, it unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 61, Breaking into the Domain. Exploding the ancient tree with a thunderous roar, a fierce explosion ignited at the roots of the ancient tree. The high-explosive shell detonated, sending soil and debris soaring into the air, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Su Qing was astonished to discover that, despite the massive crater left in the ground by the powerful shell, the ancient tree remained utterly unscathed. Although the high explosive shell had indeed shattered some of the tree's branches, the severed roots and limbs astonishingly began to regenerate at a visible pace. Soon, there were no signs of damage to be seen. Even the minuscule portion of the ancient tree's vitality that had been lost due to the explosion rapidly returned to full strength, completely intact. Was this truly the strength possessed by a first-tier magical creature? It was utterly ludicrous. Su Qing gazed in shock at the effects of the high explosive shell. The last time this artillery had failed to affect an enemy target was against a formidable steel fortress encountered in the outer city. Could this mere tree possibly measure up to that fortress? What caliber was this? Undeterred, Su Qing activated the Vulcan rotating cannon and the electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun atop the base vehicle. A barrage of bullets erupted, tearing through trees along the path and striking the ancient tree with precision. The relentless fire from the two cannons carved two clear pathways through the foliage, obliterating every tree in their wake, sending branches and splinters scattering. A series of damage values, 1021, 1298, 996, flashed across the ancient tree's surface as the storm of bullets detonated against its rough bark, sending shards flying. Under the furious onslaught of the two cannons, the ancient tree's vitality began to plummet rapidly. However, soon Su Qing noticed something amiss and ceased the assault. The roar of gunfire diminished, the barrel of the Vulcan cannon glowing red and emitting smoke as it came to a halt. Although the electromagnetic machine gun remained operational, its efforts proved futile. The ancient tree's vitality appeared to be stuck. It ceased to diminish completely, halting mid-decline. In fact, if the firing rate of the machine gun slowed even slightly, the tree's vitality would resolutely begin to rise again. After a prolonged struggle, Su Qing realized that the two machine guns could not vanquish the ancient tree. Yet, aside from these two weapons, the other armaments in the convoy were either insufficiently powerful or lacked range. For instance, the flamethrower that could counteract the tree had a range of merely a few dozen meters, far too short to reach it. As they gazed at the abundant fruit trees just within reach, the girls were filled with regret and disappointment due to the concealed roots of the ancient tree lurking beneath the soil, particularly in Shaowan and Bai Ling. Both with longing expressions were nearly brought to tears. Su Qing observed this bizarre scene and suddenly recalled that the ancient tree possessed a talent known as roots of the earth. Surely, this ability was the crux of the issue. Otherwise, how could a first-tier magical creature, regardless of its innate prowess, withstand the onslaught of two heavy artillery cannons? It is worth noting that even a golden legendary tank was forced to retreat in fear from a single Vulcan rotary cannon, unable to mount any defense. Surprisingly, these two formidable forces, akin to the wrath of gods, could not shatter this ancient first-tier tree. Roots of the earth, orange deeply rooted in the ground. It can transfer damage received underground, drawing upon the power of the earth to swiftly restore health. Su Qing quickly validated his hypothesis through aerial reconnaissance drones. Indeed, it was this innate ability that rendered the magical tree so resilient. The explosive damage from the two cannons was redirected underground, where the earth absorbed the impact, leaving the tree itself relatively unscathed. What a grave oversight it was. Prior to the battle, Su Qing failed to thoroughly inspect the attributes of this ancient tree, mistakenly believing that it would be reduced to ashes in the face of such overwhelming firepower. Consequently, he neglected to delve into its attributes. Little did he expect such a swift rebuke. There truly exists a first-tier magical creature capable of withstanding the explosive might of two cannons. The sight of the ancient tree's swaying crown and branches seemed to mock Su Qing's audacity, shaking with an air of derision. Return to your vehicles and remain on standby. Today, I shall vanquish it. If I become ensnared by its roots and unable to move, only then may you fire to save me, Su Qing commanded, a flicker of irritation in his voice. Once the female companions exited their vehicles, they promptly returned to their respective machines. An energy shield manifested around the armored base vehicle, which then vanished from sight. Su Qing activated the vehicle's concealment field and boost charge traits. The engine roared to life, surging forward at an astonishing speed. Ahead, the dense foliage was crushed by an unseen behemoth, carving a path directly toward the ancient magical tree. Yet, while the base vehicle's concealment offered an illusion of invisibility, the tree's method of detection relied on its extensive root network, sensing pressure and vibrations through the ground to locate enemies. Thus, the vehicle's stealth proved utterly ineffective against the ancient tree. It could not alleviate the weighty pressure it exerted on the ground. As the base vehicle surged forth, it was immediately detected by the tree's roots. Countless thick tendrils shot up from the earth, aggressively ensnaring the advancing vehicle. Despite the base vehicle's massive size and the boost from the charge, propelling it forward at great speed, the tremendous kinetic energy allowed it to sever several of the entwining vines. Yet, The sheer number of the tree's roots proved overwhelming, persistently wrapping and constricting around it. The armored vehicle emerged on the road, its speed gradually diminishing, yet it resolutely continued its advance towards the ancient tree of the abyss. Despite being ensnared by an abundance of roots that nearly enveloped it entirely, the vehicle, endowed with the attribute of surging power, possessed an exceptionally robust engine. It persevered against the resistance of the tree's tendrils, moving forward slowly but steadily. As the distance between the vehicle and the ancient tree diminished, the quaking of the tree intensified, with the roots emerging from the ground becoming increasingly thick and intertwined. At last, when within 100 meters, the armored vehicle came to a halt, ensnared in place, its body entwined with vines and roots, leaving hardly any gaps. Yet this position sufficed. With a resounding bang, two powerful launch sounds resonated. The two grappling gun launchers atop the vehicle fired, severing the dense roots that clung to its body. Two grappling hooks, tethered to resilient steel wires, embedded deeply into the trunk of the ancient tree. The sharp and sturdy barbs anchored firmly within the branches. As the grappling hooks retracted, the steel wires snapped taut, securing a hold on the ancient tree. The fire god's rotating cannon began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles that tore through the roots, entangling the vehicle. Where the bullets surged, splintered wood and scattered leaves flew through the air. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive armored vehicle explosively freed itself from the clutches of the roots. The core abilities of boosted charge and surging power activated simultaneously, unleashing an unparalleled surge of kinetic energy that coursed through the vehicle. Under the relentless tug of the reinforced steel wires, the ancient tree was abruptly yanked from the ground, its dense roots uprooted and accompanied by a deluge of fresh soil. In a moment of dire urgency, the ancient tree retracted all its roots, plunging them deep into the earth below in an attempt to counter the vehicle's pull. Yet this was futile. Its thick and intertwined roots were incapable of resisting the vehicle's formidable traction, gradually yielding to the relentless extraction. Sensing impending peril, the roots and vines of the ancient tree writhed in the air, striking forcefully towards the armored vehicle. However, they were met with a torrential barrage of bullets that erupted mid-air, scattering debris in every direction. The tempestuous cannon fire, having obliterated the roots, crashed down upon the trunk of the ancient tree. Uprooted from the earth, the ancient tree could no longer divert the damage underground. With no means to counter the assault of the fire god's rotating cannon, its life force was swiftly depleted, leaving a shower of wood splinters in its wake. Chapter 62. The Root of the Wood Spirit. Transplanting the fruit trees. The news of defeating the level 10 royal monster, the ancient tree of the abyss, Avatar, arrived. A wood spirit root was obtained, along with a magic energy crystal and 10 survival points. The frenzied tendrils and roots that danced around the armored base vehicle fell to the ground, motionless. Wow, we truly succeeded. This is wonderful. We finally have fruit to eat. And Xiaowan and Bai Ling, seated in their respective vehicles, gazed from afar as the armored base vehicle extracted the ancient tree of the abyss from the earth, reducing it to a flurry of wooden shavings, prompting immediate cheers. Tang Lin drove forward, attempting to navigate the all-terrain vehicle into the domain of the ancient tree of the abyss. The journey was remarkably tranquil. No tendrils emerged from the depths to attack. She parked the vehicle beneath an apple tree, leaned out, and plucked several apples before turning back to rejoin the convoy. Everyone, come and taste this. The apples seemed to be ripe. Tang Lin disembarked and distributed the apples to her companions. And Xiaowan hurried forward, accepting an apple, casually wiping it before taking a bite. The crisp, sweet juice burst forth, filling her mouth with its delightful fragrance. Unable to contain her eagerness, she didn't wait to wash it. Delicious, she exclaimed. Strange. How come there are so many fruit trees, all ripe at this season? This seems rather unusual. Bai Wei examined her apple closely, puzzled. The answer to this mystery must lie here, Su Qing remarked as he parked the base vehicle beside the convoy. He alighted and retrieved a tender green branch from his backpack. Wood spirit root, orange gathers the essence of the wood spirit, enhances soil conditions, and promotes the growth of surrounding plants, increasing crop growth speed by 300. The girls, upon receiving the branch and reviewing its information, experienced a moment of enlightenment. So, this ancient tree accelerated the growth of the surrounding fruit trees, causing them to mature early? They were astounded by this wondrous find. After examining the root, Su Ying returned it to Su Qing. He opened a spatial portal and directly planted the wood spirit root into the soil of the secret realm. As soon as the root penetrated the mystical ground, a multitude of tendrils erupted from it, swiftly spreading through the soil. Under the surge of countless roots, the once firm earth began to soften, and a refreshing scent of flora permeated the secret realm, invigorating the spirit. The ancient tree of the abyss was indeed a royal-grade creature, even in its avatar form. The items it dropped were extraordinary. In mere moments, The orange epic with spirit root took root in the secret realm's soil, blossoming into a uniquely shaped, vibrant sapling. The other item dropped by the ancient tree. The magic energy crystal resembled a spiritual crystal yet contained a significantly greater reserve of energy. It is roughly equivalent to the combined energy of at least 50 spirit crystals. An exceedingly abundant value. Su Qing examined the attributes of the red magic crystal and subsequently channeled its energy into the power supply module of the armored base vehicle, serving as the energy reserve for the entire vehicle. He then placed the portal to the secret realm upon the ground beside the base vehicle. Bai Wei stepped into the secret realm, and soon after, she brought forth her multifunctional tractor from within. Attached to the rear of the tractor was a planting tool module trailer, while the previously loaded cargo drone trailer remained within the secret space. This planting tool module trailer was an integral component of her tractor. When Bai Wei opted to bind her vehicle, they were coupled together, driving the tractor. Bai Wei approached a fruit tree. The rear planting tool module clamped around the main trunk of the tree, and several blades began to excavate downward around its perimeter. Before long, the fruit tree was uprooted and, secured by the clamps, was dragged into the secret realm. The entire process of transplanting the fruit tree was executed entirely by mechanized operation, requiring no assistance whatsoever. Su Qing opened the rear compartment, releasing an armed mechanical wolf to patrol the vicinity of the convoy, ensuring the safety of everyone, before returning to the base vehicle. Meanwhile, the other girls stood outside the base vehicle, commencing the harvest of fruits within the orchard. Since they had vanquished the ancient tree of the abyss and acquired this orchard, the remaining task was to package and transport every fruit tree without leaving a single one behind. Transplanting these trees into the secret realm would not only enhance the environment of the secret space but also yield a plethora of fruits, significantly improving their quality of life. However, the task of transplanting the fruit trees, even with complete mechanization, would take at least a day. Thus, Su Qing had prepared for everyone to stay overnight. This rare moment of tranquility after the onset of the apocalypse was cherished. Su Qing returned to his room and deployed a reconnaissance drone. He first surveyed the surrounding environment from above, confirming the absence of danger. Once assured, he controlled the drone to ascend further, ready to observe the changes in the outside world. The orchard they were currently situated in, located south of the zombie city, was adjacent to a scenic area, with few inhabitants. Consequently, there were very few zombies wandering near the orchard, most having just escaped from the city. Therefore, there was little cause for concern regarding safety. The living conditions in this direction were far superior to the area Su Qing had previously fled from. In that direction, there was not only a horde of zombies spilling forth from West Zay City, but also monsters crawling out from underground fissures, presenting numerous threats. In contrast, the complex terrain here, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, made it difficult for the monsters to navigate. Even as they emerged from the fissures of the earth in pursuit of prey, they must expend considerable time. The vast, flat wilderness in another direction offers a far more convenient and efficient route. Su Qing maneuvered the drone to circumnavigate the city of zombies once more, directing it toward the location of the Black Mountain Tunnel base. Previously, through aerial surveillance, he had identified the encampment where the tank was stationed. Feeling rather bored, he decided to pay a visit, perhaps to fire a few rounds and seek some amusement. Before long, Su Qing spotted the armored squadron assaulting the city of zombies from the air. This band of warriors was undeniably audacious and combative. Each day, aside from resting, they engaged in combat at the periphery of the zombie city. Indeed, every time Su Qing conducted reconnaissance in this area, he would catch sight of them amidst the wilderness surrounding the city. In this region, following the transition to the second phase of survival scenarios, the number of monsters within the city had significantly diminished. However, their individual combat capabilities had escalated severalfold. The mass escape of these creatures had rendered the current wilderness far more perilous than it had been just days prior, with zombie monsters lurking everywhere. Captain, a mutated zombie is charging from the right front. A team member's warning crackled through the intercom. Li Hu, piloting the tank, blasted away the obstruction blocking the road ahead. Prepare the grappling hook. When that creature approaches the tank, seize it immediately. Li Hu peered through the tank's observation window and caught sight of the oncoming beast. It was an extraordinarily massive creature, a monstrous result of viral experimentation. From its appearance, one could barely discern that it had once been a wild boar, now grotesquely transformed. The creature had increased in size manifold, its flesh rotting and caked in mud. Only the pair of tusks by its mouth hinted at its original species. Suddenly, a thunderous collision erupted as the mutated wild boar rammed fiercely into the tank, blocking its path, the tremendous force pushing the heavy armored vehicle several meters aside. Damn it! Li Hu was nearly thrown from his seat by the unexpected impact, his head striking the control panel with a resounding thud. A large bump immediately swelled on his shiny head. Grappling hook. Fire it now. Wincing in pain, Li Hu gasped sharply but did not allow himself to hesitate. Seizing the intercom to shout commands. Chapter 63, The Armored RV, a vehicle of legendary prestige. With a resounding bang, two grappling hooks shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing the massive body of a colossal wild boar. The steel cables tightened. Two bomb-proof armored vehicles separated to the left and right, each securing a grappling hook, anchoring it firmly in place. The wild boar, charging with such momentum that even a tiger would shy away, became a sumptuous feast as it remained stationary. Just moments ago, this enormous zombie boar had collided with a heavy tank, causing it to shift several meters. Now, however, it was ensnared by two bomb-proof armored vehicles, each significantly smaller than a tank, rendering it utterly unable to escape. The sharp grappling hooks sank deeper into the flesh of the giant boar, tightening their grip. The two armored vehicles swiftly maneuvered to flank the boar, engaging in a tug-of-war as the cables were drawn taut, immobilizing the creature. The zombie boar thrashed wildly, its hooves clawing at the earth and carving deep grooves into the ground, yet it remained ensnared by the unyielding cables, relegated to a state of frantic roaring. Observing the boar's complete entrapment, several other armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their mounted machine guns, directing a relentless onslaught upon the grotesque beast. The decaying flesh of the giant boar erupted in a shower of gore. Li Hu, his head pounding with pain, aimed the tank's cannon at the beleaguered boar. A shell was fired, obliterating the already battered zombie boar into a mass of shredded meat. It must be said that the combat prowess of Li Hu and his team was indeed formidable, as they quickly adapted to the second phase of survival amidst a zombie siege, discovering effective strategies to confront the gigantic undead adversaries. They were truly one of the premier teams capable of establishing a camp within this survival zone. Qing, observing the unfolding battle from a drone soaring high above, felt a sense of approval. In addition to Li Hu's team, he spotted another armored RV in a different direction, the one he had previously encountered, now nearly unrecognizable due to its transformation. Unlike Li Hu's team, which faced a scarcity of weaponry, this armored RV was brimming with armaments. Its armor adorned with turrets on all sides, front and back. It was armed to the teeth. There was scarcely a vacant spot on the vehicle, which had been outfitted to the utmost extravagance. The overwhelming firepower configuration allowed this armored RV to traverse the periphery of the zombie city with reckless abandon, unafraid of any undead monstrosities. In fact, it had surpassed the advance of the tank convoy, penetrating the outer city from an alternate flank. All weapon turrets on the vehicle activated, employing no tactical finesse, merely relying on sheer firepower to facilitate its successful incursion into the zombie-infested outer city. Qing, witnessing the formidable arsenal mounted on this armored RV, could not help but be awestruck. The firepower of his own convoy seemed to pale in comparison to that of this vehicle. The armored vehicle boasted 3 machine guns, complemented by a flamethrower, rocket launchers, howitzers, energy lasers, and a plethora of other weaponry. Witnessing this formidable armored RV wreaking havoc in the zombie-infested city, Qing quickly recalled that within their survival zone, there existed 3 vehicles of legendary golden quality. Given the combat prowess displayed by this armored RV, it must undoubtedly be one of them. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for it to single-handedly breach the outer districts of the zombie city. Beyond this armored RV, as the battle advanced towards the outskirts of the zombie city, Qing also observed several excavators. Utilizing their massive buckets and the firepower mounted on them, they sent the approaching monsters flying. These excavators even coordinated with one another, using their digging hooks to firmly pin the creatures to the ground and crush them. Naturally, many survivors opted to employ grappling guns or steel cables, maneuvering their vehicles to ensnare and immobilize the attacking monsters, ultimately leading to their demise. After several days of honing their skills, all survivors had learned to leverage the advantages of their vehicles in combat against the monsters. With the zombies on the loose and the wilderness no longer safe, no survivors remained in their secure camps. They all emerged to hunt monsters and gain experience. Everyone understood that in this apocalypse, strength was paramount for survival. Evasion held no future and would only result in becoming prey. As Qing observed the survivors' performances from the air via a drone, Li Hu's tank had already slain a giant wild boar and was advancing through the path cleared by exploding shells. With the nearby monsters drawn away by the armored RV, Li Hu's convoy made swift progress in the outer district. They soon arrived at the area Qing had previously visited. Suddenly, a shell fell from the sky, striking the tank's armor. Qing, damn it, is it you again? Haven't you had enough? I haven't come looking for you. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Li Hu, seated in the driver's cabin, immediately thought of Qing, who had bombarded him with high explosive shells. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Why had the tank suddenly begun to tilt? Could a shell explosion possess such force? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Hu hastily pressed the accelerator, and the all-metal track spun rapidly. After a fierce struggle, the tank finally regained its balance and returned to the ground. It was then that he witnessed a shocking sight. Atop a nearby building stood a steel-encased artillery platform. The tank's tilt had been caused by two enormous bioengineered beasts colliding with its armor. "What in the world is this?" Li Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the massive cannon atop the fortress once again belched fire, and a colossal shell accurately struck the tank's armor. A damage value of 10,346 was displayed on the tank. Witnessing the resurgence of flames and the violent tremors of the tank, Li Hu realized he had misjudged Su Qing. Su Qing had not bombarded him from a distance. Rather, it was the artillery turret that was launching the attack. He could hardly fathom that these zombie monstrosities were capable of wielding weaponry. After so many days, he was experiencing an assault from zombie artillery for the first time. Fortunately, the damage inflicted by this turret was within the tank's tolerable limits. Li Hu maneuvered the tank closer to investigate. Suddenly, he noticed several gun barrels atop the steel turret, poised and ready to fire. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming fear of the rotating gun of the fire god surged through him. The tank came to an abrupt halt, and he hesitated to advance. "Brother, retreat quickly. We cannot withstand this," came the urgent call from his subordinate over the intercom. Li Hu whipped around only to discover that the two colossal beasts that had attacked the tank were now charging towards the rear armored vehicle. The massive zombie monstrosities, with a single collision, sent the armored car careening sideways, creating a significant dent and sliding at a considerable distance. With a powerful shove, they nearly broke the wheel hub of one armored vehicle. Among this cluster of armored cars, the two zombie giants moved like tigers among sheep, unstoppable and invincible. Not even the grappling hooks and steel cables of the armored vehicles could restrain them as they dragged them chaotically across the ground. The machine guns mounted on several armored vehicles unleashed a frenzied barrage, producing mere sprays of blood, which only served to enrage the two zombie giants without any substantial effect. "Retreat! Quickly!" Li Hu shouted in desperation upon witnessing his subordinate's plight. Boom! A shell erupted from the tank's cannon, striking one of the zombie giants. The tank's counterattack successfully diverted the attention of the two monstrous zombies, buying precious time for the beleaguered armored vehicles. Several armored cars seized the opportunity to make a swift escape, fleeing in a frenzy. Suddenly, a high explosive shell plummeted from the sky, exploding amidst the urban landscape ahead. The road was torn open, creating a massive crater amidst the rubble of destroyed buildings, effectively blocking the escape route of the armored vehicles with debris and mud. Chapter 64. Individual Escapes. All are old 6. A sudden collision echoed as an armored vehicle, caught off guard, crashed violently into the debris of a collapsed wall, producing a tremendous noise. Witnessing the unforeseen chaos ahead, several subordinates were drenched in cold sweat, hastily maneuvering the armored vehicle to flee in every direction, desperately seeking alternate routes. "Damn it!" Li Hu cursed vehemently. The machine gun mounted on the tank erupted in a frenzied barrage, bullets raining down upon the monstrous creatures, drawing the attention of the zombie behemoths that had been lured by the sound of the impact. The two zombie giants charged towards the tank, shaking its heavy frame as they collided violently, causing it to shift several meters. Suddenly, another high explosive shell descended from the heavens, striking the tank's top armor. The explosive shockwave sent the two zombie behemoths tumbling to the ground, their bodies grotesquely mangled and bloodied. Damn, monsters are indeed mindless fools. Even injuring their own in the midst of a brawl, Li Hu mused, a flicker of joy igniting within him as he beheld the two disoriented creatures. Yet, another deafening roar erupted from the tank's top, followed by a burst of flames. The consecutive artillery strikes had finally made Li Hu sense that something was amiss. Why was there only one gun barrel atop this fortress, yet the rate of fire was astonishingly rapid? In less than 3 seconds, the turret had discharged 2 shells. And the power of the second shell seemed oddly diminished, inflicting just over 10,000 points of damage, nearly half of what the first shell had wrought. The inconsistency of the turret's firepower was perplexing. Li Hu's gaze instinctively shifted skyward, where he soon spotted the familiar silhouette of a reconnaissance drone. "Su Qing, damn you!" he exclaimed, realizing that this was undoubtedly the work of his adversary, taking advantage of the chaos and adding insult to injury, devoid of any chivalry. Enraged, Li Hu's temper flared, and he unleashed a torrent of expletives, emptying his reservoir of frustration. Understanding the precariousness of his situation, he dared not linger in the outer city, fearing that Su Qing, surveying from above, might summon terrifying creatures to his aid. Having been relentlessly pursued by the two zombie behemoths, Li Hu recognized the brutal disparity in levels and danger that the outer city posed. All he desired now was to return to the wilderness and focus on leveling up in peace. Boom! Another high explosive shell detonated at the city exit, the force of the explosion creating a massive crater, sending earth and debris tumbling, thereby obstructing the escape route of the armored vehicles and trapping them within the outer city. The two zombie giants pursued relentlessly, forcing the subordinates to scatter in panic, clutching their heads and fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Qing controlled the reconnaissance drone from above, determining the coordinates and directing the orange weapon's high-explosive howitzer to execute a remote bombardment. The high-explosive howitzer, when aimed at agile and mobile targets, holds no advantage whatsoever. Its range is excessively distant, and the projectile's velocity is too slow to achieve a hit. However, when bombarding stationary structures and thoroughfares, it proves to be quite effective. Yet, the few shells fired did not strike the monstrous entities lurking in the outer city. They merely demolished some abandoned edifices. Consequently, Qing's long-range bombardment failed to provoke an assault from the zombie avian hordes or retaliation from the distant urban weaponry. A tranquil silence enveloped the area. The sole lamentation was that the firing rate of the howitzer was not particularly swift, and the projectile interception speed was rather sluggish. Ultimately, the armored vehicles managed to navigate around the craters and debris, escaping the outer city. Only Li Hu's tank remained, contending with two pursuing zombie behemoths. Retreating while engaging in combat. Is that a tank? Ning, maneuvering her armored vehicle around the urban ruins, beheld the battlefield ahead. She had heard the cannonade moments ago. Realizing that survivors were assaulting the outer city, driven by curiosity, Ning diverted her course to this location, eager to observe what manner of vehicles the survivors employed at this juncture. For several days, she had fought alone, devoid of companions, merely slaying monsters and resting. Her knowledge of the outside world was limited, so upon hearing the distant artillery, she was compelled to come and witness the spectacle, hoping to enlist assistance in evading the relentless monsters pursuing her from behind. The number of these pursuing creatures was steadily increasing, and her vehicle's firepower was becoming insufficient to fend them off. She needed to find an opportunity to shake them off. As Ning navigated through the ruins, she spotted a tank being fervently chased by two zombie behemoths. The tank rocked violently from the assaults, nearly losing control as it desperately fled. The tank's turret and machine gun continued to fire in retaliation while attempting to buy time for an escape. Observing the tank's remarkable resilience, Ning's spirits were lifted. Her weapon-laden armored vehicle accelerated towards the tank's direction. Inside the driver's cabin, Li Hu felt the tank lurch violently from the impacts of the zombie behemoths, nearly succumbing to dizziness. Yet, the perilous situation compelled him to suppress his nausea and push the accelerator to its limit, fleeing with fervor. Just as Li Hu turned back to aim his cannon at the pursuing behemoths, he suddenly caught sight of an armored vehicle emerging not far behind, adorned with an array of heavy weaponry and brimming with firepower. The moment he laid eyes on the armored vehicle, a surge of hope coursed through him. He promptly redirected the tank towards the armored vehicle, thinking, "Haha, splendid. Your misfortune is my fortune. I shall use your vehicle to shield me from these two zombie behemoths. If you were to be crushed, I would seek vengeance on your behalf. My brother, I apologize." Li Hu's face was alight with excitement. The swiftly moving tank intersected with the rapidly approaching armored vehicle in an instant. Through the glass of the cockpit, Li Hu distinctly observed a stunningly beautiful woman seated within the armored vehicle opposite him. Such exquisite beauty was something he had never encountered in his camp. In that fleeting moment, a twinge of regret surged within him. It was a pity that such a lovely girl was about to be reduced to a mere pulp by those two monstrous zombies. However, Li Hu quickly found himself devoid of time to ponder the fate of others. He was startled to discover a horde of enormous zombie creatures emerging before the tank. They howled ferociously, charging relentlessly after the armored vehicle. Consequently, his tank was thrust headlong into the midst of the monstrous throng. Alas! Oh no! Li Hu abruptly slammed the brakes, the immense inertia causing the rear axle of the tank to lift. Yet, he was still unable to evade the oncoming behemoths. One of the zombie rhinos, with its sharp horn, brutally tossed the obstructing tank aside. The horde surged forward in a relentless barrage, sending Li Hu's tank tumbling uncontrollably for 2.5 revolutions. Within the confines of the tank, he felt as if he were a fish inside a can, swaying violently, tossed and turned. When the tank finally came to a halt amidst the rubble, Li Hu let out a retch, spewing forth in disarray. His body had been flung askew, hanging precariously beside the seat, with his head wedged beneath. His rear end was elevated in an undignified manner. Damn it. He had been deceived. That woman was not a good person. Li Hu finally grasped why that woman had driven the armored vehicle towards him. She had intended to find someone foolish enough to serve as her rear guard. Little did she realize that he had become the unfortunate soul in this predicament. Chapter 65, Drone Reconnaissance. Encountering enchanting scenery in the desolate outskirts of the zombie-infested city, the engines roared and the creatures screeched. Amidst the chaos, several vehicles raced through the ruins with remarkable speed. Despite the chassis being battered and shaken by the debris strewn across the ground, they dared not slow down for a moment, fearing that any hesitation would leave them abandoned and vulnerable. Where there is competition, there is progress. The pressure to survive was palpable. A slight lag could result in a brutal fate, leading to a gruesome end. Thus, the potential of this group surged forth. As they forged a path through the wreckage, braving the explosive bombardment of high-caliber artillery, they burst forth from the outer city, reclaiming the expansive, desolate highway. Li Hu, barely able to wipe the remnants of vomit from his face, cursed vehemently as he maneuvered the tank to escape the outer city. His reckless driving exacerbated his already dizzy state, causing the world before him to blur into darkness. The tank's armor was battered by the stones and concrete fragments that littered the path. Yet, with sheer willpower, he resisted the impending faintness. With a thunderous crash, the speeding tank broke through a fractured wall, carving a passage through the debris. They surged into the outer city, reclaiming the wasteland. Once all had escaped the confines of the outer city, it mirrored the previous venture of Su Qing. The hordes of zombies that resided within the outskirts did not pursue the survivors but gradually retreated to their territory. Witnessing the retreat of the monstrous horde, Li Hu could no longer endure. The tank crashed into a nearby building with a resounding crash, causing the structure to collapse and entomb the vehicle in rubble. Brother? A few of his subordinates halted on the desolate highway, spotting the tank ensnared within the ruins, exclaiming loudly. Nearby, an armored vehicle bristling with weaponry slowed down. Gu Ning frequently glanced back, intrigued by the commotion. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt for leading the pursuing monsters towards the tank. However, the bald man driving the tank seemed to share her intentions, hoping she would intercept the two colossal zombies. Since they all harbored ulterior motives, it was up to each individual's prowess to determine who would be left to face the beasts. With this thought, Gu Ning felt unburdened. Even contemplating stopping to observe the unfolding events, her subordinates called out loudly from the highway, yet none returned. Eager to devise a plan to extricate the tank from the collapsed building, it was undeniably amusing. The group of subordinates also noticed the armored vehicle parked by the roadside, particularly taken with the revelation that the driver was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Two audacious youths immediately approached, eager to strike up a conversation. Suddenly, he beheld a vast expanse, slowly pivoting to align with the muzzle of his weapon. The armaments mounted on this singular vehicle surpassed the combined weaponry of their entire fleet of armored vehicles. The firepower was overwhelmingly superior. Moreover, the adversary had just emerged from the outer district, a place that had recently instilled terror in the hearts of his underlings. They were acutely aware of the implications of such a bold maneuver. Consequently, upon sighting the ominous gun barrels, two of his subordinates promptly halted their advance and retreated into the ranks. Su Qing observed this theatrical scene from the aerial drone, having just unleashed a barrage of high-explosive shells to bombard the structures of the outer district, intending to pose a challenge to those who dared to intercept him. Having toyed with the situation sufficiently, he noted that the tank remained ensconced in the rubble, devoid of any movement, likely incapacitated. His frustration began to wane, and he chose to disregard these individuals, opting to wait until the overall defensive capabilities of his convoy were fortified before addressing them. Engaging in a reckless confrontation without adequate firepower could easily lead to losses among his vehicles. After all, he was confident that the speed at which these opponents could enhance their strength would never match his own. Through the drone surveillance, Su Qing meticulously analyzed the architectural layout of the outer district and the lairs of the monstrous zombies. A bold combat strategy began to crystallize in his mind. If this plan proved viable, he could hunt the formidable level 10 monsters of the outer district with his level 7 prowess, engaging in battles beyond his current capabilities. After a thorough examination of the terrain, he finalized his operational blueprint. Seeing that both teams had successfully evacuated the outer district, Su Qing, finding no further entertainment, decided to relocate and explore other areas. Without the obstructive ruins, the high-explosive howitzer shells would be ineffective against the agile armored vehicles. By the time the shells soared through the air, the vehicles would have already evaded them. The distance was simply too great. As for the tank buried beneath the debris, Su Qing had no intention of continuing the bombardment. The explosive shells lacked the necessary power to destroy it. It was better to allow it to remain amidst the wreckage, leaving his underlings outside in a state of anxious anticipation. He feared that a single shell might inadvertently rouse the tank, or worse, the explosion could dislodge the earth and rubble encasing it, assisting its escape. After weighing his options, Su Qing proceeded without hesitation, directing the drone to depart. This location appears quite promising, indeed suitable for establishing a camp. To his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected surprise. Su Qing was taken aback by the scene unfolding beneath the drone, quickly severing the drone's perspective to cautiously inspect the door. Finding it firmly shut, he felt reassured enough to reconnect the drone's monitoring view, zooming in for a closer examination. There, within the confines of a mountainous landscape, he beheld a sight of intrigue. On a hill not far from the orchard, Su Qing unexpectedly spotted a row of helicopters. Could these serve as vehicles? Would trains be capable as well? What about ships? A multitude of thoughts surged through Su Qing's mind, but he quickly cast them aside. Even if someone had indeed commandeered such vehicles, their fate would likely culminate in starvation. How could one traverse the wilderness to combat monsters while operating such cumbersome machinery? Could they afford the fuel? How would one replenish supplies without engaging in battle? Ships in water and zombies in the city. How could one launch an assault? Long-range bombardment. Are there cannons available? Moreover, Su Qing had previously experimented by shelling the interior of the zombie-infested city, only to provoke its defensive mechanisms and retaliation. If there were those unafraid of death, they might consider such an endeavor. However, what allowed Su Qing to swiftly dismiss these thoughts was the breathtaking scene unfolding beneath the drone. He discovered that atop this hill, several stunningly beautiful young women were lounging on the rooftop of a building, basking in the sunlight, all clad in revealing bikinis, a most generous display. This idyllic sight was something Su Qing had seldom encountered even before the apocalypse. After all, there were no beaches in his vicinity, and beautiful women were a rarity. Yet, unexpectedly, here was such a scene in the post-apocalyptic world. He maneuvered the drone to hover above the mountaintop, observing intently. Through the lettering on the building's sign, Su Qing discerned the location below. It was a flying club situated within a scenic area. No wonder there were so many helicopters. Su Qing had never visited this place. Given his income, it was unlikely he would have the opportunity to indulge in such leisure. Thus, the sight below struck him as extraordinarily novel. Hey, come on. Turn over a bit more. Get some sun on your back, too. You've been soaking the front, and your skin tone might end up uneven. Yes, just like that. What a lovely pose. Suddenly, the doors swung open, startling Su Qing, who was engrossed in the view. He hastily severed the surveillance connection and directed the drone to return. What happened? He wondered, upon seeing Tang Lin appear at the doorway, his expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 66, Leisure Time. Barbecue in the Secret Realm. Have you ever played games before? How skilled are you? Tang Lin inquired, glancing at Su Qing. Of course I play games. What boy doesn't? My skills are just average, he replied nonchalantly. And what about shooting games? She pressed on. I play them too. I was still indulging in them before the apocalypse began. Why do you ask? Upon hearing Su Qing's response, Tang Lin, standing at the doorway, immediately displayed a look of delight. She hurried forward and wrapped her arms around Su Qing's neck, the faint fragrance enveloping him, causing a stir within him after having just witnessed a captivating scene. Haha. Great teammate. Shall we team up and play together? Are there still game servers available? Aren't we in an apocalypse? Su Qing queried, suddenly pulled from his thoughts. It wasn't until he noticed two computers side by side in Tang Lin's room, displaying an old-school single-player shooting game, that realization dawned upon him. It turned out they were simply playing a local area network game, leaving him momentarily misled. Come on, let's go. Those two girls are really inexperienced. They can't even find their way or switch weapons, making the game quite dull. Since we have nothing else to do today, let us play together. Wow, not bad. Xiaosu, your aim is quite sharp. Fire in the hole. Go, go, go. I'll charge ahead, and you cover me from the back. Excited sounds filled the room as Tang Lin's voice rang out. Bai Ling, seated in the leisure area, heard the commotion and inquired. Is this how Linjia usually practices her shooting? Can playing games actually help with marksmanship? Perhaps. Aside from gaming, I haven't seen her engage in any other training. And Xiaowan replied, her tone uncertain. Impressive. Though Bai Ling lacked understanding, she still expressed her admiration. Forget about them. Let us focus on our own game. It's your turn to jump now. If you make it up, we can clear the level. Wow, really? That's wonderful. The two of them, grasping their controllers, remained intensely focused on maneuvering the characters on screen. Outside the base vehicle, Suing stood amidst the orchard, her face alight with joy as she collaborated with Bai Wei to transplant all the fruit trees they had found into the secret realm. One of them directed the observation of the trees while the other operated the tractor for excavation, transferring the uprooted trees into the spatial vortex beside the base vehicle for planting in the secret world. As they watched the secret realm gradually come to life, both felt invigorated, their hearts brimming with joy. That afternoon, everyone aboard the base vehicle found their own pleasures, relishing a day of leisure. As night fell, the orchard outside had been completely excavated and the trees transplanted into the secret realm. The secret space had undergone a remarkable transformation. In this realm, vast orchards of fruit trees have been planted, thriving under the influence of the wood spirit's roots at the heart of the space, showing no signs of discomfort. As soon as they were introduced into this environment, they resumed their growth without any indication of wilting. The entire space is vibrant, suffused with the fragrant aroma of fruit trees. Today's dinner is enjoyed in this rejuvenated sanctuary. Su Qing sets up a barbecue grill, and they all partake in charcoal grilled beef, sipping chilled fruit juices, reveling in the exquisite pleasure of the moment. At the center of the land within the sanctuary, The wood spirit's roots have sprouted tender shoots reminiscent of the shattered ancient tree. Surrounding the spiritual roots is a refreshing essence of flora. The newly planted fruit trees, influenced by this aura, exhibit no signs of decay. Rather, they flourish even more vigorously. These 100 or so lush fruit trees have transformed the entire sanctuary, restoring its vitality and banishing desolation. The abundant, heavy fruits hanging from the branches grant everyone a true sense of fruit freedom. Observing the bountiful harvest within the sanctuary fills Su-Ying and Bai Wei with a profound sense of accomplishment. The lively atmosphere makes one forget that they are in a post-apocalyptic world. After dinner, each person enjoys a bowl of fruit salad, and the joyful meal concludes. They exchange goodnights and retire to their rooms. Sister, today felt like a dream, utterly surreal. It's as if I've truly returned to my former life, playing games, enjoying delicious food, and chatting happily together. Bai Ling excitedly shares with Bai Wei as she lies in bed. And that beef was absolutely delightful. I feel so fortunate. The two lie peacefully within their secure room, fortified by the formidable armor of the base vehicle, no longer fearing the zombie monstrosities outside. Even Bai Wei feels a significant sense of reassurance. Indeed, I shall no longer be a burden to you. You can drive the vehicle and slay foes without worrying about my safety. Meanwhile, I can utilize my strengths to manage that sanctuary, cultivating crops and ensuring logistical support for everyone. The members of this team are all exceptional and possess admirable personalities. We are indeed fortunate. Reflecting on her former life in the apocalypse, Bai Wei feels immensely satisfied with their current circumstances. Her tractor vehicle was never suitable for combat, being too slow and lacking an appropriate weapon platform for towing, equipped only with a planting tool module. Previously, Bai Ling refrained from venturing outside to upgrade her combat capabilities, fearing the dangers she might encounter in the planting area without weapon modules. Now, having joined Su Qing's team, both have found their respective roles and can leverage their strengths to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. This feeling is truly gratifying. The night passes in silence. At dawn, Su Qing deploys a reconnaissance drone, setting off once more to the flying base discovered the previous day. However, much to his disappointment, this time he finds no one on the rooftop. He reluctantly waited for a while, yet failed to witness the scene he longed for. Su Qing could only return the reconnaissance drone in disappointment. Once the drone had flown away, the individuals inside finally departed from the window and returned indoors. Sister Lawn. It was that drone. Yesterday, that fellow in the sky spotted us. Indeed, that nuisance lingered above for ages without leaving, and one wonders from where it had come. Do you think the person piloting that drone is a lecher? Is he intentionally hovering to watch us? Does that mean we are in danger? This position has already been compromised. What if that person stealthily approaches? What is there to fear? We are many, armed, and possess 2 attack helicopters. If he dares to come, we shall eliminate him. The girls chattered animatedly, discussing their strategies for counteraction. Jiang Lan swiftly recalled the armored convoy stationed not far from them. If the drone had indeed been deployed by them, such a formidable force could easily overpower their meager armament. It seemed imperative to acquire some vehicular weaponry and equip the sisters' helicopters, enabling them all to pilot in the skies during battle. Only then would they possess the capacity for self-defense. Chapter 67. All members upgrade. Concealed domain effect. So it is decided. Everyone, arm yourselves and remain vigilant against any external threats to the camp. We must not allow anyone to breach our defenses. I will accompany Xiaoling to continue slaying monsters and opening treasure chests, striving to procure additional weapons. Only by fortifying ourselves can we face any crisis without fear. Jiang Lan made the decision. Soon, 2 helicopters ascended from the mountaintop, heading toward the zombie city. Su Qing retracted the reconnaissance drone after breakfast. He coordinated the convoy, preparing to implement the combat strategy conceived the previous day. All 5 vehicles roared to life and departed from Lijia village, merging onto the expansive highway en route to the zombie city. With a thunderous blast, Su Qing detonated an obstructive structure, steering the vehicle back to the outskirts of the zombie city. Before entering, the female members had already returned to their respective vehicles, except for Bai Wei and Su-Ying. Currently, Bai Wei was solely responsible for managing the planting operations within the secret realm. She had excavated all the fruit trees from the orchard in Lijia village and transplanted them into the secret realm, with many subsequent tasks still pending. As for Su-Ying, her pickup truck possessed only repair and defense capabilities, functioning as the healer within the vehicle team. The combat pressure was minimal, allowing Su Qing to effortlessly assume control of the pickup truck through his mechanical manipulation abilities, without necessitating Su Ying's presence in the vehicle. At this moment, the freshly transplanted fruit trees within the secret realm required tending, prompting Su Ying to assist Bai Wei instead of returning to her vehicle. She had a profound fondness for such a natural environment, and was not particularly keen on the external battlegrounds. Su Qing permitted them the freedom to choose their paths. As the convoy entered the outer wilderness, the surrounding monsters were notably less numerous than before the onset of the second phase. Nonetheless, zombies continued to roam this area. Drawn by distant sounds. Kill an 8-level elite monster, Zombie Hunter Dog. Obtain 1 assault rifle, 6 spirit crystals, and 8 survival points. Kill a 7-level elite monster, Climber. Obtained 1 high-strength steel cable, 1 box of milk powder, 5 spirit crystals, and 7 survival points. Kill an 8-level boss monster, Jumper. Obtained 1 high-end computer host. 1 36-inch curved monitor, 7 spirit crystals, and 8 survival points. The convoy unleashed its full firepower, relentlessly harvesting the monsters surrounding the zombie city. The creatures in this region posed no threat to Su Qing's convoy. They merely served as sustenance for survival points and vehicle upgrades. At last, when the convoy advanced approximately 1 kilometer into the outer city, several beams of light illuminated the vehicles. All vehicles underwent an upgrade, reaching level 8. Even Bai Ling and Bai Wei's vehicles attained level 5, having been at a lower tier. Here, slaying high-level monsters yields a greater number of survival points, thereby facilitating a swifter progression in levels. However, despite the enhancement of the vehicle levels within the convoy, the ranking in the survival zone remains unchanged, consistently resting between the 2nd and 4th positions. The leader, meanwhile, has ascended to level 9. Observing the rapid advancement of the top contender, Su Qing was instantly reminded of the heavily armored vehicle he had seen via drone footage yesterday, which possessed formidable combat capabilities capable of overwhelming his convoy and securing the top rank. Bai Ling and Bai Wei, feeling the surge of immense power following their upgrades, found themselves utterly content with their current existence, their fatigue dissipating completely. Bai Wei maneuvered a tractor, towing a planting tool trailer, moving between the fruit trees of the secret realm. The trailer was currently set to a watering mode, continuously spraying fresh water around. This watering module was integrated within the planting tool trailer, featuring a rotatable nozzle. By simply installing a water collection module, it could dispense fresh water to irrigate the crops. In this secret realm, Bai Wei's vehicle was able to showcase its full capabilities. This multifunctional planting tool module, which combined planting, irrigation, and harvesting, was perfectly suited for the working environment here, allowing for the management of various crops simultaneously. Through Bai Wei's vehicle, Su Qing also realized that not all vehicles were designed for combat. Many possessed features best suited for production tasks. It became evident that survival in this vehicular world indeed necessitated teamwork. Otherwise, production-oriented vehicles would struggle to survive in this apocalyptic setting without protection from combat vehicles. Only then could they fulfill their roles, ensuring the camp's production capacity flourished and providing resources to enhance the team's quality of life. Furthermore, Su Qing pondered whether future apocalyptic survival scenarios would demand the prowess of these production vehicles. After all, a zombie siege was merely the initial survival scenario in this vehicular world. Thus, stockpiling resources became paramount, enabling better preparedness for various potential survival situations that may arise in the future. Having noted this consideration, Su Qing retrieved a high-strength steel cable from his backpack. High-strength steel cable, blue crafted from a novel alloy material. This high-strength steel cable can withstand a pulling force of 50 tons. He produced this item upon discovering that the vehicle-mounted weapon attachments could be independently synthesized and enhanced. Detected similar items, would you like to synthesize? Synthesize, upon confirming his choice, the steel cable in Su Qing's hand fused with a green-quality grappling gun launcher, which had its steel wire entwined atop the base vehicle. The synthesis was successful, consuming a high-strength steel cable, blue, resulting in the creation of a grappling hook launcher, blue. The grappling hook launcher, blue, is capable of firing a sharp hook blade attached to a steel wire, capable of piercing flesh and ensnaring enemy units, with an attack power of 100 and a wire tensile strength of 50 tons. After merging the high-strength steel cable, this originally green-quality grappling hook launcher unexpectedly upgraded to blue quality, elevating the weapon's rank by 1 level and increasing its tensile strength to 50 tons. Currently, Su Qing's armored base vehicle is equipped with 2 blue-quality grappling hook launchers, with the combined tensile strength of these cables exceeding 100 tons, fully capable of restraining the majority of zombies and monstrous creatures. After all the vehicles in the convoy were upgraded, they continued their journey, returning to the outskirts of the outer district. This time, Su Qing activated the stealth field feature of the base vehicle, alongside Bai Ling's medium-sized transport truck. The 2 stealth field energy shields enveloped the entire convoy, concealing their presence within the city and rendering them completely invisible. Su Qing attempted to maneuver the convoy into the outer district. The surroundings were silent, contrasting sharply with his previous experience of being besieged by monsters. After activating the stealth field, the creatures residing within the buildings seemed oblivious to the convoy's infiltration, remaining in their respective territories at rest. Witnessing the effectiveness of the stealth field, Su Qing was filled with delight. With this, the battle plan he had devised the previous day could now be set into motion. The most crucial element of this plan was the stealth effect of the convoy. Observing its remarkable efficacy, even the monsters in the outer district were unable to detect their presence, filled Su Qing's heart with confidence. Chapter 68, Alloy Protective Plate. Zombie behemoth Lord the convoy continued its journey and soon arrived at the outskirts, near the iron fortress where they had been ambushed last time. The massive zombie beast lay resting beneath the fortress, enveloped in an eerie tranquility. Suddenly, two sharp grappling hooks, attached to steel cables, shot forth into the emptiness and penetrated the belly of one of the zombie giants. The cables were retracted, taut, and unyielding. The immense force gradually pulled the creature out of the fortress's watchful gaze. The beast let out a pained roar as its flesh was torn. Yet it could not discern the source of the attack. All it could see were the resilient wires that ensnared its body from the void. The panicked cries of its companions soon alerted the surrounding zombie giants. They raised their heads in vigilance, scanning the area but finding no enemies. They could only watch in confusion as their struggling comrade was drawn further away. The simple minds of these virus-ravaged beasts could not comprehend the nature of the cables emerging from the void. Failing to sense anything amiss, they resumed their positions, closing their eyes to rest, indifferent to the figure of their distant companion. It was only when the dragged companion vanished from sight, its presence no longer detectable, that the zombie giants finally opened their eyes. They surveyed their surroundings for a long while. After a period of bewildered glances exchanged among themselves, they, unable to ascertain the number of their missing kin, ultimately abandoned their search and settled down once more. Su Qing cautiously observed the situation outside the concealment shield. Seeing the zombie giants recline again, he deftly adjusted the fire god rotating cannon's aim. The cannon's muzzle was directed at the zombie beast that was struggling against the two taut cables, bound before the base vehicle. After a thunderous barrage, a torrent of bullets obliterated the zombie behemoth drawn into the energy shield, reducing it to a mass of flesh and bone. You have slain an 11-level boss monster, Virus Experiment Beast. You have obtained an alloy protective plate, 7 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. Gazing at the mangled remains of the zombie beast, Su Qing was filled with exhilaration. He cautiously surveyed the iron fortress above. Everything appeared normal, with no response from the fortress. The zombie giants resting beneath the fortress remained oblivious to their companions' disappearance, content in their repose. The stealth assault tactic had been successfully executed. Buoyed by newfound confidence, Su Qing carefully maneuvered the convoy to a different location in the outskirts, seeking a secluded spot. Upon confirming that the surroundings were devoid of danger, he retrieved an alloy protective plate from his backpack. Alloy protective plate, a vehicle modification component that can be affixed to the entirety of a vehicle, enhancing its defense, with a durability of 300. Su Qing decided to install this protective plate on Bai Ling's medium-sized transport truck. Among the combat vehicles in the convoy, only Bai Ling's vehicle lacked any defensive modifications, rendering it almost entirely unprotected and vulnerable. In the outer district, a mere strike from a monster could lead to catastrophic consequences. Su Qing completed the installation of the alloy protective plates. A robust steel shield began to envelop the truck, covering its entire body. Even the originally open rear and wheel hubs were encased in alloy armor. The vehicle now displayed only a massive pulse energy cannon protruding from its armor. With the installation complete, Bai Ling's truck underwent a dramatic transformation, resembling an oval metallic capsule. The defensive durability of the vehicle was tripled, significantly enhancing its survival capabilities, ensuring it would not be easily destroyed by the monsters of the outer district. Having finished the installation, the convoy set forth to patrol the outer district. Soon, they stumbled upon a colossal zombie bear that claimed an independent territory. This monstrous creature resided within a modest storefront, seeking refuge in the shade. For several hundred meters around the shop, no other monsters could be found. This zombie bear occupied such a vast expanse of land, all on its own. The armored convoy stealthily approached the prone form of the zombie behemoth, concealed beneath the energy shield. Zombie bear virus experiment, power rank, Lord level 12, health, 150. 150, attack power, 5, 690, combat skills, rampaging sweep. Tentacle parasite, description, this brutal monster was created by fusing the viral strain with the genetic material of a bear, originating from within the laboratory's confines. From the driver's seat, Su Qing peered through the cloaking energy shield at the massive figure in the distance. The bear's fur was marred by decaying flesh and blood, dark stains mingling with crushed stone and dirt, covering its entirety. Its enormous size made it appear exceedingly cramped within the low-roofed building it occupied. Boom! The convoy's sole orange weapon, a high-explosive cannon fired first. A shell accurately struck the nearby building, instantly tearing off the roof and causing it to collapse, burying the zombie bear beneath the rubble. Following the discharge, the entire convoy's cloaking shield dissipated, revealing their presence in the outer district. Through testing, Qing had discerned a flaw in the cloaking field shield. Except for the grappling gun launcher and pulse energy cannon, any other weapon fired would compromise the stealth effect, exposing the convoy. After all, this cloaking shield was merely a rare-grade vehicle characteristic, and its efficacy could not be overly potent. The ability to remain hidden in the outer district was already impressive, and Qing felt quite satisfied. Moreover, once the stealth was broken, the situation remained manageable. The location Qing had chosen was far removed from other zombie behemoths and outside the range of fortress artillery. Due to the bear's territorial instinct, no other monsters dared to approach, alleviating any concerns about the convoy being detected even without the cloaking effect. Thus, an assault ensued in the outer districts. After a brief silence, amidst the ruins of the bombarded buildings, a colossal figure emerged, rising from the debris. The zombie giant bear was encrusted with dirt and dust, as if it had just clawed its way from the depths of the earth. The grayish soil mingled with the dried blood upon its form, rendering it an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying sight. However, the explosive shell had not inflicted significant harm upon it. The creature merely appeared somewhat disheveled. Its territory had been invaded, its dwelling obliterated, and its body was caked with mud from the blast. The enraged zombie giant bear, now pushed to the brink of fury, let out a thunderous roar as it clawed its way out of the wreckage, charging fiercely towards the direction of the convoy. The cacophony of explosions and the bear's roar had already captured the attention of surrounding monsters. Yet, paralyzed by the intimidating presence of the zombie giant bear, none dared to approach for a closer inspection. Chapter 69, The Orange Weapon, the Fire God Storm Cannon with a resounding boom. A colossal bear paw struck forcefully against the spiked armor of the armored base vehicle. The tremendous impact caused the vehicle to slide several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground. This zombie giant bear, with its exceptionally thick fur, endured the relentless assaults of 2 machine guns, rocket projectiles, and energy cannons, brazenly charging towards the base vehicle. It is noteworthy that this armored base vehicle was the first to be subjected to such a formidable force from a creature, highlighting the immense strength of the zombie giant bear. However, the giant bear was not unscathed. The spikes on the vehicle inflicted severe wounds on its paw, leaving it in considerable pain. Realizing the armored base vehicle was not an easy target, the zombie giant bear let out a painful roar before swiftly redirecting its attention towards the convoy behind. Within the convoy, apart from Qing's armored base vehicle, the armor of the other vehicles was rather fragile, particularly Bai Ling's medium-sized transport truck, despite its recent installation of alloy protective plates, was of a lower grade, with insufficient attributes to withstand such force. If the zombie giant bear were to strike this vehicle, it could likely be split in two with a single blow. As the zombie giant bear turned to focus on its new target, Qing launched 2 grappling hooks, aiming them at the nearby giant bear. The razor-sharp hooks, equipped with armor-piercing properties, penetrated the bear's thick fur and embedded themselves into its bones. As the hooks tightened, the 2 steel cables, capable of bearing over 100 tons of tension, ensnared the zombie giant bear firmly beside the base vehicle, rendering it unable to escape. The excruciating pain drove the zombie giant bear into a frenzy. It struck fervently at the spiked armored base vehicle with its massive paws, causing the vehicle to sway dangerously. In its desperate struggle, it even managed to drag the heavy armored base vehicle along, creating an unsettling motion. Qing, seated in the driver's cabin, was securely fastened by a seatbelt, bracing himself against the tumultuous jolts of the vehicle. The 2 machine guns and the crossbow launcher mounted on the roof unleashed a barrage of fire, bullets thudding against the bear's thick hide. The crossbow bolts aimed at the wounds inflicted by the grappling hooks, striking true with each shot. Tang Lin and Bai Ling dared not approach the frenzied giant bear, opting to remain at a distance, launching rockets and pulses from energy cannons in continuous assault. The explosive weaponry rained down upon the zombie giant bear, leaving it bloodied and battered, with gore splattering everywhere. Yet it persisted, weathering the onslaught and relentlessly attacking the armored base vehicle. Even after sustaining hits from the pulse energy cannons and rockets, it continued to struggle, shifting its wrath and dragging the heavy armored base vehicle towards the rear, intent on assaulting the other 2 vehicles. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time Qing encountered such a tenacious creature. Had it not been for the 2 grappling hooks securing it, the zombie giant bear could have obliterated the entire convoy behind the armored base vehicle. Fortunately, despite the bear's efforts to wrench free from the cables, it remained bound and could only roar and bellow in a state of furious agitation. Minutes passed. Under the relentless barrage of heavy firepower, The colossal zombie bear finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. A sigh of relief escaped in Xiaowan as she beheld the fallen beast. It was truly terrifying. She drove forward, preparing to unleash a torrent of searing flames to incinerate the creature entirely. However, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Su Qing, who hastily issued a warning. But it was too late. From the maw of the zombie bear emerged several sharp, writhing tendrils. These appendages shot forth with astonishing speed, striking the glass of Xiaowan's armored vehicle with a resounding crash. The force was so immense that it shattered the glass, leaving numerous cracks and reducing its durability by nearly 30%. Xiaowan gasped in terror, witnessing the grotesque, wriggling viral tendrils assaulting the windshield. In a swift motion, she redirected the flamethrower towards the encroaching tendrils, unleashing a scorching jet of fire. Startled by the sudden flames, the tendrils recoiled and evaded the fiery onslaught, swiftly scuttling towards Bai Ling's medium-sized transport vehicle. Having endured several attacks from these monstrous appendages, Bai Ling's face turned pale with fright. Yet, akin to Xiaowan, she did not falter in her actions. She deftly operated the pulse energy cannon, adjusting it to emit energy beams that rained down upon the writhing tendrils below. The viral tendrils exhibited remarkable agility, continuously evading the incoming flames and energy beams. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the convoy as Tang Lin's concentrated air cannon took advantage of the tendrils' distraction, moving to the front of the vehicle. With a powerful blast, she unleashed a torrent of high-pressure air, obliterating the tendrils into a mass of shredded flesh. Devoid of the protective bulk of the zombie bear, the tendrils' defenses proved exceedingly frail. A single concentrated air cannon blast was sufficient to reduce them to mere fragments. Kill a level 12 boss monster. Giant bear virus experiment. Rewarded with a Gatling multi-barrel machine gun, a fully equipped M416 assault rifle, 10 spirit crystals, and 12 survival points. Upon shattering the viral tendrils, the notification of the monster's demise finally resonated, and Xiaowan directed the flamethrower to incinerate the scattered remnants on the ground into ash. Su Qing and Bai Ling reactivated their cloaking shields, rendering the entire convoy invisible once more. They maneuvered to a secure location. From his backpack, Su Qing retrieved the items dropped by the zombie bear. Gatling multi-barrel machine gun, purple, a vehicle-mounted weapon with multiple barrels for alternating fire, boasting an extraordinarily high rate of fire and an attack power of 500. Discovered a similar item. Would you like to synthesize? Confirm synthesis. As Su Qing made his choice, the Gatling gun in his hands merged seamlessly with the Fire God's rotating cannon atop the vehicle. After the fusion, the design of the Fire God rotary cannon underwent a remarkable transformation. Aside from the multiple barrels prominently exposed, all other components were enveloped in armor. The entire cannon evolved into a fortified artillery platform. Beneath the platform lies a rotating base, enabling remarkably agile movement. Its appearance closely resembles that of a close-in defense gun. Fire God Storm Cannon, orange, alternating fire from multiple barrels, boasting an extremely rapid firing rate with a short cooling period. Can unleash a storm of bullets with an attack power of 1,000, a range of 8 kilometers, and a maximum firing speed of 8,000 rounds per minute, adjustable. The weapon synthesis is complete. This marks the second orange epic weapon within the convoy, and it is indeed a melee masterpiece. Su Qing gazed at the newly synthesized weapon's attributes displayed on the armored base vehicle's rooftop, his heart brimming with exhilaration. With this formidable close-range artillery, the safety of the rooftop in the outer district would be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, the adjustable firing rate of this artillery platform alleviated Su Qing's previous concerns regarding energy consumption. Its formidable firing speed and range render it capable of functioning as a close-in air defense cannon, even in the face of missile assaults. It now possesses the power to resist. Chapter 70, M416 Assault Rifle, Survivor Camp. After reviewing the attributes of the Vulcan Storm Cannon, Su Qing retrieved an assault rifle from his backpack. M416 Assault Rifle, purple, a remarkably stable rifle, equipped with top-tier attachments. It is hailed as the sovereign of mid-range infantry firepower, boasting a 500 increase in attack power and an effective range of 400 meters. Detected similar type of weapon. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Proceed with synthesis. Su Qing opted to combine the purple-grade M416 assault rifle with the ordinary green-grade rifle mounted on the armed mechanical wolf. Consumed 1 green-grade automatic rifle. Item synthesis successful. Obtained enhanced fully equipped M416 assault rifle, purple, attack power 600. Upon completion of the synthesis, although the M416 assault rifle retained its purple quality, its attack power surged to an impressive 600, a significant enhancement from its previous state. With this purple-grade assault rifle, the combat capability of the armed mechanical wolf would witness a substantial boost. Moreover, it could actively participate in battles. leveraging its compact size and high agility to exert considerable influence on the battlefield. Once the synthesized M416 assault rifle was affixed to the armed mechanical wolf, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction with the spoils of this hunt, admiring the beautifully designed and powerful rifle. After inspecting the dropped items, the repair work on the convoy's vehicles was also completed. The rescue pickup truck and armored base vehicle were both reclaimed and restored to their optimal states. The entire convoy was once again in peak condition. As night fell, Su Qing directed the convoy to maintain a stealth mode, silently retreating from the outer city back into the wilderness. A trench camp, meticulously excavated and constructed, nestled beside the ruins of a grand bridge. Facing the zombie city, the camp boasted a wide entrance, nearly 8 lanes across. At this moment, the entrance buzzed with activity, vehicles coming and going. As per the usual protocol, an entry fee of 1 spirit crystal per night was required, with ample space within for all. For weapon-laden vehicles stood side by side at the camp's entrance, leaving a clear passage in between for vehicles to pass. Several security personnel patrolled the intersection, collecting the camp protection fees. On either side of the earthen walls at the entrance, heavy vehicle-mounted weapons were stationed, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. The earthen walls encircling the camp were exceptionally broad, capable of accommodating 2 vehicles side by side atop them. Beyond the walls lay a trench several meters deep, with motorcycles patrolling back and forth. The entire camp was easily defensible and remarkably secure. Brother, could you show some leniency? The external environment has changed, and obtaining spirit crystals is no longer as effortless as before. Previously, we were chased by hordes of zombies, but now, to hunt a monster, one must search far and wide. The vicinity of the camp is utterly desolate, devoid of any monsters to slay, leaving us to ponder where we might procure spirit crystals. Furthermore, the treasure chests scattered throughout the wilderness have been nearly exhausted. To seek out more would necessitate venturing into the city of zombies, a peril too grave to consider. Upon encountering a zombie, the frenzied rush towards it is palpable. One must act swiftly or risk missing out on resources, which spells trouble for our future. Who could argue otherwise? My backpack now holds but a few packets of instant noodles. Should we fail to acquire more supplies, we may find ourselves reduced to eating dirt. At the entrance of the camp, several survivors lament to the guards, yearning for entry, yet being rebuffed. Absent spirit crystals, they are urged to step aside and allow the vehicles behind them to pass. We too toil for our meager earnings, enduring sleepless nights to patrol and safeguard the camp's security. Without spirit crystals, what reason do we have to grant you respite? Moreover, we must venture out during the day to defeat monsters and level up, fully aware of the external circumstances. There are no zombies in the vicinity. Why not venture a little farther? If you fear death so much, what is the point of playing at survival? Move along. The guards impatiently wave their hands. Nearby, several armed vehicles pivot their weapons, aligning their sights on this gathering. Let's hand over the crystals. We jest. This is no laughing matter. Faced with the barrels of guns, a shiver runs through us, snapping us back to reality. We dare not voice our complaints any longer and hastily surrender our spirit crystals. The vehicles are allowed entry into the camp, where each seeks a place to settle. Within this expansive camp, thousands of vehicles line the grounds, creating a dense expanse of metal. Survivors, grimy and disheveled, gather amidst the cars, consuming food, engaging in conversation, or napping within their vehicles. They resemble refugees fleeing disaster. Although some vehicles are equipped with water collection modules for bathing services, these come at a price. To conserve the precious supplies they have managed to gather, most individuals choose to endure their own filth, allowing the stench of sweat to linger. Only a select few, wielding formidable vehicles, manage to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. The entire camp resembles a refugee settlement, illustrating a post-apocalyptic tableau. One wonders who among us was foolish enough to venture into the outer districts. I have inquired with friends, and in other survivor zones, they are still engaged in combat with those feeble zombies, gathering resources. Meanwhile, our area has progressed directly to the second stage of survival scenarios, where zombies sprint with alarming speed, and the lack of monsters leaves us on the brink of starvation. Though monsters are scarce, our leveling progresses rapidly. Defeating a single creature is equivalent to vanquishing several of theirs. Yet what good is swift advancement if we are merely to starve? Do you think we could break free and explore other survivor zones? Do not entertain such thoughts. I have attempted that before, only to discover an invisible barrier preventing our escape. Perhaps tomorrow we should explore elsewhere. For remaining here with so many others, yet finding nothing will inevitably lead to our demise from hunger. I concur. Rather than languishing and succumbing to starvation in the encampment, I would prefer to meet my demise valiantly in the wilderness. So be it. Su Qing steered the convoy back towards the greenhouse cultivation camp. Meanwhile, several young women retreated to the vehicles at the base to bathe, rest, and indulgent fruits, each engaging in their own amusements. At present, the entire convoy remained in stealth mode, rendering it impervious to any monstrous assaults. Consequently, it was sufficient for Su Qing alone to oversee operations. Suddenly, a zombie, concealed amidst the wooded slopes, received a fatal blow as a blue energy beam pierced its forehead, leaving a charred, minute hole. This ethereal blue energy ray had appeared silently on the road, unnoticed. The undead creature, until its lifeless body succumbed to the ground, remained oblivious to the ambush that had claimed its existence. Su Qing, while managing the convoy's return, simultaneously purged the surrounding area of the lurking zombies, amassing valuable resources. Ever since he discerned the unique characteristics of the production vehicles, he harbored an intuition. The future survival landscape would undoubtedly present scenarios rife with resource scarcity in a post-apocalyptic setting. Preparation must commence without delay. Chapter 71. Continuing Trade. The assault claw launcher. As dusk fell, Su Qing brought the convoy to a halt within the confines of the greenhouse plantation. Several beams of blue energy pulses swept through, eradicating the hidden zombie creatures lurking within the greenhouses. In this desolate area, the lack of survivor activity rendered it eerily quiet. Even the undead favored this refuge. Within a single day, several zombies had infiltrated the plantation, seeking to claim it as their territory. After vanquishing all surrounding monstrosities, the convoy materialized within the plantation, silent as shadows. The massive fleet of vehicles resembled a silent iron beast lurking in the darkness. Inside the base vehicle, however, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Bai Wei and Su Ying, who had busied themselves in the secret realm throughout the day, emerged from the spatial portal, each carrying a substantial bag filled with various fruits. Upon returning to the base vehicle, it was evident that these fruits, nurtured by the roots of the wooden spirit, were more plump and flavorful than any high-priced fruits from before the apocalypse, surpassing them by several folds. The group worked together, swiftly setting the table with an extravagant spread of hot pot ingredients. The steaming pot in the center of the table released wisps of vapor, bubbling continuously. Surrounding the hot pot were an array of ingredients, rich in variety, including meats and fresh vegetables, even a platter of fruits that stimulated appetites. Bai Ling and Xiaowan, after taking their obligatory photos before the meal, joyfully cheered and eagerly took their seats to indulge in the delightful dinner. Delicious. Everyone, do try this beef. It's so fragrant when cooked, and this fruit is exquisite, with a refreshing herbal aroma truly remarkable. Indeed, outside the city, in a secluded forest, an armored RV equipped with multiple mounted weapons lay quietly. Gu Ning sat at a table, gazing discontentedly at a bucket of instant noodles before her. The items scavenged from the zombies were woefully inadequate, lacking any fresh ingredients, only an abundance of instant foods. Day after day consumed by these culinary disappointments, Gu Ning felt nauseated. She had scoured several frozen warehouses and logistics hubs, but found them all overrun by zombies, the food contaminated by viruses, leaving her no choice but to abstain from consuming them. Suppressing her revulsion, Gu Ning reluctantly took a bite of the instant noodles. To distract herself, she opened the chat interface, hoping to alleviate the discomfort of her meal. What is this? Upon opening the regional channel, she was met with several tantalizing images of lavish meals. The vibrant green vegetables and beautifully arranged fruit platters accentuated her instant noodles' unappetizing nature. Good grief, who are these deities? Could they not exhibit some civic responsibility? While we are nearly starving, they feast so extravagantly. Fresh vegetables? Fruits? Where on earth did they procure such luxuries? Are they posting these photos to sell the fruits? I want to buy them. What's the price? In a world where comparison breeds despair, I find myself on the brink of starvation, while others feast abundantly. Are we truly inhabiting the same apocalyptic realm? Here, at the Dongjiao Bridge campsite, the brother who shared photographs, do you wish to trade fruits and vegetables for survival supplies? If so, please message me privately. This is the Heishan Tunnel campsite. Hurry, young one, and trade us some fruits and vegetables, or we shall soon uncover your identity and swiftly bring about your demise. The images of fruits and vegetables shared on the regional channel instantly captivated numerous eyes, igniting a flurry of activity. Countless chat records scrolled frantically as survivors possessing supplies sought to barter for produce to enhance their living conditions. Even a mere bite of fruit or vegetable leaves could satisfy a lingering craving. I too crave fruits, regardless of the cost. Gu Ning, unable to bear it any longer after a bite of instant noodles, promptly added the individual who posted the photographs as a friend and sent over her trading conditions. Bai Ling and Xiaowan, how could you two have shared our photographs on the regional channel? Tang Lin, having finished her dinner and seated on the sofa, indulged in fruits, soon catching sight of the messages on the regional channel. Ah, this pertains to Team Su and Sister Bai Wei, who wish to trade the vegetables from our greenhouse for supplies. Hence, we were entrusted with this task. In any case, The vegetables in our greenhouse are more than we can consume, and with the scarcity of zombies, survivors have already begun to scout the vicinity. This location will inevitably be discovered, so it is prudent to trade all the vegetables promptly for supplies, rather than let others covet them. Well, there's news. Someone has indeed placed a bid for vegetables and fruits. How splendid. Let me take a look. My goodness. The other party is offering a vehicle-mounted weapon in exchange for a batch of produce. The driving area was suddenly filled with Bai Ling's exclamation. What weapon? Su Qing, intrigued by Bai Ling's words, inquired further. It is a blue-quality landing grappling hook spear. She mentioned that she only requires 2 pounds of various fruits and vegetables. The demand is modest, indicating the other party's considerable strength. This is a worthy exchange. Xiaowan, you two continue with the trade, primarily selling the outer vegetables. Fruits can wait unless the offer is sufficiently enticing. We shall first sell all the vegetables in the greenhouse. Understood. Soon. Bai Ling possessed a weapon resembling an ancient climbing claw. Su Qing took it from her for inspection. Landing grappling hook spear, blue, capable of launching a hook projectile with an attached rope, suitable for ensnaring enemy vessels and pulling them closer for combat. With a maximum pulling force of 35 tons and an effective range of 200 meters. Discovering similar items, would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. This landing grappling hook spear is of the same category as the 2 grappling launchers mounted on Su Qing's base vehicle. Previously, she retained the 2 launchers for safety, fearing that monsters might break free or that there might be an overwhelming number of them. Thus, she refrained from synthesizing. Now, another grappling weapon has arrived, perfectly suited for synthesis with one of the existing ones, enhancing the weapons tier. Upon selecting synthesis, the assault grappling launcher positioned in front of the base vehicle melds seamlessly with the landing grappling scythe. 1 blue-quality landing grappling scythe consumed. Synthesis successful. Yielding a purple-quality assault claw launcher. Assault claw launcher, purple, possesses armor-piercing attributes, capable of rending through the enemy's resilient armor, and features a grasping ability that allows it to secure its target without the need for physical attachment. Merely striking the target ensures a firm hold that is exceedingly difficult to escape, with an attack power of 300 and a maximum pulling force of 100 tons. The most significant transformation of this purple-quality claw launcher is its elimination of the necessity to embed the launched hook into the enemy's body to effectively restrain the creature. Instead, simply hitting the target allows the attached alloy steel claw to tear through surface defenses, directly securing the targeted enemy. This advancement renders the mechanism more efficient and secure, alleviating concerns of the grappling hook detaching and thereby losing control of the creature. Chapter 72. And Xiaowan's aunt? A sudden crash echoed as a container of instant noodles was forcefully knocked away, shattering against the rocky wall. The broth splattered across the ground, and noodles lay strewn everywhere. I couldn't possibly consume this wretched instant noodle again. After all, who could endure such monotony day in and day out? Any news? Li Hu inquired, his face a mask of fury as he sat at the table. Boss, the other party has replied. They are willing to trade, but only for vehicle modules. Furthermore, they will not exchange fruits for any modules below blue quality. Only vegetables are permitted. Oh, and they accept spirit crystals too, but only for vegetables. At a rate of 100 spirit crystals per kilogram. A subordinate hastily closed the chat interface, eager to relay the message. As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Damn it, why doesn't he just steal them? 100 spirit crystals for a kilogram of vegetables? And he dares to demand vehicle modules on top of that? How audacious. Li Hu exploded, rising abruptly and kicking over a nearby chair. He surveyed the room. Xiechong, dismantle that air conditioning module from your vehicle and trade it for some food. Me? A muscular man standing some distance away looked bewildered. Yes, you. You've just joined our team. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? What's wrong with treating everyone to a meal? Rest assured, your contributions are noted. And from now on, we are brothers. Under Li Hu's pressure, the muscular man reluctantly returned to the off-road vehicle and disassembled the air conditioning module, surrendering it. The subordinate responsible for the transaction swiftly seized the blue quality module, and soon a plethora of various fruits and vegetables appeared in his hands. Done, boss. Huh. Excellent. These fruits are delightful. Li Hu exclaimed, picking up a peach, wiping it briefly before taking a hearty bite. The sweet juice burst forth, flooding his mouth with pleasure. Several subordinates gathered the fruits scattered on the ground, distributing them among themselves. They crouched together, devouring the fruits ravenously. Xie Chang clutched the smallest apple, his teeth gritting in frustration. He had believed that joining this Black Mountain tunnel camp, leveraging his vehicle prowess, would grant him a life of power and impunity. Yet, he found himself ostracized by this group, reduced to a mere parasite. Not only was he assigned the most perilous tasks during battles, but now, to procure a piece of fruit, he was compelled to relinquish one of the only 2 blue modules from his vehicle. It felt like outright robbery. This unfair treatment engendered a deep-seated resentment toward Li Hu, surpassing even that of the opportunistic thief who had brazenly snatched away his flamethrower for a mere couple of pieces of detox bread. "Boss, I am utterly exhausted today and wish to rest for a while," Xie Chang said, lowering his head to mask the hatred in his eyes, though the grip on the apple betrayed his inner turmoil. "Very well, go ahead," Li Hu replied. Li Hu waved his hand casually in response. After Xie Chang walked away, a few individuals, indulging in fruit, exchanged glances filled with playful mockery. "Boss, tomorrow. Be careful not to damage the machine gun on the off-road vehicle. This fruit is truly delightful. Bring me another." Nestled within the forest was an armored RV. Gu Ning gazed at the table laden with a plethora of vegetables and fruits, nostalgia washing over her. She carefully selected a few fruits and washed them meticulously in the sink. After slicing them, she picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. A sweet juice, fragrant with the essence of herbs and wood, burst forth, evoking both familiarity and a hint of strangeness, leaving her in awe. With her eyes closed, she savored the moment. Though merely a few days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, it felt like an eternity to the people. Each day unfolded in a tense and perilous environment, leaving no room to ponder the passage of time. Life seemed to race by. The absence of these fruits and vegetables for just a few days felt like a distant memory to Gu Ning. As she relished the juice, her thoughts drifted to her sister's child, the little one whom she had arranged to work at her gas station. After the apocalypse began, she had driven the armored RV, battling monsters along the way to reach the gas station, but had arrived too late. By the time she reached the location, the gas station had collapsed, and its occupants were nowhere to be found. There were no signs or bodies. In this world where survival depended on vehicles, no official announcements were made. People searched for loved ones, calling out in chat channels. Otherwise, even friends remained anonymous. Gu Ning had called out in the regional and world channels for days, yet received no response. She wondered about little one's whereabouts, her well-being, and whether she had enough to eat. "Lingjia, I truly can't eat anymore. My stomach feels ready to burst," and Xiaowan exclaimed, her eyes glued to the game screen as she held the game controller. Beside her, Bai Ling traded supplies in the chat channel while feeding fruit to Xiaowan, taking turns with each bite. "I wonder how my aunt is doing now. She lives in a suburban villa and has an armored RV. She should be doing well." And Xiaowan contemplated. "Tomorrow, I'll mention it to Team Su. If possible, we should look for my aunt and invite her to join our team." As Xiaowan played, thoughts of her only relative, her Aunt Gu Ning, surfaced. Previously, she hesitated to bring up this matter due to uncertainty about Su Qing's character, whether he was cruel, sinister, or driven by lust. She feared that bringing the unfamiliar Su Qing to seek out her aunt might endanger her. Thus, she had never broached the subject. Now, however, with familiarity established among them, she felt entirely at ease to invite her aunt into their convoy without any concern. And Xiaowan lifted her gaze and caught sight of Su Qing, who was exuberantly engaged in a dual-player shooting game with Tang Lin. Meanwhile, Bai Wei and Su Ying reclined on the sofa, chatting and indulging in fruits, while Bai Ling persistently offered her morsels to eat. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her. Within this convoy, safety and unity reigned supreme, with each individual possessing their own responsibilities and roles. Mutual assistance flourished, devoid of suspicion or discord. Moreover, the combat prowess of the convoy had reached unparalleled heights throughout the survival zone, completely alleviating any pressures of existential threats. The future seemed ever brighter. Thus, it was time to seek out her aunt, Gu Ning, and invite her to join their ranks. And Xiaowan resolved to take action. Bai Ling, too, was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals eager to purchase vegetables within this survival area. Before long, she found herself overwhelmed, inundated with friend requests. Casting aside her gaming device, and Xiaowan joined in the flurry of activity. The two of them toiled until midnight, managing to sell every last vegetable harvested and stored on the base vehicle, leaving no remnants behind. The transaction concluded, and the bounty reaped was nothing short of extraordinary. The various types of vehicle modules acquired from the trade amounted to over 10, while the number of spirit crystals surpassed 10,000. They unceremoniously scattered their newfound treasures across the floor of the leisure driving area. Exhausted, the two girls collapsed onto the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 73. Central Purification Constant Temperature Air Conditioner, Luxurious Bathroom Space. The first light of dawn filtered into the base vehicle. Su Qing awoke and rose, making his way to the driving leisure area. He beheld a scattering of spirit crystals and vehicle modules, alongside two young girls peacefully slumbering on the sofa. Swiftly, he retrieved two thin blankets and draped them over the girls before gathering the supplies strewn across the floor. Among the myriad of modules, only one air conditioning module stood out, distinguished by its blue quality. The rest were ordinary green and white quality modules. However, their quantity was ample, exceeding 10 in number. Su Qing meticulously sorted the vehicle modules on the table and stowed away the spirit crystals into his backpack. Once the area was tidied, he seated himself at the table to examine the attributes of the vehicle modules closely. Purification constant temperature air conditioner. Blue possesses the ability to purify air and maintain a constant temperature, capable of cooling and heating, resilient against external environmental changes. This was the sole blue quality item amidst the plethora of vehicle modules. Alongside it, there was also a green air conditioning module. Su Qing extracted them and placed them together. Identical item discovered. Proceed with synthesis. Proceed with synthesis. Su Qing fused the green air conditioning module with the one from the amphibious base vehicle. The air conditioning module from the base vehicle was merely of green quality, and upon synthesis, it was transformed into blue quality. Subsequently, Su Qing synthesized this newly acquired blue air conditioning module onto the base vehicle's air conditioning unit. Consumed 1 purification constant temperature air conditioner, blue, synthesis successful. Obtained 1 central purification constant temperature air conditioner module, purple, air filtration capacity 300. Possesses detoxification effects. Central purification constant temperature air conditioner, purple concentrated air purification, capable of filtering external toxic gases, equipped with intelligent constant temperature functionality, effectively resisting interference from external environmental changes. The newly synthesized purple air conditioning module boasted capabilities exponentially greater than the previous green quality unit. Not only had the air filtration and purification capacity increased threefold, but it also possessed the ability to eliminate toxic gases. Should the amphibious base vehicle encounter a gas attack or confront an exceedingly harsh apocalyptic environment, this purple air conditioning module would undoubtedly ensure optimal air quality within the vehicle, providing safe living conditions. Moreover, its temperature regulation capability had seen tremendous enhancement upon ascending to purple quality. Not only was its temperature control more robust, but it also gained the ability to withstand fluctuations in the external environment. In essence, should a scenario of extreme cold or heat arise in the apocalypse, this purple quality air conditioning module would guarantee a suitable temperature within the base vehicle, thus facilitating better survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Su Qing gazed at the attributes of the purple quality air conditioning module, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. After completing the synthesis of the air conditioning module, he once again picked up the other modules on the table, examining each one in turn. Having consumed a multi-frequency communication station, blue, the synthesis was successful, resulting in an encrypted signal station, purple. The encrypted signal station, purple, possesses signal encryption capabilities, enabling multi-frequency communication in real-time calls, with a communication range of 300 kilometers. Among these modules, several are signal reception type vehicle modules, available in either white or green quality. Su Qing synthesized all these modules with the signal reception module on the base vehicle, ultimately acquiring this purple quality encrypted signal station module. This new station not only boasts enhanced signal reception capabilities, allowing multiple users to communicate simultaneously, but also features a signal encryption function that effectively prevents enemy interception of communication signals, thereby safeguarding the vehicle's location from exposure. The remaining modules predominantly consist of white-quality lifestyle modules, which Su Qing gathered and synthesized into one. Having consumed an integrated bathroom module, blue, the synthesis was successful, yielding a luxurious bathroom space module, purple. The luxurious bathroom space, purple, is equipped with an oversized surf massage bathtub, complete with internal space expansion, spacious and comfortable surroundings. Constant temperature hot water showers, multiple wash basins, and an expansive makeup mirror, encompassing all essential amenities. This luxurious bathroom space module offers an independent and expansive interior, accommodating several individuals simultaneously without issue. The oversized surf massage bathtub can comfortably hold 7 or 8 people, allowing them to soak and relax together. Soft lighting emanates from concealed sources throughout, illuminating the entire bathroom space with a bright yet gentle glow, epitomizing opulence. After synthesizing all the vehicle modules acquired through trade, Su Qing successfully combined 2 blue quality modules, one being the bathroom module and the other the lighting module. He then synthesized them with 2 similar modules on the base vehicle, resulting in 2 purple quality lifestyle vehicle modules. The advancement of these 2 lifestyle modules significantly enhanced the living conditions within the base vehicle. Notably, the luxurious bathroom space module, featuring a multi-user wash basin and several private toilet stalls, effectively resolved the issue of limited bathroom access due to the high number of occupants. Moreover, the surf massage bathtub, when enjoyed in solitude, transforms into a miniature swimming pool. Filling this bathtub requires several tons of water. In the apocalyptic environment, such a level of comfort is nothing short of extravagant. just as Su Qing completed the processing of the modules traded from Bai Ling and Xiaowan. Su Ying and Bai Wei awoke and made their way to the driving and leisure area. "Sister Ying, please go wash up first. I can wait a while." "There is no rush." Bai Wei observed the two young girls sleeping on the sofa, draped in a light blanket, and chose not to disturb them. Instead, sitting at the dining table, her sister, Bai Ling, ever since she met in Xiaowan, no longer sought her company even during sleep. She spent every day glued to in Xiaowan, their bond growing so close that they seemed to share the same skin. Occasionally, even Bai Wei, her own sister, felt a tinge of jealousy and heartache. "Oh, Wei Wei, come quickly," Su Ying exclaimed as she entered the bathroom area, her voice filled with excitement. Upon hearing Su Ying's call, Bai Wei hurriedly rose and rushed to the bathroom door, peering in with trepidation. Yesterday, Su Ying had slept alongside her, and they shared an endless array of topics. Their interests perfectly aligned. Their friendship had rapidly intensified, so Bai Wei felt a wave of concern upon hearing Su Ying's sudden outburst. Fortunately, upon entering, she found Su Ying standing at the bathroom entrance, unharmed, which alleviated her worries. However, upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of the spacious, convenient, and luxuriously appointed bathroom, even the typically composed and mature Bai Wei could not suppress her exclamations of delight. No girl could resist such a comfortable bathing environment, complete with an enormous full-length makeup mirror and a spacious vanity. It was no wonder Su Ying stood at the door, so exhilarated. The changes within the bathroom were indeed astounding. Chapter 74, The Harvest in the Greenhouse District. The recon drone under attack. Is this the bathroom space module we traded for yesterday? Upon witnessing the sudden change at the base vehicle, Bai Wei inquired with a hint of confusion. After receiving an affirmative response from Su Qing, her eyes sparkled with bright enthusiasm. Following their morning routine, the two retrieved 2 loaves of bread from the storage room, enjoying a simple breakfast. Bai Wei and Su Ying promptly dashed into the secret space, bringing forth the multifunctional tractor, which they drove into the expansive greenhouse plantation. Attached to the tractor was a versatile planting module trailer, now switched to harvesting mode. Under Su Ying's keen observation and guidance, Bai Wei maneuvered the tractor into the vegetable field, and together, they fervently commenced the harvest. The idyllic post-apocalyptic life lay before them, with the vegetables in the greenhouse serving as their trading currency. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to waste a moment. Su Qing opened the rear compartment of the base vehicle, unleashing the armed mechanical wolf equipped with an M416 assault rifle. He commanded it to patrol around the two girls, eliminating any zombies that dared approach, thereby ensuring their safety. Now armed with a fully equipped, purple-quality M416 rifle, this mechanical wolf's overall combat capability was akin to that of a weapon-mounted vehicle. While it slightly lagged behind in defensive durability compared to the survivors' vehicles, its offensive power surpassed theirs, rendering it more than capable of dealing with the ordinary zombie threats. Suddenly, a zombie lurking in the shadows of the greenhouse peeked out from behind a wall, only to be instantaneously struck in the head by a barrage of silenced gunfire, dropping lifelessly to the ground. The armed mechanical wolf, equipped with various monitoring capabilities, had detected the creature's position even while it remained hidden. In tracking the monsters, the mechanical wolf exhibited superior combat effectiveness compared to the survivors, proving itself adept at patrolling and securing the greenhouse plantation. Observing the harvesting process progressing smoothly outside, Su Qing launched a reconnaissance drone from the base vehicle to survey the surroundings. After confirming that no formidable zombies lurked near the greenhouse fields, the drone circled overhead before soaring towards the mountains. Through the drone's lens, Su Qing noted a gathering of survivors in the desolate forested area, all in search of zombies, gradually encroaching upon the periphery of the greenhouse plantation. Within approximately 2 days, the location of the greenhouse camp would inevitably be exposed. Suddenly, as the reconnaissance drone crested a hill and revealed itself above the treetops, it was met with a hail of gunfire from 2 weapon-mounted helicopters. The drone's body reverberated with the sound of bullets striking, causing it to sway violently in the air. "Oh no, this is bad. We've been discovered," Su Qing exclaimed upon spotting the helicopters opposite the drone. He swiftly adjusted the drone's trajectory, ascending into the sky to evade the imminent danger. The flight speed and agility of the reconnaissance drone far surpassed those of the 2 helicopters. Swiftly, it evaded their pursuit, vanishing into the heights and achieving a complete escape. Humph. It was fortunate that the drone was not destroyed. That was merely luck on his part. This individual is truly bothersome, daring to spy once more. Xiao Ling piloted the helicopter, her heart seething with resentment as she gazed at the now invisible reconnaissance drone. She and Zhang Lan had just taken off from the camp, barely airborne when they encountered this persistent nuisance. Nevertheless, it was best to disregard him. The drone bore no weapons and posed no threat to the camp. We must hasten onward, procure more vehicles and weaponry, and equip our sisters. Thus, if he dares to intrude again, We shall shoot down the drone directly. 2 helicopters are simply insufficient. Our firepower is woefully lacking. Jiang Lan's cool voice resonated through the radio. Xiao Ling immediately focused her mind. Understood, Sister Lan. I am ready. Let us depart. The 2 armed helicopters ceased their hovering and turned toward the direction of the zombie city. Phew, that was close. The drone nearly met its demise. Su Qing observed the reconnaissance drone, its durability having diminished by at least a third, leaving him unsettled. This drone is crucial for monitoring long-range fire strikes, serving as an essential auxiliary device. Should it be destroyed, the strike range of the convoy's heavy weaponry would be significantly reduced. Su Qing carefully maneuvered the reconnaissance drone around the mountaintop camp, returning to the amphibious base vehicle. The vehicle's repair capabilities activated, restoring the drone's durability. Could it be that these sisters discovered the drone yesterday? Otherwise, such a coincidence would be too uncanny. I had just approached the mountain summit when a barrage of bullets greeted me. These 2 helicopters must have been lying in wait all along. No wonder I saw nothing in the sky after my visit yesterday. They had concealed themselves. Recalling the enchanting scenes captured by the drone in the high skies 2 days prior, Su Qing felt a twinge of regret. Now that they are on guard, such beautiful vistas will surely be lost to him in the future. What has happened to this drone? Was it shot down? Tang Lin, bleary-eyed, leaned against the doorway, inquiring with curiosity. Having just awakened, she noticed the reconnaissance drone returning to the base vehicle, trailing a long plume of black smoke. Oh, I was ambushed by a group of enchantresses. I was careless and did not evade. Thankfully, it was not destroyed. It can still be repaired, Su Qing replied. Feeling somewhat sheepish, his response vague. After a moment of thought, he continued, By the way, since you are awake, let us collaborate and venture out to slay some monsters and level up. Today, Ying Jie and Wei Jie will be harvesting in the greenhouse, so the convoy will not be going out. The safety of the camp must be safeguarded. I control 2 drones, and together with you, we shall venture forth to combat the monsters lurking around. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Tang Lin nodded without a second thought. Her spirit instantly invigorated at the thought of engaging in battle. A look of sheer excitement adorned her face. What? There are fairies outside now. This apocalypse is truly bizarre. How fascinating. Very well. Wait for me a moment while I freshen up and have breakfast before we set off. Tang Lin promptly turned and entered the bathing area. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from within. Su Qing hurried over to investigate. Just as he reached the doorway, a curvaceous and alluring figure sprang forth, enveloping him in an embrace. This luxurious bathing space, complete with a massage bathtub, was acquired through trading just yesterday? How splendid. Haha. How delightful it will be to soak with my friends in the evening. Tang Lin was elated to behold the upgraded opulence of the bathing area, particularly drawn to the massive tub capable of providing a massaging surf experience. She had not anticipated that, following the onset of the apocalypse, she would so swiftly possess the means to indulge in a bath. It was an overwhelming sense of happiness. With this thought, Tang Lin felt a surge of motivation and determination. She gently pushed Su Qing aside and re-entered the bathing area. Once I finish washing up, we will depart immediately. A mere piece of bread for breakfast will suffice. We must slay numerous monsters to enhance our strength, gather resources, and protect our current way of life. Anyone who dares to disrupt our blissful existence shall face my wrath, Tang Lin declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 75, Departure on a Bicycle. Encountering the greenhouse plantation outside the city, 2 winged drones swiftly ascended, hovering at low altitudes. An armored off-road vehicle, equipped with a concentrated air cannon and a mounted rocket launcher, roared to life and surged forth from the plantation. Su Qing deftly maneuvered the reconnaissance drone and the cargo drone to follow Tang Lin's off-road vehicle, heading towards the city overrun by zombies. Boom. A zombie, lurking in the valley, was struck by a rocket. The explosion echoed through the ravine. The impacted zombie let out a howl, dragging its severed limbs as it burst from the dense forest, charging towards the armored vehicle on the road. Rat-tat-tat. The cargo drone, circling above, unleashed a barrage from its mounted machine gun, raining bullets upon the zombie. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated as bullets thudded against its head, spraying dark blood. Yet, the ordinary green-grade machine gun inflicted only minimal damage upon the undead foe. Despite the rifle's fire slowing the zombie's advance, it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Ultimately, the dismembered zombie lunged onto the road, fiercely attacking the stationary armored vehicle. Bang! The air trembled amidst the violent shock waves. The charging zombie was obliterated into a grotesque display of flesh and blood. The concentrated air cannon erupted on the road, shattering the monster before it. Killed an 8-level elite monster. Deformed zombie, rewarded with a case of jasmine-scented shower gel, a set of skincare lubricants, 9 spirit crystals, and 8 survival points. After vanquishing the zombie, The armored vehicle continued onward without pause, under the vigilant gaze of the reconnaissance drones. The hidden zombies in the depths of the forest stood out like flames in the dark, remarkably conspicuous and easily drawn out. Under Su Qing's command, the cargo drone ventured into the distant woods, beyond the reach of the rocket's linear trajectory. A fragmentary grenade was dropped from the drone's height, striking true upon the resting zombie beneath a tree. A violent explosion ensued, sending splinters and leaves flying in all directions. The zombie was reduced to a mangled mess, its body embedded with metal shards. Rising from the ground, it roared incessantly at the drone above. The drone's machine gun opened fire, relentlessly bombarding the zombie, guiding it towards the forest's edge, where it staggered forth. Just as the zombie emerged from the shadows, a fiery rocket descended upon it. Boom! The explosion obliterated the battered zombie, leaving dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Killed a 7-level common monster, corrupted zombie, rewarded with 10 packs of premium toilet paper, 6 spirit crystals, and 7 survival points. With the cooperation of the 2 drones, Tang Lin single-handedly piloted the armored vehicle, wreaking havoc across the wilderness, an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, Su Qing remained in the base vehicle, directing the reconnaissance drone to identify and eliminate all the zombies surrounding the greenhouse plantation, ensuring the safety of the camp. Moreover, exterminating the nearby monsters can temporarily deter other survivors, preventing them from intruding upon this location in their quest for beasts. While the 2 collaborated in slaying creatures, Suing and Bai Wei had already stored the initial batch of harvested vegetables within the secret realm. Upon awakening, Bai Ling and Shaowan resumed their trading endeavors, exchanging the gathered vegetables for various essential supplies. This time, the trade did not specifically require vehicle modules or spirit crystals. Instead, items were categorized and valued based on their grade and quality. After all, few survivors would be willing to part with vehicle modules in exchange for mere vegetables. To expedite the sale of these vegetables, the conditions were relaxed. Boss, those 2 have begun selling vegetables again. This time, no vehicle modules are required. But there are no fruits, only vegetables. Hurry, let us move swiftly and purchase more. Exchange those useless blankets, cotton clothes, instant noodles, and sausages for some greens. Reported Li Hu's subordinate. Hearing this, Li Hu promptly rose to respond. Everyone, gather the unnecessary supplies and leave them here for Xiao Wang. Today, you need not venture anywhere. Remain here and trade vegetables. The rest of us shall set off to continue our monster hunt. We'll feast on a grand meal upon our return. With the U.S. command, he drove the tank, leading the convoy out of the tunnel and into the wilderness. After clearing the surrounding monsters, Su Qing and Tang Lin pressed onward towards Zombie City. As they sped along in their armored off-road vehicle, Su Qing suddenly recalled an important matter. He had painstakingly piloted a drone to spy on another camp, but had overlooked the fact that a multitude of beautiful women resided on his own base vehicle. He wondered how stunning they must look in their bikinis. The thought of soaking in a luxurious bathtub with them filled him with delight. Lost in his daydream, the distant roar of cannon fire jolted Su Qing back to reality. Through the reconnaissance drone following closely behind the armored vehicle, he observed the unfolding scene ahead. An armored mobile home brimming with weaponry was relentlessly pursuing a horde of zombies, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire and explosions that sent the creatures remain scattering across the ground. A vast area had been cleared around the periphery of Zombie City, showcasing an extraordinarily fierce display of firepower. This was indeed the top-ranked armored vehicle Su Qing had previously seen. As everyone sought to level up, encounters along the outskirts of Zombie City became inevitable. To avoid misunderstandings, Su Qing informed Tang Lin to circumvent the battlefield ahead and enter the ruins of Zombie City from an alternate direction, with monsters now concealed and lurking throughout the wilderness. Swift progression could only be achieved through battles within Zombie City. After all, the monsters that can linger near the city of zombies possess significantly greater power than those found in the desolate wilderness. Moreover, the distribution of these creatures is exceedingly dense, eliminating the need to waste time searching aimlessly in the wild. Su Qing skillfully maneuvered the reconnaissance drone for aerial surveillance and guidance. Meanwhile, the cargo drone trailed behind Tang Lin's off-road vehicle, poised to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Soon, they encountered a zombie creature lurking amidst the ruins. The battle commenced, a pursuit of monsters for the purpose of leveling up. Lanjia, look, isn't that the drone we encountered this morning? Xiao Ling exclaimed from within the helicopter, her gaze drawn to the reconnaissance drone circling high above. It does seem to be that one. Let us approach slowly and unveil who has been spying on our camp, Jiang Lan remarked, her eyes narrowing in recognition of the hovering drone. After a moment's contemplation, she communicated through the onboard radio to Xiao Ling. All right, Lanjia. At last, I've caught sight of it. I'm eager to discover which scoundrel has been incessantly peering at us sisters. How shameless. Xiao Ling's face lit up with excitement, her indignation palpable. Chapter 76, Wilderness Encounter. Revelation: the powerful air cannon mounted on the all-terrain vehicle roared through the wilderness, sending shockwaves that reduced the zombies ahead to mere fragments of flesh and bone. After vanquishing the creatures beside the vehicle, Tang Lin, guided by Su Qing, maneuvered the car to the vicinity of a derelict building. There, half buried in the rubble, lay a blue supply chest. The all-terrain vehicle came to a halt beside the ruins. Tang Lin disembarked, clutching a shotgun, and leaped among the remnants of walls and stones to open the supply chest. A reconnaissance drone hovered high above, meticulously monitoring the surroundings, while a heavy-lift drone armed with rifles circled low, ensuring Tang Lin's safety. "Lian Jia, something seems amiss," remarked Xiao Ling, noticing a girl emerge from the all-terrain vehicle. "What on earth is going on?" In their helicopter, Jiang Lan and Xiao Ling hovered at a distance. Having identified the armored vehicle piloted by Tang Lin as the one cooperating in combat with the reconnaissance drone. From afar, they watched Tang Lin stepping out and searching for the chest amidst the ruins, astonishment dawning upon them. They had never anticipated that the individual stealthily controlling the drone to spy on their camp was, in fact, a girl. The revelation struck them as difficult to accept. In their own camp, they lacked resources, nearly destitute and struggling daily to gather supplies. What allure could such a desolate place hold for a girl, prompting her to tirelessly pilot a drone to surveil them? What could her intentions possibly be? It was utterly perplexing. Was she merely there to witness the dire conditions of their existence? Yet, apart from this girl, no other vehicles were present in the surrounding wilderness. The only ones capable of controlling the drone for reconnaissance support had to be nearby. Surely no one else was orchestrating a drone battle from dozens of kilometers away. "Lian Jia, what should we do now?" Xiao Ling, witnessing Tang Lin rummaging through the ruins, felt a whirlwind of confusion. Initially, she had contemplated confronting the voyeur to teach them a lesson, but discovering the individual was also a girl altered everything. She could not possibly be a voyeur with malicious intent. Perhaps she was genuinely scouting for zombies and had inadvertently flown over their camp, only to be fired upon by them. Did they mistakenly attack her earlier that morning? Contemplating Xiao Ling's words, Jiang Lan pondered the situation. She gazed at the armored all-terrain vehicle below, finding its appearance somewhat familiar. "Let us approach and speak with her. If this is a misunderstanding, we ought to apologize. After all, we initiated the attack, and her drone bore no weapons. The individual in question likely harbors no malicious intent. Jiang Lan has made her decision." "Oh, very well," Xiao Ling replied. The two helicopters began their advance, soaring towards the armored off-road vehicle. Su Qing had spotted the helicopters early on. However, the reconnaissance drone was hovering at a considerable altitude, making it difficult to detect from the ground. Furthermore, after being damaged in the morning, the drone had been repaired with remarkable speed. In a post-apocalyptic world, few convoys possess such rapid mechanical repair capabilities. Most would never suspect that it was the same reconnaissance drone. He felt certain that the other party could not identify him and thus chose to ignore the situation. To his surprise, after hovering for a while at a distance, the two helicopters began to approach Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle directly. It was evident that the individuals aboard intended to confront them. Noticing the unusual behavior of the helicopters, Su Qing hastily informed Tang Lin to return to the vehicle. The cargo drone adjusted its position in the sky, aiming its weaponry at the incoming helicopters, readying for combat. However, soon after, the two helicopters slowed their approach, coming to a halt not far from the off-road vehicle. One helicopter descended slowly, landing in the wilderness, while the other remained suspended in midair. A woman of striking demeanor and perfect physique leaped from the descending helicopter and strode towards the vehicle. Witnessing her actions, Su Qing felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. He sensed that his earlier reconnaissance of their camp might soon be exposed. "Hello, I am Jiang Lan. May I come down for a chat?" Through the vehicle's onboard radio, Su Qing heard the woman's voice, soft and melodious, yet it sent a chill down his spine. He had a premonition that the events of that morning would soon be laid bare. Su Qing sat awkwardly in the command vehicle, his toes curling against the ground. "Of course, I am Tang Lin. A pleasure to meet you," she replied, grasping her shotgun as she opened the door and stepped out. "Are those drones in the sky yours?" Jiang Lan inquired, gesturing toward the heavens. Tang Lin, somewhat puzzled, looked up and realized that the two drones circling above were indeed the ones she had brought along. "They are mine." "What of it?" she acknowledged with a nod. "It's nothing serious, just regarding this morning's incident when your drone intruded upon our camp's airspace. We thought someone was spying on us, so we opened fire. It seems there has been some misunderstanding. I specifically came to apologize for unintentionally damaging your drone," Jiang Lan explained upon hearing Tang Lin's admission. Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon recalled that she had indeed seen the reconnaissance drone returning to the command vehicle, trailing a plume of black smoke. It must have been damaged by the girl before her. What else did Su Qing say? He was besieged and assaulted by a group of fairies. It seems he must have been referring to the female fairies, right? Oh, Jianglan? You wouldn't happen to be a flight instructor from the Mountaintop Flying Club, would you? Tang Lin initially refrained from elaborating, as the drone had already been repaired, and she was not entirely informed about the specifics. Speaking too much could lead to errors. However, just as she was about to return to the off-road vehicle, she suddenly recalled a sister that Su Ying had mentioned before. It seemed her name was indeed Jiang Lan. They used to be colleagues at the same company. Later, Jiang Lan pursued flight training at her own expense, transitioning from a flight attendant to a flight instructor. Do you know me? I do not, but I have heard tales of your journey. Are you acquainted with a flight attendant named Su Ying? Sister Ying? Are you her friend? Yes, we are colleagues and also the best of friends. Are you also a flight attendant with Tianheng? What a coincidence. Jiang Lan felt a surge of joy upon hearing Tang Lin's words. She had not anticipated that a casual conversation would lead to meeting someone familiar. Is Sister Ying with you? How is she faring now? Yes, we are indeed together, and quite well. Are you stationed at a large greenhouse cultivation area? Yes. How did you know? Oh, I caught a glimpse of you while passing by in the sky. To her surprise, Sister Ying was indeed part of that convoy. Their capabilities were formidable. We're not that strong, just average. The more they conversed, the more they resonated with each other. Su Qing, listening intently through the newly assembled purple-quality vehicle communication station, grasped every word of their dialogue. This time, not only was his act of spying completely exposed, but the other party turned out to be an acquaintance. Su Qing's last shred of hope was utterly extinguished, leaving his heart shrouded in despair. Chapter 77, Alliance of Companions. Slaying the zombie behemoth this morning, the assailants of our drone were indeed a frightful band of female fiends. Wouldn't you agree, Team Su? Mounted with the Windblade, a rugged off-road vehicle resembling a bayonet, it cruised along the highway. Tang Lin's voice emanated clearly from the purple-quality vehicle radio, reaching the command center of the base. The communication capabilities of this device were remarkable. Despite the considerable distance between the two vehicles, the signal remained impeccably clear, devoid of any hint of attenuation. Su Qing listened intently. This is all a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that those young ladies would turn out to be acquaintances. How splendid. I've already assessed their team, and their combat prowess is formidable. They will undoubtedly be of assistance to us in the future. I have shared this news with Sister Ying, and she is quite delighted. Tang Lin, upon hearing Su Qing's words, felt a twinge of skepticism. Did you truly send the drone merely to observe their capabilities? If so, why did they open fire on you? Is their sense of secrecy so acute? How curious. After murmuring a few words under her breath, Tang Lin opted not to delve deeper into the matter and continued driving toward the city of the undead. Su Qing, using the aerial reconnaissance drone, spotted the two helicopters that had already flown far away, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Tang Lin remained astute and did not reveal that he was the one operating the drone. After all, they were not members of the same team. It was wise to retain some secrets. Seated in a large greenhouse cultivation area several dozen kilometers away, Su Qing was capable of simultaneously controlling two drones to engage in combat alongside the off-road vehicle from such a distance. This feat would be deemed utterly inconceivable by other survivors. The ability to execute intricate mechanical controls across long ranges was a testament to formidable combat strength, serving as a hidden asset for their convoy that should not be easily disclosed. Through Tang Lin's communications, Jiang Lan had successfully befriended Su Ying and established contact. Jiang Lan piloted her helicopter back into the skies to rendezvous with Xiao Ling. Today brought her great joy. She and her sisters had finally found trustworthy allies outside the camp. Jiang Lan was well acquainted with Su Ying's character and integrity, having been close colleagues and good friends for many years. Given Su Ying's disposition, the companion she chose would surely be of commendable character. Thus, Jiang Lan dismissed any further thoughts regarding the frequent surveillance of their camp by the reconnaissance drone. Let us proceed, Lingzi. We must continue our battle. Today, let us strive to bring back a greater bounty of supplies. Jiang Lan closed the friend chat interface, momentarily concluding her nostalgic exchange with Su Ying, and cheerfully beckoned Xiao Ling. Understood, Sister Lan. Brother Hu, we are losing control. Hurry and send reinforcements. At the outskirts of the zombie city, near the periphery of the outer district, two armored vehicles, designed for explosive environments, launched grappling hooks with steel cables, each firmly securing a massive zombie creature. The beast was riddled with gunshot wounds, its flesh a gruesome sight, yet it showed no signs of despair. It tugged at the cables tethered to its body, pulling the armored vehicles with a tremendous force, causing them to tilt and carve deep furrows into the ground. The wheels spun rapidly, tearing through the earth, sending soil flying. but they could not halt the creature's advance towards the convoy. Xie Chang, hurry. Use your mounted machine gun to break its legs. That will prevent it from running amok. Li Hu commanded as he watched the zombie draw closer to their team. Xie Chang's eyes flashed with resentment at Li Hu's words. The monstrous zombie seemed on the verge of breaking free, and charging forward to intercept it felt like a death sentence, a clear indication that they had no intention of accepting him into their ranks. They assigned him all the dirty and laborious tasks, sold his blue air conditioning module, and now they were pushing him towards certain doom to seize his vehicle's core and weapon resources. Glaring at the impending threat of the unruly zombie, Xie Chang begrudgingly followed Li Hu's command and maneuvered the vehicle closer, yet he aimed his gun at the two cables binding the creature. If he severed those cables, the beast would regain its freedom and likely seek retribution against those who had inflicted the most damage. Ideally, he hoped to eliminate a few of them in the chaos, allowing him to escape amidst the confusion. Resolute in his thoughts, Xie Chang drove near the monstrous zombie, a gleam of vengeful satisfaction in his eyes as he pressed the machine gun's trigger. A deafening explosion erupted in the midst of the convoy, the powerful shockwave nearly overturning his off-road vehicle. Alongside the explosion, the remnants of the dismembered zombie splattered across the scene, while the severed cables rebounded violently, shattering the exteriors of the two armored vehicles right before everyone's eyes. The high explosive shell that had descended from the sky obliterated the dying zombie, reducing it to mere fragments. You have slain a level 10 boss monster, virus experiment beast, gaining 1 flexible vehicle armor, 1 high-power water collection module, 9 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. As the notification of the monster's demise resonated, Su Qing observed the results of the explosive artillery strike with satisfaction through the reconnaissance drone hovering above. However, soon after, a vast swarm of dark, ominous zombie birds was rapidly approaching from the center of the zombie city. Su Qing had previously used heavy firepower from a distance to annihilate a zombie monster in the outer district, provoking a vicious counteraction from the zombie city. The swarm, propelled by remarkable speed, hurtled towards the reconnaissance drone, intent on tearing apart the audacious individual who had dared to employ heavy weaponry to bombard the city from afar. Upon witnessing the approaching horde of undead birds, Su Qing suddenly had an idea and swiftly commanded the reconnaissance drone to descend, directing it towards Li Hu's convoy. At that moment, Li Hu and his companions were left dazed by the unexpected barrage of high explosive shells. They had never anticipated that after a prolonged struggle against the monstrous zombie beast, their hard-fought kill would be snatched away by another. Su Qing, seeking death. It's you again! Li Hu's eyes blazed with fury as the cannon on the tank erupted with a fiery blast, launching a shell that struck the off-road vehicle attempting to flee amidst the chaos. The explosion obliterated the vehicle's wheels, rendering it immobile. Thinking of escaping? You shall provide cover for us. Li Hu bellowed as he observed the ominous transformation of the avian horde overhead, prompting him to shout urgently. Turning around, he saw that his comrades had long since distanced themselves, raising clouds of dust as they fled at breakneck speed. Controlling the reconnaissance drone, Su Qing swooped low, while the pursuing undead birds soon detected the frantic escape of the convoy below. They swiftly shifted their target, abandoning the bloodless mechanical contraption in the sky, and launched a frenzied assault on the vehicles below. Amongst the metallic shells, they caught the tantalizing scent of fresh blood, irresistibly alluring. In no time, the wrecked off-road vehicle, its wheels shattered, was besieged by a throng of ravenous, undead birds. Xie Chang watched in horror as the creatures tore through the vehicle's armor, invading the cabin through the gaps. His eyes brimmed with rage. Damn you, Li Hu, and that scoundrel who stole my flamethrower. I have yet to exact my revenge. I cannot perish here. In a panic, Xie Chang attempted to utilize a survival point to repair the armor's breaches, but it was too late. The horde had already surged into the cabin, attacking with reckless abandon. Consumed by overwhelming hatred and despair, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness completely. Chapter 78. Flexible Thorn Protective Armor. Seizing the core of the vehicle, high-power water collection module. Blue possesses extraordinary water collection capabilities, able to gather and store vast amounts of clean water with a collection speed of 10 tons per day. Su Qing retrieved an item from his backpack space, which had dropped after he successfully controlled a high-explosive cannon to obliterate a zombie behemoth from a distance. Detected similar item. Would you like to synthesize? Confirm synthesis. This high-power water collection module, akin to the one on the amphibious base vehicle, is also of blue quality. Upon Su Qing's selection to synthesize, the two modules merged into one. Consumed 1 high-power water collection module, blue. Synthesis successful. Obtained an independent space water storage module, purple. Independent space water storage module. Purple features a dedicated water storage space, capable of holding a substantial amount of clean water. Equipped with filtration and purification abilities to ensure water quality, with a water production speed of 100 tons per day. With this purple independent space water storage module, its formidable water retention capacity could finally meet the demands of the luxurious bathing space. Otherwise, the previous blue quality water collection module could only produce 10 tons of water daily, which was insufficient to guarantee the freedom of water usage in a bathing space equipped with a surf massage bathtub. Besides the needs for personal hygiene, the clean water from the base vehicle was also required for irrigating crops in the secret realm. The utilization of water resources was indeed somewhat strained. Now that the water collection module had ascended to purple quality, its water production speed had increased tenfold, reaching over 100 tons per day, far exceeding the consumption needs. Furthermore, this water collection module boasted an independent storage space, capable of holding vast quantities of water. In the future, should the module's clean water storage become excessive, Qing could even consider selling it through the channel. However, this would depend on the survival scenarios that might arise, such as the emergence of a severely water-scarce post-apocalyptic environment, before making a decision. After synthesizing the independent space water storage module, Qing once again reached into his backpack space and retrieved an armor model. Flexible vehicle armor, purple, a flexible armor with energy absorption effects, capable of resisting violent impacts, protecting internal structures with a durability of 500 and impact damage reduction of 50. Detected similar item. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize upon Qing's selection. The flexible vehicle armor in his hands fused with the spiked thorn armor installed on the amphibious base vehicle. As the armor synthesized, the alloy shell at the base of the vehicle's spiked thorn armor began to transform, becoming soft and elastic, shedding its cold, hard exterior. It resembled the pelt of a colossal beast adorned with protective thorns. Upon consuming a piece of spiked thorn armor, purple, the item synthesis was successful, resulting in a piece of flexible thorn protective armor, orange. Flexible thorn protective armor, orange, a flexible armor imbued with energy absorption properties, capable of withstanding severe impacts and safeguarding internal structures. The spikes adorning it possess counterattack capabilities, with a defense durability of 1000, impact damage reduction of 60, and counterattack damage of 60. After synthesizing the two pieces of armor, the purple spiked thorn armor was elevated to an orange epic level. Its defense durability surged from the previous 500 to an impressive 1000. Additionally, its counterattack capacity doubled, increasing from 30 to 60, enabling it to rebound 60% of incoming damage. Following the integration of the flexible armor, the exoskeleton of the amphibious base vehicle transformed into a supple form, shedding its former rigid alloy exterior. The armor enveloped the vehicle, rendering it akin to a colossal spiked beast crawling upon the ground. This flexible armor also featured a remarkable capability to reduce impact damage by 60, allowing the amphibious armored base vehicle to effectively withstand the ferocious assaults of monsters without subjecting its internal structure to violent tremors. This enhancement significantly bolstered both the vehicle's defense and stability, thereby elevating the driver's comfort and shielding them from the repercussions of impacts. Truly, the attributes of this orange epic-grade equipment were formidable. Qing marveled at the information regarding the flexible thorn protective armor. With this vehicle modification, coupled with the enhancements from the vehicle core's characteristics, the defense durability of the amphibious armored base vehicle soared past an astonishing 1.8 million. It could be likened to a land fortress. Furthermore, with the addition of two purple-quality central air conditioning modules and a space water storage module, its survival capabilities reached their zenith. Defense, air, and water sources were all effectively secured, providing survivors with a safe and comfortable living environment, better equipped to confront the harshness of the external world. After successfully synthesizing the two items dropped by the monsters, Qing closed the interface. He regained control of the reconnaissance drone, returning to hover above Tang Lin's off-road vehicle, continuing to assist her in combat. Once the horde of zombie birds was distracted by the ground convoy, the reconnaissance drone successfully evaded their pursuit, continuing to circle high above, providing reconnaissance and combat support for Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle. It aided her in observing the surroundings of the vehicle, searching for hidden monsters lurking in the wilderness. Boom! A high-explosive cannon shell detonated, clearing the obstructive debris in the path of Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle. Qing took control of Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle, activating the orange-quality high-explosive cannon, collaborating with the two drones to bolster the combat ahead. At that moment, the horde of zombie birds had returned to the city center, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a relatively intact off-road vehicle. Qing observed clearly through the reconnaissance drone that this off-road vehicle had been rendered inoperable by Li Hu's tank, abandoned in place to draw the attacks of the zombie birds, serving as a rear guard. The remnants of the survivors' flesh within the off-road vehicle had long been devoured by the ravenous zombie birds. Yet, this vehicle remained relatively intact, promising potential rewards. Under Su Qing's direction, Tang Lin navigated around the urban area, following the path created by high explosive shells, and arrived beside the off-road vehicle. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, she disembarked, armed with a shotgun and protected by a drone equipped with a rifle. Approaching the wreckage, she discovered a core emanating a blue glow, which filled her with excitement. She collected the vehicle core and weapon module from the ground before returning to the armored off-road vehicle. Big brother, something feels amiss. How did we attract that horde of zombie birds while on the outskirts of the city? Seeing the terrifying flock retreating in the distance, Li Hu and his companions exchanged bewildered glances on the road. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. That scoundrel Su Qing must have drawn them here. One of them exclaimed, "Shaoli, lend me your energy shield module. Tomorrow, I will make sure to deal with that rascal. He dares to steal my prey and blow up my tank. Thinking I, Li Hu, am an easy target?" Li Hu snatched the energy shield module from his reluctant subordinate. This purple energy shield module was among the few protective modifications in their fleet, capable of consuming energy to create a protective barrier around the vehicle to withstand attacks. As long as there was sufficient energy, the shield would remain intact and completely safe. With the defensive capabilities of his tank combined with this purple-grade energy shield, he was confident that he could deplete the energy reserves of that armored base vehicle, rendering its Vulcan cannon completely inoperative. At that moment, he would obliterate the armored base vehicle and claim the Vulcan rotary cannon for himself, significantly enhancing his combat strength and establishing dominance over the entire survival zone. Li Hu brimmed with confidence. Chapter 79. The all-purpose tractor and multi-barrel machine gun. As dusk descended, Tang Lin drove her off-road vehicle back to the greenhouse camp. The camp had returned to a serene quietude, as Su Ying and Bai Wei had already concluded their day as harvesting work and returned to their base vehicle. The multifunctional tractor, equipped with harvesting capabilities, had demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within a single day, it had harvested the majority of the vegetable garden, securing all the produce within the mystical space. And Xiao Wan and Bai Ling had also toiled throughout the day, packaging surplus vegetables for sale in exchange for various necessities. After dinner, Su Qing retrieved the vehicle core that Tang Lin had entrusted to him. Vehicle core, blue vehicle has been damaged, durability 35-100, remaining energy reserve 42. Special ability, interface expansion, identical items detected, proceed with synthesis? Proceed with synthesis. Su Qing intended to merge this blue-quality vehicle core with Bai Wei's multifunctional tractor to elevate the tractor's core rank and enhance its attributes. Consuming one vehicle core, blue, item synthesis successful, acquired an all-purpose tractor, purple, base vehicle characteristics, powerful engine, upgraded to purple quality. Acquired special ability, interface expansion, powerful engine, purple engine power is exceptionally robust, capable of towing heavy trailer modules, vehicle power 600. Towing capacity 500, interface expansion, blue equipped with additional module interfaces, capable of simultaneously towing and controlling various tool modules, number of interfaces 8. Core computing power 300. Following the fusion of the vehicle core, Bai Wei's multifunctional tractor expanded in size and was enveloped in a layer of protective armor. With only its massive tires exposed, numerous towing hook interfaces were distributed across the tractor's armor, enabling it not only to tow various tool vehicles, but also to accommodate weapon modules, making it remarkably versatile. Gazing at the uniquely designed all-purpose tractor, Su Qing was instantly reminded of the armored mobile home, which was laden with an array of weaponry and boasted an astonishing firepower rating. That armored vehicle must also possess a similar interface expansion capability, otherwise, it would be impossible to mount and control such an extensive arsenal simultaneously. The vehicle's core computing power simply could not sustain the operation of so many weapons. After advancing the blue-quality multifunctional tractor to a purple all-purpose tractor, the characteristic sharing ability granted Su Qing's amphibious armored base vehicle several additional module interfaces distributed around its body. The core of the base vehicle also acquired these two special abilities. He examined the vehicle interface and opted to mount the Vulcan storm cannon and the electromagnetic accelerator gun on either side of the base vehicle. The two grappling claw launchers were then affixed to the front and rear collision beams of the base vehicle. The crossbow launcher mounted on the roof of the vehicle was also dismantled by Su Qing and loaded onto Bai Wei's versatile towing vehicle. This action completely cleared the top of the base vehicle, specifically to accommodate two drones. After testing the combat capabilities of the two drones today, Su Qing resolved to incorporate them as standard combat tools. He retrieved the heavy lift drone and placed it alongside the reconnaissance drone atop the base vehicle, ready for immediate deployment. In addition to the blue-quality vehicle core, Tang Lin salvaged a machine gun from the off-road vehicle. Multi-barrel rapid-fire machine gun. blew a sustained offensive weapon with a rotating barrel mechanism that cools between shots, maintaining a formidable rate of fire adjustable to 3,000 rounds per minute, capable of single shots, with an effective range of 3 kilometers. This vehicle-mounted machine gun was perfectly suited to replace the green standard rifle attached to the heavy-lift drone, significantly enhancing its firepower. Coupled with the fragmentation grenades and miniature demolition bombs stored within the drones, this heavy-lift drone was now fully capable of executing aerial fire assaults, no longer relegated to merely luring enemies. Bai Wei sensed a change within the vehicle core. Within her, a warm current surged from the core, invigorating her body and sharpening her mind. She and Su Ying curiously ventured into the secret realm, eager to inspect the newly synthesized versatile towing vehicle. Inside the secret realm, piles of various vegetables remained, and Xiaowan and Bai Ling were so busy that they hardly had time to eat, incessantly trading vegetables for various supplies. Sisters, we are in for a treat this time. Tonight, we have fresh vegetables and just picked fruits. As Qiao Ling descended from the helicopter, she eagerly dashed into the camp building to report. These vegetables and fruits were gifts from Su Ying to Jiangwan. Wow, really? That's wonderful. Let's prepare a hot pot. With vegetables, we can enjoy a delightful meal, one of them exclaimed. I think that's a great idea. Hurry and bring the plates. Where are the vegetables? I'll wash them. Qiao Ling's words ignited excitement among the sisters. Although they were well fed in this place, their choices were limited, having to make do with whatever was available. Most of the time, they subsisted on instant noodles. Fresh vegetables and fruits were a rarity. Now, seeing Zhang Lan produce a bounty of vegetables and fruits from her backpack space, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they swallowed repeatedly. We have more good news. Today, after defeating monsters and opening treasure chests, we finally acquired 2 vehicle-mounted weapons. Tomorrow, another sister will be able to join us, piloting a helicopter to venture out and slay monsters. Our combat team will once again expand. Moreover, I have found a trustworthy friend. Their convoy is quite formidable, and we can mutually assist one another. These vegetables and fruits were gifted to us by my friends. With double happiness arriving, we shall celebrate today. Jiang Lan, brimming with excitement, proclaimed loudly. Hooray! Wow, we finally have weapons. Our camp's development is accelerating at an impressive pace, she exclaimed with a giggle. Indeed, the addition of fruits and vegetables is simply marvelous. Quickly, wash the fruits. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The girls, upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, began to chatter excitedly, their joy palpable. Xiaodong, dismantle your purple machine gun and install it on my tank. Tomorrow, I shall personally ensure that Su Qing meets his demise. Li Hu sat within the tunnel, his eyes ablaze with hatred as he spoke vehemently. That damn Su Qing has persistently pushed my limits. Not only did he destroy my tank, but he also dared to claim our kills. Tomorrow, you all should keep your distance and watch my prowess. I want him dead. He took the purple mounted machine gun from his subordinate and decided to affix it to the tank, removing the original green quality gun and tossing it to the young man. Observing the significantly enhanced combat capabilities of his tank, a sinister smile spread across Li Hu's face. Chapter 80. The final showdown in the outer district for several consecutive days. Li Hu had been preparing to launch a surprise attack on Su Qing in the outer district. However, he had yet to locate his base vehicle. It seemed to have vanished without a trace. Although he contemplated storming directly into the greenhouse plantation where Su Qing was discovered, he feared the peril of embarking on a solitary long-distance venture, potentially falling prey to an ambush. After all, he was up against a fully equipped convoy. Without the company of his subordinates, he would be at a distinct disadvantage, uncertain of his ability to prevail. This understanding lingered in Li Hu's mind. He was merely named Li Hu, not an actual tiger. Aware of his limitations, he refrained from charging recklessly into danger. Li Hu even harbored suspicions that those selling vegetables in the area during these past few days were part of Su Qing's group. Yet, he kept this conjecture to himself. After all, he was the sole operator of the drone that had revealed Su Qing's greenhouse encampment. As long as he remained silent, no one would be the wiser. Should word get out, the individuals within that camp might scatter, seeking out vegetables and fruits, leaving him without anyone to collect protection fees from. As for the minor expense of procuring vegetables and fruits, that was hardly an issue. Those resources were not his to begin with, and he only needed to focus on consumption. This calculation was clear in Li Hu's mind. However, to confront Su Qing directly was not a viable strategy. The only feasible approach was to lure Su Qing out and surround him with his subordinates in the urban area. At the very least, he needed his men to divert those troublesome vehicles so that he could focus on a one-on-one confrontation with Su Qing. Su Qing, you wretched dog. Li Hu, the captain of the Heishan tunnel camp, dare you to come to the outer district for a duel? Are you hiding from me, you coward who ascended by plundering others' vehicles? If you're afraid, then like a dog, Tuck your tail between your legs whenever you see me. If I am pleased, perhaps I shall spare your life. Su Qing. Are you not a man? Not even a peep from you. Speak up. For several days, Li Hu incessantly provoked Su Qing over the regional channel. Yet there was no response. Su Qing's base vehicle seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. In the zombie-infested city, within the outer district, a massive zombie behemoth violently collided with a nearby tank, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yet, it could not breach the tank's armored defenses and could only roar in furious frustration. On the tank's armor, multiple machine guns rained fire. Tearing into the flesh of the zombie monstrosity, 2 grappling hooks shot out from the side, ensnaring the creature's massive body. 2 armored vehicles pulled away to either side, tightening the cables to secure the monstrous zombie firmly to the ground, rendering it incapable of struggle. As the zombie behemoth writhed in captivity, several armored vehicles that had been observing from a distance quickly closed in. The weapons mounted on these vehicles unleashed a furious barrage upon the beleaguered creature. The tank that had been under attack was now liberated, retreating from the beast's assault range to join the fray. Soon, the once formidable behemoth, unable to resist, was left severely wounded and on the brink of death, powerless to continue the fight. With a thunderous roar, a high-explosive shell descended from the heavens, obliterating the monstrous zombie and scattering its remnants across the ground in a shower of blood and flesh. The creature was utterly vanquished. Witnessing this familiar scene, a torrent of hatred surged within Li Hu, overwhelming his restraint. Su Qing, you cowardly turtle finally dared to show your face. I will end you. Another shell thundered down, striking the furious, speeding tank. The shockwave from the explosion jolted Li Hu back to reality, prompting an immediate sense of foreboding. This time, the frequency of the bombardment had evidently increased, and the precision had improved significantly. Previously, once their convoy began to move, Su Qing's long-range howitzer would cease its assault. Yet today, not only did the barrage persist, but it also accurately targeted the swiftly advancing tank. A wave of unease washed over Li Hu. This is bad. That scoundrel is nearby. Just as he grasped the implication, a sharp, flying claw lunged at him, seizing the tank's cannon. The resilient steel cable snapped taut, nearly toppling the rapidly advancing vehicle. The tremendous jolt sent Li Hu staggering, his gleaming head crashing against the control panel. Pain surged through him, but he paid it no heed. He turned sharply, discovering, amidst the nearby ruins, a colossal, obsidian-armored base vehicle. Its surface adorned with spikes and heavy machine guns mounted on either side, quietly stationed. Behind the armored vehicle, a steel cable was firmly anchored amidst the debris, securing it in place. It was this very cable that enabled the base vehicle to grasp the speeding tank, almost toppling the heavy machine in the process. Behind the base vehicle, a heavily armored howitzer was poised and smoking slightly, taking aim at their position. Upon sighting this formidable artillery, a sinister grin spread across Li Hu's face. At last, you have revealed yourselves. Now you can meet your demise. Pleas for mercy will be of no use. I, Li Hu, have spoken. Energized by this revelation, Li Hu swiftly reoriented the tank's cannon, intent on retaliating. However, the steel cable ensnaring the cannon tightened rapidly, twisting the barrel and rendering it impossible to aim. His adversaries had come prepared, specifically to counter him. Li Hu, recognizing the sharp claw embedded in the cannon, immediately grasped the situation. All units, attack. Strike with ferocity. Li Hu bellowed through the radio, and the tank's all-metal tracks whirled into a frenzy. With immense momentum, the tank charged toward the armored base vehicle. If the cable could not be undone, then he would not relent. Let us see whose armor is more formidable and ruthless. With a thunderous crash, the 2 titanic machines collided in the outer district, sending powerful tremors through the air. The heavy armored base vehicle swayed under the impact, its flexible spiked armor rippling, yet it remained steadfast, unmoved. Even within the confines of the command vehicle, there was no overwhelming sensation of turbulence. The flexible spiked thorns armor enveloping the vehicle absorbed the majority of the impact, preventing it from transmitting to the interior. However, the violent collision caused the binding steel cables of the grasping claws affixed to the tank to snap and detach, taking with them a substantial fragment of the cannon's armor. Regaining freedom, Li Hu promptly maneuvered the tank in reverse, aiming to distance himself and prepare to unleash a barrage upon the formidable vehicle equipped with a heavy cannon howitzer. He had discerned that among Su Qing's convoy, only this spiked command vehicle boasted an absurdly high level of defense. The other vehicles, however, lacked such formidable protective capabilities. Given his offensive power, a single shot would suffice to obliterate them. Just as Li Hu had created a slight distance, a torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon the tank's armor. The heavy machine guns mounted on either side of the armored command vehicle erupted into a frenzied assault, causing sparks to fly from the tank's surface and rapidly diminishing its durability. Humph, this tactic again? I had anticipated this. Li Hu scoffed disdainfully upon recognizing the familiar form of attack. A blue defensive energy shield materialized above the tank, enveloping it in protection. With the energy shield in place, the external bullets could no longer penetrate the core of the tank. Yet, this pale blue shield also hindered his ability to retaliate, forcing him into a position of passive defense. What the heck? This firepower feels off, he exclaimed. This intensity is overwhelmingly strong. No. There is something amiss with those two machine guns. Li Hu was horrified to discover that the energy shield's consumption was alarmingly rapid. Far from the gradual depletion he had anticipated, his fuel reserves would not sustain him for long. In a flurry of urgency, he hastily poured all the spirit crystals from his backpack into the energy shield module to maintain its operation. The heavy machine guns flanking the armored command vehicle relentlessly battered the tank's outer defensive shield, shaking it violently. Particularly, the Vulcan storm cannon, having ascended to the orange epic tier, had experienced a multiplicitous enhancement in firepower. The rounds it discharged resembled miniature artillery shells, exhibiting ferocious potency. Chapter 81. Helicopter Assistance. Annihilating the golden tanks on the outskirts of the city, as Li Hu's tank endured relentless assaults ahead. The nearby armored vehicles engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with Su Qing's convoy. Within Su Qing's team, several weaponized armored vehicles encircled the rescue pickup, incessantly firing and trading shots with the opposing armored units. Rockets, energy cannons, and howitzer shells alternated in a ceaseless barrage, filling the air with thunderous roars. Meanwhile, the pickup truck at the center continuously emitted repair beams to restore the durability of the surrounding vehicles, intensifying the already heated battle. The high-explosive howitzer, an orange-grade weapon, possessed formidable damage capabilities, yet struggled to target the agile adversaries due to their swift movements. The aiming mechanism could not keep pace with their speed. Thus, the primary offensive strength of the convoy relied solely on Tang Lin's mounted rocket launcher and Bai Ling's pulse energy cannon, the energy air cannon and flamethrower. With their limited range, proved ineffective in this chaotic combat scenario. The available arsenal was woefully inadequate. Consequently, the decisive factor lay between Su Qing's armored base vehicle and Li Hu's tank. Once the victor emerged from their confrontation, it would be a mere formality for them to decimate the remaining vehicles with their overwhelming combat prowess. After all, Li Hu's tank was a golden legendary-grade vehicle, boasting exceptionally formidable characteristics and attributes. Coupled with the massive cannon weapon module it had possessed since its binding, it was a dominating force among its peers. Had it not been for the minimal additional modifications on the tank, which were virtually non-existent, and the low-tier defensive energy shield module that consumed vast amounts of energy, the tank would be in a nearly unarmored state. In contrast, the amphibious base vehicle, equipped with multiple enhancements for defense and durability, stood at an entirely different level. Furthermore, the armor-piercing capabilities of the Vulcan storm cannon and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun placed additional strain on the tank. Otherwise, Su Qing's amphibious base vehicle might not have been able to match its prowess. Lanjia, look over there. Is that Tang Lin and her team? Xiao Ling exclaimed, captivated by the distant clash. She quickly turned to observe, soon spotting Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle amidst the chaotic melee. Zhang Lan, hearing Xiao Ling's words, promptly scrutinized the scene. She discovered that, indeed, the vehicles engaged in combat in the distance were the Su Ying convoy stationed in the large greenhouse plantation area. Tang Lin, who had spoken to her days earlier, was unmistakably present with her rocket-equipped armored off-road vehicle. Their convoy was currently besieged by a fleet of rapidly moving armored vehicles, forming a semicircle in staunch defense against the onslaught. Not far from them, an armored vehicle adorned with spikes and a tank shielded by an energy barrier were engaged in solitary combat. Quickly, let us proceed to assist Sister Ying, Jiang Lan declared. Observing the distant battlefield without a trace of hesitation, she promptly made her decision. The helicopter hovering in the air adjusted its course and sped towards the conflict. Behind her, two weapon-mounted helicopters followed suit, providing support. The trio of helicopters swiftly traversed the urban landscape, soon arriving above the battlefield. Upon their arrival, the helicopters unleashed a barrage of fire, launching rockets and unleashing gunfire upon the rapidly moving armored vehicles below. The sudden intervention of these three helicopters instantly transformed the dynamics of the battlefield. Although the armored vehicles were agile, they were no match for the aerial assault. They could only endure the onslaught, their armor's durability plummeting. Tang Lin had long been incensed by these adversaries but had refrained from engaging in battle to protect the convoy's vehicles. With the helicopters now in play, the previously brazen armored vehicles were reduced to a panicked retreat. Tang Lin pressed the accelerator of her off-road vehicle, the blade, hurtling towards the distant armored vehicles. The air cannon detonated in the wilderness with a deafening roar, its powerful shockwave flipping an armored vehicle onto its side, shattering its armor and rendering it immobile. One shot from the air cannon obliterated a vehicle, igniting a fierce rage within Tang Lin. Without hesitation, she pursued the remaining armored vehicles, her air cannon compressing and preparing to unleash its energy once more. Recognizing the dire situation, the remaining armored vehicles ceased their resistance and scattered in a desperate flight. The arrival of the 3 helicopters instilled a sense of peril among them, extinguishing any hope of victory. Tang Lin, driving the blade, relentlessly pursued the fleeing armored vehicles, continuing her assault. Ultimately, after leaving 2 destroyed vehicles in her wake, the others vanished from sight. Liu gritted his teeth, maintaining the tank's defensive energy shield against the onslaught of 2 heavy cannons. He could only gamble that Su Qing's energy reserves were not as substantial as his tank's. He hoped that before the energy shield shattered, the heavy cannons would exhaust their power and cease their attacks. At that moment, victory would be his. However, to his astonishment, 3 helicopters appeared overhead, driving away all his subordinates. The battlefield was left with only his solitary tank, encircled by vehicles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu immediately engaged the engine in an attempt to escape. The metal treads spun wildly, merely gouging deep trenches into the ground. A sharp claw lashed onto the tank's cannon, preventing any chance of retreat. Did he think he could flee? Is it not you who calls for my presence daily? Now that I have arrived, are you not pleased? Su Qing had long anticipated this maneuver of his. Behind the armored base vehicle, the grappling hook steel cable remained firmly anchored between the colossal ruins, resisting the tension from the front, coupled with the immense weight of the base vehicle. It effectively restrained the tank that sought to flee. This purplish-hued quality of the grappling cable exhibited an astonishing resilience and strength, managing to withstand the struggle between 2 massive entities. At last, the tank's fuel was entirely depleted, and the blue energy shield that enveloped its armor vanished into thin air. By this time, all other operational armored vehicles had retreated without a trace. The 3 helicopters soaring above, along with Tang Lin and her companion's transport, returned to base. Several weapon turrets simultaneously unleashed a barrage upon the immobilized tank, engulfing it in a tempest of gunfire until it was utterly obliterated. The battle had come to a close. Chapter 82, Ascension to Golden Legend. The meeting of 2 camps. Su Qing activated the armored base vehicle, retracting the grappling hook cable as it towed away the wreckage of a tank from the outskirts of the city. After merging with the properties of the surging engine, the vehicle's formidable pulling power effortlessly heaved the completely metallic and heavy tank, without any strain. Soon, the convoy re-entered the desolate wilderness outside the city. Halting upon a broad highway, 3 helicopters descended gracefully from the sky, landing not far away. Su Qing, driving a roadside assistance pickup, drew near to the helicopters, deploying a repair beam to assist them in restoring their durability. "Sister Qing, we finally meet," Jianglan exclaimed, leaping from her helicopter with excitement upon spotting Su Qing at the wheel. The 2 friends engaged in animated conversation on the highway. Su Qing and Xiaowen also disembarked, approaching the group. To their surprise, there was a boy among them. Jianglan's eyes flickered with intrigue as she cast a meaningful glance at Su Qing. Xiao Ling widened her eyes, suddenly recalling something, her expression shifting to one of shock. Just as she was about to speak, Jianglan seized her arm. "Allow me to introduce. This is Su Qing, the captain of our team," Su Qing said, presenting Su Qing to Jianglan and the others. "Captain Su is indeed youthful and handsome, though he seems somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" Jianglan inquired with a smile, extending her hand. Su Qing awkwardly shook it. "Indeed, we have met," he affirmed with a chuckle. "Your team's prowess is quite impressive, all possessing rare aerial vehicles, which certainly piques my interest." "Well then, you all continue your conversation. I shall inspect that tank." Su Qing excused himself, eager to depart after exchanging a few pleasantries, leaving the girls from both teams buzzing with excitement. Detected a Golden Legend level vehicle core, property ability, damage reduction. Would you like to merge? No. Su Qing retrieved a golden core from the tank's cockpit and stored it in his backpack. Congratulations. You have acquired a mobile tank artillery, orange. Acquired an energy shield, purple. Acquired a heavy vehicle-mounted machine gun, purple. Acquired a communication intercom, purple. Su Qing thoroughly searched the wrecked tank, discovering only these 4 weapons and modules. What a miserly individual this commander must be, with such scant equipment for a camp of that size. There wasn't even an air conditioning module. How could one endure such sweltering weather inside a metal canister of a tank? Was he truly so stubborn as to forsake comfort merely to display his ironclad resolve? Su Qing mused silently. After confirming that the tank had yielded nothing but scrap metal and no additional modules, he finally relinquished his search and returned to the armored vehicle. Through the cockpit glass, he observed Jianglan and the others already piloting their helicopters away. At last, Su Qing extracted the golden vehicle core from his backpack. Upon choosing to synthesize, Su Qing held the golden vehicle core, which seamlessly merged with the orange core of the amphibious base vehicle. The derelict tank trailing behind the base vehicle disintegrated into metallic fragments, swirling into a tempestuous vortex around the colossal base vehicle, rapidly integrating into its armor. One golden legendary vehicle core was consumed, resulting in a successful synthesis, elevating the vehicle to the status of an amphibious fortress base vehicle, gold. Vehicle characteristics evolved, from Master of Machinery, orange, to the advanced golden legendary trait, Sovereign of Machinery. Sovereign of Machinery, gold. This ability grants perfect control over mechanical creations, the capacity to decipher enemy communication signals, and the power to capture hostile mechanical constructs. The controlled machines can absorb all damage inflicted upon the Sovereign. The fortress-based vehicle's attack power surged to 8,000. Its defensive durability soared to 100,000. Its maximum speed reached 300 km/h. And its aquatic speed climbed to 100 km/h. The golden vehicle characteristic of damage mitigation was acquired. Damage mitigation, gold. The vehicle boasts formidable protective capabilities, capable of negating the majority of firepower attacks, reducing damage taken by 80. Upon integrating the tank core, the armor of the amphibious fortress-based vehicle became substantially more robust, its broad body resembling a spiked steel behemoth. Among the dense alloy spikes were surveillance and observation windows scattered across the vehicle. The black armored coating bestowed an imposing presence upon the fortress base vehicle. Extending from the rear underside of the base vehicle were two metallic tracks, enhancing its obstacle crossing capabilities and heavy towing strength. With its elevation to golden status, the defensive durability of this amphibious fortress base vehicle, bolstered by its vehicle traits and spiked armor, surpassed a staggering 2.8 million, truly deserving of the title Fortress. Coupled with the newly acquired golden vehicle trait of damage mitigation, which reduces 80 of incoming damage, this fortress-based vehicle transformed into an absolute bastion of defense. Moreover, the advanced golden tier inherent vehicle trait, Sovereign of Machinery, endowed it with the ability to decipher communication signals and capture enemy mechanical constructs. This not only converted mechanical foes into allies, enhancing the combat strength of Su Qing's side, but also allowed the damage inflicted upon him to be shared by the captured machines, significantly augmenting his survival capability and ensuring he would not fall easily. Surveying the attributes of this golden fortress-based vehicle, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction. He was now brimming with confidence regarding his impending assault on the inner city. Starting tomorrow, he would launch a full-scale offensive against the urban sprawl of the zombie city. After disposing of the tank wreckage still tethered to the base vehicle, the convoy sped along the highway, returning to the greenhouse cultivation camp. Brother, it seems our leader has perished. The cannonade has ceased, yet brother who is yet to return. It is likely that he has met his demise. What are we to do? Without brother whose command, can our encampments endure? Alas, why do you weep so? Your sentiments run deep, yet when brother who was under duress, I did not see you rush to his aid. My tears are shed for my violet-grade energy shield, which brother who borrowed recently and is now surely lost. Had I known we would face defeat, I would never have lent it to him. Do you think your loss is the only one that matters? My violet-mounted machine gun has also been lost. What a stroke of misfortune this is. Do you believe we should venture back and see if we can reclaim our belongings? What folly! Do you think they are fools? After a battle, who would leave equipment behind? Last time, the vehicle belonging to that scoundrel Xie Chang was left completely stripped, devoid of anything of value. Let us abandon the thought of returning. The outer districts are no longer within our reach. Without brother whose tank leading the charge, we stand no chance. Moreover, should we encounter the elusive Su Qing within the city, we would all be doomed. We cannot provoke him, so let us retreat to the wilderness. Several armored vehicles stand upon the desolate highway, while a group of individuals deliberates for an extended period. Ultimately, they arrive at no conclusion and must resignedly prepare for their journey back. Chapter 83, Global Announcement. Winter is coming, Blade Assault Vehicle, World Notification, Survivors. The incursion into the outer districts has progressed, unlocking over one-third of the survival zones in the second phase. Emergency weather forecast, severe winter ahead, in 1 month. The survival world will face frigid temperatures, with this cold wave anticipated to last for at least 3 months. The severe winter is a global event. All survival zones will undergo the trials of winter. Survivors are urged to prepare promptly. Winter is coming. As a few individuals aboard the armored vehicle prepared to return, an urgent global message echoed through the survivors panel. Damn it, Xiao Wang. Did you trade away the batch of winter clothing and blankets that Tiger Brother asked everyone to give you? Of course, I traded them long ago. We've already consumed the vegetables I bought. Good grief, Tiger Brother has really put us in a bind. He is feasting while we're left without supplies. We're in deep trouble now. Where are we supposed to procure enough warm clothing in just a month? The zombies in the wilderness have all but vanished. and we've exhausted most of the treasure chests. The difficulty of gathering resources is about to escalate significantly. If only we had secretly kept some supplies for ourselves. That would have been wise. And now look at us, we're completely out of stock. This is a dire situation. When you were boasting about your food, I didn't hear you say any of this. Stop with the hindsight. Let us just hurry back and think of a solution. With Tiger Brother absent, we are the leaders now. The camp has plenty of resources. If worst comes to worst, we can seize some supplies. That is a solid plan. Let us act swiftly before anyone notices. Let us go. Jiang Lan sat within the camp's main building. Her expression clouded as she absorbed the global notification. Their team had only just begun to flourish. And now they were to face the brutal winter in a month's time. The camp housed in this building lacked heating facilities, relying instead on external sources of warmth. With the apocalypse upon them, such heating conditions were inherently impossible. They could either huddle within their vehicle, utilizing the air conditioning module while consuming fuel, or endure the cold inside the building, clad in winter garments, lighting fires to withstand the harsh winter. Yet, both options confronted the same pressing issue: resource scarcity. The fuel consumption of helicopters was daunting. Unlike ground vehicles that could glide to a stop upon running out of fuel, helicopters must maintain rotor speed at all times to ensure lift. Otherwise, they risked crashing within moments. Their entire team operated helicopters, with no alternative vehicles available. Thus, the fuel acquired from defeating monsters merely sufficed for combat outside. Storing additional fuel for heating within the camp was exceedingly challenging. Winter is coming? Qing glanced at the message notification on the vehicle interface, seemingly unperturbed. At present, the fortress-based vehicle is equipped not only with heat-insulating coatings, effectively shielding the interior from external climatic influences, but also features a purple-grade central purification and constant temperature air conditioning system, capable of maintaining an optimal temperature within. As long as fuel resources are sufficient, there is no need to concern oneself with fluctuations in the outside temperature. However, within the fleet, a considerable amount of winter provisions has been recently acquired through the sale of vegetables, presenting a lucrative opportunity to profit from price differences. Qing scrutinized the global notification, finding no other issues, and subsequently closed the interface, choosing to focus his attention elsewhere. He trusted that Qing and the others would certainly arrive at similar conclusions. From his backpack, Qing retrieved 2 vehicle cores, remnants from the 2 bomb-proof armored vehicles that Tang Lin had shattered using her energy cannon. After the battle, she had picked them up. 2 blue-grade vehicle cores detected. Would you like to synthesize? Proceed with synthesis. Upon making his selection, the 2 cores in Qing's possession merged into one, elevating to a purple core. Without hesitation, he opted to synthesize it with Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle, prioritizing its enhancement for several reasons. Tang Lin was the only female in the entire fleet passionately dedicated to combat, and her aggressive style favored a direct and forceful approach, necessitating a high-performance vehicle. Furthermore, Tang Lin's vehicle had the capability to engage in battles independently, boasting formidable and balanced combat capabilities, unlike the other females' vehicles, which exhibited pronounced functional deficiencies, such as poor mobility and weak armor, necessitating support from the fleet. Most importantly, these 2 vehicle cores had been obtained through Tang Lin's daring pursuit of enemies, warranting their priority use for her vehicle's upgrade. This decision would significantly contribute to the overall enhancement of the fleet's combat strength. Consume 1 vehicle core purple, synthesis successful. Armored off-road vehicle has successfully advanced to orange epic, blade assault vehicle. Acquired vehicle traits: bomb-proof armor, blue, agile maneuverability, blue. Bomb-proof armor, blue. The vehicle is enveloped in alloy armor, capable of withstanding violent impacts, with a defensive durability of 300. Agile maneuverability, blue features an enhanced steering mechanism, allowing for agile movement at high speeds, with a mechanical sensitivity of 300. After fusing this vehicle core with Tang Lin's armored off-road vehicle, the armor melded seamlessly with the flowing blade design. The surrounding flowing blades and the sharp front spikes harmoniously integrated with the vehicle's armor, creating a sleek and striking silhouette reminiscent of a long blade, akin to a supercar. This design not only provided exceptional aerodynamic effects, significantly boosting the vehicle's speed, but also featured sharp edges capable of inflicting slashing damage on enemy targets. The wide tires allowed for an expansive turning radius, enabling even more agile maneuvering. Enhanced burst charge, orange. The engine can instantaneously unleash immense power, propelling the vehicle forward at an astonishing speed. The vehicle's structure is significantly reinforced, with durability increased by 500 and speed by 300, achieving an instantaneous velocity of 1000. Upon ascending to the orange vehicle, the blade assault vehicle, its attributes have been greatly enhanced. Particularly, the mobility has received a remarkable boost. Coupled with two newly acquired abilities that augment the vehicle's durability and agility, this blade assault vehicle, with its razor-sharp armor and superlative speed, can effortlessly dismantle enemy targets through sheer velocity and the cutting edge, even without the use of any armaments. Such a profound transformation has propelled Tang Lin's assault vehicle to a formidable 5th position, only surpassed by 3 golden legendary vehicles and in Xiaowan's armed transport. Currently, Su Qing's fortress-based vehicle has replaced Li Hu's tank, becoming one of the only 3 golden vehicles within this survival zone and holding the title of the most powerful golden vehicle. As Su Qing completed the synthesis, Tang Lin immediately sensed the core's transformation. She hastened to the window to inspect her vehicle and beheld a war machine akin to a blade-like supercar. Overcome with excitement, Tang Lin danced joyfully, pulling in Xiaowan along to share in her elation, eager to rush into the wild and test the prowess of this brand-new vehicle. Chapter 84 Gatling Rapid-Fire Machine Gun. Cloud Network Communication Module. Stand still. This is a robbery. Empty your bags of any winter clothing, fuel, or beverages. Hand them over to me. Be wise and do not provoke us into violence, lest we all find ourselves in dire straits. Let us maintain silence and not disturb others. Surrender your supplies, and you shall be allowed to leave unscathed. Do not incite my ire, or I shall end you. As dusk approached, weary survivors prepared to return to their encampment. Suddenly, their path was obstructed by several fully armored vehicles. Upon discerning the intentions of their assailants, the enraged survivors sought to confront them. However, under the menacing threat of the dark gun barrels, they were compelled to acquiesce. Once the robbers departed, only a few unfortunate souls remained, their pockets emptier than their faces. Zhao, what shall we do now? Speak up. What can we do? Let us return to the camp and seek assistance to hold them accountable. I recognize those vehicles. They belong to the leaders of the Black Mountain Tunnel encampment. Those shameless thugs dare to rob now. Let us gather more brothers and confront their camp to inquire about this matter. All right, I will follow your lead. After a brief discussion, the robbed individuals hastily returned to their camp. Haha, brother, your suggestion proved effective. Why fight monsters when robbing people brings quicker rewards? Let us find a few more unfortunate souls along the way, and we shall soon find ourselves prosperous. This feeling is splendid. Upon our return tonight, I intend to seek out 2 women. After all, with wealth comes indulgence. Indeed, this path to prosperity suits our fellowship well. Life has been far too constrained and oppressive until now. Tomorrow, we shall continue to expand our endeavors and create new glories. A few more successful heists, and we can fully equip all our weapons, perhaps even venture back into the outer districts for further exploits. Is this not the beginning of a brighter future? As laughter echoed from the armored vehicles, they made their way back to the Black Mountain Tunnel encampment. In the greenhouse plantation area, Su Qing directed the convoy back after everyone had dined. Several young women gathered in the secret realm, sharing tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation late into the night. Seated on the sofa, he retrieved a machine gun from his backpack. Vehicle-mounted Gatling machine gun. Purple, a multi-barrel rapid-fire machine gun. Adjustable firing rate, capable of single-shot firing. Attack power 500, maximum firing rate 6,000 rounds a minute, effective range 1 kilometer. This heavy machine gun was a trophy salvage from Li Hu's tank. One of only 2 weapons aboard. Detected similar item. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Upon Su Qing's selection, the Gatling machine gun merged with the heavy machine gun mounted on the cargo drone. Having consumed a multi-barreled rapid-fire machine gun, Blue, the synthesis was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, Purple, with an attack power of 800 and an effective range of 3 kilometers. Although the rank of this Gatling gun did not elevate upon merging the 2 machine guns, its attack power increased significantly from 500 to 800. Furthermore, the range of the gun was extended to 3 kilometers, representing a considerable enhancement of its attributes. Su Qing proceeded to mount this newly acquired Gatling rapid-fire machine gun onto the heavy-lift drone, preparing it for regular use. With this addition, Su Qing's fortress-based vehicle now boasted 3 heavy machine guns, substantially amplifying its combat capability. The Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, mounted on the heavy-lift drone, could traverse the convoy, providing support and ensuring the safety of other vehicles. During the skirmish with Li Hu's team, Su Qing discerned a critical issue, aside from the fortress-based vehicle. The combat effectiveness and weaponry of the other vehicles within his convoy were somewhat lacking. While they could easily handle individual enemy targets, they found themselves in a precarious situation of insufficient firepower during group engagements. Thus, it became imperative to amass more weaponry and artillery to bolster the convoy's offensive capabilities. After finalizing the arrangements for the Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, Su Qing retrieved a turret model from his backpack. Mobile tank turret, orange, a tank's main cannon. featuring rapid firing speed and high explosive damage, reigning supreme in close combat with an attack power of 1,000 and a maximum range of 10 kilometers. This orange epic-level tank turret was an integral weapon module originally mounted on Li Hu's tank. From the moment it was bound to the vehicle, this turret was recognized as an orange epic-grade heavy weapon, possessing combat prowess far superior to the dilapidated van Su Qing initially had. This turret could engage moving targets within a 2-kilometer radius, exhibiting greater agility and firing speed than high-explosive howitzers, thus effectively compensating for the firepower deficits of Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle in the mid-range. With the addition of this mobile tank turret, Xiaowan's vehicle was now equipped with heavy weaponry for all 3 combat ranges. The long-range capability was provided by the orange epic-level high-explosive howitzer. The mid-range was covered by the mobile tank turret of the same orange grade, and for close combat, there was the flame launcher. This ensemble undoubtedly qualified it as a formidable heavy artillery vehicle. Upon distributing the 2 weapons salvaged from Li Hu's tank, Su Qing was left with a purple-quality vehicle-mounted intercom and a purple-quality defensive energy shield. Defensive energy shield. Purple consumes energy to establish an energy protective dome around the vehicle, capable of withstanding all forms of attack damage. The shield remains active until the energy is depleted. Su Qing opted not to synthesize this defensive energy shield, but instead directly installed it onto Bai Ling's medium transport truck. The truck currently possesses only a single armor modification, rendering its defensive capabilities rather feeble. Its durability is inferior even to that of Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle, necessitating enhancement. Furthermore, this energy shield does not impede attacks from energy weapons, making it particularly suitable for transport vehicles equipped with pulse energy cannons. Coupled with its stealth characteristics, Bai Ling's medium transport truck, after the installation of the defensive energy shield, will gain a substantial capacity for independent operations. In certain combat scenarios, this stealth-capable vehicle might even outperform Tang Lin's blade assault vehicle. Upon the completion of the defensive energy shield installation, the next step involves the onboard radio station. Su Qing retrieved it from her backpack. Onboard intercom radio. Purple, a powerful communication device with real-time dialogue capabilities, effectively resistant to signal interference. With a communication range of 80 kilometers, have similar items been discovered? Proceed with synthesis? Synthesize. Su Qing chose to merge this radio with the one on the base vehicle. One onboard intercom radio. Purple. Consumed. Synthesis successful. Acquired a cloud network communication module. Orange. Cloud network communication module. Orange establishes a communication network, enabling real-time video conversations among multiple participants with strong anti-interference, encrypted signals, and a communication network coverage of 1,000 kilometers. This newly acquired network module transcends traditional radio functionality, allowing for the establishment of network connections that enable collective participation in a unified communication module. All vehicles within this network possess real-time voice communication and encrypted private chat capabilities. It even allows for video communication, facilitating unrestricted dialogue. This effectively serves as a local network terminal in a post-apocalyptic setting, with exceptionally strong signals, eliminating concerns regarding disconnections. Once Su Qing completed the radio integration, a colossal screen emerged on the control panel of the Fortress base vehicle. This screen functions as the video device for the cloud network communication module, equipped with voice capabilities, allowing for real-time communication with teammates during driving or combat, and enabling the issuance of commands or notifications. The screen is conveniently positioned on either side of the driver's seat alongside the navigation map, ensuring ease of use without obstructing the driver's view. Su Qing designated all vehicles in the convoy to join the communication cloud network. Miraculously, identical video screens appeared on their vehicle control panels, seamlessly connecting to Su Qing's main console. With all items processed, Su Qing reclined back in her quarters to rest. Having dealt with Li Hu and elevated the Fortress-based vehicle to the golden legendary level, she felt immensely satisfied and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 85. Survivors in Fierce Combat. The Black Mountain Tunnel Camp changes hands. The night passed in silence. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Jiang Lan, burdened with worry, ascended from the camp in 3 helicopters, accompanied by her 2 sisters. They set their course towards the city overrun by zombies, intent on seizing the opportunity to hunt monsters and gather supplies to withstand the harsh winters ahead. With only a meager stock of resources, they could not endure the 3 months of frigid weather. Even if the camp faced no attacks during winter, the sisters would likely succumb to the bitter cold. However, upon reaching the desolate wilderness, they were met with an astonishing sight. Below, on the expansive highway, a large throng of survivors maneuvered various vehicles, surging forward like a torrent of steel towards the distant mountains and forests. What could compel these individuals to abandon the pursuit of monsters and resource collection at such an early hour? Was there an extraordinary discovery awaiting them in that direction? Or were they planning to engage in a collective battle? Shall we check it out, Sister Lon? The three sisters, intrigued by the multitude of vehicles below, deliberated amongst themselves. They ultimately resolved to forego monster hunting for the time being and investigate the situation. Should they uncover a resource-rich area, they could see some items for themselves. The helicopters trailed at low altitude. Although the survivors had noticed the helicopters above, their pace remained unwavering. Soon, the convoy veered into the forest, arriving at the entrance of an abandoned tunnel. "Where are you? Come out." A chorus of voices erupted from the vehicle convoy, filled with indignation. "Those rascals who robbed us yesterday, come out immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite and storming in." The convoy had halted outside the tunnel, and several survivors disembarked, shouting furiously, "Damn it, bro, those guys we were robbed by yesterday have come back with reinforcements. What are we going to do? But I've already used up my supplies from yesterday. I can't offer them anything now. Who told you to flaunt your generosity yesterday? Were those two little sisters so beguiling that you lost your wits? If we hadn't been watching, they would have stripped your vehicle of its weapons and given them away. What is the use of saying this now? They're blocking the entrance. We can't just ignore them. It would be so embarrassing. The others in the camp are all watching. Come on, what is there to fear? Worst case, we return what we took and find another place to raid. Besides, this tunnel camp is ours now. If they want to stay here, they should offer something in return. Don't you think? Right, let us first send that crowd outside packing. I'll keep an eye on who laughs the loudest, and I'll take from him without hesitation." With their discussion concluded, several armored vehicles slowly emerged from the dark tunnel and onto the highway. "Boss, it's these people. It is indeed those few individuals who have seized our supplies, which are essential for our camp's survival against the cold. There is no need for further discussion." "Are you certain it is them?" "Absolutely." "Very well, the audacious scoundrels dare to pilfer from me. Let us all unite and teach them a lesson." An enraged woman commanded loudly. Gunfire erupted. The weapons of all vehicles unleashed a relentless barrage upon the several armored vehicles trapped at the tunnel's entrance. How outrageous! Is there no sense of honor in battle? Must we resort to violence without a word of negotiation? The brothers inside the armored vehicles were utterly bewildered by the sudden onslaught of gunfire. Yet, the alarming decrease in their vehicles' durability jolted them back to reality. The armored vehicles quickly turned to retreat into the tunnel, only to discover that the entrance was congested with vehicles, rendering escape impossible. "Brothers, since Li Hu's tank has not returned, it must have been destroyed. The opposing team is my ally, delivering supplies specifically to fortify the tunnel against the harsh winter. Yet, these rascals have dared to steal our winter provisions, sealing their own fate. Let us open fire and eliminate these scoundrels." With a rallying cry, the vehicles within the tunnel began to fire upon the stranded armored vehicles outside. Caught in a crossfire, there was no refuge to be found. The armored vehicles were soon overwhelmed by the frenzied gunfire, meeting their demise on the spot. "Stop! Stop! Cease fire! The weapons and cores mounted on these vehicles are valuable assets. Do not damage them." A fierce female voice rang out among the group. Observing the mangled wrecks of the armored vehicles on the road, both sides ceased their fire. A van equipped with 2 machine guns emerged from the ranks, approaching the scene. The door swung open, and a voluptuous and striking woman stepped out, her strides brisk and purposeful, exuding an aura of competence. She swiftly collected the remnants of the armored vehicles. A bulldozer rolled out of the convoy, clearing the debris from the road. Under her leadership, the entire convoy disappeared into the tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiang Lan and her 2 companions piloted a helicopter overhead, witnessing the tumultuous battle below with wide-eyed astonishment. "Sister Lan, we should leave. This is too terrifying. Why do I feel that the survivors outside are more dangerous than the zombies? This is not merely your perception. It is indeed the reality. Thus, we must swiftly enhance our camp's combat capabilities, not only to guard against the creatures' attacks, but also to prepare for these treacherous survivors. Our camp is composed entirely of women. If discovered, the consequences would be far worse than this tunnel's predicament. Let us hurry and focus on slaying monsters to bolster our strength." In order to safeguard ourselves, Jiang Lan gazed upon the destroyed and rendered useless convoy of armored vehicles. Her heart filled with deep reflection. Just yesterday, they had been engaged in combat with this formidable fleet of armored vehicles on the outskirts of the city. The adversary's vehicular prowess was indeed commendable, and their combat awareness was remarkably acute. Yet, within their own encampment, they were still subjected to relentless encroachment and annihilation, resulting in a grim fate. Witnessing this scene intensified the sense of impending peril within her. She yearned to arm all her sister's helicopters with weaponry at once. 7 helicopters, simultaneously executing aerial strikes, would possess an alarming mobility and combat capability that no faction could withstand. Only then would their encampment be truly safe, impervious to any threats. With a resolute heart, Jiang Lan made her decision. She piloted the helicopter, leading her team over the mountainous tunnels, soaring towards the direction of the zombie-infested city. Chapter 86, Regional Pursuit, Relocation of Camps. Have you heard? The Black Mountain Tunnel Camp seems to have experienced a change in personnel. Li Hu, who once operated a tank, perished in the zombie city, and his band of followers was entirely annihilated by a new faction. His demise was indeed tragic. Thus, it is said that one should refrain from ostentation, for hubris invites calamity. Their arrogance was their undoing. Nevertheless, this matter bears no relevance to us. How prepared are you with your supplies for warmth? What warmth supplies? A couple of days ago, I, succumbing to temptation, traded my only set of cotton clothing for cucumbers, leaving me with nothing now. I can relate. I too bartered my quilt for 2 cabbages. I exchanged them for spirit crystals, and now our energy reserves are alarmingly low. Are all of you resorting to trading goods for vegetables? Just how much warmth supply do you think that vegetable vendor possesses? Goodness, it must be an exorbitant amount. Can he even consume it all? We must seek him out. This unscrupulous merchant is deceiving us by offering such meager prices, robbing us of our lifelines. Indeed. We must confront him and demand a return of our goods. If he dares to deceive us, he shall face at least tenfold compensation. We shall not let him off lightly. Among the various camps, survivors began to realize the situation. They hurriedly opened their friend interfaces, bombarding in Shaowan and Bai Ling with messages. Since the vehicle panels were not registered under real names, they remained unaware of these individuals' true identities. However, this did not hinder the private messages filled with fury and emotional release. Many curious souls began speculating on the whereabouts of the vegetable seller in Zombie City. After all, such an abundance of vegetables could not have appeared out of thin air. It must originate from an unexpected location. Soon, survivors began to scour the various cold storage warehouses, logistics centers, orchards, and even villages surrounding Zombie City, in search of the vendor to reclaim their supplies. As the search commenced, they discovered an abundance of abandoned vegetables and fruits hidden throughout the wilderness, many of which were located at places unmarked on their maps. Initially, the search focused on the northern side of Zombie City, where vast fields of immature corn crops sprawled across the land, merging into the boundless wilderness. Moving southward, they soon realized that numerous villages were nestled within the deep forests and mountains, along with orchards and cultivation areas. However, these locations, although visited by only a handful of survivors, had already been stripped bare of their vegetables and fruits. By the time newcomers arrived, they found only barren branches and desolate fields. It was then they understood that many survivors had stealthily gathered such treasures in the wilderness, yet remained silent about their findings. Before long, the greenhouse cultivation area where Su Qing and others resided was discovered by the survivors. Upon witnessing the once abundant vegetable garden now stripped bare, the survivors finally grasped the reality of their situation. The vegetables they had acquired through their meager supplies, where did they originate? Sister Lan, trouble is brewing. Tang Lin and Ying Jie appear to be under pursuit from the entire region due to issues surrounding the vegetable trade. Those individuals have already located the greenhouse area where Ying Jie and the others are stationed, lying in wait for their return. What are we to do? The number of those seeking them is overwhelmingly high, and we are utterly powerless to assist. In the wilderness, amidst the intermittent skirmishes, Xiaoling noticed the chat interface ablaze with frantic messages. She spoke anxiously over the radio. Jiang Lan, upon hearing her words, swiftly maneuvered the helicopter to land upon the roadway. She activated the regional channel and meticulously scanned the messages. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Let me first inquire about Ying Jie and the others' thoughts, seeking their opinions. If all else fails, we can have them take refuge in our camp. Our camp is perched atop a mountain, with a narrow access road that is easy to defend against assault, coupled with Tang Lin and her companions' combat prowess. We need not fear encirclement. It is certainly defensible without any doubt." With a resounding crash, a blade-like war vehicle cleaved through a colossal zombie beast. Ensnared in place by clawed restraints, the vehicle's razor-sharp edge severed the beast's lower leg, causing it to collapse. Boom! A shell detonated upon the dismembered beast, obliterating half of its body into a cascade of flesh, scattering it across the ground. On Xiaowan's vehicle, the newly installed mobile tank turret emanated a searing smoke. In close-quarters combat, this turret proved far superior to high-explosive howitzers, featuring rapid targeting capabilities and the ability to track moving targets. The shells could strike directly without the need for a parabolic trajectory, ensuring instantaneous hits. In the skies above, a heavy-lift drone armed with a Gatling gun unleashed a rapid barrage. A torrent of bullets rained down upon the half-demolished zombie beast. This drone, outfitted with a Gatling gun, was now mounted atop the fortress-based vehicle, its formidable attack power derived from a legendary grade-based vehicle, resulting in ferocious firepower. One drone alone could effortlessly obliterate a survivor's vehicle. Defeated a level 11 boss monster, Virus Experiment Beast, rewarded with 1 air conditioning module, 1 heating module, 10 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. As the announcement of the monster's defeat echoed, the artillery fire ceased. Su Qing and Bai Ling activated their cloaking abilities, enveloping the entire convoy in invisibility, rendering all vehicles undetectable in the outer district. How can these people be so malicious? Bai Ling, has anyone messaged you with insults on your friend interface? And Xiaowan fumed from the driver's seat of the armed transport vehicle. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she read the barrage of messages demanding refunds and accusing her of being a scammer, with not a single kind word among them. Oh, my friend's list has become utterly congested with messages. What is the reason behind this? We engaged in voluntary transactions. When did we become unscrupulous merchants? These individuals are truly despicable. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Qing activated the regional chat channel to review the historical messages. It soon became apparent what was happening. It was a result of the impending notification regarding the winter crisis. These survivors, who had initially agreed to provide supplies and purchase vegetables, were now retracting their commitments. Not only did they wish to reclaim their goods, but they even demanded that Bai Ling and Xiaowan provide multiple times the compensation. These frenzied survivors were scouring for traces of Su Qing's convoy. The greenhouse cultivation camp had already been discovered. In the regional channel, they hurled insults at Su Qing and his companions, accusing them of deceiving them into forfeiting their hard-earned supplies with the worthless vegetables found in the wilderness. Clear all your friend messages and disregard them. Do they think we are mere soft persimmons to be easily squeezed? They truly overestimate themselves. Su Qing deployed a reconnaissance drone, soaring into the skies, heading straight for the greenhouse cultivation area, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Chapter 87. Comprehensive Bombardment. Establishing Authority. Brother, why have these two individuals, who sell vegetables, yet to appear? Do you think they have seen the news on the regional channel and realized we are lying in wait in the greenhouse area, causing them to hesitate in returning? I had long warned everyone to keep a low profile to avoid alarming the prey. We should have captured these two first. Yet, no one heeded my words. Now they have fled, and we are utterly unaware of their whereabouts. How do we even begin to search for them? What purpose does this discussion serve? We might as well sit and wait. I suspect they cannot return. The vegetables in this greenhouse plantation have been stripped bare, leaving the fields looking as if ravaged by dogs. There is nothing left in this place, only desolation. Why would they come back? To be apprehended by us? In the greenhouse plantation, survivors maneuver various vehicles, cluttering the yard. They sit beside their vehicles, resting while venting their frustrations and grievances. Yet, not a soul considers the necessity of venturing out to gather more supply crates to withstand the impending winter chill. They remain idle, all longing for exorbitant material compensation, dreaming of overnight wealth. After all, the scale of the vegetable fields in this plantation, and the sheer quantity of produce, is staggering. How much material could such an abundance of vegetables yield? The mind cannot fathom. If only they could seize the supplies from these two, their worries about food and clothing would vanish. Every problem would be effortlessly resolved. Thus, even with the knowledge that these two may never return, the people cling to their hopes, steadfastly preparing to seize what they can. Su Qing piloted a reconnaissance drone, surveying the greenhouse plantation from above, now crowded with various vehicles. Some individuals, frustrated by their failure to capture the vegetable-selling culprits, vented their anger upon the fields. The walls and buildings of the greenhouse area were toppled and destroyed, reduced to rubble. Debris and dust scattered everywhere, a sight of utter devastation. This stood in stark contrast to the idyllic pastoral scenery Su Qing had experienced during his time stationed here. Observing the chaos below, the wreckage and shattered remnants of the plantation, an inferno of rage ignited within Su Qing. He seized control of Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle and activated the high-explosive howitzer. Utilizing pulse radar, he locked onto the coordinates relayed by the reconnaissance drone. Boom! A flash of fire erupted as a high-explosive shell was launched. It traversed several dozen kilometers, striking the dense convoy of vehicles directly. An intense explosion illuminated the plantation, sending shockwaves that upended all surrounding vehicles. Armor shattered, and vehicle bodies were torn apart. Shrapnel flew in all directions, and the wails of survivors echoed throughout. Boom! Another high-explosive shell detonated within the plantation, resulting in countless casualties. Run! Quick! Save me, brother! After several rounds of bombardment, chaos reigned. The survivors fled in a frenzy, and the once crowded plantation area was instantly vacated, leaving only the wreckage of destroyed vehicles behind, immobile. I am Su Qing, the top-ranked warrior. I am the one who sells vegetables. If anyone dares to defy me or seek reparations, feel free to disclose your coordinates. I am here to deliver benefits. I shall not hold back. In the regional chat channel, Su Qing sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a barrage of high-explosive shells was unleashed, striking the wilderness surrounding several survivor camps. From his central position in Zombie City, Su Qing utilized the extraordinary range of the orange epic high-explosive artillery, capable of covering the entire survival zone with bombardment. The sound of explosions echoed around the various survivor camps, particularly terrifying for those who had taken refuge in the plantation area, where they personally experienced the devastating power of the high-explosive shells. In an instant, the previously tumultuous chat channel fell into silence. They had never anticipated that the one they assumed would hide away to escape the wrath of the other survivors was none other than Su Qing, the ruthless individual who, through plunder, had elevated his vehicles to the golden legendary tier within mere days, claiming the top of the power rankings. Achieving such a feat in such a short time undoubtedly marked him as a merciless fiend. After all, in the chat channel, Li Hu from the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp had been daily condemning Su Qing, stirring up considerable awareness among all survivors of the situation. While they feared Su Qing, they also envied his ferocity. Yet now, Li Hu, who possessed a golden vehicle tank, had vanished without a trace, and even the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp had changed hands. At the same moment, Su Qing's vehicle had transcended to the golden legendary tier. Given Li Hu's recent provocations in the chat channel, anyone with even a modicum of sense could deduce his fate and ponder who had seized his golden tank. Faced with such a ruthless figure, who would dare to speak? Even those brazen women who were accustomed to causing a ruckus now cowered like quails, even holding back their gasps for fear of sparking unnecessary misunderstandings in the chat channel. Su Qing? Could he be the same lad who once delivered goods to me? At the entrance of the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp, a voluptuous woman, exuding a bold demeanor, leaned against a bread delivery truck, her expression puzzled as she gazed at the regional chat interface. Nearby, among the trees, a charred, broken log, ravaged by an explosive shell, continued to emit thick plumes of black smoke, a testament to its owner's formidable long-range strike capability, radiating an aura of intimidation. Linjia. We have completely sealed off the exit behind the tunnel. Now, we simply need to excavate some more stones and construct protective facilities at the entrance. The safety of the camp will be ensured. Several excavators slowly emerged from the tunnel, approaching the forefront. A young man, donning a safety helmet, wiped the sweat from his brow and began his report. Yes, Xiao Xiao, you've worked hard. He continued, before we take in any survivors, it is imperative to ascertain whether there are any individuals with grievances against the Su Qing. Our current combat strength is not formidable. We seek stability, and it is unwise to offend such a powerful figure over a few spirit crystals. Moreover, I suspect that this Su Qing might very well be someone I knew in the past. However, we shall discuss this matter later. Inform everyone in our camp that anyone who has purchased vegetables with supplies should act as if this incident never occurred. Anyone bold enough to cause trouble outside will be immediately expelled from the team. Li Lingyu took her seat in the bread truck equipped with heavy weaponry on both sides and started the engine. After giving a few instructions, she led the combat team into the wilderness. All right, Sister Ling, you can rest assured. We will definitely keep an eye on the home front. Several young men operating the excavators promptly assured her. Chapter 88. Destroying the fortress artillery and advancing into the inner city. Alas, with our numbers, are we truly intimidated by a mere Su Qing? If we unite, a single spit from each of us could drown him. Come, let us seek him out. What is there to fear? Outside the expansive agricultural zone, on the broad highway, a middle-aged man driving a small van erupted in fury. Yet, as he was about to lead the charge, he suddenly realized he had no idea where Su Qing was located. In this vast mountainous expanse, where could he possibly search? The city overrun by zombies was perilously dangerous, and he dared not venture there. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, he observed that the number of those who had rallied to him was scant. No one paid him any heed. The terrifying explosions of high-explosive shells from the sky had instilled sheer panic in everyone. One shell could obliterate a vehicle from dozens of kilometers away. Now, under bombardment, they could not even ascertain the enemy's position. With Su Qing wielding such formidable artillery, who would dare seek death? Who would be foolish enough to risk being reduced to mere fragments? The middle-aged man's proposal met with silence, leaving him in an excruciatingly awkward position. Unsure of how to proceed. Boom. Another high-explosive shell streaked through the air with deadly precision, landing squarely on the small van. The violent explosion shattered the vehicle into countless pieces, debris strewn across the ground, leaving only a deep crater that exuded black smoke. The embarrassed middle-aged man had long since vanished in the smoke of the blast. Fool, you seek death and wish to drag us down with you? It would be better for you to perish than to burden us with your folly. Do you dare provoke a ruthless killer like Su Qing? Have you no fear for your life? You may be tired of living, but we are not. Upon witnessing the obliterated van, a young man shut down the regional chat interface and muttered with disdain. Su Qing himself was taken aback that someone would actually send their coordinates to provoke him. After gifting a free high-explosive shell, he sent a message in the regional channel. The first brave soul has claimed their gift package. Are there any others in need? We have plenty to go around, guaranteed to satisfy. A heavenly bounty. Upon seeing this message in the regional channel, many minds began to stir, particularly those outside the agricultural zone, who, after witnessing the young man's treacherous maneuver, felt a surge of rebellion. Xiaopeng, what are you up to? I am your uncle. After all, blood is thicker than water. Bah, what uncle? When you seized my weapons and supplies, did you consider that I am your nephew? I have already sent your coordinates to the regional channel. Await your demise. You wretched creature. Rest assured, my dear, I will forever cherish my love for you. You deceitful wretch, if you truly love me, why did you disclose my location to the regional channel? Do you think I am oblivious to this? Please do not misunderstand. I still hold you dear in my heart, but the allure of what others offer is simply too enticing. Therefore, I must apologize. If you were to perish, my guilt would diminish, and my new partner would not feel jealousy over our past. Thus, for the sake of our emotional harmony, I urge you to make this sacrifice. Consider it for my benefit. In an instant, the regional channel exploded with an array of location coordinates, disseminating at a staggering pace. Su Qing found himself bewildered by the frenzy of information flooding the screen. What has transpired with these individuals? Are they truly so desperate as to court death? Is this a high-explosive cannonball or merely discounted eggs from a supermarket? Such urgency seems unwarranted. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. The current regional channel had not yet implemented real-name authentication, rendering the identities of those participating anonymous. Hence, the coordinates shared held a significant likelihood of not being genuine. Merely a ploy by some to utilize his hand to eliminate adversaries, achieving their goals through subterfuge and seizing resources. With this realization, Su Qing promptly closed the chat interface, choosing to ignore the chaotic regional chat that had erupted into a cacophony. The intended intimidation had been successfully established. In Shaoan and Bai Ling's friend interface fell silent, restoring tranquility. There was no longer a need to serve as a pawn for others. He redirected his focus to the imposing steel fortress artillery not far from the convoy. This very artillery had been the source of his previous bombardment upon entering the outer district. Now, the monstrous zombies that had lurked beneath the artillery were entirely eradicated, leaving only 2 fortress artillery pieces at the perimeter of the inner district. Breaching this barrier would grant direct access to the heart of the zombie city. With a resounding boom, 2 shells struck the fortress artillery atop the building, armed with mobile tank cannons and high-explosive howitzers. These 2 orange, epic-grade heavy weapons significantly amplified in Xiaowan's vehicle's attack power. No longer was she the feeble entity who could only inflict minimal damage upon the fortress artillery. The extraordinary might of these shells caused multiple fissures to mar the steel plating of the fortress artillery. The buildings beneath the artillery were devastated, leaving 2 massive craters amidst a cascade of debris. As in Xiaowan commenced her assault, the steel fortress artillery swiftly retaliated. 2 shells and rockets soared through the sky, trailing flames as they raced toward her armored transport. Witnessing the distant artillery's assault, Su Qing's fortress-based vehicle activated, its flanking Vulcan storm cannons and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine guns whirling into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets that obliterated the incoming shells and rockets mid-air. The assault from the fortification turrets was entirely thwarted, inflicting no harm upon the convoy. The firepower of the 2 machine guns was entirely comparable to that of close-range anti-aircraft artillery, endowing the convoy with the capability to defend against remote heavy weaponry. The defensive strength was significantly augmented. Yet, the once impregnable steel fortification turrets now appeared as fragile as mere paper in the presence of 2 colossal orange epic cannons. Under the bombardment of several high-explosive shells, they were utterly reduced to a heap of rubble. Destroying a level 12 outer city fortification turret yields 1 close-range cannon, 1 rocket launcher, 10 spirit crystals, and 12 survival points. Destroying a level 12 outer city fortification turret yields 1 heavy cannon, 1 steel shield, 12 spirit crystals, and 12 survival points. Similarly, under the relentless bombardment of high-explosive shells, another steel fortification turret was completely obliterated by Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle. The obstacles posed by the fortification turrets had been entirely cleared. The path to the inner city was now unobstructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing activated the cloaking domain, enveloping the entire convoy in invisibility. The convoy slowly set forth amidst the ruins, advancing toward the inner city. Chapter 89. Advancements in the Inner City. Unlocking the third phase of survival scenarios, it seems rather perplexing that despite our numerous shared coordinates, no one has been struck by artillery fire. Could it be that the sight of so many individuals expressing their discontent online has frightened Qing? Nonsense. Just observe how the coordinates in this area are refreshing amidst the explosions. Even in the face of certain death, there would be no such urgency. This situation is evident to even the most naive observer. It is indeed curious that they would choose to engage with us at all. Attempting to incite conflict with such clumsy tactics is laughable. A few harsh words would suffice. Yet, they opt to send coordinates directly. What kind of move is that? So, what are we to do now? We possess no supplies, and how will we endure this harsh winter? Moreover, what purpose do Qing's abundant cold weather provisions serve? He is but one person and cannot possibly utilize them all. Even a team would consist of merely a few dozen individuals, far too little to exhaust such resources. Deservedly so. Who told you to be so greedy? Look at me. I haven't even traded for vegetables. You wish to barter. But the crux of the matter is that you lack supplies. And yet, you take pride in your poverty. Whom do you call poor? I've already sent your coordinates to the area channel. You might as well await your fate. Damn it, I'm trying to converse with you. And you respond with hostility? Just wait, you scoundrel. That said, with Qing holding so many provisions, if he does not share, the entire community will struggle through this winter. Could we not gather a few individuals to discuss potential strategies to negotiate with him and reclaim our goods? Negotiate for what? Let us unite and raid him, seizing the supplies for ourselves. He is hoarding those free wilderness vegetables and exchanging them for our goods at a low price. This is a blatant attempt to see us perish. We cannot afford to give him any advantage. Indeed, eliminating him would resolve our predicament. I believe that could work. Survivor Qing has successfully breached the inner city. Advancement conditions met. The current area has unlocked the third phase of survival scenarios. Real name verification has been activated. The survival area passageway is now open. The global vehicle combat power rankings, level rankings, and wealth rankings have been established in the current area. Survivors entering the passageway may proceed to other survival zones. As the individuals in the area chat channel engaged in fervent discussions, a world notification suddenly emerged. In an instant, the entire channel fell silent. Everyone was utterly taken aback by this astonishing news, no longer daring to voice their thoughts. After all, the unlocking of real name verification holds immense power. No longer could they speak recklessly in the chat channel. Otherwise, they could be located in an instant. A real-life showdown awaited. Furthermore, the current state of the outer district of the zombie city remains unknown to everyone, while Qing has already penetrated the inner city. Such a staggering disparity in combat strength is enough to instill fear in anyone. Why has the elder brother, who just mentioned besieging Qing, suddenly fallen silent? Is he inherently reticent? Has he not seen the system notification? The regional channel has now implemented real name verification. Who would dare to speak recklessly? My goodness, dear wife. Your vehicle's combat power has astonishingly ranked over 50. Such remarkable weaponry and equipment. Who is your wife? I caution you against making unfounded claims. How dare you slander me? Wang Danny, the name and photo clearly belong to you. I am your Afei husband. How could you not recognize me? Who is Afei? I am now the wife of the battalion commander of the Iron Blood Alliance. If you continue this nonsense, I will have someone deal with you. Zihan, I never expected you to be in the neighboring camp. Mother has finally found you. How wonderful. Zishuan, it is I, your father. Following the implementation of real name verification, the survival area channel soon buzzed with activity once more. However, this time, the discussions did not revolve around Qing or survival resources, but rather transformed into a large-scale reunion scene. Many individuals discovered that their relatives and friends were still alive, and they were situated not far away in the camp. This unexpected revelation and joy left everyone elated. They tirelessly searched the regional channel for their family and friends, eager to unite and establish their own teams. After all, in this apocalyptic world, only one's family and familiar friends are the most trustworthy allies. At the very least, they are far preferable to strangers who have been forced together by the pressures of survival. As Qing led the convoy, demolishing the two fortress artillery stations that obstructed their path and entering the inner city, a global notification resonated within the vehicle interface. The third phase? Upon seeing this series of notifications, Qing was momentarily taken aback. He opened the vehicle interface to scrutinize the messages. It soon became clear to him the changes brought about by this advancement in the survival scenario. The most significant alteration within the survival area was that the previously anonymous vehicle leaderboard and regional chat interface now displayed real names and photos. People could now seek out their family and friends based on the information on the leaderboard. The survivors gathered in this survival zone were all residents of Shiza City. However, when the apocalypse struck and zombies roamed freely, many lost contact with their loved ones. Even if they added each other as friends, without communication, it was impossible to discern who was who. Now, individuals could finally recognize their relatives and seek out friends in teams, as the leaderboard displayed real-name photo information. Locating someone had become remarkably simple. Wow, is that my little aunt? Just as Su Qing was examining the newly unlocked functionality, a gasp echoed through the communication network, and Xiaowan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the name atop the level leaderboard. First place, Gu Ning, fully armed armored RV, vehicle level 10, this is truly her. And Xiaowan felt an overwhelming joy upon recognizing the familiar visage in the photograph. She hurriedly sent a friend request, eager to establish contact. Xiaowan, an armored RV, equipped with various weapon turrets, was stationed amidst the ruins of the outer districts of Zombie City. Just after shattering 2 attacking zombie monsters, Gu Ning sat at a table, enjoying a moment of respite with tea. Upon receiving the friend request from Xiaowan, her face lit up with surprise. She had been driving back to the gas station, searching for Xiaowan, yet had found no trace of her. Consequently, Gu Ning had traversed nearly the entire wilderness of Zombie City during this time, hoping against hope to encounter Xiaowan in the desolate expanse. Ultimately, her efforts had yielded nothing. Just as Gu Ning was grappling with how to uncover any news of her, the sudden unlocking of real-name information in the survival zone led her to find her only remaining family. Chapter 90, Contacting Gu Ning, World Combat Power Rankings Xiaowan, have you found your family? Upon hearing Xiaowan's exclamation, Su Ying inquired with curiosity, yet she received no response. It was evident that Xiaowan was already absorbed in the overwhelming excitement of reuniting with her relatives, leaving her no time to spare for anything else. Soon, the communication network of the convoy fell into silence as everyone began searching for their own family and friends, but to no avail. Su Qing, being a solitary individual and a seasoned homebody, had no acquaintances. Meanwhile, Tang Lin and Su Ying were not natives of Shiza City. Their families resided in distant locales. They merely frequently landed here for rest and rented accommodations in the city for convenience. Thus, within this survival zone, there were no loved ones or friends to be found. However, other survival zones had not yet unlocked the 3rd phase, and consequently, the real name system had not been activated, rendering it impossible to contact their families through the world channel. Bai Wei and Bai Ling, on the other hand, lost all communication with their parents when the apocalypse struck, as their parents had gone out to deliver vegetables. After the implementation of the real name system, they had found no leads, suggesting a grim fate, likely having turned into zombies. My aunt is Gu Ning, the top-ranked individual on the leaderboard. I never imagined my aunt would be so formidable. We now have another ally. And Xiaowan's voice soon resonated within the communication network. She had successfully contacted her aunt Gu Ning and shared their respective information. Unfortunately, her aunt declined to join their convoy, expressing a preference for solitude. Upon hearing Xiaowan's joyous tone, the previously somber atmosphere of the convoy was swiftly dispelled, and everyone regained their spirits. No worries, our convoy is already strong enough. Moreover, your aunt possesses substantial survival skills. There is no cause for concern, Su Ying gently reassured. Noticing that the group's emotions had yet to fully settle, Su Qing halted the convoy on the outskirts of the inner city, taking refuge behind towering structures. Instead of venturing deeper, he maintained a concealed presence at the entrance. Seated in the driver's seat, he accessed the vehicle interface, eager to examine the changes within the survival world following the advancement of the scene. Upon entering the 3rd phase of the survival scenario, aside from the regional chat ranking implementing the real name system, a significant change emerged. The vehicle world leaderboard was unveiled, displaying ranking information. This was the overall leaderboard for the vehicle survival world, distinct from the previous internal rankings of the region. However, this world leaderboard was only visible to those in their upgraded Shiza district. Individuals from other survival zones had yet to unlock this feature and could not view it. Upon opening the World Vehicle Combat Power Rankings, Su Qing was astonished to discover that his amphibious fortress-based vehicle had ascended to the 5th position. After achieving the illustrious rank of Golden Legend, his vehicle's combat prowess has ascended into the upper echelon of the survival world. Furthermore, bolstered by an array of core abilities, vehicle modifications, and weapon turrets, its overall combat strength has surged into the top 5, far surpassing the competition. Observing the vehicles on the leaderboard, Su Qing couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of fortunate individuals in this realm. His fortress armored base vehicle, equipped with 2 orange epic weapons, barely managed to secure the 5th position, even with multiple core abilities and various modifications. This highlights just how formidable the vehicles ahead of him truly are. What extraordinary luck must one possess to amass such a potent vehicle combat capability? It is utterly astonishing. As the first survivor to penetrate the inner city, Su Qing was honored with the title of Siege Charger. The Siege Charger Achievement Badge grants a 10 enhancement to his fleet's vehicle attributes and a 50 increase in damage dealt to structures. Just as Su Qing was about to examine the information of the survivors whose vehicle combat strength ranked above his, two world announcement notifications suddenly arrived. This Siege Charger Achievement Badge, akin to the Monster Hunter and Zombie Annihilator badges he previously acquired, also possesses attributes that elevate the overall strength of his fleet, extremely practical. Under the enhancement effects of these three achievement badges, Su Qing's fleet's vehicle attributes have increased by at least 30. Moreover, the more vehicles in the fleet, the more pronounced the effects of these achievements become. However, upon receiving this newly acquired achievement badge, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Qing's mind. Why had the four survivors whose vehicle combat strength ranked above him not been the first to breach the inner city? Given their formidable vehicle capabilities, they should have easily penetrated the inner city. Yet, none had accomplished this feat, allowing him, in 5th place, to be the first to enter and earn the title of Siege Charger. Su Qing reopened the World Vehicle Combat Strength Leaderboard to scrutinize the information of those four survivors. Soon, he unearthed the answer to his query. 1st place, Hans, level 11, Stealth Fighter, Newland District. 2nd place, Kinta Okamura, level 11, Oceanic Destroyer, Sakura District. 3rd place, Anna, level 10, Heavy Armed Helicopter, White Eagle District. 4th place, Urin, level 10, Cheetah Tank, White Eagle District. 5th place, Su Qing, level 9, Amphibious Fortress Base Vehicle. Shiza District. The vehicles of the 1st and 2nd place survivors require specific runways for takeoff and landing, while the 2nd can only navigate through water. Thus, even if they were to destroy the fortress turrets blocking access to the inner city, they would still be unable to enter. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th place survivors are situated in the same survival district. Given this situation, it is highly probable that these two individuals are embroiled in internal conflict and are not cooperating. Otherwise, the opportunity to breach the inner city would not have fallen to Su Qing. Had these two individuals joined forces, their terrifying combat prowess would have undoubtedly obliterated the inner city. Of course, this is merely Su Qing's conjecture, yet to be substantiated. However, upon observing the vehicles of these individuals, Su Qing comprehended why his own vehicle could not match their formidable strength. It became evident that their vehicles were inherently combat-oriented, equipped with independent weapon modules. Upon binding to these vehicles, they immediately acquired golden legendary-grade vehicles and weaponry, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary automobiles. After this moment of reflection, Su Qing closed the leaderboard interface. Now, as everyone's thoughts had calmed and they had resumed their combat readiness, the convoy continued onward. Departing from the obstruction of towering edifices, they entered the expansive, open streets. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing caught sight of a golden spatial gate standing resolutely at the end of the street. This spatial gate served as a conduit to escape from this place and venture into other survival zones. Chapter 91. The Wrath of the Sea God, Long-Range Artillery. Hail lightweight rocket launcher, Shiza District, inside the zombie city. This area represents the very heart of the zombie city, characterized by towering skyscrapers and a dense population of monstrosities. As Su Qing's convoy traversed the bustling streets, they were met with a sight that was nothing short of astonishing. In the distance, before a cluster of high-rise buildings, lay a contingent of zombie armed forces. This squad of undead was remarkably well-equipped, boasting machine guns, artillery, armored vehicles, and even 2 tanks. Each zombie warrior donned combat attire and tactical helmets, wielding steel firearms and adorned with grenades at their waist, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Further afield, a rotating pulse radar stood sentinel atop a building. Flanking this radar were several long-range artillery batteries and missile launchers, strategically dispersed throughout the area. Beside the spatial gateway of the zone, a treasure chest emanating a soft golden glow rested quietly, identified as the golden chest mentioned in the notifications. Located within the inner city, this treasure lay merely a few kilometers from Su Qing's convoy, yet in this short distance, they encountered multiple fully armed zombie battalions and fortified artillery positions. On the rooftops, missile launchers and long-range artillery lay in wait, poised for action. Crucially, when Su Qing attempted to advance his convoy, the soldiers of the zombie forces immediately turned their attention toward their position, as if sensing an intrusion. This revelation compelled Su Qing to halt the convoy's movement and cautiously retreat. The concealment field of the convoy proved to be of limited efficacy against the inner city's monsters, failing to achieve complete invisibility. One reason for this limitation was that Su Qing's convoy remained at level 9, falling short of the inner city standards. Additionally, this concealment field was merely a characteristic ability of a purple-grade vehicle, lacking the strength to maintain an undetectable state within the inner city. After careful deliberation, Su Qing resolved to temporarily withdraw from the inner city. He intended to return once his level and vehicle grade had improved. There was no need to face overwhelming risks, allowing a fragile vehicle to confront the torrential firepower of the inner city. Upon returning to the ruins of the outer district, Su Qing retrieved items obtained from the destruction of 2 fortified artillery positions from his backpack. Firstly, he acquired 2 models of heavy artillery weapons, both classified as purple rare grade. Detected similar items. Would you like to synthesize? Confirm synthesis. Consuming 1 purple rare grade heavy artillery. Synthesis successful. Acquired 1 orange epic grade long-range heavy artillery. Without hesitation, Su Qing grasped the newly synthesized model of long-range heavy artillery and chose to merge it within Xiaowan's mobile tank artillery, consuming an orange long-range heavy artillery cannon. The synthesis is successful, resulting in the acquisition of a golden legendary level long-range heavy artillery cannon, the Wrath of the Sea God. Wrath of the Sea God heavy artillery cannon, gold capable of launching powerful shells resembling the crashing waves of the deep sea, inflicting stunning and repelling effects on enemies, and dealing 100 impact damage to structures, with an attack power of 3,000 and an effective range of 30 kilometers. Following the completion of the artillery synthesis, on Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle, the mobile tank cannon underwent a rapid transformation. Soon, a golden cannon adorned with blue wave patterns emerged atop the vehicle. The cannon's muzzle was exceptionally wide, with dorsal fins reminiscent of ocean waves crowning its barrel. At the front of these fins, a golden trident pointed ominously into the distance, exuding an aura of intimidation. Gradually, the golden base of the cannon became enveloped in the protective armor of the yellow armed transport vehicle, forming a cohesive unit. This Wrath of the Sea God heavy artillery cannon marked the first golden legendary weapon within Su Qing's convoy. Its attributes and combat power undoubtedly justified its golden status. The attack power of the Sea God cannon received a 30-fold enhancement based on the vehicle's capabilities, complemented by dual additional effects of stunning and repelling, alongside a 1-fold impact damage to structures. Whether confronting monsters or demolishing edifices, it stood as an extraordinarily formidable weapon. With a thunderous roar, the Sea God cannon unleashed a shell that spiraled like a massive wave, crashing into a distant structure. The robust foundation of the building erupted in a cloud of mist, its base shattering instantaneously. The edifice collapsed, reduced to a heap of rubble by a single shot from the Sea God cannon. The sheer terror of its destructive power was palpable. With the might of this Sea God cannon, there was no need for bombardment to assault the 2 fortress gun emplacements in the outer city. 1 shell sufficed to obliterate their foundations into mere debris. Moreover, Su Qing was astonished to discover that the energy shells fired by this Sea God cannon bore water attributes. The swirling projectiles, accompanied by the explosive mist of water, attested to its dominion over the deep sea, a force both terrifying and awe-inspiring. After synthesizing this Sea God cannon, Su Qing retrieved another rocket launcher weapon from his backpack. This purple-quality rocket launcher required no deliberation. He directly combined it with Tang Lin's vehicle-mounted rocket launcher. Consuming a purple rocket launcher, the synthesis is successful, yielding an orange epic-level weapon, the Hail Lightweight Rocket Launcher. Hail Lightweight Rocket Launcher, orange featuring 12 rocket launch ports, capable of launching multiple rockets simultaneously or in batches, with interchangeable warhead types including high explosive, guided, armor-piercing, and penetrating, bestowing multiple attack effects, with an attack power of 1,000 and an effective range of 50 kilometers. Upon completion of the synthesis, the vehicle-mounted rocket launcher atop Tang Lin's Blade Assault vehicle, which previously had only 1 barrel, immediately transformed and elevated. Forming a cluster of a 12-barrel, rotatable launch platform, this artillery can unleash rockets in any direction. It boasts remarkable offensive capabilities for both air defense and ground assault. In aerial engagements, its guided rockets adeptly pursue airborne targets, ensuring precision in strikes. On the ground, high-explosive rockets descend like a hailstorm, delivering a comprehensive barrage with ferocious explosions. True to its name, its firepower is swift and overwhelming, akin to hail battering the earth, leaving no refuge for adversaries. Tang Lin observed the changes in the vehicle's information and noted the upgrade of the weaponry atop its roof. As the hail rockets readied for launch, she promptly aimed at a distant building, unleashing a volley of high-explosive and armor-piercing subterranean projectiles in an instant. The densely packed rockets, trailing fiery tails, surged into the structure. A series of muffled detonations echoed from within the edifice, as fragments of stone erupted outward. Moments later, the blinding flash of the rocket explosions erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust and debris. The tremendous force of the blast hollowed out the interior of the building, leading to its inevitable collapse into a heap of rubble. Chapter 92, Steel Shield. initiating a new round of trade heavens. The power. It is truly formidable. Tang Lin stood in awe, her eyes wide as she beheld the explosive devastation wrought by the rocket she had launched. Is this truly my vehicle's weaponry? Gazing at the distant ruins of a once mighty building, Tang Lin felt a twinge of disbelief. These rockets can effortlessly obliterate even the sturdiest of structures. Confronting those monstrous zombies and survivor vehicles would be a mere trifle. There is no need for a barrage. A single armor-piercing rocket can annihilate an ordinary survivor's vehicle. This terrifying firepower ignited an inexplicable excitement within Tang Lin, compelling her to set forth immediately in search of the zombie fiends to test the potency of her new weapon. Upon completing the synthesis of 2 weapons and dismantling the remnants of the 2 fortress turrets, the last item that remained was a steel shield. Steel shield, purple and exceptionally robust fortress armor, capable of effectively resisting damage attacks, with a durability of 600 and vehicle stability of 100. After reviewing the attributes of this steel plate, Su Qing decided to mount it on Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle. After all, the heavy cannon of the sea god was the only golden weapon within the entire convoy and required utmost protection. Should Xiaowan's vehicle be targeted and destroyed, the loss would be insurmountable. Therefore, enhancing the defensive durability of the vehicle modification was imperative once the shield was installed. Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle was thoroughly enveloped in heavy armor, resembling a miniature base vehicle. Moreover, this additional layer of armor significantly increased the vehicle's weight, greatly enhancing its stability. It would no longer sway uncontrollably under attack, ensuring consistent weapon fire output. Under the protection of the vehicle's characteristic, super alloy armor, blue, along with the modifications stealth insulation coating, blue, and steel shield, purple, Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle not only gained immunity to targeting, but also boasted formidable thermal insulation and defensive capabilities. Its survivability on the battlefield experienced a remarkable enhancement. Coupled with the flamethrower, blue, laser anti-aircraft turret, purple, high-explosive howitzer, orange, and the newly acquired heavy cannon of the sea god, gold, the vehicle was transformed into a long-range mobile artillery platform. Particularly, the 2 high-grade heavy cannons could obliterate an ordinary vehicle with a single shot, elevating its firepower to unprecedented levels, becoming a dominating force within the region. With close combat, defense, and firepower all meticulously assembled, it possessed the capability to operate independently. It could, like Tang Lin's Blade assault vehicle, venture out alone, coordinating with Su Qing's drones to ambush the zombie monstrosities. However, despite the enhancement in firepower, when facing the beasts of the inner city, it still fell short. While the convoy's offensive capabilities were adequate, the number of vehicles and their defensive abilities were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of those missile turrets. In order to eliminate the zombie armed forces, one must find a way to increase the number of vehicles or enhance their defensive capabilities. Su Qing contemplated for a moment before sending a message in the regional channel. Sisterling, ever since our camp relocated to the Black Mountain Tunnel, the number of survivors eager to join our ranks has surged. Our combat capabilities have significantly improved, and we have accumulated quite a bit of Ling crystals. However, a pressing issue remains, the impending winter event, for which we lack sufficient cold weather supplies. Even with vehicles equipped with heating modules, the fuel will hardly last 3 months. Thus, we must rely on items such as cotton clothing and stoves. But with so many of us and so little time, where can we procure such a vast quantity of cotton clothing and stoves? After a fierce battle against the undead in the wilderness, Li Lingyu's team paused to rest on the expansive highway. A middle-aged man sat by the roadside, his face etched with worry. Why concern ourselves with so much? Our priority should be to ensure our brothers can endure the harsh winter. Those who joined later are merely seeking to take advantage of the warmth in the enclosed tunnel. They can pay a protection fee to gain entry. But whether they freeze to death is of no concern to us. Am I expected to be their caretaker simply because I collect a few Ling crystals? Old Joe, you are meddling too much. In this apocalypse, playing the savior will lead to dire consequences. However, you have reminded me that we indeed need to prepare for our brother's safe passage through this bitter cold. Sister Ling fell into deep contemplation. Amidst her worries about whether she should contact Su Qing for supplies, she noticed a series of messages in the regional chat. Vehicle cores? Weapon modules? Hasn't Su Qing's vehicle already ascended to the golden legendary tier? What need could he possibly have for vehicle cores now? And what utility could those gray and white ordinary modules serve? Wouldn't they merely weigh down his golden legendary vehicle? How much enhancement could they truly provide? Li Lingyu pondered. Perplexed, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved to send Su Qing a friend request. She needed to inquire directly about the situation. Moreover, if this was indeed true, she wished to prioritize the selection of practical cold weather supplies. After all, The two were once acquaintances, which should hold some significance. Sister Ling? After Su Qing sent the message on the regional channel, he quickly spotted a familiar face on his friends list. It was none other than the proprietress who had assisted him during his delivery at the supermarket. Without a moment's hesitation upon seeing the friend request, Su Qing promptly accepted it. Su Qing? Is it truly you? Upon the approval of her request, Sister Ling finally confirmed her suspicions. She had never anticipated that the delivery boy from before the apocalypse would now emerge as the most formidable presence in the entire survival zone. His vehicle's rank and combat prowess had steadily escalated, ultimately securing the top position. He was astonishingly fierce, and the formidable remote firepower he wielded instilled a sense of trepidation even within her. Chapter 93, Rapid Advancement, Seeking Shelter with a thunderous roar akin to a colossal wave. A heavy artillery shell struck a zombie creature lounging in the shadows of the ruins. The immense force of the impact rendered the abomination momentarily dazed, immobilized and unable to react. Its body was propelled several meters away by the wrath of the sea god's shell, following closely behind. A barrage of fiery rockets pursued the swiftly sliding zombie, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that sent dismembered limbs and flesh scattering through the air. The level 11 boss monster was obliterated by the combined assaults of Xiaowan and Tang Lin, their vehicles delivering a decisive blow that left no room for retaliation. As the creature fell, beams of light illuminated the convoy, signifying that Su Qing's amphibious fortress vehicle had finally ascended to level 10, aligning with the progression of the leaderboard and reaching the monster level of the outer city. However, it still lagged behind the inner city's level 15 monsters. Without pausing after the creature's demise, the convoy resumed its search in the outer city. Reconnaissance drones hovered overhead, scanning for any lurking zombies, while heavy artillery methodically eliminated threats to elevate vehicle levels. After establishing contact with Su Qing, Ling Jie opted not to continue battling monsters in the wilderness, but instead led her team back to the Black Mountain Tunnel Camp to gather vehicle cores and weapon modules for trade with Su Qing, as well as to stockpile supplies to withstand the biting cold. During her return journey, the regional chat channel erupted with Su Qing's messages. Trading cores and modules for survival supplies? Doesn't the esteemed Su Qing's vehicle still need to be upgraded to the highest level? Why would he still require vehicle cores? You have enough on your plate. Why meddle in the affairs of the elite? If you have something to trade, do so. If not, just wait. What a devoted sycophant. But even with your flattery, you won't receive any discounts. I seek no discount. You fail to comprehend that this is a matter of genuine respect. I happen to have found several white vehicle cores that I've hesitated to use. Now, trading them for winter clothing and heaters is quite delightful. Haha, I too possess a few unused white ordinary modules, all salvaged from vehicles. It's a perfect opportunity for resource repurposing. The esteemed Su Qing is truly benevolent, exchanging supplies for our discarded modules. What's the difference from charity? Let us not forget how he amassed such a wealth of survival supplies. This unexpected remark silenced the entire regional channel for a brief moment. However, it was not long before another voice broke the stillness. Esteemed Su Qing, I have already sent the coordinates of that insolent individual to the channel. Please take aim carefully. We hope not to accidentally harm our respectful allies. What are you planning? Help? What are you sending coordinates for? Esteemed Su Qing, that disrespectful fellow has been dealt with. I have secured his vehicle core. I merely hope that you will allow me to select some supplies first. As Su Qing's convoy ventured through the outskirts in pursuit of monsters and experience, the friend interface of Xiaowan and Bai Ling experienced an overwhelming influx of messages once more. However, this time, the correspondence was not filled with insults or demands for compensation. Instead, it was brimming with fervent requests for trade and effusive praise. This abrupt shift left both women somewhat disoriented, and the sheer volume of messages was overwhelming. Su Qing assumed control of two vehicles, allowing Xiaowan and Bai Ling to return to the base vehicle and focus on the trading matters at hand. By evening, Su Qing's convoy had successfully eradicated all the zombie monsters within several kilometers of the outer district. The structures and buildings had been reduced to mere ruins, with only broken stones and fragmented walls remaining. Following this extensive cleanup, the convoy's level had risen to 11 for all members. And even the vehicle levels of Bai Ling and Bai Wei had ascended to level 10 under Su Qing's guidance, nearly catching up to Gu Ning's vehicle level. This elevation in vehicle levels significantly enhanced the overall attributes of the convoy, resulting in increasingly smooth battles. The zombies posed virtually no threat. They were obliterated from a distance before they could even approach, their flesh merging into the rubble. As nightfall approached, Su Qing began contemplating the issue of the convoy's campsite. The large greenhouse cultivation area was no longer an option, having been discovered and occupied by other survivors. Although those individuals had been driven away by high explosive shells, The location of the camp was now exposed to all eyes. Returning now would only place the convoy under the scrutiny of onlookers. Even if these people posed no threat to Su Qing, the discomfort of being watched was palpable. While directing the convoy away from Zombie City, Su Qing opened the navigation map in search of a secure and concealed campsite. Team Su, Zhang mentioned that there are no other survivors active near their campsite. We could establish ourselves there. I've sent you the coordinates. Please consider it. In the video transmission, Su Ying's gentle visage appeared on the screen, greeting Su Qing before sending the location coordinates to the navigation map. Upon inspection, Su Qing recognized it as Jianglan's campsite. Even without the coordinates, he could find it, having previously sent drones there to admire the breathtaking scenery. Though he had a desire to settle at that location, he felt a twinge of awkwardness, as Jianglan was a friend of Su Ying, and the camp was predominantly inhabited by girls. Moreover, they had discovered the reconnaissance drones he had previously sent to spy. However, since the invitation came from them, Su Qing had no objections. The surroundings of Zombie City had been thoroughly searched by other survivors, leaving very few secluded spots available. In other words, the mountaintop where Jianglan and her companions reside is situated in a remote location with treacherous access. Furthermore, within the scenic area, there exists a stark scarcity of resources. This isolation has enabled them to narrowly escape discovery by the enraged survivors, who remain oblivious to their hidden encampment. Moreover, each of their excursions occurs high above, soaring through the skies, leaving no trace upon the ascent. The path has long been enshrouded in dust and dirt, devoid of any tire tracks from vehicles that might arouse suspicion regarding human habitation at the summit. Upon selecting a target, Su Qing halted the convoy, instructing everyone to return to their vehicles at the base for respite. He then assumed full control of all transport, advancing towards the scenic area. Soon, Su Qing navigated along the broad highway, entering the scenic region. Observing the rugged and winding ascent, he furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction. This road is the sole access to the mountaintop. Although the elevated position offers a stronghold that is easily defensible, alleviating concerns for safety, it also poses the risk of becoming trapped on the mountain, unable to depart. Unlike Jianglan and her team, who possess helicopters for immediate aerial escape, Su Qing and his companions would be reliant on this winding path for daily access if they were to establish a foothold at the summit. This presented considerable inconvenience. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Su Qing resolved to seek an alternative location for their encampment. Chapter 94, Intelligent Environmental Adjustment Module, Hot Spring Water Amusement City, Little Qing Lake. This vast lake, situated at the heart of the scenic area, is surrounded by majestic mountains and lush forests, creating an extraordinarily beautiful landscape. Su Qing guided the convoy to the edge of the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water beneath the setting sun. He resolved to establish this location as the camp for the convoy. The lake spans a considerable area, with roads leading in all directions along its shores. In the event of an attack, the convoy could swiftly retreat, avoiding entrapment and passive defense. After all, in this apocalyptic world, threats extend beyond the monsters lurking within the cities overrun by zombies. The wilderness conceals numerous vast fissures from which otherworldly creatures emerge, diverse and formidable. Caution is imperative. This is precisely why Su Qing chose to seek refuge in the wilderness for the night, rather than remaining concealed within the zombie-infested city. He yearned for a peaceful slumber, free from the anxiety of being discovered by monsters. The thought of being abruptly awakened in the dead of night to engage in combat is profoundly unsettling. Having halted the convoy in an open space by the lake, Su Ying and the others began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Su Qing retrieved the vehicle cores and weapon modules he had exchanged for within Shaowan and Bai Ling throughout the afternoon. These cores and modules were all of gray or white quality, mere scraps devoid of any high-quality items. After all, no one would willingly part with superior weapon modules in exchange for ordinary items meant for warmth, especially with winter still a considerable time away. They could afford to gamble on acquiring better resources for warmth during this interval without sacrificing their high-tier modules for an early trade. However, these seemingly worthless items were treasures to Su Qing, serving as invaluable raw materials for synthesis. Consumed 1 gray inferior air conditioning module, synthesis successful. Obtained 1 white ordinary air conditioning module, ventilation quality 100. Consumed 1 white will hub modification, synthesis successful. Obtained 1 green quality special solid will hub. Load capacity 200 consumed. In Su Qing's hands, these gray and white quality modules quickly converged, culminating in several high-tier vehicle modules. Consumed 1 purple quality air conditioning module, synthesis successful. Obtained 1 orange quality central purification temperature control module. Environmental impact resistance 100. Consumed 1 orange quality central purification temperature control module, synthesis successful. Obtained one set of Intelligent Environmental Adjustment Module, Gold. Intelligent Environmental Adjustment Module, Gold, capable of creating an independent, suitable living environment, completely disregarding external environmental changes. Establishing the most comfortable temperature and humidity within the vehicle, immune to toxic gas erosion, capable of gas analysis, regulating gas composition, and monitoring water molecules to maintain appropriate humidity. Among the collected modules, the gray and white quality air conditioning modules were the most abundant variety. After the successful assembly of all these modules, Qing elevated the air conditioning module of the amphibious fortress base vehicle to the illustrious golden legendary level. This golden quality air conditioning module is akin to a compact environmental monitoring device, capable of disregarding any external factors, whether faced with drastic climate changes, sudden fluctuations in temperature, or severe variations in air composition leading to diminished oxygen levels, or even entering a perilous area filled with toxic gases. This golden air conditioning module enables effortless adaptation. It intelligently regulates the internal temperature, humidity, and air composition of the vehicle, ensuring optimal conditions are maintained, thus preventing any discomfort caused by external environmental shifts. This Intelligent Environmental Adjustment Module represents Qing's first golden quality module aboard the amphibious fortress base vehicle, boasting formidable performance and attributes. There are no concerns regarding the impending harsh winter, even if external temperatures plummet to -100 degrees, where a mere touch could freeze one instantly. As long as fuel energy is sufficient, the interior remains unaffected. One could even comfortably don pajamas while savoring hot pot and singing, indulging in a joyous gathering. Following the integration of the air conditioning module, the next advanced module synthesized was the bathroom module. The gray and white quality bathroom module resembles a toilet adorned with a shower curtain, utterly impractical for ordinary vehicles. Thus, these modules were dismissed as refuse and presented to Qing. Consumed one luxury bathroom space, purple. Synthesis successful. Obtained one independent swimming pool space, orange. Spatial area increased by 300. Consumed one independent swimming pool space, orange. Synthesis successful. Obtained a golden hot spring water amusement park. Golden hot spring water amusement park features an independent space with a complete set of water entertainment facilities, various hot spring pools, a surf pool, beautiful environment, shower area, relaxation area, and a grooming area, everything one could desire. At long last, through Qing's relentless endeavors, the second golden legendary vehicle module was successfully synthesized. This new hot spring water amusement park appears, from the exterior, to be merely an ordinary restroom design, inconspicuous within the base vehicle. However, upon entering the bathroom space, it transforms into an expanse of grandeur, featuring a colossal wave pool and numerous hot spring pools with diverse therapeutic compositions. Additionally, it boasts slides, surfboards, and various entertainment facilities. Even the shower and grooming areas are luxuriously spacious and fully equipped, complete with massage chairs and relaxation zones. If it were just a few individuals, the vastness of this hot spring water amusement park would feel remarkably spacious, allowing for uninterrupted enjoyment. This unexpected delight prompted the group to set aside their tasks, halting their conversations and transactions. After a swift dinner, Qing and Xiao Wan and a few other girls eagerly changed into their swimsuits and plunged into the warm, rolling waves of the pool, reveling in their aquatic escapade. At long last, Qing's desires have been fulfilled. He has beheld the exquisite beauty of the soft, undulating waves. Reclining at the edge of the pool, he allows the warm spring waters to caress his body. His eyes, it seems, are insufficient to take in the sight of his teammates frolicking in the water, their figures striking and alluring. This lifestyle, for Qing, was something he could scarcely have imagined before the apocalypse. Yet now, he finds himself the sole proprietor of a luxurious hot spring resort, with exclusive access for endless enjoyment. Surrounding him are several enchanting and voluptuous beauties, their laughter and playful banter filling the air. When weariness sets in, he retrieves a delightful fruit medley from his backpack, prepared in advance. These fruits, nurtured by the essence of the wood spirit, exude a subtle botanical fragrance, their flavors surpassing even the finest delicacies from the world before the cataclysm. Such exquisite indulgence feels like a scene from a dream. Chapter 95, The Phantom Concealment Vehicle. Characteristics and abilities of Shadow, shifting the night past in silence. At dawn, Qing opened his backpack space and retrieved the vehicle cores he had traded from Xiaowan and Bai Ling. These vehicle cores were all of white or gray quality. Cores of this tier, upon absorption, had little significant impact on one's own core. The energy contained within them could not elevate the grade of the primary core. Yet, not absorbing them seemed a waste. Consequently, these vehicle cores of such a grade were the most abundant among survivors. Everyone pondered the possibility of exchanging these cores for useful resources should the opportunity arise. After all, once absorbed, the hard-earned vehicle cores would be lost. The paltry core energy would take an indeterminate time to accumulate enough to enhance the vehicle core's grade. It was far wiser to retain them for future exchanges that might bolster one's strength or improve quality of life. Su Qing's extensive acquisition of vehicle cores provided these individuals with an opportunity. Almost all survivors in possession of gray or white vehicle cores traded them for essential supplies. Consumed 1 gray vehicle core, synthesis successful, acquired 1 white vehicle core, vehicle characteristic, speed enhancement, consumed 1 white vehicle core, synthesis successful, acquired 1 green vehicle core. Vehicle characteristic, rapid movement consumed. Su Qing swiftly synthesized the vehicle cores in his possession. Ultimately, he held a purple quality vehicle core in his hand. Without hesitation, he chose to merge it with Bai Ling's medium-sized transport vehicle. Consumed 1 purple vehicle core, synthesis successful, acquired a phantom concealment vehicle orange. Gained vehicle characteristic, shadow shifting purple. Shadow shifting purple enables rapid advancement in silence, allowing for the repositioning of the vehicle, movement speed 500. Charge speed 1200. Upon upgrading Bai Ling's vehicle to the phantom concealment vehicle, its form transformed into a sleek, dart-like shape. This design possessed formidable aerodynamics, significantly enhancing the vehicle's speed. In fact, the shadow-shifting purple characteristic surpassed the speed enhancement provided by Tang Lin's boosted charge orange. However, it lacked the durability enhancement attribute of boosted charge, focusing instead on speed augmentation. This characteristic, combined with Bai Ling's vehicle's concealment feature, rendered the war machine akin to a specter lurking in the shadows, more agile and elusive, like an assassin hidden in the dark, poised to strike with deadly precision. Su Qing's decision to prioritize the enhancement of Bai Ling's vehicle was driven by the desire to amplify the effects of the concealment aspect of this vehicle characteristic. Concealment domain. Orange, a layer of energy shield with stealth capabilities, envelopes the exterior of the vehicle. The shield can expand, enveloping internal items and obscuring their presence, rendering them immune to most detection methods. This newfound ability bestows a remarkable immunity against the majority of detection techniques. It can refract radar detection waves, allowing the vehicle to achieve invisibility even within radar systems. Moreover, common detection methods such as infrared and light waves are incapable of perceiving the presence of this vehicle. The stealth capability has been significantly enhanced. Possessing this orange epic stealth ability grants the opportunity to attempt re-entry into the inner city, exploring the possibility of evading the scrutiny of those zombie soldiers. The convoy is directed towards the golden treasure chest, aiming to seize its resources in advance. Su Qing is now filled with intrigue regarding this golden chest at the heart of the survival zone. After acquiring 2 golden quality modules, Su Qing is in awe of the attributes and capabilities of golden items. These objects are akin to artifacts that can transform the survival status of vehicles, each possessing remarkably extraordinary abilities. Consequently, having witnessed the attributes of golden items, Su Qing's desire to obtain the golden chest situated in the central zombie city has intensified. However, the zombie creatures and weaponry within the inner city are undeniably fierce. The other fragile vehicles in Su Qing's convoy cannot withstand such onslaughts. Based on his deductions, those zombie creatures and fortress turrets in the inner city necessitate the collective combat strength of the entire survival zone. An assault must be launched together. Relying solely on the combat prowess of a single convoy is an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Su Qing prioritizes the enhancement of the concealment domain ability, eager to explore whether he can stealthily enter and unlock the golden chest without alarming the zombie troops. Just as Su Qing completes the upgrades for Bai Ling's vehicle, the girls who had indulged in a night of revelry at the hot spring entertainment venue finally rise, preparing for breakfast. Bai Ling, witnessing the transformation of her vehicle, excitedly leaps down from the base vehicle and returns to her newly upgraded Phantom stealth cart to inspect its information. And Shawan also steps outside, curiously observing the exterior of the vehicle. This new shuttle-shaped vehicle features a singular weapon, a massive pulse energy cannon protruding from its roof. Apart from the blue-hued energy weapon, the entire body is enveloped in smooth armor, exuding a sense of streamlined beauty. Everyone has become accustomed to Su Qing's unique enhancement abilities. Thus their reaction to this newly synthesized vehicle is one of mild interest rather than astonishment. Soon, Su Ying and Bai Wei finish preparing breakfast. After dining, Su Qing shares his plan to stealthily seize the treasure with the group, and no objections arise. Following their discussion, Su Qing opens the portal to the secret realm outside the base vehicle, where a swirling black vortex materializes in the open space beside the vehicle. He assumed control over the fleet, maneuvering all other vehicles into the hidden realm, leaving only the amphibious fortress-based vehicle stationed by the serene lakeside. This time, he resolved to embark alone, stealthily infiltrating the inner city. Confident in the fortress-based vehicle's formidable defensive capabilities, he believed that even if it were to attract the attention of the undead monstrosities and endure the onslaught of turrets and missiles, this vehicle would manage to retreat safely from the inner city amidst the torrential barrage, avoiding instant annihilation. After all, with the integration of Lihu's tank core, the fortress-based vehicle boasted an astonishing 80 damage reduction. The remaining 20 of potential harm, when combined with the vehicle's enhanced attributes and modifications, constructed an almost invincible bastion of durability. It would undoubtedly withstand the firepower unleashed within the inner city. Furthermore, with the newly acquired ability of Shadow Shift, which granted unparalleled speed, he could ensure that the fortress-based vehicle would persist until it exited that perilous zone, emerging unscathed. Chapter 96. Unlocking the Golden Treasure Chest. Escaping into the spatial passage of the inner city, a stealth vehicle glided through the ruins of the outer city, approaching with caution. Not far ahead, several squads of fully armed zombie soldiers stood silently on either side of the street, utterly oblivious to the approaching vehicle. Qing sat in the driver's seat, meticulously maneuvering the fortress-based vehicle, while the other girls anxiously peered out at the scene beyond the windows. As they drew nearer, they could discern the decayed, grotesque faces of the zombie soldiers hidden beneath their combat helmets. The sight of this dilapidated armed squad was so close that one could almost feel the rancid stench wafting from outside. However, the legendary golden-grade intelligent environmental control module of the fortress-based vehicle ensured that not a single trace of the external odor permeated the cabin. The air remained refreshingly pure, reminiscent of a serene forest, instilling a profound sense of relaxation and joy. Before long, Qing skillfully guided the fortress-based vehicle past the first zombie-armed squad. An energy shield, formed by the capabilities of the stealth domain, enveloped the vehicle's armor, completely isolating it from external detection. Until the vehicle departed, the zombie soldiers remained entirely unaware, standing motionless on either side of the street, their eyes not betraying the slightest movement. With the success of this experiment, Qing felt a wave of relaxation and excitement wash over her. As long as these zombie squads remained undisturbed, the likelihood of the fortress-based vehicle reaching the golden treasure chest would significantly increase. Perhaps today was the day. Qing focused her thoughts, seeking to calm her racing heart as she cautiously navigated the vehicle towards the tantalizing treasure chest. The energy shield, a product of the stealth domain's abilities, not only concealed the vehicle from external scrutiny but also muffled sounds and light from within, preventing any attention from being drawn. Thus, even as the massive fortress-based vehicle passed directly in front of the zombie squad, it elicited no curious gazes. Under Qing's deft control, the golden treasure chest at the end of the street loomed ever closer. As she approached, she observed that beside the chest was stationed a formidable armed force, complete with cannons, tanks, machine guns, and rocket launchers, an arsenal fully equipped. The soldiers, however, remained the same motionless zombie monstrosities, akin to puppets. Yet Qing understood that their immobility was merely a reflection of their awaiting combat signal. The moment they detected an enemy presence, these zombie soldiers would spring into action, retaliating with lethal force against any intruders, reducing them to mere fragments. For instance, the fortress-based vehicle, which had now come to a stealthy halt just before the golden treasure chest, was a potential target. Qing gazed at the chest radiating a soft golden glow and, stepping away from the driver's seat, resolved to personally disembark and unlock the treasure. After all, the treasure chest was merely a step away from the adjacent zombie-armed forces. The few girls in the convoy had no hope of opening the chest without alerting the zombie soldiers. They could only endure the onslaught of gunfire and bear the damage in order to retrieve the items within the chest. Only Qing possessed the capability to achieve this feat armed with the golden vehicle trait, Mechanical Sovereign. He was not only able to control mechanical creations but also had the ability to transfer damage taken by himself to the controlled machines. Thus, Qing felt no fear of being attacked outside the vehicle, having already commanded several machines, including drones and mechanical wolves. He could easily have these constructs absorb any harm directed toward him. Therefore, even if he were to be engulfed by the zombie army's artillery, he would emerge unscathed, suffering not a scratch until the durability of his machines was entirely depleted. However, the time from disembarking to opening the chest and returning to the vehicle was but a few fleeting seconds. In such a brief interval, regardless of the ferocity of the zombie force's firepower, Qing was confident in his ability to endure without issue. After making his preparations, Qing opened the door and stepped out. He maneuvered the fortress-based vehicle to project the energy shield of the concealed domain close to the golden chest. Though he refrained from enveloping it entirely, Should the soldiers of the zombie army notice the chest vanish before their eyes, they would undoubtedly sense something amiss and launch an immediate assault. Approaching the chest, Qing took a deep breath and extended his hand, slowly reaching for the golden treasure before him. Suddenly, his movements accelerated as he swiftly lifted the lid of the chest, discovered a golden legendary chest, obtained 1 anti-gravity engine, 1 airdrop annihilation pod, 1,000 spirit crystals, and 1,000 survival points. Boom. The moment the chest was opened, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the inner city. Countless bullets instantly engulfed Qing's figure. The zombie soldiers fired relentlessly while surrounding the fortress-based vehicle. Tanks and armored vehicles sprang into action, blocking the exits from the city to prevent the audacious vehicle from fleeing with the golden chest. In an instant, the area surrounding the amphibious fortress-based vehicle was teeming with zombie soldiers, forming a solid cordon akin to an impenetrable iron barrel, trapping the vehicle in a deadly predicament, rendering escape impossible. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and smoke, Qing gritted his teeth in pain, gasping for breath. He crawled on the ground, hastily maneuvering back to the vehicle. It was not until the door closed that the incoming bullets ceased to pummel against him like a torrential downpour. This was only possible due to the significant enhancement of his physical attributes following the elevation of his vehicle's level. Otherwise, he could never have withstood such a fierce barrage and returned to safety. However, upon witnessing the completely blocked street ahead, Qing's gaze sharpened. He swiftly returned to the driver's seat and activated the Phantom Leap ability. With immense power surging through, the colossal fortress mobile base propelled itself forward with a forceful launch, crashing into the tanks and armored vehicles that obstructed the street. The thunderous sound of the impact temporarily drowned out the cacophony of relentless artillery fire that filled the inner city. The massive and heavy fortress base surged through the 2 tanks blocking its path. It was soon halted by 2 additional armored vehicles that appeared from behind. Simultaneously, the base was subjected to a barrage of artillery strikes, while missiles with long trails of flame descended from the towering buildings above, hurtling towards it. The defensive durability of the fortress base was diminishing at an alarming rate, unable to withstand the onslaught for much longer. It became evident that this formidable fortress mobile base would soon be obliterated by the frenzied firepower of the inner city. Witnessing the dire situation, Qing cast a glance at the golden teleportation portal adjacent to the base. Gritting his teeth, he promptly activated the vehicle's boost surge capability. The base vehicle instantly reversed, regaining its mobility. With a swift turn, the enormous fortress base charged into the golden portal, vanishing from sight. Chapter 97, Anti-Gravity Engine. Deployment of Annihilation Pod. A golden spatial portal abruptly manifested in the stillness of the inner city. From a minuscule point, it spun wildly, expanding until it morphed into a colossal gateway to another realm. Emerging from this portal was a massive amphibious fortress vehicle, its exterior bristling with menacing spikes, resembling a monstrous beast. Before departing the portal, Qing had activated his cloaking field, rendering the vehicle completely invisible. Thus, as the fortress vehicle exited the spatial gateway, it did so without disturbing the nearby horde of zombie soldiers. The conspicuous golden portal itself went entirely unnoticed, garnering not a flicker of attention. As Qing's cloaked vehicle slipped away, the portal collapsed, vanishing without a trace. After all, no one had yet breached the inner city in this survival zone, and the 3rd stage had not been unlocked, preventing the maintenance of the spatial passage. Through the spatial portal, survivor Qing has arrived in the Sakura district. Time allowed in this area is 7 days. Upon countdown completion, survivor Qing will be directly teleported back to the original survival zone, Shiza district. Qing navigated the fortress vehicle onto the streets of the inner city. A notification message chimed in. He cast a glance back at the now vanished portal and the dense throng of zombie soldiers surrounding him. The scene of the earlier assault on his vehicle replayed vividly in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He promptly activated the vehicle's engine, setting off toward the outskirts, eager to escape the inner city and avoid further encirclement. This place required the collective assault of all survivors within the area to advance. It was indeed a burden to challenge it alone. The cloaked fortress vehicle progressed slowly down the street. During his journey, Qing spotted a golden treasure chest nestled within the inner city, similarly guarded by several squads of zombie soldiers. However, this time, he dared not entertain any thoughts of looting the chest. His sole desire was to make a swift exit. Before long, Qing maneuvered the fortress vehicle through the narrow gap between 2 fortress turrets, successfully crossing the threshold into the outer city. Upon arrival, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He parked the vehicle beneath a structure, remaining invisible as he took a moment to rest. The exhilarating moment of opening his treasures was at hand. Having risked so much, with his body aching from the barrage of cannon fire in the inner city, and the fortress vehicle nearly obliterated. This moment of unboxing was the culmination of his efforts. From his backpack, he retrieved 2 items obtained from the golden treasure chest in the inner city. Anti-gravity engine, gold capable of establishing an anti-gravity field, allowing vehicles to transcend gravitational limits and soar freely through the air at a speed of 1,000 kilometers/h. The first golden item filled Su Qing with immense delight. It was, astonishingly, a gravity-defying engine module capable of enabling vehicles to soar through the skies. With this engine module, his amphibious fortress-based vehicle could transcend the limitations of terrain and surmount any obstacle, significantly enhancing its mobility. Had he possessed this gravity-defying engine during the siege by the zombie horde in the inner city, Su Qing could have effortlessly ascended, traversing the encircling perimeter and fleeing the battlefield without being trapped within. Faced with such peril, it was no wonder that this item was of legendary golden quality, living up to its reputation. Upon reviewing its attributes, Su Qing, brimming with excitement, promptly installed the gravity-defying engine onto the fortress-based vehicle. Consequently, this amphibious fortress-based vehicle transformed into a tri-environmental vehicle, capable of traversing air, water, and land without constraint. The engine could generate a gravitational field around the vehicle, liberating it from the shackles of gravity and enabling it to hover in midair. After the installation of the gravity-defying engine, Su Qing retrieved another item from the golden treasure chest, airdrop annihilation bomb pod, gold capable of producing extraordinarily powerful annihilation bombs, though lacking a launch device. They can only be deployed from high altitudes. Attack power, 10,000, with burning and annihilation effects. The attributes of this golden pod represented the most formidable weapon Su Qing had ever encountered. Even the similarly golden quality of the Leviathan's Fury heavy cannon offered only a 30-fold increase in attack power, while the annihilation bombs produced by this pod boasted a staggering 100-fold amplification of the vehicle's attack power. Their explosive might surpass that of the Leviathan's Fury cannon by more than 3 times, and these annihilation bombs also inflicted a burning attack, igniting an unquenchable inferno upon enemies, resulting in persistent damage. Furthermore, the annihilation effect primarily targeted vehicles and structures, allowing the bombs to bypass armored defenses and obliterate the outer layers, delivering devastating strikes to internal targets. After Su Qing mounted the airdrop annihilation bomb pod onto the fortress-based vehicle, the pod appeared at the base of the vehicle's rear. To deploy the bombs, one merely needed to open the external vehicle armor, allowing the annihilation bombs to be launched from within. Just as Su Qing completed the installation of these 2 legendary golden weapon modules, a sudden, violent explosion erupted beside the base vehicle. Powerful shockwaves enveloped the surrounding debris, rattling against the vehicle's armor. The force of the explosion rivaled that of the Leviathan's Fury heavy cannon, perhaps even exceeding it in ferocity. Startled awake by the blast, Su Qing quickly quelled his excitement and looked up to ascertain whether his base vehicle had been exposed and attacked. However, he soon spotted several survivor vehicles in the direction of the explosion. The vehicles were besieged by the monstrous undead in the outskirts, their situation exceedingly dire. The thunderous explosion that had just erupted was a deliberate effort to carve out an escape route for them. Upon discerning the circumstances, Su Qing felt a surge of determination. He activated his mechanical sovereign ability, commencing the decryption of the communication signals from those vehicles. Soon, an irate male voice resonated from the radio of the fortress-based vehicle. Baka. Upon intercepting the signal, Su Qing wasted no time. He directly engaged the base vehicle's Vulcan storm cannon and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the targets ahead. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon the distant vehicles and the monstrous undead. Following the ascension to a golden legendary-grade vehicle, the offensive capabilities of the fortress-based vehicle were significantly enhanced. None among the fray of combatants could withstand the onslaught. All were ruthlessly shredded by the concentrated fire, resulting in instantaneous annihilation. Chapter 98. Heavy Artillery Fortress. Stealthy flight of the shuttles. The cacophony of gunfire has ceased. The machine guns mounted on either side of the fortress mobile base gradually come to a standstill. Before them lies a wasteland, littered with shredded armor fragments and the bloody remnants of colossal zombies. 5 vehicles and more than 10 monstrous undead have been vanquished. A golden light radiates forth. Following the conclusion of the battle, the level of the fortress mobile base ascends dramatically, leaping from level 11 directly to level 13 amidst 2 beams of upgrade brilliance. Su Qing inspects the vehicle's information, discovering that the acquisition of 1,000 survival points from the opening of a golden treasure chest has played a crucial role in this elevation. Not only has the fortress mobile base reached level 13, but it requires merely a single point to ascend once more. Although the elevation of the vehicle's level ignites excitement, Su Qing's focus does not linger there. Upon intercepting the deciphered information from the vehicle's radio, he is reminded of the Survival World's vehicle combat power rankings, where the second position is held by a survivor from the Sakura district, boasting a maritime destroyer. It stands to reason that the explosive force akin to the Wrath of Poseidon, which had just been unleashed, likely originated from this survivor's vessel. However, such considerations pale in significance. As soon as he heard that simultaneously familiar and repulsive sound, Qing had made a resolute decision. Within 7 days, he would eradicate this survival zone entirely, leaving no trace behind. This determination is precisely why he had not hesitated to open fire. Once more, the stealth field of the fortress mobile base is activated, rendering it invisible amidst the ruins. Qing maneuvers the vehicle among the heaps of scrap, disembarking from the driver's seat to engage in a delightful scavenging spree. Discovered a rare purple vehicle core. Discovered a reconnaissance drone module, blue. Discovered a vehicle core, blue. And a flamethrower, blue. Qing leaps and scours through the debris of the vehicles, meticulously examining the surroundings multiple times to ensure nothing is overlooked. Satisfied with his findings, he returns to the vehicle, steering it away from the site to a concealed position amidst the remnants of a structure, halting its movement. Once he confirms the area is devoid of threats, Qing relaxes and retreats to the bathroom, cleansing the blood and grime that mar his skin. As he bathes in the rose-scented hot spring, he opens his backpack to unveil the spoils of battle. Among the items collected, there are 5 high-grade vehicle cores. During the assault, he had deliberately avoided the core regions of those vehicles, ensuring their preservation. In total, there are 3 purple cores and 2 blue ones. Qing holds the 2 blue vehicle cores in his hands, merging them to form a single purple core. Currently, Qing possesses a total of 4 purple cores. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decides to prioritize enhancing the vehicle tiers of Xiaowan and Bailing. Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle stands as the sole long-range heavy artillery platform within the convoy. Consequently, the offensive capability of this vehicle is of paramount importance. Elevating its tier is tantamount to augmenting the entire fleet's long-range strike capacity, making it an absolute priority. Meanwhile, Qing places significant value on Bailing's Phantom stealth vehicle for its remarkable invisibility. It was precisely this ability that enabled Qing to successfully pilfer the golden chest from the inner city, acquiring its valuable resources. This skill is undoubtedly a masterstroke for stealthy assaults and warrants immediate enhancement. Having made his decision, Qing proceeds to synthesize the purple cores in his possession, merging them into 2 orange quality cores. Detected similar item, proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. Upon Qing's selection, one of the orange cores vanishes, melding within Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle. Consumed 1 vehicle core, orange. Synthesis successful. Acquired a heavy artillery fortress, gold. Gained vehicle traits, multi-line control, purple. Fortress armor, purple. Multi-line control, purple equipped with additional weapon mounting interfaces, enhancing core computational power, capable of simultaneous weapon operation, 20 weapon interfaces. Core computational power 1000. Fortress armor, purple successfully merged with vehicle trait, super alloy armor, blue. Possessing a more formidable alloy armor, capable of resisting greater attack damage. Defense durability 900, with an indestructible effect. Upon elevating Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle to the gold-quality heavy artillery fortress, the appearance of the vehicle undergoes a remarkable transformation. The driver's cabin, once located at the front, has been relocated to the center of the vehicle, serving as the fire control center. The entirety of the heavy artillery fortress is enveloped in robust armor, with only a few observation windows dispersed throughout, allowing for surveillance of the surrounding environment. Surrounding the windows are numerous weapon turret mounting interfaces, also shielded by armor. As more weapon turrets are acquired, they can be installed on these interfaces for immediate deployment. At the base of the vehicle lies a track-based alloy wheel, which is similarly encased in armor to prevent targeted attacks from adversaries. The original, super alloy armor trait of the armed transport vehicle has been merged with the new, fortress armor trait. The combination of these 2 durability-enhancing traits has forged a heavy artillery platform of astonishing defensive capability. The indestructible effect attached to the traits effectively prevents the vehicle's armor from being penetrated, until the durability is entirely depleted and the vehicle is utterly destroyed. Its armor remains impervious to damage, ensuring its absolute integrity and precluding any scenario where the vehicle remains relatively intact while the driver within falls victim to penetrating bullets. After Xiaowan's armed transport vehicle was upgraded to the golden quality of a heavy artillery fortress, the entire apparatus appeared from a distance as a formidable steel bastion, bristling with numerous colossal cannons, exuding an aura of intimidation that was truly awe-inspiring. Following the elevation of Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress to the legendary golden tier, its core characteristic ability, Aerial Secret Realm, also ascended to golden quality. Divine Kingdom, gold consuming energy. It allows for the unlimited expansion of internal space within the vehicle. It possesses an independent Divine Kingdom space, wherein the environment can be freely adjusted and transformed, capable of absorbing external objects, integrating them into this miniature world. Within the Divine Kingdom, the possessor is akin to a deity, wielding omnipotence and impervious to any harm. Upon witnessing this newly acquired golden characteristic ability, Qing was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 99. The Realm of Creation Gods. The domain of shadows. Upon reviewing the attributes and capabilities of this realm of creation, Qing could not help but express his admiration. It was truly extraordinary. Previously, the aerial secret realm was susceptible to external influences. For instance, if the outside environment was shrouded in darkness, the secret realm would also lack any illumination. It would similarly be affected by the passage of time and changes in the external climate, thus altering the internal atmosphere of the secret space. However, now that he had ascended to the golden realm of creation, Qing realized that he could summon sunlight, majestic mountains, flowing waters, gentle breezes, and ethereal clouds at will. Naturally, these elements could not manifest from thin air. They had to be imported from the outside world. This endowed the realm of creation with the remarkable ability to assimilate external objects into its internal space. He could effortlessly invite his favored architecture, serene lakes, and lush vegetation into the divine realm, arranging them within to transform the internal environment. Moreover, the possessor could command everything within this divine space. Qing could experience the sensation of a celestial being, soaring freely into the skies without the need for any tools, even treading upon clouds beneath his feet. The thought of immersing himself in this divine space was tantalizing, yet he first needed to synthesize another vehicle core. This time, he combined the orange core in his possession with Bai Ling's phantom concealment vehicle. Consumed one vehicle core, orange, item synthesis successful, obtained a dark concealment shuttle, gold. Acquired vehicle traits, energy management, purple, damage displacement, purple. Energy management, purple. The core can gather and store greater energy, effectively reducing energy loss, energy storage at 500. Energy consumption at 30, damage displacement. Purple. The sleek exterior of the vehicle and its enveloping energy membrane can deflect incoming attack damage, reducing harm to the core by 60. Following the fusion and elevation of the vehicle, Bai Ling's phantom concealment vehicle transformed into a delicate blue shuttle design, featuring sharp angles at both ends. Its exterior was exceptionally smooth, with flowing lines that seemed poised to glide away on the wind, vanishing before one's eyes. Particularly, the pale blue hue of the vehicle, even before cloaked in stealth energy, exuded an elusive quality, quiet and concealed, difficult to detect. After enhancing Bai Ling's vehicle into the dark concealment shuttle, the core trait of the concealment domain also reached the golden legendary level. Dark concealment domain, gold forms a stealth energy membrane on the vehicle's surface, maintaining its invisibility when the ability is actively engaged. It can create a concealed domain around the vehicle, possessing an independent spatial realm that alters the vehicle's size and can shield it from all external detection. Upon seeing the attributes of this golden vehicle core trait, Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The enigmatic dark stealth shuttle evokes a sensation of imminent disappearance, a characteristic that defines its essence. It passively envelopes its surface in a shroud of stealth energy, diminishing its presence and attracting minimal attention, maintaining a state of semi-invisibility over extended periods. When this ability is actively engaged, it can swiftly plunge into the realm of complete invisibility. Within this dark domain lies an independent spatial existence capable of encapsulating the vehicle itself. To an external observer, the vessel seemingly shrinks or vanishes entirely, an exceedingly elusive phenomenon. Moreover, Qing can utilize this stealth domain to compress a massive base vehicle into its spatial confines, facilitating entry through narrow apertures into other vehicles. This operation is entirely feasible. With this pivotal characteristic, the survival capability of the entire convoy is significantly enhanced, allowing them to infiltrate perilous enemy territories without fear of detection. Following the sharing of this trait, Qing's fortress-based vehicle acquired 3 legendary golden core attributes and an additional 4 new purple quality abilities, coupled with 2 newly equipped golden weapon modules. Upon reviewing the survival world power rankings, he was astonished to discover that his amphibious fortress-based vehicle had ascended to the pinnacle of the comprehensive combat power leaderboard, eclipsing those equipped with stealth fighters and ocean-going destroyers, possessing such an extravagant array of core attributes and various high-grade weapon modules. The combat prowess of the fortress-based vehicle reached its zenith, rendering it without rival. After perusing the leaderboard information, Qing contentedly closed the interface. eager to rise from the hot spring. Draped in a bathrobe, he extended his hand, and a golden spatial portal manifested before him. Stepping through, Qing finally arrived in his divine realm of creation. Upon entering this space, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of invincibility and control. With a mere wave of his hand, the droplets of hot spring water evaporated instantly, leaving him dry and refreshed. With a gentle touch of his toes to the ground, a white cloud coalesced, lifting him skyward. Relishing the gentle breeze that swept around him, Qing was filled with exhilaration, performing acrobatic maneuvers in the air with unbridled joy. In a moment of disdain for the ostentatious white cloud, he dismissed it with a wave, soaring freely through the sky. Soon, the coolness below brought Qing back to tranquility. After the fervor subsided, he realized, to his surprise, that he was not wearing any undergarments. Having frolicked in the air without a care, he suddenly recalled that Qing and the others were nearby, beneath the fruit trees. He hurriedly glanced down, only to find the area devoid of any presence. Everyone had departed the divine space, returning to the base vehicle to rest. A thought crossed Qing's mind. Had they seen something that prompted their hasty retreat? However, now that everyone has departed, it hardly matters. Qing frolicked in the celestial realm for a while longer, indulging in his merriment until he felt thoroughly satisfied. It was only then that he opened a portal in the sky and stepped through, returning to his own room. After changing his attire, Qing was still enveloped by an uncanny sensation. This divine realm, akin to a whimsical channel, bestowed upon him an experience reminiscent of transcending to immortality. Yet, this was merely a characteristic of the golden vessel. Its primary function remained that of agriculture. Nevertheless, this divine space was far more comfortable and liberating than an ordinary farming realm, evoking a sense of ascension to the celestial. However, upon returning to the base vehicle, that overwhelming feeling of omnipotence, capable of traversing mountains and seas, vanished completely. It was as if he had just engaged in a particularly exhilarating creation game, where he felt like an omnipotent deity, conjuring mountains with a wave of his hand and expanding oceans with a flick of his finger, effortlessly commanding all worldly substances. Yet, upon returning to the mundane world, the essence of an ordinary being remained, a mere mortal. Chapter 100, Remote Repair Vehicle, Monitoring Immunity. Howie? What is going on with you all? Respond to me. What on earth has happened? Why is there no one answering? Where has everyone gone? The frantic voice of a man echoed through the radio of the base vehicle, as Qing deciphered the communication through the characteristic ability of mechanical sovereign. The tone was one of desperation and rage. Just as Qing emerged from his quarters, he was greeted by this man's anguished cries. This communication channel belonged to that group of individuals, previously reduced to mere fragments, who had been enjoying their lives. Now, only the furious roar of this man filled the air. Soon after, he seemed to realize something and fell silent. The radio returned to quietude. Captain Su, come over for lunch. Qing softly beckoned as Qing entered the leisure area of the driving cabin. Hearing her call, Qing set aside his troubling thoughts and surveyed the surroundings. He noticed everyone was engaged in their own relaxation and entertainment, with no signs of distress. It appeared that, within the divine realm, they had not witnessed his reckless exploits. While he had been soaring through the skies, they must have already left. Relieved by this thought, Qing sat at the dining table and began to devour his lunch. Captain, make sure to eat plenty of beef to replenish your strength. Your second brother has been through a lot alongside you. He nearly got flung away. Be cautious of the cold temperatures up there. It's easy to catch a chill. Tang Lin's voice drifted in as he paused mid-bite, nearly choking. Cough, cough. Captain, we have located Howie and the others. However, they have all perished, meeting their end alongside the zombie monsters. They failed to retreat in time. What? Did I not clear the obstacles blocking their path, paving the way for their escape? Qing exclaimed incredulously. How could these fools still be ensnared by the zombie monsters, leading to their total annihilation? Baka. The radio of the base vehicle crackled to life once more. Upon hearing the voice, Qing promptly rose and made his way to the driver's seat. Utilizing the monitoring instruments, he swiftly identified the reconnaissance vehicle behind a building in the outer district. Without delay, Qing activated the fortress base vehicle and stealthily navigated toward that direction. Before long, a small amphibious landing craft came into view. It was cautiously peering around the wreckage of destroyed vehicles, using the building as cover. The driver hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate further. Perhaps he could salvage something useful to discreetly conceal and claim as his own, thus becoming wealthy overnight, provided the captain remained oblivious. Resolute, the driver of the small amphibious craft raised his hand to terminate the remote video call with his captain, concocting an excuse about poor signal to deflect any suspicion, all the while plotting to seize an unexpected fortune. Just as he severed the communication, he prepared to start the engine and advance forward. A torrent of bullets, akin to a tempest, suddenly materialized before him, launching a ferocious assault. The fragile amphibious landing craft appeared as feeble as mere cardboard in the face of this abrupt barrage. In an instant, it was mercilessly torn to shreds, utterly obliterated. Once the diminutive vessel was reduced to ruins, Qing activated the radar to scan his surroundings. Discovering no additional foes, only then did he disembark, retrieving the core from the wreckage. He drove away, recognizing the urgency of enhancing his strength. Indeed, robbery proved to be the swiftest means of advancement. Gazing at the violet core in his possession, Qing felt an exuberant elation. He was thoroughly pleased with the prospect of utilizing the regional passage to teleport to the Sakura district. Here, he could unleash his ambitions freely, plundering and seizing cores without the slightest moral qualm, merely reveling in the thrill of the endeavor. With this purple core, Qing chose to fuse it with Su Ying's roadside assistance pickup truck. Within the convoy, only Su Ying and Bai Wei's vehicles retained their purple quality, while all others had ascended to the realm of orange epic or higher. Bai Wei's multifunctional towing vehicle was acceptable, as it was merely a production type, and its lower quality bore little impact on the team's overall performance. However, Su Ying's vehicle required battlefield repairs and support during combat, making the enhancement of its quality paramount. Previously constrained by circumstances, they had only managed to scrape by. Now that they had the means, it was imperative to elevate the logistical support vehicles within the convoy. Consuming a vehicle core, purple, synthesis successful, acquired a remote repair vehicle, orange. Gain special ability, monitoring immunity, purple. Monitoring immunity, purple reduces the vehicle's visibility, making it less likely to be detected by enemies, and grants immunity to most lock-on attacks, rendering it untargetable. Upon completion of the fusion, Su Ying's yellow pickup underwent a rapid transformation, adopting a fully enclosed body. The repair module at the rear seamlessly integrated with the vehicle, while two mechanical arms emerged from the armored exterior, capable of extending freely. A turret designed to unleash powerful repair streams was installed atop the vehicle, allowing it to rotate freely. The entire vehicle shifted to a muted earth yellow hue, harmonizing perfectly with its surroundings, significantly diminishing its visibility and making its position easily overlooked. This newly acquired ability drastically reduced the likelihood of the remote repair vehicle being targeted, allowing for minimal defensive measures. Consequently, more energy and focus could be dedicated to supporting the other vehicles in the convoy. After enhancing Su Ying's vehicle to the orange epic level, the entire convoy boasted elevated capabilities, apart from Bai Wei's primary production multifunctional towing vehicle, which remained of purple quality. All others had ascended to orange epic or higher. The combat strength of the team surged immensely, and in the span of a single day in the Sakura district, they had made remarkable strides and amassed considerable wealth. Indeed, it proved to be an excellent locale, ripe for thorough plundering. Qing expanded the concealment domain of the fortress base vehicle, enveloping a vast area outside. He then opened the spatial gate of the Divine Kingdom, situated beyond the base vehicle. From the golden portal, several other vehicles emerged, one by one, entering the outer district. Once the convoy was assembled, they commenced their operation forthwith. With a formidable presence, they swept through the entire outer district. Every detected zombie creature was obliterated with a single shot, dispatched instantaneously. The obstructing defensive fortifications were likewise annihilated in an instant by the wrath of Poseidon's heavy artillery. Qing aimed to purge the zombie-infested outer Sakura district in the shortest time possible, elevating his own level while simultaneously depriving the survivors in this area of any opportunity for advancement. Consequently, they would face the inner district with an average strength of less than level 9, confronting the suffocatingly terrifying firepower. Under the relentless assault of the zombie armed forces and countless artillery missiles, these survivors were subjected to a saturation bombardment of endless smoke and gunfire. Ultimately, their resistance proved futile, leaving them shattered and dispersed, vanishing into thin air. The mere thought of such a scene evokes a certain beauty. Chapter 101. Stealth drones and oceanic destroyers. As night descended, Qing activated the cloaking domain, enveloping the convoy within its spatial confines, concealed amidst the rubble. This experience was nothing short of extraordinary. From the vantage point of the base vehicle, the once diminutive debris now loomed large as boulders, capable of entirely obstructing the vehicle. This phenomenon was not due to the enlargement of the fragments, but rather the convoy's entry into an independent space within the cloaking domain, rendering their forms as minuscule as that of insects, nestled within the ruins. After a day of relentless combat, Qing had successfully eradicated all zombies and fortress turrets within a several-kilometer radius. In passing, he had also obliterated a vehicle that had ventured into the outer city to scout the situation. The survivors capable of reaching the outer city were the elite of this cherry blossom region, possessing commendable vehicle cores and weapon modules. Following dinner, The women changed into comfortable attire and soaked in the hot springs to unwind. Su Qing settled onto the sofa, beginning to organize the spoils of the day. The first item he retrieved from his backpack was a reconnaissance drone model. This blue-quality drone had been salvaged from the vehicles of the survivors who had intruded into the outer city. Detected similar item? Proceed with fusion? Proceed with fusion. Su Qing decided to fuse the drone in his hand with the reconnaissance drone atop the base vehicle. The integration was successful. Consumed 1 reconnaissance drone, blue. Fusion successful. Acquired 1 stealth drone, purple. Stealth drone, purple, and next-generation drone with cloaking capabilities, radar evasion, extended flight endurance, and nocturnal reconnaissance abilities. Boasting a maximum speed of 1,000 km/h and a range of 25,000 km. Upon observing the attributes of this newly acquired purple-quality stealth drone, Su Qing felt a surge of interest. He activated the drone, igniting its engines and ascending into the night sky, emerging from the obscured domain of the ruins. The massive stealth drone suddenly revealed itself amidst the debris but moved with remarkable speed. Before long, it vanished into the darkness. Su Qing shifted his focus to the drone's aerial surveillance feed, preparing to utilize the cover of night for a meticulous reconnaissance of the terrain in the Cherry Blossom District. He aimed to identify useful resources to collect upon departure, while also assessing the state of the survivors and the distribution of camps, as well as the location of the Golden Oceanic Destroyer, one of Su Qing's primary targets that must be annihilated. Kazumi, you shall venture to the outer city tomorrow to discern what has transpired there. However, exercise caution. How Air and his team suffered total annihilation today, and even Matsumoto, who later went to investigate, could not return safely. I now harbor suspicions that malevolent creatures from the abyss are emerging from the fissures, establishing their dominion in the outer districts. When you venture forth, bring along a greater number of companions to ensure mutual protection, even in the event of an ambush. We shall ascertain the nature of the entities obstructing our ascendance. The moment for the Sakura Empire's resurgence has arrived, and none shall impede our progress. Otherwise, we shall eliminate them all. Aboard a colossal ocean-going destroyer anchored at sea, a middle-aged man stands at the spacious command console, utilizing the radio to communicate with his subordinates. This man is Kenta Okamoto, once ranked second among combat vehicles, though his standing has now plummeted to fourth. Su Qing's amphibious fortress vehicle has decisively surpassed these machines, claiming the top position. Even in Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress, now equipped with the formidable Golden Sea God's Wrath cannon and high-explosive orange-grade howitzers, has ascended to the second rank in the global vehicle combat power hierarchy. This golden vehicle, endowed with multiple core capabilities and an array of high-quality modifications, has successfully pushed all others down the ranks. Presently, the top 2 spots in the global vehicle combat power rankings are held entirely by Su Qing's fleet. The combat prowess of the squad's vehicles has reached an unparalleled zenith, establishing them as the world's finest. However, this shift in the global vehicle combat power rankings is visible solely to Su Qing and his fellow survivors in the Shiza district, who have unlocked the 3rd stage of the survival scenario. Survivors from other regions remain oblivious to these developments, lacking access to the global leaderboard features, and are unaware of the emergence of an outsider wreaking havoc within their territory. With a resounding thud, Okamoto slams his fist onto the table, his countenance a mask of fury. That damned Matsumoto has audaciously chosen to disable the video surveillance, truly believing I am ignorant of his intentions? What a colossal fool. Greedy and foolish. Without surveillance, we are left in the dark regarding the circumstances surrounding his sudden demise and the events transpiring in the outer districts. This imbecile's death has rendered no service to the Sakura Empire. He is a traitor to the realm. At last, having vented his frustration, Okamoto forcibly calms his thoughts. He rises and takes hold of the drone controller situated on the command console, preparing to deploy a reconnaissance drone towards the zombie city to assess the situation. Following the delineation of survival zones, his ocean-going destroyer has become trapped at sea, incapable of venturing into the deeper waters, and can only remain anchored along the coastline. Yet, fortunate for him, after binding himself to this vast vessel, he has utilized his mastery over vehicles and firepower to eliminate the zombies and crew aboard, transforming from a mere naval soldier into the master of this formidable ship. Moreover, by reaching out to former allies and leveraging the formidable firepower of this golden vessel for deterrence, he successfully established his own survival faction on the shore. In no time, he ascended to become the most formidable force in the Sakura district. Yet, this time, it was his own team that faced an unprecedented setback in battle, suffering devastating losses. The most elite assault unit in his command was annihilated in the outer district. This blow dealt a tremendous impact to his ambitions of global domination, leaving Okamoto's aspirations in shambles. In a fit of rage, Okamoto sat at the highest command position of his ship, his favored vantage point. Gazing into the distance from this lofty perch, relishing the sensation of having the world beneath his feet, Kenji Okamoto donned his night vision goggles, monitoring in real time, as he piloted a reconnaissance drone into the night sky. During the day, he was unable to deploy aerial reconnaissance due to the necessity of using missile fire to assist his assault team in evading the onslaught of the monstrous undead. He had to rely solely on the video signals from his teammates and the coordinates they transmitted for fire support. After losing the video signal connection with his subordinates, he now found himself utterly oblivious to the situation on shore, relying solely on the reconnaissance drone to survey the circumstances from above. Chapter 102. Cherry Blossom Lake. Mutual exploration in the velvety embrace of night. The sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. A spectral, cloaked drone glided through the starlit expanse, hovering gracefully above. This violet-hued aerial stealth drone possessed remarkable night vision surveillance capabilities. Through its connection, Su Qing observed the scene below, illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Every object was distinctly visible. In this survival zone, the most conspicuous feature was a vast lake situated not far from the city overrun by zombies. Surrounding this lake were numerous survivors, encamped along the shores, establishing secure havens by the water's edge. The pristine lake not only served as a source of water for daily sustenance, but could also be rendered potable if the vehicles were equipped with purification and filtration modules. Among these encampments, the largest was enclosed by wooden barricades filled with various types of vehicles. Armed survivors patrolled the perimeter, vigilant and watchful, creating a formidable defense. Numerous tents were scattered throughout, where both men and women mingled, reveling in a scene of exuberant debauchery, laughter, and merriment. Come, let us continue our revelry. We shall drink until we are inebriated. Haha, today is a splendid day. I am in high spirits. Those who used to command us are all dead in the zombie city. Not a soul remains. Tell me, is such a joyous occasion not worthy of celebration? Brother, are you certain that Hao-Er and the others are truly dead? Is there any doubt? Have you not seen the regional combat power rankings? Our elder brother has now ascended to second place. Those who previously ranked above us are now mere names forgotten. Indeed. So does that mean this encampment is now under our command? Certainly. With Hao-Er and his ilk gone, and their leader, Okamoto Kenta, trapped at sea, he cannot come to challenge us. As long as we outwardly profess our loyalty, that fool Okamoto will assist us in eliminating any dissenters. Soon, this entire survival zone will belong to us brothers. Haha, I see now why our elder brother is so jubilant today. Such a monumental event indeed calls for celebration. I raise my cup to you. Do not indulge solely in drink. With such beauty surrounding us, we must revel in their company as well. Yes, indeed. Come, serve our elder brother. Su Qing maneuvered the drone, encircling the entire survival area. Apart from the vicinity of the lake, no other substantial encampments were evident. This indicated that all survivors within the Cherry Blossom region relied on this lake for their existence. The expansive body of water not only offered protection against the onslaught of zombie creatures, but also provided essential drinking water. It was undeniably an advantageous location. After surveying the terrain of the survival zone, Su Qing adjusted the drone's course, directing it towards the coastline. Near the sea, several deep and dark abyssal cracks were scattered, lying in a row. To enter the city of the undead from the sea, one must traverse the narrow, subterranean fissures that obstruct the road. Without the capability to construct bridges, passage is utterly impossible. Only with the possession of an aerial vehicle can one disregard these chasms and move freely. However, for Kenta Okamoto, stranded at sea, such a feat is entirely unattainable. Thus, despite his ascension to the leader of a camp faction, he has reaped little in the way of tangible benefits. His subordinates revel nightly in the camp, indulging in feasts, merriment, and the company of beautiful women. Yet, due to the geographical constraints, he remains confined to the vast, cold solitude of a massive ship, enduring a profound loneliness. Were it not for the dream of a unified world propelling his conviction, Kenta would have long succumbed to despair, ending his life in melancholic resignation. Currently, his sole pastime consists of piloting a drone during his leisure. Soaring high above to survey the domain he has established, the largest survivor camp situated by the Cherry Blossom Lake. The drone hovered in the sky for quite some time before reluctantly departing. Kenta, filled with pent-up frustration, directed the drone toward the city of the undead. Eager to uncover the terrifying entities that had brutally slain his most loyal friends and subordinates. Above the surface of the sea, the imposing oceanic destroyer stood out prominently. For in the vast emptiness of the ocean, it was the only vessel anchored there. Surrounding the ship, not even a single ordinary fishing boat could be seen, amplifying its solitude. Perhaps prior to Su Qing's arrival, there had been a few boats on the water, but due to the inability to land and combat the monsters, The boat owners had perished from starvation, vanishing without a trace. Only this combat vessel, equipped with long-range firepower capable of engaging monsters and resupplying resources, remained. Su Qing maneuvered the drone in the sky, zooming in for a closer inspection. He could not help but marvel at the Golden Ocean vessel, which once ranked among the top 3 in the global vehicle combat power list, a testament to its formidable strength. On board, there were not only missile launch silos and rocket barrage platforms, but also phased array radar, close-in weapon systems, and torpedo launchers, all contributing to its overwhelming combat capabilities. Su Qing had even observed a drone ascending from this ship, darting toward the largest camp by the lake. Just as Su Qing continued his scrutiny of the maritime vessel, an unusual radar signal emanating from Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress vehicle captured his attention, prompting an alert. Upon receiving the information, Su Qing promptly commanded the drone to return while shifting his focus to the pulse radar. Soon, under his vigilant tracking, he detected a drone circling above the city of the undead. Isn't this the very drone that just took off from the ship to investigate the situation at the camp? In such a short span of time, this fellow has managed to arrive here. Upon seeing the footage on the monitor, Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly comprehended the situation at hand. It appears that Kenta Okamoto intends to utilize the cover of night to stealthily assess the conditions within the zombie city. He seeks to uncover the fate of his subordinates who perished within that realm. However, this time, he is destined to find nothing. Su Qing's convoy remains concealed within the shadows, transformed to the size of rubble, hidden among the ruins. Even if Kenta Okamoto were to personally scour the debris, he would be unable to detect Su Qing's presence. Moreover, he is merely piloting a reconnaissance drone, covertly surveying from the heights above. Chapter 103, Golden Heavy Machine Gun. Storm Ripper. In the stillness of the night sky, a dazzling firework suddenly erupted. Amidst the ruins of Zombie City, the colossal energy cannon concealed within the realm of shadows fell silent once more. Within this hidden domain, only in Xiaowan's anti-aircraft laser cannon and Bai Ling's pulse energy cannon were able to launch unhindered attacks. Any other action would risk damaging the cloaking energy enveloping their vehicle, revealing their presence. Nevertheless, these two energy weapons proved sufficient to deal with a reconnaissance drone. The drone, stealthily hovering above Zombie City, was obliterated in mere moments beneath the onslaught of the two energy cannons, exploding into a burst of flames. Baka. The world around Kenta Okamoto suddenly darkened, his eyes widening in disbelief. He quickly realized that his drone had been attacked and completely destroyed. In a fit of rage, he tore off his monitoring glasses and smashed the controller he held against the ground. This reconnaissance drone had been his sole source of amusement in the apocalyptic world, and now it was lost to an unknown assailant. The magnitude of this loss was unbearable, prompting him to unleash his fury upon the empty command platform, sending objects crashing to the ground. Who dares to obstruct the Empire's ascent? With a twisted expression, Kenta Okamoto lost all semblance of reason. He slammed a button, causing several missile silos on the ship to open simultaneously. With a mere press of another button, these long-range missiles would be launched towards Zombie City. Yet, he soon regained his composure, his finger hesitating above the button in a moment of terror. Memories of a previous encounter with Zombie City surged to the forefront of his mind, when he had recklessly unleashed rocket fire upon the city's outskirts, only to be met with a relentless barrage of retaliatory missiles. The violent explosions had nearly sunk his ship, and it was only through desperate repairs that he had escaped calamity. That harrowing experience had tempered his once blinded ambition, compelling him to patiently build his own faction and gradually push against Zombie City. He no longer entertained the delusion that he could single-handedly annihilate the entire city through sheer firepower. The recent powerful counterattack from Zombie City had instilled a newfound humility within him. Even in a state of furious madness, Kenta Okamoto managed to retract his hand from the launch button, carefully closing the missile silos once he confirmed that everything was in order. Only then did he leave, reassured, and retreat to rest. Furthermore, upon regaining consciousness and decisively refraining from a suicidal assault, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Even the destruction of the drone, which had been his sole source of amusement, did not dampen his spirits. He perceived this unfortunate event as inconsequential, believing that solutions would inevitably present themselves. In comparison to the fragility of life, these troubles were trivial and scarcely worth mentioning. Reflecting on this, a sense of relief and quiet joy welled up within Kenta Okamoto, significantly uplifting his mood. After eliminating the bothersome drones overhead, and Xiaowan's radar detected no other surveillance devices surrounding the convoy. Only then did Su Qing retract the stealth drone, opening his backpack to organize the day's acquisitions and enhance the convoy's combat capabilities. The first item he retrieved was a blue-quality flamethrower, a weapon module salvaged from the vehicles belonging to Hao Air and his team. Discovering similar items, would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Upon making his selection, the weapon module in Su Qing's hand merged with the flamethrower mounted on Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress. Consuming one flamethrower, blue, synthesis successful, acquired one flame impact cannon, purple. Flame impact cannon, purple, capable of unleashing concentrated streams of fire for area attacks, with a 500 increase in attack power, effective range of 5 kilometers, and an additional burning effect. This flame impact cannon became the ultimate defensive tool for Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress. Whenever swarmed by numerous adversaries, the flame turret could blanket the vicinity in a deluge of fire, igniting vast areas and searing heat and subjecting any foe daring to approach to the merciless embrace of flames. It would aid in dispersing and annihilating those hordes of undead monstrosities that overwhelmed other weapon emplacements. After successfully synthesizing the flame impact cannon, Su Qing retrieved several mounted machine gun weapons from his backpack. These machine guns had been collected from other destroyed vehicles. Consuming one heavy machine gun, green, synthesis successful. Acquired one multi-barreled rotating machine gun, blue. Consuming one belt-fed heavy machine gun, blue, synthesis successful. Consuming. He continued until he had exhausted all the mounted machine gun weapons in his possession. Ultimately, he synthesized a high-quality orange multi-barreled machine gun, the Tempest Fury heavy machine gun. Observing the gun's extraordinarily futuristic design, as if swirling storm energy enveloped it, Su Qing did not hesitate. He chose to further combine it with the Vulcan storm cannon mounted on the fortress vehicle. Having consumed a Fury of the Storm heavy machine gun, orange, the synthesis was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a Storm Ripper heavy cannon, gold. The Storm Ripper heavy cannon, gold, harnesses the power of the Tempest, unleashing energy projectiles capable of rending storms asunder, boasting exceptional cutting properties with an attack power of 5,000. Its effective range extends to 10 kilometers, and the projectiles possess armor-piercing and frenzy effects. Once the cannon was synthesized, it was mounted onto the amphibious fortress-based vehicle, with the Vulcan storm cannon adorning the left side of the armor, which underwent a remarkable transformation. The original multi-barreled rotating cannon mouth morphed into an energy barrel enveloped in armor. Within the barrel, a cerulean storm energy swirled incessantly, poised to be unleashed at any moment. The armor seamlessly fused with the vehicle's body, leaving only a fully rotatable turret base and the energy-laden muzzle exposed to the elements. Following its elevation to a golden legendary-grade weapon, the Storm Ripper heavy cannon metamorphosed entirely into an energy weapon, capable of firing projectiles imbued with the power of storm rending. Not only does it exhibit armor-piercing cutting capabilities, but upon penetrating an enemy's body, these storm projectiles erupt violently, generating countless frenzied shards of wind that incessantly rotate and slice, obliterating all in their path. Chapter 104. The Golden Vehicle, Phantom Blade Brother. Are we truly going in? Yesterday, Hao Air and his team perished entirely in Zombie City. Not a soul emerged. There must be great terror within. I am afraid. In the early morning light, a group of survivors tread cautiously along a desolate highway on the outskirts of Zombie City. They halted on the expansive road. Gazing apprehensively at the silent ruins of the city in the distance, their hearts filled with trepidation, reluctant to move forward. At the forefront of the group stood Kazumi, who had indulged in revelry at the camp the previous day, intent on unifying the entire survival zone. Fear not, I am not like Hao Air and his crew, blindly obeying the whims of Kenta Okamoto, who is trapped at sea. We shall merely meander around and provide a casual report. After all, Kenta cannot perceive our actions here. We can state whatever we wish, as long as my brothers insist that Hao Air and his team fell to the abyssal monstrosities. Kenta will have no choice but to accept it, regardless of his disbelief. He requires our support to maintain control over this survival zone and will not easily turn against us. Koizumi cast a wary glance at the distant ruins, an unsettling chill creeping over him. He hastily relayed a few instructions before connecting to Okamoto's radio communication. Captain, we have reached the outer edge of the city and have spotted the wreckage of Hao Air's vehicle. There lies an enormous black-scaled beast, resting nearby. It is likely that this abyssal creature was responsible for the demise of Hao Air and his team. We dare not approach too closely. Yet we observe those sturdy armored vehicles torn apart beneath its claws as if they were mere toys. It is truly terrifying. Koizumi gazed skyward, fabricating a tale. The others around him stifled their laughter, their faces flushed. Huh? A black-scaled beast? Kenta Okamoto appeared bewildered upon hearing Koizumi's report. During his reconnaissance flight with the drone yesterday, he had seen no such monstrous creature lurking in the outer city. Could it be that time was too short, and the drone had been destroyed too swiftly for him to discern clearly? Or perhaps he had been too hasty in his observations the previous night, failing to notice this creature that melded with the night? Or was it that he had witnessed too many close-quarter combat scenes via the drone over the camp? leaving him in a state of agitation and neglecting thorough investigation? Yes, it must be the latter. Ultimately, Kinta chose to believe Koizumi's account, attributing the demise of Hao Air's team to sheer misfortune, encountering abyssal creatures that had emerged from the fissures in the ground. Little did he realize that his ambitions had only just begun and already faced such adversity. What ill fate! However, as long as his weaponry maintained its fearsome might, he would not fret over the failure of his grand designs, merely a minor setback. Kinta Okamoto, regaining his composure, picked up the radio. Well then, do not continue probing the depths. Send me the coordinates of the colossal beast. I shall handle it. Koizumi, return at once and procure a reconnaissance drone. Then transfer it to me. This is of utmost importance. With the assistance of the reconnaissance drone, I can ascertain the enemy's position, clear the obstacles for you, and dominate the entire survival zone. Before Kinta could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted from the radio, followed by the crackling of a severed signal. Baka? What the hell? Koizumi-kun, can you hear me? Respond. On the outskirts of the zombie-infested city, a massive plume of water vapor erupted, shrouding the desolate wilderness. Above in Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress, the furious energy surrounding the Leviathan's Wrath cannon gradually subsided. This legendary golden weapon had annihilated an entire survivor squad with a single wave shell. A burly man, his face obscured by a thick beard, screamed in terror at the horrific sight. Nearby survivors, eager to level up by battling monsters, fled in panic upon witnessing the crimson-tinged water vapor, mingled with debris from vehicles. Sea monster. There is a deep-sea creature in the vicinity. Everyone run. Oh my god, such terrifying power. Captain Koizumi's team was completely wiped out by just one strike from the sea monster. This apocalypse is too frightening. I want to go home to my mother. Su Qing drove to the wreckage of the shattered vehicle squad. He disembarked from the command vehicle and, using the cover of the mist, began to search for items. Found a vehicle core, purple. A grappling launcher, purple. A piece of defense armor, blue. Found a vehicle core, blue. Found a green vehicle core. On the expansive highway, 12 vehicles had been utterly destroyed by the Leviathan's Wrath cannon. Su Qing rummaged through the metallic debris interspersed with water vapor, collecting all intact cores and weaponry, placing them into his backpack space. After meticulously ensuring there were no omissions, he returned to the command vehicle. Consumed a vehicle core, green. Synthesis successful. Obtained a blue core, consumed a blue core. Consumed an orange vehicle core. Synthesis successful. Obtained a blade, phantom, gold. Acquired vehicle traits. Phantom speed, purple. Blade ejection, purple. After synthesizing all the vehicle cores in hand, Su Qing chose to evolve Tang Lin's blade assault vehicle directly to the legendary golden tier. Upon completion, the vehicle, originally resembling a razor-sharp blade, now bore even more fluid lines. The striking combination of black and red hues renders this phantom blade an exquisite masterpiece, particularly enhanced by the addition of 2 purple attributes within the vehicle's core. This further amplifies the phantom blade's capacity for covert assaults. Phantom Dash, purple enables entry into a ghostly state, reducing attack damage, bypassing obstacles, and augmenting movement speed, with a damage reduction of 30 and a movement speed increase of 100. Blade Eject, purple. The vehicle is equipped with a blade ejection port that consumes energy to launch energy blades in all directions, spinning rapidly to slice through any approaching enemy targets, dealing 500 attack power with an effective range of 800 meters. Following the elevation of Tang Lin's blade assault vehicle to the illustrious golden legendary tier of the Phantom Blade, Qiuqing's fleet now boasts 4 vehicles of golden quality. The overall combat prowess of the fleet has progressed at an astonishing rate, akin to soaring into the skies. All of this is made possible by the generous synthesis resources provided by the survivors of the Sakura district. Indeed, this place is a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 105, The Lifting of the Ban in the Inner City. The battle commences with a thunderous roar. Several rockets were launched in rapid succession, obliterating the formidable fortress artillery. Consequently, the entire outer district of the zombie city was thoroughly cleansed by Su Qing, leaving even the defensive artillery utterly annihilated. The relentless battles over the past few days had propelled Su Qing's convoy to a swift elevation in rank, with all members ascending to level 17. They had successfully secured the top positions on the global vehicle ranking leaderboard. Moreover, the terrifying legend of sea monsters wreaking havoc upon the survivors within the zombie city spread like wildfire, instilling fear that rendered the entire area devoid of curious onlookers, granting Su Qing a measure of tranquility. Warning: the outer district's monsters have been completely eradicated, and the defensive fortress has been destroyed. The zombie forces in the inner city are about to be unleashed. Terrifying zombie-armed squads will venture into the wilderness, preying on all survivors. Survivors are advised to prepare for battle. With the lifting of restrictions in the inner city, This survival zone unlocks the third phase of survival scenarios. The world rankings are now open, and the regional passage has been activated. Just as Qing shattered the fortress artillery, an announcement reverberated throughout the Sakura survival zone. Instantly, the Sakura survival channel erupted with a deluge of messages. Countless notifications surged forth, causing every survivor to tremble in fear, nearly succumbing to panic. What? The monsters in the outer district have been cleared? What does this mean? We could hardly contend with the zombies in the outer district. And now we are to face the forces of the inner city? It's over. Our great Sakura empire is doomed. But wait, upon closer inspection of the announcement, it seems that only our district has unlocked the third phase of the survival scenario. How could the outer district be cleared? Could it be that the terrifying sea monster has devoured all the zombie behemoths in the outer district? That appears to be the only plausible explanation, as we have not approached the zombie city for days. Furthermore, all the top 10 survivors in the vehicle combat rankings have perished. Who else possesses the strength to challenge the outer district? Goodness, everyone look. The top ranks of the world vehicle level leaderboard are all from a place called Shiza District. Moreover, if you check the regional strength leaderboard, Shiza District is currently the most powerful region in the world. The top contenders in the world vehicle combat rankings seem to be those same individuals. What is this place? Its power is simply terrifying. It appears to be a survival zone named Shiza City, located within the Huaxia region. Huaxia? Are we doomed then? With such formidable combat prowess, these individuals will inevitably descend upon us and annihilate us all. Do you think that the sea monster which cleansed the outer district might be one of the survivors from Shiza District? Did you not see the announcement? With the unlocking of the third survival scenario, the regional passage will be opened. Survivors can venture into other regions, and the West Zay District, with its formidable combat prowess, has undoubtedly unlocked the third phase long ago. Perhaps they have already arrived. Upon reading this information, the incessant chatter in the survival area channel abruptly ceased. Everyone was rendered speechless, gripped by fear. After all, the likelihood of this perspective is far more credible than any tales of sea monsters. If that creature were not to leave the zombie city and attack the survivors outside, why then does it linger in the outer district, purging the monsters within? It even forbids anyone from approaching the zombie city. All who dare to attempt such a feat have seen their vehicle wrecks buried among the ruins, slowly decaying and rusting away, abandoned and forgotten. Such circumstances can only be explained in one way. Survivors from the outer regions have traversed through a spatial passage to the Cherry Blossom District, ruthlessly pillaging its upgrade resources and annihilating the survivors' elite combat forces. Observing the situation now, those few survivors who have achieved level 17 on the world ranking leaderboard stand out conspicuously. It is indeed peculiar. How could so many golden vehicles coexist in such a small survival area? Moreover, how could the levels of these vehicles be so high? Is it conceivable that the number of zombie monsters within a single region could provide enough survival points for so many vehicles to reach level 17? The only plausible scenario would be if these individuals had completely flattened the inner city of the survival area, but if the outer district is already so challenging, how could the more difficult inner city be easily conquered? It would be far easier to utilize the regional passage to hunt monsters in other areas. With this thought, the survivors of the Cherry Blossom District were filled with righteous fury. Damned marauders, they have the audacity to rob from our great Cherry Blossom Empire. United, they resolved to confront the detestable outsiders and ensure their demise. Yes, they must not be spared. They would seize their vehicles, strip them of their weapon modules, and not overlook those few women either. Let us move. All the survivors of the Cherry Blossom District finally aligned their objectives within the regional channel. They began to gather on the desolate highways, their sights set firmly on Zombie City. Qing activated the realm of concealment, enveloping the convoy within, hiding them amidst the rubble. Several fully equipped zombie-armed squads marched in unison, their ranks orderly. Before him, heavy tanks, armored vehicles equipped with machine guns, missile launchers, and various large weaponry melded into the procession, steadily advancing towards the desolate wilds beyond Zombie City. Like a torrent of steel, they flowed along the road. This magnificent spectacle left everyone in the convoy awestruck, gazing in rapt admiration at the rows of organized zombie formations, despite their rusted and dilapidated states, brimming with an overwhelming arsenal of weaponry. From a distance, the scene was imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Moreover, at that very moment, Qing and his companions were concealed amidst the rubble, mere meters away from this formidable steel battalion. They could discern the lifeless gaze of the zombie soldiers with alarming clarity. A few timid girls had even huddled together, their soft forms pressed into one another, creating a shallow indentation. The spectacle was both magnificent and haunting. Soon, an armed squadron emerged from the city of the undead, colliding head-on with the survivors who had gathered, intent on breaching the outer city limits. On the expansive highway, they faced one another directly. The survivors of the Sakura district, upon witnessing the zombie troops, armed with rifles slung across their backs, grenades tucked at their waists, and accompanied by heavy tanks and armored vehicles bristling with machine guns, were struck with sheer terror. Could these be the monsters of the inner city? A vast armed force of the undead? How could they possibly combat such a threat? As they gazed upon the endless procession of densely packed weaponry and zombie soldiers on the highway, despair filled the eyes of the survivors from Sakura District. Chapter 106, The Zombie Armed Forces in the Missile Counterattack Run. A terrified scream pierced through the crowd. The furious survivors, intent on vanquishing the intruders, witnessed a horrific scene ahead and immediately shattered into chaos, fleeing in panic. Confronted by a legion of zombie soldiers, equipped and armed to the teeth, how could these survivors, who could barely penetrate the outskirts, hope to resist? Surviving under such terrifying firepower was nothing more than a fanciful dream. At this moment, the zombie battalion, upon encountering the distant survivors, did not halt its advance. Instead, they raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the fleeing vehicles. Tanks, machine guns, and rockets were all deployed, spreading devastation across the desolate wilderness. In an instant, smoke billowed across the highway and the wilds, as explosions obliterated vehicles and shattered limbs alike. My heavens, how brutal! Su Qing gazed at the bloody battlefield from afar, unable to bear the sight. He could only don a bathrobe and retreat to the hot spring resort, indulging in a solitary, blissful rose bath. After a grueling day battling in the outer districts, it was time to relish life and take a well-deserved rest. Brothers, fear not. I am Okamoto Kenta. Provide me with a drone and coordinates, and I shall launch missiles to intercept the pursuing zombie forces. Rescue is at hand. It's Captain Okamoto. I have a drone here. It's been traded. Captain Okamoto, please stop the tanks behind us. Amidst the chaos, Okamoto Kenta, who had been silent for several days, finally initiated a conversation in the regional chat channel. As the zombie forces in the inner city were unleashed, expanding outward, he recognized his opportunity. Previously, he had refrained from assaulting the zombie city with missiles due to the congregation of these forces. The simultaneous onslaught of countless long-range weapons rendered his oceanic destroyer defenseless. Now, however, those amassed zombie forces had vacated the inner city and entered the open wilderness. He could decisively dismantle this armed battalion, methodically eradicating them, and then consolidate the disarrayed survivor zones into a cohesive dominion. Thus, he could unify these survivors into his burgeoning empire, continuing along the path of conquest. Rejuvenated by the flicker of hope, Okamoto Kenta shed his despondency and revitalized his spirit. Spotting the heavy-duty drone he had traded for, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This drone could transport substantial supplies and deliver them from shore to ship. Perhaps even escorting some lovely women was not beyond the realm of possibility. This heavy-duty drone proved far more practical than the reconnaissance model he had previously used. He envisioned a life akin to that of a king, filled with joy and abundance. Soon to become his reality, Kenta Okamoto felt a surge of determination. He opened the missile launch silo cover and pressed the launch button. A missile, propelled by a fierce tail flame, soared rapidly into the sky, heading towards the coordinates relayed through the regional channel. With a thunderous roar, a small mushroom cloud ascended swiftly in the wilderness. The powerful explosion created a vast crater, obliterating everything in its vicinity, the intense heat vaporizing all that remained. Damn it! Who sent those coordinates? He exclaimed in frustration. This location is far too close to us. This missile is going to obliterate my vehicle's durability. My brother, he shouted, my dear brother didn't perish at the hands of those zombies but fell victim to your foolishness. The missile's overwhelming power, exploding so near, seemed intent on sending them all to their demise. With his brother now deceased, Kenta felt that life itself had lost its meaning. Let it all be destroyed. He had not anticipated that his missile would not garner admiration or praise. Instead, the regional channel erupted in a chorus of curses. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual who had sent the drone had reported coordinates far too close, resulting in numerous survivors suffering from the missile's fallout. Even the sender of the coordinates had been annihilated, leaving no trace behind, without a single complaint. However, this missile had indeed intercepted many pursuing zombie hordes, granting the majority of survivors a chance to escape. They hurried away from the zombie-infested city, racing towards the coast. I was misled by the foolish. This explosion was an unfortunate mistake. If any sharp-witted brothers could provide me with coordinates, I shall intercept these zombie forces and destroy their weapons to buy us time. Moreover, everyone can flee towards the ship. I will ensure your safety. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, your safety will be guaranteed. No sooner had Kenta finished speaking than countless coordinates began to refresh rapidly in the regional channel. Quick, quick! If you don't hurry, no one will pledge their loyalty. We'll all be dead. Start with my location. Those zombie soldiers are already upon us. What kind of world is this? Even the zombies can shoot now. How are we supposed to survive? Seeing the frantic messages in the regional channel, Kinta hesitated not a moment. He opened all missile silos at once. In an instant, several missiles ascended rapidly from the ship, targeting the zombie city. With thunderous explosions, multiple small mushroom clouds erupted in the wilderness, decimating vast swathes of zombie forces and their weaponry. Smoke enveloped the entire landscape, obscuring visibility. Ultimately, this provided the beleaguered survivors with an opportunity to evade the relentless pursuit of the undead. Fleeing into the depths of the mountains, I migrated to the edge of the coast. There, I temporarily settled beside a narrow, gaping chasm in the earth. The abyss harbors malevolent creatures, undeniably perilous. Yet they have yet to emerge. Thus, for the time being, this location adjacent to the chasm remains relatively safe. However, the wilderness by the Cherry Blossom Lake has long been overrun by a horde of zombies, rendering it a perilous domain where survival is impossible. Following a barrage of missiles, the zombie forces finally initiated a counterattack, launching a series of rockets from the city of the undead, targeting the coast with unwavering precision. As Su Qing emerged from the bathing area, freshly cleansed, he beheld the magnificent spectacle of countless rockets ascending into the sky. In response to this scene, he promptly deployed a reconnaissance drone to follow the trajectory of the rockets, hastening towards the distant seascape to witness the unfolding battle. Soon, high above, through the circling reconnaissance drone, Su Qing discerned the target of the rocket assault, a colossal oceanic destroyer. Chapter 107. The peril of high-altitude objects in the destruction of the ocean-going destroyer. The close-in weapon system aboard the ocean-going destroyer rotated with agility, unleashing a torrent of bullets that intercepted and detonated the majority of incoming rockets in midair. Only a few projectiles managed to strike the ship, yet their force proved insufficient to breach its armor, posing little threat. Su Qing, observing through a drone from the heavens above, was struck by the impressive defensive capabilities of the destroyer. It was no wonder this vessel, stranded at sea, dared to bombard the zombie-infested city. Its formidable defense rendered it a force to be reckoned with. Such a dense barrage of bullets, deftly maneuvering through the sky, would likely reduce any attacking horde of undead birds to mere pulp. Upon entering the Sakura district through the regional channel, Su Qing noticed the absence of any zombie bird flocks hovering atop the skyscrapers in the inner city. If it were not for the lack of avian life in this area, one could only conclude that the close-in weapon system had annihilated all the zombie birds, sending their remains plummeting into the sea. At last, bolstered by the destroyer's overwhelming firepower, the fleeing survivors circumvented a narrow subterranean rift and took refuge in the open spaces between several fissures, unable to advance further. Surprisingly, the pursuing zombie horde ceased their relentless chase, halting at a considerable distance from the crevice and refraining from advancing any further. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of death, the survivors erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming their relief. At last, we have survived. The zombie forces in the inner city are utterly terrifying. Both in their sheer numbers and in the sophistication of their weaponry, we stand no chance against them. What shall we do now? Shall we remain trapped between these subterranean rifts? Without the ability to venture forth and hunt for supplies, we will soon perish from hunger. The only viable course of action was to pledge allegiance to Lord Okamoto. His ship's weaponry possessed immense firepower, promising to eventually eradicate the zombie forces rampant in the wilderness. Once that day arrived, freedom would surely beckon. Indeed, Lord Okamoto, please accept our fealty. Lord Okamoto is invincible. Just as the words echoed through the regional channel, a sudden and violent tsunami erupted upon the ocean, unleashing towering waves that surged toward the coast like a thunderous roar. The colossal waves, reaching heights of dozens of meters, cast an ominous shadow, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, the rifts that spanned the shoreline fulfilled their purpose, acting as a barrier against the onslaught of the waves. The deluge of seawater, upon crashing ashore, poured into the crevices, sparing the survivors on land from the tempest's wrath. These unfathomable abyssal chasms had, against all odds, become a bastion of safety for the beleaguered group. However, in the aftermath of the tumultuous tsunami, the once formidable oceanic destroyer, fiercely stationed upon the waves, had been cleaved in twain by an unknown weapon, slowly succumbing to the depths below. Their savior, Kina Okamoto, had not yet been afforded the opportunity to accept the fealty of his followers before he was obliterated into fragments, vanishing into the abyss of the sea, leaving no trace of his remains. Hadn't our survival zone already been secured? How could there still be a tsunami upon the ocean? Are you foolish? This is not a tsunami. It is the result of bomb detonations. Did you not witness the destruction of Okamoto's vessel, split asunder? No. With Okamoto's demise, our fate is sealed. Who shall aid us in vanquishing those undead legions? Are we to be ensnared in this place until our end? It appears that death is imminent. Observing the shocking scene upon the waters, the survivors were engulfed in a tempest of emotions, despair, and madness. This outcome was utterly beyond their comprehension. Some, unable to withstand such tumultuous misfortune, leapt into the chasms, choosing death over despair. Amidst the chaos and the tsunami, none noticed the colossal, spiked black fortress vehicle hovering between the clouds above. Positioned directly over the oceanic destroyer, it had unleashed several high-explosive annihilation shells. Su Qing reactivated the stealth field, causing the fortress vehicle to vanish once more into the sky. He had not anticipated that the annihilation shells, retrieved from a golden chest in the inner city, would possess such devastating power. The triple strike of annihilation shells had effortlessly cleaved a legendary golden-class heavy vehicle in two. Kinta Okamoto, ensconced within the armored command center, was reduced to mere ash, utterly and irrevocably deceased. The primary reason for such a staggering outcome lay in the fact that the oceanic destroyer had been preoccupied with intercepting the incoming barrage of rockets, leaving it vulnerable to the surprise assault of the three annihilation shells that rained down upon it. The golden-grade annihilation shells plummeted onto the deck, igniting in an instant and obliterating the vessel completely. Su Qing had initially refrained from launching an attack on the destroyer, wary of its formidable armament, uncertain whether their convoy possessed the combat capability to incapacitate it without incurring losses. Yet, he had not anticipated that the release of the undead legions from the inner city would present him with this opportunity. With a single strike, he had successfully executed a stealth attack, eliminating this ambitious foe. Witnessing the vessel sinking beneath the waves, Su Qing hastily descended, bringing the amphibious fortress vehicle down to the surface of the sea, where it floated aloft, its spiral propellers whirring, swiftly advancing towards the remnants of the split ship. This anti-gravity engine, undoubtedly a golden legendary-class vehicle module, proved immensely powerful. It not only elevated the massive, heavy fortress vehicle into the sky, but did so in complete silence. Coupled with the immensely potent annihilation shell that required high-altitude deployment, its effectiveness was truly unparalleled. The effectiveness of this surprise attack rivals that of a deterrent superweapon, rendering it excessively perilous and terrifying. Fortunately, these two golden weapon modules now solely belong to me, undisturbed by others. Otherwise, facing such formidable adversaries, capable of traversing the skies with ease, would indeed pose a significant challenge. Moreover, having validated the items obtained from the golden treasure chest in the core zone of the zombie city, Su Qing now harbors great anticipation for the golden chest in the Sakura district. In the present area, the zombie forces congregated within the inner city have gradually dispersed into the wilderness. The zombie armed forces guarding the golden treasure chests have significantly diminished in strength. Additionally, with Su Qing's fortress-based vehicle now equipped not only with cloaking capabilities, but also a gravity-defying engine, enabling it to soar through the skies, there is no longer any fear of encirclement or ambush, allowing for effortless escape. Chapter 108, Colorful Mythical Level, Nuclear Aerospace-Based Vehicle. However, through the recent high-altitude test flight, Su Qing uncovered a significant issue with the anti-gravity engine. The energy consumption of this module proved to be excessively substantial. Merely traversing the distance from the zombie city to the sky above the ocean-going destroyer nearly depleted the energy required for Su Qing to operate the base vehicle for a full day of combat. Moreover, the Annihilation Missile Bay, which possessed immense power akin to a miniature nuclear weapon, demanded a vast amount of energy for the production of each Annihilation Missile Reserve. All of these were considerable energy consumers. With Su Qing's current energy reserves, it became apparent that he could hardly afford such expenditures. Therefore, he could only utilize them as trump cards, activating them at critical moments. Otherwise, the energy consumption could become unbearable, leading to the possibility of running out of energy mid-flight and plummeting from the sky, an outcome that would be quite comical. Discovered a vehicle core gold. Vehicle characteristic, nuclear engine. Discovered an automatic close-in weapon system, orange. Discovered a set of supersonic long-range missile launch silos, gold. Discovered a large vehicle water circulation module, orange. Su Qing piloted the amphibious-based vehicle at full throttle, swiftly gliding across the water's surface. He managed to retrieve items from the ship before it sank, following its destruction. Unfortunately, the Annihilation Missile Bay was too powerful, resulting in the obliteration of the ship's other weapon modules. He could only salvage two vehicle weapons that he had deliberately avoided during the deployment of the Annihilation missiles, which had been preserved. Nevertheless, these were quite satisfactory. The automatic close-in weapon system and the supersonic long-range missile launch silos were likely the finest weapons aboard the destroyer. Furthermore, the vehicle core remained intact, unscathed by the explosion. Su Qing felt a profound sense of contentment with this outcome. After controlling the fortress-based vehicle to hastily approach the ship and collect all the items, the destroyer, which had been torn in two and was continuously flooding, ultimately succumbed to the depths of the sea, vanishing from the surface. A massive whirlpool emerged at the site of the ship sinking. Qing activated the anti-gravity engine of the fortress-based vehicle, ascending to avoid the perilous area. Run. There truly is a sea monster. Fleeing proved futile. Acceptance of fate was inevitable. The heaven seemed intent on obliterating the Sakura district, leaving no refuge. Old man, spare us your lamentations and don't impede our escape. What on earth was happening this day? A collective outbreak of monsters and zombies? Look, the zombie army seems to be engaging in battle with the sea monster. Amidst the turmoil on the surface of the sea, no one paid heed, for the survivors of the Sakura district had already fallen once again into peril. Enormous black tentacles emerged from the abyssal rifts below, thrashing wildly and striking everything in their vicinity. The thick, massive appendages tore the ground apart, sending fragments flying. Ultimately, these chaotic attacks from the black tentacles affected the distant zombie armed forces, as debris propelled by the tentacles erupted into the ranks of the undead, triggering a counterattack. In but a fleeting moment, the artillery unleashed its fury upon the writhing tentacles that emerged from the abyssal chasms. The onslaught sent viscous fluids and shredded flesh flying in every direction. A piercing wail echoed from the depths of the fissure, brimming with madness and hatred. More black tendrils surged forth from the abyss, ferociously assaulting the distant horde of zombies. The survivors ensnared between the crevices watched the violent battlefield with sheer terror, rendered voiceless by their fear. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal fortress-like vehicle, adorned with menacing spikes, briefly emerged upon the surface of the sea before vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Qing also beheld the terrifying conflict unfolding in the distance. He had not anticipated that the abyssal creatures and the zombie forces were not allies. They engaged in a brutal conflict against one another without a hint of retreat. The ground was strewn with the wreckage of tanks and the bloodied remains of fallen soldiers. Trampled and obliterated by the black tentacles, countless thick tendrils lay severed, shattered by the explosive projectiles and energy weapons of the zombie army. Tumbling to the earth or plunging into the abyss, the ferocity of the battle escalated, with cannon fire reverberating and carnage rampant. These tentacles, emerging from the depths, single-handedly captivated the full attention of the zombie forces. Neither side noticed the stealthy ascent of the fortress vehicle, gliding swiftly toward the heart of Zombie City. Qing piloted the vehicle, activating its cloaking field and maximizing its speed as it skimmed over the abyssal chasms, ultimately descending onto the expansive highway in the desolate wilderness outside Zombie City. It was not his desire to drive the vehicle directly into the center of Zombie City, but rather the immense consumption of the anti-gravity engine made such a feat unsustainable. Furthermore, at this position, all the zombie forces had been lured away by the subterranean tentacles, leaving no enemy targets in sight. Qing steadied the vehicle, engaged its invisibility, and retrieved items collected from the sea. The first of these was a core of legendary caliber, gleaming in golden hues, extracted from a distant ocean-going destroyer. Detected similar item. Do you wish to synthesize? Upon realizing that the golden core could be synthesized with his fortress vehicle, Qing immediately opted to proceed with the synthesis. Upon consuming a vehicle core gold, the item synthesis was successful, resulting in the acquisition of a nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle, one color. This vehicle possesses a golden legendary characteristic, the nuclear engine. The nuclear engine, gold, harnesses nuclear energy as its driving force, boasting an almost limitless endurance, capable of replenishing energy for nuclear weaponry compartments, producing warheads, and supplying energy consumption for all weapon modules. The nuclear aerospace-based vehicle, colorful mythical level, one color, transcends the confines of survival worlds. Representing a super vehicle with virtually infinite energy, it is capable of traversing land, water, and air, fortified with formidable damage reduction defenses and nuclear weaponry. Its interior contains multiple independent living spaces, rendering it a veritable mobile fortress. The attributes of the nuclear aerospace-based vehicle have been enhanced, elevating its attack power to 30,000 and its defensive durability to 500,000, with a flight speed of 200 km/h. The core characteristic ability of the primary vehicle, Mechanical Sovereign, has now been upgraded to colorful mythical level. Mechanical Sovereign, one color ascending to the position of Mechanical Overlord. This ability allows for the decryption of all vehicle channel communication signals and grants dominion over mechanical creations or unclaimed vehicles. Mechanical constructs will share the burden of all damage sustained by the Sovereign. Chapter 109, Supersonic Long-Range Missile Launching Station. Gazing upon the attributes of this brand-new nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle, Qing found himself rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that after synthesizing the vehicle to the Golden Legend tier, its rank could ascend even further. His infinite synthesis talent had shattered the constraints of the survival world's rules, propelling this fortress-based vehicle into an unprecedented realm, transforming it into a colorful mythic-grade super vehicle. Upon surpassing the Golden Legend tier, not only were the vehicle's fundamental attack power and defensive capabilities multiplied several times, but it also acquired an engine characteristic that allowed for infinite endurance. Just moments ago, Qing had been troubled by the exorbitant energy consumption of the newly acquired anti-gravity engine module. The current fuel reserves on the base vehicle were insufficient for extravagant use, limiting it to short-distance flights and preventing prolonged aerial presence. Furthermore, the addition of the airdrop annihilation pod proved to be a significant energy drain, as each annihilation explosive produced demanded a substantial amount of energy. The simultaneous operation of these two modules and weapons would inevitably deplete the vehicle's fuel reserves entirely. However, after integrating the core of an ocean-going destroyer, this dilemma was entirely resolved. The new nuclear engine had wholly supplanted the original fuel engine of the base vehicle, achieving a perfect fusion. Even the previously vast fuel tank had vanished, along with its remaining fuel, which was seamlessly transferred back into Qing's backpack space. Observing the nearly full fuel reserves in his backpack, Qing hastily evacuated the fuel, depositing it into Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress. Once he had managed the overflow, he finally had the opportunity to meticulously examine all the transformations of this newly acquired vehicle. Post-integration with the ocean-going destroyer S-Core, the nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle appeared more robust and colossal. Moreover, after assimilating the core characteristics of all vehicles within the convoy, its design became sleek and streamlined, enhancing its aerodynamic properties. An energy membrane enveloped the vehicle, allowing it to exist in a semi-invisible state. This not only provided damage reduction effects but also rendered the massive vehicle less detectable. At the base of the vehicle, it featured both an anti-gravity engine and the annihilation pod's exit. The new nuclear engine had assumed control over the entire energy supply, connecting to the power supply module, which facilitated the operation of all vehicle modules aboard the base vehicle. With this nuclear engine in place, Qing no longer had to fret over energy shortages. In the future, all fuel obtained from monster slaying could be directed into Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress, enhancing the combat endurance of the long-range heavy weaponry. His concerns had finally been alleviated. Qing felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He then turned his attention to another item he had acquired, a hypersonic long-range missile launch silo. This golden legendary-grade strategic weapon was destined to be mounted atop Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress. Among the entire convoy, only Xiaowan's fortress possessed the firepower amplification purple ability, which could significantly enhance the potency of weapons. Thus, affixing this golden quality super weapon to the fortress would maximize the missile's destructive capability. To accommodate the vertical launch missile silo atop the vehicle, Qing relocated the high explosive cannon and the Leviathan's Fury heavy artillery, originally positioned on the fortress's summit, to either side of it. Along with them, the flame impact cannon and the anti-air laser cannon were also repositioned to the flanks. Ultimately, only a pulse radar remained atop the fortress, continuously rotating. After installing the hypersonic long-range missile silo on the heavy artillery fortress, this vehicle had truly transformed into a super long-range strike platform, equipped with multiple heavy remote weaponry. Hypersonic long-range missile silo, gold consumes energy. Capable of producing and storing up to 8 hypersonic missiles internally, upon launch, it can execute strikes over an extreme distance with an attack power of 5,000. A maximum range of 6,000 kilometers, and includes electromagnetic interference and shockwave attack effects. Upon witnessing the formidable attributes of this super long-range strategic weapon, Qing's excitement surged. With a striking range of 6,000 kilometers, it could comprehensively cover the entire survival zone. There was no longer any need to position himself in the heart of Zombie City, as he had to before when using high-explosive cannons for strikes. Now, the convoy could bombard targets within the survival zone from any location, delivering warmth and blessings. Furthermore, the electromagnetic interference effect could obstruct signals in the explosion zone, rendering the attacked targets unable to communicate with their allies. They would be left floundering like headless flies, unable even to utilize pulse radar to pinpoint the missile launch site. Additionally, the missile shockwave attack effect could penetrate armored defenses, directly targeting enemies within through the shockwave, dismantling the internal structure of vehicles or the very flesh of foes, incapacitating them for combat. This hypersonic long-range missile was nothing short of an invincible weapon of mass destruction. It was no wonder that Okamoto Kenta harbored such grand ambitions, foolishly aspiring to dominate the entire survival world. Possessing such a formidable strategic weapon indeed granted him the capital and potential to do so. However, his vessel, the Oceanic Destroyer, found itself immobilized on the surface of the sea, reduced to a stationary target, which Qing deftly ambushed and eliminated. Even this strategic deterrent weapon had become Qing's hard-won spoils of war. However, this supersonic long-range missile launch silo, akin to the airdrop annihilation chamber on the mobile platform, necessitates the consumption of energy and time for the production of munitions. This missile silo can store a maximum of 8 supersonic missiles. Once all the missiles have been expended, one must await the internal replenishment of munitions, rendering it incapable of further assaults. The cooling cycle is considerably protracted, precluding its use as a conventional weapon. It is intended solely for the final confrontation or for devastating strikes that serve as a decisive weapon for determining the outcome of war. Nonetheless, the mobile platform is equipped with a total of 8 supersonic missiles and 3 airdrop annihilation munitions in its arsenal. Such a formidable stockpile of weaponry is more than sufficient during combat, with an explosive intensity capable of obliterating a large encampment. Chapter 110, Fully Automated Close-in Weapon System. Recirculating water module. After completing the installation of the supersonic long-range missile launch silo, Qing retrieved another vehicle-mounted weapon from his dimensional backpack, the Fully Automated Close-in Weapon System. Fully Automated Close-in Weapon System. Orange, interconnected with radar, it can autonomously detect attacking targets around the vehicle and retaliate to eliminate them, thereby safeguarding the vehicle's security. Attack power, 1000. Maximum firing rate, 10,000 rounds minute. Effective range, 5 kilometers, with repelling and disorienting attack effects. After careful consideration, Qing chose to mount this weapon on Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress. The rationale behind this decision was twofold. Firstly, among the convoy, only Xiaowan's vehicle was equipped with a pulse radar. Secondly, Xiaowan's fortress boasted the most formidable heavy long-range weapons within the convoy. Should her vehicle come under targeted assault and be destroyed, the impact on the convoy would be catastrophic. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure the absolute safety of this long-range heavy artillery vehicle by installing the fully automated close-in weapon system on her vehicle. Its maximum efficacy could be realized. Although Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress possessed stealth thermal coatings that rendered it immune to lock-on attacks, the quality of this modification was merely blue excellence, and its stealth capabilities were not particularly robust, making it susceptible to countermeasures. Furthermore, in the event of an overwhelming barrage, Xiaowan's fortress would still be unable to completely evade the onslaught. At such a juncture, a fully automated close-in weapon system would be essential for last-ditch defense, obliterating incoming projectiles and drones in mid-air, thus preventing damage to the vehicle itself. Moreover, this fully automated close-in weapon system offered a more potent attack capability than the flame shock cannon. Its repelling attack effect could drive away all approaching monsters and zombies, preventing them from closing in. Additionally, the disorienting attack effect could establish a guided and confounding thermal bullet net within the area of bullet coverage, diverting incoming homing missiles or emitting blinding light to disorient approaching monsters, rendering them incapable of targeting. This orange-quality, fully automated close-in weapon system was affixed to the top rear of the heavy artillery fortress, allowing it to defend and counterattack at maximum angles without interfering with the operational launch of the supersonic missile silo. The installation of these 2 vehicle-mounted weapons significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress, propelling its global vehicle combat ranking to 2nd place, surpassed only by Qing's nuclear aerospace-based vehicle, thus becoming one of the most formidable vehicles in the survival world. Upon completing the integration of the weapons and vehicle core, Qing retrieved the last item collected from the ocean-going destroyer, the large vehicle water recirculation module, Orange. The water recycling module must naturally be installed on the nuclear-powered space-based vehicle. Qing directly opted to synthesize this water collection module with the independent water storage module, Purple, of the base vehicle. Consumed 1 independent water storage module, Purple. Item synthesis successful. Obtained 1 recycling water storage module, Orange. Recycling water storage module, Orange possesses an independent water storage space, capable of collecting and processing wastewater, establishing a recycling water system, significantly reducing energy consumption, with a maximum water collection rate of 1,000 tons per day. Upon upgrading this water collection module to an orange quality, the newly formed recycling water storage module transformed into an adjustable water collection mode. It intelligently modulates its water production capacity according to the vehicle's water consumption, preventing excessive water production and conserving the vehicle's energy. Furthermore, its recycling water mode can purify and recycle the water resources on the vehicle, substantially mitigating the consumption of the water collection module, thereby conserving both water and energy. Thus, this single water collection module is entirely capable of supplying the water demands of the hot spring entertainment complex in the Divine Creation Kingdom. Even if the kingdom is filled with various crops and fruit trees, irrigation would pose no issue. In fact, A significant portion of the water collected would remain stored within the independent space of this module as an emergency reserve. Should a water scarcity survival scenario arise in the future, this stored water could be sold, for water is an indispensable resource for survival. There can never be too much. While Su Qing concealed himself in the wilderness, processing the spoils from the destroyed ocean-going destroyers, the distant zombie army and the colossal black tentacles emerging from the ground had entirely unleashed their fury. Even the missile launch platforms in the inner city had commenced firing missiles into the profound abyssal rifts. Surrounding the rift, remnants of severed black tentacles, various deformed and destroyed weapons, and dismembered, bloodied zombie soldiers lay scattered everywhere. In the wilderness, there were no longer any survivors. All had been eradicated. The zombie-armed forces in the inner city, apart from a few teams guarding the golden treasure chests, had nearly all ventured into the wilderness, occupying the entire Cherry Blossom District. Only a handful of surviving Cherry Blossom District inhabitants remained in the crevices close to the coast, trembling amidst the barrage of artillery fire. What on earth is happening? Is heaven truly intent on annihilating our Cherry Blossom District? These zombie creatures are terrifying beyond belief. Can we survivors truly resist such horror? How is that possible? Even the formidable Okamoto-kun, the strongest in vehicle combat, has been obliterated and sunk. No one can contend with these monsters. Hope is lost. Unless the zombie forces and the subterranean monsters annihilate each other. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, we shall ultimately face a dead end. Is there no divine being to rescue us? As long as I can survive, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Do not jest. Amaterasu has forsaken her people. It is wise for everyone to continue their flight towards the sea, for there, one may find respite from the battlefield and perhaps prolong their existence. Depart swiftly. No. You all must leave. I shall beseech the divine for the salvation of her children. How dare you presume? Amidst the ongoing disputes among the survivors of the Cherry Blossom District, a sudden shock enveloped them as they beheld, in the distant heavens, several supersonic missiles, the origin of which remained a mystery. They hurtled through the air, drawing ever closer, until they descended upon the desolate wasteland occupied by the undead soldiers. With a thunderous roar, multiple powerful miniature mushroom clouds erupted, engulfing the entire expanse of the wasteland. The terrifying barrage of missiles severed the relentless advance of the zombie horde, dramatically altering the dynamics of the battlefield. The once dominant undead armed forces found themselves stripped of their firepower advantage, struggling to sustain their offensive. Chapter 111. Missile Bombardment. All personnel promoted to level 18 under the onslaught of missiles. The firepower of the zombie forces was significantly diminished. Many of the monstrous zombies that had fled the outer districts during Su Qing's cleanup were instantly annihilated by this wave of supersonic missiles in the wilderness. A plethora of artillery weaponry belonging to the zombie army was shattered beyond use by the violent explosions. The abyssal creatures, having gained a momentary respite, quickly sensed their adversaries' weakness and became invigorated. They lashed out with their formidable tentacles, attacking the zombie soldiers and artillery installations surrounding the rift. More tentacles began to scale the top of the fissure, seeking to emerge. Should its main body succeed in breaching the rift, the zombie forces would undoubtedly face the wrath of the abyssal creatures, subjected to relentless assault. Slayed a level 12 zombie behemoth, elite, acquired a box of safety umbrellas, 10 bottles of lubricant, 10 spirit crystals, and 12 survival points. Slayed a level 15 zombie officer chief, acquired a Desert Eagle handgun, a multifunctional engineer shovel, 13 spirit crystals, and 15 survival points. Slayed. A continuous stream of kill notifications flooded in. Within the convoy, golden light shimmered as all vehicles ascended to level 18. Previously, during Su Qing's ambush in the outer districts, numerous zombie monstrosities had sensed impending danger and fled towards the wilderness, resulting in only a partial completion of his hunting plan. As the vehicle levels surpassed 17, the surrounding creatures had largely escaped, even though he had activated his invisibility field throughout the outer district, rendering him undetectable to the zombies. The creatures continued to flee without looking back, unable to be halted. However, with the acquisition of supersonic long-range missiles, a formidable weapon, he could now deploy stealth reconnaissance drones to survey densely populated monster areas from the sky. Thereafter, he could launch remote missiles to decimate all creatures within the wilderness. Now that the fortress-based vehicle had integrated the core of a deep-sea destroyer, it boasted nearly limitless energy from its nuclear engine, eliminating any concerns regarding energy depletion. He could wield heavy weaponry without hesitation. Moreover, as the zombie forces and monstrous zombies had retreated to the wilderness, Su Qing was unconcerned that his long-range bombardment would provoke retaliation from the city of zombies. As for the environmental and survival implications of excessive missile strikes leaving the wilderness barren, who cared? This wasn't his territory. He could do as he pleased. Regardless, once the time came, he would promptly return, unable to linger any longer. Even if he ravaged this place, it would bear no consequence. Now, the time for Su Qing's stay in this Sakura district is drawing to a close, with only a few hours remaining. He has no time to meticulously eliminate the zombie monstrosities scattered across the wilderness. At this moment, the strategy is clear. Utilize the most powerful weapon at hand to unleash destruction. Before departing, he aims to vanquish as many monsters as possible, elevate his level, and gather resources. While launching his bombardments, Su Qing does not consider the conflict between the zombie forces and the abyssal creatures. He merely observes the dense congregation of zombies in that area and seizes the opportunity to strike, knowing a single blast could annihilate numerous foes. Unable to resist the temptation, he unleashes a devastating barrage. Several missiles obliterate the colossal zombies and soldiers gathered in the wilderness, leaving behind charred craters. After exhausting the stockpile of long-range missiles in the nuclear aerial base vehicle silos, Su Qing is pleased to see that the entire team has reached level 18. With this advancement, the vehicles of the team now dominate the global leaderboard, occupying the top 6 positions, while the 7th vehicle has only just attained level 13. Creating a chasmite gap that renders it unable to catch up. Disregarding the leaderboard interface, Su Qing activates the stealth field, enveloping the team once more, and steers towards the nearby Sakura Lake. A miracle. The divine has manifested. It has heard the prayers of its followers and has come to our rescue. Look, that is the weapon of Amaterasu, blazing like the flames of annihilation. We are finally saved. The onlookers, witnessing the rising mushroom cloud and the decimated zombie forces, erupt into jubilant cries, their tears of despair transformed into those of hope. Such a powerful missile barrage is insurmountable for both the zombie hordes and abyssal creatures. With more missiles, they can eradicate all the monsters in the survival zone. In their moment of desperation, the appearance of such a devastating weapon in the sky feels like the descent of a deity, annihilating the zombies that plague the wilderness. Is this not a divine manifestation? Haha, annihilation missiles. Let there be more. Let us vanquish these malevolent creatures entirely. The miracle has descended, and the calamity of the Sakura district is finally coming to an end. The great Sakura Empire. The numerous survivors, witnessing the instant clearing of the wilderness, are filled with exhilaration. However, in the midst of their celebration, they suddenly notice that the sacred Sakura Lake is vanishing at an alarming rate. The vast body of water is being relentlessly consumed by a colossal black vortex. Beneath this swirling abyss lies a massive convoy, stationed in the heart of the wilderness. Once the convoy made its appearance, it swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding undead monstrosities. The various weapons mounted on the vehicles immediately unleashed a barrage of fire upon the approaching hordes, exterminating all creatures drawn by the disturbance of the lake from a distance. Rockets, energy cannons, laser weaponry, multi-barreled machine guns, and electromagnetic firearms all erupted in a formidable display of firepower, weaving an intricate net of destruction across the wilderness, indiscriminately annihilating any encroaching threats. No. Could it truly be survivors from the outer regions? How infuriating. No wonder we face such a harrowing crisis in our Sakura district. It all makes sense now. Those cursed individuals hail from the Dragon Nation. They must be among the top 6 in the global vehicle rankings. They ruthlessly plunder our resources and have even slain Kenta Okamoto. It is highly probable that many of the top 10 survivors in vehicle combat power from our Sakura district have fallen victim to this team from the Dragon Nation in the outer city. Furthermore, there are those colossal undead beasts that escaped from the city of the undead, the zombie armed forces released from the inner city, and the monstrous entities awakened from the abyss by the immense tidal waves that surged through the fissures in the ground. All of this chaos is the doing of that very group. Chapter 112. The Gathering at Cherry Blossom Lake. Abyssal monster of the Demon Emperor level in the distance. A vortex of space opened in midair, voraciously consuming the waters of Cherry Blossom Lake, as the Dragon Kingdom's convoy observed. The survivors of the Cherry Blossom District, who had been kneeling between the fissures of the earth, finally grasped the gravity of the events transpiring within their realm. Their eyes widened in horror as they beheld the sacred waters being devoured, and they erupted in furious exclamations. Bastards! Thieves! They are robbing the resources of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. Such atrocious acts surely could not go unpunished. Damn it! I will kill them. One young man, his eyes ablaze with rage, recklessly drove forward, intent on charging toward their sacred lake. Suddenly, a massive black tentacle swept through the air, inadvertently striking the vehicle that had ventured too close to the abyssal fissure, crushing it into a mere disk of iron. Dark crimson blood seeped from the wreckage, embodying the resentment and humiliation felt by its occupant. This devastating blow roused all remaining survivors of the Cherry Blossom District from their stupor. Although this lake was their sacred site, a place of worship since time immemorial, the immediate struggle for survival eclipsed their reverence. With their lives hanging by a thread, They had no time to concern themselves with the sanctity of the place. Fear-stricken, everyone hastily retreated from the thrashing tentacles of the frenzied abyssal creature that emerged from beneath the earth. At last, as Su Qing activated his divine creation ability, absorbing the entirety of Cherry Blossom Lake's waters into the spatial realm, the tentacled monstrosity, having gained a fleeting moment of respite, forced its way from the fissure below, descending into this area of existence. Level 35 Ancient Spirit-Eating Sea Monster, Demon Emperor level hailing from a desolate otherworld where the seas have run dry. This sea creature, deprived of its aquatic habitat, was compelled to slumber beneath the sediment until awakened by the influx of seawater from the spatial rift. The familiar damp scent of the ocean drove the creature into a frenzy. It desperately extended its myriad tentacles, seeking to breach the rift and return to the vast aquatic realm it had long lost. Upon seeing the creature's description, Su Qing hurriedly concealed his convoy. No wonder this tentacled monstrosity could contend with the armed zombie forces for such an extended duration without faltering. It was, after all, a level 35 ancient creature of the Demon Emperor tier. The tier of a monster's innate bloodline ranges from the lowest ordinary to elite, chief, lord, demon king, demon emperor, and ultimately the demon sovereign level. Each elevation in tier brings immense enhancements to their abilities, representing a substantial leap in power. The top-tier demon emperor creatures, even when on par with zombie soldiers, could likely emerge unscathed from the onslaught of their firepower. Moreover, this particular creature was nearly double the level of the zombie forces, especially considering its emergence from the sea, a domain it was intimately familiar with and adept at navigating. Thus, it had descended upon the Cherry Blossom District. The ancient devouring sea monster sensed the familiar essence of the ocean and erupted with jubilant cries. Its piercing shriek sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. As countless tentacles writhed, the once tranquil sea transformed into a tempestuous maelstrom. Soon, a colossal wave surged skyward, barreling towards the ancient creature. The survivors of the Sakura Zone, caught between the ocean and the beast, gazed in despair at the towering wave that blotted out the sky. They were swept away, plunging into the depths alongside the salty sea, the briny water cascading down their bodies. The ancient devouring sea monster let out a series of ecstatic wails, its tentacles thrashing with fervent excitement. It remained utterly indifferent to the numerous vessels that had been crushed beneath the tumultuous waters, which now slid away from its form, slowly succumbing to the abyss. With a single titanic wave, a significant portion of the remaining survivors from the Sakura Zone was drawn into the depths, vanishing without a trace. Those who remained, drenched in the brackish water and trembling, looked fearfully at the immense deep-sea monstrosity that loomed nearby, nearly obscuring the horizon, nearly paralyzed with terror. The world once inhabited by the ancient devouring sea monster was approaching its apocalyptic end. The earth cracked, vegetation vanished, and the sea was consumed by evaporation, slowly dwindling to desolation. The familiar environment had dissipated. Even the mightiest of beings, akin to a demon lord, could only slumber in the muddy seabed, clinging to moisture and barely sustaining life against a world that was becoming increasingly arid. Now, having returned to the ocean, it yearned to rise once more and delve into the depths, but first, it had to obliterate the horde of zombies to avenge the countless tentacles that had been destroyed. The deep-sea devouring monster continued to wave its tentacles, causing the ocean's surface to rise swiftly, spreading towards the barren wasteland. The water surged over countless subterranean fissures, not a single drop seeping into the cracks below. Having once lost the ocean, the creature now cherished the waters that had nurtured its existence. Even as it struggled to guide the waters across the chasms, it could not bear the thought of them being lost to the depths forever. Under the ancient devouring monster's command, vast quantities of seawater coalesced into towering waves, crashing into the wasteland and swiftly engulfing the horde of zombies stationed there. Oh heavens! We are doomed. What about the Dragon Kingdom's convoy? We pledge our loyalty to you, forever to be your slaves. Quickly, open that spatial vortex and draw the water away. Save your servants. Yes, they are our only hope now. What are you saying? This calamity was wrought by those Dragon Kingdom people. How can you still pledge allegiance to them? Heretics! You dare to slander the saviors? I'll put you to death. Baka, you. Amidst the tumult of the surging waves, the few remaining survivors of the Sakura Zone descended into chaos, bickering and fighting amongst themselves. They fervently prayed for Su Qing's convoy to arrive in time and rescue them. Gazing at the immense tidal waves surging from the crevices in the earth, it resembled a vast celestial dome, and with a mere touch, the deluge cascading above could reduce them to mere dust. Su Qing summoned the waters of Sakura Lake into the realm of his creation. Observing the emergence of a grand lake within this divine territory, its surface shimmered and sparkled, bestowing vitality and beauty upon the otherwise desolate land. In the course of his experiments, Su Qing discerned a distinctive trait of the creation realm. It could not absorb entities of excessive power, as they could easily break free from the vortex's pull. The aquatic monsters, exposed in the gaping abyss after the lake was drained, served as testament to this fact. Laser beams of energy erupted from thin air, striking down upon the struggling creatures in the depths and annihilating them all. After dealing with the monsters at the bottom of Sakura Lake, Qing beheld the monstrous waves of seawater rampaging across the wilderness. A thought stirred within him, prompting him to activate the convoy and steer towards the inner city. With the horde of zombies lured away by the abyssal creatures, it was the opportune moment to seize the golden treasure chest. Chapter 113. Total Annihilation of the Region. Barriers unlocked. Goodness gracious, this is simply extraordinary. You all must take a look at the global leaderboard. Are not the top 6, including Qing, from our Shiza district? It's astonishing. All of them at level 18. They VE reduced the 7th place to mere rubble. How on earth did they achieve this? They must have eradicated every creature within the survival zone to reach such a feat. Speaking of Qing, have you noticed that they seem to have vanished from our survival zone for quite some time? Surely not. Just a couple of days ago, I was trading survival supplies with that girl named Ling. Have they perhaps discovered some secret dungeon or hidden realm? Could it be that they are raiding and slaughtering within, resulting in such a remarkable level increase? That seems quite plausible. They are quietly amassing great wealth. The key is that they possess this formidable strength. Look at the global vehicle combat power rankings. Both the first and second positions belong to our Shiza district. This is a ranking for the entire survival world. Truly impressive. They are certainly bringing honor to our Dragon Nation Shiza district by associating with Qing. We have also reaped considerable benefits. Currently, our region boasts the highest overall strength in the world. Is it not because we were the first in the world to advance to the second phase of the survival area? Everyone, in their quest for survival, has been compelled to slay monsters and level up, leading to today's invincible prowess. So, should we not express our gratitude towards him? He has enabled everyone to adapt to combat and grow rapidly in the most challenging of environments, ultimately allowing us to stand atop the world. This reasoning appears sound. What do you think about us collectively inquiring Qing about the location of his secret dungeon? How can one be so selfish as to enjoy such a splendid place alone? As survivors of the same region, we ought to assist one another. If he were to share the secret dungeon, allowing everyone to level up, then should he encounter difficulties in the future, we would also be able to offer our support. Does this not make sense? Survivors of the Sakura district have been entirely annihilated. This area has now been fully open to the world. Becoming a public zone, the regional barriers have been dismantled, allowing survivors to enter and exit freely. The survival area with an open spatial passage has unlocked the option to descend into the Sakura district, enabling exploration of the map and resource collection. Caution: the zombie city is fraught with peril. Survivors must exercise extreme caution. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you can challenge the entire inner-city zombie horde alone. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Shiza District. East Bridge Camp. This is a base constructed using the remnants of an abandoned bridge, surrounded by trenches and high walls formed by excavators and bulldozers. In the central square, an array of vehicles belonging to numerous survivors is parked. Sedans, vans, SUVs, trucks, motorcycles, excavators, loaders, cranes, an array of vehicles, a veritable cornucopia of choices. Amidst these conveyances, countless colorful tents and cooking stoves lie haphazardly piled, creating an overwhelming disarray. Not all vehicles are equipped with water collection modules or bathing facilities. Some possess interiors so cramped that lying down to sleep is a near impossibility. Consequently, the majority of survivors resort to pitching tents outside their vehicles to cook and rest. Even the basic act of relieving oneself is often relegated to the wilderness beyond the camp. In urgent situations, one might find a secluded spot within the camp to discreetly attend to their needs. As for bathing, that remains a distant luxury, unless a team is fortunate enough to have a water collection module and a plentiful supply of water. Yet, even then, a fee of precious fuel crystals must be surrendered to obtain clean water for washing. Most individuals, however, are reluctant to expend their hard-earned fuel crystals on bathing, opting instead to conserve every ounce of energy for survival. Thus, within the camp, the environment is rife with unpleasant odors, a stark contrast to the putrid stench of the rotting zombies wandering the wilds outside. As dusk approaches, the survivors, having toiled throughout the day in the wilderness, return to the camp. A group, clad in thick garments, gathers around a crackling fire, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. The zombies in the wild have evolved into increasingly formidable adversaries. Consequently, in the West Zay district, venturing out to hunt monsters or seek treasures necessitates forming teams. Cooperation is essential for survival in this perilous landscape. Solo endeavors are fraught with the risk of zombie attacks or being preyed upon by other survivors. The world today is far removed from the civilized society of yore, a realm where the law of the jungle prevails, with rampant violence and plunder. Independent individuals, unless endowed with extraordinary strength to deter malefactors, struggle to endure in this apocalyptic environment, destined to meet a grim fate. Wait, what? The entire survival zone has been annihilated? Is this the Sakura district, where life was still bearable? What could have transpired? One exclaimed. Did you not notice the warnings in the notification? Is it not clear? This group, lacking in strength yet brimming with ambition, attempted to challenge the entire zombie city alone. They inadvertently unleashed the zombie horde from the inner city, resulting in the total extermination of the survival zone. The group exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with incomprehension. What kind of peculiar mindset could lead to such calamity? One person's folly leading to the ruin of all? And not just a few, but the entire community buried alongside? At this thought, a shiver ran through them, and cold sweat began to beat on their brows. In this light, Qing, the formidable overlord of the Shiza district, could be deemed relatively benevolent. Although he views the inhabitants of this survival zone merely as resources to be harvested at will, the transactions are conducted voluntarily, with fairness and transparency, devoid of threats or coercion. Moreover, despite his formidable combat prowess, he exercises caution, avoiding any monumental blunders. The most significant issue he has caused is the premature unlocking of the second phase of the survival scenario, which inadvertently allowed the monsters of the zombie city to escape into the wilderness, initiating their evolution. Nevertheless, this consequence is not insurmountable. The community is capable of managing it, and has even reaped considerable benefits. Few have lost their lives in the wilderness as a result. In stark contrast, the tragically obliterated Sakura district has already produced a singularly brilliant individual who, through his own actions, sacrificed the entire survival zone. As a result, all inhabitants of the survival zone must bear the heavy burden of his folly, a cost that is undeniably severe. Upon reflecting on this, the camp's residents expressed their profound relief. At the very least, in their Shiza district, they have not encountered such exceptional misfortune. The zombie city, situated merely in the outer districts, remains an inaccessible territory, far beyond their current level. What manner of individual could possibly unleash an entire legion of the undead by their singular will? Chapter 114, The Golden Achievement Badge. The fortunate survivor. You mentioned that Qing has not made an appearance in the Shiza district for quite some time. Could it be that he has ventured into the Sakura district? I recall that just a few days ago, when our region unlocked the third phase of the survival scenario, the regional passageway was opened. Might he have entered the spatial corridor and fled to another area? After a brief silence, a man seated beside an excavator voiced his puzzlement. The moment his words escaped his lips, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Could it truly be possible? Are we suggesting that the chaos unleashed in the Sakura district was caused by Qing, who fled from our midst? No wonder his convoy has experienced such rapid upgrades in their vehicles. It seems he has been grinding monsters in the Sakura district. This elucidates why his vehicle combat capabilities have surged so swiftly. If the number of zombies and monsters in one survival area is insufficient to bolster vehicle levels, then one simply relocates to another area to reap the rewards. Who was it that suggested Qing share the secrets of the dungeon? Now that the hidden realm has been discovered, who dares to venture forth? Absolutely not. That spatial corridor lies in the heart of Zombie City. Given our current level, even surviving in the outer district is exceedingly difficult. How could we possibly enter? Moreover, all the survivors in the Sakura district have been obliterated. One need only use common sense to understand that the environment there must be extraordinarily perilous. What purpose would our journey serve? Are we eager to welcome our own demise? So many survivors have perished, and now the Sakura district is rife with opportunities. Yet, regrettably, our strength is far too meager to seize them. Qing is indeed formidable. A single convoy managed to annihilate an entire survival area. How ruthlessly brutal. Previously, he merely threatened us from afar with artillery, yet upon reaching another territory, he unleashed indiscriminate attacks across the entire map. It appears he had been relatively tolerant in the Shiza district. Had he been provoked, he could have ignited Zombie City and unleashed a horde of zombies, and we would have long since met our demise. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. Instead, we should focus on leveling up, clearing the Zombie City in this area, and then devise our plans. I have a premonition that with the borders of the Sakura district now open, will all survival areas eventually follow suit? If that comes to pass, could our combat prowess in the Shiza district allow us to dominate other survival regions? Indeed, there exists such a possibility. Might we not then ascend to prominence, living lives devoid of shame and filled with bliss? As the conversation progressed, excitement swelled among the group, each yearning for the immediate lifting of regional restrictions to impose their will upon other survival areas. Merely contemplating it sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through their veins. Suddenly, one survivor shivered, remarking on the increasingly frigid weather. He tightened his clothing and shifted his body closer to the stove where the tea was brewing. Indeed, ever since the announcement of the cold wave, the weather had grown increasingly frigid. it was likely that in a few days, the waters of the wilderness would begin to freeze. This remark brought the previously exuberant crowd back to the stark reality, gradually calming them down as they contemplated whether their supplies for warmth could withstand 3 months of extreme cold. Perhaps it was prudent to exchange for additional heating materials. Just in case, Su Qing drove stealthily, maneuvering around the horde of zombies advancing from the city of the undead. He arrived near the remnants of a fortress, now reduced to ruins. Venturing further inward, he beheld a golden treasure chest, guarded by the surviving zombie forces in the central area. All survivors in the Cherry Blossom Zone have perished. As the last remaining survivor, congratulations on achieving the Lucky Survivor accolade. Lucky Survivor, gold with the entire zone obliterated and having fought to the end, the surviving seeker is awarded this accolade badge, granting a 10 luck bonus, a 50 attribute boost to the convoy, and a 30 reduction in damage taken. Upon noticing the notification on the vehicle interface, Su Qing halted his convoy. Having also received the news of the complete annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Zone, he was taken aback, not expecting the fierce battle between this ancient monstrous entity and the zombie horde to be so intense. The entire survival area had been engulfed in the chaos of war. Particularly, the coastal wilderness where the abyssal creature had descended was completely submerged by violent waves, leaving no land for survivors to seek refuge. It had transformed into a vast ocean. Above the surface, a black monstrosity, covered in writhing tentacles, was engulfed by relentless artillery fire. Yet, it was shielded by a solid wall of water, formed by the sea itself, which absorbed all incoming attacks. Driven by its frenzied movements, the monstrous waves swiftly spread across the wilderness, drowning the entire horde of zombies stationed there. The towering waves and the roaring cannon fire created a terrifying spectacle of apocalyptic proportions. The demise of the Cherry Blossom Zone survivors in such an environment was hardly surprising. Su Qing glanced back at the horde of zombies, still advancing outward to support the battlefield. He accessed the vehicle interface to examine the newly acquired accolade badge. This golden quality badge, much like the other achievement badges Su Qing had previously unlocked, enhanced the attributes of the entire convoy. Consequently, the increase in combat power was substantial. In particular, this golden quality Lucky Survivor accolade badge provided attribute effects comparable to a legendary grade superweapon, enhancing all vehicles in the convoy by 50 and reducing the damage they sustained by 30, significantly bolstering the convoy's survivability. The damage reduction effect of this badge, combined with the golden quality damage mitigation core characteristic of Su Qing's nuclear space-based vehicle, endows the nuclear space-based vehicle with an extraordinary ability to become immune to attack damage. It transforms into the most formidable defensive stronghold in the entire survival realm, maximizing its safety performance to the fullest. It stands impervious to any external assaults. Moreover, of utmost significance, this achievement badge possesses the exceedingly rare attribute of enhancing luck. Increasing luck not only augments the chances of opening treasure chests or acquiring resources from defeated foes, but also elevates the probability of critical strikes during combat. Furthermore, in the apocalyptic world, it heightens the likelihood of discovering hidden dungeons. One becomes the favored child of fortune, an unparalleled sovereign of luck. Chapter 115, Destruction of the Inner City, Survival Scenario Captain. We have locked onto the area surrounding the treasure chest and are ready to open fire. The report came through the communication network from Xiaowan. I am also prepared. The rocket ammunition is ample, and the target has been acquired. Tang Lin's voice resonated over the radio. Good. Bai Ling, activate the pulse energy cannon, prepare for close combat defense, and commence the battle. Su Qing commanded as he received the squad's report. No sooner had his words fallen than a colossal convoy emerged amidst the ruins beside the fortress artillery. Countless rockets, trailing flames, were launched from Tang Lin's Phantom Blade vehicle, soaring rapidly into the sky. Like a hailstorm, they descended upon the zombie horde encircling the golden treasure chest. Boom, boom. A multitude of fiery explosions erupted in the inner city. The formidable detonation power of the rockets carpet-bombed the zombie legion, instantly annihilating vast swathes of them, leaving the ground littered with casualties. Before the undead forces could react, another high-explosive shell accurately struck a tank, reducing the artillery-laden vehicle to mere scrap metal. And Xiaowan relentlessly maneuvered the high-explosive howitzer, methodically targeting and executing aerial bombardments to obliterate the heavy weaponry that posed a threat to the convoy. With the enhancement of firepower amplification capabilities, the cooldown time of the howitzer was remarkably brief, unleashing shells in rapid succession and shattering the rooftop artillery into fragments. After upgrading to golden-quality heavy artillery fortifications, and Xiaowan's vehicle attack capabilities saw a significant enhancement, coupled with her impressive level 18 prowess. The previously awkward scenario of failing to damage the outer city artillery was utterly eradicated. Now, Her vehicle's firepower could obliterate a remote artillery station in the inner city with a single shot. After all, this inner city was merely a level 15 survival scenario. Presently, Su Qing's convoy had all reached level 18, far surpassing any level suppression and inflicting overwhelming damage upon the zombie legion. Boom! The massive cannon, Fury of the Sea God, thundered, demolishing the towering buildings that obstructed their path. A mist of water enveloped the entire inner city as the convoy advanced steadily towards the core area. Enticed by the ancient soul-devouring demon, most of the zombie legion in the inner city had vacated the area, rushing to the front lines. Only a handful remained to guard the treasure chest. This meager force posed no challenge for the significantly strengthened convoy, who could easily confront them head-on without the need for stealth or subterfuge, ready to reap their rewards. Upon noticing the approaching convoy, the inner city zombie forces immediately opened fire in retaliation. Machine gun bullets and artillery lasers converged in an instant. Su Qing positioned the nuclear-powered aerial-based vehicle at the forefront of the convoy, absorbing all incoming attacks. With multiple damage reduction effects in play, this base vehicle was entirely immune to the assault, emerging unscathed amidst the barrage of fire. Instead, it was the zombie soldiers attacking the base vehicle with gunfire that faced a devastating counterattack. The energy reflected back resulted in massive annihilation. The thorny armor of the base vehicle had unexpectedly become a remarkable tool for harvesting the low-tier monsters, eliminating the need for direct engagement. The zombie soldiers quickly realized the futility of their efforts and altered their tactics, ceasing their assault to attempt a flanking maneuver against the vehicles concealed behind the base vehicle. However, their strategy proved ineffective. Close-quarters combat was precisely the forte of Su Qing's nuclear-powered airborne base vehicle. The Storm Ripper heavy cannon mounted on the base vehicle unleashed a barrage of fire, the powerful torrents of destruction sweeping through the advancing horde of zombies. The whirling, razor-sharp blades instantaneously shredded the densely packed zombie soldiers into fragments. To expedite the battlefield harvest, Su Qing deployed a multi-barreled rapid-fire drone and an armed mechanical wolf equipped with fully loaded M416 assault rifles. He commanded the two mechanical constructs to work in tandem with the pulse rapid-fire machine guns and the Storm Ripper, their firepower interweaving like a net, decimating the zombie legion from afar. The cargo drone hovered in the air, its multi-barreled machine guns firing wildly from above, raining destruction upon the zombie horde. Meanwhile, the armed mechanical wolf concealed itself beside the base vehicle, its assault rifle delivering precise bursts that consistently struck the heads of the zombies, achieving an astonishing kill rate. The two heavy machine guns mounted on the base vehicle required no excessive aiming. The torrential barrage of bullets obliterated all enemies obstructing their path. Now, Su Qing's convoy possessed the formidable strength to confront the zombie legion in the inner city head-on, especially considering that the enemy had already been significantly weakened by the diversion of a large portion of its forces. Within just a few minutes of gunfire, Su Qing had advanced his convoy to the vicinity of the golden treasure chest, clearing away the majority of the obstructing zombie forces. It was exhilarating. Tang Lin gazed at the fallen zombie soldiers surrounding her, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. She drove her vehicle beside the golden treasure chest as countless zombies roared and lunged toward her. Suddenly, an array of energy blades shot forth from the blade phantom, rotating around the vehicle and slicing every zombie in proximity into pieces. After dispatching the surrounding zombies, Tang Lin activated the ghost mode of her vehicle, completely disregarding obstacles as she charged directly into the heart of the zombie horde. Once again, a multitude of spinning energy blades swept across a radius of several hundred meters, instantly clearing the area around the blade phantom. Bai Ling's stealthy shuttle remained in a semi-invisible state, attracting no attention whatsoever. She discreetly parked beside in Xiaowan's heavy artillery fortress, where the pulse energy cannon continually fired blue rays, eliminating the approaching zombie monstrosities. Su Ying's remote repair vehicle activated its energy shield, enveloped in a soft blue glow. Possessing the ability to monitor and evade detection, her vehicle remained inconspicuous, as no zombies dared to launch an attack. On the repair vehicle, a relentless barrage of potent repair beams was unleashed, restoring the durability of the fleet's vessels. The capabilities of this maintenance vehicle, combined with the recently acquired achievement badge of the Lucky Survivor, which granted a 30 damage reduction to all team members, ensured that all vehicles remained in peak condition. With their firepower unleashed, the team advanced with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, obliterating the inner city, an entrenched stronghold of the undead, before the horde could even react. The roar of the mighty Leviathan cannon echoed, sending plumes of vapor into the air, as it reduced the last remaining missile turret of the inner city to mere dust. The zombie city has been annihilated. The survival scenario challenge has been completed. All survivors in Sakura District have received a reward of 1,000 survival points and earned the Challenger Achievement Badge. Chapter 116. Survival Scenario. The Misty Slaughter Challenger. Blue survivors who endure in the survival scenario and complete the challenge will receive this achievement badge. Enhancing vehicle attributes by 10 and reducing damage taken by 5. This newly acquired achievement badge can only enhance the attributes of a single vehicle. And being of blue quality, its benefits are rather modest. Qing opened the vehicle interface to briefly examine the badge information. Fortunately, this badge can be obtained by any survivor present in this survival area, allowing all vehicles in the convoy to receive the badge reward. Thus, the enhancement effect of this blue quality badge does not significantly differ from other achievement badges that increase the overall attributes of the convoy. All members benefit equally. As the first to complete the scene challenge in the survival world, all survivors in the Cherry Blossom Zone have their Challenger badges upgraded to Orange Epic quality, with each member receiving an additional 1,000 survival points. The spatial passage of the Cherry Blossom Zone will be permanently preserved, allowing free entry and exit until the next survival scenario arrives. Next survival scenario preview. Misty Slaughter. Once 3 regions successfully complete the survival challenge, all regions will conclude the zombie siege scenario and seamlessly transition into the next world scene. Regions that fail to complete the survival challenge will receive no rewards and will face an increased likelihood of being attacked by monsters. This penalty mechanism will persist until the conclusion of the next survival scenario. A world notification resounded. Streams of golden light illuminated the convoy. Following the receipt of the completion rewards, the levels of all vehicles in the convoy surged to level 19, far exceeding the survival scene cap of the zombie siege. Engaging in combat with the undead horde now grants an absolute level advantage, resulting in overwhelming damage output. Challenger Orange, the first survivor in the world to complete the survival scene challenge, receives this achievement badge, enhancing vehicle attributes by 50 and reducing attack damage taken by 30. Upon receiving the latest world rewards, the achievement badge was upgraded to Orange quality, significantly amplifying its attributes. Not only does it enhance all vehicle attributes and boost offensive, defensive, and mobility capabilities, but it also reduces the damage taken by 30. The Challenger badge, when combined with the Lucky Survivor achievement badge, results in a cumulative damage reduction of 60 for the convoy's vehicles, allowing them to withstand just 40 of incoming damage. This remarkable synergy greatly enhances the survival capacity of the convoy. Most importantly, the acquisition of these 2 rare badge rewards is exceedingly arduous, verging on the impossible. The Lucky Survivor achievement badge requires the sacrifice of the entire survival area survivors, with only those who endure being eligible to receive this accolade. Attaining this reward is nothing short of a life-and-death struggle. In the absence of absolute combat power of vehicles, one must rely on extraordinary luck to attain success. The other badge reward, the Challenger Orange, is a unique accolade. It can only be obtained by being the first to complete the survival scene challenge within the entire survival world. Subsequent survivors who accomplish the survival challenge will receive only the blue quality achievement badge, rendering the former completely obsolete. After reviewing the information on these 2 badges, Qing contentedly closed the vehicle interface and drove to the vicinity of the golden treasure chest. At that moment, the zombie legion stationed in the wilderness finally reacted. Their stronghold, the inner city of Zombie City, had been utterly devastated, reduced to ruins. Upon realizing that their rear base had been destroyed, the zombie soldiers descended into a frenzied state. They disregarded the ancient devouring monstrosity and paid no heed to the colossal waves surging from behind, nor to the deep-sea creature that partially breached the surface, its enormous head and writhing tentacles thrashing relentlessly. They turned and rushed towards the inner city, intent on obliterating the intruder who dared to exploit the city's vulnerability with relentless firepower. However, the distance between the zombie forces and the inner city was considerable, rendering them a negligible threat in the short term. Qing paid no mind to the crazed zombie horde. He vacated the driver's seat and dismounted the vehicle. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, he discovered a legendary golden item, Blood and Flesh Forge Unique, a nano-super medical capsule gold, yielding 2,000 spirit crystals and 2,000 survival points. With the acquisition of these items, the golden treasure chest vanished. Qing promptly activated the shadow domain, enveloping the entire convoy within. In an instant, the convoy disappeared amidst the ruins of the inner city, completely out of sight. The frenzied zombie legion lost its target of vengeance, gradually halting their advance, bewildered and aimlessly wandering. Ultimately, this group of zombies, now thoroughly deranged, redirected their aggression towards the deep-sea creature floating on the surface. All zombie soldiers and artillery turned without reservation, unleashing their ammunition upon the deep-sea entity. The ferocious barrage tore through the watery shield that had been erected around the ancient devouring beast, striking its very core. The concentrated firepower shattered the slick, resilient skin of the ancient creature, inflicting numerous critical hits. The ancient monstrosity, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, let out a piercing wail, seething with fury. Countless tentacles surged from the depths, weaving a protective net around its head. It wildly flailed its appendages, commanding the turbulent waters to surge forward. In the blink of an eye, the sea level rose rapidly, aggressively encroaching upon the Cherry Blossom District, overwhelming more than half of it. Bury the legions of zombies entrenched in the wilderness beneath the ocean's depths. Yet, these deranged undead forces perceive only the ancient monstrosity floating upon the water's surface. Not even the crashing waves deter them. The zombie soldiers persistently unleash a torrent of firepower upon the colossal creature, expending their remaining ammunition in a fervent assault. Even those monstrous zombies dragged beneath the waves strive desperately, tearing flesh from the countless tentacles that ensnare them. Their madness reaches an unparalleled zenith, devoid of any restraint. The ancient soul-devouring behemoth, assailed by the zombie horde, suffers innumerable severed tentacles and plummeting vitality, consumed by fury. It shields its vulnerable head with its appendages, repelling the onslaught of bullets and artillery, while summoning its final reserves of strength to rise to the surface, inundating the entire Cherry Blossom District. Soon, the entire area, once vibrant with life, transforms into an expansive ocean, and the zombie legions are consigned to the depths, utterly annihilated. Chapter 117. Slaying the Demon Emperor Level Monster. Golden Quality Water Control Module, Sakura Zone, the heart of the ocean. At long last, the zombie legion was vanquished, consigned to the depths by the ancient devouring spirit monster, which let out a satisfied shriek. With the taste of ultimate victory, it reveled in its triumph, frolicking exuberantly upon the ocean's surface, rising and falling, conjuring towering waves. It basked in the familiar essence of the sea, having returned to the depths after an eternity, elated beyond measure. It momentarily overlooked the 3 annihilation bombs plummeting from the heavens, gaining speed with each passing second. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions erupted, striking the monster's head with tremendous force. The terrifying nature of the annihilation attack obliterated its resilient exterior, shattering its internal organs. Fiery flames surged skyward, consuming the ocean's surface with an intensity undiminished by the water. The scorching blaze evaporated the seawater in an instant, enveloping the scene in mist. The immense head of the ancient devouring spirit monster was blasted away, leaving it severely maimed, with charred remnants drifting upon the waves. Yet, despite such grievous wounds, this deep-sea creature remained unyielding, its vitality astonishingly resilient. Qing, having deployed the annihilation bombs from above, awaited news of the monster's demise. But all he could see were the massive, writhing tentacles thrashing upon the surface. By the heavens, this thing truly is a handful. 3 annihilation bombs, and it still stands. The creature, battered but unbroken, persisted in its ferocity, a testament to its terrifying demon emperor status. If I cannot extinguish you, then I shall stoke the flames further. Qing observed the multitude of black tentacles thrashing about in the water below. The nuclear aerospace base vehicle activated its anti-gravity engine, hovering in the sky. Mounted on either side were the Storm Ripper heavy cannons and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine guns, which promptly aimed downward. A torrent of bullets cascaded through the air, ruthlessly sweeping across the tumultuous ocean surface, erupting into towering geysers. The deep-sea monster, concealed beneath the waves, was battered as its tentacles snapped and its body was pierced. It remained positioned above the Sakura Zone, now fully submerged by the sea. However, the depth was not considerable, as the surging waters were merely a manifestation of the monster's control, insufficient to conceal the colossal ancient devouring spirit monster entirely from the onslaught above. Bang! Faced with the inevitability of its fate, the injured and near-death abyssal creature succumbed to madness. Its massive tentacles lashed out, sending slender columns of water spiraling into the sky. Under the barrage of tentacles and water, the hovering nuclear aerospace base vehicle found itself with no refuge. Struck by a powerful water column that sent it careening off course and crashing into the sea, Qing was jostled violently by the intense vibrations of the base vehicle, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, seated firmly in the driver's seat, he endured no harm. The vehicle itself remained unscathed, boasting the golden quality core attribute of damage reduction, complemented by the achievements of the Lucky Survivor and the Challenger. The current nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle had long become immune to any form of attack damage. Its defensive capabilities maximized, it faced the terrifying tentacle assaults and the furious onslaught of the ocean with unwavering courage. This formidable defense was the very foundation of Qing's audacity to challenge a level 35 demon lord with his level 19 vehicle. Even if he could not vanquish the creature, he could at least hold his ground, resulting in a precarious balance of power. With the vehicle's robust defenses, it would certainly not be obliterated, allowing for a protracted confrontation with the beast. Before long, the fortress-based vehicle ascended swiftly to the surface, sending up splashes of water as it changed course. Two machine guns roared to life, unleashing a barrage that shredded the tentacles above the water's surface, drawing the attention of the deep-sea monster. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the ancient soul-devouring beast succumbed to madness, emitting piercing screams. All its massive tentacles coiled protectively around its nearly shattered head, which had been struck by the annihilation rounds. The Storm Ripper heavy cannon fired razor-sharp rounds, slicing through the curling black tentacles. A relentless torrent of bullets bore down upon the exposed head of the creature. The deep-sea monster focused all its attention on the two threats before it, swirling the water around it to create a defensive curtain, mitigating the impact of the bullets. Simultaneously, several water columns surged from beneath, violently striking towards the floating base vehicle. Suddenly, from the distant sky, countless rockets descended, accompanied by powerful high-explosive cannon shells. In an instant, they detonated upon the creature's vulnerable rear, exploding its tentacles and raining destruction upon its injured head. Amidst the tentacles, bright flames erupted, and an ear-piercing wail echoed as the deep-sea beast's tentacles momentarily faltered, then fell limply. The fatal strike from behind had obliterated the wound on its head, causing countless rockets to plunge into the gaping cavity, erupting violently within and turning its brain into a pulpy mass. "Yes, we did it," and Xiao Wan exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the deep-sea monster, rendered limp and motionless upon the surface, following the devastating bombardment. Beside her, Tang Lin's Blade Phantom still bore the warmth of its recently discharged rockets. The earlier assault had been a collaborative effort between the two, who had concealed themselves at a distance before launching their attack. After they struck, Bai Ling activated the stealth field attribute of her vehicle, enveloping the convoy once more, rendering them invisible. In this assault against the ancient Soul Eater creature, Su Qing divided the entire team into two factions. He resettled all others from the convoy several dozen kilometers away, concealing them within the shadowy realm of the White Spirit, shielded by a spatial energy barrier. Remaining in place, they awaited the opportune moment. Only he himself maneuvered the nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle, launching aerial strikes while incessantly bombarding the surface of the sea to draw the creature's attention. This diversion was intended to create an opportunity for his distant comrades, armed with heavy long-range weaponry, to launch their own attacks. As anticipated, this tactic proved effective. All artillery fire was concentrated on the creature's vulnerable cranial region, delivering devastating critical hits without any waste of firepower, ultimately vanquishing the deep-sea monstrosity. Eliminated a level 35 Demon Emperor-class creature, Ancient Soul Eater Sea Monster, rewarded with a water control module, gold, 320 spirit crystals, and 350 survival points. Chapter 118, New Achievements. Upgraded Trailblazer news of the kill echoed through the air. A radiant golden light illuminated Su Qing's nuclear sky-based vehicle. After collecting the golden treasure chest from the inner city and receiving rewards for slaying the monsters, he finally amassed enough survival points to elevate the level of his vehicle once more, advancing to level 20. Congratulations! Su Qing's survivor convoy has successfully challenged and slain a level 35 Abyssal monster, unlocking achievement rewards and earning the Monster Hunter Achievement Badge, purple. Similar achievement badges have been merged. Congratulations! Su Qing's survivor convoy has earned the Monster Hunter Achievement Badge, orange. Monster Hunter, orange. All attributes of the convoy's vehicles are enhanced by 30, and attack damage against monsters is increased by 100. Congratulations! Survivor Su Qing's nuclear sky-based vehicle has successfully ascended to level 20, reaching the highest level cap of the current survival scenario. Note: future survival points accumulated by this vehicle will be stored and will not contribute to further leveling. The vehicle can be upgraded again upon the arrival of the next survival scenario. As the first survivor vehicle in the entire survival world to reach level 20, achievement rewards are unlocked, and the upgraded Trailblazer Achievement Badge, purple, is earned. Upgraded Trailblazer purple vehicle attributes are enhanced by 30, and earned survival points are increased by 20. A flurry of reward notifications flooded in. Yet, Su Qing scarcely had the time to peruse them. Upon receiving the news of the monster kill, he promptly ignited the vehicle's engine and sped towards the distant convoy. The entire Sakura district had transformed into an expansive sea, leaving no place to halt. Just moments ago, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin's vehicles were helplessly afloat on the water's surface, relying solely on their vehicle's sealing capabilities, rendering them immobile. With the battle concluded, Su Qing needed to swiftly retrieve their vehicles into the realm of creation to avert any potential danger. After all, the unfortunate fate of K-Moto Kenta served as a stark reminder. Vehicles deprived of mobility could only serve as passive targets, lacking any significant means of resistance. Su Qing ascended, hovering above the water's surface, his flight speed remarkably swift. Upon nearing the convoy, a black spatial portal opened beside it, drawing all vehicles within. Once he confirmed that his teammates had safely entered the divine realm, Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him as he returned to the fray. He maneuvered his vehicle closer to the colossal monster that lay lifeless, quietly drifting on the sea's surface. It was only at this moment that Qing found the leisure to access his vehicle's interface and meticulously examine the rewards he had acquired. First and foremost was the merged and upgraded Orange Epic Level Monster Hunter Achievement Badge. This badge had initially been awarded to Qing upon completing the task of clearing the West Zay dog-raising farm dungeon. Now, after the extraordinary feat of defeating an Abyssal monster, he had received the same achievement reward once again. It seemed that making significant contributions in battles against monsters would indeed yield such rewards, Qing mused to himself. Now, this Monster Hunter Achievement Badge, upon its promotion to the Orange Epic level, has significantly enhanced the attributes of the team by an impressive 30. Most crucially, it has augmented the firepower of the Team's vehicles, amplifying their damage against Abyssal monsters by an astounding 100, effectively doubling their offensive capability. In this realm of vehicular survival, the greatest adversaries faced by the survivors are these Abyssal monsters that emerge from the rifts of the underworld, hailing from otherworldly realms. This achievement badge empowers Qing's team to unleash devastating double critical strikes during their confrontations with these beasts, proving to be exceedingly practical. During the recent battle against the ancient devouring monster, the efficacy of this Monster Hunter Achievement Badge was profoundly evident. The previous purple achievement badge had already enhanced the team's firepower by 50 in encounters with abyssal creatures, yielding remarkable results. Qing's annihilation rounds and cannon shells, along with Shaowan's high-explosive cannon shells and Tang Lin's hail rockets, inflicted tremendous damage under the augmentation of this badge, enabling them to swiftly vanquish a level 35 monster of the Monarch tier. Now, with the merging of the two achievement badges, the newly acquired Orange Quality Monster Hunter Achievement Badge promises even greater enhancements to the firepower against abyssal monsters. It will allow Qing's team to maintain the same level of firepower while delivering even more explosive attacks, thereby eliminating a greater number of abyssal creatures. In addition to this badge that enhances the overall strength of the team, Qing's nuclear aerial-based vehicle has also received a distinct achievement reward, the upgraded Leader Purple Achievement Badge, obtained upon the vehicle reaching level 20. This badge not only elevates all vehicle attributes by 30, but most importantly, it increases the survival point rewards by 20 that the vehicle earns. With this badge's effect, Qing's vehicle will experience accelerated upgrades in the future. By hunting the same number of monsters and opening chests of equivalent tiers, Qing will reap 20 more survival points than others. Over time, this accumulation will result in a substantial reward in survival points, effectively enhancing the speed of vehicle upgrades by 20 and providing a significant level advantage. After reviewing the attributes of these two achievement badges, Qing felt immense satisfaction. However, there is one limitation. Once Qing's vehicle level reaches 20, it has attained the current maximum level cap for the survival scenario, preventing any further upgrades. Nevertheless, all accrued survival points will be stored until the arrival of the next survival scenario, at which point the vehicle's level can be advanced once again. After all, in this zombie siege survival scenario, the highest level of the zombie forces in the inner city core is merely 18, while the monsters within the zombie city's inner district average around level 16. Most of the zombie soldiers are approximately level 15. Qing's vehicle level has long surpassed the upper limits of all monsters, enabling it to inflict devastatingly high levels of damage upon them. In this survival realm, vehicles of superior rank can deliver significantly greater harm to their lower-tier adversaries. Conversely, lower-tier vehicles experience a considerable reduction in damage inflicted upon higher-level foes. This disparity in capability elucidates why Qing's convoy was able to achieve accolades after vanquishing the 35th level abyssal monsters. The combat difficulty is immense, and under the oppressive weight of level disparity, the firepower of vehicles diminishes. Simultaneously, the attack damage of the monsters is markedly enhanced, amplifying the gap in strength between the two sides. Fortunately, Qing's convoy possesses the Monster Hunter Achievement Badge, which augments attack damage against abyssal creatures by 50, thereby counteracting the detrimental effects of level disparity. Furthermore, Qing's nuclear aerospace-based vehicle boasts unparalleled defense and immunity to damage. No matter how significant the level suppression of the abyssal monster may be, it remains utterly ineffective, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. Chapter 119. The Golden Unique Flesh Furnace. Returning to the West Zay district, although the current scenario imposes a restriction on the enhancement of vehicle levels, this limitation bears little significance. It does not impede the acquisition of survival points. It merely prolongs their temporary preservation. when the next survival scenario unfolds. These accumulated survival points can be utilized once more, propelling the vehicle's level to greater heights. After perusing the information, Qing shut the vehicle interface and descended the nuclear-powered sky-based vehicle near the corpse of the Abyssal monster, floating upon the vast ocean. Above, a gaping black hole, reminiscent of a chasm, emerged over the enormous tentacled creature's remains. This black void enveloped the area, exerting an insatiable pull that consumed the ancient, devouring monstrosity adrift on the sea, refining it in an instant. The creature's carcass vanished abruptly, and the surrounding waters surged forth to occupy the abruptly vacated space, creating tumultuous waves that crashed upon the surface with a resounding roar. This abyssal maw represented the newly acquired vehicle module from the golden treasure chest in the Cherry Blossom District, the golden unique blood flesh furnace. Blood flesh furnace, golden unique, capable of recycling the flesh and blood of slain monsters, refining their inherent essence into gene potions that, when ingested, enhance physical attributes and bestow extraordinary powers. Upon the installation of this module, a flesh factory emerged within the rear compartment of the nuclear-powered sky-based vehicle. It could devour the flesh of slain monsters from the outside world, refining and decomposing it within the furnace factory, utilizing the essence of the abyssal monsters. These extraordinary potions could be crafted. Most of the creatures from the depths of the abyss possess extraordinary powers and unmatched combat instincts. Their flesh and blood harbor potent extraordinary genes, capable of unlocking the path of evolution and advancing into transcendent beings. The Flesh Furnace Factory module possesses the ability to extract these extraordinary genes from the monsters and forge them into potent potions, enabling the consumer to directly acquire the supernatural powers of the abyssal beasts, unlocking genetic limitations and evolving into transcendent entities. After wholly consuming the massive form of the ancient devouring monster within the Flesh Furnace Factory, Qing's vehicle began to gradually blur, ultimately vanishing from the ocean's surface. In the West Zay district, within the inner city of the zombie city, Qing's colossal base vehicle reappeared, but only for an instant, before once again entering a state of invisibility. This fleeting change went unnoticed by the surrounding zombie soldiers. Having elevated Bai Ling's vehicle to the golden quality of the shadowy stealth shuttle, its core attribute, Shadow Domain, allowed it to completely conceal its form before the eyes of the monsters in the inner city, evading detection entirely. The sudden appearance of the base vehicle did not provoke an assault from the nearby zombie creatures, allowing Qing to finally exhale in relief and take a moment's rest. He had not anticipated that his sojourn in the Cherry Blossom District would conclude with a spatial displacement, returning him directly to the West Zay District. Instead of urging him to swiftly enter the space passage of the Cherry Blossom District for a return, this sudden turn of events left Qing somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, activating his invisibility to evade the detection of the zombie soldiers in the inner city, thus avoiding a scene where the base vehicle was besieged by this horde of inner-city zombies. Although the current base vehicle boasted significantly enhanced combat attributes and was immune to damage, rendering it fearless against the firepower of the inner city, being surrounded would still pose considerable trouble. To ensure tranquility, it was necessary to elevate the base vehicle and flee to a distance, thereby eluding the relentless pursuit of the zombie army. Otherwise, if the base vehicle were continually assaulted, the hidden domain could not be activated, preventing the current state of calm and freedom within the inner city. With the battle finally concluded, a well-deserved rest awaited them. Exiting the portal of the divine realm of creation, and Xiao Wan appeared visibly fatigued and listless. The others who followed her out shared a similar weariness, their eyes glazed with drowsiness. After enduring a series of battles in the Cherry Blossom District, everyone had remained in a state of heightened tension, especially after witnessing an entire survival zone transformed into a vast ocean, leading to the annihilation of all survivors in the Cherry Blossom District. Such a profound visual shock was something that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom, had they not already endured the baptism of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, even amidst the harrowing changes, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone's spirits, leaving them longing for a restful slumber to rejuvenate. The only one who had not participated in the battle, having tended to the vegetation within the secret realm, was Bai Wei. Upon emerging from the golden portal of the divine realm, she promptly entered the storage room. She retrieved some pastries and beverages, heating them before setting them on the dining table. "Let us gather and have a bite. It will be more comfortable after we've eaten," she urged. Under her prompting, Bai Ling and Xiao Wan, who had been drowsily lounging on the sofa, reluctantly rose to join the group for a casual meal before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Qing piloted the nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, ascending and departing from the zombie city, heading towards the mountaintop encampment. Even with the base vehicle's nuclear energy reserves, maintaining the hidden domain while remaining invisible in the inner city posed no issues. In fact, the energy expenditure was almost negligible. However, resting in such a perilous area, surrounded by the ever-ready zombie army poised to strike, instilled a sense of unease. It would be far better to vacate this location and proceed to Jianglun's mountaintop camp by the expansive lake below, which promised safety and serenity. Moreover, given the current flying speed of the nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, the journey there would take merely a few minutes, proving exceedingly convenient. Soon enough, the invisible base vehicle descended into the central area of the lake where Su Qing had previously camped. However, on the previous occasion, his convoy was stationed by the lakeside. After all, among the fleet, only his aerospace base vehicle possessed amphibious capabilities, enabling it to float upon the water's surface. The other vehicles could only traverse the land, incapable of venturing into the depths of the water. This time, however, the other vehicles were stored within the divine realm, allowing Su Qing to position the base vehicle directly in the center of the lake, far from the shore, ensuring greater tranquility and safety. Furthermore, the base vehicle remained in a state of stealth, rendering it imperceptible to the survivors and the undead creatures passing by the shoreline. Unaware of the imposing fortress-like base vehicle concealed within the lake, after securely docking the nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle, Su Qing vacated the driver's seat and approached the dining table, where he partook of a modest meal. Subsequently, he changed into different attire and entered the hot spring entertainment complex, indulging in a relaxing soak. This excursion to the Cherry Blossom District yielded results far exceeding his expectations. Initially, Su Qing had anticipated that during his stay in the Cherry Blossom District, he would primarily focus on hunting undead creatures to level up. He had planned to gather all the golden treasure chests before his departure. However, to his astonishment, within just a few days, the Cherry Blossom District faced total annihilation. As a result, he obtained 2 exceptionally rare and highly practical achievement badges, the Golden Legendary Quality Badge of Lucky Survivor and the Orange Epic Quality Badge of Challenge Conqueror, significantly enhancing his defensive survival capabilities. Chapter 120, Golden Quality, Water Manipulation Module, Shiza District. Beneath the towering peak, a vast lake cradled the fortress base vehicle, which floated discreetly at its center. Su Qing reclined within the vehicle, immersed in the soothing waters of the hot spring, a rare moment of leisure following the intense battles fought. He perused the achievement badges acquired in the Cherry Blossom District, a sense of profound satisfaction swelling within him. With these badges, the damage reduction effect for his convoy surged to an impressive 60, significantly enhancing their survival capacity. Moreover, among the badges was the coveted Badge of the Lucky Survivor, which boasted a rare attribute that increased luck, an exceedingly precious boon. It is well understood that the distinction between a fortunate individual and an unfortunate one is monumental. If given the choice, no one wishes to encounter a thank you for participating note during a lottery. Instead, they yearn for the grand prize to fall effortlessly into their grasp, leading them to the pinnacle of success. Thus, Su Qing's most cherished reward from this venture was undoubtedly the enhancement of his luck attribute. This attribute would serve as a tremendous aid for the survival of his vehicles and future endeavors. After examining all the achievement badges, Su Qing retrieved a golden quality vehicle module from his backpack. This item, the water manipulation module, was a drop from the ancient soul-eating beasts he had vanquished. He decided to install it on his nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle. In no time, he connected the water manipulation module through the vehicle's core, sensing the vast water source of the lake surrounding him. With the power of the vehicle's core, Su Qing could effortlessly control the flow of water, shaping it at will. Much like the ancient soul-eating beast in the Cherry Blossom District, which commanded the ocean to engulf the desolate wilderness. Now, Su Qing possessed a similar extraordinary power. Under his command, the entire lake surged and roiled, creating waves in the tranquil night. The nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle, enveloped by the water, gradually descended beneath the surface. Through the surveillance screens aboard the vehicle, Su Qing could clearly observe the frightened fish darting away from the commotion, as well as the tender green aquatic plants swaying in the current. With Su Qing at the helm, the vehicle hovered amidst the waters, gradually settling into stillness. As the surrounding fish, having lost their sense of danger, began to return, they encircled the vehicle, frolicking and foraging, completely oblivious to the terrifying scene they had just witnessed, and disregarding the black vehicle that remained steadfast at the lake's center. Having processed the gains from the Cherry Blossom District, Su Qing closed his eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the hot spring water, utterly content. Su Qing, are you back? Yes. Phew, I'm glad you're safe. Did you really go to the Cherry Blossom District? I did. Wow, those guys actually guessed right. Did you cause the annihilation of all the survivors in the Cherry Blossom District? Sister Ling, this is unacceptable. Such statements are unfounded. I had no part in this incident. It was merely unfortunate for their survival zone. as a high-tier abyssal creature emerged from a fissure in the ground. This beast possessed the ability to control seawater, summoning monstrous waves that engulfed the entire area, resulting in the demise of all its inhabitants. While Su Qing was resting in the hot spring, Sister Ling suddenly sent a message inquiring about his situation. Upon learning that Su Qing had safely returned without injury, her worries were alleviated, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Dressed in a thick cotton coat, she sat within the cavernous black mountain tunnel, near a furnace, contemplating the message Su Qing had sent. How could the Cherry Blossom Zone suffer such misfortune? How could such a terrifying creature descend upon them? Perhaps it could be attributed to the tremendous commotion caused while I was bombarding ships in the sea, which stirred the waves and flooded the subterranean fissures, awakening the creature from its slumber. However, this is merely speculation. I possess no evidence, and it could very well be coincidental, unrelated to its appearance. Sister Ling, cradling a cup of tea, casually added some firewood to the stove. When she posed her earlier question, she had not anticipated a response from Su Qing. It was merely an expression of shock. Yet, she was taken aback by the explosive reply she received. She held no belief in the last statement from Su Qing. That dreadful creature was undoubtedly drawn forth by him. He possesses such capabilities. Sister Ling was resolute in her conclusion, confident in her assessment. Su Qing's previous conduct in the West Zay Zone demonstrated the extent of his knack for attracting trouble. He nearly became the public enemy of the entire region. Had it not been for his formidable power to instill fear, he would likely have been torn to shreds by the frenzied survivors who might have discovered him in hiding. Now that he had ventured into the Cherry Blossom Zone, he had brought calamity upon all its inhabitants. The entire region's survivors faced utter devastation, devoid of hope. As this thought crossed her mind, Sister Ling shivered involuntarily. A troubling question arose. Now that Su Qing had returned to the West Zay Zone, would he create more terrifying disturbances, leading to disaster for the entire area? Sister Ling's concerns were not unfounded, given Su Qing's propensity for chaos. Such a scenario was entirely possible. Su Qing, what are your plans moving forward? Will you remain here, or? No. I intend to set off tomorrow for another survival zone, seeking to instigate another significant upheaval before the next survival scenario unfolds. In the Shiza district, resources are scarce, and there is little left to gather, rendering our presence here rather futile. Su Qing has already enjoyed a soothing soak in the hot spring, dried off, dressed, and prepared to retire to his room for rest. Upon noticing Ling Jie's inquiry, he casually responded and promptly closed the chat interface, seeking solace in slumber. Seeing Su Qing's response, Ling Jie felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, this formidable figure had no intention of wreaking havoc upon the Shiza survival zone, ensuring the safety of their lives. It was a stark contrast to the survivors in the Sakura district, who had inexplicably encountered apocalyptic calamities. For now, her sole responsibility was to lead the brothers in their camp, slaying monsters, striving to level up, and stockpiling resources to ultimately navigate through this inaugural scenario of post-apocalyptic survival. However, the lingering questions in her heart had finally found resolution, leaving Ling Jie with a sense of surrealism. She vividly recalled the onset of the apocalypse when she and Su Qing, along with a few others, hastily emptied their supermarket in a desperate bid for survival. Now, that once shy and introverted young man, who used to deliver goods to her home, had transformed into a paramount figure within the realm of survival. His combat prowess eclipsing that of all other survivors, achieving an unparalleled supremacy. Chapter 121. Stealth Fighter. The air was thick with swirling sand and dust. A stealth fighter, propelled by immense kinetic energy, soared swiftly across the sky. Several air-to-ground missiles screamed downward, obliterating the defensive fortifications of the zombie city nestled in the heart of the desert. The once formidable stronghold, which had fiercely directed its firepower towards the distant ground troops, fell silent and collapsed into ruins under the onslaught of the missiles. Go, go, go. You fools, advance quickly and make haste. A man's furious roar echoed through the vehicle's radio, his voice a cacophony of desperation, responding to their superior's command. The ground combat team, previously cowering amidst the desert wreckage under the relentless fire of the fortress, finally maneuvered their weapon-laden vehicles out from the mounds of sand, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Upon witnessing the destruction of the once menacing fortress, the team erupted in cheers, rushing forward. They breached the defensive line established by the stronghold, and after several days of arduous effort, they cleared the path ahead. The convoy entered the inner city. Survivors breached the inner city, unlocking the third phase of the survival scene, opening world rankings. A flurry of notifications flooded in. Upon seeing the announcements, the team halted their vehicles, erupting in jubilation. Captain Hans is incredible. The Free Empire is invincible. Cheers for freedom. They reveled in their triumph, exclaiming, at last, we've taken down this cursed fortress. With our combat prowess and the captain's aerial support, We are undoubtedly the best in the world. Hurry, the world rankings are unlocked. Let's see. However, as they glanced at the world vehicle combat power and rankings, the initial cheers faded into an eerie silence. Only Captain Hans remained on the radio, his heavy breathing betraying his mounting ire. What the hell is going on? This is blatant cheating. Those Dragon Country folks must have found a loophole. How else could they possess such terrifying combat power? The mighty Captain Hans ranks only 7th? This defies logic. What? One survival zone has already completed the Zombie Siege Survival Challenge, and we have only just opened the gates to the inner city. Oh my god, what a despairing achievement. Looking at the vast horde of zombies in the inner city, their numbers were overwhelming, and the artillery emplacements were frighteningly abundant. It was unimaginable what kind of team could have cleared them out before them. Dragon Country is impressive. Do you want to die? Be careful when we return. The captain will have your head. The soldiers disembarked from their vehicles, gazing at the distant horde of zombies. Their sheer number was staggering. A dark mass overwhelming the landscape, equipped with a variety of weaponry. The ferocity of their combat capabilities was heart-stopping. They stood there bewildered, unable to fathom the reality before them. The team that has successfully completed the survival challenge has accomplished the extraordinary feat of vanquishing a horde of zombies, armed to the teeth. How could they have possibly eradicated such a formidable legion of the undead? Once engaged in battle, would not their vehicles be utterly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of artillery? How could one hope to withstand such an onslaught? Just as the soldiers stood in bewilderment, a stealth fighter jet, soaring high above, suddenly dipped its nose and dove downward. 2 air-to-ground missiles were launched from its bay, screaming into the dense mass of zombies, erupting in a shower of blood and flesh. Hans, consumed by fury, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the undead below, his eyes ablaze with rage. He could hardly comprehend that someone had managed to conquer the survival world as challenges before him, reaping the rewards of their success. He had believed himself to possess one of the most powerful stealth aircraft in existence. Moreover, upon binding his awakened vehicle, he had been exceedingly fortunate to draw a legendary golden-grade vehicle of the highest caliber, equipped with an entire arsenal of advanced weaponry. Such an auspicious beginning, and yet, his stealth fighter ranked only 7th in the global vehicle power rankings, failing to breach the top 5. This ranking was an affront to his pride. Even more bewildering was the notification that other teams had already completed the current survival scenario challenge. This revelation was utterly incomprehensible to Hans. The sheer volume of the zombie horde struck him with a sense of dread as he observed from above. What manner of team could possibly eradicate such a vast multitude in such a brief span of time? Perhaps the zombies were not as formidable as they appeared? Could it be that the myriad weapons and turrets were merely props, intended to intimidate survivors? Thus, it was conceivable that someone could swiftly cleanse these zombies and complete the survival challenge. As Hans sat in the cockpit of his fighter, he found himself increasingly inclined to believe this hypothesis. He felt compelled to verify the validity of his conjecture, for otherwise, his pride could not withstand such a crushing blow. As the 2 missiles struck, a chain reaction ensued within the zombie horde. All turret barrels turned skyward, unleashing a simultaneous torrent of fire towards the aircraft above. Several missiles, trailing flames, soared rapidly upward, pursuing the audacious individual who dared to challenge the zombie legion alone. Startled by the sudden mobilization of the zombie horde, Hans had assumed they were stationary, merely appearing formidable. He had not anticipated that his missiles would provoke a swarm of attacks akin to stirring a hornet's nest. The densely packed, swiftly advancing rockets bore down upon him, sending a chill of terror down his spine. Instinctively, he pulled the aircraft's nose upward, ascending vertically in a desperate attempt to evade the incoming missiles. In the outer city, his fighter jet's unparalleled stealth capabilities rendered it invincible. However, within the inner city, these very abilities faltered. Initially, in the outer city, he could unleash relentless bombardments and strike ground targets without a hint of concern for retaliation. As the weaponry stationed there could not possibly lock onto his stealth-equipped aircraft, leaving them defenseless. Yet now, before the horde of zombies in the inner city, his jet's stealth was rendered utterly ineffective. Countless rockets and missiles pursued him, altering their trajectories in the air, making evasion exceedingly challenging. It was evident that the ground-based artillery had successfully locked onto his aircraft. Witnessing the rapid approach of the attack, Hans regained his composure and swiftly maneuvered his stealth fighter, executing acrobatic maneuvers to accelerate away and evade all missiles. The soldiers on the ground, who had been gleefully observing the chaos, were suddenly struck with terror as they realized Hans had escaped, and the horde he had provoked turned their attention towards them. In a frantic panic, they screamed and hastily retreated to their vehicles, desperately seeking refuge. Chapter 122. Invited to the mountain top flight camp in the early morning. The sun cast a warm glow and the lake water shimmered with clarity. "Wow, how beautiful! Are we in an underwater world?" exclaimed one of the characters. captivated by the adorable fish swimming around, seemingly delectable. Su Qing rose from bed and entered the driving lounge where he found Bai Ling and Xiaowan, both curiously peering out the glass window. Before them danced schools of vibrant fish and gently swaying emerald water plants. They were situated at the bottom of the lake, just beneath the mountaintop camp. The base vehicle had recently been equipped with a diving feature, and while they slept the previous night, Su Qing had taken it underwater to test its capabilities. It seems to be functioning quite well, he remarked, holding a cup of milk as he settled into the driver's seat. After a day's rest, everyone had rejuvenated and enjoyed breakfast. Su Qing skillfully maneuvered the base vehicle, utilizing the water control module to manipulate the lake's currents, gradually bringing the massive vehicle to the surface. As he ceased the water manipulation, he observed through the vehicle's surveillance that 3 helicopters were quietly stationed along the lake shore. Above the base vehicle, 1 helicopter, armed with weaponry, circled continuously at low altitude. "It's Jiang Lan and her team," Suing explained upon noticing the helicopters outside. "She heard we have returned and wishes to invite us to their camp. They also want to exchange supplies and gather winter provisions. I just received her message. They couldn't find us on the lake's surface, so they wanted to see if we could meet." Of course, Su Qing nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Ying's words. After all, Jiang Lan and her team had provided significant assistance in dealing with Li Hu. They had flown their helicopters into battle, joining forces to ambush Li Hu's convoy. Therefore, upon learning of Jiang Lan's invitation, Su Qing had no objections. He then deactivated the base vehicle's cloaking field, revealing its imposing form atop the lake. Under the sunlight, the black nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle emerged from the previously tranquil waters, resembling an immense fortress adorned with superalloy thorns, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Wow, is this the world's #1 nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle? It's truly impressive." One of the characters marveled. "It can even cloak itself? It looks formidable. I can only imagine its ferocity in battle. Do you think it can really fly, given that it lacks wings or propellers? Something doesn't seem right. Why is there only 1 vehicle in this convoy? Where are the others?" A group of young women sat in the cockpit of a helicopter, their gasps echoing as they beheld a base vehicle floating upon the lake. "I had already coordinated with Jiang Lan. We would proceed directly to the mountaintop, where she would lead the way in the helicopter above." As Suing finished speaking, the anti-gravity engine beneath the base vehicle roared to life, expelling twin streams of blue flames that propelled the formidable machine away from the water's surface, ascending gently into the sky. "Goodness gracious, it truly can fly," exclaimed Xiaoling and her 2 companions, seated in the helicopter docked by the lakeside, their eyes wide with astonishment as they observed the colossal base vehicle soaring aloft. To their disbelief, the vehicle hovering above the lake was capable of flight. Jiang Lan, piloting the helicopter, swiftly altered their course, steering towards the mountaintop, while Su Qing maneuvered the base vehicle closely behind. Ascending into the heights, Xiaoling and her friends gazed, their eyes agog, at the aerial behemoth that loomed overhead, reminiscent of dark, oppressive storm clouds. The overwhelming sense of dread nearly stole their breath away, only easing once the base vehicle had drifted far from view. How terrifying. No wonder it ranks as the foremost super vehicle in combat prowess. They marveled at its trimodal capabilities, land, water, and air, and the armor bristling with spikes, suggesting formidable defensive strength. In comparison, their helicopter seemed almost toy-like. "Should we collide with it, our helicopter would likely be reduced to mere fragments," they mused, the thought sending a shiver down their spines. "We must hurry. Sister Lan and the others have already returned." The 3 helicopters ignited their engines in unison, ascending together towards the mountaintop. Su Qing piloted the base vehicle, landing it gracefully in a clearing atop the mountain. Shortly thereafter, 4 drones settled in front of the building. Jiang Lan jumped from the helicopter, leading the group of girls forward. "Welcome to our camp." Su Qing vacated his seat, joining Suing and the others as they exited the vehicle. Finally, he could see up close the faces of the girls he had previously observed from afar while controlling reconnaissance drones in the sky. At that distance, he had only discerned their impressive figures, long legs, slim waists, fair and delicate skin, and ample bosoms. Within the camp, aside from Su Qing, all were young women. Having already established rapport prior, and with Jiang Lan and Suing having once been colleagues, the atmosphere was one of familiarity. It didn't take long for everyone to warm up to one another. As Su Qing entered the building, he surveyed his surroundings. The structure served as the reception hall for the flying club, featuring a spacious main area alongside dormitories for staff. Yet, it was evident that none of the girls resided in those quarters. They all gathered in the main hall. Su Qing counted 7 young women in Jiang Lan's camp, each of whom was associated with the helicopter units. Among them, 4 vehicles are equipped with weaponry, ready to venture forth for combat and experience enhancement. The remaining 3, however, are relegated to a stationary position in the middle of the mountain road, serving as impediments to the advancing zombies. Within the hall, an array of beds, food supplies, and cooking utensils is meticulously arranged. Despite the abundance and variety of resources, everything is kept in immaculate order. The air is permeated with a delightful fragrance, and the ambience is warm and inviting, brimming with the essence of life. Unlike other survivor camps, which are often cluttered with refuse and exude a foul odor, teeming with insects, this camp demonstrates a remarkable abundance of supplies, ensuring a sustainable living environment. At the very least, the camp boasts an ample water source, as evidenced by the cleanliness of the clothing worn by its inhabitants. Chapter 123, Yearning for Life. Inner turmoil. Dinner is served. After a lengthy period of idle chatter, several girls, under Chao Ling's invitation, brought forth the freshly washed vegetables and arranged them on the dining table. At the center of the table, a hot pot was already steaming. "Oh, how wonderful! We're having hot pot!" exclaimed Bai Ling and In Xiaowan, the two food enthusiasts, as they gazed at the array of dishes before them. "Wait, where's the meat?" Bai Ling looked at the spread with a puzzled expression. For them, a hot pot devoid of meat felt utterly soulless. In this day and age, the circumstances hardly permitted the luxury of meat. One couldn't simply venture outside to hunt, could they? Moreover, with zombies lurking everywhere, who could ascertain whether any animals were infected? Even if they managed to catch something, they wouldn't dare consume it. Chao Ling's face contorted in a frown as she lamented. It had been ages since she had indulged in a proper meat meal. Out there, battling the undead or opening treasure chests, the best they could procure were dried meat products. Fresh meat suitable for hot pot was an impossibility. Upon hearing her words, the mood in the room dampened among the other girls. They were reminded of their families, the drastic changes in the world rendering communication impossible. The likelihood was high that their loved ones had either turned into zombies or perished from bites. Only the few of them remained, supporting each other in this arduous struggle for survival. Without Jiang Lan's guidance and support, they would likely have succumbed long ago, either bitten by zombies or starving to death atop this mountain. In comparison to those wandering outside or already deceased, they were faring relatively well. At least they had never gone to bed with empty stomachs, worrying about food shortages. Haha, you all are in for a treat. Today, we must have meat for the hot pot. Bai Ling and In Xiaowan chuckled, immediately racing back to the base vehicle to retrieve the frozen beef that had yet to be consumed. Meanwhile, Bai Wei and Su Ying, noticing the somewhat wilted vegetables and fruits on the table, also returned to the vehicle. They entered the divine space, preparing to harvest some fresh produce. After completely absorbing the waters from the Sakura Lake into their divine realm, the issue of water was resolved. They no longer needed the base vehicle's water supply module to irrigate their crops. The waters from Sakura Lake had formed a vast freshwater lake within the divine space, sufficient to sustain the growth of surrounding crops. Before long, the four girls, laden with several large bags, returned to the building. "Wow, no way. You really have meat? What kind of meat is it? Is it safe to eat? So many fresh vegetables and fruits. This is fantastic." The girls residing at the mountaintop camp were all astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief upon seeing what Bai Ling and the others had brought from the base vehicle. "Your life seems too good to be true. These vegetables look as if they were just harvested. Did you grow them in the vehicle? But wait, how do you explain the fruits? It is inconceivable to cultivate fruit trees within a vehicle, given the limited space available. The notion of harvesting fresh fruits and vegetables seems utterly incomprehensible to some. How can such produce be generated from a mere conveyance? It is indeed baffling. However, these vegetables and fruits are, in fact, grown by us within the confines of our vehicle. The meat served is derived from the hunt of a formidable creature known as the bull demon, so rest assured, it poses no concerns for consumption. Moreover, indulging in this beastly meat is said to enhance one's physical vitality and promote beauty, proving to be quite beneficial. Please enjoy your meal while engaging in conversation. Su Ying provided a brief explanation, after which everyone pitched in to prepare the bull demon meat and vegetables. They gathered around the dining table. "Captain Su," she began, "we initially intended to invite you all for a meal. Yet it appears that much of the fare on the table has been contributed by you. Your supplies far surpass ours, as the provisions within our camp are rather unimpressive. Even these vegetables were exchanged from Sister Ring, essentially a contribution from you." Jiang Lan, holding a glass of juice, glanced at the table with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, Su Qing, who had been quietly enjoying her food, immediately set down her utensils and responded with a smile. "Sister Lan, we have yet to express our gratitude for your valiant assistance during the skirmish with Li Hu. His team represented the most formidable armed force in the Shiza district. Faced with such a powerful adversary, your willingness to lend a hand under pressure is commendable. Given this sentiment, we shall henceforth be the best of allies. Do not dwell on such trifles. Should you wish for more food in the future, simply speak to Sister Ring. There will be an abundance of fresh vegetables and fruits available without any issues. Upon hearing Su Qing's comforting words, Jiang Lan felt reassured. She nodded with a smile and took a sip of her juice. Wait, do you truly have a garden and orchard on your vehicle? My goodness, how expansive must that be? And what of our base vehicle? It even accommodates a hot spring, an enormous aquatic entertainment complex. It is equipped with all manner of recreational facilities, including surfing and swimming pools. We are barely able to enjoy it all. A water amusement center? How can such an expansive venue fit within a vehicle? You may not be aware, but high-grade vehicle modules possess independent spaces. This hot spring water amusement complex is a golden legendary grade bathing module. It contains designated spaces, allowing for use within the vehicle. My heavens, swimming within a vehicle? How delightful. And to soak in a hot spring, how enviable. So, does this mean your vegetables and fruits also have their own dedicated cultivation space? No wonder it is possible to grow crops within a single vehicle. Now it all makes sense. The 7 girls residing in the mountaintop camp found their perceptions profoundly transformed by Xiaowan's vivid descriptions. They had initially believed that all survivors were enduring similar hardships, scarcity of resources, and the struggle for survival. Their secluded and secure camp, abundant in food, seemed to offer a relatively comfortable existence. However, upon hearing Xiaowan's words, they realized that some individuals were living more luxuriously and comfortably than before the apocalypse. In fact, the food they consumed was of a quality far superior to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. The fruits, vegetables, and wild beef appeared to possess extraordinary qualities, imparting warmth and an invigorating energy within their bodies after consumption. The exquisite flavors were utterly delightful, leaving an indelible impression. This contemplation stirred a sense of uncertainty within the hearts of the girls. Perhaps they ought to join this formidable convoy, banding together for a collective struggle, which would surely be far more advantageous than remaining isolated atop the mountain. Yet, they were aware that Su Qing's convoy had already ascended to the pinnacle of combat prowess globally. They couldn't help but wonder if they would be deemed a burden, potentially hindering the convoy's progress and development. Chapter 124. Everyone joins. Vehicles feature spiraling fortune. Are you certain you wish to join? Su Qing, having just finished his meal, was resting alone on the sofa when he heard Xiao Ling approach with 2 other young women, her voice brimming with excitement. Yes, we would like to join the convoy. Are there any conditions? Xiao Ling inquired cautiously, genuinely apprehensive that Su Qing's group might find their vehicles lacking in firepower, as they were indeed quite feeble. The helicopters they possessed collectively could barely withstand a single shot from a more formidable opponent. Furthermore, 3 of her companions were aboard helicopters that lacked any long-range weaponry, rendering them mere flying shells incapable of engaging in battle. Their combat capabilities were utterly negligible. Xiaoling vividly recalled the tremendous power of Li Hu's tank cannon. She had witnessed it firsthand. If her helicopter were to take a direct hit, it would undoubtedly be obliterated without question. With Li Hu now vanquished, his tank and immense weaponry had surely been appropriated by Su Qing, who likely equipped his vehicle with them. Undoubtedly, under such enhancements, the cannons would be even more formidable. Moreover, Su Qing's vehicle boasted 2 heavy cannons capable of breaching tank armor. The ferocity of that firepower had left Xiao Ling in awe as she observed it from the skies, evoking feelings of profound envy. If such powerful weaponry were mounted on her helicopter, its combat effectiveness would likely soar, potentially making her a top contender in the Shiza district. It was known that Su Qing's convoy possessed at least 5 heavy weapons of similar caliber, particularly in Xiaowan's fortification, which was equipped with an anti-aircraft laser cannon. Their helicopters would have nowhere to hide. Would the recruitment of such formidable weaponry truly lead to them becoming a burden, dragging down the convoy? Xiao Ling and her companions regarded Su Qing with trepidation, fearing he might present them with unattainable conditions, subtly rejecting their request. The sole condition for joining our convoy is the relinquishment of control over your vehicles. Ah, is it really that simple? The 3 young women gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had never imagined that the requirement for joining the convoy would be so straightforward. By merely surrendering control of their vehicles, they could enjoy a life free from want, complete with the luxury of soaking in hot springs at their leisure. As for the concern of being constrained or coerced into unsavory actions after surrendering their vehicles, they felt no anxiety. Given Su Qing's current firepower, if he wished to compel them to act against their will, there would be no need to request the relinquishment of control. A show of force would suffice, and no one could resist. Hence, the distinction between surrendering control or not seemed negligible, leading to the same inevitable outcome. We will join. Upon hearing Su Qing's terms, the 3 young women promptly expressed their agreement. Before seeking out Su Qing, they had already conferred with everyone, including Jiang Lan, who currently manages the camp. Upon hearing Xiaowan's description, everyone felt a deep yearning for such a life. Furthermore, Jiang Lan had inquired with Su Ying to corroborate Xiaowan's claims. confirming that there was no embellishment in her words. In fact, the situation within the vehicle at the aerospace base was even more comfortable and spacious than she had portrayed. Jiang Lan held great faith in Su Ying's character, which led her to agree to allow Xiaoling to come and inquire about joining the convoy. After all, Xiaoling harbored no ambitions of dominating the world, nor did she wish to align herself with those in power. Since the advent of the apocalypse, she had been striving tirelessly outside, merely wishing for her sisters to grow rapidly and lead better lives amidst this chaos, free from oppression. Of course, Jiang Lan's endeavors were also for her own sake. Only when her sisters became strong enough to defend the camp could she live safely within its confines. Otherwise, she would be left to fend for herself, unable to survive in this harsh world, plagued by fears of attacks, and unable to find a moment's peace. Now, with the opportunity to join this formidable convoy, ranked first in combat prowess, not only would their weaponry be exceptionally powerful, but their safety would be assured as well. With more allies to provide mutual support, life would be far more convenient and comforting. This would allow her to lay down her burdens and find some respite. No longer worrying about the camp's security, resource shortages, or insufficient firepower, facing myriad challenges. If given the choice, Jiang Lan would naturally prefer to return to a carefree existence, devoid of the relentless struggles for survival and the constant anxiety over food and clothing that left her utterly fatigued. Su Qing invites you to board the vehicle as his passenger. Do you accept? Note: upon becoming a passenger, you must surrender control of the vehicle as a fare. If you wish to disembark, you must obtain the owner's consent. Once aboard, a symbiotic relationship will be established with the owner. Upon seeing that Xiaoling and the others unanimously agreed, Su Qing extended an invitation to Jiang Lan and the rest. Jiang Lan agrees to join. Vehicle passenger count: 1. Total passengers now 6. Xiaoling agrees to join. Vehicle passenger count: 1. Total passengers now 7. Shen Shiyan agrees to join. A series of notifications followed, confirming that all 7 young women present had consented to join Su Qing's convoy as new teammates. Nuclear aerospace base vehicle now has 12 passengers. All attributes of the base vehicle have been enhanced by 120. Newly joined passengers are now bound to the vehicle. Trainer helicopter, vehicle trait, spiraling fortune. All control rights of the 7 trainer helicopters have been secured. Vehicle core has absorbed the trait, spiraling fortune. Spiraling fortune. Purple: the vehicle can maneuver flexibly and perform flips within confined spaces, greatly enhancing evasion capabilities. With vehicle agility at 300, and internal passengers are shielded from jolts. Su Qing reviewed the information displayed on the vehicle panel and discovered the 7 newly added vehicles. Apart from Jiang Lan's helicopter, which possesses the rare purple quality, all other vehicles belong to the blue excellence grade. The tiers of the vehicles they are bound to are quite commendable within the realm of survival. Each individual boasts high-tier vehicles, which far surpass Su Qing's initial gray-quality minivan by an immeasurable degree. The comparison is utterly unfathomable. Moreover, Su Qing discerned that these helicopters may share the same region and type specifications, leading to a remarkable phenomenon. Their core attributes have awakened to a singular type. All possess the ability to enhance the agility and maneuverability of the vehicles, allowing the helicopters to exhibit greater grace in the skies, thus enabling them to evade attacks. Chapter 125, Quantum Teleportation, Extraordinary Elixirs. After recruiting the 7 young women from the mountaintop camp into the convoy, Su Qing harnessed the symbiotic capabilities of the nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle to seize control over all helicopters. He absorbed their vehicular attributes, which were fundamentally similar. Consequently, he synthesized them into a singular entity. Consumed 1 flexible maneuver, blue, vehicular attribute. Synthesis successful, obtaining a rare purple core attribute, aerial dance. Consumed 1 spiraling fortune, purple, core attribute. At long last, upon completing the synthesis of all similar vehicular attributes, Su Qing's nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle acquired a legendary golden vehicular attribute, quantum teleportation. Quantum teleportation, gold equipped with a quantum engine system. This attribute allows the vehicle to enter the subatomic realm, achieving instantaneous movement, evading all attacks, and enhancing maneuverability by 1,000. It features a buffering module, ensuring that internal passengers are unaffected by the vehicle's movement. Upon gazing at the newly acquired golden core attribute on the vehicle interface, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction. The teleportation capability of this attribute directly addressed the base vehicle's most significant shortcomings, its agility and escape potential. Now, the nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle boasted immunity to attack damage, rendering it nearly invincible in defense. Coupled with the Storm Ripper heavy cannon, its offensive power was formidable. With the addition of the quantum teleportation core attribute, its maneuverability and instant escape capability were significantly enhanced. This comprehensive combat vehicle, devoid of any weaknesses, undoubtedly served as a survival tool in the apocalypse, a true bastion of existence. After integrating the new core attributes, Su Qing's nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle now possessed 5 golden quality attribute abilities. These included damage reduction, gold, acquired from synthesizing the core of a vehicle and absorbing the tank previously owned by Li Hu, godly creation realm, gold, replicated through symbiotic capability from An Xiaowan, boosted burst charge, gold, from Tang Lin, shadow realm, gold, from Bai Ling, and now the newly acquired quantum teleportation, gold. In addition, Su Qing's core attribute capability, the colorful quality mechanical sovereign, further fortified the vehicle. Such a plethora of high-tier core attributes transformed the nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle into a true sanctuary of safety. Boasting exceptional combat performance alongside a comfortable living space, a paragon of perfection. Once all members had joined the convoy, Su Qing opened the portal to the godly creation realm within the hull of the building. A golden vortex of space materialized in the center of the hall, suspended in midair. What is this? Zhang Lan noticed the change occurring not far away the instant the portal appeared. She reacted instantly, swiftly drawing a pistol from behind her and aiming it forward, ready for combat. However, upon seeing Su Ying and the others, who remained utterly still in response to the appearance of the spatial gate, she noted their calm expressions, devoid of any surprise. It dawned on her that this spatial gate must have been created by Su Qing and his companions. This was their cultivation base, where the vegetables and fruits they consumed originated from this very space. Now, they were all allies, and it was perfectly acceptable to explore their hidden paradise. Su Ying, observing Jiang Lan's actions, smiled and gestured for her to lower her guard, inviting everyone into the realm of creation. The 7 new girls who had just joined the convoy, upon hearing Su Ying's introduction, immediately expressed interest in the cultivation space. They promptly rose and followed Su Ying, and by way through the golden spatial gate. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a vast lake, its surface as clear as a mirror, extending beyond sight. Surrounding the lake were lush fruit trees of various species, flourishing abundantly, their branches laden with fruits of diverse colors, exuding an enticing fragrance. Further in the distance, a mountain with flowing waters and cascading waterfalls could be seen. However, in contrast to the verdant trees nearby, the vegetation further away was sparse and had not been thoroughly developed. After all, only Bai Wei and Su Ying had been working in this divine space for an extended period. Even with the mechanized operations of the all-purpose traction vehicle, it was impossible to cultivate such a vast expanse of land in a short time. Nonetheless, despite the immense workload, this enchanting and bountiful secret realm opened the eyes of the girls, who gasped in awe. Su Qing did not accompany them into the secret space. Instead, he returned alone to the base vehicle. Inside his room, he retrieved a vial of blue potion from his backpack. This blue potion was the extraordinary elixir he had refined using the flesh-melting furnace module on the base vehicle after devouring an ancient deep-sea magical beast. From such a colossal deep-sea creature, only this single vial of potion had been produced, making its yield exceedingly rare. Part of the water god, gold extracted from a magic emperor-level deep-sea creature, consuming it allows one to become an extraordinary being, the sovereign of water. The master of the sea, capable of harnessing the powers of water elements and freely traversing the ocean. Upon seeing the attributes of this extraordinary potion, Su Qing felt a wave of satisfaction. Although the yield was low, the quality of the potion was undeniably exceptional. To extract a potion of legendary gold quality from a magic emperor-level otherworldly creature was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. After examining the properties of the potion, Su Qing, without a moment's hesitation, uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. The cool, extraordinary liquid coursed through him, and he soon felt his body expanding, as if on the verge of bursting. Yet, simultaneously, it contracted, his muscles and bones becoming increasingly solid. It was akin to breathing, amidst the ceaseless ebb and flow. Su Qing sensed his strength amplifying with each moment, instilling within him the exhilarating sensation that a single punch could shatter the ground beneath him. In no time, his mental prowess surged, radiating outward, allowing him to perceive the elemental forces of water surrounding him. With a mere gesture, the clear water from the cup on the table next to him swirled into the air, levitating gracefully as it encircled his form, rolling and tumbling in the atmosphere. This orb of water, responding to his will, morphed effortlessly in shape, sometimes forming circles, at other times elongating into lines. It could even transform instantaneously into a mist that enveloped the room or solidify into ice, sharp and piercing. This, indeed, was the manifestation of extraordinary power. Su Qing reveled in the metamorphosis of his body, savoring the exhilarating surge of strength that accompanied his ascension to the extraordinary. It was an ineffable pleasure, utterly captivating. Chapter 126, The Power of the Water God, Extraordinary Tier 3, West Zay District. The sky was clear and the clouds billowed majestically. Su Qing sat atop a fluffy white cloud, suspended high above, gazing down at the expanse of the survival zone. From this lofty vantage point, he could distinctly observe the survivors in the distant wilderness, engaged in hunting and battling creatures, striving to level up. Various vehicles sped along the broad highways, creating a lively and bustling scene. On this occasion, Su Qing ascended to the heights without the aid of any tools. He was not within the confines of the divine creator's secret realm, wielding illusory divine powers to manipulate and alter the world. Instead, he genuinely harnessed his extraordinary abilities, commanding the power of water elements. With the buoyancy provided by these water elements, he soared into the sky, experiencing the exhilaration of flight. The mist enveloping his body served merely as a veil, a barrier to conceal him from other survivors. The true force lifting him aloft was a pool of clear water beneath him. Under Su Qing's control, this body of water acted like a soft cushion, allowing him to glide effortlessly through the heavens. Currently, he floated above the West Zay district, relishing the sensation of soaring through the skies by his own prowess. Surrounding him, the clouds swirled, enveloping him entirely, leaving no trace of his presence. To an observer from afar, he appeared as nothing more than a simple cloud suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance modules affixed to the vehicles of the survivors were becoming increasingly prevalent and sophisticated in their detection capabilities. Su Qing found it necessary to adopt some protective camouflage, otherwise, it would be all too easy for him to be spotted aloft. After all, survivors possessing extraordinary powers were exceedingly rare. To this day, Su Qing had yet to hear of anyone unlocking the path of extraordinary evolution. Should he be seen soaring effortlessly through the air, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion. It would become exceedingly difficult for him to find peace and solitude in the future. The allure of the extraordinary path was simply too enticing. No one could resist the temptation of ascending to godhood and acquiring divine powers. Once it became known that he had unlocked the evolution pathway and transformed into an extraordinary being with the ability to manipulate water, a stream of survivors eager to glean information and seek opportunities would undoubtedly swarm around him, proving to be quite a nuisance. Thus, on this occasion, Su Qing took to the skies to experience his water manipulation abilities, all while the group of girls at the mountaintop camp remained blissfully unaware. They were currently immersed in the warm waters of a hot spring amusement center, frolicking, chatting, and relaxing together. Su Qing, talented ability, infinite synthesis, colorful uniqueness, awakening supernatural ability, power of the water god, gold, strength rank, extraordinary tier 3, martial arts, none, skills, none, bound vehicle, nuclear sky-based vehicle, 1 color. Vehicle level, level 20, upon accessing the vehicle interface. Su Qing noticed a plethora of new information had appeared following his awakening of extraordinary powers. Among these additions was a panel displaying his personal strength attributes, along with 2 new slots for martial arts and skills. However, at present in the vehicle survival world, he has not discovered any martial arts manuals or skill books, making it impossible for him to acquire new abilities. All the information within these 2 options remains completely blank. Nevertheless, these 2 panels instilled a sense of hope in Su Qing, revealing that within the vehicle survival world, one can indeed cultivate martial arts and learn skills. In the future, the personal strength of survivors could be enhanced, enabling them to engage in battle outside, rather than solely relying on the weaponry of their vehicles. It is no wonder that in the perilous wilderness, to open a treasure chest, survivors must disembark and approach it closely. Su Qing had initially thought this was designed to increase the mortality rate of survivors and heighten the difficulty of survival. However, it now seems that future survivors may very well be stronger than the vehicles themselves. Disembarking to retrieve treasure chests would pose no safety concerns. When encountering monstrous beasts in the wilderness, formidable survivors might leap down, engaging in close combat with these creatures, transforming their vehicles into mere resting points. Su Qing sat amidst the clouds, observing a fierce battle between survivors and zombie monsters on the distant wilderness road, his heart filled with visions of the future. Since he had just recruited 7 new team members that day, Su Qing decided to postpone his plans to explore other survival areas by a day. Throughout the afternoon, a group of young women busied themselves with packing and assigning rooms, transferring all supplies from the mountaintop camp into their backpack spaces, preparing to load them into the airborne base vehicle. In the past, Jiang Lan had feared that while piloting the helicopter, an unforeseen incident might occur during battle. Thus, she had piled all the survival supplies gathered from hunting in the hall to prevent total loss should she suddenly go missing. After discussions among the group, it was unanimously decided that all supplies would be entrusted to Jiang Lan, Su Ying, and Bai Wei for safekeeping. The 3 of them, possessing stable personalities and mature minds, inspired great confidence among their peers. The other sisters, while endearing, were somewhat naive, as they were all around 20 years old, still youthful and full of vibrant spirit, necessitating guidance for harmonious coexistence. As the captain of the convoy, Qing primarily focused on combat-related matters outside, showing little concern for daily life. Thus, Ying and her companions naturally became the logistical and production supervisors for the entire team. Qing welcomed this arrangement with open arms. As a seasoned recluse, managing such a large group of charming young women would have posed a considerable challenge for him. The beauty and allure of these women made it difficult for him to reprimand them harshly when the lovely girls displayed their endearing charms. Appearing helpless yet wholeheartedly dedicated to supporting the team in battle, he found it hard to respond coldly to minor disputes among them. With someone else stepping up to take on the role of the stern enforcer to maintain stability within the team, Qing felt a deep sense of relief, primarily enjoying the tranquility it brought. One should not be troubled by trivial matters, but rather focus on enhancing the combat prowess of the team and hunting magical beasts. This is the life Qing desires. Suddenly, Qing, soaring high above, spotted a solitary mountain goat beast near the lake at the foot of the mountain. Stealthily crouched by the shore sipping water, he swiftly descended, making his way toward the lakeside. Soon, a billowing cloud of white mist descended upon the surface of the lake, hovering ominously above the water. Although it appeared quite out of place, the mountain goat beast, upon lifting its head to observe the cloud, sensed no danger nor detected any anomaly. With a puzzled glance at the sudden apparition above the lake, it dismissed the unusual sight and continued to cautiously lower its head to drink. Chapter 127. Experimenting with abilities, hunting in the mountains and forests indeed. It is a creature of magic, and its intellect is rather simplistic. Qing found amusement in the reaction of the goat-like monster. Above the lake's surface, an oddly shaped cloud appeared, defying the laws of nature. Any survivor witnessing such a phenomenon would undoubtedly sense something amiss and hasten to flee. Yet, this creature regarded it merely as an ordinary cloud, perhaps only curious as to why this white fog descended so low instead of residing in the sky. However, that was the extent of its contemplation. Unaware of the lurking danger, it paid no mind to the origin or nature of the cloud, continuing to drink from the water. Suddenly, from the placid surface of the lake, two jets of water erupted, coiling upwards to ensnare the monster by its neck. What had been a mere dispersible body of water now resembled resilient steel. The two water columns tightly gripped its head, dragging it into the depths of the lake. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the goat monster was gripped by panic. It struggled wildly, its hooves clawing at the ground in a desperate bid to escape the watery bindings, but to no avail. Gradually, its entire body was submerged, engulfed by the water, which transformed into a viscous mire, heavy and unyielding, rendering any movement futile. It was unable to even muster a struggle, ultimately succumbing to the pressure until breath escaped it. Kill an 8-level elite monster. Iron-hoofed goat. Rewards: a sheepskin coat, a magic crystal, and 6 survival points. The notification of the kill arrived, hidden within the cloud. Qing felt a profound satisfaction with this battle. It was his first time hunting a monster in the wilderness without the aid of a vehicle. The outcome was exceedingly favorable. With his combat prowess, eliminating an elite-level creature of lesser rank was effortlessly accomplished, allowing for a swift kill. He need not even confront the monster directly. He could manipulate the water element from a distance to execute it. With the experiment concluded, Qing was elated with the combat effectiveness of this newfound ability. He raised his hand to completely decompose the lifeless goat creature submerged in the lake. Under his command, the gentle waters transformed into sharp water blades, swirling ceaselessly to strip away the creature's iron bones and fur. The meat was neatly severed into chunks and stored in his backpack. Qing had targeted this monster upon observing its attributes. Its flesh was delectable and easily consumable. Yet its strength was feeble. It was an ideal specimen for him to hunt, to test his recently acquired water manipulation ability, and to affirm his own capabilities while also gathering meat to enhance food quality. With minimal effort, he had dispatched an 8-level elite creature, significantly boosting his confidence. He controlled the mist enveloping his body, gliding away from the lake's surface, weaving through the mountains and forests, and began actively seeking out zombie-like creatures to further test his combat strength. With a resounding crack, a blade of blue ice sliced through the branches and leaves, striking the head of a zombie resting beneath the tree. The sharp icy edge pierced through the creature's skull, emerging from the back. In an instant, the frigid power of ice enveloped the zombie's head, encasing it in a layer of frost, rendering it lifeless. Eliminated a level 9 common creature, decayed zombie. Rewarded with a powerful flashlight, 3 spirit crystals, and 7 survival points. The frostbitten zombie fell rigidly to the ground. A mist drifted silently through the forest, A low growl emanated from a concealed lizard beast lurking at the base of a cliff, sensing imminent danger. It scanned its surroundings but found no enemies. Only the peculiar mist hovering in the air. Although the mist appeared somewhat oddly low, its presence amidst the narrow, damp cliffs was not unusual, thus failing to arouse the lizard beast's suspicion. It continued to cautiously survey the area. Suddenly, several sharp ice blades materialized mid-air, shooting downwards with precision, targeting the lizard beast that was crawling backward in a desperate attempt to flee. However, the creature's tough scales proved resilient. Of the ice blades that descended from above, only one managed to pierce its outer layer, embedding itself within its flesh, while the others shattered against the hardened scales. The intense pain surged through the lizard beast, provoking a frenzied roar as it writhed in agony, yet it still failed to detect any visible foe. Overcome by fear, it promptly rose and fled towards a distant cave. Abruptly, a massive, solid wall of water appeared before it. The lizard beast, unable to halt in time, crashed headlong into the water barrier. The immense pressure enveloped it, binding it in place and denying it the ability to breathe. More alarmingly, within this all-encompassing wall of water, countless tiny ice needles began to form. As soon as these needles solidified, they surged towards its wounds like a swarm, penetrating its body and wreaking havoc within. The multitude of ice needles reduced the lizard beast's insides to a pulpy mass, shattering its organs. Eliminated a level 11 boss creature, Ironclad Lizard. Rewarded with a fitted leather outfit, 10 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. After vanquishing the lizard beast beneath the cliff, dusk had settled. Following an afternoon of combat, Qing had gained a clearer understanding of his fighting prowess and had accrued valuable insights regarding the application of his water abilities. He found himself deftly controlling the water element, mastering it with ease. Moreover, Qing realized that engaging in battle outside of a vehicle afforded him remarkable agility, allowing him to traverse the rugged terrain of the forest and cliffs freely in search of monsters. He was unbound by the constraints of the landscape, capable of uncovering beasts hidden deep within the mountains and seeking out elusive treasures. Yet, this had only transpired over the course of a single afternoon. In the heart of the secluded mountains, Qing discovered a plethora of concealed treasure chests filled with supplies, far beyond anyone's notice. Moreover, the number of monsters he vanquished exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. He had not anticipated that the creatures lurking within the dense woods would rival, if not surpass, those that roamed the desolate wilderness. Indeed, they may even be more numerous. For the monstrous beings that emerged from fissures in the underworld, the forest provided a more discreet sanctuary conducive to survival. Unless compelled by the need for sustenance, no creature would willingly expose itself on the perilous open roads, revealing its presence to the dangers that lurk. Unless these monsters originated from the wilderness and simply crawled out from the subterranean rifts, oblivious to the seclusion of the forest, they would undoubtedly seek refuge within the woods. The abyssal creatures from below are not akin to the mindless zombies. They possess intelligence, understanding the laws of hunting and survival. They instinctively recognize which locales are more suitable for existence and offer a more favorable environment. As the impending darkness approached, Qing summoned the mist to rise, departing from the cliffside as he prepared to return to the base vehicle. Chapter 128, The Extraordinary Power Beyond the Demon Emperor's Realm. Hey, sisterling. Look up at the sky. What is that thing? On the expansive highway, Li Lingyu drove a bread truck armed with multiple weapons, making her way back to the Black Mountain Tunnel camp. Behind her trailed a dozen various vehicles, following closely, with formidable firepower, accumulated supplies, and a group of loyal brothers who had benefited from her kindness before the apocalypse and steadfastly supported her thereafter. Li Lingyu had completely taken control of the Black Mountain Tunnel, transforming it into a survivor camp under her command, managing the safety and armament of over 1,000 individuals. It had become one of the largest camps in the Shiza district. The fierce and courageous Li Lingyu garnered the admiration of all survivors. Whenever they ventured into battle, their sister Ling was always at the forefront, exhibiting an indomitable spirit. With her orange-quality bread truck, she had already secured a place among the top 10 in the combat rankings of the Shiza district, showcasing her formidable firepower. Upon hearing the report from the radio, Li Lingyu turned her gaze to the window. She beheld a mass of white mist soaring through the air at an astonishing speed. Its tail flame-like shape resembled an underwhelming meteor, streaking across the desolate landscape, heading straight for the mountains. Could that thing have emerged from a crack in the ground? What if it's some terrifying monster? But why fear? It's the apocalypse now. Encountering any bizarre creature should no longer be surprising. We can handle it. With so many of us, can we truly be intimidated by such a small thing? What do you think, sisterling? Should we engage? This creature is capable of manipulating mist, which undoubtedly indicates it is a high-tier demon. Defeating it would surely yield significant rewards. Indeed. We have yet to encounter a demon that is impervious to bullets. Let us give it a shot and test its resilience. You all are quite audacious. Perhaps too many victories have inflated your confidence? We don't even know what that thing is. Without any attribute information, you dare to provoke it? Are you not concerned that it might reduce your precious vehicle to scrap metal? What if this demon truly is bulletproof? If you anger it, are you prepared for it to drift into the camp at night, slip into your bed, and end your life? A demon that can condense mist and fly is clearly not to be trifled with. I believe we should avoid provoking it. Old Lou is correct. Our current strength is still insufficient. Caution should be our priority. Moreover, nightfall is approaching. Should a battle ensue, it would be highly disadvantageous for us. Besides, that mist target does not seem to be our camp, so there is no need to stir trouble at this moment. Let us head home. Li Lingyu carefully observed the swiftly passing mist through the car window, opting against an attack. She continued to drive, leading her team as they adhered to their original plan, rapidly advancing towards the camp along the highway, disregarding the peculiar mist that was soon to vanish from the sky. Su Qing covered his face with his hands, encased in thick layers of ice, descending from the woodland. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no one else present, before dispelling the ice and drying the moisture from his body as he emerged from behind the towering building. Taking advantage of the structure's concealment, Su Qing evaded the gaze directed towards the base vehicle, erasing all traces of his presence. Moments ago, he had been startled by the unexpected encounter with Ling Jie's convoy while soaring through the sky, and the memory still lingered in his mind. Captain Su, where have you been? We were just searching for you, a voice called out. Ah, just wandering around the mountain. What is the matter? He replied. Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to let you know that dinner is ready, and we'd like you to join us. As Su Qing stepped out of the building, he spotted Xiao Ling and two other girls bustling about on the mountaintop platform. They were tirelessly scouring the building for all usable supplies, packing everything into their backpacks to bring into the divine realm. Earlier in the afternoon, Su Qing had moved the golden portal of the creation divine kingdom from the main hall to the mountaintop square. Now, the 7 newly joined girls had parked their respective helicopters within the realm. During their exploration of the divine territory, they had discovered the location of Xiaowan and her companion's vehicles. Outside, only Su Qing's nuclear aerospace vehicle was visible, constantly on the move. It turned out that within the nuclear aerospace vehicle, there existed a vast secret space, capable of accommodating their vehicles, thus conserving energy. There was no need for everyone to drive separately. They could travel together, which was indeed a relief and a comfort. Moreover, it ensured absolute safety, eliminating concerns of ambush during transit. They could remain in the base vehicle, resting peacefully. When battle arose, they could prepare in advance within the secret realm before charging out to engage, avoiding the chaos of a sudden attack that could lead to missed opportunities. Seeing that his solitary monster hunting excursion had not drawn any attention, Su Qing felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the girls were all occupied with organizing their living quarters. Fortunately, the spacious interior of the base vehicle easily accommodated the group without any strain, with each having their own private room. Returning to the base vehicle, Su Qing observed everyone diligently arranging their small spaces. Choosing not to interrupt, he had a simple dinner before retreating to his room. During this outing, Su Qing had gained a clearer understanding of his extraordinary abilities and combat prowess. He felt that he was certainly on par with the ancient Soul Eater deep-sea demon of the Demon Emperor tier. After an entire afternoon of aerial combat, he did not sense any depletion of his extraordinary spiritual energy. He remained invigorated. He believed that if he desired, he could unleash a colossal wave upon the ocean, transforming the wilderness and wielding the power of the water god to turn the entire survival zone into a hellish ocean. However, to accomplish this endeavor, it is essential to possess an adequate source of water akin to the vast ocean surrounding one. Otherwise, relying solely on Su Qing's extraordinary powers to conjure a water source from thin air would likely prove futile. After all, Su Qing's innate talents are of a mythic caliber, far surpassing even the potential of the Demon Emperor tier by several magnitudes. Moreover, Su Qing has obtained the intact remains of an ancient abyssal soul-devouring sea beast. Through the process of the flesh and blood crucible, every ounce of its extraordinary power has been meticulously extracted without a trace of waste, culminating in the creation of nearly perfect extraordinary potions. This has enabled Su Qing to fully inherit the power of the water deity, endowing him with a golden quality of extraordinary divine strength identical to that of the abyssal soul-devouring beast. Coupled with his vastly superior mythic potential that far exceeds that of the deep-sea creature, he is naturally poised to seamlessly merge with the power of the water deity, thereby enhancing his combat prowess significantly. Chapter 129, Ascendance of Traits. Sovereign Overlord. After an afternoon of combat, having validated his newly acquired extraordinary powers of the water deity. Su Qing reclined contentedly upon his bed. He opened his spatial backpack and retrieved several vehicle cores. These cores had been exchanged for survival supplies by Xiaowan and by Ling during their leisure time through online transactions. Due to the low tier of the cores, Su Qing had neglected them, intending to accumulate more before attempting to synthesize them. Now, with leisure on his hands, he decided to address these resources. Detected cores of the same tier. Would you like to synthesize? Proceed with synthesis. Upon confirming his choice, the vehicle cores in Su Qing's hand began to diminish rapidly, culminating in the creation of a single purple tier vehicle core. You may choose to synthesize this core with vehicle traits to enhance their capability tier. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? As Su Qing pondered over how to process this purple vehicle core, a prompt notification appeared before him, illuminating his thoughts. He swiftly determined the vehicle trait capability he wished to enhance. Consumed one purple tier vehicle core. Trait symbiosis synthesis successful. Acquired the trait capability, Sovereign Overlord, purple. Sovereign Overlord. Purple gain control over subservient vehicles. For each additional vehicle, the attributes of the Sovereign increase by 20. Capable of replicating and merging all traits of subservient vehicles into one. Damage sustained by the Sovereign is jointly borne by the subservient vehicles. This time, Su Qing opted to enhance the trait capability that he had acquired when he synthesized and merged that large bus at the gas station, known as Trait Symbiosis, Blue. This capability served as the foundation for the establishment of his convoy. Without it, he might have only accepted a select few trusted friends to form a small team for survival in this apocalyptic world. However, with this capability, the more vehicles in the convoy, the stronger the attributes of the Sovereign's core energy aerospace base would become. Consequently, the replicated traits would multiply, leading to a more comprehensive combat potential. Moreover, the control over the vehicles joining the convoy would rest entirely in Su Qing's hands, granting him primary authority. He could seize command of the actions of these subservient vehicles at any moment. Furthermore, all damage taken by his entity would be shared among the subservient vehicles. Until the convoy faced annihilation, Su Qing would be devoid of any life-threatening peril and would harbor no fear of betrayal or assassination. It was precisely for this reason that he welcomed so many women into his convoy, some of whom he had not even taken the time to remember their names. Their unfamiliarity bore no significance. As long as they consented to become affiliates of the convoy, Su Qing could exercise his Sovereign Overlord trait capability to commandeer their vehicles. There is absolutely no need for concern. These individuals will not undermine the internal cohesion and combat prowess of the convoy, should anyone choose to act rebelliously or cause disruption. The worst consequence would be their confinement, with Su Qing controlling the vehicles for battle. This is precisely why Su Qing recruits numerous team members to bolster the strength of the convoy. The inherent limitation of the dominant sovereign characteristic ability affords him considerable peace of mind, given such a core characteristic capability that ensures the stability of the convoy. Any opportunity for enhancement must be prioritized. Upon witnessing the attributes of the upgraded characteristic ability, Su Qing found himself exceedingly pleased. This newly elevated purple rare grade, dominant sovereign characteristic not only increased the attribute enhancement per vehicle from 10 to 20, but also more than doubled the attributes of all vehicles within the nuclear aerospace base. Moreover, the symbiotic effect among all members was transformed, allowing their vehicles to collectively absorb the damage endured by the sovereign, who would no longer share the damage taken by the other convoy members. After organizing the several vehicle cores accumulated in his backpack space, Su Qing reclined and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Although his extraordinary powers had not been heavily taxed during the day's solitary battles, his mental fatigue was considerable. Engaging in combat alone was markedly different from being ensconced in a vehicle, where concerns for personal safety were negligible. While vanquishing foes, he had to remain vigilant of his surroundings to preempt any clandestine assaults. Despite possessing the mechanical sovereignty characteristic that enabled mechanical constructs to absorb the damage he would otherwise incur, the threat of being ensnared or subjected to fierce attacks still posed a significant risk. He was compelled to exercise caution. He did not wish to squander the immense advantage of being ranked first in global vehicle combat capabilities due to negligence. Thus, Su Qing maintained a state of heightened mental alertness throughout his skirmishes, constantly attuned to his surroundings. His mental expenditure was substantial, and he soon succumbed to deep slumber. A night passed in silence. At dawn, the colossal nuclear aerospace base vehicle ascended, the anti-gravity engine igniting, lifting the base vehicle into the sky like a floating fortress. En route to the zombie city, enveloped in the energy of the cloaked domain, the entire vehicle entered a state of invisibility, vanishing into the heavens. Before long, Su Qing maneuvered the massive base vehicle down into the inner city of Zombie City, where a continuously rotating golden spatial portal awaited, silently stationed. This was the destination of Su Qing's expedition, the regional spatial passage. Jiang Lan and several newly joined female team members leaned against the windows, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation as they beheld the inner-city-esque spectacle for the first time. The array of well-equipped, heavily armed vehicles nestled among the city ruins, alongside the vast numbers of zombie soldiers brandishing firearms, elicited gasps of astonishment from the young women. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily covered their mouths, fearing to disturb the terrifying horde of zombies outside. They could barely fathom how such a formidable legion of the undead could be utterly vanquished by Su Qing's convoy. What perilous battles had unfolded in the Cherry Blossom District? What apocalyptic sights had they witnessed? Just yesterday, as they listened to Xiaowan and her companions recount their experiences in the Cherry Blossom District, they had struggled to grasp a concrete understanding. Yet now, having witnessed firsthand the horrific and daunting zombie legions within the inner city, they felt a profound sense of shock. They also felt genuine gratitude for the opportunity to join a convoy with such formidable combat strength. Soon, the stealthy nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, under Su Qing's command, gradually descended, drawing closer to the spatial portal. Ultimately, it vanished without a trace. Chapter 130. The White Eagle District, mineral resource point perched upon the cliffs by the coast. Two factions of survivors found themselves in a stalemate, exchanging relentless gunfire. Above, an armed helicopter hovered ominously in the sky, unleashing a barrage of rockets upon the rampaging Leopard tanks below. The wilderness was engulfed in chaos, shrouded in smoke and turmoil. Anna, I believe it is time we cease this exhausting conflict and sit down to discuss matters. Have you not noticed the global announcement? Others have already completed the challenges of this survival scenario while we in the White Eagle District remain mired in endless strife, our progress severely lagging behind. We have yet to breach the inner city of the zombie city. If this continues, the Great White Eagle Empire will find itself left behind, unable to catch up with the progress of other survivors. Why not end the fighting now and collaborate to assault the zombie city together? Yuluin sat in the cockpit of a Leopard tank, deftly maneuvering to evade incoming rockets while urgently broadcasting his plea over the radio. Certainly. The condition for a ceasefire is your complete withdrawal from this area, relinquishing control of this resource mine. Only then shall we consider the prospect of cooperation. A woman's voice emerged from the radio, firm and unyielding. Why? Is it not beneficial for us to collaborate in the development of this mine? We could split the profits evenly, ensuring that no one suffers loss. I believe further discussions can be arranged. Yuluin looked greedily towards the depths of the mine nestled beneath the distant cliffs, his heart filled with reluctance. This was a rare and precious mineral resource point newly spawned in the White Eagle District. Within this mine, various rare ores could respawn weekly, an endless bounty. To relinquish such a treasure was utterly unacceptable. The wealth derived from such a resource could sustain more survivors and establish a formidable combat legion. Once the barriers of the survival zones were fully lifted, he could leverage the riches amassed from this mine to conquer the world. Yet, for days on end, both factions had been embroiled in conflict over this resource, leaving no time for leveling up or fighting monsters. Their progress in conquering the zombie city had fallen far behind other survival zones. The equipment levels and weaponry of their team had stagnated, lacking any advancement or enhancement. They remained at the same status as over 10 days prior, when the mine had yet to be discovered. Moreover, Anna's team was equally matched in strength, making it impossible to achieve a decisive victory in a short span. If they did not abandon their competition, what awaits them will be an unending struggle and internal strife, until their combat prowess with vehicles lags far behind the average standard, ultimately crushed by the survivors from other zones. There is no room for negotiation. Either you withdraw and depart from this place, or you continue the fight, and we shall accompany you to the bitter end. Why? Because we harbor no trust in you. Your character, Yuluin, has long been put to the test. I shall not believe a word you say. Upon hearing Anna's words, Yuluin, enraged, abruptly shut off the radio and slammed his fist onto the control panel. Damn it. That wretched woman. I will see to it that you meet your end. I shall press that lofty, golden-haired head of yours firmly into the ground. No more fighting. We retreat. After venting his fury, Yuluin ultimately regained his composure and issued the retreat command. He led his team's convoy of vehicles, and both sides ceased fire, departing from the coastal cliff and heading towards the zombie city. Once Yuluin's convoy had completely vacated the area, an armed helicopter hovering above gradually descended and landed steadily. A stunning woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes, possessing a figure of perfect curves, leapt from the helicopter. Upon reaching the ground, she notified the others in the camp to relocate immediately, establishing a secure defensive line at this new location. She summoned the engineering team from within the camp, urging them to commence their work without delay. As soon as Anna disembarked from the aircraft, she issued commands to the gathered team members. Her orders were swiftly executed, and several vehicles sped away to return to the camp and arrange the relocation. With the construction of a defensive wall, if Yulin ever sought to seize this mineral resource point again, the challenge would be significantly heightened. Moreover, with guards stationed within the camp, they could venture out with peace of mind to upgrade their abilities and tackle the zombie city, free from the fear of resource points being ambushed and seized. Soon after Yulin's withdrawal, the flames of war in the White Eagle Zone gradually subsided. Everyone finally settled down, preparing to continue their assault on the zombie city to complete survival scene tasks and recover lost progress. Within the inner district of the zombie city, White Eagle Zone, a sudden distortion occurred in the golden spatial passage, the rotation accelerating abruptly as if some colossal entity were arriving. Qing, piloting the nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle, maintained a state of invisibility as he exited the spatial passage. He came to a halt in a concealed area of a building. Surrounding the base vehicle was a densely packed, fully armed legion of zombies. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with not a single sound of gunfire to be heard. It appeared that no one had yet breached the outer district. What is happening? Why are the survivors here so incompetent? Even at this juncture, they are still wandering in the wilderness? They cannot even breach the outer district? Qing gazed at the intact and unscathed legion of zombies, feeling a sense of incredulity. He opened the vehicle's control panel, confirming the situation several times. It was only then that he realized he had arrived in the White Eagle Zone, an area boasting 2 vehicles ranked among the top 10 in combat power. However, how could a survival zone with such formidable strength be progressing so slowly in its siege? They had not even managed to eliminate the colossal zombies in the outer districts. There must be something amiss. Clearly, there was an underlying issue. In the desolate wilderness beyond, something must have transpired, preventing this group of survivors from completing their survival scenario tasks. The assault on the zombie city was likely hindered by formidable abyssal creatures emerging from the fissures of the wilderness, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately, leaving the survivors overwhelmed and unable to focus on the battle for Zombie City. Nevertheless, Qing was unconcerned with these matters. His purpose for coming here was solely to slay monsters, level up, and gather resources. In the inner district, the absence of interruptions from others was, in fact, advantageous for him, allowing him to monopolize all the gains. Chapter 131, The Golden Treasure Chest. The spatial passage is closed. Qing focused intently. Before long, he discovered, at the heart of the zombie legion, the golden supply chest nestled within the inner city of the White Eagle. This chest was fiercely guarded by a battalion of fully armed zombie soldiers. However, for Qing, who had grown immensely stronger, the numbers and weaponry of the zombie horde instilled no fear within him. He approached with unwavering resolve, piloting the nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle in stealth mode, making a beeline for the golden chest. With a thunderous crash, Qing drove the base vehicle straight through the surrounding zombie soldiers and their vehicles. Halting right beside the chest, the door swung open, and he bent down to grasp the golden treasure chest. Opening the golden supply chest, he acquired a life chain module, a suicide drone launch platform, 1,000 spirit crystals, and 2,000 survival points. As soon as he finished collecting the resources from the chest, the entire nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle was engulfed by a relentless barrage of artillery fire. Outside, the view was obscured by explosions and flames. Standing at the doorway, Qing was particularly targeted as a torrent of bullets battered against him, propelling him into the driver's seat. The door sealed shut, successfully blocking all incoming projectiles. Inside the base vehicle, tranquility reigned. Despite the chaos outside, cannon fire, smoke, and bullets flying, the interior remained undisturbed, calm, and secure. Thanks to the various enhancements from his attributes and achievement badges, the nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle had attained immunity to damage. Under the incessant bombardment, even the thorny exterior suffered no harm. Conversely, the surrounding zombie legion began to falter, with numerous soldiers collapsing, their life force drained by the reflective damage from the vehicle's thorny armor. Witnessing the battlefield outside, Jiang Lan and her sisters, newly joined to the convoy, were rendered speechless in sheer terror. They never anticipated that accompanying Qing to another survival zone would involve such a fierce confrontation. To withstand an entire horde of zombies single-handedly? Amidst the ceaseless onslaught, this nuclear-powered aerospace base vehicle remained utterly unscathed, its durability unaffected. The spectacle of such combat was almost surreal. Was this truly the combat prowess of the world's foremost vehicle? It was terrifyingly formidable. As she gazed outside at the relentless rain of bullets capable of overwhelming anyone, Jiang Lan fell into a deep silence, her mind reeling. Was this truly a sustainable strategy? It seemed far too effortless. Merely sitting leisurely within the vehicle, without needing to engage in combat herself. She observed how the zombie legion could be systematically eradicated by the vehicle's retaliatory effects. Yet, her naive thoughts were soon shattered. A horde of zombies gathered outside the base vehicle, discovering that their firepower could inflict no damage upon the sturdy fortress. Instead, the surrounding zombie soldiers were entirely decimated by the recoil of their own attacks. As they fell in droves, all weapons ceased fire and converged towards the colossal nuclear-based vehicle, attempting to ensnare it and completely encircle it, trapping it within the inner city. Witnessing this tactic, reminiscent of the previous encounter in the West Zay district when they were gathering resources from treasure chests, Qing found it somewhat amusing. The current nuclear aerospace vehicle was no longer the feeble entity of that time, nearly ensnared and obliterated by the zombie horde, which had forced him to retreat into a spatial passage. Now, this nuclear aerospace vehicle could depart at any moment if he desired. Observing the surrounding zombie soldiers and armed vehicles cease their attacks and instead frantically crowd towards the vicinity of the base vehicle, Qing decided to venture outside to ascertain the events that had transpired in this survival zone, which had resulted in the inability to penetrate the outer city despite possessing 2 high-tier vehicles ranked among the top 10 in combat capability. Soon, the enormous base vehicle, adorned with black spikes, stationed in the center of the inner city, began to blur and flicker, vanishing entirely amidst the dense throng of zombie soldiers and armed vehicles, disappearing without a trace. Beyond the wasteland, in the heavens above, Qing sat in the cockpit of the nuclear aerospace vehicle, deftly maneuvering it through the skies over the White Eagle district. He was thoroughly satisfied with the recent experiment of the newly acquired golden quality vehicle trait, quantum teleportation. This ability, an amalgamation of all helicopter vehicles from the Jianglan team, truly represented the most formidable power for breaking free from constraints. It entirely disregarded the surrounding environment, enabling spatial teleportation and traversing dimensional layers, leaving the original location without the possibility of restraint. Warning: a vehicle squad has already secured the ultimate survival rewards from 3 survival zones. Golden treasure chests. Emergency modification enacted. Closure of the regional spatial passage, prohibiting survivors from crossing zones to obtain resources. Survivors who have crossed zones will not be recalled and will be automatically assigned to their current location. They may return to their original zone only after the next apocalyptic survival scenario descends. Just as Qing maneuvered the nuclear aerospace vehicle away from the skies of Zombie City and into the wasteland, he received a notification on the vehicle interface. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Was this not a direct response aimed at him? This sudden adjustment seemed designed to prevent him from traversing to other survival zones and claiming all the survival treasure rewards. After all, the current nuclear aerospace vehicle boasted invincible defenses with damage immunity, allowing it to freely navigate between survival zones and seize the golden treasure chests from the inner city without any issue. Unfazed by the legion of zombies stationed to guard the inner city, he felt liberated to launch a collective assault. The option to retreat was ever present, allowing for unrestricted movement. However, following the recent alteration of rules, Qing found himself ensnared within the confines of the White Eagle survival zone, unable to depart. He could only await the emergence of the next survival scenario, the Grey Mist Massacre, to return to his original domain, the Shiza district. After perusing the notification, Qing dismissed the vehicle interface, no longer anxious, and began to traverse the skies above the survival zone in search of resources. He maneuvered the nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, hovering gracefully, intent on locating a suitable spot to rest. Initially, he had planned to swiftly scour the entirety of the resources within this survival area before hastily proceeding to the inner city. At the conclusion of his allotted time, he intended to teleport directly to the next survival zone. Yet, with the spatial passage currently sealed, departure was not an option. Consequently, time no longer felt pressing, allowing him to thoroughly explore and pillage the White Eagle district. Qing vacated the pilot's seat, settling beside the dining table. Sipping his juice, he opened his backpack, eager to inspect the spoils obtained from the golden treasure chest in the inner city of White Eagle. Chapter 132. Chain of Life. Hive drone launch bay. The first item Qing retrieved from the spatial compartment of his backpack was a golden vehicle module known as the Chain of Life. Chain of Life, gold capable of linking all members of the convoy and mechanical creations into a unified entity, sharing defensive durability when a single vehicle member is attacked. The damage incurred is collectively borne by all linked vehicles and mechanical constructs, with 20 of the damage transmitted. This vehicle module allows for the complete integration of all members and mechanical creations within the convoy, including reconnaissance drones, transport drones, and armed mechanical wolves. Once linked, any attack faced will result in the totality of the convoy's vehicles jointly absorbing the damage. Consequently, the durability of all vehicles and mechanical entities will concurrently diminish. However, as long as there remains some durability within the convoy, all vehicles and mechanical constructs that are part of the lifelink will sustain no losses. They will be able to continue fighting without being individually targeted, thus avoiding destruction by the enemy. With the Chain of Life module in place, convoy members can venture out for combat without trepidation regarding their safety. Should danger arise, the overall durability of the convoy can sustain their efforts in battle until rescue arrives, ensuring no issues will arise. After reviewing the attributes of this vehicle module, Qing promptly installed it onto the nuclear-powered space-based vehicle and linked all the convoy's vehicles together, including the 2 combat drones and armed mechanical wolves mounted on the base vehicle. This lifelink protection was crucial to prevent any potential losses. With this module, the drones and mechanical wolves stationed on the base vehicle can now operate independently in battle without the fear of being obliterated in a single strike. Particularly for Jiang Lan and her sisters, who pilot helicopters engaged in aerial combat, the assurance provided by the lifelink alleviates concerns about ground-based counterattacks that could jeopardize their aircraft, leading to catastrophic crashes and explosions. They can now unleash their firepower in the skies without any reservations. Furthermore, following the establishment of the lifelink, Qing's nuclear-powered space-based vehicle, with its exceptionally high defensive durability, will ensure the safety of the entire convoy without wasting the defensive attributes due to damage immunity. Having installed the lifelink vehicle module, Qing then extracted another item obtained from a golden treasure chest, the Hive Drone Launch Bay. The Hive Drone Launch Capsule, gold that possesses internal production and storage capabilities, capable of consuming energy to manufacture swarms of kamikaze drones, which are then stored within the capsule. The maximum storage capacity for these drones is 300. This device serves as a conventional combat weapon, capable of producing and launching drone swarms for explosive strikes against targets, with a detonation power comparable to that of a high-explosive bomb. Furthermore, these drones are equipped for reconnaissance, autonomously avoiding obstacles. They can hover at great heights, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Their combat functionalities are numerous. Unlike machine guns or artillery, the greatest advantage of drones lies in their adaptability to all terrains. Free from limitations, they can execute precise strikes on designated targets, possessing an assassination capability. Even when confronted with fast-moving single enemy targets, there remains a reasonable chance of a successful ambush. Coupled with the aerial defense network formed by a multitude of kamikaze drones, they effectively mitigate threats from aerial monsters and missile attacks, thereby exhibiting a certain degree of defensive capability. One could assert their formidable strength. Qing has chosen to mount this Hive drone launch capsule onto a nuclear-powered space vehicle. After all, the production of Hive drones requires energy consumption, making a vehicle with nearly limitless energy the most suitable platform for this weapon. Drones can be treated as standard ammunition without concerns over operational costs. Look below. What are those people doing? Qing had just finished allocating 2 modular weapons obtained from the golden treasure chest when a voice of astonishment from Xiao Ling broke through from the cockpit window. Qing glanced outside. Hovering high in the air, they could clearly see a multitude of survivors in the forest below, maneuvering various vehicles along the broad highway. Their destination was a cliff by the seaside, where numerous survivors had already gathered. Utilizing the rugged terrain of the cliffs, they were operating various production vehicles to dig trenches and construct stone walls, collaboratively establishing a secure camp. The apocalypse had been upon them for quite some time, yet it seemed this group had only just begun to establish a safe zone. Their pace appeared rather sluggish. Through the car window, Xiao Ling observed the survivors below, mere specks resembling ants, and found it somewhat incredulous. In their district, the outskirts of the zombie city had nearly been overrun by survivors. Yet, upon arriving in this White Eagle district, it seemed the local survivors had only just embarked on the creation of a safe zone in the wilderness, having barely made any progress in clearing the outskirts of the zombie city. The sluggishness of their survival efforts was indeed touching, to the point that even Xiao Ling felt compelled to look away. Having spent recent days alongside Jiang Lan battling in the outer areas of the West Zhe district and collecting treasure chest resources, she was acutely aware of the advancement pace in West Zhe, which could undoubtedly overshadow this White Eagle district equipped with 2 of the world's top 10 combat vehicles. No. These individuals had only just established their safe zone. They have recently relocated from another camp to this new site. There must be a compelling reason behind their actions. Jiang Lan leaned against the car window, meticulously observing the bustling crowd below, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing the unusual circumstances, Qing piloted the nuclear-powered sky-base vehicle, descending onto the surface of the sea not far from the cliff. Once the base vehicle floated steadily on the water, he activated the mechanical dominion capabilities through the vehicle's core, commencing the decryption of the communication signals from the vehicles on shore. Soon, numerous messages from the survivors of the White Eagle district began to resonate through the base vehicle's radio. The sudden cacophony startled everyone. After a moment of careful discernment, They finally realized that these were the communication signals from the busy survivors on the shore, which Su Qing had managed to decode and eavesdrop upon. This remarkable ability was nothing short of revolutionary. Jiang Lan cast a profound glance at Su Qing, utterly unable to fathom from where he had acquired such a powerful and multifunctional super vehicle. Chapter 133, Trapped in the White Eagle Zone, everyone accelerates. Mineral resource point? After deciphering the communication signals, those seated in the base vehicle finally comprehended the situation. They understood why the survivors in the White Eagle Zone had chosen to relocate their safe camp at this juncture, as well as the reason for their sluggish progress in survival. It became clear that the two factions within this White Eagle Zone had been embroiled in conflict over this mineral resource point for a fortnight. Prior to Su Qing's entrance into the Cherry Blossom Zone via the spatial passage, the internal strife had already commenced, persisting until now. Ultimately, one faction, burdened by an excessively slow survival task progress, was compelled to relinquish their claim to the resource point, thereby concluding the hostilities. This mineral resource point was indeed a coveted asset, explaining the fervor of their skirmishes. In pursuit of this resource, they had neglected their survival task progress. For securing this location promised an influx of immeasurable wealth. With riches in hand, one could establish a formidable legion to conquer the world. Su Qing chuckled as he listened to the banter of the survivors on the radio, boasting while toiling away. Before my arrival, this resource point may have belonged to you. But now that I am here, I shall merely allow you to safeguard it temporarily, nothing more. With such limited strength, they still dreamed of world conquest? Su Qing accessed the global leaderboard to examine the regional power rankings. The White Eagle Zone was merely an ordinary survival area, languishing beyond the 30th position. The overall strength of the West Zay Zone was nearing double that of the White Eagle Zone. Currently, the average vehicle level in the White Eagle Zone was not even at level 5, while the West Zay Zone boasted an average vehicle level of 8. With nearly all its members engaged in battle, the disparity between the two was stark. These individuals were remarkably akin to the foolish denizens of the Cherry Blossom Zone, who, upon gaining a slight advantage, became insufferably arrogant. They seemed utterly oblivious to the significance of humility. Tonight, let us celebrate with a barbecue in the Divine Kingdom's secret realm. I just happened to procure some lamb yesterday, perfect for skewers, Su Qing proposed, now fully informed about the situation ashore. He turned off the radio, silencing the sounds of boasting and laughter. Hooray! Barbecue? That sounds fantastic. Where's the lamb? Let's get it ready. The girls in the leisure area of the vehicle cheered in agreement upon hearing Su Qing's suggestion. Everyone sprang into action, entering the Divine Kingdom's secret realm, setting up a grill amidst the fruit grove, and preparing the ingredients. Su Qing's vehicle survival in this apocalyptic scenario had now reached a steady trajectory. Their combat strength had ascended to the first rank, and their stockpiled survival resources were ample. Within this zombie-infested survival landscape, the level of the nuclear-powered skyground-based vehicle had reached a plateau, no longer capable of further enhancement. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of the next survival scenario. With the pressure of survival alleviated, one can naturally begin to relish life. What? A convoy has already secured 3 golden treasure chests from different regions? Goodness, is this truly the same survival world? We have yet to vanquish the colossal zombies in the outer districts, while others have already completed their survival challenges. Moreover, they have procured 3 golden treasure chests from other survival areas? Who are these audacious individuals from that particular region? It is unclear which areas have been so unfortunate as to have their golden treasure chest rewards pilfered by others. The pressing issue is that no one can currently access the inner district to investigate. The combat prowess of the zombie horde is overwhelmingly fierce, making entry nearly impossible. As soon as the world announcement was made, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire vehicle survival realm. All survivors were left in utter astonishment. Upon returning to the camp, Yurin was incensed upon seeing the information on the vehicle interface. That wretched Anna. I shall see to her demise. Damn it, due to that mineral resource. Our White Eagle Empire has fallen significantly behind. If we do not hasten to catch up, we may even lose the rewards of the golden treasure chests in the inner district. Since we have temporarily abandoned the pursuit of mineral resources, I must secure that golden quality supply chest for myself. Once I obtain it, I can greatly enhance the combat power of our vehicles and mount a counteroffensive. We shall annihilate Anna's team and reclaim the mineral resources. After his fury subsided, Yurin composed himself, sitting beside the cheetah tank, meticulously devising the battle plan for the upcoming confrontation to seize the golden treasure chest located in the inner district. Is this yet another scheme by Su Qing? Is he unable to return? Li Lingyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the information transmitted on the vehicle interface. She had initially hoped that upon Su Qing's return, they could collaborate to expedite their progress in conquering Zombie City, striving to be the second to secure the inner district and complete the survival challenge, thereby earning achievement rewards. However, now that she observed the notification, it seemed Su Qing was trapped in another survival area and unable to return. She was utterly certain of this. As within the entire vehicle survival world, only Su Qing possessed the capability to seize 3 golden treasure chests. These 3 golden treasure chests certainly included the one located within Zombie City in the Shiza district. Nevertheless, Lingjie was acutely aware of her own limitations. She had no ambitions regarding that golden treasure chest. After all, in the Shiza district, her vehicle's combat power barely ranked within the top 10. While the leading vehicles were all part of Su Qing's convoy, their combat prowess was simply incomparable. After inquiring further, Su Qing confirmed Lingjie's suspicions. He was indeed trapped in another survival area. We can only return after the next survival scenario unfolds. It seems that if we wish to conquer the city of the undead sooner, we must rely solely on our own strength. After all, we in the Shiza district are ranked first in regional combat power, making us the most likely to seize the survival challenge task ahead of others. Should other survival zones secure a spot among the top 3, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Upon receiving confirmation from Su Qing, Li Lingyu immediately set her plans in motion. She resolved to devise a strategy to unify all forces within the survival zone, encouraging everyone to collaborate in the assault on the city of the undead. The current survival scenario, besieged by zombies, is on the brink of conclusion. Notably, the Sakura district has already accomplished the survival challenge task. Although that region has been entirely annihilated, it still holds 1 slot. Now, if 2 more survival zones can breach the city of the undead and complete the challenge, this zombie siege scenario shall come to an end. The next scenario, titled Grey Mist Massacre, is imminent. Chapter 134, The New Dungeon, Biochemical Experiment Base. What is the situation within? Beneath the coastal cliffs of the White Eagle district, Anna, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, is inquiring of an elderly gentleman who has just emerged from a mineral resource mine. The man, donning a white lab coat, is visibly animated, his expression brimming with exhilaration. It's astonishingly abundant. The resources within this mine are indeed rare, with a plethora of high-grade ores being unearthed. This time, we are truly on the verge of prosperity. With these mineral resources, I can fabricate an array of advanced weaponry and vehicle modifications. It will suffice for the entire team's upgrades. Upon hearing the old man's words, Anna's heart swells with joy. The struggles of the past half-month have not been in vain. This elderly gentleman, known as Anderson, was an engineer at a weapon manufacturing plant before the apocalypse struck. He possesses extensive experience in production and manufacturing. When the end times arrived, he commandeered a mineral transport vehicle as his means of conveyance, gaining the ability to smelt ores and produce materials. He was the first to discover the resources of this mine and informed Anna, the team's leader. However, during their exploration, they were detected by Urine, who had been monitoring their movements and also laid eyes on this epic orange resource point. Naturally, no one would wish to relinquish such high-grade resources. Fortunately, they persevered, ultimately driving Urine away and securing the mineral resource. As Anna gazes at the industrious production vehicles tirelessly digging trenches and erecting walls, she feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Morning dawns. Sunlight filters through the surface of the sea and into the mobile base. Su Qing awakens from his slumber. Outside the window, a school of fish swims freely in the azure waters, completely indifferent to the imposing mobile base nearby. The previous day, they had indulged in the secret realm until late, relishing a long-awaited experience of safe and joyful barbecuing and camping, which left everyone in high spirits. They were so engrossed that they lost track of time, returning to the mobile base only in the latter part of the night to rest. Su Qing had parked the mobile base beneath the water's surface and succumbed to sleep. Just as he is about to rise and prepare for the day, he catches sight through the glass window of an incessantly swirling black vortex in the sea. Beneath the cliffs, is that a dungeon secret realm? The familiar sight of the spatial vortex jolts Su Qing awake. Excitement surges within him as he quickly gets up. The last time he stumbled upon a dungeon scattered throughout the wilderness was in the Westzay district, where he discovered a dog breeding facility. Since then, he had not encountered any trace of a secret realm. This underscores just how rare dungeons are in the wilderness. But now, here in the White Eagle district, he has discovered a secret realm hidden beneath the cliffs facing the ocean. The location of this secret instance is virtually undetectable without a vessel capable of traversing the ocean's surface. It is astonishing to discover that the resources of the White Eagle region are so abundantly rich. Not only does it possess mineral resource points, but it also harbors a wild instance of a secret realm. Upon witnessing the swirling black vortex, Su Qing immediately sprang into action. He maneuvered the base vehicle towards the spatial whirlpool, ultimately hovering before it, suspended in midair. Biochemical Experiment Base. Instance difficulty, Orange, Epic. Instance level, 15 description. This is a concealed biochemical experimentation facility teeming with perilous biochemical behemoths. The viruses within the laboratory have now spread uncontrollably, rendering the environment exceedingly hostile. Proceed with caution. Would you like to enter the instance? After thoroughly reviewing the instance information, Qing promptly chose to agree, confirming his entry into the realm. As he made his decision, the black spatial vortex began to whirl violently, expanding with fervor. The cloaked nuclear aerospace vehicle surged forward, vanishing into the abyss of the vortex. The scene transformed. Upon entering the instance, the surroundings of the base vehicle morphed into a confined space encircled by imposing metal walls, shrouded in darkness and confinement. With a resounding crash, Qing accelerated the vehicle, activating its boost capability, and forcefully collided with the metal barrier, demolishing it entirely, roaring forth from the now ruined enclosure. The thunderous impact shattered the stillness, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombie behemoths. They bellowed in rage, quickly rushing towards the intruder, their powerful limbs thundering against the ground, creating an earth-shaking resonance. Beyond the metal walls lay a lush forest, resplendent with verdant foliage and exquisite scenery. These rampaging zombie behemoths resided within this verdant realm. Were it not for the grotesque and decaying monstrosities, the environment could easily be deemed a splendid tourist attraction. Only through the external environmental detection control module of the base vehicle could one discern the truth. The air outside had long been saturated with viruses, making survival impossible. Fortunately, this nuclear aerospace vehicle was equipped with a legendary golden-grade intelligent environmental regulation module, capable of completely purifying the viruses permeating the external atmosphere, ensuring safety within. The viruses wafting through the air constituted a component of the instance's difficulty. Without the air purification module, survival within this realm would be unattainable. Infection by the virus would swiftly lead to transformation into a zombie, resulting in inevitable demise. Observing the frenzied onslaught of the zombie behemoths, the heavy Storm Ripper machine guns and electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons flanking the sides of the base vehicle activated, unleashing torrents of bullets that shredded the approaching beasts into mere fragments. For the nuclear aerospace vehicle, now elevated to level 20, these level 15 zombie behemoths posed no threat whatsoever, incapable of closing the distance. Upon vanquishing a level 15 boss creature, virus experiment body, 1 vial of antidote, 16 spirit crystals, and 15 survival points were obtained. Upon defeating a level 16 lord creature, virus aberration, 1 rocket launcher, 15 spirit crystals, and 16 survival points were acquired. The nuclear aerospace base vehicle remained stationary. 2 streams of concentrated bullets, imbued with a tearing effect, swept back and forth like a relentless meat grinder, annihilating all approaching zombie behemoths within the dense forest. A succession of kill notifications echoed forth. Within the convoy, golden light shimmered. The newly joined members Jiang Lan, Xiaoling, and several other sisters had all upgraded their aerial vehicles. After collecting the golden treasure chests and utilizing the reflective armor to harvest large swathes of zombie soldiers, they successfully cleared the first wave of zombie behemoths within the instance. Consequently, all vehicles of the newly integrated convoy were finally upgraded. Chapter 135, Helicopter Squadron. All hands on deck. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Lan had never experienced such a leisurely ascent in her levels. Seated comfortably within the confines of the base vehicle, she observed the bustling scene outside. Her aerial vehicle, a helicopter, was swiftly advancing in rank without her exerting an ounce of effort. In the past, her endeavors to upgrade her vehicle relied heavily on her driving prowess, risking her life in fierce battles against monstrous foes. While soaring through the skies, she had to meticulously monitor fuel consumption and regulate the frequency of weapon usage to prevent her helicopter from running out of fuel and crashing to the ground. Engaging in such tasks daily was mentally exhausting and perilously dangerous. Even so, her solitary excursions for upgrades had not yielded rapid results. Yet now, all she had to do was sit in the leisure area of the cockpit, sipping juice and gazing out the window, and she was directly leveling up. Moreover, it had only been a day since she joined the convoy. The pace of her advancement was utterly astonishing. Looking at the upgraded vehicle interface, Jiang Lan felt an uncanny sense of unreality, accompanied by a twinge of embarrassment. After all, reaping rewards without exerting any effort was far from her typical demeanor. Qi, perhaps I should venture out to fight as well. Rest assured, my vehicle can fly, and I am more than capable of self-preservation. I will not hinder our progress. Jiang Lan hesitantly proposed. The thought of remaining idle in the cockpit while Qing engaged in combat alone weighed heavily on her conscience. Yes, but we must wait a while longer. The air outside is saturated with viral gas. Your vehicles are not equipped with their purification modules, rendering them unfit for combat in such an environment. Allow me to clear this area first and assess the situation beyond. Su Qing replied, deftly maneuvering the drone into the sky. Soon, the reconnaissance drone ascended from the top of the base vehicle, spiraling above the forest for surveillance. Through the drone's vigilant monitoring, Su Qing finally discerned the full extent of this biochemical research facility's replication. They were situated amidst a cluster of islands, with the forest merely one of many. There were dozens of islands scattered throughout the ocean, each possessing its own unique topography and home to numerous biochemical beasts that roamed back and forth, their forms flickering in and out of view. The island housing the nuclear aerospace base vehicle was relatively small, likely serving as the entry point to this facility. Furthermore, when they had initially entered, the enclosed metallic barrier had been permeated by viral agents in the air. Now, with the breach in the metallic enclosure, the airborne virus began to dissipate, thinning gradually as the external atmosphere flowed freely, its destination unknown. The speed of the virus's dissipation was remarkable. After Su Qing expertly piloted the drone to survey the entire archipelago, he utilized the intelligent environmental control module of the base vehicle to conduct a thorough assessment. The surrounding biochemical virus had been completely dispersed, posing no further threat to the survivors. After confirming this multiple times, Su Qing finally acquiesced to Jianglan's request, granting her the opportunity to pilot a helicopter and assist in the combat effort. A radiant golden portal materialized in the open space outside the base vehicle. The girls who had been waiting inside the base vehicle sprang into action. Each of them commandeered their respective vehicles, emerging from the mystical realm into the surrounding forest. The external environment had been entirely cleared of the virus, ensuring safety. With the reconnaissance provided by the drone, Su Qing had gained a substantial understanding of the conditions within the biochemical experiment base instance. For the nuclear-powered base vehicle, navigating through the instance posed no challenge. However, this time, Su Qing decided against taking direct action himself, instead allowing the girls to engage and battle collaboratively. Jianglan's earlier request had illuminated the fact that they were a cohesive unit, and all members ought to partake in the combat process to hone their battle awareness. After all, mastering vehicle combat and survival was not merely a matter of stacking attributes. It required the survivor's combat experience and operational acumen to effectively maneuver the vehicles, or else they would be rendered ineffectual. The difficulty and environment of this instance were particularly suitable. The biochemical behemoths were trapped on various islands, unable to escape, and could only passively encounter attacks, resulting in a low risk factor. This provided an excellent opportunity to cultivate the team's cooperative combat abilities. Presently, there were 3 girls whose helicopters were devoid of any weaponry. Su Qing retrieved a rocket launcher, acquired from the recent hunt of a zombie behemoth, from his backpack and affixed it to one of the helicopters. He then dismantled the multi-barreled rapid-fire machine guns and M416 assault rifles from the heavy-lift drone and the armed mechanical wolf, equipping the other 2 helicopters with weaponry. Thus, all helicopters were prepared for flight. Even if these helicopters, whose weapon attributes were not optimally aligned, did not partake in the battle, they could still conduct reconnaissance from above, aiding in vigilance. After all, this battle was intended for full participation. Su Qing's fleet had ample fuel reserves, unlike those of Jianglan's group, as the heavy artillery fortress belonging to Inshawan boasted an abundance of fuel, rendering them unconcerned about such minor consumption. Once all vehicles were filled to capacity with fuel, the 7 helicopters ascended, heading toward a nearby island. Su Qing had previously surveyed this island via drone reconnaissance, noting the presence of merely a dozen ordinary biochemical behemoths, with no avian threats in sight. Thus, the hovering helicopters would face no danger. It was an opportune moment to test the capabilities of the newly integrated helicopter squadron. Under Jianglan's command, the 7 helicopters skimmed over the sea, swiftly approaching the island's airspace. Upon binding to the vehicle, all survivors automatically acquire the ability to operate it. Thus, the 3 girls who had never personally piloted a helicopter now soar into the sky, effortlessly trailing behind Jianglan. Their movements are remarkably proficient, executing various aerial maneuvers in perfect accordance with Jianglan's directives, akin to seasoned aviators with years of training. There is no need for any acclimatization to the vehicle. Above the helicopter squadron, Su Qing deftly maneuvers the reconnaissance drone, conducting real-time surveillance of the area below to avert any unforeseen incidents. Surrounding the base vehicle, and Shaowan and Tang Lin, along with the others, are fully prepared to launch long-range heavy weaponry, ready to provide fire support to the front. Everything is in place. The 7 sisters of Jianglan, embarking on their inaugural battle after joining the convoy, are finally set to commence. Chapter 136, Island Terrain. Experimenting with Hive drones, 7 helicopters hovered in the air, forming a straight line. Soon, they locked onto a biochemical behemoth lurking within the dense forest. At Jianglan's command, the helicopters unleashed a barrage of fire, raining down rockets and bullets that ignited the ground in a blaze of glory. The targeted biochemical creature was overwhelmed by the onslaught from above, meeting its demise in an instant. Killed a level 13 elite monster, biochemical virus beast. Obtained 1 mounted machine gun, 30 liters of fuel, 10 spirit crystals, and 13 survival points. Wow, this is absolutely exhilarating, Xiaoling exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement as she beheld the creature reduced to a pulpy mass below. This marked the first collective operation for the sisters. And to have all the helicopters equipped with weaponry was indeed a thrilling experience. The aerial firepower of the 7 armed helicopters was terrifying, and with just 1 volley, the biochemical monstrosity was annihilated without a chance to retaliate. Su Qing, observing the combat prowess of this aerial squad through a reconnaissance drone, felt a sense of satisfaction. He opened his backpack space and decided to mount the newly acquired machine gun onto the helicopter, which was previously armed only with an M416 assault rifle, thus enhancing the squad's combat capabilities. Be careful. Suddenly, Zhang Lan's alarmed voice crackled through the radio. However, it was too late. A thundering sound echoed as a rock, propelled through the air, struck one of the helicopters hovering above, causing it to sway precariously. Fortunately, after a few moments of turbulence, the helicopter regained stability, showing no signs of damage, not even a scratch. Shen Shiyun's face turned pale with fear. She fought to control the helicopter, swiftly gaining altitude to distance themselves from the site of the attack. Upon confirming that her comrades were unharmed and that the struck helicopter had not been downed by the falling rock, Zhang Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She promptly commanded the helicopter squad to disperse, steering clear of the enormous biochemical gorilla concealed within the thicket below. The rock that had struck them was indeed thrown by this colossal creature. Is this the effect of the life chain module? Truly astonishing. Zhang Lan marveled at the sight of Shen Shiyun, who had distanced herself in the helicopter, completely unscathed. She recalled the previous day's events, when Su Qing had opened a golden treasure chest in the inner city of the zombie-infested area, gathering resources. Zhang Lan had witnessed it all and was aware that linking all the vehicles together created a shared defensive durability effect through the life chain vehicle module. However, she had not anticipated such an impressive effect during combat, which effectively mitigated their vulnerability to aerial assaults. In the past, helicopters required constant vigilance to evade attacks. A direct hit could result in catastrophic failure, leading to a devastating crash. However, with the advent of the life chain vehicle module, Shen Shiyun's helicopter withstood a massive rock strike without sustaining even a trace of damage. There was no longer any concern regarding the aircraft's operational integrity. Witnessing the efficacy of the golden vehicle module, Zhang Lan felt a profound sense of reassurance. Now, as they piloted their helicopters through the skies, they faced combat without the slightest trepidation. Even in the event of an assault, there were no issues to be feared. As long as the durability of the vehicles within their convoy remained intact, their helicopters could soar above without worrying about potential damage or loss of function, maintaining a constant state of combat readiness. A thunderous blast from the heavy artillery, Wrath of Poseidon, erupted from afar, obliterating the bioweapon gorilla that had hurled the stone, reducing it to mere dust amidst the swirling mist of water. The islands in this archipelago were not far apart, and Xiaowan's heavy firepower fortress could effectively cover them all with long-range strikes. Thank you, Xiaowan. Zhang Lan expressed her gratitude over the comms before leading her helicopter squadron to meticulously scour the entire island. The 7 helicopters divided into 2 teams for combat, with another team led by Xiaoling. They circled the island from different directions, hunting for traces of the monsters. At the entrance to the dungeon, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin sat in their respective vehicles, tasked with providing rear support. In this archipelago instance, their vehicles were ill-suited for frontline combat. Yet their weaponry had a range that could encompass the entire island. Thus, it was ideal for Jiang Lan and her team to scout and engage in battle at the front, while Xiaowan and her crew offered fire support from behind. There was no longer a need for Su Qing to pilot the base vehicle, painstakingly landing on each island to clear the dungeon's monsters. With Jiang Lan's helicopter squadron joining the ranks, the convoy's adaptability to battlefield terrain saw a significant enhancement. Even if their close-quarters firepower could not outmatch the creatures on the ground, they could call for remote bombardment, utilizing golden legendary-grade heavy weaponry to conduct carpet strikes on the terrain below. As Jiang Lan and her team began to acclimate to the battlefield, coordinating seamlessly within Xiaowan's group, Su Qing took control of a reconnaissance drone, departing from the airspace above the helicopter squadron to venture towards another island. The nuclear-powered aerospace-based vehicle, stationed quietly, opened its hatch. A multitude of small drones surged forth, propelled into the air, heading directly for the reconnaissance drone. This swarm of drones resembled a hive, densely packed in the sky and overwhelming in number, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. They swiftly skimmed over the ocean, launching an assault on the island. The bioweapon behemoths, lounging and frolicking on the island, had no time to react before being struck by this aerial onslaught of drones. A series of explosive flashes erupted across the island, illuminating the scene. In an instant, the verdant island was transformed into a blazing inferno. The swarm of drones, grouped in pairs, would immediately swoop down upon any detected target, detonating with a resounding explosion, until the targeted adversary was utterly annihilated. An endless stream of subsequent suicide drones would continue to descend. Mayhem erupted around the bioengineered behemoth, scattering flesh and blood across the sky. The efficiency of their extermination far surpassed that of Zhonglan's helicopter squadron by several magnitudes. However, the total number of these drones was limited to merely 300. Once their stock was entirely depleted, the subsequent production of drones would require a certain amount of time. Hence, the combat endurance of the Hive drone launchers could not compare to that of the helicopter squads, as each possessed its own distinct advantages. After transforming an island within the instance into a charred wasteland, Qing gained some insight into the weaponry capabilities of the newly acquired Golden Legendary Hive drone. Chapter 137. Advancing into the zombie city. Breaching the inner district, the relentless sound of gunfire echoed through the air as an Apache-armed helicopter, equipped with heavy machine guns, unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the ground below. The dense hail of ammunition tore through the monstrous zombies, causing their putrid black blood to splatter across the desolate landscape. Anna, donned in a flight helmet and tactical attire, commanded the battle from above. On the barren ground, a group of survivors, piloting various vehicles, fired incessantly as they pressed forward towards the heart of the zombie city. Among them, a band of motorcycle riders circled the colossal undead beasts with exhilarating speed, their mounted machine guns firing wildly. They cheered with excitement as they watched the towering creatures fall, succumbing to their injuries. Anna's father was the leader of a notorious mafia, granting her a legion of loyal supporters, which enabled her to rise as the commander of this band of survivors. Moreover, she had fortuitously seized this particular armed helicopter, which boasted an impressive golden quality, enhancing her combat prowess significantly and earning her the trust of her followers. Before long, she had allied with one of the largest survivor factions in the White Eagle district. Meanwhile, another formidable force, led by the military's Yulin, had also arrived at the outskirts of the zombie city, advancing rapidly from a different direction. These two factions, possessing significant combat capabilities, were more than capable of breaching the city's defenses. Had it not been for the competition over valuable mineral resources, their progress would have been swifter. Now, both sides had ceased their infighting, focusing solely on conquering the zombie city. In just half a day's time, they had successfully infiltrated the outer districts, preparing for a direct confrontation with the lurking zombie behemoths among the ruins. Brothers, quicken your pace. Ignore the fleeing monsters and push directly into the inner district. Today, we shall uncover the treasures within the golden chests. Yulin commanded as he maneuvered his leopard tank, blasting through a crumbling wall to clear a path. His excitement was palpable as he roared into the radio. Once we secure that chest and obtain the golden weapons inside, we will launch an assault on the resource mines. What we desire shall not be surrendered to anyone. Once we capture that encampment and seize that wretched Anna, our brothers will revel in triumph. Victory was within their grasp. He urged, charge forth. The survivor factions at both ends of the zombie city were acutely aware of each other's aspirations. The current peace was merely a facade, a temporary truce. As long as the mineral resources remained, conflict was inevitable. The only means of suppressing the opposition lay in possessing overwhelming military might. Thus, every member steeled themselves for the assault, hunting monsters to elevate their strength, fearful of being left behind and facing retribution. Rin, the outer district has been completely cleared. The remaining colossal zombies have all fled from the city of the undead, seeking refuge in the wilderness and dense forests. What shall we do now? Li Lingyu sat in the driver's cabin of the bread truck, listening to the voice of a team member reporting through the radio. Upon hearing the information, she exhibited no hesitation and immediately responded. Ignore it. Continue advancing. We must penetrate the inner city today. Shouting, are you all right over there? Beside the bread truck, an armored vehicle adorned with an array of weaponry stood silently. Gu Ning, seated within, acknowledged Ling Jia's inquiry and concurred with her plan. These two vehicles occupied the forefront of the convoy, revered as if they were celestial bodies encircled by their admirers. They possessed the strength to deserve such treatment. In the Shiza district, aside from the vehicles belonging to Qing as convoy, only the vehicles of these two individuals ranked among the top 10 in combat capability, far surpassing the numerous survivors. Now, as they stormed the city of the undead, it was these two leading the charge, tasked with clearing the entire outer district. Upon receiving news that Qing could not return to the Shiza district, Ling Jie swiftly contacted Gu Ning and several other camp leaders. Within a single night, she managed to unite all survivors in the Shiza district, ready to assault the city of the undead and complete their survival challenge. Boom! The sound of artillery thundered. Gu Ning was the first to fire, as multiple cannon mouths on the armored vehicle erupted in flames, unleashing a fierce barrage towards a distant artillery fortress. This formidable vehicle possessed an extraordinary combat prowess, boasting firepower equivalent to that of at least 5 other vehicles combined. The relentless barrage rendered the fortress incapable of retaliation, with its cannons skewed by the continuous onslaught of bullets, leaving them unable to aim effectively. With no colossal zombies guarding below and the cannons unable to reposition for a counterattack, the elevated fortress was reduced to a mere target. Under the relentless assault of numerous survivor vehicles, the fortress crumbled into ruins. United in their strength, this formidable firepower surpassed the capabilities of Su Qing's convoy during their previous assault on the inner city. Within mere moments, an entire artillery fortress was utterly obliterated. Observing that the obstacles ahead had been cleared, Gu Ning once again took the lead, maneuvering her vehicle over the debris and into the inner city. Prior to launching their offensive, Su Qing had cautioned Ling Jie to avoid demolishing all the artillery fortresses in the outer district. Otherwise, it would unleash all the zombie legions from the inner city, launching an attack on the entire survivor zone. This was a lesson Su Qing had learned in the Sakura district, which he deemed essential to share with his comrades. Ling Jie, being quite receptive to advice, ensured they only destroyed one fortress, proceeding along the path Su Qing had traversed without disturbing the other fortifications. After the alteration of rules, the gateway to the golden area in the inner city has vanished completely. Along with it, the golden treasure chest that Su Qing had long since opened has also lost its trace. The current state of the West Zay district's inner city is marked by chaos and destruction from battle. There remain the zombie soldiers, standing resolutely in place to guard the inner city, despite their severed limbs and decaying flesh. Additionally, several vehicles and weapons lie nearly destroyed due to the retaliatory effects of base vehicles. Gu Ning and Sister Ling had anticipated the situation here, for they were well aware that Su Qing had ventured into the inner city at least twice. During these incursions, he traversed through the spatial channels to 2 distinct survival zones. Although they had prepared themselves psychologically, the sight of the vast number of zombie soldiers and various damaged vehicles in the inner city left them astounded. It was evident that Su Qing's convoy must possess an extraordinary combat prowess to have ravaged the inner city to such a degree. The 2 women gazed upon the scene of the inner city, filled with a sense of lamentation. Chapter 138. Gu Ning and Sister Ling's collaboration. Is this truly the work of Xiao Wan and her companions, transforming this place into such a state? Gu Ning gazed upon the ravaged inner city, her heart filled with awe. Particularly striking were the fully armed zombie soldiers, most of whom were barely intact, each bearing wounds. Even the vehicles and weaponry stationed within the inner city were marred with scars, their armor damaged and gun barrels shattered. What sort of combat prowess could single-handedly reduce an entire zombie legion to such a pitiful condition? Moreover, how did Xiao Wan and her team manage to withstand such ferocious firepower from numerous weapons? It is worth noting that when Su Qing and his group breached the inner city, they were the only team present, unlike Gu Ning and Sister Ling, who had consolidated all available vehicles from the survivor zones to join the assault. During the battle, they could share the burden of the firepower inflicted by the zombie horde. Avoiding concentrated attacks, under the overwhelming bombardment from such a vast array of weaponry, Gu Ning could hardly fathom what kind of team could endure unscathed, let alone launch a second offensive, successfully assaulting the inner city twice. Such formidable combat strength, almost invincible in nature, was indeed something to aspire to. Gu Ning remained silent, taking in the scene before her. Beside her, Li Lingyu was equally struck, nearly rendered speechless by the sight. She stared at the distant horde of zombies, dark and dense like a swarm of ants, feeling a wave of suffocation. Upon hearing that Su Qing had infiltrated the inner city of the zombie city and ventured to the Sakura district through a spatial passage, Li Lingyu had not fully grasped the enormity of the situation. She simply acknowledged Su Qing's prowess in ascending to the top of the global vehicle combat power rankings. Now, witnessing the seemingly impenetrable zombie legion, she struggled to comprehend how Su Qing had carved a path through such defenses. How had he withstood the relentless firepower to disembark and retrieve the golden treasure chest, tightly guarded by layers of zombies? Now, witnessing the horde firsthand, Li Lingyu realized that Su Qing's feats were nothing short of miraculous. The scale of this zombie legion was clearly not designed for individual survivors. To conquer the inner city, which was firmly defended by the zombie horde, required the united effort of all survivors. Such a task seemed utterly impossible. Yet, Su Qing not only accomplished the survival challenge by annihilating all zombie forces in the Sakura district, but also managed to survive and return amidst the total annihilation of the entire region. How had Su Qing and his team achieved this? Was it truly possible for a single vehicle squad to overpower such a formidable zombie legion? It seemed overwhelmingly daunting. As Li Lingyu regarded the zombie horde before her, she suddenly felt as if she had missed out on far too much. Had she exerted herself a tad more earnestly before the advent of the apocalypse, she might have decisively captured the affections of the innocent and dashing Su Qing, rather than merely toying with him daily for the sheer pleasure of witnessing his bashful demeanor. Perhaps her current existence would be markedly different. Nonetheless, she finds her present circumstances quite satisfactory, harboring no discontent. If given the choice, Li Lingyu would still prefer her current lifestyle, wherein she commands a camp within a survival zone, wielding absolute authority. Her word is law, and she enjoys complete freedom, unencumbered by any restrictions. Prepare for battle. The undead are approaching. Sister Ling quickly regained her composure. As she steered the delivery van, a rocket soared forth, crashing into the horde of zombies within the inner city. An explosion illuminated the night, rousing the dormant undead soldiers stationed within. They grasped their rifles, dragging their decayed bodies, and surged toward the city's outskirts. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the zombies were constrained by the outer fortifications and the ruins, preventing them from pouring out en masse. Most remained trapped within, with only those positioned at the gaps in the rubble managing to escape, resembling a flood breaching a dam, rushing forth in a tumultuous tide. The defenders stationed outside the city began to engage in fierce combat with the oncoming horde, originally designed to protect the survivors from entering the inner city. The fortifications now served as a barricade against the zombie army, restricting their full-scale emergence. Waves of the undead surged forth, clashing with the survivors outside, bullets flying in a chaotic dance of violence. When those at the front could no longer withstand the onslaught, they swiftly retreated to repair their vehicles, while reinforcements took their place without hesitation. Do not be reckless. If a vehicle's durability drops by a third, switch out immediately. The zombies within the inner city were abundant. There was no fear of running out of targets. Everyone had their share of the battle. As Li Lingyu fired her weapon, she simultaneously directed the operations over the radio. All survivor vehicles formed a semicircle around the city's sole exit, unleashing relentless gunfire that engulfed the emerging undead soldiers. Those already battered and broken were shredded by the ferocity of the assault, their remains scattered across the desolate terrain. In that compact stretch of ruins, it resembled a meat grinder, the stench of blood and decay pervading the air, intensely nauseating. Yet, all present had acclimated to the grim realities of the apocalypse and regarded the gruesome scene with indifference. They adhered strictly to Sister Ling's orders, continuously rotating positions to allow the damaged frontline vehicles to recuperate and slowly repair before rejoining the fray. Even as the inner city was an overwhelming mass of corpses, forcing the survivors to retreat and create more space for combat, no vehicles suffered destruction, only the steady elevation of their ranks, as they gazed upon their ever-increasing survival points, and the equipment and supplies dropped by the fallen zombie soldiers. All the survivors outside the inner city were filled with exhilaration. When had they ever experienced such a straightforward battle? It was an absolute delight. Previously, they had endured countless hardships in the wilderness, relentlessly searching for the shadows of monstrous zombies. Intrigues, fierce rivalries, and backstabbing were the daily fare of their existence. Yet, after all this struggle, they could scarcely gather a meager amount of monster resources, making progress painfully slow. But now, following Sister Ling and collaborating as a unified force, all they needed to do was to position themselves amidst the ruins of the outer city. Waves upon waves of zombie soldiers surged forth from the front, an endless tide. There was no need to concern themselves with the quantity of monsters or the distribution of spoils. Their only worries lay in the feeble firepower of their firearms and the sluggish pace of their monster-hunting endeavors. Amidst the convoy of vehicles, golden lights occasionally illuminated the scene, signaling ascensions and levels. Chapter 139. Inside the Instance, Island Rainforest, Shiza District. The battle within the City of the Dead persisted relentlessly until darkness enveloped the land. Observing the exhaustion etched on everyone's faces, Li Lingyu promptly commanded a retreat. All vehicles surged forth from the city like a tide, making their way toward the wilderness. As they departed from the ruins, the barrage of gunfire from the survivors ceased within the range of attack, and the horde of zombie soldiers emerging from the inner city began to dwindle until they vanished entirely. The conflict came to a complete halt, and this wave of hunting had effectively depleted the numbers of zombie soldiers in a small area of the inner city. One of the key reasons for their remarkable success lay in Li Lingyu's ability to consolidate all the vehicles from the survival zones, resulting in formidable combat strength. Furthermore, the overall combat prowess of Shiza District stood unparalleled within the survival world. With everyone united, breaching the City of the Dead was merely a matter of time. Another contributing factor was the fact that the zombie soldiers were largely in a state of severe injury. during their assault on Su Qing's nuclear aerial command vehicle. The bullets they fired were repelled by the thorns of the armor, inflicting substantial damage upon themselves. Consequently, very few of the zombie soldiers were left in a complete state, their limbs mutilated and black blood staining the ground, rendering them exceedingly feeble. Thus, the battle in Shiza district unfolded with remarkable ease, significantly reducing the difficulty of their conquest. Aining, come rest in our survival zone tonight. I will have the logistics team prepare some delightful food for us to celebrate, Li Lingyu suggested. Noticing the absence of any further zombie soldiers from the inner city. Grateful, Gu Ning accepted the invitation after a moment of contemplation. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had developed a modicum of trust in Li Lingyu. A woman capable of commanding the vast Black Mountain Tunnel camp and wielding authority over thousands of vehicles was undoubtedly a formidable and magnanimous figure, possessing both means and strength in abundance. Yet, when it came to her friends, she exhibited warmth and a spirit of mutual assistance, devoid of any selfish motives. Perhaps it was this very quality that garnered her such a loyal following. According to Gu Ning's understanding, these loyal companions had all been workers at Li Lingyu's supermarket or construction sites prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Li Lingyu had extended her generosity to them during those times, fostering a bond of trust and recognition of her leadership. With such a person, Gu Ning felt no apprehension that she would act covertly to her detriment. Thus, she accepted Li Lingyu's invitation to spend the night in the camp. After all, given a choice, no one would prefer to endure the treacherous solitude of the apocalypse alone. Being isolated after nightfall was not only perilous, but the profound sense of loneliness was also excruciatingly arduous to bear. In this rare encounter with a trustworthy individual, Gu Ning chooses to engage in a temporary mutual assistance. If circumstances permit, after careful observation, they may consider forming a team in the future. Having experienced much, Gu Ning is exceedingly cautious in selecting allies. Rather than associating with a dubious and inept companion, she would prefer to navigate the apocalyptic world alone, enjoying her freedom without the intrigues and disturbances that could cloud her mind. This solitude brings her a greater sense of joy. In the Beiying district, the biochemical research base instance is situated on several islands at the periphery of the instance, where flames rage and smoke billows. The island has been reduced to charred remains. With all biochemical monsters annihilated, Jiang Lan and her team of 7 helicopters have divided into 2 squads, hovering above one of the islands. Machine guns and rockets rain down from the skies, cleansing the area with fervent fire, enveloping the island entirely. Lanjie, We've conducted aerial surveillance, and there are no remaining monsters on the island below. All have been eradicated, reports Xiao Ling, who pilots a helicopter alongside another 4-member team, joining Jiang Lan in the air. Currently, the helicopter squad has all reached level 12. Su Qing prioritizes the allocation of survival points to upgrade their newly joined vehicles, ensuring the overall strength of the team remains balanced, avoiding excessive vulnerabilities. Now, Xiaoan and her team's vehicles have also attained level 19, nearing the maximum level cap for the zombie siege survival scenario. Feeling the exhilarating surge of upgrades akin to taking flight, Jiang Lan and her sisters are filled with excitement. After battling in the skies for a considerable duration, they feel no fatigue, brimming with energy, eager to unleash their munitions across all islands of the instance. However, the enormous islands at the center of the instance present an anomalous situation. The vegetation on these islands grows unusually lush, with colossal trees overshadowing the land, their branches thick and impenetrable. The helicopters cannot penetrate the interior of the islands, limited to circling above for reconnaissance. Now, the 3 massive islands located in the Central Sea, though distant, exhibit vegetation that almost intertwines in the air, weaving together to form an exceptionally dense giant rainforest. Various biochemical experimental species flit in and out of visibility, frolicking among the thick branches, navigating between the 3 islands. The vastness of this tree-dense rainforest landscape renders the current firepower of the 7 helicopters insufficient, unable to breach the external vegetation's defenses and pose any threat to the internal monsters. Furthermore, the biochemical creatures conceal themselves within the foliage, making it impossible to lock onto a target for an attack. Su Qing, through reconnaissance drones, observes the situation ahead and promptly informs Jiang Lan and the others to return. After enduring half a day of combat, the progress in conquering the instance has surpassed the midpoint. Now, everyone feels somewhat fatigued, rendering it unwise to continue the offensive. This time, as he entered the biochemical experiment-based dungeon, Su Qing's primary objective was to harness the unique environment of this secret realm to enhance the combat abilities of his team members. Therefore, he refrained from deploying airdropped annihilation pods or conducting remote bombardments. Since they had become part of a cohesive unit, the collective progression of their skills was of utmost importance. Otherwise, one might become a redundant ornament within the team. Over time, this would inevitably lead to discord. To avert such eventualities, it was essential to engage in practical training through real combat scenarios. As dusk approached, Qing called back the helicopter squad stationed ahead, preparing for a full-scale deployment the following day. Meanwhile, he intended to upgrade the weaponry of these helicopters during the night, ensuring they were adequately equipped to face the formidable rainforest islands situated in the heart of the ocean. Chapter 140. Synthesizing weapons and assembling the helicopter squad. A golden vortex materialized in the sky. The helicopter squad, returning from afar, plunged headlong into the swirling portal, vanishing into the ether. Once all the helicopters were absorbed into the divine realm, Qing utilized the creative properties of this space to neatly arrange the aircraft upon the ground, without requiring Jiang Lan and the others to continue piloting them. Beside the nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, and Xiaowan and Tang Lin, along with a few others, also returned to the living quarters, preparing for the evening meal. Consumed 1 green-quality heavy machine gun. Item synthesis successful. Obtained a rapid-fire machine gun. Blue. Consumed 1 vehicle-mounted sniper rifle. Blue. Item synthesis successful. Obtained a high-explosive sniper cannon. Purple. Consumed. After everyone regrouped, Qing accessed his backpack space to organize the spoils of today's battle. A total of 8 peripheral islands within the dungeon had been cleared, annihilating all the biomutant beasts inhabiting them. This endeavor not only yielded a vast reserve of spirit crystals and survival points, but also an array of weapons and equipment. Qing intended to synthesize these items into one, equipping all 7 helicopters to enhance their firepower. Today's battle was exhilarating. All I had to do was aim in the sky and fire away, without the burden of overthinking. It was nothing like the days when Sister Lan and I had to remain vigilant against aerial monsters while battling, fearing an attack that could bring down the helicopter. Now, with teammates providing reconnaissance support and fire cover from behind, the experience was simply splendid. As Xiao Ling jumped down from the helicopter, her face flushed with excitement. She eagerly gathered her sisters and returned to the base vehicle from the secret realm, sipping on beverages while recounting her previous harrowing experiences. Today's combat left her feeling utterly invigorated. All the sisters mobilized together to engage in cooperative aerial warfare, supported by pulse radars and reconnaissance drones monitoring the surroundings. There was no longer any concern about assaults from above. Moreover, after activating the lifelink, the helicopter's durability significantly increased. Even when faced with attacks, they remained unscathed and operational, effectively eliminating the greatest flaw of flying vehicles. With no lingering worries, the only focus during battle was on how to effectively utilize firepower to swiftly eliminate the monsters. The freedom to engage aggressively, without the burden of defense, made the combat experience incredibly refreshing, infinitely superior to the days of trepidation in the wilderness. Jiang Lan, seated beside the sofa, observed Xiao Ling's exuberance, her heart swelling with joy. She felt exceedingly fortunate about her decision to join Qing's convoy. It was only upon entering the team that she truly understood what it meant to engage in a rousing battle. Within the dungeon, their onslaught had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Not only are there individuals assisting with reconnaissance and defense in the rear of the squad, but also hidden heavy artillery ready to provide support when faced with insurmountable foes. This sense of security resonates deeply with her. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Lan has been exceedingly cautious, fearful that any misstep outside could lead to a disastrous crash. Should that occur, all the sisters at the mountaintop camp would face annihilation, unable to survive in this new world. Initially, she possessed but a single helicopter equipped with long-range weaponry, serving as the sole beacon of hope for the entire camp. There was no room for error. Otherwise, everyone at the mountaintop would share her fate in death. Without long-range weaponry, the helicopter would lack combat capability, and flying in the sky would render it unable to refuel, inevitably leading to its demise. Reflecting on those arduous times fills Jiang Lan's heart with melancholy. Now, having joined Qing's convoy for merely a day, all 7 sisters' helicopters have been outfitted with long-range weapons, enabling them to ascend and engage in battle. Furthermore, they are continuously optimizing and upgrading their firepower to enhance the combat effectiveness of the helicopter squadron. At last, Qing has organized and installed all the weapons acquired from today's dungeon cleanup into the helicopters. Each of these helicopters is now equipped with at least 2 long-range weapons, all of blue quality or higher. In fact, on Jiang Lan's helicopter, Qing has upgraded and installed 3 purple rare-grade weapons. Among them, the heavy machine gun and rocket launcher are of blue quality, synthesized and upgraded to purple by Qing. The third weapon is a newly synthesized heavy weapon, the high-explosive sniper cannon, purple. High-explosive sniper cannon, purple. A heavy anti-material sniper weapon with formidable penetrating power. capable of accurately hitting targets at extreme distances, with a maximum range of 6,000 meters and an attack power of 1,000. These 3 weapons are mounted on the sides and bottom of the helicopter, boasting formidable firepower. On Xiaoling's helicopter, there is also a purple-quality multi-barrel rapid-fire machine gun, previously installed on a heavy-lift drone. The remainder consists of blue-quality weapons. As for the M416 assault rifle, Su Qing has reclaimed it and reinstalled it on the armed mechanical wolf. This weapon, being a personal firearm, possesses less power compared to vehicle-mounted weaponry. However, its lighter weight makes it more suitable for engaging agile targets. Initially, when the squad's weaponry was insufficient, Su Qing had taken it out to supplement the helicopter. Now, after clearing a substantial portion of the dungeon, the weapons dropped are more than adequate to equip the entire helicopter squad, rendering the weaker personal weapon unnecessary. Once Su Qing completed the handling of the dropped weaponry, a row of helicopters, stationed within the enigmatic realm, is adorned with an array of formidable weaponry. From a distance, they exude an aura of formidable power and undeniable intimidation. Compared to the time of my initial arrival, the combat capabilities of these helicopters have escalated exponentially. Not only have the vehicles experienced a significant enhancement in their levels, but their attributes have also seen considerable augmentation. The weaponry affixed to these aircraft has undergone rapid advancements at an astonishing pace. Among them, 3 helicopters have transformed dramatically from their bare, unarmed state. In just a single day, they have evolved into their current formidable configuration. Their levels have ascended to a remarkable 12. And each side of the aircraft boasts the installation of a heavy long-range weapon, resulting in a steep increase in combat efficacy. Chapter 141. Fierce battle in the Central Island's dense forest. A series of violent explosions reverberated across the tranquil surface of the sea, shattering the morning silence that had lulled the biomutated beasts into slumber. Above in Shaowan's heavy artillery fortress, remnants of flames lingered in the air as smoke billowed forth, incessantly launching shells into the depths of the forest. In the distance, the lush, intertwined foliage of the island's rainforest was torn apart by the wrath of the sea god's heavy artillery and high-explosive howitzers, creating a charred breach that reached the heart of the island. Through the gap between the trees, the abandoned, rusted structures of the island became visible, alongside a multitude of panicked biomutated beasts scurrying in disarray. Clearing the path to the island, Su Qing piloted the nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle, gliding across the sea's surface and swiftly advancing towards the central island. Upon reaching the forest passage that Shaowan had blasted open, the vehicle ascended, lifting off from the water and landing on solid ground. A golden spatial vortex materialized before the base vehicle. Tang Lin, at the helm of the Blade Phantom, was the first to burst forth from the vortex, traversing the passageway and racing towards the island's center. Closely following her was Bai Ling in her stealthy flying shuttle. No sooner had she exited the vortex than she activated her cloaking device, tailing Tang Lin into the dense forest corridor. Behind them trailed Jiang Lan's helicopter squadron, emerging successively from the spatial portal and flying at low altitude, aligning their flight path with the 2 golden vehicles as they entered the vast expanse of the towering rainforest. Bringing up the rear was Su Qing's nuclear-powered aerospace vehicle, its massive form resembling an iron fortress, adorned with menacing blackthorn armor that exuded an aura of intimidation. The formidable presence of this base vehicle instilled a profound sense of security within the team, even as they ventured into the enclosed rainforest teeming with lurking beasts and perilous threats. Instead of fear, they felt a rush of excitement akin to embarking on a rainforest exploration. Deep within the passage, at the island's core, stood an abandoned outpost. Behind the outpost loomed a sealed alloy gate, firmly shut. The semicircular metallic dome of the structure bore a striking resemblance to the sealed gas chamber at the entrance of the instance. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder alert! As the convoy approached the outpost, the shrill, urgent alarm echoed throughout the dense forest. Red lights flashed incessantly, inducing a wave of panic among the members of the team. Boom! 3 rockets, trailing fiery tails, accurately struck the red alarm atop the outpost. Following the explosion, the piercing alarm ceased abruptly, restoring an eerie calm to the forest. What a bothersome mechanism. It's deafening. Tang Lin expressed her irritation, releasing the hailstorm rocket launch button as she grumbled. Yet, the explosive noise seemed to trigger some defensive mechanism within the biolaboratory. A cacophony of roars from numerous beasts erupted from the depths of the surrounding forest, accompanied by the incessant rustling of leaves. Soon, strange-shaped biomutated beasts began to materialize among the towering tree trunks. They ascended the branches, concealed beneath the dense foliage, their gazes ferocious and avaricious. Scanning the vehicle squad stationed in the clearing below, Jiang Lan reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of various biomutant beasts upon the branches, She promptly commanded the helicopter squad to pivot, facing outward, and to engage in a fire assault. The helicopters, hovering in midair, had undergone significant enhancement through Su Qing's synthetic fortification, resulting in a tremendous upgrade in the potency of their mounted weaponry. The squad's combat firepower was now several-fold more ferocious than it had been the previous day. A barrage of bullets and artillery rained down upon the surroundings, mercilessly obliterating the biomutant beasts clinging to the massive tree branches, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh, limbs shattered, as they plummeted to the ground. Eliminated a level 10 elite monster, Biodevourer, rewarded with a heating fuel stove, 8 spirit crystals, and 10 survival points. Eliminated a level 12 common monster, Virus Snout Monkey, rewarded with a crate of cola, 6 spirit crystals, and 12 survival points. Eliminated. Though numerous, the combat prowess of these biomutant beasts was relatively feeble, and their size paled in comparison to those found on other islands. Their sole advantage lay in their agility, enabling them to leap and climb amid the colossal trees, even launching attacks against the hovering helicopters. Several virus-infected monkeys and leopards leapt from the treetops, hurtling towards Jiang Lan and her team, targeting the helicopters that continued to unleash fire. Bang! Bang! Before the assailing monsters could reach the airborne aircraft, they were all struck down by energy beams emanating from the ground, piercing their skulls. The searing rays charred their flesh, leaving not a drop of blood to spill. All the leaping monsters plummeted to the earth like rain. Bai Ling's vehicle, concealed in the clearing, incessantly fired upwards, aiding the airborne helicopter squad in defending against the monstrous onslaught. The silent energy beams, akin to assassins in the dark, emerged from unknown origins, rendering any defense futile. "Well done, Xiaoling," Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing the biomutant beasts fall from the sky, all struck down before even brushing against the helicopter's edges. She relentlessly maneuvered the helicopter, aiming at the creatures attempting to flee and leap from the trees to assault the vehicles. The gunfire roared continuously, sending leaves and branches swirling through the air. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer. She noticed several massive monsters charging towards Tang Lin's Phantom Blade vehicle, having broken through the obstructive branches below. Their enormous forms carried an aura of dread, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Xiaoling felt her legs weaken at the sight of these rampaging behemoths. Realizing they were on the verge of breaking through the foliage to attack Tang Lin, she immediately called for her teammates. The 4 helicopters swiftly adjusted their course, targeting the monstrous horde below, unleashing a frenzy of fire. The rain of bullets cascaded from above, striking the charging beasts and causing them to stumble and falter in their advance. Yet, it could not impede their advance. The movements of these bioengineered behemoths remained powerful and swift, charging towards the Phantom Blade vehicle stationed in the clearing of the forest. With a resounding boom, a violent tremor rippled through the air, resonating over a considerable distance. The long-dormant energy cannon erupted amidst the trees. The formidable shockwave instantaneously shredded the approaching biomonsters, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. The aftermath splattered against the robust alloy gates of the bioexperimentation facility, staining them with dark, viscous remnants. Following the elevation to the Golden Legendary Grade vehicle, the Phantom Blade's foundational attack power underwent a remarkable enhancement. Tang Lin's energy cannon now boasted significantly augmented striking force. With a single blast, it cleared a vast expanse ahead, repelling the oncoming horde of biobeasts. Chapter 142, The Arrival of Winter. The boss of the instance, the Banyan Tree Demon, the winter event has descended. All survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. 3 hours remaining on the countdown. Once the countdown concludes, the frigid climate will envelop the entire survival world. This winter event will endure for a duration of 3 months. As Tang Lin unleashed her power, the horde of rampaging biobeasts surged forth, and a notification appeared on the vehicle interface. Su Qing opened the interface, realizing that the world's winter event had arrived ahead of schedule, lasting 3 months. However, they currently found themselves within the confines of an instance's secret realm, a space entirely independent from the external environment. Here, the atmosphere remained sweltering, lush, and vibrant, characteristic of a tropical island rainforest. With the capabilities of their nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, equipped with an intelligent environmental regulation system, they were impervious to the climatic changes outside. After a fleeting glance at the interface, Su Qing dismissed it, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. In the depths of the dense forest ahead, after Tang Lin's Phantom Blade had cleaved through the biobeasts, the fortified metallic door that safeguarded the biochemical laboratory finally opened. From within the metallic dome, several weapon turrets ascended, aiming at the helicopter squad hovering above. Boom. This time, Su Qing refrained from lingering behind to spectate. After all, his purpose was not to eradicate the instance monsters but to cultivate the cooperative combat awareness of his team, not to allow them to be mere targets. The airborne helicopters, once targeted by the ground defense turrets, had no means of evading the assault. They could only endure the onslaught of incoming surface-to-air missiles. Such a combat scenario bore no semblance of training efficacy, relying solely on their durability to withstand ground attacks. Consequently, Qing promptly activated the Storm Ripper heavy machine gun mounted on the base vehicle, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades that enveloped the turreted defenses. He locked onto the ground defense turrets of the biochemical laboratory with unwavering precision. The powerful gusts and slicing blades rendered the weaponry atop the laboratory's dome unstable, preventing them from launching any offensive. Observing the weapon turrets emerging from the dome, Jianglan swiftly directed the helicopter squad to reposition and aim towards their target. Ceasing their fire on the frantically fleeing biobeasts in the trees, they redirected all ammunition toward the dome's weapon platform. In this biochemical laboratory instance, the only tangible threat to the convoy stemmed from these long-range heavy defense platforms. The experimental beasts residing on the island posed no real danger, merely serving as hapless targets for relentless slaughter. Under the barrage of their combined firepower, the defensive turrets that had risen from the dome failed to discharge a single round. They were overwhelmed and utterly annihilated, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Destroying the biochemical laboratory defense turrets yielded 1 missile launch bay for the vehicle, 30 spirit crystals, and 100 survival points. After obliterating the surface-to-air weaponry that had emerged from the biochemical laboratory's apex, a new notification arrived. The formidable alloy gate, once fortified by the defensive weaponry atop the dome, silently creaked open after all means of protection had been obliterated. It revealed an abyssal interior, cloaked in darkness. With a flourish of bravado, I decided to launch a few rocket grenades to gauge the depths within. Upon witnessing the gaping entrance, Tang Lin pressed the launch button, and several hail-like rockets screamed forth from the vehicle's rooftop, trailing flames as they soared into the opening. Just as everyone's attention was fixated upon the entrance of the biochemical research facility, awaiting the explosion of the rockets inside, an unexpected assault occurred. An airborne helicopter was besieged. Countless tree branches lashed out from above, their immense strength causing the helicopter to sway precariously in the air. This sudden onslaught took everyone by surprise. Looking up, one could see the once still branches of the colossal tree now writhing as if awakened from slumber, twisting and entwining in the air, launching an assault on the helicopters. Spirit Banyan Tree Demon, Bloodline Qualities, Orange Epic, Level, 25, Health, 150, 000, 150, 000, Attack, 800, Skills, Old Tree Entanglement. Spirit Absorption and Fruit Cultivation, Description. This is a life form from a high-level, spirit-rich otherworld, capable of absorbing external spiritual energy concealed within its trunk, atop this colossal tree. Spirit fruits can be nurtured which, when consumed, enhance one's extraordinary awakening abilities. The branches in the air grew rapidly, ensnaring the helicopters that circled above like a web. In the brief moment that Qing glanced upward to check its attributes, the myriad of branches ensnared the hovering helicopters, binding them tightly within the treetop canopy. The robust branches constricted ever more, creaking ominously as they enveloped the helicopters like tightly wrapped dumplings. The durability of the aerial vehicles was severely compromised. Fortunately, Qing had linked all vehicles with the life chain module, allowing the fleet to share durability. Under the united defense of the vehicle's durability, the helicopters ensnared by the branches remained unscathed, and the pilots within suffered no harm. However, the sudden entanglement by the thick branches left all aboard the helicopter pale with fear. Observing the chaos above from the ground, the three vehicles immediately aimed their weapons skyward. A relentless barrage of bullets struck the roots of the tree demon, violently shattering the branches and scattering debris throughout the air, liberating the helicopters ensnared in the treetop. As the helicopters, now heavily entangled in branches, fell after their roots were severed, a golden vortex appeared in the sky, drawing the incapacitated helicopters into the secret realm. This biochemical research facility instance was classified as an Orange Epic difficulty level. The difficulty of this battle proves to be exceedingly daunting for the squadron of helicopters, most of which are of the Blue Excellence grade. Had it not been for Qing's Life Link module, which provided a semblance of defensive durability, these helicopters would have faced annihilation at the hands of the sudden assault by the pregnant spirit tree demon, with no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. The ambush on the helicopter squadron was astonishingly abrupt. None could have anticipated that the boss of this instance would manifest from the tranquil, expansive canopy of a giant tree growing on the island, rather than emerging from the underground bioweapons laboratory, safeguarded by a metallic gate. Chapter 143, Mechanical Soldiers. Instant refinement. The branches of the tree demon were swiftly severed, prompting an immediate response as it thrashed wildly. Countless leaves and twigs surged toward the three vehicles on the ground, ensnaring them in a chaotic assault. The space in the forest clearing became increasingly constricted, leaving no room for evasion. Boom, boom. A series of explosive flashes erupted above the colossal canopy. The incendiary effects of the shells ignited the massive branches of the ancient tree. In an instant, flames surged upward, filling the island with billowing black smoke. Once the helicopter squad was safely retracted into the hidden realm, Qing ceased to hold back. He commanded in Shaoan, who remained at the entrance of the instance on the island, to unleash long-range heavy firepower, blanketing the entire treetop. Supersonic missiles and high-explosive artillery shells bombarded the landscape in succession, transforming the enormous, rainforest-like spirit banyan tree that occupied the three islands into a blazing torch. Engulfed in flames upon the sea. Just training my troops, and this little trash truly believes we are soft persimmons, easily squished? Qing scoffed upon witnessing the tree demon. Unable to contain itself, actively revealing its position and launching an attack. It was at this moment he comprehended that the biochemical research facility, nestled at the heart of the island and concealed within the rainforest, was merely a trap to lure enemies into a snare. The design was to entice foes into the tree demon's hunting ground, stepping into the forest clearing only to be ensnared and besieged by endless branches. With no hope of escape. For an ordinary survivor team, being besieged by countless branches and leaves would likely render the trap successful. However, what the tree demon faced now was a super team, among the elite in combat prowess within the survival world, equipped with several legendary-grade heavy weapons of immense power. Their offensive capabilities were formidable, and Shaoan's initial wave of long-range attacks shattered the tree demon's expansive canopy, igniting it in fierce flames. Moreover, the distance of their assault was so great that the tree demon could not retaliate, forced to remain in the ocean's center, passively enduring the onslaught. Buzz. As Tang Lin's rockets struck the biochemical facility, the once silent metallic doors began to stir. After a brief pause, countless red lights emerged, drawing closer from the darkness. Emerging from the doors was a large contingent of fully metallic soldiers, armed with machine guns and various individual weapons. As these mechanical soldiers stepped out of the facility, they immediately targeted the vehicles besieged by the myriad of leaves and branches. They raised their machine guns, bearing long, rolling chains of ammunition. While some carried powerful single-use rocket launchers capable of shattering armored vehicles or helicopters, the chaotic barrage of bullets disrupted the flailing branches of the massive tree, accurately striking the nuclear aerospace base vehicle situated in the forest clearing. Among the three vehicles on the island, Qing's nuclear aerospace base vehicle stood out most prominently. Massive and robust, while the other two, Tang Lin has activated the ghost mode, rendering her immune to attack lock and allowing her to weave effortlessly between obstacles. She can depart from this increasingly crowded and perilous woodland at any moment. Bai Ling has never revealed her form, maintaining the vehicle's cloaked status while employing energy attacks, traversing the island without leaving a trace. In contrast, Qing has not engaged any defensive cloaking for his vehicle, relying solely on the formidable attributes of his base vehicle to withstand attack damage. Amidst the relentless assaults of the colossal tree demon, he charges forward fearlessly. This conspicuously large vehicle has now become the target of the mechanical soldiers' onslaught. Countless bullets and artillery fire pierce through the branches, striking against the spiked thorn armor with a resounding clatter. Do not attack this group of mechanical soldiers. I have great use for them. Upon seeing Tang Lin and Bai Ling redirect their weapon turrets towards the entrance of the biological research base, aimed at the seemingly endless stream of mechanical soldiers surging forth from the alloy door, Qing hurriedly intervened. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the relentless emergence of the mechanized troops advancing from within the alloy gate. It filled him with exhilaration. These fully armed mechanical soldiers are likely the last line of defense for the biological research base, coupled with the immense and ferocious rainforest tree demon outside. The combined forces present a formidable challenge, deserving of the orange epic dungeon difficulty rating, should the survivors' vehicles become ensnared in the heart of the island. Caught between these two formidable foes, escape would be nearly impossible. The foliage outside is a labyrinth of intertwined branches, obscuring movement entirely. They would be left to endure the dual onslaught of the tree demon's whip-like branches and the relentless firepower of the mechanical soldiers, struggling to defend themselves. Few vehicles would survive such perilous conditions, and stepping into the tree demon's trap would almost certainly signify death. Yet, for Qing, this legion of mechanical soldiers, which heralds doom for other survivors, is a divine gift. He activated the mechanical Dominion Core attribute of his nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, enveloping all incoming mechanical soldiers. Soon, the gunfire from the soldiers ceased, and a profound stillness descended upon them as they stood motionless, stripped of all combat commands. Suddenly, blue light flickered in the eyes of the mechanical soldiers, and they resumed their previous state, lifting their weapons once more. However, this time, their targets shifted. They aimed not at the nuclear-powered aerial base vehicle, but at the tree demon's branches that were violently striking from all directions. Within the lush forest of the island, the sound of gunfire erupted once again. Yet, this time, the roles had reversed. The mechanical battalion, once attacking alongside the tree demon, had now become Su Qing's subordinates. Fully under the control of the mechanical dominion attribute, they redirected their fire, relentlessly blasting at the encroaching tree demon's branches. The sheer force of their firepower sent leaves and branches flying, shattering and destroying them in the process. At this moment, the pregnant spirit banyan tree demon, besieged on all sides, found itself in dire straits. Outside, it was bombarded by Xiaowan's formidable artillery fortress, which unleashed a relentless barrage of supersonic missiles, howitzer shells, and the wrath of Poseidon, heavy cannons that bombarded the demon with unyielding ferocity. This relentless assault stripped away vast portions of the tree demon's expansive canopy, exposing its bare, gnarled trunk amid the chaotic sea. Within, it faced the coordinated onslaught of 3 golden vehicles, their firepower extraordinarily fierce, causing branches to splinter and fly apart. Even the armed mechanical legion, which should have been allies, had completely turned against it, aiming their cannons at its very limbs. Bullets rained down mercilessly. Under this dual assault from both inside and out, the life force of the pregnant spirit banyan tree demon plummeted rapidly, leaving it utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Chapter 144. The Ancient Tree of Life. A forest from one tree defeated a level 25 monster. The pregnant spirit banyan tree demon obtained 1 demon spirit root, a set of forest thorn guardian array, 30 spirit crystals, and 25 survival points. The dungeon boss has been defeated. The biochemical laboratory dungeon is complete. Battle rating: SSS, received orange dungeon clearance rewards, 1 Skynet mechanical intelligence unit, a complete mechanical soldier production line, 300 spirit crystals, and 350 survival points. The announcement of the defeat echoed. The massive tree demon, which had been thrashing wildly at the branches and attacking ground vehicles, suddenly fell silent, ceasing all movement. All the flailing branches and leaves drooped downwards, coming to a standstill. Only the countless fragments of branches and leaves that lingered in the air continued to drift downwards, resembling the scattering of celestial flowers under fierce artillery fire, vividly illustrating the intensity of the recent battle. Demon Spirit Root, orange, a life seedling of an otherworldly tree demon, capable of being cultivated and contracted as a guardian spirit, possessing the potential for evolution and intelligence. Innate ability, can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, containing it within. When saturated, it bears fruit, consumption of which can enhance extraordinary power. Inside the nuclear aerospace base vehicle, Su Qing retrieved a sapling, as thick as a forearm and adorned with numerous roots. From his backpack's spatial compartment, the leaves of this sapling shimmered like emeralds, translucent and brimming with life energy, suggesting it was no ordinary specimen. As soon as he withdrew it, the wood spirit aura emanating from the sapling permeated the entire interior of the vehicle, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a lush forest. Refreshing and immensely comfortable. Detected similar items. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Upon seeing the prompt, Su Qing inspected the attributes and discovered that the sapling he held could be synthesized with the wood spirit root cultivated in the secret realm. After confirming the information, he chose to proceed with the synthesis. Consumed 1 demon spirit root, orange, item synthesis successful. Obtained 1 ancient tree of life, gold, ancient tree of life, gold, the progenitor of ancient life, the king of giant trees. Capable of transforming into a giant tree guardian spirit, contracted host, Su Qing. Innate ability, can attract and condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the concentration of life energy within its domain. Crops planted within the domain have a 10 chance of evolving into extraordinary species, with a 10-fold increase in growth speed. The ancient tree can bear spirit fruit, consumption of which can significantly enhance extraordinary power, heal wounds, and restore vitality. Upon synthesizing these 2 extraordinary wood-type items, the previously small sapling resembling merely a wood spirit root began to grow at an astonishing rate. The branches of the ancient tree of life soared skyward, becoming robust and towering. Its leaves expanded laterally, spreading ceaselessly, covering the once barren black soil. In an instant, the ancient tree of life transformed into a vast forest, lush and teeming with vitality. The fruit trees that Bai Wei had transplanted from outside were all sheltered within the embrace of the ancient tree. Under the influence of the ancient tree's domain, these fruit trees grew even more robustly. The fruits atop the trees have grown increasingly lush and captivating. This suddenly towering forest has utterly transformed the environment of the entire secret realm. From its original desolation and barrenness, it has directly evolved into a verdant wilderness. The ecological conditions are incomparably superior to before. At the heart of the forest, upon the sturdiest trunk, a colossal visage appears. Upon closer inspection, this face bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Qing. This is the spirit of the ancient tree, now fully awakened and under Su Qing's direct contract. After all, its existence was birthed through Su Qing's synthesis. He is its creator. This enormous, singular life form, having become a forest unto itself, now serves as Su Qing's avatar. Through the connection to the ancient tree spirit's perception, even outside the secret realm, Su Qing can precisely probe all occurrences within, with utmost clarity. Every detail is vividly apparent. The reach of its vines and branches delineates the territory of the ancient life tree. The entire flourishing forest encircles the tranquil cherry blossom lake, forming a vast ecological sphere. Exquisitely beautiful, the girls who had remained in the secret realm, such as Bai Wei, Su Ying, and Jiang Lan, were astounded by the dramatic transformation before them. Their mouths agape, they fixated on the scene, fearful of missing any detail. Such a radical shift, this rapidly growing expanse of forest, was a spectacle only seen in films. Yet, here it was, unfolding before their very eyes, strikingly real. In an instant, the landscape of the secret realm had been rejuvenated, brimming with life. Finally, there was no longer any need to fret over how long it would take to cultivate the entire land of the secret realm. Now, with this sudden coverage of more than half the territory, we can breathe a little easier. Bai Wei was the first to regain her composure. Leaping from the versatile transport vehicle with a smile, her words jolted Su Ying from her overwhelming shock, awakening her senses. The battle outside must have concluded. Let us go out and take a look, she suggested. Observing the scene unfolding within the secret realm, she quickly deduced that this must be the result of Su Qing's efforts in managing the combat scenario. In the past, similar occurrences would transpire after battles, primarily concerning the vehicles or weapons within the convoy, which would undergo sudden enhancements due to Su Qing's unique abilities. Now, it was merely the flora within the secret realm being transformed, yet the effect remained the same. The group proceeded to the leisure area of the base vehicle's cockpit, where they found Su Qing seated at the controls, examining items within his backpack. Outside the nuclear energy base vehicle, 300 mechanical soldiers armed with firearms emerged in formation from the subterranean biochemical laboratory. They exited through the sealed metallic gate, standing in the clearing of the forest. A dense throng, a sea of dark figures. The sight was utterly astonishing. These mechanical soldiers were the spoils of battle, controlled by Su Qing through his dominion over machinery. The mechanical soldiers, blue, are autonomous constructs capable of engaging in combat without remote control, adept at executing simple battle tasks independently. They are equipped to carry various weapons and can form combat squads. Their movement speed reaches 60 kilometers per hour, with a maximum load of 300 kilograms and a sustained operational time of 12 hours. After defeating the boss of the instance dungeon, the pregnant spirit banyan tree demon, and acquiring the spirit root, Su Qing redirected his attention towards the assembly of mechanical soldiers outside. With these mechanical creations at his disposal, Su Qing's unique ability as a mechanical sovereign could finally manifest its true might. He could command a legion of machines to sweep away the undead and monstrous entities. Previously, in the survival world outside, he had struggled to find many controllable mechanical constructs. To his astonishment, he discovered such a substantial number of mechanical soldiers within this biochemical research facility's instance. His combat power surged instantaneously. Chapter 145, The Production Line of Mechanical Soldiers. Skynet Mechanical Intelligence. The quality of this cohort of mechanical soldiers is uniformly classified as Blue Excellence. Each individual possesses combat capabilities that can be deemed elite. Equipped with a full array of weaponry, they are undoubtedly capable of engaging in direct confrontations with equally ranked elite adversaries. Importantly, these mechanical soldiers can be organized into combat squads for coordinated operations. The utilization of diverse weapon combinations can yield optimal combat results. Moreover, these mechanical soldiers are entirely consumable. They exhibit superior performance at a minimal cost, making them particularly suitable for swarm tactics. Upon observing the regiment of mechanical soldiers lined up in formation, guarding outside the base vehicle, Su Qing recalled that the reward for successfully completing this instance was precisely the production line system for these mechanical soldiers. Mechanical Soldier Production Line. Purple possesses the ability to process raw materials, capable of autonomously completing the entire process from ore to finished product. When paired with intelligent control, it can identify the grades and types of ores. Depending on the type of ore, it can synthesize components of varying levels, facilitating the assembly of mechanical soldiers. Upgrade requirements. Intelligent Management System, Base Factory. After reviewing the attributes of the production line, Qing realized that this mechanical soldier production line system was not yet in its most potent form. It could still be further upgraded. The necessary items for this enhancement are the Intelligent Management System and the base factory. Qing was already aware of the Intelligent Management System, which was the additional reward obtained from this instance, Skynet Mechanical Intelligence. However, he was uncertain about the source of the other upgrade requirement, the base factory. Skynet Mechanical Intelligence orange a highly advanced computational core, serving as the central brain of the mechanical army. It can not only oversee factory production, ensuring fully automated operations, but also direct the mechanical soldiers in combat, enabling them to cooperate and respond to complex battle scenarios. Qing installed the mechanical soldier production line and the Skynet Mechanical Intelligence within the rear compartment of the base vehicle. This particular area had remained unoccupied. With the characteristics of the divine kingdom of creation, the interior space of the vehicle is remarkably vast, rendering it unnecessary for their group. The front section alone has already accommodated individual living quarters for each member, with ample space remaining. In the communal area, everyone engages in activities within the driving and leisure zones. For leisurely strolls, they would venture into the secret realm. Consequently, the rear of the base vehicle is left with a significant amount of unused space. Initially, Qing intended to utilize that area as a maintenance space or to store some weapons and ammunition. However, upon acquiring the mechanical soldier production line, it perfectly fits into the rear section of the base vehicle. Nonetheless, the spatial dimensions of that location proved somewhat constricted for accommodating the entire production line. It was simply insufficient. Qing promptly expended all the spiritual crystals harvested from the biochemical research facility instance to expand the rear compartment of the base vehicle. At long last, he successfully integrated the entire production line into the designated space. He installed the radiant photon energy-emitting core of the Skynet Mechanical Intelligence at the control center, allowing it to assume command over the entire production line. Furthermore, Qing entrusted the surveillance and control of the base vehicle's weaponry to the Skynet Intelligence for unified management, thereby achieving a fully automated defense system for the base vehicle. No longer would Qing need to concern himself with monitoring the environment around the vehicle or the issues of automatic retaliation. Even in Qing's absence, the base vehicle, empowered by Skynet, would be capable of responding to attacks from demonic creatures. The onboard weapons would unleash their firepower, or mechanical legions could be dispatched to encircle and annihilate the foes. Skynet possessed the capability to handle these operations autonomously. Qing felt no apprehension that relinquishing control of the vehicle's armaments would lead to a rebellion by the Skynet Intelligence. With the extraordinary attribute of mechanical dominion, Qing maintained absolute authority over Skynet. To him, this mechanical intelligence was merely an extension of his own will, devoid of any independent agency. Its sole function was to execute rapid calculations and efficiently manage production and combat operations as directed by Qing. Once the rewards from the two instances were fully installed, what was initially intended for the survivor camp's extensive production line was instead placed within Qing's base vehicle, ready for transport without any restrictions. As long as the raw materials were sufficient, he could infinitely produce mechanical soldiers aboard the vehicle, storing them in the expanded space behind it. When the battle commenced, he could simply open the rear hatch, unleashing a relentless tide of mechanical soldiers armed with various weapons onto the battlefield to hunt the demonic entities. The mere thought of such a frenzied scene filled one with exhilaration and fervor. Regrettably, the base vehicle currently lacked any raw materials necessary for the production of mechanical soldiers, preventing the new production line from commencing operations, leaving Qing with no choice but to pause his plans. However, he soon recalled the mineral resource point located at the coastal cliffs outside the instance. This resource, which refreshed in the White Eagle region, could be utilized to produce mechanical soldiers. He was uncertain, though, about the quality of the minerals at that site. If the mined resources were of high caliber, it would be quite possible to manufacture superior mechanical soldiers on the production line. Once he exited the instance, he intended to secure that mineral resource point. How could the survivors of the White Eagle region continue to dwell upon his minerals and land? Such an affront to order could not be tolerated. Regaining his focus, Qing opened the portal to the secret realm outside the base vehicle. Tang Lin and Bai Ling were the first to pilot their vehicles back into the secret realm, closely followed by a vast throng of over 300 armed mechanical soldiers. With the formidable firepower of this battalion of mechanical soldiers, they are utterly invincible in the outer districts of the zombie city. No monstrous undead creature can withstand the onslaught of 300 blue-grade mechanical constructs. They would scarcely have the opportunity to retaliate. The colossal zombies residing in these outer regions are destined to be overwhelmed by an incessant barrage of bullets and artillery, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. After all, these mechanical soldiers were originally a crucial force within this orange-tier dungeon, serving as the most powerful enemy harvesting units ensconced within the central island trap of the instance. Had it not been for Su Qing's ability to dominate machinery, seizing control and claiming all the mechanical soldiers as his own, this battle would not have concluded so effortlessly. The dungeon would not have been cleared so swiftly, nor would they have vanquished the colossal, tree-like boss creature. Chapter 146, The Thorny Armor of the Green Gang Above the Sea. An extraordinary calm enveloped the surroundings. After retrieving in Shaoan from the entrance of the instance, Su Qing maneuvered the base vehicle, gliding over the tranquil waters and weaving between the islands. With the instance now cleared, they were free to exit at any moment. However, the night had already descended, and venturing outside would yield no opportunities for combat or leveling up. It was imperative to find a suitable place to rest, perhaps opting to stay within the instance for the night, both safe and comfortable. Inside the instance, a gentle breeze flowed, and the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The climate was remarkably pleasant, in stark contrast to the outside world, which had likely transformed into a wintry landscape, enveloped in a blanket of snow. After all, while battling within the instance, Su Qing and his companions had already been informed of the arrival of the winter event, thus anticipating the harsh conditions of the survival zone outside. Ah, it's so cold. Xiaoning, how are things on your end? Is everything all right in the vehicle? Li Lingyu hugged her arms tightly as she stood at the entrance of the Heishan tunnel, glancing at the heavy snowfall outside. She anxiously messaged Gu Ning. Following the onset of the winter event, the external temperature had plummeted, and the biting wind was relentless. Even clad in multiple layers of thick clothing, she found it difficult to stave off the chill, feeling a pervasive coldness enveloping her. Such days loomed ahead for another 3 months, and she was at a loss as to how she would endure them. Lingjia, I'm fine here. My vehicle has ample fuel reserves, and with the heating module, it's not too uncomfortable. Would you like to come to my vehicle for some rest? Gu Ning's reply came swiftly. Li Lingyu cast a glance back at her own cargo van. Though it was of superior quality and possessed formidable combat capabilities, resting within it was decidedly uncomfortable. Compared to Gu Ning's RV, the living conditions in her cargo van were utterly dismal. All right, I'll head over now. Let me grab a few things. And remember to keep the door open for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lingyu agreed to Gu Ning's invitation, anxious that Gu Ning might change her mind. She promptly turned and returned to her vehicle to pack her belongings. Within the expansive tunnel, numerous survivors had gathered, igniting campfires between their vehicles to fend off the cold. Those with resources activated their heating modules, crowding together to share warmth. Others, lacking such luxuries, huddled around the fires, relying solely on their thick winter clothing to withstand the frigid weather. Fortunately, the entrances on both sides of the tunnel had been sealed off, preventing the icy winds from intruding. Otherwise, the conditions would have been even more unbearable. What a miserable existence this is. By day, we battle zombies and monsters, and by night, we guard the campfire, freezing in torment. When will this grueling survival challenge come to an end? Perhaps only death will bring respite. Haven't you seen the notification? The next survival scenario is about to descend upon us. The name Grey Mist of Death evokes an exhilarating sense of foreboding. Furthermore, this harsh winter climate is merely a global event, a sudden occurrence. One might wonder if there will be regional or temporary events in the future. Indeed, it seems we must endure. Goodness, is it truly so? Hearing you say that, what hope remains for this survival challenge? We are destined to perish eventually. Yet, that is not necessarily the case. I perceive a hidden depth within this survival challenge. If we manage to endure until the end, we may ascend to a higher existence, achieving immortality. Another one has lost their mind. This abrupt winter has enveloped the entire survival world in a blanket of white frost. In the wilderness, even the act of breathing manifests as wisps of white mist, akin to a realm of cultivation. Fortunately, the survivors in the West Zay district have amassed ample supplies to fend off the cold, preparing adequately. While the weather is indeed harsh, it is not fatal. Everyone, clad in winter garments, gathers around the fire, still able to indulge in wine, meat, and boastful banter without any hindrance. Of course, the meat is merely packaged instant food obtained from defeating monsters or opening treasure chests, lacking in flavor. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, having food is already a blessing. Who has the luxury to be choosy? Ling Ling, I truly cannot eat another slice of lamb. Please, stop serving me, implored Shaoan, her round belly protruding as she reclined on the sofa, waving her hands in protest. Before her lay a platter brimming with freshly cooked lamb slices. Inside the base vehicle, a dozen individuals sat in a circle, enjoying hot pot and singing merrily. Outside, the tranquil sea lay still, the moonlight cascading upon the water's surface, shimmering like scattered silver. The warmth felt akin to early summer. Su Qing, having finished dinner, sat alone in the driver's seat, retrieving the final item obtained from defeating the boss in a dungeon. Forest Thorn Guardian Array, orange, a protective armor crafted from wood as hard as iron, capable of launching thorny branches to strike surrounding enemies or ensnare and control their movements. Durability 1000, attack power 500, can withstand a pulling force of 300 tons. Discovering similar items, would you like to proceed with synthesis? Su Qing examined the spiked, dark green turtle shell-shaped vehicle module as the prompt appeared. This wooden protective module bore similar attributes to the flexible thorn armor, orange, on the base vehicle, making synthesis entirely feasible. Consuming one Forest Thorn Guardian Array, orange, synthesis successful, obtained a set of Wood Vine Thorn Azure Armor, gold. Wood Vine Thorn Azure Armor, gold armor for vehicles crafted from sacred wood, its surface adorned with thorny spikes that can reflect all attacks, inflicting wooden poison damage on targets, corroding flesh and vehicles. Countless resilient vines entwine the armor, capable of striking and ensnaring nearby enemies, binding them and restricting their movements, rendering them unable to evade and forcing them to remain stationary. The wooden flexible armor, along with the entwined vines, possesses energy absorption properties, reducing collision damage and fearlessly charging into enemy formations. With a defensive durability of 3000, impact damage of 80, a counterattack reflection of 100. A maximum attack range of 500 meters for the vines, and a tensile strength of 1,000 tons. The exterior of the armored vehicle transforms from black to a deep green hue upon successful synthesis. Razor-sharp spikes adorn its surface, while countless tendrils of vines sprout forth, not extending outward but rather entwining upon the armor, intricately interlacing to form an additional layer of protection. This dual-layered wooden defense is exceptionally robust, significantly enlarging the vehicle's dimensions, rendering it even more imposing. It resembles an ancient colossal beast, covered in spikes, lurking upon the surface of the sea, evoking a sense of dread in those who behold it. Chapter 147. Exploring the underground laboratory, the abandoned base factory in the stillness of the night. The nuclear aerospace base vehicle, entwined with thorny vines, glided smoothly across the sea, creating gentle ripples. It moved silently. The young woman aboard, having indulged in a hot pot meal, was now frolicking in the waters of a hot spring entertainment facility. After a day of exertion, she had succumbed to slumber. Su Qing lay within the confines of his chamber, harnessing the capabilities of the mechanical sovereign to directly steer the base vehicle toward the heart of the island. There, he encountered the remnants of a colossal tree demon, its trunk shattered and crown charred, standing silently above the water's surface, yet devoid of life. The leaves had begun to yellow and wither, and the branches, once lush and vibrant, had turned brittle and dry, crumbling at the slightest touch. As Su Qing maneuvered the base vehicle closer, a black spatial vortex materialized in midair. Like a great whale, it consumed the vast remains of the tree demon, which had once occupied 3 islands, drawing them into its depths. This expansive black vortex, resembling a celestial canopy, enveloped the central region of the islands, uprooting the tree demon's remains and devouring them entirely, leaving behind 3 desolate islands pockmarked with hollows in the ocean. The once mighty tree, sprawling like a rainforest, seemed to have never existed, vanishing utterly. This was the extraordinary module known as the Flesh and Blood Melting Furnace, situated at the rear of the base vehicle alongside the mechanical soldier production line. In the dead of night, an idea struck Su Qing. Since the colossal tree had transformed into a demon, altering its life form, could it not be consumed and refined by the flesh and blood melting furnace to create an extraordinary potion? Now, this notion proved fruitful upon reaching the island's center. The immense remains of the tree demon were successfully identified and devoured by the furnace, entering the phase of refinement and decomposition. Another extraordinary potion was on the verge of completion, and the long-anticipated outcome had finally materialized. With a sense of reassurance washing over him, Su Qing allowed the base vehicle to drift freely upon the sea, turning over to resume his slumber. The night passed without incident. At dawn, everyone awoke and, after breakfast, prepared to depart from the instant space to return to the White Eagle survival zone. While sipping tea by the window, Su Qing's gaze was drawn to a barren island in the distance, where a solitary, closed, metallic domed biogenic laboratory remained. After the vast tree demon had been uprooted and consumed by the flesh and blood melting furnace, only the abandoned, rusted remnants of a shattered lookout station and the ruins of the biogenic laboratory remained on the island. As he beheld the open alloy gates, a thought struck Su Qing. He immediately recalled the components required to upgrade the mechanical soldier production line module installed on the base vehicle. Might those components be located within the underground biogenic laboratory? Although this laboratory had long been deserted, its facilities entirely corroded, it was, after all, the origin from which the mechanical soldiers had emerged. Within this realm, there may lie a super factory dedicated to the production of mechanical soldiers. Reflecting on this possibility, Qing felt a surge of excitement, prompting him to remain in the instance a while longer. He deftly maneuvered the base vehicle closer to the largest island, which housed the biochemical research facility, eventually halting just before the alloy gates of the dome-shaped base. Stepping down from the vehicle, he opened the rear hatch, allowing the armed mechanical wolf, equipped with an M416 assault rifle, along with a multitude of mechanical soldiers, to emerge in formation, closely following in his wake. Approaching the massive gates, Qing commanded dozens of mechanical soldiers, weapons at the ready, to lead the way in reconnaissance, flanked by the armed wolf, while hundreds of soldiers formed a protective perimeter behind them. This time, Qing intended to venture alone into the depths of the biochemical facility to ascertain its condition. The facility, located underground, was ill-suited for vehicle access. As he crossed through the open alloy gates, he encountered a vast elevator descending deep into the earth, adjacent to a spiraling metal staircase for emergencies. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. Qing activated his flashlight to survey his surroundings as he descended the staircase, the mechanical soldier's footsteps echoing with a cacophonous thud against the metal, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the underground laboratory. However, with the instance already cleared, he surmised that the subterranean base posed little threat. His intent was merely to prevent any unforeseen traps or mechanisms within the facility, ensuring that the mechanical soldiers led the way for added security. Soon, he arrived at an expansive underground structure, where transparent glass partitioned various laboratories, each filled with an array of bizarre experimental apparatuses and numerous decaying zombie skeletons scattered across the floor. Qing retrieved a gas mask from his backpack, not out of fear of viral infection, but rather due to the abysmal air quality permeating the area, reeking of mildew and decay, a most unpleasant odor. With the mask securely in place, Qing commenced his inspection of the desolate underground edifice, surrounded by the mechanical soldiers. The site was long abandoned, enshrouded in dust and rust, bearing the scars of what appeared to be a fierce conflict. The scattered skeletal remains on the ground bore traces of struggle, with several skeletons missing parts, as though wrenched apart by brute force, their remnants left behind. The entrances to the laboratories stood wide open, with shattered equipment and broken glass littering the floor. Qing cautiously navigated through the experimental zone, delving deeper into the underground complex. Crossing a partially open heavy door, he found the environment here significantly improved, with clean floors devoid of scattered remains. Instead, various types of mechanical devices were stored, all coated in a layer of fine dust. Discover an abandoned base factory, purple, which can be stored in the backpack space for upgrading the mechanical soldier production line. Abandoned base factory, purple, a metal production facility equipped with a smelting furnace, molding workshop, and processing lathe, among other devices. The modular components here can individually manufacture various metal parts or be assembled into the mechanical soldier production line to enhance its production capacity. As Qing stepped through the heavy metal security door, a prompt appeared before him. As he had anticipated, this place indeed housed a mechanical soldier production factory. The abandoned equipment before him comprised a modular assembly designed for processing metal ores. With these devices, the production capabilities of the mechanical soldier line on the base vehicle could be significantly enhanced. They could smelt a greater quantity of metal ores, yield parts, and accelerate the manufacturing speed and output of mechanical soldiers. After reviewing the information, Qing promptly stored the entire set of machine modules in his backpack space, opting to upgrade the mechanical soldier production line on the base vehicle. Chapter 148, The Skynet Mechanical Soldier Assembly Factory. Intelligent Surgical Medical Pod. Upon discovering the Skynet Mechanical Intelligence and Base Factory, the upgraded components were ready. Should the mechanical soldier production line be upgraded? Confirmation for the upgrade was given. Qing retracted the equipment located within the underground biochemical laboratory and directly opted for the enhancement of the production line. Following his decision, the dilapidated and rusted mechanical apparatus that he had stored in his backpack seamlessly merged with the brand new production line acquired from the dungeon rewards. This incorporation rendered the production line more comprehensive and the processes increasingly precise. Atop the production line resided the Skynet Mechanical Intelligence Core, singularly equipped with a supercomputing center. Countless wires connected every process and apparatus within the production line, governing their data and operations. The upgrade of the mechanical soldier production line, purple, was successfully completed, resulting in the acquisition of the Skynet Mechanical Warrior Assembly Factory, orange. The Skynet Mechanical Warrior Assembly Factory, orange, is an entirely automated manufacturing facility for mechanical soldiers. Boasting a complete suite of processing capabilities, from mineral smelting to finished product assembly, it can fabricate seamlessly. It possesses a mechanical intelligence computing center capable of directing Skynet mechanical warriors in combat, accomplishing various complex external missions. Furthermore, It can optimize design schemes and possesses the ability to modify mechanical soldiers, adapting to the requirements of external missions based on mineral types for smelting and forging. Upon completing the upgrade of the production line, the orange quality assembly factory would produce Skynet mechanical soldiers of purple rarity, marking a significant elevation in quality compared to their predecessors. The attributes and data of these new creations would be comprehensively enhanced. Having processed the equipment stored in his backpack, Qing achieved his primary objective within the underground biochemical laboratory. He affixed a searchlight to the armed mechanical wolf, guiding it to follow as he roamed the premises in search of further exploration, preparing to return to the surface and exit the dungeon. The mechanical soldiers at his side were commanded by Qing to disperse throughout the various corners of the underground base, seeking any overlooked supplies. With the assistance of Skynet mechanical intelligence, the data collected by this contingent of mechanical soldiers no longer required Qing's individual scrutiny. He merely needed to entrust the identification to the Skynet intelligence, which would relay the final results back to him. This significantly alleviated Qing's burden of control. After collecting all the production line equipment scattered throughout the underground, the grand hall lay barren. After a brief pause, Qing turned to make his exit. But a message from the Skynet mechanical intelligence halted his steps. A mechanical soldier that had ventured into one of the abandoned laboratories within the biochemical facility had uncovered an orange epic-grade treasure chest hidden beneath a table. The location of this chest was so inconspicuous, nestled among the numerous laboratories within the base and concealed beneath a table, that it would have remained undiscovered without extensive searching. Fortunately, the abundance of Qing's mechanical soldiers ensured that it was not overlooked. They returned to the experimental zone. Qing traversed numerous identical cubicles until he arrived at the laboratory housing the supply treasure chest. Within, several mechanical soldiers, armed and vigilant, stood guard. Qing circumvented the dilapidated experimental tables, and, indeed, beneath one, he beheld the treasure chest radiating a faint orange glow. Upon opening the chest, he acquired an intelligent surgical medical pod, a complete set of medical instruments, 100 spirit crystals, and 100 survival points. Upon witnessing the bounty within the chest, Qing squatted before the table, rising with satisfaction. The items procured from this treasure chest were precisely what was needed to fill the void of personal medical facilities in the base vehicle. In the event of injuries or illnesses among personnel, treatment would have been impossible within the confines of the base vehicle. Now equipped with these devices, he could administer basic surgical procedures to those injured. The intelligent surgical medical pod, Orange, possesses the capability to autonomously scan for ailments, provide treatment plans, and encompasses a full suite of mechanical measures for disinfection, anesthesia, surgery, and handling, allowing it to perform most surgical operations. Its most remarkable feature is its ability to conduct treatment independently. It stores a vast repository of medical case analyses, enabling accurate diagnosis and reporting. Moreover, the pod is equipped with a complete set of surgical robotic arms, eliminating the need for external assistance to carry out surgical procedures, thereby offering immense convenience. In the event of an injury, personnel simply need to lie down in the medical pod, which can handle everything from cleaning and disinfection to wound treatment and suturing, all accomplished with a single command. Qing commanded the mechanical soldiers to search thoroughly, confirming that no further valuable resources remained within the subterranean experimental base. He then opened the portal to the secret realm, a golden vortex materializing in the inky darkness of the underground. Stepping forward, he traversed the secret realm, returning directly to the base vehicle. 300 mechanical soldiers and armed mechanical wolves followed closely, all pouring into the secret realm before being stationed in the rear compartment of the base vehicle. The vast underground biochemical experimental base fell silent once more, engulfed in endless darkness. Above the ocean, a colossal nuclear aerospace base vehicle, adorned with emerald spikes and entangled with vine-like branches, ascended into the sky, exuding a formidable presence. It traversed the high altitudes towards the entrance of the instance. In the White Eagle district, a blanket of snow cloaked the ground, rendering the entire survival zone a pristine white. Fortunately, the snowfall was shallow. Despite the frigid temperatures and slick roads, travel remained feasible. Groups of individuals continued to engage fervently in battle amidst the zombie city, oblivious to the massive base vehicle cloaked in stealth, hovering above the distant sea. After securely placing the intelligent surgical medical pod in the central area of the base vehicle, near the storage room, Qing piloted the vehicle away from the instant space, returning to the White Eagle survival zone. As soon as they emerged from the swirling vortex of the instant space, everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. Even with prior knowledge of the impending winter event, they realized that the survival world had undoubtedly plunged into an abrupt chill. one can suddenly transition from the warm and tranquil embrace of the ocean to the frigid, snow-covered realms of the extreme cold. This dramatic shift in scenery is nothing short of astonishing. How beautiful it is. I long to frolic in the snowy landscape. Indeed, we could build a snowman. Bai Ling and Xiaowan lay side by side at the window, enviously gazing at the wintry scene outside. Captain Su, may we take half a day off to stroll in the snow? Jiang Lan and Su Ying, along with a few others, were equally captivated by the pristine, untouched snow. Their eyes wide with wonder. Of course, came the reply. However, before we indulge ourselves, we must first accomplish a significant task. And then we shall be free to play at our leisure. Chapter 149. The command of water to drive away and devour mineral resource points in the White Eagle district. The survivors stationed at the mineral resource site sensed a terrifying situation. The vast ocean adjacent to the camp suddenly roiled and surged, as if some monstrous entity was about to rise from the depths. The water level rapidly ascended, aggressively encroaching upon the shore. Run. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. A shout from within the camp jolted the stunned crowd to awareness. They hurriedly gathered their belongings and raced to escape in their vehicles. On the desolate highway, astonishingly, there was not a trace of snow. It remained pristine. However, it was now teeming with survivors desperately fleeing towards the city of the undead. A sea of dark figures. As the temperature plummeted, those riding motorcycles found themselves unable to venture out to fight, lest they succumb to the bitter cold. They were left behind to guard the camp, preventing the mineral resource point from being seized. Yet, with the rising tide threatening to inundate the camp, they could no longer afford to worry about the outside chill. Everyone squeezed out of the protective perimeter, scrambling to higher ground. In an instant, the once bustling camp was deserted, leaving only traces of refuse behind. Su Qing, controlling the nuclear aerospace base vehicle, activated the water manipulation module to whip the ocean into a frenzy, crashing against the coast. Observing the completely evacuated camp, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The tactical prowess of the ancient Abyssal devourer was indeed effective. Merely utilizing the water manipulation ability to gather and extend the seawater was sufficient to easily drive away the enemy and eliminate the insignificant. The tumultuous waves rose high, creating a colossal curtain of water that obscured all prying eyes. Su Qing unleashed his spatial devouring ability, directly seizing the mineral resource point perched on the coastal cliff, drawing it into his secret realm. Beneath the cover of the waves, the vast resource point, along with the entire coastal cliff, was torn asunder and consumed, leaving behind a massive pit. Under the relentless assault of the sea, all evidence of the devouring was swept away, leaving no trace, as if the cliff and the mineral resource point had never existed. Even the newly established survivor camp was engulfed, dissolving into nothingness. With his objective fulfilled, Su Qing beheld the resource point securely positioned within the divine realm, nestled by the distant shores of the Cherry Blossom Lake. He contentedly ceased his manipulation of the water, and the towering waves gradually subsided, allowing the shoreline to reclaim its flow back into the ocean. My heavens, is this the power of the water manipulation module? It is utterly terrifying. Can we truly submerge the entire survival zone? And Xiaowan, witnessing the tumultuous waves outside, was left speechless. She had personally observed the ancient Abyssal devourer commanding the sea, summoning monstrous waves that ravaged the wilderness, an astonishing scene of apocalyptic proportions forever etched in her memory. To their astonishment, the fleet they now commanded possessed such extraordinary power, it was simply inconceivable. Are you suggesting that these terrifying, tumultuous waves are a result of our own doing? Xiao Ling and Jiang Lan, having just joined the fleet and not having experienced the battles in the Cherry Blossom Zone, were unaware of the existence of the water manipulation module on the base vehicles. Upon hearing Xiaowan's exclamation, they finally came to realize the situation, their astonishment palpable. Surely, this transcends the realm of conventional vehicle firepower? Is this truly the world I once knew? As Xiaoling gazed at the towering waves, surging to heights of several dozen meters, she could hardly believe that this magnificent spectacle was a manifestation of Su Qing's control over water through the module. The ability to command the sea at will? Such extraordinary power, what difference does it bear from the deities of myth? Truly astonishing. Jiang Lan and the others leaned against the window, eyes wide as they beheld the colossal waves that seemed capable of annihilating the world. Their thoughts surged tumultuously within them. This revelation reshaped their understanding, illuminating the future of the survival world and its boundless possibilities. Perhaps, in time, they would indeed confront adversaries endowed with powers as extraordinary as those of divine beings. Does this imply that the entire Cherry Blossom Zone was utterly obliterated by this mastery over the ocean? Did it arise from a colossal beast that crawled forth from the fissures of the abyss? Might we too, in the future, transform into the extraordinary? Jiang Lan recalled in Xiaowan's earlier descriptions of the battle scenes in the Cherry Blossom Zone. Previously, they had lacked a concrete understanding of such terrifying abilities. perceiving them as fantastical, akin to tales of mythology. Yet now, witnessing this world-destroying force firsthand, with the monstrous waves looming before them as if ready to crush everything in their path, was suffocating, rendering them breathless. While grappling with the fleet's formidable strength, Zhang also came to a profound realization of the infinite possibilities within the survival world, as well as the true value of the otherworldly entities emerging from the abyss. These perilous beings might very well represent the genuine wealth of humanity's world in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The survivors of the Shiza district have successfully cleared the inner city and completed their survival challenge. Currently, 2 survival zones have completed their challenge. Only one more survival zone needs to complete the challenge for the zombie siege scenario to conclude. The next survival world scene, the gray mist of death, is imminent. As the surface of the sea returned to tranquility, a message notification suddenly arrived. The Shiza district? Is that not our survival zone? Indeed it is. Haha, our Shiza district is truly formidable, the best in the world. Upon seeing the notification, the atmosphere within the base vehicle became lively once more, pride illuminating every face. As for the other zone that had completed its survival challenge, the Cherry Blossom Zone, it had long been entirely annihilated, with not a single survivor. Moreover, the task of clearing the zombie horde was predominantly accomplished by the denizens of the abyss, thus not counting towards their own achievements. Thus, Shiza District is truly the first area in the realm of vehicles to complete the survival challenge in its full essence. Unfortunately, we find ourselves trapped in the White Eagle District, unable to claim the rewards for overcoming the survival challenge. Xiao Ling wore an expression of regret. Not to worry. Isn't there still one slot available? We can simply seize the final challenge opportunity. Su Qing, however, was indifferent to this. After all, in Sakura District, they had already claimed all the rewards for being the first to complete the survival challenge. The rewards for being the second to accomplish this feat did not pique their interest significantly. Nevertheless, it was indeed a pity that Jiang Lan and Xiao Ling, having just joined the team, missed out on the rewards. Thus, Su Qing resolved to annihilate the zombie city in the White Eagle District and complete the survival challenge task ahead of schedule, thereby securing the rewards for the last available challenge opportunity. Chapter 150. The passage through White Eagle District. The siege of the zombie city concludes. Oh, what a calamity. In the heart of the zombie city within the White Eagle District, Yuluin scoured the periphery but found no trace of the coveted golden treasure chests. Yet, upon examining a legion of zombies, he noted countless fresh wounds upon their bodies. Even the dimmest of minds would comprehend the implication. The golden chest nestled in the inner city had been claimed by another, long before his arrival. The plan to seize the treasure had met with failure. Seething with rage, he sat in the tank's cockpit, cursing vehemently. Then, an armed helicopter appeared in the distance, advancing towards the inner city. Anna? It must be you. With your ability to soar through the skies, you undoubtedly spotted the location of the golden chest. While we were drawing the horde's fire on the ground, you dared to pilfer my treasure. Such folly. Yuluin observed the helicopter that was meant to assist him in breaching the inner city. The loss of the golden chest solidified his suspicions. In the entirety of the White Eagle survival zone, only Anna possessed a flying vehicle capable of bypassing the fortress artillery, descending from above to snatch the treasure amidst the throngs of zombies. Unless, of course, there were others in the White Eagle District of whom Yuluin remained unaware. A tremendous shockwave surged through the inner city, its power sweeping across the realm. From the center of the zombie city to the outer fortifications, an explosive force spread wildly outward. The once formidable legion of zombies, resembling a torrent of steel, was rendered fragile as paper in the face of the searing blast. When the tremors subsided, nothing remained but charred remnants. The survivors of the White Eagle District have successfully cleared the zombie city, earning the completion rewards: Challenger Achievement Badge, Blue, 100 Spirit Crystals, and 100 Survival Points. Challenger, Blue survivors who endure the survival scenario and complete the challenge receive this achievement badge, granting a 10 boost to vehicle attributes and a 5 reduction in damage taken. 3 survival zones have now completed the challenge. The siege of the zombie city has concluded. The Mist of Carnage survival scenario is imminent. Survival zones that have not completed the challenge will face a 30 increased likelihood of monster attacks in the next survival scenario. Fac. Bang. In Newland District, Han slammed his fist against the driver's seat, producing a thunderous sound. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away. The advancing ground forces were on the brink of penetrating the depths of the zombie city to secure the golden treasure chests within. He had already deployed air-to-ground missiles to clear all obstacles for the ground troops. Just a few more minutes, and they would have reached the location of the treasure. Yet now, all was lost. The notification of the White Eagle District's challenge completion arrived, and the zombie city below vanished without a trace. The golden treasure chest, which once radiated a soft golden glow, had also disappeared into nothingness. Above the ground, only the squad of vehicles that had once surged forward remained. Startled by the sudden turn of events, they came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. Han seethed with rage at their incompetence, wishing he could annihilate the entire convoy. He possessed the world's foremost vehicular combat prowess, a golden stealth fighter, complemented by missiles of the same illustrious caliber. In this realm of survival, he could scarcely conceive of a vehicle capable of rivaling his might. Yet, despite wielding such formidable power, he had failed to secure even the rewards for completing the challenge, let alone the coveted golden chest within the inner city. Had it not been for the incompetence of that wretched group, he would surely have emerged victorious, claiming the achievement for overcoming the challenge. It was infuriating how these imbeciles could not even handle the simple task of clearing the battlefield. If only their advance had been swifter, they might have grasped the crucial golden chest. With the exceptional performance of his golden stealth fighter, paired with a golden weapon, he would have been invincible in the entire survival world. However, within mere minutes, all of that dissolved into nothingness as the golden chest vanished without a trace. Hans cast an enraged glance at the now desolate wasteland that had once been the city of the undead and slammed the throttle of his fighter, accelerating away. Yuren regained consciousness from the tremors, discovering that his vehicle, the cheetah tank, had become ensnared in rubble and sand. The view outside was a bleak expanse of charred grit, obscuring any semblance of the situation. Had they completed the survival challenge? He checked the notifications on the vehicle interface, utterly bewildered. What had that terrifying shockwave been? With a single blow, it had obliterated countless undead soldiers within the heart of the city. Was such a world-ending weapon truly within the grasp of a survivor? Yuren shook his head, his mind still ringing from the blast. He could hardly fathom the implications of this outcome. They had just breached the inner city and had yet to discover the location of the golden chest. The undead legion had remained undisturbed, let alone defeated. Yet that explosion had annihilated the entire inner city. This could not have been their doing. Moreover, Anna and her group could not possibly possess such a formidable weapon. Otherwise, their two factions would not have been embroiled in a prolonged struggle over mineral resources in the wilderness. This suggested the presence of outsiders in the White Eagle district. As Yuren's mind cleared from the shock, he began to grasp the reality of the situation. This powerful weapon, capable of reducing the city of the undead to cinders with a single strike, had been brought forth by these outsiders. It was over. The mineral resource point in the White Eagle district is likely in peril, and its preservation seems implausible. Should the adversary become aware of the location of this resource, equipped with such formidable weaponry, their intent to seize the mineral deposits would be insurmountable for the survivors of the White Eagle district. Would all of one's efforts then amount to naught? Contemplating this, Yuren, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, promptly activated the cheetah tank. The metallic treads whirled, gaining traction as they effortlessly extricated the weighty tank from the debris and rubble. The layers of yellow sand and gray dust cascaded off the vehicle, and he finally beheld the world outside. At that moment, the White Eagle district was enveloped in an expanse of charred desolation surrounding the tank. In the very heart of what was once a city overrun by zombies, there lay a vast crater, the epicenter of the explosion. Chapter 151, Revealed Form. Terrifying pressure behind the leopard tank, Yuren beheld a scene of utter devastation, with vehicles strewn about, toppled and askew, creating a chaotic tableau. All the survivors' transports had suffered grievous damage from the sudden and immense explosion. Even Anna's armed helicopter had plummeted to the ground, unable to maintain its flight. Anna, are you still alive? Hurry, we must rush to the mineral resource point. Enemies are encroaching, and we must cooperate. Otherwise, the resources will be seized by outsiders. Seeing the grim circumstances surrounding him, Yuren's heart raced as he urgently called out over the radio. The leopard tank sped towards the coast, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's no use, came Anna's weary and faint voice over the radio. That mineral resource point has already been submerged by the sea. It cannot be reclaimed. As a fellow survivor in the White Eagle district, I advise you to flee immediately. Do not attempt to provoke them. You stand no chance. Long before the explosion in Zombie City, Anna had received word from the camp about the sudden surge of the sea, which had driven everyone away from the coastal cliffs, forcing them to abandon the mineral resource point. Coupled with the tremendous explosion in the inner city, she had already surmised that a formidable survivor had descended upon their White Eagle district, beginning to plunder all available resources. This individual was likely none other than Qing, who had just arrived from the recently obliterated Cherry Blossom district, the top-ranked combatant in the world vehicle power rankings. Only a vehicle of such overwhelming capacity could unleash such a terrifying explosive assault. For other survivors, the inner city, which posed insurmountable challenges, could be effortlessly dismantled by a single cannon shot. It was only with such might that one could annihilate an entire survival zone and retreat safely. Therefore, upon receiving the notification from the camp, Anna dared not lead her team back. Instead, She insisted everyone swiftly escape from the vicinity of the sea and advance into the wilds. Meanwhile, the nuclear aerospace-based vehicle hovered high above. The bottom airdrop annihilation pod slowly closed. Observing the messages transmitted from the vehicle interface, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction with the destructive power of the 3 high-explosive annihilation bombs. After elevating the base vehicle's tier to the colorful mythic level, the attack capability of the annihilation bombs had significantly increased. With the enhancement of the vehicle's fundamental attack attributes, their destructive strength was now several times greater than when they had assaulted Okamoto Kinta's oceanic destroyer. At that time, the potency of those 3 high-explosive annihilation bombs had been sufficient to incite a colossal tsunami, inundating the coastal wilderness and flooding the subterranean fissures. Now, with their power amplified severalfold, these high-explosive annihilation bombs had directly obliterated the entire zombie city. Such horrifying destructive capability astonished even Su Qing himself. Within the confines of the secret realm, the convoy of vehicles parked here radiated a golden glow, their levels rapidly ascending. Remarkably, with just one aerial assault, every vehicle within the convoy had achieved level 20. Moreover, numerous survival points remained unused. However, due to the next survival scenario not yet fully descending, the current vehicle level cap was limited to 20, preventing further advancement. Furthermore, after annihilating the entire inner city in one fell swoop, the bounty of resources collected was so abundant that it was beyond counting. According to Su Qing's estimations, these resources would undoubtedly elevate the convoy's weaponry to a golden quality without any issues. As he gazed at the nearly overflowing backpack space, Su Qing was eager to process these materials to enhance the combat prowess of the convoy's vehicles. What an infuriating turn of events. Is that the outsider? The one who has pillaged our resource points and decimated the entire zombie city? My heavens, what a terrifying aura emanates from that vehicle. What weapon could this be? The goddess staff. As the remnants of the explosion faded, the survivors of the White Eagle district finally beheld the nuclear sky-based vehicle hovering above. Its colossal form, adorned in dark green thorny armor, and its ability to levitate, showcased its formidable power. Particularly striking was the earlier assault that had descended from the heavens, obliterating the entire zombie city and toppling all the survivors' vehicles in a violent explosion, leaving them momentarily entranced. Even amidst their seething anger, they dared not express a single hint of it, merely standing in silent shock and fear, gazing at the massive base vehicle slowly descending from the sky. Run! Suddenly, the survivors of the White Eagle district spotted, behind the now stable landing of the base vehicle, resembling a colossal beast of the forest, hundreds of mechanical soldiers, armed and nimble. Panic surged through them as cold sweat broke out, their scalps tingling. They paid no heed to the frigid climate, even those on motorcycles revved their engines to the maximum, braving the biting wind in a frantic escape. In an instant, every alert survivor from the White Eagle district activated their vehicles, hastily retreating across the snowy wasteland. Countless black dots surged like ants. Soon, there were no vehicles remaining besides Su Qing's base vehicle, only the imprints of tires left scattered on the ground. These fellows are truly bothersome. They have ruined the pristine snow into such a state. Captain Su, let us change locations, Bai Ling complained. Observing the muddy wasteland outside with irritation, Xiao Ling and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone merely wished to disembark from the base vehicle and enjoy the snow outside. Yet, the once pristine white snowfield was now marred by dark muddy tracks, utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. The girls on the vehicle, upon witnessing this scene, immediately lost all interest. Heeding the collective suggestions, Su Qing retracted the mechanical soldiers. The base vehicle ascended once more, veering away from the fleeing survivors in search of a tranquil refuge. Observing the pristine expanse outside, adorned with a delicate layer of snow resembling a white blanket draping the earth, the girls aboard the vehicle finally found joy. As the doors of the base vehicle swung open, the girls clad in thick down jackets, sporting charming animal-themed knitted hats, and with gloves dangling from their necks, leaped out. They cheered as they frolicked through the snowy landscape, reveling in their playful abandon. All the mechanical soldiers emerged in unison, dispersing to secure the surroundings and ensure everyone's safety. Su Qing, seated within the vehicle, smiled knowingly as he witnessed their merriment. He opened his backpack, preparing to meticulously tally the spoils of this recent skirmish during this moment of tranquility. Chapter 152. Ambushed in the wild, the vibrant glow of synthesis flickered in Su Qing's hands as he sat in the driver's seat, manifesting a plethora of weapon modules, which, after enhancement, were affixed onto the convoy's vehicles. Suddenly, a cool breeze brushed against his cheek, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Hee, Su team, you're working too hard. In such beautiful snowy scenery, shouldn't you take a break and enjoy yourself? And Xiaowan's melodious voice chimed from behind him as she playfully tossed a snowball. Retracting her small hand from Su Qing's face, her cheeks flushed from the cold. I won't be joining. After our bombardment of the zombie city, we've amassed a significant amount of resources, so it's the perfect time to take care of things while we have a moment of respite. Just as Su Qing finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted outside the base vehicle, startling both of them. They quickly turned their gaze to the outside. In midair, an incoming shell was successfully intercepted by the electromagnetic rapid-fire machine gun mounted on the vehicle, detonating nearby. This time, the newly installed Skynet intelligence on the base vehicle showcased its utmost efficiency, reacting instantaneously from detecting the attack to commanding the machine gun to fire in defense. Moreover, the mechanical soldiers safeguarding the vicinity, under the direction of the Skynet, swiftly assembled, forming a protective half-circle around the girls playing in the snow nearby. Haha. I knew that fellow S vehicle only had that one super weapon. It can't be deployed repeatedly. Now that it's cooling down, he is at his most vulnerable. Anna, what are you waiting for? Let us all attack together and reclaim our resources. From a distant high slope, a vast array of vehicles suddenly emerged, densely populating the wilderness. These were the survivors from the White Eagle district, organized by Yuluin and Anna, returning to pursue after the initial escape. This audacious invader dares to plunder our resources in the White Eagle district, exterminating the zombies in the inner city, leaving us with no means to fight back or level up. If we eliminate him and seize that terrifying superweapon, we can undoubtedly restore the former glory of the White Eagle Empire and plant our battle flag in every corner of the world. On those colossal vehicles, there must be countless treasures. We are about to strike it rich, haha. Countless survivors charged down the slope, following the cheetah tank, guided by armed helicopters overhead, heading straight for the nuclear-powered space vehicle, which was surrounded and protected by mechanical soldiers. These scoundrels, seeing the group of girls nearly caught in the explosion outside, Su Qing was filled with rage. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Skynet mechanical intelligence, which swiftly responded to the threat by firing upon and obliterating the incoming artillery shell, that projectile would undoubtedly have detonated upon the snow-covered ground, endangering the surrounding crowd. A golden vortex of the secret realm materialized amidst the mechanical soldiers. Startled, the young women hastily fled into the portal, returning to the sanctuary of the secret realm. Once they were safely away from the snow, the mechanical soldiers, who had formed a protective perimeter, dispersed to either side, revealing a colossal base vehicle behind them. Su Qing activated the base vehicle, propelling it forward in an instant towards the oncoming dense convoy. In the desolate wilderness, two factions rapidly approached each other. One side consisted of a vast multitude of survivors from the White Eagle zone, who, exhibiting expressions of exhilaration, drove an array of vehicles, charging forward with fervor, desperate not to lag behind lest their accomplishments be claimed by others, leaving them without any spoils. Yuluin, maneuvering a cheetah tank, fired a shot at the base vehicle before being left behind by the throng of advancing vehicles. The cheetah tank was caught in the frenzy, akin to a general leading an army into battle. Conversely, the opposing faction was represented by a singular, massive base vehicle, adorned in a deep green hue and covered in spike thorns. Behind this vehicle, a multitude of agile mechanical soldiers followed in swift pursuit. Although numerous, they paled in comparison to the scale of the enormous convoy of survivors opposite them, resembling a menace attempting to stop a chariot. Should the two forces collide, it was likely that the mechanical soldiers would be swiftly overwhelmed and rendered inconsequential. Yuluin, witnessing the formidable base vehicle charging towards them, admired their audacity, yet could not suppress a yearning for the invincible path that awaited after seizing the superweapon. Fire. As the distance between the two factions diminished, the wilderness erupted with a cacophony of gunfire. In the frigid expanse of snow, smoke billowed and dust swirled. The thorns of the base vehicle's armor reverberated under the barrage of bullets, producing a series of muffled sounds, yet this was merely a prelude. The vehicle's damage-resistant capabilities rendered it impervious to the hail of gunfire, sustaining no harm as it pressed onward through the onslaught. Stop. Cease fire immediately. An observer detected the anomaly in the situation and urgently called for a halt, but it was too late. Boom. Boom. Multiple vehicles within the ranks inexplicably exploded, sending debris scattering across the ground and hindering the advance of those following behind. That particular vehicle possessed retaliatory damage capabilities. Stop firing. Do not engage. This unusual development swiftly captured the attention of Anna, piloting an armed helicopter high above. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately broadcast her warning over the radio. However, in that fleeting moment, several vehicles had already succumbed to destruction in the wilderness. With the thorns of the armor upgraded to a golden quality, the retaliatory damage effect of the thorny armor had reached a staggering 100. All attacks from the survivors' vehicles were reflected back, inflicting energy damage upon their very essence. The majority of survivor vehicles possess alarmingly low durability, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of machine gun fire. Even the armaments mounted on their own vehicles falter under such relentless assault. Before one can even react, their durability is depleted, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. The momentum of the nuclear aerospace base vehicle remains unperturbed. Su Qing deftly maneuvers the base vehicle, recklessly plunging into the convoy, breaching the barriers posed by obstructing vehicles. His target is the Cheetah tank situated at the heart of the convoy. The recent artillery strike originated from this very Cheetah tank. The instigator of an attack that nearly harmed his comrades. Su Qing's heart brims with animosity towards this perpetrator. The colossal nuclear aerospace base vehicle bulldozes through the obstacles in its path, sending the feeble vehicles tumbling and flipping, their armor crumpling under the sheer force. They are utterly incapable of providing any resistance. Chapter 153, The Ambush on the Cheetah Tank and the Binding Assault Helicopter. Quick, stop him. Yuluin soon realized something was amiss. That terrifying vehicle was charging towards him, disregarding the surrounding gunfire. The massive, dark green spiked chassis exuded an oppressive force that extinguished any spark of resistance within him. Sensing the impending doom, Yuluin hastily reversed the tank, the metallic treads carving deep impressions into the ground, mud flying in all directions. With the engine roaring at full power, he forcefully maneuvered past the vehicles behind him, desperately seeking an escape. It became evident that this colossal base vehicle was indeed targeting him. He lamented the disastrous turn of events triggered by a single shell. Initially, he had intended for Anna's team to take the lead while he concealed himself in the rear, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet now, he found himself as the primary target of hostility, the team's mainstay. The sheer momentum of the enemy's advance was staggering, effortlessly sweeping aside countless obstructing vehicles. His lightweight Cheetah tank seemed woefully inadequate in comparison. At this moment, Yuluin could think of nothing else. The image of a valiant commander leading his troops, the prestige of a general, all faded into irrelevance. His life was the utmost priority. Among the throng of survivors, their leader, the esteemed Yuluin, possessed a vehicle ranked among the top 10 in global combat power. Yet, confronted with the oncoming adversary, this once mighty figure turned tail and fled into the crowd of vehicles, lacking even the courage to face his foe head-on. A thick, dark green vine, bristling with sharp thorns, lashed out from the air, ensnaring the turret of the Cheetah tank. The immense force instantly straightened the vine with a resounding crack. However, this vine was remarkably resilient. Despite the tug-of-war between the two vehicles, it showed no signs of breaking. It firmly gripped the spinning metal treads of the Cheetah tank, rendering it immobile. Yuluin's heart raced in terror as he beheld the thorns coiling around his turret. To his horror, his worst fears were confirmed. The colossal base vehicle was indeed targeting his Cheetah tank. In a frenzy, he pressed the accelerator, hoping to sever the vine and escape. The metallic treads flung dirt far and wide, but the Cheetah tank remained stubbornly anchored in place. Soon, a second, then a third vine, and many more began to ensnare the tank. Yuluin gazed in despair at the encroaching mass of thorny vines enveloping his vehicle. Amidst the astonished stares of the survivors in the White Eagle district, this golden vehicle, ranked among the top 10 in global combat power, was utterly immobilized, bound by countless vines and rendered inoperable. Even if he wished to turn and fire upon the base vehicle behind him, the turret could not pivot. I did not attack you, yet you truly believe I am an easy target? Su Qing seethed with anger as the dual heavy cannons and electromagnetic rapid-fire machine guns on either side of the base vehicle elevated their barrels. Aimed at the encircled vehicles in the vicinity, immediate fire was unleashed. A torrent of bullets, sharp as the blades of the wind, severed all obstacles before them, obliterating every vehicle surrounding the base unit. Fragments soared through the air like a celestial shower. The survivors, who had previously refrained from attacking due to the base unit's retaliatory capabilities, found themselves helplessly stranded in the wilderness. Suddenly, they were besieged by the relentless gunfire of the base unit, an onslaught so fierce it was insurmountable. Within mere seconds, all vehicles struck by the machine gun fire were reduced to ruins, annihilated in an instant. This terrifying display of firepower left everyone astounded, prompting a frantic escape. Little did they anticipate that this colossal base unit not only possessed apocalyptic-grade weaponry, but also exhibited an equally formidable combat prowess, capable of single-handedly confronting the entire survivor enclave with overwhelming ferocity. Witnessing the survivors scatter in panic across the wasteland, Su Qing ceased his pursuit. Mechanical soldiers charging from behind raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire, hunting down the damaged and lagging vehicles. The combat effectiveness of these mechanical soldiers was exceedingly fierce, matching the firepower of the vehicles under siege. In the blink of an eye, several vehicles were obliterated with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the two cannons mounted on the base unit targeted a stationary Cheetah tank ensnared by vines. I surrender, please don't. Boom. The bullets sliced through the air, transforming the nearby cheetah tank into a heap of scrap metal. Yurin's pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, fading into nothingness. A mechanical soldier approached, flipping over the destroyed cheetah tank, soon revealing a golden vehicle core, which was promptly collected. Having dealt with the remnants of the cheetah tank, Qing lifted his gaze to the sky, where an armed helicopter hovered above, directing the fleeing survivors below, attempting to regroup the scattered remnants. Qing activated the anti-gravity engine, and the nuclear-powered airborne base unit ascended, pursuing the distant helicopter. These two individuals were the leaders of the survivors in the White Eagle district. Were it not for their organizational efforts, the terrified survivors would never have dared to converge and challenge the base unit, which lay in a secluded spot. Thus, Qing harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Resolved to eliminate them swiftly, the base unit surged forward with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the massive base unit take to the skies, Anna sensed impending doom and promptly pressed the accelerator to its limit, desperate to escape. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The flight speed of the armed helicopter was no match for the nuclear-powered airborne base unit, which boasted thrust capabilities. In an instant, the dark green spiked vines surged forth, ensnaring the helicopter's landing gear. Just moments earlier, Anna had witnessed the gruesome destruction of Yurin's cheetah tank, obliterated beyond recognition. The terrifying tendrils now coiled ominously around her vehicle, leaving Anna's face pale with fear. In an instant, the vines straightened, exerting tremendous force that pulled the fleeing armed helicopter toward the ground. Anna struggled to maintain control of the helicopter, desperately trying to avert a crash. But she was utterly unable to escape the grip of the vines. Ultimately, the helicopter was ensnared upon the earth, its propellers ceasing to spin, surrendering completely to the bindings. On the base vehicle, two heavy machine guns were once again raised, aiming at the beleaguered helicopter ahead. They began to rotate, poised to follow in the footsteps of Yulun, ready to unleash a barrage that would obliterate the craft and seize its core. In that moment, Anna could no longer afford to hesitate. Resolutely, she retrieved a scroll from her backpack, sliced her palm, and swiftly inscribed her name in her own blood. Subsequently, she channeled the energy of the vehicle's core into the scroll. It ignited instantaneously, hovering in the air before vanishing from sight. Chapter 154, The Master Servant Contract. The Purge Operation in the White Eagle District. Survivor of the White Eagle District. Anna, willing to serve you as my master, to follow you closely and become your servant. Do you agree? Qing, controlling two heavy machine guns, had them aimed at the armed helicopter ahead. Just as he was about to open fire, a message arrived. Upon reading its content, Qing was taken aback. In this world of survival, it was indeed possible to recruit others as servants. Moreover, it was a master-servant relationship recognized by the survival world, bound by a soul contract. After a moment's contemplation, Qing ultimately chose to agree. He was curious to see what this form of contract entailed. Furthermore, should he find this newly recruited servant unsatisfactory, he could easily open fire and eliminate her on the spot. The message did not stipulate that a master could not kill their servant. Upon confirming his choice, a mysterious scroll materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. Master-servant contract scroll, gold, a contract scroll imbued with soul characteristics. After signing the master-servant contract, the holder can control the servant's soul and possesses the ability to extinguish their soul flame at will. Contracted servant, Anna. Seeing the scroll floating in midair, Qing extended his hand. Upon contact, the mysterious scroll transformed into a golden light, imprinting itself upon Qing's forehead. The contract was complete. Soon, Qing sensed a faint golden point of light within his sea of consciousness. This represented the soul contract of his servant, Anna. Through this contract, Qing could clearly perceive her intentions of good and evil, and he felt an innate ability to extinguish this soul flame at will. Was this the mysterious power of the extraordinary? Returning from his reverie, Qing was filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a mystical force capable of binding souls. This world of survival was indeed wondrous. As he sensed the mysterious light point within his sea of consciousness, Qing felt an even greater anticipation for the impending scenarios in the survival world. As long as he could persist in this realm, one day he would unravel all mysteries and become an extraordinary sovereign. After completing the master-servant contract, Qing sensed the fear and trepidation of his servant within the armed helicopter. He ceased his display of force, redirecting the barrels of the heavy machine guns. He released the thorny vines that bound the helicopter. However, from the rear of the base vehicle, a golden spatial vortex swiftly manifested. 7 combat helicopters, armed with various weapons, roared forth, heading directly towards the scattered survivors of the White Eagle District. On the ground, several powerful vehicles also emerged from the enigmatic spatial vortex. As they departed from the gateway of the secret realm, their cannons immediately elevated. Terrifying firepower instantly enveloped the entire wasteland. Following the sudden assault, the group of girls was exceedingly furious, nearly driven to madness. After all, their lives had almost been snuffed out in a single wave by the ambushing artillery shell. Just as the good days had barely begun, a terrifying incident unfolded. They had believed that they had eradicated all the monsters and driven away the group of survivors, thus ensuring safety outside. It was only then that they ventured out of the base vehicle to frolic in the snow. Surrounding them were hundreds of fully armed mechanical soldiers, providing ample protection. However, they did not anticipate the audacity of the survivors who dared to return for a sneak attack. The fact that they refrained from ruthlessly assaulting the survivors in the White Eagle Zone was already an act of great mercy, yet they were met with such calamity. As Jiang Lan and her companions sat in the base vehicle, their anger grew uncontrollably. Without hesitation, everyone mounted their respective vehicles, leading to the earlier scene. The wilderness erupted into chaos, with smoke billowing and the sound of artillery echoing relentlessly. While they had been playing outside, Qing had already finished gathering the spoils after bombarding the inner city. All the armed helicopters flying above were now equipped with at least 2 heavy weapons of golden quality: the Flame God heavy cannon, Frost Roar rocket launcher, and precision-guided missiles, among others. The wilderness was engulfed in flames, frost, howling winds, and thunderous lightning. Each terrifying element unleashed represented the fury of a girl on the verge of madness. The 7 helicopters soared at full speed, weaving through the air in pursuit, creating countless craters on the ground below, leaving a charred landscape in their wake. Beside the base vehicle, and Xiaowan, Tang Lin, and Bai Ling unleashed their firepower, with missiles, rockets, and energy lasers flashing in alternation, launching a relentless bombardment. The sky above the White Eagle Zone transformed into a terrifying barrage, dazzling in its deathly brilliance as it descended upon the distant snowy wilderness, sending plumes of snow and dirt into the air. The survivors in the White Eagle Zone, caught in this hellish wilderness, scurried in panic, daring not to linger. A moment's delay would subject them to the merciless bombardment, reducing their bodies to mere nourishment for the earth, leaving no trace behind. Anna, seated in the cockpit of the armed helicopter, wore a face of terror as she beheld the powerful vehicles rampaging around her, venting their fury. Regret consumed her. It was all that fool Yuluin's fault, who had insisted that only one super weapon resided on this massive vehicle. Now that super weapon was undoubtedly in cooldown, completely unusable. This moment was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack against the weakened foes, capable of reclaiming everything that belonged to the White Eagle Zone. How foolish was she to trust Yuluin's nonsense without verifying the true strength of the enemy. She had never imagined that within the massive base vehicle, so many formidable machines were concealed. Almost every vehicle here surpassed her armed helicopter in power. In other words, the top 10 vehicles in the world's combat power rankings are almost all gathered here? How did they assemble such a formidable combat formation? In the face of such a team, can the other survivors truly withstand their might? Anna gazed at the powerful vehicles rampaging through the wasteland, and her sense of pride was instantly shattered. The armed helicopter, of golden quality, which she had once held in high esteem, seemed utterly insignificant in this setting. Any combat helicopter soaring above appeared to wield firepower far superior to her rocket launcher. Had she known that this group was so powerful, she would never have ventured here to launch an assault alongside that fool, Yuluin. The current outcome is that Yuluin is left in utter ruin, and she herself has lost her freedom. The entire White Eagle district has transformed into a nightmarish hell, suffering a catastrophic blow. Chapter 155, the second survival world scene, the gray mist of death observing the entire convoy springing into action, unleashing a barrage of artillery that cleansed the desolate wilderness. Qing commanded the mechanical soldiers to retreat to the vicinity of the base vehicle. No longer pursuing the group of survivors, he meticulously searched through the wreckage, scouring for the cores of the destroyed vehicles. The efficiency of the 300 mechanical soldiers was remarkable. They formed 100 search teams, with 3 soldiers per group. 2 soldiers were tasked with lifting and flipping the obliterated vehicles, while the third diligently tore through the scrap metal to excavate the internal cores and seek out usable modules. With the assistance of the Skynet's mechanical intelligence, Qing found it unnecessary to personally oversee the operations. He merely issued commands, while the intricate details of the search and action plans were seamlessly executed by Skynet. This proved to be exceedingly convenient. At last, the cacophony of gunfire in the wilderness began to subside. The weary female pilots commenced their return flights in helicopters, landing beside the base vehicle and entering the Golden Vortex, where they stowed all the vehicles within the hidden realm. Soon, only Anna's armed helicopter remained, silently stationed before the base vehicle, paralyzed by trepidation, fearful of misinterpretation that could summon another barrage. Although she had just activated the master-servant contract through her sacrifice, securing her status as a servant, Anna still knew little about her master. Was he tyrannical and cruel, or gentle and courteous? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Seated in the cockpit of her armed helicopter, Anna watched as the returning vehicles vanished into the golden vortex. Just as her anxiety peaked, a young man's figure appeared beside the base vehicle. Upon catching sight of the handsome young man, Anna's heart brightened. Through the perception granted by the soul contract, she could distinctly sense that this young man was indeed her master. He appeared rather agreeable. As she observed Su Qing approaching, her heart settled slightly. At least her master was strikingly handsome, not a disheveled brute, and he seemed rather mild-mannered, not a tyrant. While Anna was lost in her thoughts, Su Qing had already arrived beneath the armed helicopter. Master, Anna exclaimed nervously as she leaped from the aircraft. Su Qing nodded, his gaze settling on the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. Previously, they had been engaged in combat as adversaries, exchanging fire and artillery in a straightforward manner. Yet now, this individual had not only surrendered, but had invoked a mysterious contract scroll to become his servant, complicating matters. Please, maneuver the helicopter into that spatial vortex. After a brief appraisal of the golden-quality armed helicopter, Su Qing opted to temporarily retain the vehicle, deciding to observe Anna's performance before determining its ultimate fate. If she harbored treachery and dared to operate this vehicle, wreaking havoc within the convoy, in the secret realm, Su Qing wielded absolute control over creation and could easily quell any disturbances. Her actions primarily aimed to prevent Anna from resorting to desperate measures. After all, as an outsider, even with a contract signed, she could be subject to Su Qing's dominion over her existence. The fear lay in encountering someone undeterred by death. Should Anna unleash chaos within the convoy in her final moments, the repercussions would be dire. Observing the armed helicopter ascend slowly into the spatial vortex, Su Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. He intended for Anna to remain in that secret realm until she earned the trust of the others, at which point she might be permitted to enter the base vehicle. Having resolved matters concerning Anna, Su Qing turned his attention to the mechanical soldiers, who were diligently scouring the wasteland for remnants of vehicles and gathering supplies. They successfully completed the resource retrieval operation. Su Qing glanced at the wasteland. Now scarred by artillery fire, the earth upheaved in great swathes. He then returned to the base vehicle as night descended. In the wilderness, fissures in the ground rapidly spread, tearing apart the earth like a spider's web. From these crevices, a dense gray mist seeped forth, enveloping the landscape in an ominous shroud. Within this murk, countless terrifying entities and abandoned structures lay scattered, amplifying the sense of impending peril. Yet, with nightfall, no light penetrated the darkness, rendering the transformations in the wilderness imperceptible. All survivors lay quietly hidden in their encampments, silently awaiting the next survival scenario, the deadly gray mist. As dawn broke, sunlight shone brightly, yet it was obstructed by the thick gray fog, failing to reach the ground. The view outside was a monotonous gray haze, visibility limited to mere hundreds of meters. Despite the surrounding brightness, sunlight was nowhere to be seen. Overhead, the sun appeared merely as a crimson orb. The entire world lay shrouded in oppressive gray mist. Su Qing sat in the cockpit, examining the vehicle's attributes. The nuclear-powered Skybase vehicle had ascended to level 25, experiencing a remarkable surge in rank of 5 levels overnight. These survival points, essential for upgrades, were amassed during the zombie siege survival scenario. Not only had Su Qing's vehicle advanced, but others had also upgraded to level 22. The deadly gray mist survival scenario has now commenced. Survivors will face monster attacks daily within this scenario. The intensity of the monster's assaults will fluctuate based on the capabilities of the survivors' vehicles and the number of personnel in their teams. If too many individuals congregate, it may precipitate a monstrous tide. The level of danger multiplies exponentially. Within the gray mist, numerous treasure chests, monsters, and relics emerge from the ground's fissures, presenting boundless wealth for survivors to explore and discover. The terrain within the gray mist is ever-changing, and the spatial dynamics are unpredictable. Please remain vigilant of your surroundings. The survival zone has been unlocked. All maps are now accessible. In the realm of the gray mist survival challenge, the objective is clear: to endure for a full year within this environment to achieve success. The rankings will be meticulously evaluated based on the survivor's combat prowess, resource acquisition, and distance traveled. The personal combat power leaderboard has already been activated. As Su Qing was engrossed in examining the vehicle's specifications, several notifications arrived. The second vehicle survival world scenario officially commenced. Raising his gaze to the window, Su Qing was astonished to witness the base vehicle, once situated in a desolate snowy expanse, undergo a remarkable transformation of terrain, now finding itself amidst a lush forest. Surrounding the vehicle were towering trees, dense and verdant, adorned with glistening white ice crystals. The ground remained blanketed in pristine snow, the chill seeping into his very bones. Yet, the one constant was the pervasive, thick gray mist that enveloped the vicinity of the vehicle. Is this the terrain transformation mode of the gray mist survival scenario? Chapter 156, Extraordinary Elixirs. Apostles of Nature Su Qing gazed out of the window, observing the sudden and dramatic transformation of the landscape. His mind raced with speculation. Not only had the scenery altered, but he also noticed a significant shift in the position of the mobile base. In an instant, they had transitioned from the snowy wilderness of the White Eagle Zone to the heart of the Siberian primeval forest. A low, menacing roar echoed through the forest. Several enormous black bears burst forth from between the colossal trees, launching an assault on the base vehicle that had intruded upon their territory. The lead bear, towering over 10 meters in height, smashed through the trees in its path, leaving splintered trunks in its wake. It was clear that this creature was not native to the area, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Behind it, a few smaller black bears, with their sharp fangs and claws, could effortlessly rend tree trunks as they moved with remarkable agility. Were these bears not supposed to be in hibernation? How could they be active in such frigid weather? Hibernation? What kind of world had it become? The once accepted norms had been completely upended. Now, if I were to witness monkeys soaring through the skies, I would merely assume I was witnessing a celestial being rather than question my own vision. And Xiao Wan and Bai Ling were perched at the window of the base vehicle, observing the ferocious black bears charging toward them, seemingly devoid of fear. Instead, they were engaged in a discussion, pondering the nuances of survival in this transformed world. With a thunderous roar, the Storm Ripper heavy artillery extended from the vehicle's armor, raising its barrel to engage the approaching bears. A torrent of wind blades and bullets erupted, sweeping away any obstacles in its path. The projectile sliced through the lead bear's head, instantly obliterating half of its skull. The immense cranium appeared to dissolve under the onslaught. Its flesh and blood whisked away into oblivion. The lead bear collapsed with a resounding thud, lifeless. The Storm Ripper pivoted, sweeping across the area. The remaining black bears, along with the surrounding branches of the massive trees, were all severed into dust by the relentless barrage of wind blades, scattering into the air. These creatures were remarkably feeble. As the news of their defeat reached Su Qing, he couldn't help but scoff. The bears, seemingly ferocious and savage, were in reality utterly ineffectual. Not even the other weapons aboard the nuclear-powered mobile base had been deployed. A single Storm Ripper had annihilated them all. After vanquishing the advancing bears, an eerie silence enveloped the forest. The back compartment of the base vehicle opened, and several mechanical soldiers emerged, equipped with tools. They approached the carcasses of the bears and commenced the task of dismemberment and collection. Su Qing had already confirmed that the meat of these bears was consumable. A fortunate solution to the insufficient food supplies aboard. My heavens! Captain Su, how is your personal combat prowess so formidable? And what is this power of the sea god that you have awakened? Suddenly, Xiao Ling's exclamation resonated within the confines of the base vehicle, capturing everyone's attention. Upon witnessing the expressions of confusion among the crowd, Xiao Ling hastily provided clarification. Everyone, look at the newly opened personal power rankings. Su Qing ranks first, and he is the only awakened extraordinary survivor. What? Su Qing, who was controlling a mechanical soldier to dismantle the flesh of a giant bear, was taken aback by Xiao Ling's words. The revelation of his extraordinary abilities and ascension had only transpired a few days ago. How had it been exposed so swiftly? In a hurry, Su Qing opened the vehicle interface to check the personal combat power rankings. Indeed, his name occupied the top position. Rank 1. Su Qing, Extraordinary. Power Level, Extraordinary Level 3. Awakened Ability, Power of the Water Deity. Rank 2. Hans, Ordinary. Power Level, Peak Ordinary. Unawakened. Rank 3. Arjun Khan, Ordinary. Power Level, Peak Ordinary. Unawakened. Just as Xiao Ling had mentioned, his awakening had been laid bare by this newly unveiled personal power ranking. Su Qing raised his gaze, meeting the puzzled stares of those around him. Choosing not to conceal any longer, he lifted his finger, and a swirl of clear water rose from the cup beside Su Ying. The water danced in midair, morphing into various shapes, sometimes elongating like silk, other times coalescing into a sphere. Its transformations were wondrous and enchanting. Wow, is this the power of the water deity? How marvelous! Even Xun Shiyun, who had remained unusually quiet, gasped in admiration at the spectacle akin to magic. Although everyone was visibly intrigued, no one dared to inquire about the origins of this extraordinary ability. Indeed, this was the essence of extraordinary power. Currently, there were insufficient resources to meet the conditions for awakening, thus preventing a collective awakening for all. However, with the introduction of the personal power rankings in this mist-shrouded survival scenario, It was certain that countless opportunities for awakening lay ahead. There was no need for haste. Qing reassured them that in due time, each would possess their own extraordinary powers and ascend to become extraordinary beings. Noticing the inquisitive gazes directed at him, Qing offered a brief explanation before guiding the water sphere back into the cup. He then resumed his concentration on controlling the mechanical soldier to dismantle the bear's flesh in the forest outside. Although Qing refrained from elaborating on the origins of his extraordinary abilities, he did mention the current scarcity of resources preventing a collective awakening. This implied that, should sufficient resources be found, everyone would have the chance to become extraordinary beings, capable of wielding thunder and flames, and vanquishing monsters with a mere gesture. The exhilarating vision was enough to ignite excitement within them. A multitude of girls gathered around the cup that Qing had manipulated into the air, curiously inspecting it. Sensing that the inquiries had subsided, Qing exhaled in relief. In truth, he already possessed another extraordinary potion, the Apostle of Nature. The Nature Apostle, endowed with the power of nature, possesses the ability to command the growth of flora, communicate with animals, and wield natural entities in battle, achieving an extraordinary second tier upon awakening. This remarkable elixir was distilled from the remnants of the island's train after Qing utilized the flesh-melting furnace within the biochemical experimental base. Initially, he contemplated selecting an individual from the convoy for awakening. However, during their encounter in the White Eagle district, they were besieged by survivors. Following their counterattack, they were abruptly thrust into a new survival realm, a series of unforeseen events that led him to forget that he still had an extraordinary elixir in the vehicle. It was only after Qiao Ling's reminder that Qing recollected the unutilized potion. Indeed, it is imperative to nominate someone to ingest the elixir and undergo the extraordinary awakening. After all, each additional extraordinary individual within the convoy would enhance its overall strength, thereby increasing their chances of traversing this apocalyptic world and securing greater opportunities for survival. Chapter 157. The Second Extraordinary Being. Qing, with the assistance of the Skynet mechanical intelligence, the operational efficiency of the mechanized soldiers is exceedingly high. Soon, the flesh of the giant bear outside the vehicle is entirely dissected and collected, brought into the base vehicle, and preserved in a frozen state. After processing the bear's flesh, Qing rises and approaches the rear of the base vehicle, which serves as the operational hub for all the equipment. Here, one can find the airdrop annihilation pod, the hive drone compartment, the flesh-melting furnace, and the assembly factory for the Skynet mechanical soldiers. Qing strides to the front of the flesh-melting furnace and retrieves a vial of verdant, life-infused extraordinary potion. This potion is derived from the essence of the pregnant spirit banyan tree demon, carefully condensed into a natural apostle elixir. He has already decided on the recipient of this extraordinary potion, the ever-passionate Qing, who cherishes the pastoral life. Unlike Bai Wei, who grew up on a farm and is familiar with agricultural endeavors, Qing has engaged in planting activities within the secret realm purely out of love for nature. She revels in the earthy aroma and delights in the tranquility of the wooded forest, even yearning to dwell among the trees for the sake of cultivating fruit-bearing plants. Qing firmly believes Qing is perfectly suited for this extraordinary ability, given her profound connection to nature. Upon obtaining the extraordinary potion, a golden vortex of space materializes before Qing. He steps forward and enters the secret realm. The secret realm has transformed into a lush and boundless forest, teeming with vitality. At the heart of this forest lies a vast cherry blossom lake, crystal clear and surrounded by breathtaking scenery, permeated with the fragrance of flora. As Qing arrives, he indeed finds Qing reclining beside a fruit tree, resting her eyes. She lies serenely on a bench, next to a tea table where a cup of fragrant tea emits gentle steam. Earlier, while in the cockpit controlling the mechanized soldiers to dismantle the giant bear's flesh, Qing noticed Qing quietly rising to leave the driving area. Thus, after acquiring the potion, he sought her out in the secret realm. As expected, Qing remains in her beloved orchard, savoring the essence of nature, her mature and alluring form reclining on the bench, exuding an enticing aura. Even from a distance, Qing feels a warmth enveloping him. At times, Qing perceives Qing as more than just a girl in her 20s. Her serene disposition suggests a wise soul who has transcended worldly concerns, seeking merely to enjoy the tranquility of life. Her presence instills a sense of peace, and she possesses a remarkable ability to care for others, understanding the needs of each team member with great attention, something even Qing struggles to achieve. To this day, he has not memorized the names of all the girls who joined alongside Jiang Lan, let alone comprehend their personalities and preferences, which is far from his forte. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Qing opens her eyes and looks over. Upon seeing Qing, she expresses surprise and promptly rises to her feet. Unlike her daily immersion in this space, Su Qing seldom visits the secret realm. Most of his time is spent within the confines of the base vehicle, diligently researching various weapon modules and managing the resources he has gathered. Even during moments of leisure, he merely engages in video games with Tang Lin, hardly ever venturing into the secret realm. Today, however, something seems amiss, and Su Ying feels a twinge of curiosity. "Captain Su, have you come to seek me out?" As Su Qing strides toward her, Su Ying rises to inquire. "Yes, Sister Su, I possess a potion of extraordinary nature regarding natural abilities. Would you be interested?" Su Qing approaches her and directly conveys his intention. Seeing Su Qing's arrival, Anna, the servant confined within the secret realm and barred from leaving, promptly leaps down from the armed helicopter to join them. Natural power? Is this potion the means to awaken extraordinary abilities and ascend to become an extraordinary being? Su Ying expresses her astonishment upon hearing Su Qing's words. Within the team, her closest relationship is with Xiaowan, as they had known each other prior to the apocalypse. The others, including Su Ying, joined later. If there is only one potion, it should logically be prioritized for them. Why, then, has she been chosen? A sense of confusion stirs within Su Ying. Anna, now closer, overhears Su Ying's inquiry and wears an expression of disbelief. An extraordinary potion? One that can transform a person into a superhuman? Such a precious item, and yet, my master is giving it away so casually? Does he not remember that he has a beautiful and alluring maid? I am the one who shares the closest bond with him, a soul-bound connection that cannot be severed. A maid so intimate and charming, yet still merely an ordinary person, offering little assistance to her master. Moreover, having a maid with extraordinary powers by his side would be immensely impressive. Anna's imagination runs wild, leading her to chuckle foolishly. Su Qing casts a puzzled glance at her and continues, "Indeed, this is the very substance that allowed me to awaken my extraordinary powers. However, the potion I consumed granted me the ability to control water, while this one bestows natural powers. Sister Su, would you like to try it?" Upon hearing Su Qing's explanation, Su Ying seems to arrive at a resolute decision, her expression firm. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Under Anna's envious gaze, Su Ying accepts the green potion handed to her by Su Qing and drinks it in one gulp. After consuming the natural Abyssal potion, Su Ying quickly feels a cool sensation in her mind, her mental acuity expanding rapidly. The surrounding plants and fruit trees seem to reach out to her, attempting to communicate. Moreover, her body experiences a significant enhancement, brimming with vitality. A surge of unfamiliar energy wells up within her, spreading throughout her being, ready for her command. After a prolonged moment, Su Ying opens her eyes and raises her hand. Beside her stood a flourishing apple tree, its branches stretching outward with remarkable vigor. The tender green leaves gently caressed her palm, resembling two intimate friends engaged in fervent conversation, whispering secrets of the heart. Soon, a fragrant apple, enveloped by the foliage, was presented. Su Ying pointed toward Anna, who stood nearby. Instantly, the tree's branches shifted direction, extending their leafy tendrils to offer the apple to Anna. Bewildered, Anna accepted the fruit, her eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle before her. Was this extraordinary power? Merely consuming a potion of verdant hue could bestow the wondrous ability to command nature? It felt utterly enchanting. Anna felt as if she were in the presence of the divine, overwhelmed by the dreamlike quality of the scene. Yet, the apple in her hand was undeniably real. Su Ying, who had completely mastered the forces of nature, reveled in the rich essence of the environment surrounding her, her heart brimming with emotion. She embraced Su Qing tightly, burying her head deeply against his chest. Chapter 158, The Seven-Star Mystic Sky Warplane. Mystic Sky 9 Transformations. Su Qing departed from the secret realm, glancing back at Anna. Ensnared by twisting vines and branches, writhing and emitting anguish cries, he chose to disregard her and return to the vehicle at the base. Upon opening the personal combat power leaderboard, he noted the updated rankings. Su Ying had indeed ascended to the second position. Second place, Su Ying Transcendent. Power level, Transcendent Level 2, Awakened Ability, Nature Apostle. Within the convoy, there were now two individuals possessing extraordinary capabilities. Their combat prowess had significantly increased. During their time in the secret realm, Su Qing had witnessed Su Ying's natural abilities. She could not only manipulate the growth of flora to assault foes, but also communicate with plants to gain information from afar. Remarkably, she could tame wild beasts as companions to aid in battle. In essence, within a natural forest, Su Ying's extraordinary powers rendered her invincible. With the entire forest as her legion, an unending source of support. In the heart of the forest, should one find themselves at odds with Su Ying, everything around could turn hostile, leaving no sanctuary, be it flowers, trees, or even the most docile animals, all could transform into fierce adversaries, launching an assault. Being ensnared in such peril would evoke an overwhelming sense of despair. After tending to the extraordinary potions, Su Qing returned to his chamber. reclining on the bed to assess his gains from the previous day in the White Eagle Zone. Following the cleanup of the battle-scarred snowy wasteland by the Skynet mechanical soldiers, his backpack now brimmed with an abundance of vehicle cores and weapon modules, rivaling the spoils collected from the assault on the zombie city. The resources of this group of survivors were indeed substantial. Consumed 1 green vehicle core, synthesis successful. Acquired 1 blue vehicle core, consumed 1 blue vehicle core. 1 vehicle core after another materialized in Su Qing's hands as he consumed and synthesized them. Ultimately, he condensed 10 vehicle cores of golden quality. Su Qing intended to enhance all vehicles in the convoy to the legendary golden tier. Consumed 1 golden vehicle core. Synthesis successful. Acquired 1 7-star Mystic Sky Warplane, gold, consumed. Utilizing 7 golden legendary vehicle cores. Su Qing synthesized and enhanced the 7 helicopters belonging to Jiang Lan and Xiao Ling within the secret realm into 7-star Mystic Sky Warplanes. 7-star Mystic Sky Warplane, gold equipped with an independent anti-gravity engine. It can hover freely in the sky, move at high speeds, and possesses formidable load-bearing capacity, allowing for the remote delivery of substantial supplies. It features multiple weapon interfaces for various aerial weaponry. Vehicle traits: Mystic Sky 9 Transformations. 7-star Battle Array, Mystic Sky 9 Transformations. Gold possesses a unique anti-gravity system, enabling agile maneuvers in the air, creating 9 illusory clones to confound enemies. The Phantom clones possess 20 of the original's attributes and can engage in combat. The 7-stars Battle Array, composed of 7 Xiantian aircraft, is capable of assembling into a formidable formation that converges weaponry power, amplifying combat strength to an astounding degree, with a durability of 100 and an attack power of 1000. Once these 7 Xiantian aircraft are fully synthesized and enhanced, their original structures, the helicopter blades atop, vanish entirely. In their stead emerges an independent anti-gravity engine system, supplanting the traditional rotor engines. Below the fuselage and at the tail, several jet nozzles appear, designed to propel the aircraft forward with remarkable speed. Upon completion of the enhancement, these helicopters undergo a spectacular transformation into sleek, futuristic spacecraft, radiating an aura of science fiction. They captivate the eye with their striking blue and white designs. Suing rises from a quaint cabin woven from vines and branches that extend from the fruit trees in the forest. Her gaze immediately falls upon the remarkable transformation of the helicopters within the secret realm. However, being well acquainted with Su Qing's capabilities, she remains unfazed. With a simple wave of her hand, the vines binding Anna swiftly loosen and retract into the surrounding trees. As the surrounding tendrils withdraw, Anna collapses to the ground. Stunned by the changes occurring within the secret space, her mind momentarily blank. Just moments ago, a transcendent potion had transformed this beautiful girl into a being endowed with the power of nature. The strength of this force was beyond her capacity to resist. This gentle-looking girl seemed to embody the very essence of the forest, commanding all the surrounding flora and branches with effortless authority. With a mere gesture, she had bound Anna in place, rendering her immobile, unable to do anything but watch as her master and she herself were enveloped by the rapidly growing vines that formed the cabin. Though Anna yearned to intervene, she found herself powerless to do so, tightly ensnared between tree trunks, her senses muted. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left her paralyzed with fear, leaving no room for contemplation of previous events. The 7 helicopters, once stationed in the secret space, suddenly transformed under a brilliant light, evolving from ordinary helicopters into formidable aerospace fighters, radiating overwhelming combat potential, coupled with the powerful weaponry gleaming ominously atop these aircraft. Anna felt her pride in her golden quality armed helicopter diminish. Any one of these aircraft could easily overpower her own. Could this be the formidable secret behind her team's astonishing strength? Sitting on the grass, she gazed at the 7 identical Xiantian fighters, her mind racing with speculation. What a terrifying transcendental ability capable of enhancing one's vehicles. No wonder every individual within this realm possessed such high-quality vessels, with combat prowess that was utterly daunting. Only a mere handful of individuals managed to decimate the entire survivor population of the White Eagle district, leaving chaos and despair in their wake. In the midst of losing their will to resist and fleeing in a frenzy, countless lives were extinguished. The remnants of vehicles lay scattered across the desolate landscape. Anna observed the transformations within this mystical realm, her heart heavy with regret. I should have anticipated this. Given the formidable combat prowess of such a team, it should have been evident from the vehicle power rankings. This group of survivors from the West Zay district, boasting vehicles ranked among the top 10, was likely part of the same squad. They mobilized collectively, annihilating the Cherry Blossom district, only to return to harvest the White Eagle district. Without an absolute superiority in combat power, such a feat would have been utterly impossible. Yet, Both Yurin and I failed to recognize this, clinging to the misguided belief that they would engage in internal strife, just as the survivors of the White Eagle District had done, rather than uniting against a common foe. Chapter 159. The first wave of monster attacks and the test flight of the warplane in retrospect. I realize how foolish I have been to overlook such critical details and commit a grave error. Anna sat on the grass, her mind swirling with thoughts. Turning her gaze, she beheld a girl who had recently ascended to extraordinary status, wielding the power of nature, standing beneath a young green apple tree. As the green light flickered in her hands, the tree flourished rapidly, bearing an increasing number of apples upon its branches. Qing was experimenting with her extraordinary abilities and discovered that her powers not only accelerated the growth of plants and hastened the maturation of the fruit trees, but also allowed her to stimulate a single branch to bear fruit swiftly without affecting the state of other fruits on the tree. Possessing such abilities meant that the team would no longer have to worry about missing the fruit growth cycle and could enjoy fresh fruits at any time. She could even slow the growth of the trees to prevent the ripe fruits from rotting due to overmaturation, ensuring they remained fresh indefinitely. Hello, sister. I am Anna. Your control over plants is truly remarkable. Just as Qing was deeply engrossed in her exploration of her powers as a nature apostle, Anna had regained her composure. Rising from the grass, she approached, standing by with admiration as she watched the branches extend and intertwine into intricate shapes of fruit-laden trees. She gained a newfound appreciation for her companion's strength and felt an intense desire to integrate into the team. Attention! The gray mist monsters are approaching. All survivors are requested to prepare for battle. As Qing returned to the base vehicle, a notification flashed across the interface. He made his way to the driver's lounge, peering out the window. There, in the vast expanse of the primordial forest, gray mist began to swirl ominously, hinting at the presence of countless monsters lurking within, ready to surge forth and assault the nuclear aerospace vehicle at any moment. Finally, the opportunity for battle has arrived. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xiao Wan, Sister Lin, this time, refrain from engaging. Let us test the newly enhanced golden vehicles and see their combat capabilities. Xiaoling gazed out at the eerie scene without a trace of fear, her face lit up with exhilaration, as Qing had reinforced the helicopters. They had sensed their vehicles ascending in rank and growing ever stronger through the core attributes of the vehicles. Jiang Lan and the others had already realized that their transports had now reached the legendary golden tier. The 7-star Xiantian warplane not only had its combat attributes significantly enhanced, but it had also eliminated its former defensive weakness, the propeller engine, replacing it with the most powerful anti-gravity engine, matching the flight capabilities of the engine module in the base vehicle and even exhibiting greater agility. Feeling the exhilarating surge of strength coursing through them following the elevation of their vehicle's core, they were filled with anticipation for the battles ahead. Now, Xiaoling and her companions are eagerly anticipating the opportunity to venture out, piloting their brand new vehicles to engage in an intense battle and test their current combat prowess. At this moment, the chance has arrived. A golden spatial vortex suddenly materializes amidst the snowy forest, right before the undulating gray mist. 7 Qixing Xiantian fighter jets, trailing blue flames, gradually emerge from the vortex, hovering gracefully among the towering trees, patiently awaiting their moment. Finally, the gray mist comes to a halt. Countless monstrous creatures, with jagged fangs and decaying, putrid skin, surge forth from the mist, charging directly towards the base vehicle nestled within the woods. The sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming, seemingly endless, as they rapidly engulf vast stretches of the forest, creating a scene of utter horror. Icefield Ghoul, Strength Tier, Elite, Level 18, Health 5,600, Attack Power 237, Talents, Ice Body, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Description: these are undead beings from a different realm, residing in icy plains. They have descended through spatial rifts, and unless their heads are struck to destroy their soul's essence, they cannot be vanquished. Upon witnessing the grotesque monstrosities charging toward them, Qing, situated within the base vehicle, reviews their attributes. The Qixing Xiantian fighter jets hovering above the base vehicle swiftly adjust their cannons, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the densely packed horde of creatures below, resembling a tide of corpses. Jiang Lan, seated in the cockpit of the pristine fighter jet, experiences the serene silence of the anti-gravity engine, devoid of the deafening roar of helicopter blades that once filled the air. The 7 golden-grade Qixing Xiantian jets operate with remarkable quietude, nearly soundless. The frenzied, bloodthirsty Icefield Ghouls remain oblivious to the presence of the jets hovering silently above the base vehicle, relentlessly surging toward it. As Jiang Lan takes control of the weapons and aims at the monstrous horde, the golden-grade Raging Frost heavy machine guns and Winter Soldier air-to-ground missiles rain down destruction upon the ground, unleashing a storm of ice and fury. Limbs and fragments scatter in all directions. It is only then that the ghouls become aware of the 7 fighter jets dispersed across the sky. With Jianglan initiating the assault, the other jets immediately join in, firing in unison. In an instant, an array of golden weaponry descends from the heavens, bombarding the ground with ferocious firepower. Flames flicker, lightning crackles, and fierce winds sweep through the monstrous horde, obliterating the charging ghouls into mere fragments of flesh. Witnessing the terrifying power of their new combat vehicles, Xiaoling and her companions are filled with exhilaration. They soar through the air, their formidable firepower carving deep, charred furrows in the snow below, annihilating all creatures that dare stand in the path of their guns. Amidst the gray mist, dozens of otherworldly beasts resembling gigantic bats, their skin pale as stone, swoop forth. With massive bony wings, they glide between the treetops, launching themselves towards the jets above. These are a cadre of level 20 elite monsters, the flying stone gargoyles. Upon witnessing the ominous threat descending from the heavens, a cadre of airborne monstrosities emerged from the shroud of mist, hurtling towards the 7 circling Xuantiangong fighter jets perched atop the treetops. As the monstrous assault commenced, the 7 aircraft in the sky suddenly multiplied into dozens, blanketing the firmament. The sheer abundance of fighter jets was dazzling to behold. The horde of flying gargoyles, confronted by the sudden surge of adversaries, found themselves momentarily paralyzed, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The newly appeared jets swiftly unleashed a barrage of firepower from above. The intensified onslaught enveloped the entire expanse of sky and earth. Within the snow-laden primordial forest, elemental eruptions ravaged and swept through the terrain. After utilizing the unique capabilities of the Xuantiangong vehicles, Jianglan and Xiaoling's 7 fighter jets unleashed an assault that surpassed even that of the monstrous horde. An unrelenting barrage of artillery swiftly obliterated the approaching airborne gargoyles. Chapter 160, Skill Book Reward. Shadow Blade Technique. The onslaught of monstrous foes has been entirely vanquished, signaling the conclusion of the battle. Battle Rating. SSS Rewards Acquired. 30 high-quality thermal garments, 1 skill book of Shadow Blade Technique, 100 spirit crystals, and 100 survival points. The news of the battle's conclusion reverberated through the air. The once thundering artillery within the lush forest has finally ceased. In this rapidly cooling atmosphere, where verdant foliage remains unwithering yet is adorned with frost and snow, the depths of the dense woodland bear witness to the remnants of the fray. The ground is strewn with the carcasses of vanquished creatures, and the acrid scent of burnt gunpowder lingers in the air. Unextinguished flames continue to flicker ominously, yet soon, a pallid mist encroaches. In the aftermath of the conflict, a roiling tide of gray fog begins to envelop the battlefield, gradually shrouding the fallen bodies beneath its veil. Within this fog-imbued energy, the mountain of ghoul remains swiftly dissolves, transforming into ethereal wisps that merge with the shroud, vanishing from sight. The forest reclaims its former serenity, as if the terrifying onslaught of monstrous entities had never transpired. Only the charred craters and smoldering tree trunks remain as testament to the battle's ferocity. Such an occurrence is indeed peculiar. Jianglan, piloting the 7 Stars mystical sky aircraft, hovers amidst the canopy. She gazes below at the ghoul carcasses, now dissipating into smoke, and is filled with astonishment. The gray mist, as the information had indicated, exudes an aura of peril and treachery. From the moment the alert was issued to the onset of the assault, merely a few minutes elapsed. From the depths of the fog, a surge of monstrous entities, akin to a relentless army, emerged. Had it not been for the nuclear-powered aerial-based vehicles' immunity to damage, coupled with the relentless bombardment from numerous golden-grade heavy weaponry, ordinary survivor squads would have met their demise without a trace. One must remain ever vigilant against the imminent threats that lurk within the dense fog, as terrifying monstrosities may materialize at any moment. Each passing second, the vicinity around the vehicles could harbor lurking dangers. In such an environment, constant alertness is paramount. Even as one risks venturing into the fog to seek out precious resource chests, ancient ruins, and extraordinary treasures expelled from fissures in the earth, the visibility within the gray mist is severely compromised. Should one encounter a horde of beasts or bloodthirsty aberrations while traversing, the entire squad could be obliterated in an instant. Through her first-hand experience, Jianglan has developed a profound understanding of this newly arrived survival scenario. Were it not for being sheltered by Su Qing's convoy and the protection of his base vehicle, she and her companions would likely not have survived to see the conclusion of this perilous ordeal. The meager defense offered by a few helicopters could scarcely withstand the onslaught of the creatures. The previously concealed sanctuary atop the mountain proved utterly ineffectual. Within the chaotic time and space of the gray mist, The positions of vehicles are subject to unpredictable transportation, rendering steadfastness an impossibility. All are compelled to wander aimlessly, treating their vehicles as homes as they navigate the treacherous fog-laden wilderness. This, Jiang Lan surmised, encapsulates the essence of the gray mist's lethal nature, the very core of this survival scenario. A golden vortex manifested atop the base vehicle as several Seven Stars mystical sky aircraft gradually returned to the sanctuary of the hidden realm. Anna gazed enviously at the sci-fi warplanes parked amidst the open space, her desire to integrate into the team growing more urgent. Fortunately, Su Ying, who relished her time in the secret realm, had become somewhat familiar with her and was willing to converse. Otherwise, Anna might very well have succumbed to madness within this confining secret space. Xiao Ling descended from the warplane, casting a resentful glance at Anna, who stood distantly in the midst of the forest. She then joined the others, preparing to return to the base vehicle for a respite. Anna had once led the team, nearly leading them to their demise. Even now, having submitted to Su Qing and become a servant, her former comrades still harbored deep resentment and hostility towards her. This animosity was precisely why Su Qing had cast her into the secret realm, to prevent her presence from disturbing the harmony within the group. Only when she earned their recognition would she be permitted to enter the base vehicle and possess her own private quarters. For now, she was confined to the secret space. However, feeling pity for her, Su Ying utilized her extraordinary abilities to manipulate the flora and weave a small cabin in the woods for Anna to temporarily inhabit. Life was not entirely unbearable. Su Qing sat at the dining table, sipping tea while opening his backpack space. He paid little attention to the fierce battle outside, having witnessed only a fraction of it. To the convoy, the horde of Icefield ghouls appeared fearsome and terrifying, yet in reality, they posed no significant threat. With Jiang Lan and her companions' combat prowess, combined with the newly synthesized golden legendary-grade Qixing Xiantian warplane and various gold-quality weaponry, dealing with such elite-level monsters was a trivial task. However, amidst the rewards from this encounter, one item caught Su Qing's attention. He retrieved an ancient, thread-bound tome from his backpack, its surface marked by the passage of time. Wind Shadow Blade Technique, Orange, a martial arts manual from a high martial otherworld. Wielding the long blade summons the wind shadow, imbuing the blade with the power of swift gales, rendering it light and sharp with astonishing destructive capability. Upon learning this skill, one will possess initial extraordinary cultivation. Is this a skill book? Su Qing examined the tome's attributes, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated unlocking an item capable of enhancing personal abilities within this survival scenario. No wonder a personal combat power ranking had been initiated. It seemed that this gray mist survival scenario might indeed revolve around the enhancement of individual strength as the primary pathway. Holding the threadbound tome, Su Qing surveyed his surroundings. Jiang Lan and the others had yet to return. Inside the base vehicle, only Xiao Wan and Bai Ling were huddled together, animatedly chatting about the snowy forest scenery outside. Bai Wei rested alone in her room, and another person, Tang Lin, was engrossed in a shooting game at the computer. Since joining the convoy, devoid of survival pressures, Tang Lin had fully embraced her true nature, spending her days either driving into battle or retreating indoors to play games, a quintessential gaming enthusiast. Moreover, she has a particular fondness for violent shooting games, and in battles, she relishes being at the forefront. Within the team, Tang Lin is undoubtedly among the few with the most exceptional combat talent, fearless and audacious. She is perfectly suited for mastering close combat skills. It is you. Su Qing identified her target, rose with the skill book in hand, and entered the room, taking a seat beside Tang Lin. Has the battle outside concluded? Sister Lan and the others are quite swift. If you have a moment, quickly power up. Let us team up for a game. This time, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Tang Lin, wearing headphones, was maneuvering her character on the screen, dashing through a city teeming with zombies, firing her weapon and wreaking havoc. Upon noticing Su Qing's arrival, she immediately called out, patting the adjacent computer to signal Su Qing to hasten her entry into the game. Chapter 161. The Monster's Lair, Flowing Wind and Snow Shadow here. This is for you. Su Qing placed the skill book on the computer desk, pushing it toward Tang Lin, who was engrossed in a game. What is this? Upon seeing the ancient tome that Su Qing had handed her, Tang Lin released her grip on the keyboard, perplexed as she picked up the skill book. Upon reviewing the detailed attributes of the Wind Shadow Blade technique, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Why you? What do you intend to do? This is a treasure capable of awakening extraordinary powers. I cannot accept it. You should keep it for yourself. As the team leader, you ought to prioritize using such items to maintain a combat advantage. I can afford to wait. Once our team has more resources, I will elevate to the extraordinary status then. I am not in a hurry. Tang Lin hastily tossed the skill book back into Su Qing's arms, turning her head to feign interest in the game once more. Yet, The clumsy movements of her character and her inept gameplay starkly contrasted with her proficiency before Su Qing's arrival, utterly betraying her inner turmoil. This is for you. Hurry and use it. Once your strength increases, I will need your assistance to explore the mist. You must protect me then. Su Qing found Tang Lin's peculiar reaction somewhat baffling. He returned the skill book to her, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a snowy white arm encircled his neck, pulling him back into the chair. Subsequently, a warm, soft sensation pressed against his cheek. As Su Qing rose to depart, he caught sight of Tang Lin. Her face flushed and seeming to emit steam from her head, reaching for the skill book on the table. Upon her touch, the tome transformed into countless shimmering particles, swirling and merging into her being. Su Qing exited the room. As he lifted his gaze, he found several curious and probing eyes converging on him, ultimately resting upon his slightly wrinkled, open outer garment. It was Jiang Lan and Xiao Ling, who had just returned from the secret realm. Ahem, everyone has worked hard. The battle was executed splendidly, earning an SSS rating reward. Well done. Now, everyone, please return to your rooms and take a moment to rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Su Qing adjusted his attire, feigning nonchalance as he settled into the driver's seat of the base vehicle, his demeanor earnest as he studied the scenery outside the window. However, the gray mist had already encroached upon the glass, rendering the view a murky haze, obscuring all visibility. Captain Su, earlier, Li Man mentioned seeing the ruins of a building in the nearby snow. The emergence of such ruins in this desolate, primordial forest seems rather abnormal. Should we consider departing from here? Jiang Lan, observing Su Qing's feigned composure at the driver's seat, hesitated briefly before approaching him, speaking softly. After all, the strange ruins were alarmingly close to their base vehicle. If left unaddressed, they could encounter dire consequences, even though the vehicle boasted high safety standards and damage immunity. Yet the nature of the gray mist remains ambiguous, shrouded in enigmatic uncertainty. It is prudent to exercise caution. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, Su Qing adopted a serious demeanor. After ascertaining the precise location of the architectural ruins, he promptly opened the hatch. Several mechanical soldiers formed various combat squads and exited the base vehicle through the hatch. They treaded into the deep snow, armed with an array of individual weaponry, advancing towards the coordinates marked on the distant map. Before long, in the northwestern direction of the base vehicle, at the base of a robust giant tree, Su Qing, through the surveillance of the mechanical soldiers, discerned a cluster of ruins buried beneath the snow. This site, with its vast expanse of exposed architectural contours, appeared to be a desolate otherworldly temple. Concealed within the colossal abandoned structure was a broad and profound underground passage. At the passage's exit, the deeply snow-laden ground bore the unmistakable traces of monstrous incursions, with soil overturned and debris scattered across the terrain. This place seemed to be the very origin from which a horde of icefield ghouls had emerged. Could it be that an underground tomb lay hidden within? Through the remnants left upon the snow, Su Qing speculated on the origins of these architectural ruins. They were undoubtedly the remnants of otherworldly structures that had fallen from fissures in the earth. Furthermore, the attack the base vehicle had recently endured must have been instigated by those icefield ghouls that had emerged from this location. Ghoul Tomb. Blue. This is a monster lair, inhabited by terrifying ghouls that slumber beneath the ice fields. These undead creatures are impervious to the cold and can traverse the snowy terrain with ease. Dungeon level. Level 18. Instance difficulty. Hard. Successfully exterminating the monster lair will yield rewards. This dungeon serves as an Adventurer S instance, and vehicles cannot enter. Su Qing directed the mechanical soldiers to approach the passage's exit, where a message materialized. Upon reviewing the instance information displayed on the interface, he exhaled in relief and commanded the mechanical soldiers to secure the area surrounding the underground passage. Withdrawing his consciousness, he concluded that the architectural ruins posed no significant threat. The danger was minimal, and there was no risk to the base vehicle. The monsters within this dungeon had already engaged in combat with the convoy, alleviating any concerns. Turning back, Su Qing observed Jiang Lan and the others still in the Driver S area, awaiting exploration updates. He smiled and reassured them, Sister Lan. There is no danger within those architectural ruins. It's merely the lair of those icefield ghouls. There is no need for concern. Everyone can go rest now. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Jiang Lan and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their spirits lifted as they exchanged light-hearted banter while returning to their quarters. They had thoroughly enjoyed today's battle. The synthesized and enhanced 7-star Xiantian fighter boasted remarkably formidable performance, complemented by golden-quality weaponry and turrets, rendering their assaults on monsters akin to mere child's play. Operating such a superlative vehicle was an unparalleled delight, free from any worries about personal defense or fuel consumption. As long as one continuously fires upon the enemy, it is a thrilling experience. Once Jiang Lan and the others departed, Su Qing opened his backpack space and retrieved a sharp long knife. After enduring several battles, his collection of such cold weapons had grown numerous beyond counting. Consumed a sharp long knife, green, item synthesis successful, obtained a refined fish pattern knife, blue, consumed. The synthesis shimmered with brilliance. Ultimately, in Su Qing's grasp lay a dark blue, razor-sharp long knife. Flowing wind and snow shadow, gold, a divine weapon with dual attributes of ice and wind, its movements accompanied by blades of wind and followed by snowflakes, exquisite and ethereal. Resembling a spirit amidst the snow. Attack power 1000, attack speed 100, with additional effects of wind blade slashing and frost freezing, presenting two forms of attack. Chapter 162. Frosty Thunder, Heart of the Blazing Sun. After examining the attributes of the long knife, Su Qing stowed it away. He then retrieved a rapid-fire shotgun from his backpack. The luminous synthesis occurred repeatedly, as Su Qing directly upgraded this blue-quality shotgun to the golden legendary tier. Frosty Thunder, gold, a shotgun with dual attributes of ice and thunder. Its projectiles inflict additional frost and electrical damage, featuring attack characteristics of frost-induced slowing and thunderous paralysis. Attack power, 1000, effective range, 50 meters. Beholding the powerful shotgun, adorned in hues of blue and purple, Su Qing felt immense satisfaction. He caressed the formidable weapon, enveloped in energy reminiscent of entwined lightning, before ultimately placing it back into his backpack. The purpose of synthesizing these two weapons was to prepare for his expedition into the ghoul-infested dungeon located in the icy plains. This monster lair was situated within the depths of the dungeon, inaccessible by vehicles, compelling adventurers to venture alone. Thus, enhancing one's combat prowess was of paramount importance. After safely storing the newly synthesized golden weapons in his backpack, Su Qing resumed his crafting endeavors. He created a golden-quality submachine gun and 4 sets of golden legendary thermal undergarments, using the 30 high-quality thermal garments, purple, awarded after the previous battle. Flame Burst Meteor, gold, a fire element submachine gun. Its projectiles possess explosive flame characteristics, delivering both knockback and burning effects, capable of continuous fire and overwhelming firepower. Attack power, 1000. Effective range, 300 meters. Heart of the Blazing Sun, gold, and inner armor that maintains temperature in extreme cold environments, automatically regulating power based on body temperature to prevent overheating and sweating, while possessing self-cleaning capabilities to cleanse bodily impurities. Defense, 100. With all preparations complete, Su Qing rose from the driver's seat, ready to embark on his journey to the ghoul-infested underground lair. In his hand appeared a crimson piece of equipment, resembling a heart shield. He pressed it to his chest, and the palm-sized crimson object immediately expanded upon contact with his body, enveloping him in a layer of red energy that rendered him invisible, leaving only a faintly glowing crimson mark adhered to his chest. This was the newly enhanced equipment, the Heart of the Blazing Sun. Once donned, Su Qing's body was continuously enveloped in a warmth radiating from the blazing sun energy. In the frigid wilderness, there was no need for bulky winter clothing. This single piece of armor was sufficient to withstand the harshest of cold. For this expedition, Su Qing intended to bring along Su Ying, Tang Lin, and Anna, 3 companions in total. Consequently, he prepared 4 sets of the Heart of the Blazing Sun. Arriving at Tang Lin's chamber, he found her engrossed in the mastery of the wind shadow blade technique, reveling in the extraordinary powers she had just acquired. With her palm mimicking a blade, she wielded it, conjuring a series of sharp wind blades that filled the room with an awe-inspiring sharpness. Amidst a swirling tempest of blades, she found herself encircled, the deadly arcs spinning gracefully in the air with astonishing majesty. Despite having just attained extraordinary prowess, Tang Lin exhibited a remarkable command over her abilities. The razor winds danced about the room, slicing through the air without inflicting harm upon any object, their movements precise and restrained. Upon suddenly noticing Su Qing's arrival, Tang Lin's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with a flurry of emotions. The chaotic winds, previously under her control, now surged towards the bed behind her, shredding the disheveled bedding and leaving a series of long, jagged cuts. Realizing the predicament, Tang Lin hastily retracted her technique, causing the tempest of blades to dissipate into thin air. "I did not intend for this to happen. The wind simply spiraled out of control," she stammered, rising to face Su Qing, a hint of embarrassment coloring her demeanor. Yet, she felt no remorse for her earlier impulsiveness. If she did not take the initiative with someone as dense as this oaf, he would never muster the courage to ask her out. The advancement of their relationship seemed indefinitely postponed in this manner. "Ah, it's nothing but a few blankets. They can easily be replaced," she reassured, attempting to brush off the incident. "Here, take this. It will serve as your weapon from now on." Su Qing, observing Tang Lin's flushed face and slightly awkward demeanor. Retrieved the newly forged long knife, flowing wind snow shadow, from his bag and presented it to her, instantly captivated by the exquisite design of the dark teal blade. Tang Lin eagerly accepted it, a wave of familiarity washing over her. After studying the wind shadow blade technique, her fundamental swordsmanship had advanced to an impressive level, akin to that of a seasoned swordsman who had trained for countless years, intimately aware of every nuance of the long knife. With a flourish, she twirled the weapon by her side, delight radiating from her every gesture. "Since this is a gift from you, I shall gladly accept it," she declared, caressing the flowing wind snow shadow before meticulously storing it within her bag after examining its attributes. "By the way, wear this. It can be placed anywhere on your body," Su Qing instructed, handing her a radiant crimson piece of armor, the radiant sun heart armor, designed to keep one warm. "Once you're ready, come find me in the secret realm. We shall venture outside together. I recently discovered a monster den instance, and I propose we, along with Su Ying, explore it to see if we can conquer it." With that, Su Qing stepped into the swirling portal of the secret realm. Within the enchanting grove, two charming tree houses, woven from vines and branches, emerged beneath the towering trees. Surrounding them was a vibrant expanse of flourishing greenery, while a neatly trimmed path led directly to the heart of the secret realm. Upon Su Qing's arrival, Su Ying and Anna emerged from the treehouse, ready for the adventure that lay ahead. Their relationship appeared to be much more intimate, harmonious in their interactions. Su Qing felt relatively satisfied with this and took out 2 pieces of the blazing sun hard armor from his backpack, handing them to the 2 individuals while outlining the itinerary for their journey. After listening to Su Qing's introduction, they took the blazing sun hard armor and returned to the treehouse to change and prepare. Su Qing then made his way back to the open area, seizing the opportunity to open a spatial vortex from the rear of the base vehicle, summoning several mechanical soldiers. Consuming 1 mechanical soldier, blue, item synthesis successful. Obtaining 1 blade warrior, purple. Consuming 1 blade warrior, purple. A series of golden beams of light from the synthesis frequently illuminated the secret realm. Su Qing consolidated all the mechanical soldiers before him into one. Soon, a mechanical soldier resembling Iron Man materialized before Su Qing. Chapter 163, The Mechanical Watcher. Entering the dungeon, Zero Guardian. Gold, the original mechanical soldier, codenamed Zero, equipped with a miniature nuclear reactor, possesses nearly limitless energy, capable of undertaking prolonged combat missions. It boasts formidable armor that can withstand external assaults and is armed with arc pulse weaponry, allowing for aerial attacks. Defense durability, 800. Attack power, 600. Maximum flight speed, 1,000 km/h. As Tang Lin stepped into the secret realm, Su Qing had just synthesized 10 golden legendary-grade mechanical soldiers, from No. Fog to No. 9. Each bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man, adorned with nuclear reactors embedded in their chests and arc pulse modules integrated into their limbs. These powerful mechanical warriors stood silently around Su Qing, awaiting orders. Soon, Su Ying and Anna emerged, fully prepared, from the treehouse nestled among the woods. Approaching closer, Su Ying held a leafy branch, wielded as a staff, while Anna stood empty-handed. "Can you handle a firearm?" Su Qing inquired, observing Anna, who was clad in form-fitting leather and bore an uncanny resemblance to the enchanting vampire from Underworld. Upon her nod of affirmation, Su Qing retrieved a golden-quality Xian Frost Rapid Thunder shotgun from his dimensional backpack and tossed it to Anna. "This is your weapon. It is entrusted to you from now on." As Anna received the shotgun and examined its attributes, her eyes widened in astonishment at the resplendent golden quality. Was her master truly this extravagant? The mere act of retrieving a weapon from his backpack resulted in a legendary-grade item. Just moments ago, both she and Su Ying adorned the blazing sun hard armor, also of golden quality, each possessing a piece. With fervor, Anna caressed the shotgun, which shimmered with a blue-purple glow, resembling intertwined lightning. Her admiration for Su Qing reached unprecedented heights. Growing up in an environment where the strong dominated the weak had instilled in her an intense reverence for power, and her admiration for the formidable had reached its zenith. Academically gifted since childhood, Anna excelled in combat and firearms, rarely encountering worthy opponents. Previously, no one in her vicinity commanded her respect. She had always been the strongest. Thus, she had managed to subdue numerous followers and, after the apocalypse, successfully commandeered her father's resources, rising to become one of the leaders of the 2 major survivor factions in the White Eagle district. Yet now, her pride lay shattered, repeatedly crushed. In every aspect, be it weaponry, resource reserves, or personal combat prowess, she found herself incomparable to her master. The chasm between them was insurmountable, akin to a vast abyss, leaving her devoid of hope to catch up. Therefore, upon witnessing the golden legendary grade weapon, Anna had completely surrendered, yearning to devote herself entirely to the master she idolized. Su Qing waved his hand, opening a spatial vortex, ready to lead the team forth. Suddenly, he was ambushed from behind by two soft bodies. Anna charged into Su Qing, wrapping her arms around his waist, radiating happiness. "Master, you are too good to me. Rest assured, I shall perform admirably, becoming your most devoted servant." Tang Lin and Su Ying gazed in astonishment at Anna, who had suddenly gone mad, embracing Su Qing. They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. Su Qing cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to pat Anna on the shoulder. "Comrade, welcome to our ranks. Your moment to prove yourself has arrived. We shall depart immediately." With that, Su Qing turned abruptly and stepped into the golden vortex, vanishing from sight. 10 newly synthesized mechanical sentinels of legendary golden grade followed closely behind him, entering the spatial whirlpool together. Outside the base vehicle, the world lay shrouded in icy desolation, with the biting cold permeating the air. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, restricting visibility to a mere 10 meters, rendering even the towering trees beyond indistinct. As Su Qing emerged from the spatial vortex, he found himself sinking into deep snow, the accumulation instantly engulfing him to his knees, making movement arduous. Once the mechanical sentinels appeared behind him, he ventured into the wilderness, climbing onto the back of one sentinel, intending to soar directly into the ruins entrance. Soon, Su Ying and her companions materialized within the spatial vortex, and 3 mechanical sentinels lifted them onto their backs. Subsequently, blue flames erupted from the soles and palms of all the sentinels, launching them skyward towards the distant entrance of the underground ruins, which lay securely guarded by mechanical soldiers. Discovery of the Icefield Ghoul's underground lair. "Do you wish to enter?" Upon reaching the entrance, Su Qing and his companions dismounted from the mechanical sentinels and approached the dark passage ahead. An informational prompt appeared. After confirming their choice, the scene before them shifted dramatically. The 4 found themselves in a sealed, shadowy underground cavern. In the pitch-black environment, only the faint blue glow emanating from the mechanical sentinels' eyes and chests illuminated their surroundings. Suddenly, the area was illuminated as if it were daytime. Under Su Qing's command, the armor on the shoulders of the 10 mechanical sentinels slid open, activating powerful searchlights that rendered the cave environment crystal clear. The blinding light instantly roused the slumbering Icefield ghouls within the cavern. Dozens of grotesque and terrifying ghouls clawed their way up from the ground, charging forward wildly. Bang! Anna was the first to launch an attack, her Froststorm Thunderbolt shotgun unleashing a torrent of frost and lightning towards the foes ahead. The ice-blue frost enveloped the ghouls, drastically slowing their movements as a thin layer of pale ice encased their forms, while violet lightning crackled within. The entire horde of ghouls found their strength significantly diminished, their actions rendered sluggish. Witnessing the formidable effect of her assault, Anna felt a surge of excitement, growing ever fonder of her golden-grade weapon. Bang! Bang! The blue-violet shotgun continued to unleash a barrage, blasting the frozen ghouls into oblivion, scattering ice shards across the ground, while arcs of electricity danced around, creating an extraordinarily dazzling spectacle. Upon witnessing Anna's decisive action, Tang Lin retrieved the flowing wind and snow shadow long knife from her spatial backpack. With a swift flick of the blade, several azure wind blades materialized instantaneously, surging forth to cleave through the air, annihilating the horde of ghouls in their path. As Tang Lin moved, a gentle breeze accompanied her, her motions both swift and imbued with an exquisite grace. Her swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, possessing extraordinary first-tier prowess. Tang Lin's combat capabilities far surpassed those of Anna, who, despite wielding a weapon, remained an ordinary mortal. She moved with the swiftness of the gale, each strike harnessing the power of the wind blades. The flowing wind and snow shadow long knife, with its remarkable ability to enhance attack speed by 100%, allowed Tang Lin's actions to leave behind a flurry of afterimages, as rapid as lightning. Her figure danced amidst the ghastly swarm, weaving through them with ease, conjuring torrents of fierce wind. The sluggish ghouls could not even graze the hem of her garment, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Chapter 164, Extraordinary Combat. The might of weapons with the gale swirling and wind blades whirling, Tang Lin wielded her long knife, swiftly vanquishing all the encroaching ice-field ghouls in an instant. Anna, clutching her shotgun, stood frozen in awe at Tang Lin's extraordinary prowess. She had anticipated that her combat capability would rank among the top 3 within the team. While she could not compare to Su Ying, endowed with natural extraordinary powers, or her master Su Qing, she believed her extensive training and combat experience, coupled with her formidable golden-grade firearm, would render her significantly stronger than the short-haired newcomer. To her astonishment, this recently joined girl possessed remarkable strength, wielding the power of the tempest with wind blades accompanying her every move. Furthermore, Her swordsmanship was exceptional, succinct, and direct. Her efficiency in hunting monsters far surpassed that of Anna's Frosty Thunder shotgun, which, despite its strong attack power, was primarily designed for control rather than swift eradication. Realizing that she was the weakest link in the team struck Anna hard, filling her with a profound sense of disappointment. She felt her own abilities were inadequate, rendering her assistance to her master minimal and leaving her feeling utterly useless. Qing, stationed at the rear of the team, noticed Anna's emotional shift. It seemed she genuinely wished to be part of the team without any ulterior motives. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a crimson submachine gun from his backpack. Its surface seemingly ablaze with flickering flames. "Anna, this weapon is now yours. Make sure to perform well," he declared, tossing the firearm to her. While Anna's Frosty Thunder shotgun boasted formidable attack power with freezing and lightning-infused damage, its attack speed was relatively sluggish, resulting in subpar monster-clearing efficiency. In contrast, the explosive Meteor submachine gun was a genuine powerhouse, each bullet delivering explosive effects akin to miniature bombs, capable of inflicting area damage through blast shockwaves that pushed back and scorched foes. Upon hearing Qing's call, Anna looked up to see the fiery weapon soaring through the air. Instinctively, she caught the submachine gun, examining its attributes and discovering it was yet another golden legendary-grade superweapon. By now, Anna had begun to acclimate to Qing's lavish displays of generosity. Thus, the golden quality of the weapon surprised her not at all. Had it been anything less than legendary, she would have found it peculiar. With the fiery submachine gun in hand, possessing two golden legendary-grade weapons, Anna's spirits lifted considerably. Regaining her composure, she positioned herself at the forefront of the team, setting forth into the depths of the subterranean cave. As the crowd traversed the ground littered with the remains of ghouls, they continued onward until they reached a cave ahead, where three paths diverged. Qing halted the team, commanding his mechanical sentinels to split into 3 squads, each venturing into one of the routes. Only one sentinel remained by the side of the group, tasked with providing illumination through the monitoring vision of the mechanical sentinels. Qing swiftly grasped the layout of the subterranean icefield ghoul lair. Advancing through the central path revealed a vast underground cavern, remarkably spacious and teeming with a plethora of monstrous inhabitants. In contrast, the other 2 paths were considerably narrower, characterized by rugged terrain that was ill-suited for combat. Moreover, the further they progressed inward, the more numerous the slumbering icefield ghouls became. Fortunately, once the illumination was extinguished, the mechanical sentinels, being mere constructs devoid of life essence, did not attract the attention of the sleeping ghouls, who remained in their dormant state. "We shall proceed through the central path," Qing declared, awaiting the return of all the sentinels sent to scout the diverging routes. Upon hearing Qing's words, Anna exhibited no hesitation. She promptly raised her dual pistols, both loaded and ready for action, and stepped into the central cave entrance. Beside her, Tang Lin, wielding a cerulean-hued longsword, also advanced without delay. Both individuals possessed a fiercely combative nature, and as they stood shoulder to shoulder, a competitive spirit ignited between them as they delved deeper into the cave. Qing, already cognizant of the situation within, paid no heed to their actions. Instead, he dispatched half of the mechanical sentinels from the group to follow closely behind, ensuring the safety of the 2 ahead. Observing the distance between them, Qing approached Qing, extending her delicate hand to clasp his firmly. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, their leisurely pace within the shadowy cavern reminiscent of a stroll through a hidden garden. With the formidable configuration of Qing's team, 10 golden legendary mechanical sentinels and 3 awakened individuals of extraordinary prowess, facing this challenging dungeon posed no strain whatsoever. It was a venture of sheer ease. Indeed, the combined combat capabilities of Tang Lin and Anna alone sufficed to breach this underground dungeon. Not to mention the presence of Qing and Qing, 2 even higher-tier extraordinary beings. Defeated an 18-level elite monster, Icefield Ghoul, obtained 1 chunk of frost ore, 15 spirit crystals, and 18 survival points. Defeated a 20-level boss monster, Flying Gargoyle, obtained 500 liters of fuel, 18 spirit crystals, and 20 survival points. Defeated. Before Qing and Qing even entered the passage, several notifications of kills reverberated within their ranks. Within the cavern ahead, frost roared, thunder crackled, flames erupted, and winds howled as Tang Lin and Anna unleashed their full might, firing with unrelenting fervor. Within the depths of a shadowy cavern, a frenzy of slaughter ensued, as all encountered monstrosities were mercilessly dispatched. The 2 companions advanced with remarkable swiftness, leaving Qing's pace utterly inadequate to keep up with their relentless extermination of foes. Not even a fleeting shadow was visible, only the echoes of gunfire and the clash of blades reverberated from the cavern's inky abyss, accompanied by the battle cries of the duo. With a resounding crack, Anna discharged her weapon, sending a flying gargoyle hurtling back from its aerial assault. The forceful explosion propelling the creature deep into the cavern's recesses, just as she prepared to charge forth and ensure the annihilation of the incapacitated beast. A mechanical sentinel raised its arm to obstruct her path. Upon glancing upward, Anna realized that the narrow passageway ahead had reached its terminus. Mere meters further lay an expansive subterranean chamber, vast and open. Surrounding the fallen gargoyle, dozens of eerie cerulean eyes fixated upon her with intense scrutiny. Should she venture another few steps, she would find herself besieged by a horde of monsters. Chapter 165. A stealthy assault from behind, annihilated with one hand feel. That was close. Upon witnessing the situation ahead, Anna felt a surge of fear. Unlike Tang Lin and the others, who were extraordinary beings endowed with unique powers, she was merely an ordinary mortal. Her formidable combat prowess relied solely on the two golden weapons in her grasp. However, her defensive capabilities were rather lacking, limited to a single set of protective leather armor. Should she find herself surrounded by the monstrous horde, escape would be perilous. That fiend was truly cunning, nearly ensnaring her. Observing the charred flying gargoyle that, despite its injuries, managed to rejoin its kin, Anna cursed under her breath, "I will lure the monsters. You stay here and await my return." As Tang Lin approached, she beheld the vast underground cavern teeming with an overwhelming number of creatures, an utterly terrifying sight. Without hesitation, she made her decision. Then, propelled by the gale, Tang Lin darted into the immense cave like a swift gale. Just as Anna nodded in agreement, she spotted several azure wind blades slicing through the darkness. The anguished roars of the monsters echoed thunderously within the cave. Soon, Tang Lin floated back, her form as light and agile as a feather, pursued by a host of wounded fiends. In an instant, the narrow cave entrance became congested with numerous creatures, surging forward in pursuit of Tang Lin. However, due to the constricted passage, most of the monsters were still held at bay, with only a few managing to breach the threshold. Bang! Faced with the onslaught of countless fiends, the mechanical sentinels stationed nearby immediately opened fire. Their blue electric pulse cannons activated, repelling the advancing monstrosities, which collided with their fellows behind, forming a tangled mass. The terrifying siege of monsters was swiftly alleviated. Anna quickly joined the fray, aiming her frost shotgun at the entrance and unleashing a barrage of frigid ice crystals, blanketing the cave's threshold. The icebound ghouls, once impervious to the cold, found their movements hindered, now encased in a layer of blue frost. With the monster's assault momentarily stymied, Anna raised her other hand, wielding an assault rifle, and unleashed a torrent of explosive fireballs deep into the cavern, engulfing the throngs of creatures clustered at the entrance in a fiery explosion. In an instant, the cave's threshold was cleared. When Su Qing and Su Ying arrived near the battlefield, they witnessed the duo and 5 mechanical sentinels fiercely repelling the monstrous onslaught, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. "All right, Shaolin, Anna, take a breather. I'll hold the line for a moment," Su Ying said, observing the breathless Tang Lin and Anna as she swiftly stepped forward. In her hand, her staff-like branch surged with natural energy, rapidly growing and extending into countless tendrils. As soon as the tendrils sprouted forth, they lashed out with ferocity, sending the nearby monsters tumbling away. Some of the weaker or injured creatures were even obliterated mid-air by the resilient vines, their remains scattering in a gruesome display. The moment Su Ying took action, she single-handedly commanded the entire battlefield, her extraordinary second-tier strength on full display. "Goodness, Yingjie, your power is truly remarkable," exclaimed Tang Lin, awestruck by Su Ying's formidable prowess. "No wonder you casually brought along a tree branch before we set out. I see now how you intended to use it." Upon acquiring her extraordinary abilities, Tang Lin's previously inflated ego had vanished without a trace. Together with Anna, they had struggled to fend off the onslaught of monsters. Yet Su Ying alone had sent the creatures before her flying, instantly clearing a vast expanse within the cave. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Exhausted, Tang Lin and Anna sat on the ground, observing as countless tendrils entwined around Su Ying, both protecting her and assailing the surrounding monsters. Her seamless blend of offense and defense was both agile and aesthetically pleasing. Within the space Su Ying had cleared, 10 mechanical sentinels advanced, their electric arc pulse cannons unleashing blue flames, in concert with the thrashing vines, to assault the encroaching fiends. Under the relentless onslaught of Su Ying and the mechanical guardians, the horde of frostbitten ghouls was forced to retreat, pushing the battle into the expansive depths of the underground cavern, away from the claustrophobic confines. "Watch out behind." Suddenly, a swarm of flying gargoyles erupted from the shadows, hurtling towards Su Qing, who stood at the rear of the group. Tang Lin, startled by the sudden occurrence, sprang to her feet, brandishing her long blade, intent on rushing back to protect Su Qing. However, just as the gargoyles, having circumvented from another path, lunged forward with their claws extended, an array of ice blades materialized mid-air, slicing through their forms before they could reach Su Qing. The monsters, encased in ice, shattered into countless fragments that littered the ground. The sheer number of ice blades was overwhelming, filling the cave passage and creating an impenetrable barrier against the oncoming gargoyles. In a single strike, the pursuing monsters were entirely frozen and annihilated. Subsequently, a torrent of water surged forth, sweeping away the scattered remains of the creatures, carrying them into the depths of the cave and leaving the surrounding ground pristine, as if the assailants had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Tang Lin, having just taken a step forward, found herself awkwardly frozen in place. Upon witnessing the now empty and pristine cavern behind her, she sheathed her long blade and nonchalantly sat back down beside Anna, who had long been left dumbfounded by Su Qing's overwhelming strength, staring blankly into space. So this is the true strength of my master? Indeed, it is terrifying beyond measure. This legion of flying stone gargoyles constitutes the formidable high-tier monsters found within the dungeon's lair. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of the ice-field ghouls. Not only can they soar through the air with astonishing speed, but their bodies are as unyielding as solid rock. A single shot fired at them results in a shower of stone shards, yet it fails to penetrate their incredibly resilient forms. However, their razor-sharp claws can effortlessly rend steel, making them exceedingly difficult to withstand. Were she to face such a multitude of flying stone gargoyles launching a surprise attack from behind, she would likely have met her demise long ago. Yet, with a mere flick of her wrist, Su Qing effortlessly summoned a multitude of sharp ice blades that sliced through the seemingly impervious bodies of the gargoyles. In an instant, all were vanquished. Chapter 166, Dungeon Completion. Gathering spirit elixir, a formidable ice wall coalesced at the rear of the cave passage, its frigid blocks accumulating higher and thicker, ultimately sealing the entire corridor. Su Qing, witnessing the solidified ice barrier that had completely sealed off the cave passage, turned away with satisfaction, no longer concerning herself with the situation behind. With this ice wall in place, no malevolent creatures would be able to navigate through the two diverging paths to launch a surprise attack, granting her a welcome tranquility. She could now focus on the battle unfolding ahead. Standing amidst the mechanical sentinels, Su Ying held a branch that had burgeoned into a colossal tree. Countless vines lashed out from the giant tree, repelling the advancing icefield ghouls. Remarkably, this tree did not take root underground but instead transformed into two elongated legs, resembling a massive treant that stood vigil beside Su Ying, aiding her in fending off foes and vanquishing monsters. While it struck with its branches, it could also move freely, shifting positions as needed. However, despite its agile movements that mimicked a living being, this gigantic treant lacked consciousness. It was entirely under Su Ying's control, akin to a puppeteer commanding a marionette in the heat of battle. This unique combat style was a result of Su Ying's independent study of the natural forces at her command, having just undergone practical validation with remarkable results. It was evident that she was exceptionally suited to wield the extraordinary powers of a nature apostle. Her mastery and adaptability to these natural energies were swift, devoid of any clumsiness. This towering treant showed no fear of harm, standing resolutely before Su Ying, who was enveloped in a protective armor of intertwining vines. It advanced boldly, enduring the relentless onslaught of countless icefield ghouls. Even as the treant's bark and limbs were rent asunder by the ghoul's sharp fangs and claws, showering the ground with wood shavings, Su Ying's natural abilities ensured that its bark and foliage would swiftly regenerate, restoring its form to wholeness. The treant held its ground until it reached the center of the expansive cave, where it finally came to a halt, now adorned with the frenzied remnants of icefield ghouls that had clawed at it. The pressure of battle at the passage's entrance was instantly alleviated. From her backpack, Su Qing tossed out several firearms of various types for the mechanical sentinels to wield. Their electric arc pulse cannons had a limited attack range and a slow firing rate, rendering them unsuitable for such a large-scale confrontation. In contrast, firearms with unlimited ammunition proved far more effective, once equipped with an array of weapons. The mechanical sentinels significantly enhanced their offensive capabilities. Armed with guns in both hands, they unleashed a barrage of fire, dense bullets flooding the cave's center and obliterating the icefield ghouls that the colossal treant had drawn away. Leaving behind a scene of dismembered and shattered remains, no complete entity remained intact. Observing the mechanical sentinels in action, Anna, having regained her strength after a brief respite, was immediately intrigued. She promptly rose to join the fray. The weapon of legendary golden caliber unleashed a formidable firepower that utterly overwhelmed the battlefield, surpassing the combined might of several others. The thunderous echoes of violent explosions reverberated through the depths of the cavern, unceasingly. The flickering flames illuminated the expansive area, while waves of heat enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, Su Qing had synthesized and reinforced the radiant hard armor, which possessed an automatic adjustment feature. Regardless of the fluctuations in external temperature, it ensured that his body remained in the most comfortable state. A delicate energy membrane effectively isolated all external influences, rendering any discomfort non-existent. Thus, even as the temperature within the cave soared in tandem with the rising flames, the group felt no change compared to the frigid environment outside. The heat was imperceptible. Suddenly, a resounding impact echoed from the impenetrable ice wall behind Su Qing. A new wave of monsters had circumvented the team through alternate passages, attempting a sneak attack. However, the path ahead was entirely obstructed by the formidable wall of condensed ice, rendering passage impossible. Soon, upon realizing that this barrier could not be shattered, the cunning monsters retreated without hesitation. Congratulations! All creatures within the Icefield Ghoul's lair have been eliminated. The dungeon has been cleared. Battle duration, 2 hours and 55 minutes. Number of monsters killed, 356. No injuries sustained. Battle rating, SSS. Completion rewards, 10 Spirit Convergence Potions, 1 Ice Arrow Technique Skill Book, 80 Spirit Crystals, and 100 Survival Points. As the flying gargoyles attempted to return to the battlefield through the cave passage, they were ensnared by vines, succumbing to the explosive barrage of bullets, reduced to mere shards of stone. All monsters had been vanquished, and the entire underground space fell into a profound silence, save for the occasional crackling of flames. Next, Tang Lin retrieved several bottles of water from her backpack, distributing them before finally handing one to Anna, who had returned her 2 firearms to the backpack space. Through this battle, Tang Lin discerned that Anna was not of a brooding disposition. Rather, she was impulsive and spirited, much like herself, relishing the thrill of combat against monsters and harboring a genuine admiration for violence. Consequently, after this encounter, Tang Lin's impression of the girl from the White Eagle district significantly improved, and she forgave her previous attack on the convoy. Well fought. You possess considerable skill in firearms. Do you not? How do you fare in shooting games? Once we return, shall we team up for some gaming? Tang Lin stepped forward, extending an invitation to Anna. After being sidelined for several days, apart from Su Ying, who had been in the secret realm, this marked the first time someone from the team had actively engaged her in conversation. Upon hearing Tang Lin's invitation, Anna eagerly nodded, recognizing the importance of fostering good relations with her teammates in her quest to become a loyal servant to her master. Upon witnessing the goodwill extended by Tang Lin, Anna showed no hesitation and readily accepted. Undoubtedly, my gaming prowess is quite commendable. Prior to the advent of the apocalypse, it was one of my greatest passions. Su Qing cast a glance at the 2 individuals engrossed in fervent discussion before rising and entering the vast cavern. This location serves as the central hub of the Icefield Ghoul's lair, where the majority of the monstrous entities congregate. The ground is littered with the remains of creatures, shattered by gunfire and the thrashing of vines, scattered in disarray. Fortunately, the environment here is frigid, and both the Icefield Ghouls and the flying gargoyles are undead beings, devoid of circulatory blood. Thus, the ground remains relatively dry. Although debris is strewn about, there are no pools of blood to hinder passage. It is, in fact, quite navigable. Chapter 167, The Ice Flame Enchantment. Anna's ascension to transcendence. Su Qing's decision to enter the expansive cavern was not for the purpose of surveying the remnants of vanquished monsters scattered across the ground. Instead, deep within the cave, he discovered a treasure chest filled with supplies. 2 crystalline discs of ice coalesced beneath him, lifting his form into the air as he glided towards the chest. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective means of honing one's skills. This expedition into the underground lair of monsters had significantly enhanced everyone's familiarity with their abilities, eradicating the awkwardness that accompanied their newfound powers. Furthermore, they had each engaged in research, developing various applications for their extraordinary capabilities. For instance, Su Ying's creation of the Treant puppet had proven exceptionally useful, perfectly channeling the extraordinary powers of a nature apostle. Not only did it boast formidable defensive capabilities, but its remarkable regenerative abilities and massive size, coupled with its sweeping vines, effectively drew the attention of monsters, serving as a tank to absorb damage and safeguard the team's safety. Upon opening the orange treasure chest, Su Qing obtained an Ice Flame Enchantment Skill Book, 100 Ice Crystal Ores, 50 Spirit Crystals, and 80 Survival Points. Su Qing, stepping upon the ice crystals, floated gracefully over the corpses of the ground-dwelling monsters until he hovered above the treasure chest. 2 ethereal ice blades materialized in midair. Gently probing into the chest seems to unveil its contents. Ice Flame Enchantment. Orange. Learning this skill grants control over ice attribute extraordinary powers, allowing the wielder to imbue weapons with an ice flame effect that can freeze targets upon attack, slowing their movements and inflicting ice attribute damage. Ice crystal or purple, a rare mineral sourced from frigid lands, possessing formidable anti-freeze properties. When integrated into vehicle armor, it significantly enhances cold resistance. After examining the items procured from the treasure chest, Su Qing returned to the passageway with a sense of satisfaction. He noted that in this treacherous fog-laden survival scenario, the items dropped by the dungeons and monsters were predominantly related to personal strength enhancement, while the probability of acquiring vehicle-related components was considerably diminished. This, he surmised, was intrinsically linked to the theme of the survival scene. Upon re-entering the cave passage, he found 3 young women seated upon branches that Su Ying had woven using her natural powers, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Observing the exhausted Su Ying and Tang Lin, who were panting from exertion, Su Qing opened his backpack and retrieved 2 translucent, pale purple potions, offering one to each of them. "What is this?" Tang Lin inquired curiously as she accepted the potion and examined its attributes. Spirit Convergence Elixir. Orange. This elixir rapidly condenses extraordinary spirit power, attracting and gathering it within the body, accelerating the recovery speed of extraordinary spirit power and enhancing combat endurance. Recovery speed of extraordinary spirit power is increased by 500. "Wow, Sister Ying, you should take this. It's a remarkable item," Tang Lin exclaimed in delight upon realizing the potion's attributes, hastily passing it to Su Ying, who sat beside her. After enduring a series of high-intensity battles in this icy lair of ghouls, the 2 newly awakened novices were utterly spent. Exhausted and drained of spiritual energy, the elixir of spiritual convergence in hand offers a much-needed respite from the swelling pain that accompanies the depletion of one's mental faculties. "Everyone partake. There is ample supply of this potion." Su Qing, retrieving 4 more elixirs from his spatial backpack, distributed them among the 2 companions. Noticing Anna seated nearby, her expression one of envy, he produced 2 skill tomes from his bag and presented them to her. "These are for you. I wholeheartedly welcome you to our team." Su Qing felt immense satisfaction with Anna's performance in battle. She displayed no trace of cowardice, charging forward with valor against the icebound ghouls. Despite being the only member of the team yet to awaken extraordinary spiritual power, she consistently positioned herself at the front line, always the first to engage in combat. Such a commendable ally, should her strength flourish, would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon to Su Qing. Thus, he resolved to bestow upon her the 2 skill tomes he had recently acquired as a reward for her efforts within the dungeon. Ice Arrow Technique. Purple harnesses the power of frost to condense ice arrows ahead, launching them forth to pierce foes, with attacks that inflict slowing and freezing effects. Surprised, Anna rose to her feet and accepted the tomes. Upon examining their attributes, she discovered that both contained ice-based skills. One was the Ice Arrow Technique, while the other was the Ice Flame enchantment skill that Su Qing had just retrieved from the supply chest. The 2 tomes transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, swirling around Anna before converging at her brow. A soft azure frost light manifested upon her body, drawing in the abundant ice elemental energy surrounding her, which coalesced and ultimately merged into her being. "Congratulations. Your servant, Anna, has successfully advanced to the first tier of the extraordinary, awakening ice elemental spiritual power, and has learned the skills, Ice Flame enchantment and Ice Arrow Technique." After assimilating the skills, a notification appeared on Su Qing's interface. Given that Anna was already his contracted servant and had gained the world's recognition, her enhancement in power was tantamount to an increase in Su Qing's own strength. Hence the information prompt. With the gathering of ice elements complete, Anna stood poised in the cave passage, her eyes now wide open. She retrieved the Xian Frost rapid-fire shotgun from her spatial bag, as icy blue flames erupted from her hands, soon enveloping the entire gun. The blazing azure flames illuminated the passageway, sending a chilling wind rushing towards her. Aiming into the depths of the cavern, Anna fired. A jet of ice-blue flame surged forth, enveloping the bullet and coating the cave floor. Wherever the ice-blue fire swept, solid ice crystals rapidly formed and spread, freezing the remnants of the icebound ghouls scattered on the ground. With the addition of the Ice Flame enchantment skill, the freezing capability of the shotgun was immensely amplified. The original assault merely inflicted a slowing effect, yet it now possesses the capacity to immobilize foes entirely. The attacks unleash an excruciating chill, with the ice element dealing even greater damage. After validating the Frostfire enchantment skill, Anna raised her hand and pointed. In midair, numerous sharp arrows composed of condensed ice elements materialized out of thin air. With a series of resounding thuds, the ice arrows formed and were swiftly launched. They struck the solid ice wall that Qing was frozen against in the passage, creating several deep craters. The once impenetrable ice wall, which the flying stone gargoyles could not breach, now bore the marks of the arrow's assault, its surface marred and uneven, demonstrating its formidable offensive prowess. Is this the essence of extraordinary spiritual power? Truly astonishing. Anna lifted her palm, observing the effects of her ice arrow attacks, her heart brimming with joy. At last, she had ascended to the extraordinary realm, possessing the skills of spiritual power, and had become an extraordinary being. Chapter 168, The Misty World. A peril at every turn. Upon receiving the information transmitted through the interface, Qing discerned a troubling distinction. Despite employing orange-quality extraordinary items to awaken their extraordinary powers, both Tang Lin and Anna emerged from their awakening as merely extraordinary Tier 1, possessing only the nascent ability to wield extraordinary energy without any advancement in rank. In contrast, he and Su-Ying had ingested extraordinary potions refined from the flesh furnace, thereby acquiring their extraordinary abilities. This enabled them to directly inherit the talents of the abyssal creatures consumed by the flesh furnace, bypassing the typical progression and ascending directly to extraordinary Tier 2 or higher. Meanwhile, Tang Lin and Anna, after learning extraordinary skills, could only progress incrementally, slowly enhancing their extraordinary energy to achieve further advancement. Even with Anna mastering 2 extraordinary skills, her status remained unchanged at extraordinary Tier 1. The disparity was starkly evident. It was only at this juncture that Qing gained profound insight into the unique nature of the flesh furnace. Realizing its unparalleled capability to extract and perfectly replicate the innate abilities of magical creatures, the condensation of bloodline extraordinary potions allowed users to directly acquire the full extraordinary powers of these creatures. This singular fact alone sufficed to demonstrate the formidable strength of the flesh furnace. Soon after, Qing dispatched mechanical sentinels to scour the entirety of the underground lair, and they swiftly returned. Upon confirming the absence of any remaining resources within the instance, Qing raised his hand, causing the robust ice wall that obstructed the passage to come crashing down into shards, dissipating into mist and snow. The group stood up as a golden vortex of space materialized beside them. One by one, Qing and his companions stepped into the vortex, returning to the secret realm. Lingjia, I can't hold on any longer. I fear we might perish here today. A voice trembled amidst the mist. In a thicket, several vehicles were besieged by a throng of goblins wielding clubs. These green-skinned creatures exhibited an astonishing resilience. Even when shot, their limbs shattered and bloodied. They continued to move with alarming agility, swinging their makeshift weapons mercilessly against the vehicles. Within the ranks of the besieged, a young man gazed in horror at the spider web of cracks spreading across the glass of his van. Surrounding his vehicle were numerous grimy goblins, their bodies draped in tattered rags, as they furiously battered the van with their clubs, greedily eyeing the flesh within. Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? If you can't endure, why not flee? You think you can't outrun these creatures that rely solely on their legs? Xiaoning, blow that spot open and get that guy out of there. You're utterly dim-witted. The voice of Li Lingyu crackled through the radio, rife with indignation. Boom. As her words echoed, several shells exploded beside the beleaguered van, creating a breach in the goblin encirclement. Guning struck with a single blow. They managed to extricate the van from the encirclement and escape. I had warned you all not to wander aimlessly in the fog, yet you disregarded my advice. Now, as we find ourselves besieged by monstrous entities, you have foolishly stumbled into a goblin lair. Had it not been for Xiaoning's assistance, you would have perished countless times. We must retreat immediately. Anyone who dares to roam freely will be expelled from the group. On Ling Jia's vehicle, 2 heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of firepower, forcing the pursuing goblin fiends to retreat. Yet, an unending tide of creatures surged from all directions. Observing that everyone had regrouped, Guning pinpointed a direction and ordered the weapons on the armored RV to fire. The formidable barrage carved a bloody path ahead, obliterating all the monsters that obstructed their way. Leading the charge, she drove the armored vehicle through the encirclement of the fiends. Li Lingyu followed closely behind. Utilizing the immense momentum of the heavy vehicle, the convoy swiftly broke free from the onslaught of the monsters. Soon, they vanished into the fog, leaving no trace. The pursuing goblin creatures, having lost their target, finally ceased their frantic chase and retreated to their lair. Phew, that was a close call. Why do I feel that this fog-laden survival scenario is even more perilous than being surrounded by zombies? The fog is dense, visibility is poor, and who knows what lurks within. Just a moment ago, Xiaoli had spotted a glowing treasure chest, intending to approach and open it, only to unwittingly stumble into a monster's den. Every step taken in the fog requires utmost caution. This is truly daunting. By the way, Xiaoli, what did you find in the treasure chest? Xiaoli? Xiaoli, where on earth did he go? Several vehicles halted in the fog. The survivors, having escaped the pursuit of the monsters, suddenly realized that half of their group was missing. The visibility in the fog was abysmal, and in their hasty flight, they had unknowingly scattered. Even their leader, Li Lingyu, and the strongest fighter, Gu Ning had vanished without a trace. Xiaolu, go check if Xiaoli is behind us. If he is not too far, we might still find him. Xiaolu. No one responded over the radio. The remaining few glanced around, only to be horrified to discover that a pickup truck, which had been trailing the convoy, had inexplicably vanished without a sound. This eerie scene sent chills down their spines, making their hair stand on end. Oh no, look! Someone in the group cried out in terror. Hearing the commotion, the others suddenly noticed that several snake-headed, human-bodied creatures wielding tridents had emerged from the fog. They slowly materialized, surrounding the vehicles with their cold, piercing gazes fixated on the occupants within. Soon, more and more serpentine monsters emerged from the mist, encircling the vehicles in a suffocating manner. Upon witnessing the horrifying scene before them, the group suddenly realized the gravity of their situation. In their frantic bid for escape from the goblin lair, they had unwittingly stumbled into a terrifying serpent's den. Their silent companions, now bereft of life, had likely met a grim fate, succumbing to the lurking dangers within the mist. Accompanying the billowing gray fog emerging from the fissures in the earth were countless malevolent creatures from another realm. They had quietly established their dominion over the desolate wilderness, firmly rooting themselves in this world, thriving and multiplying. The current survival landscape was no longer the exclusive domain of the native survivors. It had long been overrun by myriad otherworldly races and monstrous beings, claiming territory and expanding their realms. As the serpentine entities drew ever closer, despair filled the eyes of the onlookers. The cacophony of gunfire had barely erupted before it was swallowed by the silence of the mist. In an instant, several vehicles were torn asunder, reduced to mere fragments, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Chapter 169, The Creation of Mechanical Soldiers and the Quest Beyond. Wait a moment. Xiaoning, something seems amiss. Li Lingyu led the team into the enveloping gray mist. Soon, a thick fog surrounded their vehicle, obscuring visibility to mere meters. The team members trailing behind vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence. Only Gu Ning and she remained, their two vehicles standing silently amidst the fog. Xiaoli, Lao Wang, Xiaolu, can you hear me? Respond if you can. Li Lingyu grasped the radio, calling out repeatedly, yet received no reply. Only the static crackle of interference echoed in the cabin. Suddenly, a message flashed on the vehicle's panel, originating from Lao Wang within the team. There are snake monsters. Danger. Run fast. Upon reading the message, a foreboding sense washed over Li Lingyu. I can hear you. Hurry and save me. A voice suddenly emerged from the radio. Raspy and indistinct. It was clearly not one of their team. The chilling sound sent a wave of terror coursing through Li Lingyu. It felt as though an extremely perilous entity was encroaching upon them, imminent in its approach. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lingyu slammed down on the accelerator, their vehicle roaring to life as it surged forward into the dense mist. Gu Ning, trusting in Lingyu's instincts, followed closely in the off-road RV, hastily fleeing the scene. Just moments after their escape, the location they had vacated was discovered by several serpent-headed humanoid monsters. They emerged from the fog, their serpentine tongues flickering as they discerned the direction in which the duo had fled. Li Lingyu was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Her hair standing on end, her scalp tingling. This sensation was all too familiar. Her vehicle's core ability was danger perception, making her acutely aware of imminent threats. This unique capability had aided her in narrowly escaping multiple encounters with hordes of zombies, allowing her to survive. Thus, she placed great trust in her instinct. The terror she had just experienced was unlike any she had faced before. It was clear that the rest of the team had plunged into unprecedented peril, and it was highly probable they had all perished. The urgency conveyed in Lao Wang's message illustrated the severity of their predicament. They had not even called for help, but instead urged Lingyu to flee, indicating that the danger they faced was beyond the team's current capabilities to confront. Escape was their only chance for survival. The most terrifying aspect of this gray mist was the utter uncertainty of the dangers concealed within. Each step forward was fraught with the unknown. They could only proceed cautiously, testing the waters as they advanced. Otherwise, they risked falling into a lethal trap, meeting their demise on the spot. After a frenzied journey of several kilometers, that suffocating sense of crisis gradually began to dissipate. Li Lingyu parked the delivery truck, her heart heavy with sorrow. Despite being mentally prepared for this moment, the sudden peril faced by her longtime companions was almost unbearable, and the possibility of their complete demise was a bitter pill to swallow. Gu Ning chose not to disturb her, remaining quietly by her side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings to prevent any ambush. In the depths of the primordial forest, amidst the snowy expanse, a colossal dark green base vehicle stood silently in the snow. Within the rear compartment of the vehicle, the first batch of Skynet mechanical soldiers emerged from the assembly factory, entering the storage area near the tailgate. These mechanical soldiers were crafted from the metallic ores collected by Qing after seizing the mineral resource sites in the White Eagle district and transporting them into a hidden realm. Among these mechanical soldiers, Qing had also incorporated ice crystal ores obtained from the lairs of the ice ghouls in the dungeons. Skynet Mechanical Soldier. Purple, a multifunctional mechanical soldier designed through optimized raw materials, embodying both combat and production capabilities. It possesses exceptional cold resistance, enabling it to operate normally in extreme environments. Attack power, 500. Defense durability, 800. Cold resistance, 300. These mechanical soldiers, produced from the assembly line, seamlessly integrated all the metallic ores extracted from the resource points. Enhanced by the design optimizations of the Skynet intelligent machinery, these soldiers boasted numerous functions related to productivity. They were not only capable of wielding firearms in battle, but could also be equipped with production tool modules to gather refreshing ores in the mines or assist by way in agricultural tasks. Even in construction, they could facilitate building within the hidden realm without any hindrance. They could be entirely controlled by the Skynet intelligence, which commanded these soldiers to undertake various tasks. Qing stood beside the mechanical soldier assembly factory, observing the continuous production of these mechanical soldiers with great satisfaction. With their assistance, life within the base vehicle could seamlessly transition into an era of mechanical intelligence. All tedious tasks could be entrusted to the mechanical soldiers, allowing them to focus on elevating their cultivation levels and integrating the core capabilities of the vehicles. The final products from the assembly line included several mechanical soldiers designed specifically to provide daily services within the base vehicle. These soldiers bore a striking resemblance to humans, exhibiting agile and nimble movements. Qing had meticulously designed these service-type mechanical soldiers through Skynet intelligence, until all the various ores refreshed within the mine resource points and the useless metal weapons, deemed unworthy for smelting into molten iron by Qing, were entirely consumed. A total of 30 mechanical soldiers were produced. Among them, 6 were service-type soldiers, while the remaining 24 were multifunctional soldiers, infused with ice crystal ores and possessing extreme cold resistance. Under the control of Skynet intelligence, the 6 service-type mechanical soldiers entered the front compartment of the base vehicle, standing by for immediate duty. The other cold-resistant mechanized soldiers emerged from the open doors of the base vehicle, stepping into the misty forest. They encircled the vehicle, treading upon the snowy ground, and commenced their external reconnaissance. Replacing the survivors' transport, they ventured into the fog, gathering information and seeking out supply caches while probing for traces of monstrous entities. These mechanized soldiers, infused with crystalline ice ore, exhibited no fear of the harsh, frigid darkness that enveloped the area beyond the vehicle. Their movements remained unfettered, characterized by remarkable agility. Armed with the allocated firearms, they dispersed into the primordial woodland shrouded in mist. Under the command of the Skynet's mechanical intelligence, they executed a thorough search, piercing through the obscuring fog. Within Qing's line of sight, the activities of these exploratory mechanized soldiers rendered everything surrounding the base vehicle distinctly visible. Chapter 170. Gu Ning's Ascension to the Extraordinary. Thunder Sword Technique in the stillness of the snowy forest at night. Qing utilized the exploratory capabilities of the Skynet mechanical soldiers to uncover 2 supply chests hidden beneath the trees and buried in the snow. Upon opening the green chest, he received a multifunctional engineer's shovel, 50 liters of fuel, and 10 spirit crystals. Upon opening the blue chest, he obtained a pair of fur-lined snow boots, a vial of blood-replenishing potion, and 30 spirit crystals. Upon witnessing the items procured from the chests, Qing felt a palpable disinterest. He commanded the Skynet artificial intelligence to recall all the mechanical soldiers deployed for exploration. The yield from these supply chests constituted the meager returns typical of the survival scenario world. Although sparse, for Qing, who had grown accustomed to soloing dungeons and tackling high-difficulty scenarios, the effort expended to locate these 2 low-tier supply chests felt like a waste of time. After confirming that there were no remaining dungeon relics or monster strongholds around the base vehicle, Qing retracted all the exploratory mechanical constructs, preparing for a period of rest. As he opened the door, a service-type mechanical soldier entered, holding a glass of juice. After placing the juice on the bedside table, the soldier quietly exited. Qing picked up the juice and took a sip, feeling quite pleased with the performance of these service mechanical soldiers. With their assistance, he could summon them if he awoke in the middle of the night, eliminating the need to venture out himself. Moreover, they could fully manage the room's cleanliness, including washing and changing linens, tidying up, and maintaining the floor's hygiene. Such simple tasks were trivial for the Skynet mechanical intelligence of legendary quality, requiring minimal computational resources to control these service soldiers on the base vehicle. Late at night, the biting wind howled in the icy expanse. Sister Ling sat in the warmth of the off-road vehicle, staring blankly out the window. The white snowflakes illuminated the gray mist, allowing her a faint glimpse of the outside world. Sisterling, have some fruit. I traded for it from Xiaowan. It was freshly picked today. Gu Ning called out from the dining table, where cut fruit was laid out. This damned world. Li Lingyu snapped back to reality upon hearing Gu Ning's voice. Cursing under her breath, she rose and approached the dining table, spearing a piece of apple with a fork and bringing it to her mouth. Subsequently, Li Lingyu retrieved a skill book from her backpack space, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Gu Ning. Xiao Ning, you contributed the most in today's battle. This is the skill book rewarded after the first wave of monster attacks. You should learn it first. Let us not be polite with each other. There is no one else here. When I get another skill book in the future, I'll study it then. Gu Ning had intended to decline the offer, but, upon hearing Sisterling's words, chose to refrain from further protest. She picked up the purple skill book from the table, and upon activation, it transformed into countless specks of light, scattering in the air. The light spun around Gu Ning incessantly, ultimately converging between her brows, vanishing without a trace. Thunder Sword, purple, a body-refining sword technique from a transcendent realm, upon reaching a profound level, enables the wielder to command divine thunder. Imbuing the sword with lightning's might to vanquish evil and dispel demons, rendering them invincible. Congratulations! You have awakened extraordinary powers, elevating your strength to the lower tier of the extraordinary first rank. After mastering the Thunder Sword skill, a faint purple glow manifested around Gu Ning. However, this radiance was considerably weaker than that of Anna and Tang Lin upon their awakening, yet it still exuded a formidable presence. Li Lingyu, seated opposite her, felt a strong sense of danger rising from deep within upon witnessing Gu Ning, who was enveloped in purple light. This was her vehicle's core ability, danger perception, incessantly alerting her. The sensation was akin to having a gun pointed at her, an intense crisis alarm resonating from her core. Nonetheless, Lingjie understood that this feeling did not stem from any malevolence on Gu Ning's part, but rather from her suddenly enhanced extraordinary powers, which triggered the awareness of her abrupt transformation. A long sword materialized in midair, suspended within the confines of the RV. On the surface of this ordinary sword, faint currents of lightning danced, and a delicate purple glow illuminated the blade. Yet, it soon fell to the ground, the light dissipating and no longer visible. Gu Ning opened her eyes, gazing at the sword on the floor, her expression revealing an indescribable sentiment. This sensation was indeed marvelous. I have acquired extraordinary spiritual power and can wield the legendary sword technique. However, the spiritual energy within me is currently far too sparse, rendering me incapable of wielding the long sword in battle. I can only engage in close combat. Feeling her spiritual energy nearly depleted, Gu Ning was overwhelmed with astonishment. Merely learning a skill book had granted her the legendary celestial spiritual power, entirely bypassing the need for foundational cultivation or drawing the world's spiritual essence into her body. She had directly entered the lower tier of the extraordinary first rank. Gu Ning, level 15, vehicle core, golden legendary, talent trait, infinite firepower, health, 50,000, vehicle bound, attack power, 3,000, vehicle bound, learned skill, Thunder Sword, purple, extraordinary realm, lower tier of the first rank, description, a newcomer who has just entered the extraordinary realm, possessing a vehicle talent of golden quality, endowed with immense potential to dominate all races. Gazing at her newly acquired personal attributes, Gu Ning felt a surge of novelty within her heart. However, these elements were indeed not illusory. The extraordinary spiritual energy that circulated and ultimately converged in her dantian was undeniably real. Gu Ning sensed that she could summon this extraordinary energy at will, executing sword techniques and skills with fluidity. Upon mastering the Thunderblade technique, she, a novice to the long sword, suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity with the weapon in her grasp. It was as if she had devoted years to the rigorous practice of swordsmanship, with a powerful yet unfamiliar swordplay engraved deeply within her mind. Gu Ning's wrist flicked, and the long sword that had fallen to the ground floated gracefully back into her hand, as she unleashed a dazzling display of sword flowers. Experiencing the profound sensation of unity between herself and the blade, Gu Ning sheathed her sword. Su Qing remains as formidable as ever. Even after the shift in their survival scenario, he steadfastly maintained his position at the pinnacle, surpassing all others by a considerable margin. By the way, Xiao Ning, what is your current realm? Have you reached the extraordinary several stages? Li Lingyu gazed at the newly added personal combat power leaderboard on the interface, her heart filled with a sense of wonder. Chapter 171, Scene Transformation, Swamp Wetlands. At this moment, I find myself in a nascent state, possessing only the prowess of a low-tier extraordinary first level. Upon hearing Gu Ning's response, Sister Ling gazes at the leaderboard, where Su Qing has astonishingly achieved the status of a high-tier extraordinary third level. An immediate silence envelopes her. How had she not noticed this anomaly, Qing? Before the apocalypse descended, he was merely a diligent and unassuming individual who spent his evenings indulging in video games. Now, he has ascended to such formidable heights. The newly emerged personal combat power ranking reflects the standings of the entire survival world. Billions traverse the mist in their vehicles, seeking opportunities for advancement. Yet, how has this individual accomplished such feats? A high-tier extraordinary third level? This level of power surely equates to the destructive combat potential of creatures exceeding level 35. In other words, Qing could effortlessly rend his bread truck asunder with bare hands? Truly, a terrifying prospect. Sisterling, what troubles you? I'm fine. Just experiencing a slight toothache. Oh my God, come to our aid. Your devoted follower is on the brink of despair. A dark-skinned man, his head wrapped in cloth, kneels in the wilderness, fervently praying. Before him, amidst the fog, a colossal lizard with a chilling gaze flicks its tongue, fixated on several dilapidated motorcycles. It bides its time. Behind the kneeling figure, several men, bundled in thick cloth and cotton garments, wield rifles. Their faces etched with tension as they observe the immense Komodo dragon lurking in the mist. This mutated behemoth possesses a head the size of a truck, with its concealed bulk in the fog beyond imagination. Such a monstrous entity is beyond their capacity to confront. They can only beseech divine intervention for salvation. They cannot fathom how, in the wake of the apocalypse, these once dominant lizards have undergone such a dramatic transformation. The rate of their power growth is bewildering. In the span of a single night, this giant lizard has shifted from being their target of vented frustrations to a fearsome creature of immense proportions. Meanwhile, the favored children of the heavens, are left to navigate survival on a rickety motorcycle amidst the fog. With their current abilities, subduing this terrifying giant lizard is an impossibility. Forcing it to submit and endure their assaults is utterly out of the question. A biting wind sweeps through, causing the group to shiver uncontrollably. They have never encountered such frigid weather and are oblivious to the horrors of the winter cold wave that has gripped the survival world. In merely a few days, countless lives in their region have succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Only those among them, with comparatively ample clothing and supplies, have managed to survive. Fortune has smiled upon them. Just as they donned their heavy garments, they were targeted by others intent on plundering their resources. But suddenly, the fog descended, and chaos ensued in the space around them. The inhabitants of the entire survival zone scattered, transported to various corners of the world, all shrouded in an ominous gray mist. This sudden enveloping fog spared only a few from being besieged and robbed by others. However, their fortune was fleeting. Today, the pet they carried with them, the giant lizard known as Sister San, unexpectedly transformed into a terrifying behemoth. Like a vengeful goddess finally reclaiming her power, it obstructed their path. Its gaze fixed intently on those who had once wronged it, secretly contemplating a bloody reprisal to vent its pent-up hatred. In an instant, the giant lizard, which had been concealed within the mist, launched a swift attack. It bit off half of a middle-aged man who was on his knees in prayer, leaving only 2 legs behind on the ground. A chorus of horrified screams erupted from the remaining men, armed with rifles, as they witnessed the gruesome scene unfold before them. In a panic, they opened fire. The barrage of bullets tore into the lizard, which was now dripping with crimson blood, forcing it to retreat in agony. Yet, this creature was not only larger but also possessed significantly enhanced defenses. Although the rifle bullets inflicted considerable pain, they were not fatal. Instead, these assaults ignited its thirst for vengeance. With unwavering determination, it charged through the hail of gunfire and swiftly killed another screaming man, lifting him into the air and swallowing him whole. Faced with this colossal and terrifying beast, the men could hardly fathom how their once gentle pet had morphed into such a horrifying figure. Realizing the rifles posed no threat to it, they discarded their weapons and hastily mounted their motorcycles, intent on fleeing the scene. Suddenly, one young man, robust and clad in a thick hood, aimed his rifle at his companions. In the ensuing gunfire, those who had just mounted their motorcycles, preparing to plunge into the mist, fell to the ground, lifeless. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of his former allies, a triumphant smile spread across the young man's face. He lowered his rifle and gestured, into his astonishment. The once menacing giant lizard displayed a docile demeanor. It bowed its head, affectionately nuzzling the young man, prostrating itself in submission, akin to a gentle wife. You fools. You never realized that Aya has become my exclusive pet, he thought. He had not anticipated that this orange, epic beast-taming skill would prove so potent. With just one blast, Aya could transform into a fearsome beast. Soon, he planned to capture more ferocious creatures, unleashing a few more shots to establish a harem of colossal beasts and reign over the world. As for you, you are of no further use, merely sustenance for my Aya. The young man, brimming with pride, reached out to stroke the giant lizard's massive head before picking up the rifle from the ground. He gathered all the supplies from the fallen companions and stowed them away in the spatial backpack, completely plundering their belongings. Suddenly, a deafening sound of cannon fire erupted from the mist. The enormous lizard, which had been gently gazing at the young man while tearing at the garments of its deceased comrades in search of supplies, had its massive head, reminiscent of a truck's front, obliterated in an instant. Blood and viscera splattered amidst the rising mist, showering the surroundings. Qing maneuvered the heavy artillery fortress out of the hidden realm, unleashing the wrath of Poseidon, a colossal cannon, directly upon the distant monstrous beast, reducing it to mere fragments. What abhorrent creatures are these? Qing had just awakened when he suddenly noticed the environment outside the base vehicle transforming once more, transitioning from a primeval forest to a marshy wetland. The scene that had just unfolded in the mist was vividly captured in his sight as he was teleported into this chaotic moment. Chapter 172. Heavenly Cultivation Machine. Light of the Angels. The repulsive scene left Qing feeling utterly uncomfortable. Particularly, the grotesque giant lizard exchanging tender glances with the young man was enough to shatter the common sensibilities of any onlooker, having just risen from slumber. Encountering such a distasteful sight was more than Qing could bear. Without hesitation, he activated the spatial vortex, summoning a heavy artillery fortress from the secret realm. With a thunderous roar, he obliterated the distant landscape. As the tailgate swung open, several mechanical soldiers from the Skynet emerged, rifles in hand. They formed two combat teams, providing mutual support as they advanced towards the desolate ground, ravaged by the wrath of Poseidon's heavy artillery. 3 purple vehicle cores and 4 blue cores detected. Upon reaching the open area, the mechanical soldiers meticulously scoured the wreckage of motorcycles, ultimately unearthing 7 vehicle cores. Qing refrained from touching any other items, even steering clear of the horrifying remains of the lizard, which had been blasted to a mere half of its form, fearing the potential contamination from any lurking viruses. Having secured the vehicle cores, Qing hastily drove the base vehicle away, not stopping until the gray mist enveloped the site, rendering it invisible. Only then did he halt the vehicle and establish a temporary encampment. With the newly acquired vehicle cores, Qing now possessed a total of 3 golden vehicle cores, 1 orange core, 4 purple cores, and 4 blue cores. These were remnants from previous battles in the White Eagle district, and now, with nothing pressing to attend to, he resolved to enhance the battle capabilities of his fleet by processing these cores. At present, the fleet comprised only by Wei's all-purpose tractor and Su Ying's long-range repair vehicle, neither of which had ascended to the golden legendary quality. Stepping into the golden vortex, Qing entered the secret realm, where tranquility reigned. Anna, who had previously resided there, had spent the previous night gaming with Tang Lin, fully integrating into the team and no longer dwelling in the secret space. Approaching the all-purpose tractor parked beside the orchard, Qing retrieved a golden vehicle core from his backpack and chose to synthesize it. Consuming 1 golden vehicle core, synthesis successful, obtained a Heavenly Cultivation Machine, Gold. Heavenly Cultivation Machine, Gold, a super vehicle merging technology and extraordinary traits, capable of gathering extraordinary spiritual energy while performing agricultural tasks, thereby transforming spiritual field crops. Base attack power, 3,000, defense durability, 50,000, maximum speed, 300 km/h, core traits, sky-piercing power, Gold, spirit gathering array, Gold. Sky-piercing power, Gold engine power is enhanced 1,000-fold, enabling it to tow objects exceeding its own weight by 1,000 times. Spirit gathering array, Gold during operations. It can amalgamate extraordinary spiritual energy into the soil, altering its structure and enhancing the quality of the spiritual field. This brand new vehicle, having ascended to the golden legendary quality, was now at its peak potential. Its form transformed into a peculiar mechanism composed of various interlocking gears. It is capable of accommodating all production modules, and these mechanisms can freely reshape themselves, possessing a multitude of applications to efficiently handle any task during operations. Whether it involves hoisting, tilling, sewing, or dragging, it performs these functions with remarkable proficiency. Qing circled this mechanized vehicle with keen scrutiny, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he approached another vehicle parked on the open ground. This yellow road rescue pickup truck had seldom ventured out recently to undertake combat missions. Most of the time, it remained stationed within the secret realm. Only after other vehicles returned from their battles would this pickup deploy its powerful repair stream to service any damaged units. After all, the current strength of the fleet was formidable, and the majority of encounters posed no threat to the vehicle's integrity. They merely sustained minor wear and tear, with the surface armor being scratched. Thus, there was no need for repair and rescue during combat. Consequently, Qing decided to synthesize and promote this vehicle. Given that it had not been utilized in recent battles and had remained in the secret realm, enhancing its tier later would incur no adverse effects. Qing retrieved a golden vehicle core from his backpack. Consuming 1 golden core, item synthesis successful. Acquired Angel of Light, Gold. Angel of Light, gold, an extraordinary vehicle endowed with formidable healing capabilities. Capable of projecting a radiant healing light that restores friendly units within its vicinity, whether vehicles or survivors, granting them energy healing. Base attack power of the vehicle is 3,000. Defense durability is 50,000. Maximum travel speed is 500 km/h. Vehicle traits. Healing light, gold. Angelic guardian, gold. Healing light, gold consumes vehicle energy to emit a golden healing radiance, repairing vehicles and healing the injured, while establishing a realm of holy light around the vehicle, allowing friendly units within the area to rapidly restore durability and vitality. Angelic guardian, gold upon selecting a target. A golden energy shield can be erected around it, safeguarding it from harm. The shield's durability is influenced by the energy expended in its creation. The greater the energy consumption, the higher the shield's strength. Upon the successful promotion of this golden vehicle, it transformed from a simple yellow pickup truck into a magnificent 8-winged angelic statue. The pristine, colossal figure ascended gracefully, hovering in midair. The surface of the angelic statue radiated a soft golden glow, exuding sanctity and tranquility, brimming with a sense of life. Observing this entity that bore little resemblance to a mere vehicle, Su Qing examined it for quite some time before realizing that the driver's seat was situated at the chest of the angelic statue, with the hatch located between its back wings. The 8 wings, glowing with golden light, were the key to the Angel of Light's ability to utilize healing radiance and establish a realm of holy light. It is precisely because of these wings that it can hover in midair. Could it be that during the synthesis of the vehicle, it was immersed in the perilous atmosphere of the Mist of Death survival scenario? This setting seems to place greater emphasis on the enhancement of the survivor's own capabilities. Hence, upon its elevation, the vehicle appears utterly unlike a mechanical object necessitating human operation. Su Qing gazed at the recently synthesized and enhanced celestial vehicle, the celestial plow cloud machine, and the light of the angel, both of which bore a golden quality. His heart was filled with perplexity. The celestial plow cloud machine resembled a creation of divine craftsmanship, imbued with an ethereal aura. In contrast, the light of the angel resembled a statue from the divine realm, its entirety as pure as jade, radiant and translucent. It bore no trace of the various firearms and artillery that would typically be mounted for bombarding monstrous foes, instead exhibiting an appearance steeped in fantastical magical essence. Chapter 173, Vehicle Synthesis. Sovereign Overlord. The external appearance of the vehicles holds little significance and does not affect their functionality. After spending a considerable amount of time in futile research, Su Qing decided to cease his preoccupation with the 2 vehicles that exhibited distinctly different styles. He retrieved a golden vehicle core from his backpack once more. Within the convoy, all vehicles had attained the legendary golden tier, reaching a plateau in terms of enhancement. Su Qing had previously endeavored to synthesize and elevate the quality of these vehicles akin to the nuclear aerospace base vehicle, aspiring to achieve the colorful mythic tier. However, when he attempted to synthesize these vehicles, a notification emerged, indicating the need to expend a new resource known as creation points, something Su Qing had never heard of and thus could not possess. Consequently, after synthesizing all vehicles in the convoy to the legendary golden tier, he had reached the pinnacle. Detected upgradable vehicle attributes. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? Gazing at the golden vehicle core in his hand, Su Qing ultimately resolved to fuse it with the Sovereign Overlord attribute from the base vehicle core to enhance its capabilities. This Sovereign Overlord vehicle attribute was acquired when Su Qing merged the core of a large passenger bus at a gas station, originally a blue-tier vehicle attribute. Su Qing had previously reinforced it once. Now, he intended to synthesize it directly to the legendary golden tier. Consumed 1 golden vehicle core, synthesis successful. Acquired core attribute Sovereign Overlord, gold. Sovereign Overlord, gold mastery over all vehicles under 1's command. With each new vehicle added, the attributes of the main vehicle are doubled. Stacking infinitely, replicates the attributes of the vehicles under command, along with the extraordinary abilities of their owners, becoming an omnipotent force. Damage and negative effects suffered by the Sovereign are shared among the vehicles under command. The golden vehicle core in Su Qing's hand dissipated, while his primary vehicle core radiated a brilliant light. A brand new vehicle attribute had successfully ascended. Amidst the shimmering glow, Su Qing sensed his extraordinary powers rapidly ascending. A gentle breeze swirled around him, and frost began to coalesce. The natural trees whispered reverently in his direction. This was the combined extraordinary abilities of Su Ying, Tang Lin, and Anna, now unified within Su Qing. Wind Shadow Blade Technique, Nature's Apostle, Ice Flame Enchantment, and Ice Arrow Technique. These skills and extraordinary powers had all been replicated, becoming Su Qing's own capabilities. With the augmentation of numerous extraordinary energies, Su Qing's strength instantly transcended, reaching a new realm, Extraordinary Level 4. This level of power was equivalent to that of a level 40 monstrous beast. Thus, should he encounter creatures akin to the deep-sea soul-eating beasts that appeared in the Cherry Blossom District, Su Qing would not require the assistance of vehicle power. He could entirely rely on his combat prowess to confront and obliterate them with ease. Su Qing, level 25, vehicle core, colorful mythical grade, core trait, mechanical sovereignty, transcendental realm, low 4th tier, innate abilities, water goddess power, gold. Nature apostle, orange, learn skills, wind shadow sword technique, orange, ice flame enchantment, orange, ice arrow technique, purple, introduction. Combat prowess has reached the mid-tier of extraordinary beings, possessing formidable strength to establish dominion in the survival world, endowed with a colorful mythical grade core, harboring the potential to become a creator deity. Gazing upon this entirely new personal information panel and feeling an unprecedented surge of power, Su Qing soared into the air within the secret realm. He reveled in the vast expanse of the sky, releasing the intense emotions that surged within him. Now, even without the unique abilities granted by the Creator's kingdom, he could effortlessly glide through the air. Accompanied by blades of wind and trailing frost, the lush forest below bowed in submission, relaying all information from the places he touched. In areas draped with vegetation, he possessed omniscience, wielding control at will, with his innate water goddess power and the ice arrow technique. A mere gesture summoned countless sharp ice arrows that crystallized mid-air, cascading down like relentless hail, formidable and invincible, capable of piercing through any foes that dared obstruct him. In the skies, Su Qing harnessed his recently acquired extraordinary powers to conjure various phenomena, summoning winds and rains. After satiating his exhilaration, he gently descended to the ground and retrieved the remaining vehicle core from his backpack. The luminous synthesis in his hand flickered continuously. Soon, a vehicle core radiating colorful brilliance was synthesized in his grasp. Consumed 1 colorful mythical grade vehicle core, 1 color. Item synthesis successful. Obtained a nuclear aerospace-based vehicle, 2 colors. Boom. Following the successful synthesis, the colorful mythical vehicle core fused with Su Qing's chest, emanating a dazzling light that illuminated the secret realm. The 2 colorful mythical grade vehicle cores merged, forming a higher tier 2 color core. This new vehicle core doubled the base attributes of the base vehicle. The core's tradability, mechanical sovereignty, experienced a substantial enhancement, allowing Su Qing to possess dominion over the sensory perceptions of all mechanical creations. Endowed with extraordinary computational power, he could simultaneously control multiple mechanical constructs, coordinating their combat operations seamlessly. Su Qing's synthesis to enhance his vehicle core faced no restrictions, wholly independent of creation points. As long as the materials were sufficient, the core could be elevated without limit. After the vehicle core evolved into a 2-color mythical grade, Su Qing not only witnessed a tremendous boost in his control over mechanical constructs but also experienced a significant enhancement of his own extraordinary power, surpassing even the deep-sea soul-devouring monster that had appeared in the Cherry Blossom District, rivaling the might of a demon god. The tier of the vehicle core represented the extraordinary innate qualities of its wielder. As the rank of the core increases, the survivors become increasingly formidable after advancing to the extraordinary. Su Qing's innate potential has already surpassed the realm of the Demon Emperor, resembling a nascent demon god. Such immense potential renders him nearly invincible in the realm of survival. Suddenly, a colossal excavator roared to life, its engine growling fiercely. The sturdy front shovel propelled a horde of obstructing goblins, forcefully casting them into the depths of the forest. Towering trees impeded their progress, while the blade of the shovel cleaved through the bodies of the magical creatures, severing them with brutal efficiency and leaving a cascade of blood and flesh in its wake. Surrounding the excavator, countless goblins surged forth, brandishing clubs and iron implements, launching a relentless assault. "Brother Wang, retreat quickly," a panicked voice echoed through the radio. Upon hearing the urgent warning, the driver of the excavator muttered a curse under his breath, yet acted without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly shifted gears and reversed, the powerful machine crashing through the obstructing goblins, its massive tires crushing all in their path as it retreated back into the convoy. Chapter 174. The Swamplands and the Blood Dragon Lizard. Hurry. Advance into the swamp, where the monsters do not congregate and it remains relatively safe. A rugged off-road vehicle emerged from the gray mist, beckoning the others to follow and directing the course. The convoy engaged in a fierce battle, repelling the goblin creatures that had come too close, eliminating them entirely and keeping them at bay. The excavator's blade and machine gun rounds unleashed a torrent of firepower. Fortunately, it was the onset of winter, and the muddy swamplands had frozen solid, capable of bearing the weight of the vehicles. The convoy traversed the swamp without incident. However, the frenzied, bloodthirsty goblins halted their pursuit at the swamp's edge, remaining stationary as they watched the convoy vanish into the fog. gradually fading from view. Suddenly, the ice shattered with a thunderous roar as a colossal creature emerged, breaking through the hardened layer of frozen mud and murky water. Its sharp claws tore through the frozen ground, toppling the lead off-road vehicle that had been guiding the way. Muddy ice shards flew in all directions, striking the vehicles with resounding thuds. This massive beast, disturbed from its slumber, glared furiously at the intruding convoy. Its tank-like, scaled head, adorned with sharp fangs, signaled an impending attack. Blood Dragon Lizard, Talent Bloodline, Demon Emperor Tier, Level 32, Health 860, 000, 860, 000, Attack 6, 786, Talent Skills, Earth Cover Armor, Earth Dragon Charge. Mudflow Quicksand, Description: a colossal swamp lizard infused with dragon blood, possessing remarkably resilient scales and terrifying strength, awakened to extraordinary earth powers, establishing itself as the sovereign of the swamp. Quickly, disperse and retreat. As they beheld the massive creature ahead, towering 3 stories high, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The convoy swiftly turned around, spreading out as they raced towards the safety of the swamp's edge. In comparison to this fearsome giant, the diminutive goblins armed with sticks and knives appeared almost benign. Their frail forms seemed much easier to topple. Yet, the icy surface of the swamp made acceleration perilous, causing tires to skid and complicating their escape, just as everyone pressed the accelerator with all their might. The Blood Dragon Lizard had already clawed its way out of the swamp's icy grip, trampling through the overgrown grass. With a single leap, it soared through the air, closing the distance to a compact car that was desperately swerving left and right in the mire. Its gaping maw, lined with deadly fangs, descended from above with ferocity. The survivors inside the vehicle could only perceive an engulfing darkness as the massive jaws drew nearer, like an abyss blocking out the sun. Within the gaping maw, glistening with saliva and lined with barbs, the sharp teeth loomed ominously, filling the onlookers with a profound sense of despair. The fog thickened, reducing visibility to a mere whisper. Behind looms a vast multitude of goblin tribes, while before stands the formidable dragon-blooded giant lizard, clad in armor-like scales and possessing astonishing combat prowess. The only recourse seems to be to plunge into the unknown gray mist on either side, in search of a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, this predicament undoubtedly leads to a dead end. To one's astonishment, the second scenario for survival proves to be fraught with challenges, teeming with peril at every turn, rendering it nearly impossible to find a foothold. A thunderous crash reverberates as sharp fangs graze the metal body of a vehicle, etching deep marks into the resilient surface. Yet they cannot penetrate further, halted in their advance. Suddenly, a massive ice pillar erupts from the ground, brushing against the doors of the car and thrusting into the throat of the dragon-blooded giant lizard. The sharp fangs become ensnared by the colossal ice structure, rendering them incapable of closing. This fortuitous event spares the vehicle beneath the ice pillar from destruction, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who simultaneously breathe a sigh of relief for their companion's escape from peril. In a world now rife with monsters, shrouded in gray mist and in utter disarray, the once unified survivor camps have crumbled, making collective effort impossible. Without allies to team up with, one might find themselves transported across vast distances overnight. Even when 2 vehicles are parked closely together, they may still be separated and teleported to disparate corners of the world, lost within the enveloping fog. Only those who establish a team bond with their vehicular companions can remain united, fighting side by side, without the risk of sudden separation. Currently, the remaining vehicle team consists of just a few souls who survived the chaotic teleportation. The once mighty camp organization has disintegrated in mere days, splintered into countless diminutive factions. Cautiously navigating through the gray mist, the survivors encounter few others, experiencing profound solitude. Were it not for the incessantly scrolling messages in the vehicle's chat interface, they might believe that they were the last remnants of humanity still clinging to existence. Yet, in this critical moment, they unexpectedly encounter fellow survivors, saved from the jaws of a monster. Casting a glance around, they soon behold a colossal vehicle, adorned with dark green thorny spikes, looming like a fortress in the fog behind the dragon-blooded giant lizard. This suddenly revealed, ancient-looking nuclear aerial base vehicle dwarfs even the giant lizard. The immense base vehicle stands quietly, rendering the terrifying dragon-blooded lizard seemingly diminutive and less menacing. With a resounding crack, several spiked vines shoot forth from the base vehicle, ensnaring the dragon-blooded giant lizard, which is immobilized by the frost that has frozen its feet. In an instant, the thorn-covered tendrils completely envelop the creature, binding it tightly. The sharp spikes pierce through the seams of its scales, penetrating deeply into its flesh. Blood spurts forth, splattering the ground. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the dragon-blooded giant lizard lets out a frenzied roar, and struggles violently. With immense force, it tears at its frozen claws, shedding scales, and finally regaining mobility in its hind legs. Yet, its body remains ensnared by the dark green spiked vines, which only tighten their grip the more it struggles, proving impossible to break free. The vine is remarkably resilient, and with its formidable dragon's blood strength, it cannot be torn apart. It can only frantically dig into the ground, leaving countless claw marks on the frozen, exceptionally hard swamp surface. The frantic actions of the dragon blood giant lizard, however, prove utterly futile, accomplishing nothing. It cannot break free from the layers of thorny vines ensnaring its body, nor can it budge the colossal mobile nuclear base that resembles a behemoth. It can only struggle in place, engaging in a desperate fight for survival. The rescued convoy of vehicles quickly converges, maintaining a distance as they observe the commotion on the battlefield. Turning to look, just as the dragon blood giant lizard is ensnared by the vines and emits a desperate, anguished roar, the goblin creatures stationed at the edge of the swamp have mysteriously vanished into the gray mist, completely disappearing from sight. Above a massive, vine-bound dragon blood giant lizard, a slender figure hovers in midair, quietly gazing down at the creature beneath. Chapter 175, The Extraordinary Path. A promising future, Qing gazed at the monstrous creature beneath his feet, his heart brimming with delight. For several days, he had navigated the base vehicle through the enveloping gray mist, yielding no tangible discoveries. The surroundings were desolate and void of life, with only the routine assaults from monsters providing a modicum of distraction, preventing the apocalyptic existence from becoming excessively monotonous. However, locating treasure-laden monsters amidst the shrouded end of days proved exceedingly arduous. These creatures seemed to possess an innate ability to sense danger, penetrating the veil of mist to evade the nuclear-powered sky-based vehicle's pursuit. Qing had attempted to ascend into the sky to survey the land below, but the obscuring gray haze rendered visibility nearly impossible. The higher he flew, the denser the mist became, turning viscous as water. The progress of the nuclear-powered sky-based vehicle was hindered, moving sluggishly through the murky surroundings that resembled chaos. The ground below appeared clearer and more navigable, devoid of any pressing survival pressures. What troubled Qing was the fact that, amidst the relentless search by the base vehicle, the monsters fled, leaving a scarcity of resources and stalling the extraordinary ascension of his companions. For days on end, everyone aboard the vehicle indulged in leisure, enjoying the atmosphere as though on vacation, completely devoid of the urgency one would expect in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. While Qing reveled in this leisurely pace, he yearned for the rapid advancement and formidable power of the extraordinary path. Having embraced extraordinary strength, he had become enamored with its exhilarating sensation, the transcendence beyond mortal limitations in pursuit of celestial power. With a mere gesture, he could command the elements of wind, lightning, frost, and rain, an intoxicating experience. Fortunately, after upgrading the core of the base vehicle to the second tier of mythical grade, he gained complete mastery over the vision and actions of all mechanical creations without the need for a control link. Whenever any mechanical entity encountered an issue or detected an anomaly, Qing would instantly receive a signal, granting him immediate insight into the specific circumstances. With this remarkable ability, Qing deployed all the frost-resistant mechanical soldiers and reconnaissance drones manufactured from ice crystal ore, releasing them into the vicinity of the base vehicle. They roamed freely, searching for monstrous beings. There was no need for Qing to exert deliberate control. The autonomous intelligence of the mechanical network orchestrated the search routes for each machine. Whenever he wished to view the visual information from any mechanical creation, it would manifest before him with crystal clarity, as if he were experiencing it firsthand, no longer reliant on the reminders of the mechanical intelligence to obtain information. Thanks to these mechanical soldiers, continuously patrolling the area around the base vehicle, Qing promptly detected the lurking monster in the swamp. As the dragon blood giant lizard emerged from the earth, he rushed to the scene, rescuing the survivor from its jaws. Through the reconnaissance conducted by the mechanical soldiers, Qing discerned that this group of survivors hailed from his hometown in the West Zay district. In the realm of Qin, within the bounds of one's capabilities, Qing naturally extends his assistance with ease, unlike those alien survivors who must be forcefully suppressed. Goodness, is that figure soaring in the heavens truly a human? Is he levitating in the air? Such a method could only belong to a celestial being. Have we encountered a deity? Which divine entity drives a vehicle? Can one not see that massive base vehicle? This is a survivor. Such a terrifying fiend, effortlessly subduing and binding. This individual is remarkably powerful. Do you think he could be Qing from our Western Zay district? The very one ranked first in combat prowess among both individuals and vehicles? I must say, it is indeed quite plausible. Otherwise, why would he assist us? Perhaps he is merely showing kindness because we share the same roots. Is it truly Su Qing? I recall you once berated him, did you not? You intended to settle the score with him. Nonsense. I did not. It surely was Timmy. With Su Qing's vehicle firepower, I wouldn't dare confront him. Besides, if he hadn't sold us winter clothing and a heater, we would all have perished from the cold. For such a kindness, who would dare to seek retribution against Su Qing? I certainly wouldn't. Moreover, he has saved our lives yet again. One must be grateful. Goodness, you've spoken both praises and disparagement. Were you not the one who scoured the Western Zay district looking for Su Qing? Answer me. Hush, do not speak further. Look. The crowd stood in silence at the marsh's edge, beholding the figure suspended in midair. With a mere wave of his hand, a golden longsword materialized out of thin air. The longsword sliced through the void, unleashing a blue wind blade that shot forth, growing larger as it descended, cleaving towards the struggling dragon blood giant lizard entangled in thorny vines below. Clang! The colossal wind blade, akin to a city wall, swept over the giant lizard's head, crashing down upon the marshy ground. The sharp wind elemental blade carved a vast, deep chasm into the earth, akin to a fissure from the depths below. Two sturdy long horns were sent soaring into the air, their severed ends polished as if mirrors. They crashed to the ground. The weighty lizard horns erupting fragments of ice and earth, creating two deep craters. Could this truly be an attack wrought by a mere human? Levitation in the air. With blade energy breaking through the demonic forces, such heavy and robust horns severed in a single stroke, has this individual ascended to divinity? A terrifying creature impervious to gunfire and bullets can be slain with a mere flick of his hand? Are we merely hallucinating? It is utterly unfathomable. This is the essence of the survival world. Advancing to the extraordinary, invincible in this realm, such is the aspiration of a true hero. The world as foremost, indeed. With such terrifying might, he must be invincible amidst the gray mist. Awakened by the resounding crash of the dragon blood giant lizard's severed horn, the onlookers stood agape, witnessing the figure still suspended in the air, radiating fervent excitement. This encounter with peril took an unexpected turn, not only achieving safety, but also witnessing such astonishing, extraordinary power. Su Qing's celestial-like performance took deep root in their hearts, illuminating the path ahead. In the past, they believed that the arrival of the apocalyptic survival world was merely a whimsical game played by unknown deities, coldly observing the struggles and hardships of humanity. However, such notions have since dissipated. Witnessing Su Qing's extraordinary prowess, akin to a divine being descending upon the mortal realm, it became clear to all that this apocalyptic existence presents a remarkable opportunity to ascend the celestial ladder to divinity. It is a perfect realm for ordinary mortals to achieve transformation into immortals and embark upon the path of eternal life. Although the journey is fraught with peril and challenges, teetering on the brink of death, the path ahead is illuminated, and the direction is unmistakable. The only course of action is to forge ahead, overcoming obstacles with unwavering resolve, until reaching the other shore. Chapter 176, Skill Fusion. Devouring the blood dragon lizard Su Qing, wielding a gleaming long blade, gazed down from the air, where the elongated chasms of the ground were starkly visible. The orange, epic skill, wind shadow blade technique, when in the hands of Su Qing, endowed with the dual divine mythic talent, unleashed an extraordinary power that transcended the mere strength of the skill itself. A casual flick of his wrist sent forth wind blades capable of effortlessly severing the sharp horns of a demon emperor tier monster. The attack's intensity rivaled that of golden legendary vehicle weaponry, sharp and formidable in its might. Upon elevating his dominion characteristic ability to the golden legendary tier, Su Qing could amalgamate and replicate the extraordinary powers of all his teammates, much like the core of a vehicle, which could gather and replicate the vehicle characteristic abilities of all its members. This was truly the hallmark of the mightiest captain's divine art. By embodying the abilities of all, he forged an invincible form, commanding his teammates to traverse through the heavens. Seizing the rare opportunity to confront such a resilient demon emperor tier creature, Su Qing observed the blood dragon lizard, which writhed and struggled beside the base vehicle, its body marred and bleeding from the piercing thorns of the vines, yet still brimming with strength. Su Qing ignited the long blade in his hand with azure ice flames, exuding an aura of chilling cold. Around the icy flames, the air shimmered, distorting with the surge of frigid currents, a testament to its extreme low temperature. He raised the long blade and swept it downward. Another azure wind blade manifested upon the edge, hurtling toward the blood dragon lizard below. However, this time, an icy blue frost clung to the expansive wind blade, sending shards of snow spiraling through the air, forming a cascading white chain that descended from above, aimed directly at the blood dragon lizard ensnared by the vines. This was Su Qing's synthesis of two extraordinary powers, the Wind Shadow Blade technique, and the Ice Flame enchantment, a simple yet potent attack skill he had yet to test. Now, it was the perfect moment to assess the strength of this skill against the formidable Demon Emperor tier monster. As the Blood Dragon Lizard continued its desperate struggle, it suddenly sensed an icy chill descending from above. Looking up, it beheld the frosty blade slicing through the air with alarming speed. Having already experienced the terrifying power of Su Qing's Azure Wind Blade, the Blood Dragon Lizard felt a wave of cold wash over it, as it recognized the impending assault. Sharper and more frigid than before, the pain from its severed horn jolted its nerves, sending a shiver down its spine. In a moment of inspiration, the Blood Dragon Lizard ceased its futile writhing against the vines and rolled toward the base vehicle, narrowly evading the blade's onslaught. The Frosty Wind Blade, trailing a veil of ice, grazed the lizard's body as it dodged, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the wind blade's point of impact. Even with its fiery dragon bloodline and formidable resistance to the cold, the Blood Dragon Lizard felt as if its body were freezing, devoid of sensation wherever the elemental blade passed. Beside it, where the blade had cleaved the earth, blue frost rapidly spread, encasing the ground in ice, freezing an area of several dozen meters in radius. Beneath the thick ice layer lay a deep, narrow fissure, its depths entirely obscured, a remnant of the wind blade's destructive passage. The colossal form of the Blood Dragon Lizard, despite exerting every ounce of strength to evade a lethal assault, found itself ensnared beneath a thick layer of frozen ice, nearly transformed into a frozen statue. Su Qing observed the remarkable effect of the combined extraordinary powers unleashed in the attack, although his strike was merely a casual endeavor. Lacking a direct hit on the intended target, it nonetheless inflicted the chilling enchantment of frost fire upon the creature, rendering it immobile. The two extraordinary powers, one possessing unparalleled sharpness and the other wielding extreme cold control, each exhibited distinct advantages. Their amalgamation yielded truly extraordinary results. Su Qing gazed at the immense ice sculpture beside the base vehicle, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Casting a glance at the survivors lingering in the marsh, he retreated into the confines of the base vehicle. Before entering the cabin, Su Qing raised a hand and pointed at the thick layer of ice encasing the Blood Dragon Lizard's body, from which sharp ice arrows abruptly extended inward. Countless ice arrows pierced through the creature's scales and embedded themselves within its flesh. Although immobilized in place, it suffered no fatal injuries and continued to struggle valiantly, attempting to break free from the ice and vine restraints. After enduring a barrage of ice arrows, the creature finally ceased its struggles, quietly succumbing to the frozen confines. Transformed into a statue of ice and snow. Is it really dead? One survivor mused. Who among them is the true monster? Su Qing didn't even approach. He merely struck from afar with 2 swift slashes, and this terrifying beast met its end. Truly impressive. This is the aspiration we should strive for. I feel an invigorating surge of energy coursing through me. Let us engage in battle and aspire to become extraordinary beings ourselves. Are we not going to exchange pleasantries? If you wish to become the next ice statue, be my guest. Have you forgotten the events that transpired? Su Qing is not known for his patience. With a missile bombardment covering the entire Sakura district, he single-handedly annihilated it. Given such a track record, do you truly believe he is an easy target? If he offers you a hand, do not mistake it for goodwill. Do not seek to take advantage of him. It would be wise for you to depart quickly, lest you bring trouble upon us all. I merely thought it somewhat impolite to leave without a word. However, let us hasten our exit. Your words have instilled a sense of unease in me, and I feel a chill creeping over me. You are not mistaken. The ice on the ground is nearly freezing to your vehicle's wheels. It would be strange if you felt warm. If we do not leave soon, our vehicle may become trapped in the ice, making departure impossible. Observing the survivors' vehicle team discreetly retreating into the mist, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. If this group did not make haste to distance themselves, he would not hesitate to employ certain measures to expedite their departure. Beyond the members of the convoy, Su Qing was unwilling to place his trust in anyone else, nor did he desire to waste time engaging in unnecessary interactions. Such endeavors held no value. In this world shrouded in mist and peril, 2 teams that had not established a cooperative bond might find themselves battling side by side one day, only to be separated by the whims of fate the next. This transient nature was precisely why no large survivor camps existed in this treacherous realm. In the midst of the fog, individuals engage in solitary battles, seeking resources. This mode of existence presents both formidable challenges and a form of protection. After all, the allure of the extraordinary path is overwhelmingly potent. Should anyone uncover an elixir or a tome of skills that promises ascension within the mist, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. The treachery from companions can often prove more perilous than the monsters lurking in the fog. as it is far more insidious and elusive to detect. Therefore, it is wiser to ally with a select few trusted friends or family, individuals worthy of entrusting one's back to, in order to navigate survival amidst the haze. Alternatively, one might choose to fight alone, embracing fate, with wealth and fortune left to destiny. Thus, Su Qing harbors no desire to collaborate with others for survival. Such an approach would yield no benefit for him and would only serve to expose his secrets. For instance, the colossal blood dragon lizard, frozen in a state of icy sculpture, which opens its abyssal maw in the sky, devouring flesh within a furnace of blood, stands as one of Su Qing's most profound secrets, one that must remain concealed. This is a conviction deeply rooted in Su Qing's instincts. Chapter 177. The Treant Mech, Refining Combat Skills. Upon vanquishing an 18-level fallen goblin elite, one obtains a rusted iron rod, 12 spirit crystals, and 18 survival points. Upon defeating a 20-level crimson goblin chief, one acquires a copperskin skill book, 15 spirit crystals, and 20 survival points. Defeated. Within the shrouded mist, blades of wind darted and icy arrows traversed the air. Su Qing, through the mechanical soldiers, had tracked the goblin encampment nestled at the marsh's edge. After halting the base vehicle nearby, Tang Lin and Anna, along with the others, disembarked to launch an assault on the goblin stronghold. Having recently expended their extraordinary powers and engaged in direct combat, they discovered that only through relentless fighting could they expedite their mastery over these powers. The energy within them, upon consumption and recovery, surged significantly. Thus, in this encounter with the goblin creatures, Tang Lin and her companions chose not to rely on their vehicles but instead took up their weapons to hone their extraordinary abilities. A group of 5, they swiftly breached the goblins' defenses and plunged into the mist, encountering a towering fence made of withered branches. Within the enclosure stood several dilapidated wooden huts, their roofs overrun with wild grass. A multitude of ragged goblins huddled around a fire, seeking warmth and roasting their food. Scattered about the ground lay numerous unidentifiable bones, all gnawed clean, remnants of past feasts. As the intruders were spotted, countless goblins surged forth from the enclosure, brandishing clubs and iron implements, rushing towards them. Their eyes sparkled with a frenzied green light upon seeing the 3 beautiful women in the group, drooling with a primal desire to possess them. As the monstrous horde approached, Anna raised her weapons, icy blue flames igniting upon the barrels of her guns. With a thunderous crack, a barrage of pellets erupted, scattering into the goblin swarm. The frost enveloping the projectiles froze the creatures in their tracks, encasing them in a layer of blue ice. Their movements abruptly stilled. The dual guns discharged, unleashing explosive bursts that lit up the surroundings in a clash of ice and fire. Tang Lin also engaged in the fray, wielding her blade, though she found the goblins' leering gazes distasteful and refrained from close combat. Instead, she stood back, unleashing several cutting blades of wind that sliced through the ranks of the monsters with surgical precision, cleaving them cleanly apart. Su Qing refrained from utilizing the branch in her grasp as she observed the withered wooden fence from afar. A surge of natural energy flowed forth, causing the deadwood to bloom anew with vibrant green shoots. From this resurgence emerged 2 colossal treants, their limbs woven from the branches of the fence. They towered within the goblin encampment, wielding their elongated limbs to strike down the rising goblins, sending them crashing to the ground, blood and flesh scattered. Surrounding Su Qing stood dozens of red-gold mechanical sentinels, standing guard. Amidst the haze, mechanical soldiers of icy blue occasionally flickered into view. These ice-blue mechanical soldiers, forged from ice crystal or possess formidable cold resistance, making them ideal for reconnaissance missions in frigid environments. Su Qing refrained from enhancing their synthesis, opting to maintain their rare purple grade, fearing that a higher tier would exude an overwhelming pressure that might intimidate the agile magical creatures. This was evident, as the crimson-hued mechanical sentinels, adorned with golden patterns, emanated a chilling aura that deterred the goblin monstrosities from approaching. They circled around the sentinel's position before daring to advance towards Tang Lin and Anna. The greedy glint in the eyes of these green-skinned creatures was utterly repulsive to Tang Lin. With a swift motion, she unleashed a cyan wind blade, cleaving the approaching fiends in 2, her voice laced with indignation. The avaricious gazes of the goblins made her feel as though she were being stripped bare, leaving her profoundly uncomfortable. Since Shaolin, you prefer not to engage in close combat, I have an excellent battle strategy to test today, Su Qing remarked, having previously been controlling 2 colossal treants that wreaked havoc in the goblin encampment. Upon hearing Tang Lin's grievances, an idea sparked within her. She recalled the new application of natural forces she had experimented with in the secret realm over the past few days. A verdant glow emanated from her hands as the branch she wielded began to grow rapidly. Twisting and intertwining, the sprouting limbs formed a vast barrier before the group. effectively thwarting the onslaught of the approaching creatures. The unsettling greedy stares were completely blocked from view, unable to penetrate the leafy wall to glimpse the interior. Do not panic. This is not a monster attack, Su Ying instructed calmly. Suddenly, countless branches erupted from the ground, lifting everyone into the air. Within the secluded space crafted by the lush limbs, Su Qing was astonished to discover that the external branches had constructed a colossal treant puppet. They found themselves situated within the creature's massive torso. This mech-like treant, with a single sweeping kick, sent the surrounding goblin monstrosities flying. Its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. However, after that single strike, the colossal treant stood motionless, rooted in place. A significant fissure opened before them, revealing Su Ying perched atop the branches, her complexion pale. No, I can't go on. The consumption of natural energy is too great. With my current strength, I can only sustain this much. From here on, Shaolin and Anna will remain up high to execute ranged attacks. Those repulsive creatures shall not trouble you. I will do my utmost to maintain the treant form and prevent it from collapsing. Seeing Su Ying's condition, Su Qing hurriedly supported her shoulder to prevent her from falling. He retrieved a spirit recovery potion from his backpack and administered it to her. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? These lower-tier creatures are merely practice. He expressed with concern, gently tousling Su Ying's long hair, perplexed by her determination. After consuming the potion, her pallor began to return to a healthy hue as the ambient spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, replenishing her depleted mystical power. Su Qing finally felt relieved. Ying Jia was once renowned for her relentless dedication. During her tenure at the airline, she was consistently recognized as a model worker. In the mysterious realm, she seemed to wish to reside there daily, meticulously planning cultivation areas and nurturing rare spiritual entities. Among us, Ying Jia's extraordinary abilities have been developed to the fullest. Tang Lin swung her blade, poised high before the secret chamber. The azure wind blade shot forth, severing the legs of several goblin creatures that were assaulting the treant. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, she spoke with pride. Among us, Tang Lin had the deepest understanding of Su Ying's circumstances, having been former colleagues. She shared several years with Su Ying, working and living together as close as sisters. Naturally, upon Su Qing's inquiry, she felt compelled to speak up for her. Chapter 178. Nightmarish Dungeon. Fire arrow skill. Upon witnessing Su Ying's return to normalcy, Su Qing rose and approached the front of the secret chamber. Gazing at the vast multitude of goblin creatures outside, a flicker of green light danced in his eyes. The treant mech beneath his feet, along with the two treant puppets that had lain dormant in the goblin camp, battered and torn into fragments, immediately restored to their former glory. Branches and leaves regrowing and broken parts reconnecting. Three treants stood amidst the countless monsters, moving with agility and grace. Vines and branches lashed out from their forms, sending the surrounding creatures flying and toppling many. Under Su Qing's command, these treant puppets were now exponentially more formidable than before, akin to being in a berserk state, truly invincible. Tang Lin and Anna, witnessing the reawakening treants, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They cheered. Their attacks unrelenting, ice arrows and blade gusts shot forth from the colossal treant's abdomens, striking the ground and annihilating innumerable monsters. Look, there's a supply chest, Anna exclaimed, her gunfire piercing through the gray mist, catching a glimpse of a chest positioned conspicuously at the edge of the goblin camp, its placement seemingly designed to lure prey. There's no rush. We can inspect it thoroughly once we eliminate all these creatures. Su Qing thought similarly, noting the chest outside the fence yet remaining unmoved. Given the goblin monster's rank, the chests scattered around their camp would likely be of little significance, hardly warranting much attention. At last, the flames of battle subsided. The ground around the three treants was littered with the remnants of fallen monsters, all eradicated. Tang Lin and Anna, breathless and fatigued, collapsed onto the branches of the secret chamber to rest. The colossal treant stepped forward, clearing the debris of defeated monsters with its feet as it strode towards the distant chest. Open the purple chest and acquire a fire arrow skill book, a box of chocolate ice cream, 29 spirit crystals, and 30 survival points. As the treant approached the chest, it extended 2 robust branches to pry it open. Su Qing surveyed the contents with satisfaction. Obtaining a skill book was a stroke of good fortune. For days, waves of monsters had emerged from the gray mist, assaulting their vessel, yet no extraordinary items like skill books had dropped after their defeat. This underscored the arduous journey toward ascension and the path of cultivation. One not only needed formidable strength to navigate the gray mist, but also a modicum of luck to acquire extraordinary items, thereby enabling continuous advancement and relentless progress. After examining the supplies within the chest, Su Qing felt a surge of inspiration. He promptly recalled the other two treants. allowing them to transform into towering trees, growing freely. He retained control over the Treant mech that bore the group, striding purposefully towards the distance. Before long, a vast, narrow, and ominously dark chasm appeared before him, a terrifying crevice in the ground behind the goblin camp. Beside the fissure, a dark spatial vortex silently spun. Goblin nest discovered. Dungeon difficulty, nightmare level, dungeon level, 25. Would you like to enter? Su Qing maneuvered the colossal Treant to the forefront of the black vortex, where a prompt appeared. Upon seeing the information regarding the dungeon, Su Qing was taken aback. The goblins he had just hunted were of relatively low strength. Why then was this goblin nest classified as a nightmare-level challenge with a staggering level of 25? It was utterly inconceivable. Not entering for now. Noticing the fatigue among his companions, Su Qing opted against entering the dungeon and decided to return to the base vehicle for a meal and rest. Once adequately prepared, he would challenge this nightmare-level dungeon. Furthermore, he had just acquired a skill book for the fire arrow from a treasure chest. Su Qing intended to cultivate another extraordinary teammate to join the fray. Soon, amidst the gray mist, the vast dark green base vehicle emerged. Under Su Qing's guidance, the vehicle approached the Treant puppet, halting beside the fissure that continued to exude gray mist and sporadically spewed forth unidentified objects. Back inside the vehicle, Su Qing summoned in Xiaowan, who was engrossed in a video game with Bai Ling. He retrieved the recently acquired fire arrow skill book from his bag and handed it to the grinning in Xiaowan. Since entering the gray mist world, her vehicle had transformed into a mobile home, freeing her from being a combat mainstay. She had completely relinquished her responsibilities, spending her days playing video games with Bai Ling, showing little concern for the outside world. Besides the occasional contact with her Aunt Guning, her time was consumed either by eating or playing. She had become a quintessential homebody. This laid-back lifestyle was hardly different from Su Qing's existence before the apocalypse descended. It was akin to a post-apocalyptic projection of himself. Observing her comfort while he transitioned from a mere slacker to a labor model in the apocalypse was something Su Qing could hardly tolerate. He needed to find her something to occupy her time. Learn this skill book and adapt to it. Tomorrow, you will join us in battle outside. Hearing Su Qing's instructions, and Xiaowan accepted the crimson-bound ancient text with a beaming smile. Soon, the book transformed into a flurry of golden particles, swirling around her incessantly before converging into her body. Ultimately, the majority of the golden light coalesced at her forehead, vanishing completely. Brother Su, do you have a bow and arrow? I need them for this skill. After a prolonged moment of stillness, and Xiaowan opened her eyes and inquired. Upon hearing her request, Su Qing retrieved a wooden longbow from his bag and handed it to her. Try out the skill over the lake in the secret realm. See how it performs. All right. And Xiaowan exclaimed, taking the longbow and excitedly sprinting into the golden vortex of the driving lounge, entering the secret realm. Bai Ling stood beside her, equally curious as she followed along. With a resounding thud, a bamboo arrow pierced the branches of a colossal tree. And Xiaowan, gripping her longbow, was filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the arrow strike its target with precision. This fire arrow skill book was accompanied by fundamental archery skills. Upon learning it, one would automatically acquire the ability to wield a bow and arrow. Thus, as soon as Xiaowan grasped the bow, she felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she had trained for years. On her very first attempt at shooting, she hit the target, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Xiaowan is truly remarkable. Do give the skill a try and see its might, Bai Ling exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically and cheering with delight for her dear sister. Nearby, all the team members, Jiang Lan, Qiao Ling, and Xin Shiyun, looked on with intrigue, captivated by Xiaowan's demonstration of her newfound skills. Chapter 179. The demonic bow of destruction and the earth-shattering dragon lance on the tranquil surface of the lake. A blazing arrow surged forth, striking without disturbing the water's calmness. It vanished beneath the depths, leaving no trace. Yet, the searing flames scorched the water's surface, causing billowing clouds of white mist to rise, enveloping the lake. Witnessing the sheer force of the fire, and Xiaowan felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Could this truly be the attack she had unleashed? The sudden acquisition of extraordinary power left her feeling disoriented, scarcely able to comprehend that she, who had just moments ago been an ordinary person, now possessed such terrifying prowess in an instant. The mere release of an arrow could vaporize the lake's water and conjure dense fog. It was utterly unfathomable. Yet the evidence lay before her. The surging extraordinary power coursed through her veins, strikingly real. Wow, Xiaowan, you are incredible. I will have to rely on you for protection from now on, Bai Ling exclaimed, applauding in Xiaowan's fiery bow as it conjured mist upon the surface of the cherry blossom lake. Jiang Lan gazed at Xiaowan with envy, watching her practice shooting. familiarizing herself with her newfound skills. She too longed for the thrill of combat, though she remained patient. With Su Qing's abilities, it was only a matter of time before everyone awakened their extraordinary powers. Currently, due to the scarcity of resources, they could only awaken one person at a time. Outside the mystic realm, in the base vehicle, Su Qing knocked on the door and entered Bai Wei's room. After a long day of toil, Bai Wei, who had just planted a field of spiritual rice in the mystic space, lay resting on her bed. Having upgraded the all-purpose traction vehicle to the legendary golden tier, the Tiangong Yunji, Bai Wei's vehicle now possessed the capability to transform spiritual fields. Through collaboration with Su Ying, the two had spent many days researching before successfully sowing a field of rice infused with spiritual energy. The seeds had been planted, and now they awaited maturation. When the time came, they would be able to validate the fruits of their joint endeavors, determining whether her Tiangong Yunji, combined with Su Ying's extraordinary power as a nature apostle, could develop and cultivate spiritual flora. Should this experiment succeed, their team would never again lack for spiritual rice, allowing them to consume spiritual food year-round and enhance their physical spiritual energy. Upon Su Qing's arrival, Bai Wei felt a stir of surprise. Although they were part of the same team, everyone was usually preoccupied with their own tasks, contributing to the group. Aside from mealtime, they rarely exchanged words. She was uncertain of the reason for Su Qing's sudden visit. Fortunately, Su Qing did not allow her to remain puzzled for long. He produced a pitch-black, extraordinary potion from his backpack and handed it to her. Wei Jie, this is a soil attribute extraordinary potion, and I believe it is well suited for you. Drink it and awaken your extraordinary powers. It will make your research on spiritual field cultivation considerably easier, he said. This extraordinary potion had been derived from the blood and flesh forged by consuming and refining the innate bloodline of the dragon blood giant lizard, encapsulating all its extraordinary abilities. During the previous battle, Su Qing found himself suspended in the high heavens, where the earth attributes of the dragon blood giant lizard proved utterly ineffectual. He could do nothing but endure the onslaught, left to suffer blows in silence. In a moment of entanglement with the vines, he even forgot to summon the mudstone armor, revealing a level of foolishness that was truly astounding. Thus, it was only natural that he was ultimately captured by Su Qing. Upon seeing the extraordinary potion offered by Su Qing, Bai Wei did not hesitate and drank it down with a tilt of her head, placing her trust entirely in him. As the pungent liquid coursed down her throat, she felt her pores open wide, her spirit awakening to an acute clarity. The surrounding elemental forces of Earth became vividly apparent to her senses. A surge of overwhelming power surged within her, coursing through her body in a continuous cycle. Under the nurturing influence of this force, Bai Wei sensed her physique strengthening rapidly, the sensation of power unmistakably palpable and undeniably real. This mysterious strength, rooted in the bloodline of the dragon blood giant lizard, fortified her muscles and bones, elevating her physical prowess beyond the limits of mortality, amplifying it severalfold. Su Qing, empowered by his dominance trait, similarly felt the enhancement of his own draconic strength. He could distinctly perceive the fortification of his body, the sensation of expansion making him feel as though he could pierce the very skies with a single hand. Extending his arm forward, he manifested a thick, obsidian rock armor upon his fist, heavy, solid, and brimming with destructive force. The awakening complete, Bai Wei felt her fatigue dissipate entirely. Together with Su Qing, she entered the secret realm, where they chanced upon in Xiaowan diligently practicing her archery, her dedication evident. The surrounding teammates cheered her on, creating an atmosphere rich with encouragement and laughter. Captain Su, just in time. Come and see Xiaowan's archery skills. They are truly impressive. Xiao Ling greeted Su Qing with a smile as he stepped into the secret space. Returning to his chamber, Su Qing rummaged through his spatial backpack and retrieved several bows and arrows, tirelessly engaging in synthesis and refinement. Soon, a longbow of vibrant crimson, adorned with golden patterns that seemed to flicker like flames, appeared in his grasp. Flame-devouring bow, gold crafted with a fusion of dispelling magic arrays and special fire-attributed materials. It possesses the properties of devastating strikes and flame attachment. Each arrow loosed has the capability to disperse and amplify effects while igniting the target with an attack power of 3,000. This golden longbow perfectly complemented in Xiaowan's fire arrow skills, as both shared the fire attribute, thereby amplifying their potential for destruction. With the longbow completed, Su Qing produced a finely crafted iron spear from his inventory. Consuming a fine iron spear, green, synthesis successful, acquired a sun-piercing spear, blue. A series of radiant flashes marked the synthesis process, culminating in the appearance of a jet-black spear, entwined with the earthy yellow essence of a colossal dragon. The sharp tip gleamed with a chilling light, evoking an instinctive sense of being pierced, sending shivers down one's spine. The earth-shaking dragon spear, gold a treasure of the earth attribute. This spear embodies the might of a dragon, causing the ground to tremble and mountains to sway. When wielded, It harnesses the power of the earth to deliver devastating strikes, rendering it formidable and invincible, with an attack power of 3,000 and an enhancement of brute force by 1,000. It also possesses a shockwave effect and the capability to pierce armor. This legendary golden spear was meticulously crafted by Su Qing for Bai Wei. Although she has not mastered spear skills and cannot proficiently wield this weapon, its extraordinary attributes enable her to effortlessly dispatch countless magical creatures, even with mere casual swings. Coupled with her recently awakened extraordinary power of earth, infused with the bloodline of a dragon, she can summon the strength of the earth itself. The sheer might she commands allows her to single-handedly send a dragon-blooded giant lizard flying. A gentle sweep of the spear can instantaneously clear a vast expanse of advancing goblin foes. Having examined the spear's attributes, Su Qing's anticipation for their performance tomorrow grows ever greater. Chapter 180, Deep-Sea Fishmen and Underground Goblins in the Early Morning, outside the base vehicle. A thick gray mist swirled. Countless grotesque creatures, possessing fish heads and human bodies, entwined with fetid aquatic vegetation, emerged from the fog. They charged through the mist, heading straight for the thorn-covered base vehicle, brandishing rusted implements that they swung wildly. The tremendous force of their strikes shattered the thorny vines clinging to the vehicle, scattering numerous fragments. As time passed, Su Qing noticed an alarming increase in the strength of the creatures emerging from the mist each day, not only in level but also in bloodline rank. The group of deep-sea fishmen outside had reached a formidable level of 36, their attack power posing a genuine threat to the vehicle's thorny armor. However, the interior of the base vehicle remained unscathed, as Su Qing's achievement badge granted him immunity to damage, alleviating any concerns for its safety. Yet, vanquishing this horde of monsters would require considerable effort, and each day the challenge grew more daunting. Observing the enormous fishmen assaulting their position, Su Qing refrained from deploying the vehicle's weaponry, wary of potential damage from the attacks. Above, a golden spatial vortex appeared out of thin air, from which 7 Xian fighter jets emerged, hovering in the sky. Upon their arrival, they activated the Xian 9 transformations ability, dispersing numerous illusory projections of themselves throughout the air. Zhang Lan, Xiao Ling, and the others concealed their actual vehicles amidst the projections to avoid detection from the monsters. Subsequently, the aircraft unleashed a barrage of fire, bullets and artillery raining down like a cleansing tide, engulfing the deep-sea fishmen surrounding the base vehicle. These towering, sluggish behemoths, standing over 3 meters tall, were battered by the aerial assault, their scales shattering and flesh splattering, eliciting anguished cries. In their fury, they hurled their weapons skyward, striking the fighter jets with tremendous force, obliterating several projections in an instant. Fortunately, Jiang Lan and the others remained protected above the illusory forms, untouched by the falling debris. With the attention of the deep-sea fishmen diverted to the aerial onslaught, the thorny tendrils of the base vehicle finally extended outward, pushing the severely wounded monsters away from its vicinity. 2 heavy machine guns emerged from beneath the vehicle's armor, opening fire on the surrounding fishmen. Battle concluded. Successfully defended against the mist assault and annihilated the attacking monsters. A total of 50 level 36 Lord monsters, deep-sea fishmen, were slain, with a combat duration of 23 minutes. Combat rating, SSS. Acquired 30 Fishman magic crystals, 125 spirit crystals, and 1,800 survival points. As news of the battle's conclusion spread, golden beams of light signifying upgrades illuminated the convoy. Aside from Su Qing's base vehicle, all other transports have been upgraded, and every member has been promoted to level 23. Soon, the corpses of the monsters on the ground dissipate into a mist, vanishing without a trace. In the sky, Jiang Lan and her companions pilot their aircraft, observing that the battle below has concluded. They retract their aircraft avatars and return to the golden vortex, re-entering the secret realm. The swirling gray mist once again falls into silence. Merfolk magic crystal, purple and energy nucleus within the deep-sea merfolk, possessing immense energy reserves, usable for vehicle propulsion and weapon module operation. After reviewing the spoils of this battle, Su Qing tosses the green crystal core back into her backpack space. She then rises and steps into the secret realm. Here, Tang Lin, Anna, Su Ying, and the recently awakened and Xiao Wan and Bai Wei await. Once everyone is gathered, Su Qing raises her hand to open the golden space vortex and steps out of the secret realm. Discovering nightmare-level dungeon, Goblin Nest, would you like to enter? Confirm entry. Upon Su Qing's selection, the assembled team vanishes into the mist, arriving in an expansive wilderness filled with dense jungle. Not far ahead lies a massive cave, nestled at the base of a low cliff, dark and foreboding. At the cave's entrance, countless white, shattered bones lie strewn across the wilderness, forming towering heaps. Su Qing retrieves the weapons she had prepared in advance, handing the demon-breaking flame bow and the earth-shaking dragon spear to Xiao Wan and Bai Wei. As they take the weapons, a series of monstrous growls emanate from within the cave. Subsequently, countless green eyes appear in the darkness, belonging to goblin creatures that are several times stronger than those outside in the mist. They emerge from the cave. Abyss Goblin, Strength Rating, Purple Rare, Level, 23. Health, 35,900 35,900. Attack, 596. Talent Skills, Devour Recovery, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Abyssal Body, Description. This is a tribe of goblins dwelling in the deep abyss of another realm. Influenced by abyssal magic, their strength has surged, making them more irritable and irrational, consumed by a frenzied desire to devour all living flesh around them. Upon seeing these muscular, ragged red goblins, Qing feels a sense of curiosity. Observing the information about these goblins, she ponders if this dungeon space lies beneath the chasms of the earth. This implies that they have traversed through the black vortex in the mist and entered the abyssal world. With this thought, Qing takes a deep breath, experiencing an epic surge of energy as she seeks to savor the essence of the abyssal magic. Yet, she feels no abnormalities. Instead, a profound comfort envelopes her. The only noticeable difference is the density of spiritual energy surrounding her, which is far more robust than that above the mist. Here, even ordinary beings could live for a century, brimming with vitality. It is solely due to this ethereal aura that it is most conducive for beings to ascend to the extraordinary, akin to the legendary realm of immortals. Could it be that the name is misattributed? Such a splendid place. How could it be termed the Abyss? It ought to be called the Celestial Realm instead. As Qing pondered the surroundings aloud, Suing pointed towards a distant cave. The name is not erroneous. Rather, it is your position that is misplaced. That is how this abyssal world is meant to appear. Qing followed Su Ying's gesture and beheld, at the base of the low cliff beside the goblin dwelling, several small cave entrances emitting wisps of gray smoke. This smoke, rising from the depths, gradually dissipated into the sky. There was no need for speculation. These gray tendrils were undoubtedly wafting into the realm of existence, shrouding the earth in a suffocating haze. They were the architects of an environmental transformation. Yet, due to the presence of the black spatial vortex, this very location remained untouched by the encroaching fog, rendering it the sole sanctuary within this region. Chapter 181. The Golden Beast. The 9-section colorful centipede with a resounding crash, a rusted and cumbersome iron rod hurtled through the air, aimed at the group standing before the goblin cave. Byway raised her firearm and struck the ground fiercely, causing a formidable earthen wall to rise abruptly, intercepting the incoming projectile. The iron rod collided with the wall, producing a thunderous noise that reverberated across the desolate wilderness. As the first assault failed, a horde of goblin creatures emerged from the depths of the cave, howling with wild abandon, their crimson eyes aglow, wielding an assortment of tattered weapons as they charged forward. Byway brandished her spear once more, thrusting it into the earth, summoning several sturdy earthen walls that encircled and protected the group within. And Xiaowan drew her crimson longbow, igniting a searing flame upon her arrow, which she then released towards the front lines. The sharp fire-tipped arrow swiftly pierced the rushing red-skinned goblin, and the flames erupted fiercely upon its corpse, incinerating it and hindering the advance of the goblin horde behind. You have slain a level 24 elite monster, Fallen Goblin, earning a sharp spear, 18 spirit crystals, and 24 survival points. As multiple kill notifications chimed in, and Xiaowan continued to draw her longbow, igniting a great conflagration across the barren landscape, utterly dismantling the goblin's momentum. They attempted to flank the flames, launching a side attack. Having assessed the capabilities of Xiaowan and Byway, Su Ying, Tang Lin, and Anna joined forces. From the earthen walls, countless vines burst forth, sprouting tender shoots that rapidly grew into towering trees, transforming into colossal treants that collided fiercely with the charging goblins. Behind the treants, azure blades, frost bullets, and sharp ice arrows were unleashed, targeting the goblins ensnared by the trance vines from afar. In this collaborative effort, despite the overwhelming numbers and formidable physiques of the goblins pouring forth from the cave, they were effectively kept at bay. They could not approach the team, being relentlessly struck down in the wilds. Is this truly a nightmare-level dungeon? Qing pondered, observing the dark cave in the distance, feeling a sense of perplexity. Although the goblin creatures were strong, their strength fell far short of the nightmare-level difficulty. They were merely a step above the previous dungeon's monsters, not particularly challenging, and certainly not deserving of the nightmare classification. For now, the only creatures encountered within the dungeon were the abyssal goblins before them. Thus, Qing could only temporarily set aside his doubts. He silently opened the golden spatial vortex, summoning dozens of golden legendary mechanical sentinels into the dungeon, positioning them to guard the rear of the group to thwart any surprise attacks. Gazing at the fully armored mechanical sentinels, Qing felt a flicker of reassurance in his heart. as Suing and her companions valiantly fought to vanquish the majority of the goblin creatures ahead. A sudden upheaval occurred behind them. A colossal black claw erupted from the ground, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, and fiercely lunged towards the group, who stood behind their earthen barricade. Fortunately, the mechanical sentinel that Su Qing had strategically placed in the rear detected the anomaly at once. With heightened alertness, Su Qing summoned a massive ice pillar, composed of a mixture of earth and stone, which rose from the ground to intercept the enormous black claw midair. This formidable claw, as large as a house, was held aloft by the robust ice pillar, casting a shadow that obscured the light. It bore down with crushing force, akin to a celestial dome. As the claw clenched violently, the ice pillar shattered into countless fragments, unable to withstand the relentless assault. Thankfully, the ice structure had afforded the group precious time, just as the black claw prepared to strike again. The entangled vines of the treant swiftly lifted everyone away from the perilous spot. Su Qing found himself ensconced within the trenched chest cavity, gazing at the monstrous creature that emerged from the depths of the earth. 9 Abyssal Striped Centipede, Power Level, Golden Legendary, Level 40, Health 1, 200, 0001, 200, 000, Attack 5, 302. Innate Skills, Golden Crystal Sword Legs, Striped Poison Domain, Tail Strike. Description: a terrifying creature dwelling in the abyss, possessing the bloodline of ancient behemoths, which has allowed it to grow into an extraordinarily massive entity. Its body is encased in a shell as hard as metal, with legs that are sharp as blades. And its blood is highly toxic, capable of emitting poisonous mist and creating a noxious domain around itself. Upon recognizing the colossal centipede, which was as large as a train, Su Qing realized that what had initially appeared to be a black claw was, in fact, the pointed end of its tail. Fortunately, the tail did not emit venom. Otherwise, the group would have faced dire consequences had toxic substances rained down upon them. Was this truly a goblin lair dungeon? How could such a creature emerge from it? Su Qing glared at the centipede, now fully emerged and coiling ominously in the wilderness, leaving behind a gaping chasm in the ground. He cursed under his breath, reflecting on how, had it not been for the mechanical sentinel's timely reconnaissance, they might have fallen victim to a surprise attack. While he was unperturbed by the prospect of an assault, thanks to the unique protective capabilities of his mechanical constructs, which would absorb the damage he might incur, Suing and her comrades lacked such defenses. A sudden and powerful ambush would undoubtedly inflict grave injuries upon them. Though Su Qing had previously harbored doubts regarding the goblin's ability to meet the challenges posed by a nightmare-level dungeon, he had speculated that the true difficulty would likely lurk deep within the caverns. Little did he expect that the ultimate boss would lie hidden beneath their very feet. No wonder that the abyssal gray mist was so thin at their previous standing position, with only a faint aura lingering. It turned out that this immense creature beneath them had absorbed all the mist. Lurking deep underground, it was virtually undetectable. Gazing upon the colossal black centipede, reminiscent of a train carriage, a wave of trepidation washed over Su Qing. Enveloped within the body of the treant, Su Qing unleashed his extraordinary power. Around the centipede, the ground sank into quicksand, while tendrils of vines ensnared it. Several robust vine branches constricted tightly around the centipede's body. In the sinking quicksand, frost spread, climbing up the vibrant, segmented legs of the centipede. The blue ice swiftly enveloped its form, binding it in place along with the resilient vines, rendering it immobile. However, soon after, a colorful mist appeared in the distance, spreading forth. This mist was highly toxic. Upon contact, the vine branches withered and decayed instantaneously, losing all effectiveness. Chapter 182. The blade technique of the golden metal in the distant wilderness. The relentless sound of cracking ice echoed. The blue ice shell encasing the colossal nine-segmented, vibrantly colored centipede demon began to fracture and crumble. Surprisingly, despite Su Qing's fourth-tier extraordinary prowess, he could not subdue the creature. In mere moments, the gigantic centipede demon broke free from its restraints, exhaling a cloud of colorful venomous mist around it. The noxious vapor spread swiftly, leaving the remaining goblin creatures devoid of struggle as they silently collapsed, their lives extinguished. Soon, the fallen goblins were reduced to mere sludge, dissolving in the toxic haze. This corrupted goblin tribe, dwelling deep within the caverns, was utterly annihilated, all succumbing to the pervasive poison. Witnessing the terrifying potency of the colorful mist, Su Qing hastily summoned wind blades to create a gust, dispersing the encroaching toxins. For a brief moment, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. However, upon realizing that its poisonous domain had no effect on Su Qing and his companions hiding at a distance, the impatient demon surged forth from the mist. Its razor-sharp legs carved deep gouges into the earth as it charged directly towards Su Qing. With a swift motion, Su Qing raised a finger, conjuring a multitude of sharp ice arrows that materialized from thin air. As the arrows formed, they shot forth with lethal speed, aiming to pierce the advancing demon. The icy projectiles struck the demon's tough exoskeleton with resounding crashes, but to no avail, they merely left shallow scratches upon its surface. Although the force of the impact slightly hindered the demon's charge, it inflicted no real damage. Realizing that the outer shell was impenetrable, Su Qing quickly adjusted his strategy. A sharp ice spike suddenly erupted from the ground, targeting the abdomen of the centipede demon. To prevent the creature from sensing the impending danger, Su Qing deliberately abandoned its earth-based abilities, opting instead for an ice attack. This tactic proved effective. Several ice spikes surged from the ground, penetrating the demon's abdominal armor and piercing its innards. Suddenly struck by a fatal assault, the centipede demon writhed in excruciating pain, curling its body and howling in agony. Its razor-like legs flailed wildly in the air as it refrained from fully extending its body, fearful of exposing its vulnerable abdomen to further attacks. Instead, it coiled itself tightly, its vengeful gaze fixated on Su Qing, who stood within the colossal treant form. After a brief struggle, the demon abruptly leaped into action with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, it rolled and crawled to the feet of the massive treant, its lethal golden legs slicing through the entwined vine-like branches, severing one of the treant's long limbs. The sudden shift in balance startled Su Qing and his companions, prompting them to grasp the nearby branches to steady themselves. A mound of earth rose up to support the toppling treant, and as Su Qing regained his composure, his eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated that this centipede demon possessed such remarkable agility, nearly severing the treant with its cunning ambush. However, the venomous domain skill of this centipede spirit has already been utilized. Without the corrosive and highly toxic mist, the threat it poses to the branches and vines is significantly diminished. Countless tendrils regrow, once again ensnaring the coiled, vibrant nine-segmented centipede spirit that lies upon the ground, wrapping it tightly as if in a zongzi. Among the vines, layers of ice and soil intermingle, serving as a buffer to resist the slicing force of its blade-like legs, preventing the sharp, crystalline appendages from reaching the vines and rendering them ineffective in their cutting abilities. In a confrontation of equal fourth-tier strength, Su Qing, endowed with the potential of a mythical dual-color talent, unleashes overwhelming damage upon this golden legendary demon emperor-tier creature. Aside from nearly severing the giant treant's vine-like thighs, the attack does not yield significant results. The toxic mist is swept away by the powerful airflow generated by Su Qing's control over his blade, blown far into the distance, unable to spread or have any effect. In the wilderness, only the earthen wall, the treant, and the entwined nine-segmented centipede spirit remain. Everything else has been utterly obliterated by the highly corrosive toxic mist. Beneath the treant's feet, the ground pulsates as a torrent of clear water erupts from fissures below, coalescing into a roaring river. This surging flood sweeps away the struggling centipede spirit, pulling it beneath the surface. With its impenetrable shell, unmatched blade-like legs, and powerful venom capable of corroding all, it finds itself rendered powerless in the deluge. The nine-segmented centipede spirit sinks to the riverbed, thrashing helplessly, releasing a flurry of bubbles, until it finally ceases its movement, ensnared by the vines, and falls into complete silence. Kill a level 40 demon emperor monster, nine-segmented centipede spirit. Obtain a skill book for the Qing sword technique, a complete set of golden crystal sword array, 1 point of Genesis source, 42 spirit crystals, and 40 survival points. The dungeon has been cleared, Goblin Nest dungeon completed. Battle rating, SSS, flawless victory. Dungeon rewards, 1 skill book for the Breaking Heaven Spear technique, 1 Goblin Mine treasure chest, 300 spirit crystals, and 350 survival points. Wow, what a bountiful harvest. Upon seeing the reward information, Su Qing could not contain his excitement. Receiving 2 skill books that could awaken extraordinary powers is an exceptional yield. After searching for days in the gray mist without encountering any extraordinary items, and only finding weapons and survival supplies from daily monster hunts and treasure chests, the scarcity of extraordinary items was disheartening. Yet today, within this nightmare-level Goblin Nest dungeon, he unexpectedly received 2 skill books, proving the difficulty of this nightmare-level challenge. Qing sword technique, gold-to-gold element swordsmanship, possessing unparalleled sharpness in its attacks. With a buildup of power, a single draw unleashes the breadth of heaven and earth. This sword technique can be executed with 2 long swords, utilizing one for standard attacks and the other for a charged maximum attack of 30,000. This golden legendary Qing sword technique stands as the most formidable offensive skill. Su Qing had never witnessed such an extraordinary enhancement in skill effects, boasting an astonishing 300-fold increase. With his current talent and potential, once he fully charged, a single strike would undoubtedly vanquish the vibrant 9-segment centipede spirit, cleaving its formidable carapace in twain, rendering any prolonged engagement unnecessary. After examining the attributes of the Gengjin sword drawing technique, Su Qing retrieved from his spatial pouch a set of sword formations crafted from golden crystals. This golden crystal sword array was also a spoils of victory obtained after defeating the centipede spirit, sharing the same origin and essence as the aforementioned technique, thus forming a perfect synergy. Composed of numerous delicate golden sword-shaped crystals, the array could be dispersed into formations or combined into an indomitable golden blade. Additionally, these petite golden sword crystals could be assembled into 2 long swords, allowing for a dual-wielding strategy, one for combat and the other poised and ready to unleash its potential. Chapter 183: The Golden Crystal Sword Array and Fluorescent, or the Golden Crystal Sword Array, derived from the numerous golden crystal blade-like appendages of the 9-segmented colorful centipede, is capable of both dispersing to ensnare and annihilate unpredictably, or converging into a singular force that is formidable and unyielding. It can also be divided into 2 long swords, allowing for dual wielding in combat. In dual sword mode, its attack power reaches 3,000, while in unified mode, it escalates to 6,000, albeit with a reduction in attack speed by 100. As the flood receded, it revealed the muddy ground. After examining the attributes of the golden crystal sword array, Su Qing stored it back in his bag. He directed the massive treant to stride forward, leading the group to the side of the 9-segmented colorful centipede, which had perished in the flood. The floodwaters had washed the centipede to the entrance of a goblin nest, leaving its hard, multicolored exoskeleton and its enormous, coiled body exposed. As the icy vines dissipated, suddenly, a dark, enormous vortex appeared above the centipede's form, its suction power immensely strong, solely targeting the flesh and blood of the magical creatures below while leaving everything else unscathed. Soon, the massive body of the 9-segmented colorful centipede was lifted into the air, engulfed by the dark vortex. This was the golden tier blood-melting furnace module, installed in Su Qing's base vehicle, which began to devour and refine the corpse of this demon emperor-level creature. Having completed this task, Su Qing turned to see Su Ying and the others still resting in the vine-laden chamber. He opened the golden portal to the secret realm, allowing them to return and recuperate. The final battle of the day had proven excessively arduous for them. A 4th-tier magical creature of Demon Emperor level was beyond the capabilities of Tang Lin and her companions. Even Su Qing, prior to his advancement to the 2nd-tier legendary core, could not guarantee success against such a formidable foe. Creatures that have reached the 4th tier in this harsh otherworld are far from foolish. They are cunning and astute, adept at leveraging their strengths to hunt their enemies. Had it not been for the specific weaknesses of this centipede being countered by Su Qing's myriad extraordinary abilities, the battle would not have unfolded so smoothly. The poisonous miasma it released could have easily annihilated the entire team. Fortunately, after elevating his dominance ability to the golden legendary level, Su Qing harnessed a plethora of extraordinary powers. Utilizing Tang Lin's wind blades to create a gust, he dispersed the toxic miasma, thereby averting disaster. Otherwise, he would have had to send them back to the secret realm and withdraw from the battlefield prematurely. Subsequently, Su Qing donned ice element armor, employing his mechanical domination abilities to endure the toxic damage, thus gaining a fighting chance. As Su Ying and the others stood to depart, Su Qing relocated the vortex of the secret realm to the entrance of the goblin nest. 6 gold and crimson painted mechanical sentinels emerged from the golden spatial vortex and entered the shadowy depths of the cave. They moved in formation of 3, wielding weapons and providing mutual cover to prevent any losses. Before long, the 6 mechanical sentinels had stepped into the dim and damp cavern. After Su Qing's vehicle core advanced to the 2nd mythical level, the mechanical dominion characteristic atop the core experienced a significant enhancement. There was no need to deliberately establish a connection. Whenever he desired, he could effortlessly access the vision information of any mechanical creation and command their actions. Through the observation module of the mechanical sentinel, Su Qing clearly discerned the stark white bones scattered across the cave floor, which stood out ominously in the darkness. As the mechanical sentinel traversed the brittle remains, the crunching sound of the already fragile bones echoed beneath its feet. The goblin creatures exhibited a lamentable dining habit, carelessly discarding their leftovers to rot without a shred of hygiene awareness. Observing the ground strewn with bones in the disheveled darkness of the cave, Su Qing couldn't help but scoff. Nevertheless, he did not cease his actions. He continued to control the mechanical sentinel, delving deeper into the cave in search of further discoveries. Su Qing's sudden interest in this cave entrance stemmed from the enticing rewards associated with the Goblin Lair dungeon, which promised a chest of goblin treasures. The goblin creatures were not inherently a mining race. Thus, the presence of mineral wealth in their possession likely originated from this very dwelling. The resources appeared abundant and readily accessible without the need for a thorough search. Indeed, after navigating a winding passage into a vast subterranean cavern, Qing beheld countless rare ores embedded within the walls and ceiling, emitting a ghostly blue luminescence. The glow from these ores illuminated the underground space, dispelling the oppressive darkness and rendering it more habitable. Fluorescent, or purple, a rare mineral with properties conducive to the conduction of psychic magic. When integrated into weapons and armor, it can channel energy and activate formations within the equipment, transforming it into magical artifacts. Upon examining the ore within the cave, he confirmed that it was of the same variety as the goblin treasures promised as rewards. The quantity of ore present in the cave exceeded that of the reward by several multiples. This discovery filled Qing with immense satisfaction, as he had not ventured in vain. The golden quality mechanical sentinel had ascertained that there were no dangers within the cave. A multitude of ordinary skyweb mechanical soldiers emerged from the vortex of the secret realm, wielding pickaxes as they surged into the goblin lair to commence their sweeping operations. They entered the cave, extracting the fluorescent ore from the rock walls, and under the computational control of the skyweb intelligence core. All collected ores were transported into the secret realm. As for the entrance shrouded in gray mist, Qing, through the mechanical sentinel, inspected the depths of the goblin lair, but found nothing of value. The gray mist emanated from deeper subterranean levels, surging from fissures of the earth, rendering any further exploration impossible. Thus, he had to abandon the endeavor. Glancing around, he found no other items of worth within the dungeon. Even the enormous hole from which a centipede creature had emerged yielded no findings, despite Qing dispatching mechanical soldiers to investigate. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Qing finally released his control over the puppet, allowing it to transform into a towering tree, flourishing freely. He stepped into the golden vortex, departing from the instance and returning to the secret realm. Only hundreds of mechanical soldiers remained, tirelessly transporting her from the cavern, akin to industrious ants, delivering it into the base vehicles. With the battle concluded, Qing arrived back in the secret realm, where he beheld Su Ying and her companions resting in a treehouse amidst the forest. Beside them were Jianglan and others, who had yet to awaken their extraordinary powers and had not participated in the fight, now surrounding Su Ying and providing attentive care, engaging in playful banter. Thanks to Qing's timely intervention in the combat against the formidable fourth-tier demon emperor-level boss, Tang Lin and her companions did not experience the overwhelming terror that such foes typically instilled. Thus, their spirits remained light, reveling in the joy of possessing extraordinary abilities and the opportunity to wield such power in battle. Chapter 184, Organizing Gains. Breaking the celestial spear technique. Upon observing the uplifting spirits of the group, unaffected by the oppressive presence of the 9-section colorful centipede, Qing's concerns about lingering dissipated. He turned back to the base vehicle, preparing to meticulously examine the spoils of battle. As a newly promoted extraordinary being, endowed with spiritual abilities, facing a being of the demon emperor level instilled a profound sense of fear and suffocation that could easily overwhelm one. Fortunately, the barrier of the treeman's vines provided a sanctuary, allowing them to remain within the treehouse, thus avoiding a direct confrontation with the terrifying centipede, with its densely packed, razor-like legs and vibrant exoskeleton. They did not stand closely before the monstrous entity, feeling the weight of its vast and menacing form, which naturally lessened their trepidation. Moreover, at the moment Qing struck, he had rendered the 9-section colorful centipede utterly beleaguered, ensnared like a rice dumpling, devoid of any imposing aura. It resembled a drenched dog, stripped of the dignity befitting a creature of the demon emperor caliber, making it difficult to feel any fear. Seeing that Su Ying and the others were unscathed, Qing settled comfortably into the driver's seat of the base vehicle. This spot offered a panoramic view of the misty wasteland, a place he cherished. Even though he could control the vehicle without being physically present through the core interface, he preferred this vantage point. Currently, the base vehicle was stationed at the rear of the goblin camp. Directly in front of the driver's seat lay a narrow, profound underground fissure. From a distance, the fissure appeared dark and foreboding, as if it could drain away one's very spirit, exuding an unsettling aura. However, Qing paid it no heed. He had recently ventured into the underground world, and this fissure held no mystery for him any longer. Thus, he felt no fear of the unknown. Qing accessed the interface to review the peculiar rewards acquired from vanquishing the demon emperor-level creature, the centipede. Genesis Source mythical level possesses the power to create worlds, serving as the cornerstone of existence, capable of transforming into all things, evolving into myriad realms, and is the life essence that nurtures sentient beings. Originating from primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, it can be gathered to forge celestial realms or refined for boundless utility. Upon reading this entry on the Genesis source, Qing finally understood the requirements for synthesizing and upgrading the vehicles of others. The information indicated that he lacked specific items for synthesis. With this Genesis source, he could choose to elevate the vehicles of others to the colorful mythical quality, transcending the limitations of the survival world's laws, breaking through the highest tier, which was restricted to the golden legendary level. This would usher him into an entirely new domain. However, acquiring this Genesis source required the conquest of Demon Emperor-level monsters, meaning that only those with a bloodline of the highest caliber, reaching the golden legendary status, could yield such rewards. This posed a significant challenge, as creatures endowed with such extraordinary potential were predominantly the formidable prodigies lurking within the mist, likely hailing from an ancient and immense lineage, supported by formidable forces. Moreover, they predominantly possess their own territories, fortified by rigorous defenses and reaping the benefits of geographical advantages. Dwelling deep within the subterranean realms of another world, their movements are shrouded in mystery, rendering them exceedingly elusive. The challenge of the hunt is immense. Qing gazed upon this misty haze, reminiscent of a primordial essence emerging from chaos. He felt acutely the difficulty of his endeavors. However, now in possession of this essence of creation, the clarity of his future aspirations was illuminated, and a goal was established. The results were quite satisfactory. He retracted the swirling essence that resembled gray smoke, which floated about his arm. From his backpack, Qing retrieved the skill book for the Gungjin sword technique and a complete set of the golden crystal sword array, placing them upon the dashboard. Soon, a lithe figure, brimming with athletic vigor, emerged from the golden vortex within the base vehicle's cockpit. Jiang Lan stepped out from the secret realm, her gaze lifting to meet Qing, who occupied the driver's seat. Approaching him, she inquired, "Captain Su, did you summon me?" She settled into the passenger seat, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance that enveloped the surroundings. Her beautiful, elongated phoenix eyes curiously scrutinized Qing. In truth, before Qing had called for her, Jiang Lan had already harbored suspicions. Now, upon seeing the ancient-looking skill book adorned with golden characters and the set of sword array crafted from golden crystals laid out before her, she had already arrived at her answer. "Indeed, Sister Lan, these two items are now yours. Congratulations on your ascension to the extraordinary realm, becoming a beautiful sword immortal." Qing, who had been pondering how to acquire more sources of creation, looked up with a smile in response to Jiang Lan's arrival. "Sword immortal?" Jiang Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she beheld the two items on the dashboard. As a person from Huaxia who had cherished various martial arts dramas since childhood, who could resist the dream of wielding a sword and traversing the world? Previously, she had been relegated to a life of toil, struggling for survival without any opportunity. Yet now, in this apocalyptic era, she found her dreams unexpectedly materializing, transforming into a true cultivator of the sword, capable of soaring through the skies on her blade. Upon reviewing the attributes of these two items, even Jiang Lan, with her typically aloof demeanor, could not contain her surprise. She embraced Qing tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Qing could feel her exhilaration through the softness pressed against his cheek, his heart racing with fervor. Soon, Jiang Lan realized she had nearly squeezed him into a state of breathlessness, yet her enjoyment was evident, devoid of any complaints. Flushing slightly, she quickly released him and retreated, seizing the two items from the driver's seat before darting away. Observing the delightful sway of Jiang Lan's form as she ran, Qing couldn't help but think that life in this apocalypse was indeed quite agreeable. It was a far cry from the tense existence of the pre-apocalyptic world, offering a richness he had not anticipated. Surrounded by beautiful companions, with ample resources at hand, and the presence of extraordinary spiritual power, it was truly a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Once Jiang Lan had dashed back into her room, her enchanting figure vanished from sight. Qing finally diverted his gaze. He opened his backpack once more, retrieving yet another skill book, the Celestial Spear Technique. A formidable martial art hailing from a realm of high martial prowess, enables the practitioner to refine their spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their physical constitution and cultivation level. As the spear dances, an aura of potent energy envelopes it, moving in synchrony with its wielder. When mastered to perfection, the spear strikes with the ferocity of a dragon, embodying the essence of powerful spiritual energy and possessing the ability to shatter the heavens. The recent expedition into the Goblin Nest dungeon proved to be a true nightmare in terms of difficulty, yielding an exceptionally rich array of rewards. Among the treasures bestowed upon completion of the dungeon was this skill book of the spear technique, surprisingly of golden quality. Qing was taken aback upon viewing the attributes of this skill book. However, upon reflection, he realized that within such an ordinary monster lair, there lurked an extraordinary being of the Demon Emperor caliber. Thus, the presence of such a reward was not as astonishing as it initially seemed. In fact, Su Qing deduced that after the dungeon's completion, the only notable rewards were this skill book and a chest of ores. The drop rate of items from this dungeon appeared rather meager, especially when juxtaposed with its daunting difficulty. It seemed that the luck for acquiring treasures had been expended during the battle against the centipede demon. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of fulfillment for having secured 2 skill books of golden legendary quality within a single dungeon. He had already contemplated the allocation of this celestial spear technique skill book to a deserving recipient. Chapter 185. Mechanical soldiers explore and discover treasure, 3 kilometers to the left. A cluster of serpent-like monsters was detected, with a level of 26 and a combat assessment of moderate. Within a 5-kilometer radius to the right, a blue treasure chest was discovered, with no threat factors identified. The goblin encampment located behind has been completely annihilated, and all supplies have been collected and transported. Su Qing lay on his bed, perusing the reports from the Skynet's mechanical intelligence before preparing for slumber. As night fell, he deployed mechanical soldiers to scour the area within a 5-kilometer radius of the base vehicle. He refrained from sending them too far afield, opting instead to keep them close to the vehicle. The chaotic spatial conditions of the misty world posed a risk in a single night. The base vehicle could be teleported to a distant location. Should the mechanical soldiers stray too far, they might not return in time, resulting in their loss. Although Su Qing could bypass distance limitations and remotely control the soldiers, tracking the vehicle's position on foot, the treacherous expanse was fraught with myriad dangers. A few ordinary mechanical soldiers stood little chance of safely traversing such distances and returning unharmed. The likelihood of their destruction on the return journey was significant. Consequently, to avert unnecessary losses, Su Qing meticulously commanded them to explore the vicinity of the base vehicle, ensuring no survival resources in the wilderness were overlooked. Furthermore, should any spatial fluctuations be detected, the Skynet's mechanical intelligence could promptly summon all soldiers back. At a distance of 5 kilometers, the mechanical soldiers could return to their storage pod in a timely manner, avoiding any loss in the wild. The scene shifted, revealing a blue glowing treasure chest nestled at the base of a crumbling brick wall. Beside it stood 2 frost-blue, cold-resistant mechanical soldiers, vigilantly guarding the chest. Su Qing, utilizing the reconnaissance capabilities of one soldier, rotated to survey the surroundings. He discovered that the treasure chest was concealed within a dilapidated farm building. The exterior boasted wooden fences, chicken coops, pigsties, and a well, facilities that were complete yet worn and faded. These structures lay shrouded in mist, exuding an eerie stillness, reminiscent of a suspenseful film, as if something sinister were about to unfold. However, this scene was all too familiar to Su Qing, who had navigated the mist for several days and experienced the rigors of combat. He remained unperturbed. Calmly, he directed the mechanical soldier to approach the treasure chest and extend its arm to open it. Upon opening the blue treasure chest, he obtained 10 bags of long grain rice, a box of compressed biscuits, a pair of snow boots, 20 spirit crystals, and 15 survival points. How unfortunate, he muttered, disappointed by the meager haul. With a glance at the supplies that appeared in his backpack, he dismissed them without a second thought and canceled the reconnaissance view. He ceased controlling the mechanical soldier that stood in the misty farmyard, opening the treasure chest. The familiar environment of his room came into focus. He turned over, tucked himself under the covers, and closed his eyes to rest. Brother, the night is unbearably cold. Let us kindle a fire to warm ourselves. In the midst of the deep night, shrouded in a thick fog, 5 or 6 survivors huddled together in a dilapidated 2-story building, trembling from the chill. Outside, the wind howled, and frost and snow mingled in the air. Several vehicles were parked outside, blocking the entrance to the building. Are you out of your mind? The fog outside is teeming with monsters. If we light a fire at night, what will we do when they come? You may not care for your life, but we wish to survive. If you must light a fire, do it away from us in the wilderness. Indeed, in this pitch-black night, the flames will be visible from afar, surely attracting danger. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food? Please share. I feel as if I'm on the brink of starvation. We've been wandering in this fog for days. There is no food to be found. In this wretched place, how can we scavenge for supplies? But if I don't eat soon, I will truly perish. This cursed weather, when will it end? It's unbearable. Are you all right, Fourth? Fourth? A frail figure curled in the corner, motionless, head bowed. The person sitting next to him tugged at his coat, yet he remained unresponsive. Good heavens, has Fourth passed away? Only then did the others realize that the curled body in the corner had fallen silent, frozen, and starved to death. Damn this brutal world of survival. It's too arduous. If this continues, we shall all perish. Tomorrow, regardless of the danger, we must move swiftly to seek out supplies. If we continue to cower in fear and refuse to explore the fog, we will suffer the same fate as Fourth. but I truly lack the strength to rise. It may be difficult to stand tomorrow. I am so hungry, what do you think? Should we? A tall survivor fixed his gaze intently on the still figure in the corner, an expression of contemplation on his face. Soon, his intentions were discerned by the others. Is that feasible? What is there to prevent us? Fourth is already gone. But we are still alive. If we do not fill our bellies, we shall all perish by dawn. Consider it his final act of assistance for his brothers. Xiaoning. Do you hear something outside? In the dead of night, Li Lingyu suddenly sat up from the sofa, alertly gazing out the window. The outside was cloaked in fog, with snowflakes swirling about. There was nothing amiss. It's strange. I feel as though something is following us, filled with malice. I cannot be mistaken. The heating module of the RV continued to operate, providing warmth and comfort within, tempting one to succumb to slumber. Gu Ning, upon hearing Ling Jie's words, glanced at the surveillance of the armored off-road vehicle. Nothing had triggered the alarms. All was eerily quiet, save for the sound of the cold wind rustling the snowflakes. Confirming there was no danger, Gu Ning returned to bed, drowsily replying, "Do not worry, Ling Jie. This RV's armor is thick, and its defenses are reliable. If there truly is a danger, the durability of the vehicle's armor can withstand it for a time, allowing us to respond adequately. It's time to sleep." I feel so drowsy. Observing Gu Ning, who has carelessly drifted back into slumber, Sister Ling feels a mix of envy and irritation. She envies Gu Ning's carefree attitude, seemingly indifferent to everything, as she enjoys her meals and sleeps soundly. Gu Ning appears to never experience tension or anxiety, and her presence always brings a sense of calm. Yet, it also frustrates Sister Ling that apart from in battle, where Gu Ning is a reliable and formidable ally, she is utterly helpless in other matters, leaving everything for Sister Ling to manage. In daily life, Gu Ning is completely clueless, dazed, and does not resemble a highly educated social elite. Instead, she resembles an innocent child, requiring Sister Ling to tend to her every need. Not only must Sister Ling devise action plans for survival in this apocalyptic world, but she also has to cook, manage household chores, and allocate resources. Watching Gu Ning, now nestled in bed and lost to sleep once more, Sister Ling grows increasingly agitated. She leaps from the sofa and dives into the bed, burrowing under the covers. Never mind. Whatever happens outside happens. I too shall sleep. Humph. Chapter 186, Job Transition and Inheritance. Earth Warrior. In the early morning, Su Qing arrived at the secret realm. Indeed, amidst the towering and lush forest, Su Ying and Bai Wei were engaged in light-hearted banter. Bai Wei, wielding a sharp long spear with a dark body and a yellow dragon's coil, was dancing with it among the trees. However, having never learned the art of spear fighting, nor having encountered any knowledge of cold weapons before the apocalypse, Bai Wei was quite unfamiliar with the long spear. She merely waved it about with casual abandon, her formidable strength causing the weapon to whistle through the air. The long spear stirred up a fierce current, rustling the leaves and causing the great trees to sway incessantly. From a distance, she resembled a graceful mother monkey, wielding the spear as if it were a mere stick. Su Ying stood beside her, utterly amused by Bai Wei's comical antics, nearly gasping for breath from laughter. What a joyful start to the day! What could possibly be so entertaining? Su Qing approached quietly, pretending to inquire. Upon seeing Su Qing enter the woods, Bai Wei hastily retracted the long spear, her face flushed. What is there to find amusing? Ying Jie is just teasing me. I came here to familiarize myself with the weapon, and it has brought her such delight. You didn't see anything, did you? Bai Wei shot an irritated glance at Su Ying, who was laughing to the point of tears, and quickly added an explanation. I saw nothing. I was merely wandering through the woods when I heard your voices, prompting my arrival. However, in a moment of distraction, I could have sworn I glimpsed a beautiful mother monkey leaping around here with a stick. Yet as I approached, it vanished, Su Qing jested. Ha ha. Su Ying erupted into laughter once more, unable to contain herself. I told you, Wei Wei, that your movements were all wrong. Spear techniques are not executed in such a manner. What you demonstrated was akin to flailing. It lacked any semblance of grace. And now, you must surely believe me as Su Qing likens you to a monkey with a stick. Bai Wei, already somewhat embarrassed, found herself unable to withstand the teasing from both of them. She twisted her body, intent on making a hasty exit. Her usual composed and mature demeanor gave way to the bashfulness of a young girl. This striking contrast revealed an unexpected beauty, leaving Su Qing momentarily spellbound. However, noticing Bai Wei was truly about to depart, Su Qing quickly stepped forward and grasped her arm. Wei Jie, please don't rush away. I came here specifically to find you. Taken aback by Su Qing's words, Bai Wei paused, suppressing her shyness, and turned to face him. Before her stood an ancient tome inscribed with bold black characters. It read, Heavenly Break Spear Technique. Wei Jie, this is for you. This skill book aligns perfectly with your abilities, and only you can unleash its full potential. Please, learn it. Upon seeing the skill book, Bai Wei finally comprehended that Su Qing had not come merely to mock her. She felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that he understood her predicament and had already devised a solution. Upon reflecting on the earlier jesting from the two individuals, her irritation dissipated in an instant. She grasped the skill book for the heavenly spear technique, her mental energy probing within, and selected to learn. The skill book transformed instantly into golden orbs of light, swirling around Bai Wei in an endless dance before merging into her being. Finally, a multitude of golden specks coalesced between her brows, imprinting themselves within her. However, upon completing her studies, Bai Wei did not immediately open her eyes, remaining in a state of meditation. After a considerable duration, a powerful aura surged forth from her, enveloping her form. This aura, infused with the might of the earth, stood as firm as a mountain. Simply by standing there, Bai Wei emanated an indomitable presence, exuding an aura that felt unassailable and impervious. The dense, golden aura spiraled around her, intertwining with the very earth beneath her feet, creating an overwhelming pressure that even Su Qing found somewhat stifling. Su Ying, utilizing the forces of nature, conjured a barrier of vines before her, managing to withstand the pressure. At last, as the earth's aura integrated into her body, Bai Wei opened her eyes, revealing a flash of yellow light that quickly faded. I have changed my profession. I have become an earth warrior. Upon regaining her senses, Bai Wei immediately examined her attribute panel, exclaiming in astonishment. Change of profession? What is that? Su Qing, hearing Bai Wei's words, felt somewhat perplexed. All of them had acquired extraordinary powers either through direct learning of skills or by consuming potions refined from the flesh-melting furnace. This was the first time Su Qing had encountered the notion of a profession change. The skill book for the heavenly spear technique harbored a hidden condition for transforming into an earth warrior. The learner must possess the power of the earth and be able to manipulate the forces of soil and stone. Having recently consumed an extraordinary potion, Bai Wei had acquired earth attribute powers that aligned with the requirements for the profession change. Consequently, she activated the transformation feature and became an earth warrior. Elated, Bai Wei closed her attribute panel and began to explain. Well, after the profession change, what changes have occurred? Upon hearing her, Su Qing immediately pondered whether all skill books included transformation conditions. This implied that these skill tomes sought the most suitable inheritors, and only those who met the criteria could activate the profession change, thus becoming specialized practitioners. They would truly master the full power of the skills learned, unleashing their maximum potential. Moreover, they could even embark on the cultivation path of the high martial arts detailed within the skill tomes, paving their own way to advancement. No longer would they merely rely on scavenging for extraordinary materials in the fog-laden world to enhance their powers, but rather, akin to the legends, they could seclude themselves for cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and emerge as the strongest. The most significant transformation post-profession change was the unlocking of a lineage for spear technique cultivation, enabling independent practice, comprehension of the profound, and enhancement of spear prowess. Additionally, all of my extraordinary power has now converged within the core of my vessel. The core of the vessel within me serves as my dantian, allowing the cultivation technique to flow with greater smoothness and harmony. Moreover, I can harness the energy of the vessel to enhance my endurance in battle. It feels as though my vessel has transformed into my sanctuary and treasured artifact. Not only does it provide shelter and protection in the wilderness, but it also stores energy to support the operation of my marksmanship. This sensation is indeed wondrous. As Bai Wei experiences the remarkable transformations following her transition to an earth warrior, she is filled with a sense of novelty. Additionally, there is another matter. Upon becoming an earth warrior, I have acquired a unique skill tree system exclusive to warriors. Henceforth, I can only strive to refine my practice and unlock the various abilities within this skill tree, for I can no longer learn skills from other systems. Chapter 187, The New Legacy, transcending to sword immortal Bai Wei stood motionless, savoring the profound transformations that accompanied her class change. From her spatial backpack, she retrieved the earth-shattered dragon spear and effortlessly executed a flourish, showcasing an unparalleled mastery that starkly contrasted her previous self. Now, merely holding the spear, Bai Wei emanated an aura of sharpness and weight, exuding a serene grandeur akin to that of a master of spear techniques. Her movements were imbued with a unique grace, harmonizing her form with the weapon as if they were one. As she caressed the sleek black spear, Bai Wei felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity, as if it were an extension of her own body, entirely under her control. With the spear pointed to the ground, she stepped back into the forest, returning to the same spot, yet she was utterly transformed in a mere instant. At this moment, Bai Wei wielded her spear with the ferocity of a dragon, and as she danced, the yellow earth's vital energies surged around her. The dragon motif along the spear appeared to be fully awakened, roaring and surging in tandem with her, creating swirling gusts of yellow energy. Bai Wei's graceful form glided through the forest clearing, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves, painting a scene as picturesque as a scroll of art. Su Qing and Suing stood transfixed, watching her in awe from a distance. After a considerable time, as the demonstration of spear techniques concluded and the gust subsided, Bai Wei had fully grasped the formidable power of this legendary golden spear technique, a true foundation of her sect's heritage. It was indeed a tremendous boon that Su Qing had unhesitatingly bestowed upon her, granting her the opportunity to transcend and become a warrior of the earth. Bai Wei sheathed her spear and turned to Su Qing, her eyes widening in disbelief. You too, she stammered, noticing the intimate stance of the two figures entwined in the woods. Sistering, you spend every day with me. When did this happen? How did I not notice? Seeing Bai Wei's astonished expression, Su Ying smiled softly, releasing her hand as she prepared to leave. Of course, it happened when you weren't around. Should I have informed you in advance? She continued, you two chat. I will prepare some pastries and coffee to celebrate the birth of our team as first spear god. Finally, we can put the spear to proper use rather than wielding it like a mere stick. As Su Ying turned to depart, Bai Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly took a few steps to catch up with Su Ying, and as she passed Su Qing, she suddenly embraced him, a warm kiss brushing against his cheek, the scent of her presence enveloping him. Just as Su Qing was about to react, Bai Wei sprang away like a startled creature, linking her arm with Su Ying's. Sistering, I want to join in. I shall bake a cake myself for everyone to celebrate. Let us hurry. As Su Qing watched the two rush into the golden vortex, he turned and settled himself within the wooden cabin Su Ying had constructed in the forest. In his hand, a golden potion materialized. This was the blood and flesh melting furnace module, an extraordinary elixir refined from the essence of the 9-section multicolored millipede. The Gingjin potion, infused with the essence of the Gingjin bloodline, grants one extraordinary powers of the metal element, enabling mastery over the sharpest of laws, capable of shattering all that exists. By assimilating metallic elements, one can forge an indomitable body of steel, rendering oneself invulnerable and unyielding. Originally, Su Qing intended to exchange this potion for another individual within the caravan, to nurture a new extraordinary being. However, upon witnessing Bai Wei's transformation, Su Qing swiftly altered his decision, preparing to bestow the potion upon Jiang Lan, curious to see if she too could seize a chance for advancement. Soon, a young maiden clad in ancient garb, wielding a golden longsword, emerged from a swirling vortex into the secret realm. Upon her arrival, she spotted Su Qing seated amidst the trees. Jiang Lan hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, Captain Su, did you call for me? Gazing at the girl before him, now adorned as a swordswoman, Su Qing found himself utterly bewildered. Sister Lan, what is this? Nothing much, she replied with a playful grin. I merely wish to experience the feeling of traversing the world as a swordsman, to embody the spirit of a knight. Moreover, I discovered that carrying this golden crystal sword array accelerates the accumulation of sword energy far more effectively than stowing it away in my backpack. So, I decided to carry it with me. What do you think? Do I look handsome this way? If I could fly on my sword, it would be utterly magnificent. Su Qing, observing Jiang Lan's transformation, was momentarily speechless. Ever since she had learned the Gungjin sword technique, she seemed like a different person. The weight of her previous concerns had dissipated, and the mature and composed aura she once exuded had given way to a lively and cheerful demeanor full of playfulness. Indeed, you look splendid, Su Qing acknowledged, nodding in agreement as he noted the twinkle of expectation in Jiang Lan's eyes. Her tall and graceful figure, now clad in elegant ancient attire, truly embodied the essence of a celestial swordswoman descended to earth, captivating in her beauty. Do you like it? Would you like me to perform a sword dance for you to elevate the mood? Jiang Lan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed at Su Qing, awaiting his response. Well, oh, no, that's not necessary. By the way, Sister Lan, you mentioned flying on your sword. That seems worth a try. He then handed her the golden potion. Here, drink this, and your dream should come true. As Jiang Lan received the potion with a serious demeanor, she inquired curiously. The Gingjin potion? Is this a complementary item to the Gingjin sword technique I have been studying? Before Su Qing could respond, she uncorked the potion and consumed it in one swift motion. Upon drinking the elixir, a radiant golden light ignited in Jiang Lan's eyes. Instantly, countless golden sword shadows materialized, swirling around her. The golden crystal sword array behind her ascended, encircling her as it merged with the golden sword flashes, forming a serpentine stream of sword light. Coiling and twisting, I feel as though I have truly become a sword immortal. As Jiang Lan uttered these words, the golden crystal sword array descended beneath her feet, lifting her into the air. Remarkably, she began to float, moving gracefully upon her sword. Just after imbibing the Gingjin potion, She received a sudden notification confirming that she had met the requirements for the inheritance of the Gangjin sword technique. The activation of the Gangjin swordsmanship inheritance has allowed for a career transition to Sword Immortal, thus commencing a path of cultivation. Is it truly the case that I have mastered the art of flying with a sword? It is simply astonishing. Jiang Lan stood suspended in midair, astonished as she examined the changes in her attributes following the transition. Her heart swelled with excitement. Just moments ago, she had expressed that should she achieve the ability to soar on her sword, it would indeed fulfill her lifelong dream. Yet, she could scarcely believe that she had actually become a sword immortal. The most fundamental skill she acquired was the ability to manipulate the flying sword at will. With sword flight being an effortless feat, Jiang Lan remained poised in the air. After observing the alterations in her attribute panel, she turned her gaze towards Su Qing below. Her exhilaration was overwhelming. Without hesitation, she leapt down, throwing herself into Su Qing's embrace, holding him tightly. After consuming the Gangjin elixir, Jiang Lan's extraordinary power had reached the third tier of the extraordinary realm, making her the foremost in the team, second only to Su Qing. Chapter 188, The Face Spider. The power of the professionals, though Bai Wei has also transitioned into an earth warrior. The potion she consumed was merely derived from the dragon blood giant lizard of the demon emperor tier, significantly inferior in quality to the Gangjin potion that Jiang Lan utilized, which originates from the demon emperor level 9 segmented colorful centipede. This is the pinnacle of magical beasts, possessing a noble and formidable bloodline. All of Jiang Lan's extraordinary resources are sourced from this 4th-tier demon emperor creature. Despite some consumption losses during the process of inheriting her innate abilities and failing to fully reclaim the peak state of the 9-segmented colorful centipede, Jiang Lan still managed to advance to the intermediate 3rd tier, securing her position as the second most powerful individual in the world. The foremost is Su Qing. Having acquired the dual vocational inheritance abilities from Bai Wei and Jiang Lan, she has quietly surpassed into the initial 4th tier, achieving a peak state, just a step away from the 5th-tier extraordinary demigod level. Once she breaks through, she will completely transcend, ascending to the realm of celestial beings. At this moment, Su Qing felt the extraordinary power within her body, which, as Bai Wei had indicated, coalesced entirely within the core vessel fused into her chest. Through the transformative training of her vocation, the extraordinary power had converted into martial true energy and spiritual force, aligning perfectly with her professional system. Oh my, what are you doing? A voice of surprise echoed from a distance. Su Qing looked up to see Bai Wei and Su Ying, each holding pastries and coffee, standing before the spatial vortex, gazing at Jiang Lan and her companion with astonishment. How is it? Sister Ying, I told you I was right. Sister Lan must be here. Just now, we were checking the personal power rankings of the survival world when we suddenly saw Sister Lan's ranking soar to 2nd place. We knew you two must be together. Congratulations, Sister Lan. Have some cake. After their initial surprise, Bai Wei and Su Ying approached, laughing together. Upon their approach, Jiang Lan blushed and released her hold, stepping aside. A monster attack is coming. The group, seated upon vine-woven chairs at the fruit grove, had just taken a brief respite. Through the secret realm space, they observed the dense gray mist outside beginning to surge and swirl ominously. Within that mist, it seemed a terrifying entity was about to erupt. Everyone was already accustomed to such occurrences, showing no signs of shock. This was the daily gray mist kill, the theme of this survival scenario. Do you want to venture outside and see? Noticing the impending monster assault, Su Qing turned to Jiang Lan and Bai Wei, who were sitting nearby, and inquired. Now that they had successfully transitioned, they had become the 2nd and 3rd most formidable extraordinary professionals in the entire survival world. Just after Su Qing, their combat prowess was unmatched, enabling them to engage the enemy outside the vessel, relying solely on their professional abilities. In fact, at times, their inherent combat capabilities surpassed those of their vessels, such as Bai Wei, who possessed the Tiangong Cloud Machine vessel. Her vehicle lacked formidable combat capabilities, primarily emphasizing productivity. In confrontations with adversaries, she leapt from the cockpit, drew her long spear, and engaged directly, achieving even greater efficiency in dispatching foes. In fact, her prowess exceeded that of certain survivors wielding inferior weaponry. Naturally, I found myself restless, yearning to venture outside and experience the power of transcendence. Upon hearing Su Qing's inquiry, Bai Wei promptly rose, retrieving her long spear from her backpack space with palpable excitement. Jiang Lan remained silent, instead drawing the golden longsword from her back, holding it aloft. Witnessing their readiness, Su Qing smiled and waved her hand. A golden spatial vortex materialized beside the nuclear-powered mobile base, hovering amidst the gray mist of the wasteland. Two lithe figures emerged from the vortex, stepping onto the desolate ground. Before them, the mist churned ominously as an interdimensional passage was being formed, heralding the imminent arrival of monstrous entities. Soon, the mist settled, revealing a pale visage within, flickering like a phantom. However, their moment of trepidation was brief. Bai Wei and Jiang Lan quickly discerned the colossal forms of the creatures lurking within the haze. It was a swarm of giant spiders adorned with human-like patterns on their abdomens, their long, glossy black legs exuding a clear venomous aura. The monstrous spiders surged forth from the mist, charging directly at the two standing before the mobile base. Su Qing had returned to the driver's seat, observing the unfolding battle through the expansive windshield. Suddenly, a sharp spike erupted from the ground, impaling one of the advancing spider monsters with devastating force, shattering its armored abdomen and toppling it over. Taken aback by such an assault, the spider writhed in agony, emitting a series of haunting shrieks that echoed with a sense of profound despair. The effectiveness of this attack was indeed alarming. Su Qing, seated in the cockpit, felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively tightening her thighs. The ground spike, if directed at a human, would undoubtedly be a man's nemesis and embodiment of allure. Anyone struck by such an attack would be compelled to recoil in shock, letting out a startled scream. As Su Qing remained momentarily dazed, several more spikes erupted, toppling another wave of monstrous spiders. The sight was both spectacular and sorrowful as the ground was littered with twitching, furry legs. One couldn't help but wonder if these spider monsters possessed any vital organs beneath their abdomens. If they did, that blow would indeed be excruciating. Su Qing mused, focusing intently on the scene. The formidable power of these spikes stemmed from the yellow energy enveloping them. This earth martial arts energy significantly enhanced the sharpness and hardness of the spikes, allowing them to pierce through monsters without shattering, standing resolute upon the wasteland's surface, obstructing the advance of the spiders. Seeing Bai Wei initiate her assault, Jiang Lan also split her long sword into two. Wielding one half in her hand while the other hovered beneath her feet, she stood poised upon her long sword, extending her hand forth. Mastering the art of swordsmanship, she deftly maneuvered her weapon, launching a swift thrust that met head-on with the encroaching spider monstrosities, which surged forth from the fallen bodies of her companions. The golden blade trailed a brilliant arc of ethereal energy, dancing gracefully amidst the colossal black spiders, weaving in and out with agility. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the arachnid forms, causing venom to drip onto the ground, rising in wisps of white mist. Jiang Lan hovered above the ground on her flying sword, positioned before the base vehicle, intently orchestrating another blade's assault. Her enchanting figure, clad in exquisite ancient garb, cast a vivid reflection upon the glass of the vehicle's cabin. The numerous young women within the driver's compartment beheld their two comrades, who valiantly battled the fiends using their extraordinary powers. Envy glimmered in their eyes, yearning to join the fray, to experience the exhilarating journey of wielding a sword, traversing the misty wilderness and vanquishing demons and monsters.